How crazy can goblins be to reproduce? From the sacred elven clan to the lowly bottom-tier workers, as long as the size is right, any female body can become a terrible breeding tool. In my past life, I was the #1 assassin of the organization, but I was killed by mother. When I opened my eyes, I found myself reborn in a goblin's nest. The one who had just given birth to me was a naked and white-haired elven girl. Although giving birth had exhausted all her strength, in her bewildered eyes, there was fear and disgust towards me. Seeing this, I was shocked, trying to raise my right hand in front of my eyes, only to see a deformed green little claw. Suddenly, I felt thunderstruck. My birth mother was an elf who was harmed by goblins, born in a dirty underground nest, and I myself was an ugly goblin. But just as I was collapsing inside, an ugly goblin baby with a sinister smile slowly crawled towards the white-haired elf, wanting to enjoy the delicious meal in front of it. Help! No! Fear spread through the white-haired spirit in an instant, and she closed her eyes in despair. Hearing this sound, I opened my eyes, and the green-skinned goblin babies born with me were rushing towards their mother. They are looking for death. I pounced and pressed a goblin cub under me, relying on the killer instinct from my past life, picked up a nearby stone, and smashed it on the goblin cub's neck. After struggling a few times, the goblin underneath me went silent. I looked up at the white-haired spirit in the corner, the first person I saw when I opened my eyes, and the innate sense of familiarity made me involuntarily ask, "Are you my mother?" Hearing my hoarse, unpleasant voice that seemed to come from hell, the white-haired elf was scared and kept retreating, curling up in the corner trembling, and the elf's reaction had no effect on me. I touched my own umbilical cord. I am indeed your child. I can feel a warmth from the bloodline. It turns out that my mother did not abandon me. Noticing my eerie gaze, the white-haired elf cowered in fear, looking at the ugly child he had just given birth to, realizing he was protecting himself from other goblins' harm. At the same time, the other goblin cubs were slowly approaching her, showing a sinister and malicious smile towards her, with disgusting eyes as if wanting to lick her whole body. Dead for sure. The lowly elf looked desperate. At this moment, she had no extra strength to resist due to just giving birth. While I was distracted, a goblin cub quietly approached me and suddenly launched an attack on me. In that moment, the white-haired elf instinctively reached out and protected me in their arms. The fist landed on the body of the elf lowly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from the elf lowly's mouth, making her already weak body even worse. Suddenly being held in my mother's arms, I was very happy, as my mother hadn't hugged me in a long time. In my past life, I had been trained by assassins since birth, erasing all useless emotions, becoming a machine that only follows orders to assassinate. The only emotion instilled in me was to obey my mother. For this I could kill many people, even if I killed everyone in the world. It didn't matter as long as my mother could be by my side. As each drop of liquid fell, I, who was immersed in the gentle land, came to my senses. I slowly raised my head and looked at my mother, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, a surge of unprecedented anger rising in my heart, and those goblin cubs, still chattering to me as if asking why I want to protect that woman. And without any hesitation, I immediately pounced on it, giving the goblin cub no time to react, raising my hand holding a stone and striking its vulnerable neck. The goblin cub fell to the ground directly, struggling in pain. However, once you start, you have to take the opponent's life to consider it over. This is what my mother taught me. I immediately rode on the goblin cub and smashed his head until the goblin cub stopped moving. At this moment, the voice of the world sounded, "Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on your skill Evil Eater, you gained 1 point of speed." I took the lead in solving one person by thunderous means, directly shocking all the goblin pups present. After all, they had never seen such a scene. Even the elves on the side were shocked by my actions and power to the point of speechlessness. A strange and complex emotion surged in the elf's mind. Should she feel fortunate or fearful? I didn't notice the gaze of the lowly elf, stood up from the ground, and wiped the bloodstains off my face. At this moment, one of the goblin cubs reacted first and made an angry sound towards me. Almost simultaneously, with my speed enhanced, I had already arrived behind the cub in an instant. By the time the cub realized and wanted to turn around, it was already too late. The stone in Yi Yan's hand, which had long been stained with blood, struck down hard against the back of that kobold cub's weak spot. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Speed coupled with an increase in strength and a precise grasp of vulnerable positions. Let Yi Yan's strike kill him with a single blow. The sound of the world rises. Congratulations on killing the kobold hatchling. Based on the effect of your skill bad eating, you gain 1 point of strength. The power was once again boosted. But Yi Yan felt nothing. It only felt as if the abominable hunger that devoured everything was growing stronger and stronger. But Yi Yan didn't care. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That would be to kill all of these kobold pups that tried to defile and hurt his mother. Not one left. Crunch! Crunch! After 2 died one after another, the numerous goblin pups finally reacted and rushed at Yi Yan with angry roars. In a swarm of wind, they rushed towards Yi Yan. All at once, the nest became chaotic. All around the secretion of finished women, huddled in corners, shivering in the walls, watching the children they give birth to, killing each other, with no thought of helping them. There was only resentment and anger. They hated these monsters and wanted them all to die. Even if they did, it would still be hard to solve their heart's hatred. Looking at the countless rushing goblin pups, Yi Yan's eyes, there was no panic, there was just coldness. Icy cold, suffocating, killing intent. Scared? He's never felt it before. From birth, such emotions were erased from him. I don't know what fear is. Moreover, the speed and power are strengthened. And on top of that, the skills of the last assassin chief. Not, these newborn cubs, can handle it. Bang! The stone became a sharp weapon for killing kobold pups under Yi Yan's operation. One precise blow at a time. On the back of the kobold's head, the voice of the world, which had been echoing in his mind. Crunch! The kobold pup let out a growl, trying to make his way through the early chaos of the lair, looking for Yi Yan's figure. But Yi Yan, who was the Assassination Society, the chief assassin in his previous life, and how could these newborn, not a little experienced kobold pups find it? Yi Yan wandered between the various kobold pups, finding the right opportunity to take a shot at its back. Those kobold pups simply couldn't discover the hidden Yi Yan. Then one by one, they collapsed, turning into nutrients that nourished Yi Yan and were devoured. The voice of the world continuously echoed in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations on killing the kobold hatchling. Based on the effect of your skill bad eating, you gain 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the kobold hatchling. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill bad eating. Congratulations on killing the kobold hatchling. Based on the effect of your skill eat badly, you have gained 1 point of constitution. Congratulations on killing the kobold hatchling. Based on the effect of your skill bad eating, you gain 1 point of strength. You have committed the crime of killing your own kind. The sins you've committed begin to accumulate. Your infamy, recorded to be inscribed above the stars, until after the kill. The 10th. Yi Yan no longer had any need to hide. At this moment, he had gone through a dozen times of reinforcement, forming a decisive gap with these newborn kobold pups. Facing these unenhanced kobold pups, what there was a one-sided massacre. Crunch! One of the kobold pups, after seeing one of his kind fall in front of his eyes, it also finally realized that there was a gap in strength, started fleeing around, attacking and defending to transform, while hunting and killing. The predator had been Yi Yan. Even some kobold pups hide behind those that gave birth to its mother, as a threat. No, don't! The woman pleaded with a look of despair at the sight of the horrible kobold cub, slowly coming towards her, seemingly seeing his mother's shadow in the woman. Yi Yan stopped in his tracks, and the kobold pups behind the woman saw Yi Yan stop in his tracks. Feeling smart, he started screaming with excitement. Crunch! Crunch! The kobold pup said as he grabbed a handful of the woman's hair. Ah! The pain brought the woman back to her senses and realization. The one in front of you is a kobold, but isn't the one behind you? Remembering the nightmares of those days, a heated hatred for the kobold surged through her, causing the weakened woman to cry out, "Kill it, kill it, kill it with me." The tears that had long since dried up welled up and moistened the woman's eyes. It then trickled down the face of the confused, hideously pupilized man. "Please, kill me, kill these." The woman's helpless, desperate pleas were empathetic to the women in the room. "Kill these, kill me." A faint plea echoed through the stench-filled place. At this moment, Yi Yan seemed to be the hero of these women. But what hadn't changed was the deep resentment for the kobold clan that ran deep in the woman's eyes. A pleading word, a fragile crusade. It didn't make Yi Yan's icy, green face half move, and what she got in return was the mockery of the kobold pups behind her. Crunch! Crunch! The kobold pup laughed excitedly, grabbing the woman's head firmly and not letting her leave her side. It slowly poked its head out, trying to look at the kobold that had just been arrogant. What was seen, however, was the stone that came at it head-on. Brush! Rocks shot in, aimed precisely at its head. Bang! In the next moment, the kobold pup, who was hiding behind the woman, had his head smashed. It made, like the sound of a tomato crashing to the ground. Bang! Splatters of blood bloomed like flowers. The whole body, then, fell straight down. Hoo! The woman froze in place, staring at the strange kobold pup that made the throwing motion. In the eyes were fear, surprise, dread, or resentment, and anger, or both. But these, Yi Yan could not understand. These indifferent feelings were something incomprehensible to Yi Yan. He did not heed the woman's gaze. At this moment, the voice of the world sounded one after another. In Yi Yan's mind, his power, too, was getting stronger. Congratulations on killing up to a couple dozen of your kind at a record-breaking rate in your newborn stage. You've committed the crime of slaughtering your own kind in a row. Your sins begin to accumulate. Your charge begins to gestate. Your sins are recorded to be inscribed above the stars, achieving the impossible. You are now given the exclusive skill, predation, and your inferior skill, evil eating, has been integrated into your exclusive skill, predation. At this moment, Yi Yan could clearly feel the changes in his body. Not just the body, even that, which he could only vaguely perceive before, had become a little clearer at this moment. There was also a strong sense of hunger that disappeared the moment the bad food disappeared. In its place was the longing that came from the depths of the soul to hunt down and devour everything. At this time, the other side, the elves, who had witnessed the entire massacre, were completely dumbfounded. This, her baby? It's almost like a self-made demon. No, even demons don't continuously slaughter their own kind when they are just born. Lori Elf has been completely confused. Even in her long memories, she had never heard of the existence of such a thing. Why does a cub have such power? Yi Yan, who felt the changes in his body stop, slowly opened his eyes. Crunch! At this moment, the second last goblin besides Yi Yan was looking at him with a horrified expression. Crunch! Seemingly, it was begging for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, he kept on kowtowing, attempting to exchange Yi Yan's mercy with such a humble gesture. However, it's using this trick on the wrong people. In Yi Yan's eyes, as long as the assassination target is confirmed, which, when it comes to anything, can't be shaken, until the target of the assassination is dead. Even if he was asked to put to death innocent young girls, he didn't have the slightest hesitation. He is such a killing machine. That is what his mom instilled in him. So, without hesitation, Yi Yan raised the stone just as he smashed it down. The kobold pup was buried deep in the ground, a grim and smug smile on his humble, dirt-like face. Crunch! The kobold pup screamed. In the next moment, its entire body turned black, and the stones that smashed into it had not a single effect. Yi Yan frowned. Immediately after that, the kobold pup's entire body merged into the shadow. When, once again, it appeared, it was still behind Yi Yan. Look out! Behind him came the sound of his mother's voice, and the kobold cub that came out of the shadows and extended its sharp claws at him. Bang! Almost at the same time, Yi Yan backhanded, turned back, and dealt a fierce blow to the kobold pup's head. Pust! The fragile head exploded like a watermelon in front of Yi Yan's power that had been strengthened a dozen times. Even if, without his mother's information, Yi Yan would not this inferior means of assassination that could not even hide his killing intent. Bang! The corpse of the kobold that lost its head fell, and with it, the familiar sound of the world. Congratulations! You have killed a kobold hatchling, and based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained the kobold hatchling skill stalking. The elf breathed a sigh of relief as the kobold pup saw Yi Yan's counterattack. Hearing the voice of the world, Yi Yan was impassive and his sight fell on the last goblin cub. Click! Also at that moment, the old wooden door was opened and an inch of light shone in, lighting up the dim, darkened room. What's going on here? In walked 2 adult kobolds, followed by a kobold with a staff. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of blood hit his nose. Then they saw, to their dismay, a scene that left them dumbfounded. Just see the room that was originally used for childbirth. At the moment, it turned into a morgue, with the corpses of their kobold pups lying around. The blood formed lakes that converged into rivers that flowed down. At first, the kobold shaman thought that the fertility slaves had done it, but when it set its eyes on the women who were hiding on the corners, shivering and white-faced, it immediately dismissed this thought, regardless of whether or not the pain of the secretion coming would give these slaves the strength to act. On top of that, it also planted a curse on these women. There was no way that they could, in any way, have the strength to lay hands on their precious kobold pups. Crunch! It was also at that moment that a shout caught their attention. Only 2 kobold pups survived on the hidden corner. It's just that there's something wrong with the situation. The kobold pup that was standing was currently raising the bloodstained stone at the kobold pup that was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Stop! The kobold shaman, the first to realize something was wrong, shouted. The adult kobolds beside him, hearing the sound, reacted and immediately moved. When Yi Yan saw this, he also knew what was going on and accelerated his movements. But as a cub, he was no match for an adult kobold. Just as the stone was about to smash through, a hand slapped on his. The stone fell out of the hand. Another adult kobold, trying to grab his foot. Seeing this, Yi Yan jumped up and directly dodged the sneak attack of the adult kobold. At the same time, the proctor kicked the stone in the air. Brush! The stone shot out at the kobold cub with great speed. Bang! Crunch! The stone runs through the kobold pup's left eye, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. Crunch! 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 The adult kobold that came to catch Yi Yan was shocked and froze in place after seeing that Yi Yan actually had such fighting skills. Is this sure it's a newborn cub? Even to say that it was, well, an old goblin with a lot of combat experience would be an understatement. This power, this speed, and this fighting skill. Yi Yan landed on the ground and saw that the goblin cub was not dead, and without hesitation, he immediately went up. The adult kobolds on the side saw this and immediately reacted. Jerking up his arm, he fiercely went up, trying to grab Yi Yan. Brush! In the next moment, a handful of sand was thrown out from Yi Yan's palm. The adult kobolds that came forward were blinded from view by the sand that Yi Yan threw out. Immediately after, bang! A stone landed with precision on the eye of an adult kobold. Ah! The adult kobold, clutching his eyes, let out a miserable scream. Also during this moment, Yi Yan had already arrived in front of that kobold cub. Just when Yi Yan was about to get his hands on it, Bold, the kobold shaman, who had been silent on the sidelines, stepped in. Only the staff, which had been storing power, was swung. A faint greenish glow spread over the earth. Bang! Brush up! Immediately afterward, countless vines emerged from the ground, binding Yi Yan, who did not have time to react. In the air, unable to move. It is? Yi Yan looked at the vines that bound him, his eyes filled with doubt. These plants, where did they come from? Why? Are they moving and haunting him? This beyond common sense imagination made Yi Yan puzzled. Moving his eyes away from the vines, Yi Yan's eyes fell on, behind the adult kobold, on the kobold shaman with the staff. At this moment, a faint green light was still emanating from the goblin shaman's staff. Glowing green. Fantastic. Which one is it? Well done. The adult kobold had a lewd smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Yi Yan after seeing him bound. A mere cub, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you maim and kill your own kind. The adult kobold held a wooden stick with a fierce face, and fell back down at Yi Yan, who was bound by the vines, wanting to kill the strange kobold cub in front of him. I'll let you blind me. No, don't. Also at this moment, the elf suddenly swooped over from the corner and held Yi Yan's in his arms, closing his eyes. Yi Yan, who was originally struggling, froze after feeling his mom's warmth. It's a gentle feeling. It made Yi Yan unconsciously relax. Just as the stick was about to fall, a shout stopped the adult kobold. Stop! Ha! The wooden stick stopped 3 centimeters from the elf's head, and the adult kobold, looking behind him with displeasure, said to the kobold shaman who had called out to it, "What are you stopping me for? You guy! It's a sin kobold that has brutally murdered dozens of its compatriots." The adult kobold's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth and stared at the kobold shaman. Until now, its left eye still hurts. I have informed the general. The kobold shaman just gave the lowly kobold a faint look, then walked over to the dying kobold cub. This matter, this kobold cub, will be decided by the general. Saying that, the goblin shaman didn't say much to these low-level goblins, and focused on helping the only goblin pup still alive to recover from its injuries. It was a good thing it was only the left eye that was blinded. If it had been a little more off, the little guy's life would have been lost. As for, will these brainless ones ignore and kill the strange kobold cub? They are brainless, but that doesn't mean they don't want to die. Fruity. What? After hearing the general, the adult kobold gritted his teeth and gripped the wooden stick in his hand tightly. Just as angry as he was, he didn't dare to do anything more to Yi Yan. Goblin generals, the leaders of the goblin lairs in their area. It was the supreme being who commanded tens of thousands of kobolds. If anyone dared to disobey its orders, it just didn't need the goblin general to do it. Its men could have hissed it raw. Further, it longs for, and honors, the general. It was because of the general's leadership that they were able to grow from a small tribe of kobolds to their current size. But, respect was respect. It still couldn't quell the anger in its heart. Suddenly, its eyes rested on the elf holding Yi Yan. Ha! The greed in his eyes, the lechery was undeniably evident. Such beautiful flesh. It really made him horny. How did it not notice just now? Hey, since I can't touch you right now. But, the adult kobold slowly approached. I can defile, in front of you, your mom. Seemingly, sensing what the gaze was, the elf's body trembled, causing Yi Yan, who was indulging in tenderness, to come back to his senses. Then he saw that someone else was coveting his mother. The anger in his heart was once again ignited. Don't you dare! Ha ha ha! Seeing Yi Yan's expression, the adult kobold vocalized a loud laugh, and also carefully glanced at the shaman behind him, realizing that the other party did not show anything. So, more debauchery. I'm going to make you watch your mom get hit by my big brush. Before the adult kobold could finish his words, a rock grazed past his head. Say that again. One of Yi Yan's hands, from the vines, broke free, but his entire body was still hanging above the vines. This guy, seeing this kid, trapped and still daring to be so arrogant, the adult kobold was furious, and for a moment, lost his composure and went up to get closer, swinging his fists and charging towards Yi Yan. Bang! The next moment, its fist fell short. What? The kobold was startled. When Yi Yan, who had broken free from the vines, had long since arrived at its side. Kid, don't underestimate me. The kobold swung his other hand, but it was still skillfully dodged. Yi Yan sidestepped and dodged at the same time. Hands grasping one hangs onto the adult kobold's hand. Immediately afterward, with a single thrust, the whole thing spun, taking its adult kobold's arm with it as it spun and twisted. Click! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out from the adult kobold's hand. Within less than 3 moves, it was unloaded by Yi Yan. Aha! Intense pain traveled throughout the adult kobold's body, causing the adult kobold to roll on the ground in pain. Damn cubs! Another adult kobold couldn't look away and stepped forward to raise his stone axe just as it was about to slash. Enough! A solemn voice stopped it hard. Because, that's the general's voice. Only to see, a huge kobold who was even bigger than an adult, all full of muscles, clad in armor, with a slash on his face, walked slowly with endless majesty. General! Seeing the incoming kobolds, the adult kobolds instantly fell to their knees, describing Yi Yan's brutality, ruthlessness. General, you must do right by us. This son, just born, brutally killed the lives of dozens of his compatriots. Absolutely cannot be kept. General, look into my eyes. Enough! The general just gave them a faint look and reached out, interrupting their complaints. To be beaten by a newborn cub like this, and you have the nerve to tattle on me? Kobrusha, you say? Yes, Shaman Shah. The kobold nodded and set the record straight as to what had happened. Oh, hearing everything, the general's eyes fell, protecting the young kobold in front of the elf. Instantly, as if it had seen something, its sharp eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and its face produced a change in a split second. However, it was quickly glossed over, without being noticed by anyone. You're the one who killed the cubs. The general's eyes, dead set on Yi Yan, as if he wanted to discern something from it. Yi Yan dead guarded in front of his mom, didn't say a word, didn't dare to have a hint of relaxation. He could sense that the kobold in front of him was very powerful, so powerful that even in his heyday, he had to deal with it carefully. Can't talk? The general frowned slightly. Hey, damn cub, the general is asking you a question. Beside them, 2 adult kobolds saw this and began to bark. Are you looking down on the general? How dare you not answer the general's words? You're dead. The adult kobolds pointed at Yi Yan and went up to ask for orders from the kobold general. General, it's better to kill this kind of kobold that doesn't follow orders. Right, general. Blind goblin, looking at the goblin general with an expectant face. As long as the general nodded, it wouldn't have the slightest hesitation to go straight forward and kill the damn brat. However, the goblin general didn't take their words in, his eyes staring at Yi Yan with a deadly stare. It was also at this moment that the goblin Shaman Shah on the side came forward and warned. Well, general, it's normal for cubs not to be able to speak. At least get out of the cub stage and reach adulthood. It seemed that Yi Yan's abnormality made them instinctively ignore the fact that it was a cub. Oh, the kobold general nodded as if in a moment of realization. In that case, then words were spoken that shocked the once again kobolds. Then we'll talk later. Ha! Hearing the general's words, the crowd of kobolds opened their mouths wide. No, that's okay? Is this still their decisive general? Shouldn't you just kill a kobold like that when you come across it? Even if, no matter how powerful it is, it can't stay. It's not like there aren't any kobolds. They're short of everything in the lair, just not kobolds. What? The goblin general looked at the 2 adult goblins and spoke. Opinions? No. How could they dare to have an opinion? Or if they did, it was not to the general, but to Yi Yan. The 2 kobolds stared hard at Yi Yan. Just have to wait for this guy to reach adulthood. When the time comes, for adult kobold malice. Yi Yan didn't have much of a reaction. At the moment, he was thinking about the probability of success in killing a big brother Bryn like the one in front of him. But, for some reason, he felt that his head ton was cracking and his body was weak. Was he poisoned by something? That, the kobold shaman, hesitant for a moment, inquired. What to do with it? This kobold cub. The general looked at Yi Yan. who had obviously just been born, hadn't eaten anything, and had experienced a massacre and was struggling to hold on, and said after a moment of silence, "All clear." "Good." With that, the kobold shaman walked out of the room with the 2 adult kobolds. A command was given to the kobolds at the door to warn the 2 adult kobolds. Then he glanced at Yi Yan, followed the general's footsteps, and left. Seemingly, it was sensing that there was no danger, or Yi Yan's body had finally reached its limit. He collapsed. After all, having just been born and having gone through how fierce the battle was, without having eaten anything, no one can carry it. I won't let you die." In a daze, Yi Yan felt a familiar warmth and softness. Following his body's instincts, he bit down. The elf hugged Yi Yan, and the eyes that had long since dried up from crying, once again welled up with teardrops. Don't you die. Do not. In leaving me, alone in this dim lair," the elf cried as she hugged the kobold pup. Other side. General. Following behind the goblin general, the goblin shaman Shah let out a puzzled query. In the face of such deviants who, at birth, attack their own kind, shouldn't we kill them? That. As if afraid of the general's anger, the kobold shaman added, "I'm not questioning general's decision. It's just, I don't think we need this kind of goblin." Hearing the goblin shaman's words, the goblin general stopped and looked back. The goblin shaman, who was righteously indignant, spoke in a deep voice. "I saw qualifications on that kid." "Qualifications?" The kobold shaman was puzzled. "That's right." The general nodded, his eyes gazing somewhere beyond the forest with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. "The qualifications to be king." "What?" Hearing the general's words, the kobold shaman was shocked. "King's qualifications? That is to say, that child was born bearing the king's seed? Special talent, seed of the king, that which all men dream of, the requisites needed to become a king. Only a creature that carries the king's seed can possess the qualifications to become a king. Become the king's reserve army. Countless kobold generals, dreaming and spending hundreds of years. The qualification that none of them could obtain actually appeared in a newly born kobold. If, however, the rest of the generals knew about it, the forest, which had been quiet for a long time, would have stirred up another bloody storm. Even, some races, especially the human race, were afraid that they would try to find a way to kill that cub. After all, a race with a king and a race without a king were one heaven and one earth. They, the kobolds, had been reduced to this very thing by the very fact that they had been without a king. To think that the Goblin Empire was so glorious in the beginning. But, in fact, not all kobolds want the king to be born. They just want to be king themselves. At that thought, the kobold shaman Shah carefully skimmed the general. I wonder, what was the general thinking? So, I don't need to tell you what to say and what not to say, do I? My lord knows. The kobold shaman nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "So, king." The kobold shaman's words were not yet finished. He was then locked by a terrifying killing intent, and instantly swallowed the words he was about to say just now into his stomach. Without the slightest hesitation to be direct, he changed his mind. So, what to do with the rest of the elves that gave birth to the cubs? It was reasonable to say that since she was the king's birth mother, she deserved the greatest respect from the entire clan. But they are kobolds, and there is no such thing as a birth mother. Females are nothing more than tools to breed their offspring in their eyes. The most crucial thing is that they kobolds also don't have the existence of females, and can only reproduce their offspring with the help of other females. This was one of the reasons why their big brother, the Breen Empire, perished. Offended. Too many races. Whenever you see them, the first reaction is to just destroy them, and not to be outdone by what the goblin shaman thought. The goblin general didn't hesitate and said with a flash of sternness in his eyes, "Being a king, naturally you don't need that so-called birth mother, but that boy, who seems so dependent, wants to protect that elf." "Humph," the kobold general grunted. "All the more reason not to keep her. King, no need for weakness." But, the kobold pondered for a moment, and said, "There's no rush on this. Until the king is strong enough, that elf can stay. Keep it for now. At the very least, that elf will be needed to play the role of mother until that guy gets out of his infancy." "Yes." The kobold lowered his head, that green face, wondering what he was thinking. The kobold general just glanced at Shamanza, and then they stopped caring. The elfin maiden, finally accepting the child who had protected her from birth before her eyes, carefully taking care of everything. Yi Yen. After that, they were taken to a house. It's more like a prison than a house. Iron fences made of metal imprisoned one young girl after another, and long houses with walls separating them into small square houses every 2 meters. On either side of the corridor, kobolds were stationed. And all of these women had been planted with witchcraft when they came in. A kind of operational magic. Prevent them from strangling the kobold pups and psychedelicizing them to raise the pups. Goblins have a short growth cycle. It only takes 3 months to end the juvenile stage and enter the adult stage. This was one of the reasons why kobolds were able to reproduce and survive quickly on the continent, spreading like cockroaches across the entire continent. Ha! Strange. An old man with a staff looked over at the elf, who was concentrating on feeding the kobold pups, and scratched his green head. I'm already down? Geez, whatever. I'm so tired. When we're done, we'll go for a shot. Saying that, with a lecherous face, the old kobold shaman, through the iron door, his sight swept down the young girl who was inside. If it wasn't for what the general said, the need to restrict them from laying their hands on freshly delivered females for the sake of the race, it would have pounced long ago. It doesn't even have to be that much trouble. You also have to go to the breeding room before you can do it. In fact, before they were just straight up dry, raw, then dry, sometimes even more, while giving birth and doing it at the same time. Watching the females in pain, struggling with their expressions, it came to life. But everything has changed since the general arrived. Hey, the old kobold sighed. It's so nostalgic. Those days. It's just a shame that there's no going back. Though, the general's arrival did make them a lot stronger overall is all. The old kobold glanced greedily at the elf, who was breastfeeding. What a shame. It shook its head and chose to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of dark eyes stared at her in death. Time all of a sudden, over a month or so, Yi Yan's height, too, had grown quite a bit. It also makes up for what was owed to me when I was first born. For the next few days, the elf had been taking care of Yi Yan. She did, almost, everything a clumsy mother should do. And Yi Yanzhua, as her child, was rightfully enjoying all of this, enjoying this blissful time that was not in his memory. Until, once again, he could move. This body, although weak, grew and recovered faster than he could imagine. There was even a mysterious power that was transforming his body. And this thing that had been hovering in front of his eyes, _____, name Yi Yan, race, low-grade kobold, stage, juvenile, strength, 19, speed, 20, physical fitness, 20, magic, 1, skill, subterranean shadows, proprietary skills, predation, talents, breath concealment, language proficiency, special talent, seed of the king. What the hell does all this mean? Come on, call mommy. The elf murmured rustily to Yi Yan in his arms. Mom! Mom! Yi Yan was rusty, mimicking the elf's shout. Aha! It's mommy oh! The elf wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, and Yi Yan could feel her hands, much colder. Mom! It's scared! Thinking of this, Yi Yan skillfully got down from his mother's arms and sat beside her. Aha! This month, Yi Yan had been growing up. Kobolds grow at a rate far beyond normal. This is why, even in the face of hostility from almost all races, kobolds can still be like cockroaches and not be exterminated. High reproduction, fast growth, short growth cycle, all kinds of things add up. Let the kobolds spread over every corner of the continent. However, it is worth noting, he could feel his mom getting more and more scared as time went on. I don't know why. Just for example, hey, come on out. A few kobolds stopped at the door, toward the woman who lived across from Yi Yan. She opened her mouth and shouted, I don't want it. The woman seemed to be aware of what it meant to be taken out by these kobolds. The whole man was huddled in the corner, his body trembling, his eyes empty and lifeless as he repeated, Hey, it's not up to you. Click. The door was opened. Several adult kobolds walked in. The lead kobold stepped forward and grabbed the woman's hand. The woman struggled frantically as if she had been startled by something, versus or remembered something. No, don't. I am not going to that kind of hell. Brush. The woman snapped, copied out the hand that held the rock hidden behind her back, and slammed it at the kobold. The kobold Zhang, who had grabbed the woman's arm, was struck hard. The kobold who saw his hand scratched, was furious. Dead thing. Snap. A slap was thrown directly into the woman's face, swelling her cheek. The woman screamed in agony, but it didn't stop struggling. Instead it fought back harder. The kobold had to keep talking while slapping her. Just enjoy yourself. Every kobold here will make you horny. Immediately afterward, the kobold undid the lower half of his clothing, revealing his large green sword. Don't. Seeing this, the woman's desperate pleas did nothing to stop the kobold's movements. No, don't. The woman hissed in pain, but that didn't make the kobold stop moving at all. Right at this moment, Yi Yan's vision was obscured and his ears were covered by a pair of gentle hands. Let him not see, or hear, what was done to that woman. In fact, For Yi Yan, it didn't matter if it was those kobolds or those women who were locked up. None of it had a single thing to do with him. Even if they all died in front of him, Yi Yan would not show a single change of emotion. Just mom him around, and he was satisfied. However, why? Mom's body is trembling. Why? Tears sprang to Mom's eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? Yi Yan reluctantly from those two white buns, poked his head out, looked at his crying mother, twisted his head in confusion. Whenever that happened, Mom would always hold him. This is the 10th time this month. The woman from earlier is also the penultimate here. Yi Yan didn't know what that meant. All he knew was that his mom seemed to be afraid. But what is fear? Why? In fear? Mom taught him. By looking through someone's face and demeanor, you can judge the state of that person at the moment. This is the foundation of assassination. Only by understanding all the emotions of the assassination target and adding them to your judgment can you maximize your chances of assassination. For example, a grimace on one's face is a sign of anger, a condition that usually diminishes, if not loses, one's most basic judgment. For such a person, it is necessary to bring down their combat expectations in order to achieve and accurately predict the opponent. But there was no one to tell him how this really felt. Yi Yan didn't understand. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? The kobold Zhang, who heard Yi Yan's words from the side, suddenly laughed out loud. Of course it is, because it's going to be our toy back there. Ha 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 ha. The kobold revealed a lewd smile, and his sight was like a tongue, licking the elf's jade body, all over again. What anticipation! Ooh-hoo! No! No! As if recalling a bad memory, the elf let go of Yi Yan, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if he had lost hope of living for the future. No! No! She clasped her hands to her knees, tears falling from her eyes. Did she have to go back to that hell? She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. Besides, what is she doing? Playing kobold's mother? That's silly. The elf buried her blubbery, crying face deep beneath her knees. In his ears was that harsh and unpleasant sound. She couldn't understand it, but for some reason, hearing the voice gave her a sense of reassurance. Is she going crazy? Was she abandoned? Why? Why didn't you come for her? Ha! It's not like it's obvious that she's already been dumped a long time ago. There's no one. There's no one. Mommy, you're crying. Just then, a small green hand, Rusty, stroked her head. It restored peace to her spirit, which was on the verge of losing control. So, she's not alone? Mommy, don't cry. With his small green hand, Yi Yan nudged his mother. Mommy, can you stop crying? She didn't understand why her mom was crying, but seeing his mom cry, Yi Yan slowly put his hand on his heart. It would hurt, and he didn't want his mommy to cry. Hey! In contrast, the kobolds outside the iron gates were enjoying themselves immensely. The elf's expression of agonized despair. Just enjoy yourself. The thought that, in a few days, they would be able to enjoy the elf's stunning flesh. Adult goblin with a lecherous expression. In a few days, your mom will be everyone's mom. Ha 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 ha. The words of the head kobold Zhang caused many kobolds to cheer. In fact, which of the kobolds that were here didn't want to taste the flavor of this superb elf? It was only because of the general's authority that they didn't lose their rationality and rush over. Otherwise, any female caught by them would be dunked into a creamy foam in the first place. Life is worse than death. Let's go. Eventually, the kobold was walking out of the feeding room with the woman, who was soaked in a strange liquid all over her body. Mom, what's wrong with you? No matter how much Yi Yan called out, her mom didn't respond. Is it those guys' fault? If they hadn't come, Mom wouldn't have ignored him. Yi Yan's face was grim as he looked at the departing kobolds. Make a mental note of the goblin that was in charge. Mom cried because of that guy. So, is it true that if we just kill that guy, Mom won't cry? So it's all their fault. Poof. The goblin who was spying on Yi Yan on the side, looked at Yi Yan with an unhappy face. Kid, these are the only days you'll be able to enjoy yourself. At the adult kobold's words, the elf's shoulders shuddered. The light in his eyes dimmed a few more points. Yi Yan didn't say anything more, just grabbed his mom's hand. Nightfall. Silence all around. The guards here became weak because almost all the people were taken away. There were only a few scattered kobolds. Training. It doesn't take many goblins at all to deal with an elf who's been under a spell of sorcery. Besides, this place is located deep in the goblin's lair, so it's impossible for any slaves to escape. At least, no slaves have escaped from this kobold lair since the general took command. An adult kobold walks down the dimly lit hallway with a look of indignation and cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! It's just a female. What's the big deal? You're going to get Ed anyway. Did it play out? Damn it! Kobold Moss. the lead kobold responsible for taking the woman during the day, cursed and walked over to the gatekeeper. I'm taking over. Ha! The doorman kobold, after seeing the kobold positively, was a bit surprised. Kobold Masa, what are you doing here? Aren't you in charge of, like, the third inspection squad? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Forget it. The kobold was looking impatient and waved his hand. And I don't know who snitched and told the general about me banging a female in the feeding room. And then, it cut me down to size. The kobold was looking furious, clenching his fists in a grimace. If I knew who it was, I'd have to make him look a little better. Ha ha ha. That kobold heard the kobold's positive words. Suddenly, he laughed. Ha ha ha. You're really too. Go to the breeding room and do it again. Maybe walk a few steps and find a hidden spot and just do it. You have to do it in the same place. It's not. It's been reported. Has it? Since the goblin general's reign, they can no longer do as they please. At least not on the nest. As if to say, what are the rules? Said something about the rules of the land, the rules of the house, and the rules of the nest. That makes it a proper nest or something like that. It can't understand it anyway. However, it doesn't matter, as long as you listen to the Lord General. What do you know? I'm not one of those monkeys that wants to. Of course, the kobold was looking arrogant. It especially hated this feeling of being bound. When I think back to when the general wasn't here, it was so much more free. Whoever you want, even if it's played out. Big deal. Just throw it away and grab a new one. Ha 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 ha. The gatekeeper kobold didn't say much either, and handed the kobold Masamichi his lance. Well, then, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't disobey the Lord General's orders again, or next time it won't be a demotion. Roll on, roll on. The kobold was taking the lance and waved his hand impatiently. I have a sense of proportion. Watching the kobolds leave, the kobolds are holding their lances and guarding the gates. Not for a moment. It then felt the crotch itch again. Before, in the inspection pairs, you could still hit the wild from time to time. Now where do you find it here? Asterisk 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 in balls. It looked around and realized there was no one. I was going to go in and quietly take that elf and fix it, but remembered the general's orders and that there were other kobolds inside the house. No guarantee. They will snitch. Plus, among the secretions, the females who were caring for the cubs were expressly forbidden by the general. If it was found out, its little life, it would be over. A battle of ideas later, the kobold was, suddenly, having a flash of insight. Not in the morning, and capturing some self-proclaimed adventurers? Most of those people are under witchcraft. There was little resistance. It's still there, asleep in the slave room. Said to, wait for them to wake up and ask what? Tell everyone to stay put for now. In the eyes of the kobold proper, these people are about as valuable as what can be asked. The male kills, the female is chief among them. There were quite a few pretty females among those adventurers, and more of them too. There shouldn't be any problem sneaking one away to play with. Plus, guarding those guys is, well, it's worship brothers. Just do it and play enough. Just don't play with it and give it back. It works. Almost. No hesitation. The kobold is, without hesitation, leaving the guarded gate. In less than a moment's time, a sleeping woman was brought in. The woman was slim, masked with a black cloth, wearing black leggings and a black shirt. Blue hair fell like a waterfall over the beast's hide, revealing an imperceptible sense of power even in sleep. The short sword she wore at her waist glinted coldly in the moonlight, a stark contrast to her stoic aura. The night was low, like a huge black velvet cloth that quietly covered the entire sky. Above the wall, an ancient oil lamp swayed in the breeze, bright and dim, emitting a faint yellow light, casting a warm glow on the dimly lit room. The light of the lamp made the mottled marks on the walls and the shadows in the corners stand out. Inside the room, there was a very odd scene. A white-haired elf lowly, holding a kobold cub a head shorter than her, the cub's furry body looking especially small in her arms. The two just snuggled up and fell into a deep sleep. The white-haired elf's skin was as pure as a snowflake, glowing faintly in the light, and those clear, translucent eyes were currently closed tightly, their long eyelashes casting two faint shadows on their cheeks. At the corners of her eyes, there were still traces of undried tears, which glimmered faintly in the light. It was also at this moment that the kobold cub that was being held, its long eyelashes fluttered slightly. It then slowly opened those small black eyes, which revealed a sharpness and coldness that did not match its age. Oh, Mom, Leah doesn't want to learn attack magic, the elf lowly murmured in her sleep, her voice soft and with a hint of trembling. It was as if he was pouring out his inner fears and insecurities to someone. She curled up, her thumb in her mouth, a trail of crystalline drool running down her fingertips, glistening in the light. The kobold cub Yi Yen looked at her silently, a hint of complexity flashing through his eyes. He moved gently, wanting to break free from the elf Loli's arms, but was afraid of disturbing her dreams. He just lay still, listening to her dreamy murmurs, an inexplicable emotion welling up in his heart. Leah, the magic that wants to make the flowers bloom again. Oh no, fight Lee. The elf Loli's murmurs gradually became muffled, and her breathing became steadier, as if she had fallen into a deep dream. Yi Yan looked at her quiet sleeping face. An inexplicable warmth welled up in his heart and revealed a smile. Mom, wait for me. I'll be right back. Immediately after, Yi Yan's entire body merged into the shadow. Get out of your mom's arms. He had acquired this strange ability, or skill, sneak shadow. There are a lot of limitations. One of them is the short teleportation distance. The second is that it can only be used in the shadows. The main thing is still, you can only teleport yourself. The inability to carry extra stuff simply means that you can't carry objects that exceed your body weight. Couldn't take mom and walk out. Convenient for you, but also very limiting. But it was indeed an extremely powerful skill, especially in Yi Yan's hands. Yi Yan utilized sneaky shadow and easily left from within the room's cage. All around, because of the people here being taken away one after another, the guard became much weaker. There were only scattered kobolds patrolling. With the experience from his previous life, Yi Yan quickly dodged the goblin patrols. This amount of alert power was almost zero for Yi Yan, and right now, he has one goal in mind. It was the kobold who had insulted his mom in the morning and looked at her with that disgusting look in his eyes. Killed, but he realized it when he walked out. It turns out that where he was, it was an underground lair. The place where I stayed before was just one of the tiny rooms. The top and bottom are connected, like an enlarged version of an underground ant's nest, with intricate tunnels in the wrong places. It's even easy to get lost in this if you don't have someone to show you the way. But all of this was not a problem for Yi Yan. Crunch, crunch, that was awesome. Two kobolds walked side by side in the dimly lit hallway. The mouth was chewing on something that on closer inspection appeared to be a human finger of sorts. Ha ha ha, yeah, I don't know why the adventurers around here have become more numerous. You don't realize how many more slaves are inside the lair at once now. It was fantastic. Ha ha ha, still, we need to be careful. The other kobold murmured. Recently that asshole guy who specializes in killing us seems to have come to us. What? The man was shocked to hear the kobold's words and looked fearful, as if he was being dominated by some powerful force. However, it quickly relaxed. What are you afraid of? We have a general. Though, the words were spoken, its voice, nonetheless, was trembling unavoidably. If that guy dares to come, let him have it? Ha ha ha. The kobold's laughter came to an abrupt end, accompanied by the crisp sound of a broken bone. Click. A silhouette suddenly appeared over the kobold and landed on top of its neck, waiting for him to react. Its neck then rotated at 360 degrees. In just a split-second's effort, Yi Yan cleanly resolved the goblin. Almost at the same time, the voice of the world sounded in Yi Yan's head. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your predation skill, you gain the kobold's talent, self-recovery. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain 1 point of strength. What? Almost simultaneously, the kobold on the sidelines just reacted by raising his greatsword just as he was about to act. Yi Yan had already arrived at its feet. Brush! The calf swept hard, directly causing the kobold's legs to lose balance and fall downwards. Bang! Also at the same time, Yi Yan's precise knee was fixed at its throat, abolishing its throat so that it could not make a sound at the same time. Reaching out, he gave a tap to his key wrist, and the greatsword fell. Without hesitation, Yi Yan snatched the goblin, the greatsword in his hand. Brush! A sword swung down and the kobold's head fell to the ground. Not how fancy it was, there was just cleanliness. The voice of the world sounded again. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your predation skill, you gain the kobold's talent, self-recovery. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain 1 point of strength. Discovered that the gift of self-recovery repeats itself and is automatically synthesized into the gift self-healing D. Ignoring the beep, Yi Yan swung the large sword on his hand. It felt appropriate, so he pinned the greatsword to his belt. Searching for the scent, he looked toward the kobold once more. Saw it on the road, clear like jelly. What is it? Yi Yan held its flimsy one in his hand, as if observing it, and could not see why. It seemed to be something like jelly, but it was unusually resilient and not easily damaged. And after a moment of silence, it didn't seem to be suitable as a weapon. So, Yi Yan directly threw it away. After assassinating a number of patrolling kobolds, soon Yi Yan found his target. Inside the corner, the kobold was in the process of attempting to violate the woman in front of him. The reason it was attempted was because the woman was sober. It's resisting. Damn it, why are we waking up? The kobold was breaking into a fit of rage. Didn't those shamans say it was impossible to get up until tomorrow? What's going on here? But it doesn't matter. The kobold licked his lips as his eyes fell on the woman's ample airfield. The kobold was being silly. Where are the fat girl's breasts from before? Where did it go? It was sure that it hadn't misread it before. Ah, how to drag over the effort. It was gone. Kobold positive. Who was a low-level kobold? Certainly didn't know. It's going viral in the human world right now. The woman major killer. Make up for natural deficiencies. According to, well, someone who created this thing. Sure enough, giant tits are the YYDS. But no matter. The kobold's eyes fell on the fat girl's ass. As long as it plugs in. Yes, kobolds are actually really simple creatures for them. The only difference between these humans is that they can plug in and they can't. The ones that can be plugged in depend on how good they look on the outside. And the woman in front of her, her looks were naturally in an extremely distinguished category. Although, it is poorer in some ways. But no matter. Hey, looking at the hideous, lewd and obscene, slowly approaching kobold, with a scowl on his face, Cory's cowered in the corner, exclaiming what bad luck he had. Why, this is happening to me. Cory's let out a sad wail. Right now, she couldn't use any of her powers for some reason. Don't. Just get me back in shape and I'll get out of here. It's not that she blows. Her profession is a thief. Moreover, it was a top-tier existence among thieves, with a full-level concealment skill. As long as she was allowed to recover, she couldn't be trapped here at all. As for why they were caught, it's all to blame. Those idiots. Say what? How can that strange colorful fruit be poisonous when it looks so pretty in color? As a result, once eaten, a not pit sound, directly all, fainted. When she woke up, it was here. Could it be that she was going to spend the rest of her life here? No, don't. Reduced to being a birthing machine for these ugly monsters. This kind of thing, not anymore. A beautiful, peerless, voluptuous, absolutely gorgeous girl like her. Definitely get force-fed that nasty stuff by these kobolds. Cory's clasped her hands to her chest and looked at the kobold that was slowly walking towards her with a look of despair. Someone, anyone, help me. No, anyone, help me. As long as it's a human being, there's no problem with giving your life away. Hey, the kobold was looking lewd, with a hideous, lecherous smile. It doesn't work. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your head off. With that said, the kobold was licking his mouth just as he was about to enjoy the delicious fruit. Brush. A slash of a knife silently sliced through its neck. The kobold was having that lascivious smile that froze on his face. Bang! The next moment, the kobold's head separated from his body and fell to the ground. With the sound of the world voice, the death of Kobold Positive was announced. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the kobold's talent strength enhancement D. Congratulations on killing an adult kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain 1 point of strength. Ha! Cory stared, dumbfounded, at the kobold head that had fallen to the ground. What's going on here? Almost instantly, Cory's, who sensed that someone was there, looked up at Yi Yen, who was standing in the corner. Such a stealthy means. Until just now, she hadn't even noticed it. It's really awesome. Moreover, the other party was a kobold cub? That's not possible. You know, she's a thief with a full point of the stealth skill. It was very good at breath concealment. Why? To lose to a kobold cub? Even if she's not in a good state right now, it's not possible for her to be like this. It was unlikely that a newborn kobold could learn such a skill. As for skills, even if they did, so what? It's impossible to master a skill when you've just acquired it without a little practice. Oh, she gets it. She understands everything. Must be a top adventurer from the Adventurers Union. After receiving a quest, use the skill to disguise yourself as a kobold, sneak inside the lair, and ask for information. Otherwise, there was no way to explain that such a superior concealment means or skill would appear in the body of a kobold pup. This is simply unthinkable. That's so great. In order to destroy kobolds, they actually disguise themselves as kobolds, a synonym for ugly, disgusting, and evil. This selflessness is truly admirable. For a while, Cory's cast a respectful, longing gaze at Yi Yen. Yi Yen frowned and gave Cory's a strange look. He had planned to kill the kobolds and go straight away, but the other party had spotted him, just when he was considering just killing her if the other party made any moves, only to find that the other man was looking at him with this strange gaze. That's weird. After fatally glancing at Cory's, Yi Yen did not hesitate and turned around to directly leave, to come back to her senses, only to find that the big man was actually leaving without her. A poor and helpless beauty? Is this a human thing to do? Even if you don't help out a bit, you should at least ask about the situation when you see a fellow clan member appearing in a kobold's lair. But no. Wait a minute. Big guy. Without hesitation, Carries directly called out to Yi Yen. Hearing the voice, Yi Yen stopped his steps and looked at Corito with a puzzled expression. That, can I trouble you to take me out? Cory's clasped his hands to his chest and attempted to base concave with that pour to the bone flat. Rely on your beauty to seduce the big man. But what about her boobs? What about her big boobs? On the way out the door, she made sure she loaded. Those men are still mesmerized by themselves. By themselves, how come it's gone? Could it be lost when brought here by these kobolds? That is, she paid a fortune for it. It's just gone. Cory's was in tears, seeing that her most powerful charm attack was gone. There would be no way to utilize the beauty trick. Cory's was bitter in his heart, but Cory's didn't say anything. The original plan was using the beauty trick to get the big man to take himself out. It would have been decidedly more time efficient to have a big man take her out. Not that she's blowing it, she's a bit of a roadie. However, the big man disguised as a kobold pup went as if he couldn't hear her words help and walked on his own. Going down here, is she going to hang around here for the rest of her life? No. Thinking like this, subconsciously, Chorus grabbed Yi Yan's hand. Brush. Almost at the same time, Yi Yan's knife was already on her neck, testing the waters. Please, big brother, big sister, catch up on your reading and bookmarking. It's really important for flopping authors. Of course it would be nice to send some tickets. Biggie, I suddenly feel I can walk by myself. Cory's held up her hands, not daring to move freely anymore for fear that the big man in front of her would just cut her. She just wanted to ask the big guy to take her flying. Why was it so hard? Yi Yen frowned, eyeing the strange man, and without making a small move, he put the knife down. Seeing Yi Yen's knife put down, Cory sighed in relief. Looking at Yi Yen, who turned around and left without the slightest hesitation, there was a small disappointment in Cory's mind. I wonder, again, how long she'll have to walk before she can go back. Hey, she sighed, just then, but saw the big man turn back to her. Big brother. Cory's smile blossomed, a grin piling up on his face. I knew you wouldn't abandon the poor, helpless beauty queen. Then, Yi Yen ignored Cory's smile, and without the slightest concern, drew a dagger from her waist. And then, just walk away? Cory's smile stiffened on his face, looking at the kobold who had gotten his dagger and waved it around with a satisfied expression. She's silly. Since he came straight over to take the dagger on her waist? No. Why? That's like her whole family. The most expensive thing she had on her. But Reese is bitter in his heart. But Reese doesn't say anything. Hey, Cory sighed. Think of it as, well, life-saving money. Good thing she had at home. Another one. Cory's made a mental note of the big guy, the goblin pup. But Cory's looked around. It hadn't occurred to her that she would be saved by a big guy pretending to be a kobold. Also, a supersized kobold lair was found. This is a big find. I wonder, on the side of the Adventurers Guild, what will be rewarded to him? But for now, such things don't matter. Most importantly, get out of here. In this, she was confident, though a little weaker. But she's a top thief. Still, before that, she had to recover physically, and then go back and tell the Adventurers Guild. When I think about it, I go back to the middle of this information, and the rewards that come with it. But Reese is just full of energy. As for the companion who was captured along with her, what's that? If it wasn't for them, she wouldn't have been caught. In the end, they were just strangers who had taken the same assignment. Until then, there was no crossover either. It's nothing at all. Besides, with her concealment skill, she could only use it on herself. So if she followed someone around, she wasn't telling the kobolds. Is she right here? She wasn't going to carry a liability. And she couldn't carry a liability. So, usually on missions, she was alone. Only, this one was special and then got caught. No one, ever, is responsible for the failures of others. Teammates who often team up together betray. Besides, it's such improvised teammates. Well, then, congratulate them on their good fortune. As the words fell, Cory's body slowly became transparent until it disappeared. It's as if it didn't exist. Skill, stealth, success. It's dark and the lights are on. Just as Yi Yen quietly left, Yi Yen quietly returned. The large knife on his body was hidden under the bed by Yi Yen for precautionary purposes. Not having a competent weapon at his side never gave him peace of mind. Until then, he had kept his weapon out of his hand. After coming to this strange place, somehow all the weapons on his body were gone. And He was much smaller and had green skin. Yi Yan, who has not experienced a normal life since childhood and has spent his entire life in training and assassination. Until now. No. Right now. He is in a situation that is called crossing over. Or it could be called transmigration. Transformed into a kobold. Just assume that. With all this, something was encountered. As for the dagger, it was kept on his body and covered with clothing. A mature assassin does not make it easy for people to discover their own weapons. So, instead of that kind of big knife, Yi Yan still preferred daggers and such, weapons that were easy to hide. It would make his assassination, his infiltration smoother. At this point, the elf was still asleep. Her silver white hair spread over her entire face. The long eyelashes cast two light shadows on the fair skin, and the cherry mouth is slightly pouting, like a young girl sleeping and waiting for love to come. Yi Yan sniffed his body. After making sure there was no smell of blood, the whole thing turned into a shadow and burrowed into his mother's arms. Good night. It was as if he was saying it to himself, or, perhaps, to someone else. Yi Yan fell into a deep sleep. Since coming here, with his mom, he hadn't lost any sleep. Such days, Yi Yan enjoyed cherishing them. Hoo. In less than a moment's time, Yi Yan fell into a deep sleep. Then the elf slowly opened her eyes, ruby eyes that reflected a terrifying kobold cub. Her child. All it took was, slowly reaching out and placing a hand on his shoulder to kill him. Without being neutralized by sorcery, she was perfectly capable of killing the kobold in front of her. But she couldn't do it. If she could do it again, she would have killed him the first night. What did he just do? The elf went to sleep again with doubts. Who is it? Damn you. Early in the morning, Yi Yan was called up by the shouts of a group of kobolds. He slowly opened his eyes and what came into his eyes was snow white, hair that fell like a waterfall, and his mom's stunningly beautiful childlike face. Awake. Aha. Yi Yan was resting on the elf's legs, seemingly trying to squeeze a smile out of his green and ugly face, but realized he couldn't do it, and had no choice but to shout it out in a rusty, unskilled, shrill voice, in Elvish. Mom, good morning. Aha, good morning. Drops. A tear slipped down his mother's cheek. Yi Yan reached out his hand and gently wiped his mother's cheek. Mom, are you crying? No. The elf choked back a sob and shook his head. Yi Yan was about to say something, but was interrupted by a piercing voice. Hey, don't ignore me. Seeing this, Yi Yan frowned and twisted his head towards it, only to realize that beyond the iron gate, there were 3 goblins standing. 2 of them were the same 2 from before. The other one, missing an ear. Say, was it you who killed Kobold Positive? Kill? Yi Yan glanced at his mom, ready to get up and kill the kobolds outside, who were interrupting his time with his mom, just trying to get off of mom's lap pillow, but she was held down by her mom. Tired. Go to sleep. The one-eyed kobold, who had been blinded in one eye by Yi Yan, outside the iron gate saw Yi Yan ignoring it, still lying on the female's lap. He immediately exasperated. How dare you ignore me, you ing brat. You think that's how you're going to protect your mother? Ha. The one-eyed kobold laughed and grimaced. Your mother, soon enough, is going to be menstruating enough, and you're going to be out of your infancy, when that happens. Hey, the one-eyed kobold showed a lecherous expression and picked his tongue. Your mommy, who's about to give you other brothers. In time, brush, a small stone, suddenly flew past its cheek. Immediately after, the one-eyed kobold saw Yi Yan's icy cold to the core eyes. Asterisk. The one-eyed kobold was furious. Open the door for me. I have to kill this brat today. The one-eyed kobold gripped the iron bars. His eyes glazed over as if he wanted to eat Yi Yan alive. Enough. It was also at this moment that the goblin shaman, Sha, slowly approached. The matter has been investigated. It was caught yesterday. One of the females did it, and now she's run off. Instead of bullying a kid here, you guys should go get that female. But the one-eyed kobold, who was going to say bring something, but it was immediately interrupted by the goblin shaman. What? Are you questioning me? No, I didn't. The one-eyed kobold gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Would it be afraid if it weren't for the fact that the kobold was so close to the general? Abominable. Then what's it still doing here? The goblin shamanza had a serious look on his face. Don't go looking for it yet. Yes. The 3 kobolds nodded. Let's go find it. Eyes on the 3 kobolds leaving. The kobold shaman sighed. Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Yan. It's just too good at getting into trouble. Perhaps this is the king. Heir, should we just let it go? The one-eyed kobold is not happy. What can be done about it? I'm not happy about it. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. In a few days, that elf will be sent to the breeding room. According to the character of that strange kobold cub, it will definitely clash with us. In time, the corners of Kobold 2's mouth turned up in a smile. Against the rules laid down by the Goblin General, no matter what we do, we won't be blamed. When the time comes, we don't even need to show mercy. Just straight up that kid? The one-eyed kobold glowed with realization. No, I'll cripple that strange kobold and break its limbs. Goblin 2, eyes widened in a hideous grin. And then, let it watch as the mom it protects is bullied by us. Ah, well. Hearing Goblin 2's proposal, the one-eyed goblin's eyes lit up and his heart was filled with an unending desire to fill it. When the time comes, I'm going to bully hard. Ha 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 ha. Go. Now let's head towards and get some females to practice on. Well, I remember before, didn't I catch a good batch? Hey, the three kobolds smiled lewdly and headed for the breeding room. That night, before bed, Victoria and Demir, the elf maiden looked at Yi Yen with ruby eyes full of anticipation, seemingly encouraging him to say it again. Vi, Victoria, and Demir. Yi Yen repeated his mom's words in broken Elvish. Well, yes, Victoria, and Demir. It's mom's name. Oh. The elf maiden stretched out her white and slender fingers, pointed to her ruby pupils, and said slowly, Name? Hearing his mom's words, Yi Yen's eyes lit up. His mom finally had a name. Victoria, Doria, and Demir. Mom. This was the first time since Yi Yen was born that he learned the name of the elf Loli, his mother, and the only time until then. Until then, a mom is a mom. That's right, it's me. Mom's name. Oh. Valia spoke in a gentle tone, carefully teaching Yi Yen the language of the elves. Perhaps, in her heart of hearts, she wished, too, that she could get out of here and back into the elven realm. Together with Yi Yen, they lived together in the elven kingdom. That's why they're called Yi Yen Elvish. Though, she knew it was all but impossible. But, what if she didn't even have this tiny wish in this dim, stench-filled lair? Then she really didn't know what to do. Yi Yen didn't know what his mom, Victoria, was thinking. For him, nothing mattered as long as it was where his mom was. But mom doesn't seem to like it here. Although mom doesn't say it, but as mom's son, how could Yi Yen not know it? What to do? Promise. Isn't that easy? Just get out of here. But those green monsters out there, they don't seem to want mom to go out. It's a shame we had to kill them all. When the time comes, won't you be able to get out? Assassination. He's the best at it. It didn't matter if there were a lot of kobolds. As long as they were creatures, there was no time when they couldn't be killed. Night, coming quickly, was lit up with oil lamps all around. Looking at his sleeping mom, Yi Yen smiled faintly, just as he was about to leave. In her sleep, her mother seemed to sense something. A pair of slender, as if they would break at the slightest fold, tightly gripped Yi Yen's hand. No, don't. In her sleep, Victoria murmured something on her lips. Stop doing stupid things. Nothing's wrong, Mom. Yi Yen whispered softly, trying to comfort, but it didn't work. Mom's hand gripped tighter. In the end, Yi Yen did not go out and finish off the one-eyed kobold. Just let it live a few more days. Yi Yen thought so and lay back in Victoria's arms. Mommy, second auntie's baby is so cute. Can mommy give Leah a baby? As she slept, Victoria mumbled to herself with crystallized teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes. What do you say, Mom, about the children born in Leah's future? Humph. We elves, we don't have any ugly-looking ones. Leah's child is definitely as good-looking as Leah. Besides, so what if it's not pretty there? It's still Leah's baby. Ah, and I wonder where Leah's true love is. Yi Yen, who was asleep in Victoria's arms, was happy to hear his mom's dreamy voice. Mom, like pretty kids, could it be that Mom was complimenting herself? So happy. Yi Yen didn't know if he looked good or not, and he didn't care, but only caring about what my mom thinks of me. Earlier, he was still worried about it. It's just that Mom doesn't seem, well, to want to be near him either. What is it for? Hold that doubt. Yi Yen entered Dreamland. The narrow, cold room, the depths of the lair, had drops of water falling from time to time. A few days passed. Together as usual, Victoria nibbled on her black bread, as she had done before. The hand was placed on Yi Yan's head, stroking it. Next moment, sensing something, Yi Yan got up from Victoria's knee pillow and instantly prepared for battle. Knock knock. Also almost simultaneously, there was a knock on the door outside. A group of kobolds came through the doorway beyond, and in. It doesn't take much to realize that it's here to bring people in. As for who to bring, there is no need to say more. The moment a group of kobolds came in, Victoria's body shuddered as fear tried to rush towards her like a tidal wave. The day has finally arrived. Numerous naked eyes fell upon her body. Hey, hey, I don't need to tell you. Come out. The one-eyed kobold in the lead licked his lips, his face lewd and obscene. Dude has been looking forward to this for a long time. Ha 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 ha. You kids can come along too. Come along and watch us, how we play with your mother. Ha 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 ha. The one-eyed kobold's words immediately caused the other kobolds to laugh. They hated this strange kobold cub with a passion. After all, quite a few of those dead kobold pups were their children. Although, they, the goblin clan, did not value bloodline relationships. But, that doesn't mean, they're children. They can be slaughtered as piglets at will. Listen to these people. Filthy words. Look at these people. The hideous faces. The way Yi Yan looked at them at the moment was as if he was looking at a dead person. In fact, Yi Yan didn't care about the insults of others, but only his mom. He would never allow these kobolds to insult. You guys, Yi Yan wanted to go up, but Victoria pulled back and stopped him. Mom? Yi Yan turned back and looked at his mom with a puzzled expression. Good girl. Wait here. Victoria squeezed a smile from the face that had stiffened with fear. Wait here for mommy. Mommy will be back in a minute. Come back? At Victoria's words, the kobolds laughed. Ha 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 ha. Now that you can be so subdued. Later, I'm going to make you sing conquests at my crotch. Hey, the kobolds are old. The old kobold laughed. But there's nothing wrong with shooting a dozen rounds. Ha, ha, say another word. Old thing. Yi Yan's eyes widened, wanting to go up and kill these monsters who insulted his mother. However, the old kobold didn't care about Yi Yan's threat in the slightest and instead mocked. Oh, what? Are you trying to beat me up as an old man? I'm warning you, we're following the Lord General's orders. And if you try to stop us, just don't blame us for disregarding the love of our kind. Bang, said the old kobold, tapping the ground hard with his wooden staff with a serious look on his face. Do you really think that you, alone, can stand up to so many of our kobolds? Against the whole nest. Your good mommy, that's protecting you. The one-eyed kobold on the side mockingly laughed at Yi Yan. Don't worry, I will. Well, take good care and savor your mother. The one-eyed kobold gloated and looked at Yi Yan. It was just a pity that the current Yi Yan kept his head down and couldn't see anything. And none of that ridiculous look. Victoria, who was walking in front, looked back at Yi Yan. After realizing that Yi Yan hadn't done anything, unable to help it, relieved. At least this way, her baby will survive. In those 3 months together, Victoria knew the boy, very close to her, and is very obedient and basically does whatever he's told to do. One could not even say close. One should say dependent. I don't know why. Maybe because she's his mom? However, there seems to be no concept of motherhood among the kobolds. Thinking about it, what Yi Yan had done before, she couldn't, again, treat Yi Yan as an ordinary goblin. That's weird. Perhaps it's possible that the so-called variant was discovered. It just happened to happen to her. Should I say it was lucky or fortunate? So scared. She knows it. If only she'd ask. So scared. Her children, then, would rush to her rescue. So scared. But then he'd be dead. There's no way they're going to run out. In the middle of this lair full of kobolds, I'm afraid that even a legendary S-class adventurer wouldn't be able to do anything about it. In that case, even if, for one, as long as, if it keeps her child alive, it's okay. However, hey, what are you doing? The one-eyed kobold was furious to see Victoria walking slowly. Why don't you go faster? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're gonna get it later. The one-eyed kobold licked his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hey, so scared. Victoria closed her eyes and slowly picked up speed. Though, determined, her legs involuntarily trembled at the thought of that place. Damn it, I told you to walk faster. The kobold, anxious to savor the delicacy, raged and raised his hand just as he was about to slap the elf. Brush, the arm, which floated in front of Victoria's face before falling to the ground. Bang! Blood spilled on the ground and ear-piercing screams echoed through the cavern. Ah! The kobold covered his hand. His entire body curled up on the ground, screaming in agony. Snap! Almost in the next moment, a flash of blade light, a trail of blood appeared on the kobold's neck, and the screams came to an abrupt end. The voice of the world sounded in Yi Yan's mind almost simultaneously. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. I won't let you take my mom. Yi Yan held the dagger in his hand, his face cold and murderous. Are you out of your mind? The old kobold, who was on the sidelines, was furious at this. The chance to enjoy elves, which it had been looking forward to for so long, was not many. This is the opportunity that this old bone of his has risked his life for. Mind you, there are plenty of kobolds out there right now, waiting in line to enjoy a tasty elf. And now it's being disturbed. By a mere kobold pup? Humph. Since it made the first move, the old kobold didn't hesitate, and the magic power condensed on top of the staff, losing it to emit a faint glow. Go regret your behavior. Fire. Just as the old kobold phalanx was about to fall back, a flash of blade light flashed by. Those hands with the staff, floating in the air. How poof! Bang! The old kobold that had fallen into a stupor due to its arm being broken. The intense pain had yet to reach its brain. Before it could react, Yi Yen had already arrived at his head and pressed down, viciously smashing the old kobold's head. On the ground. Click. Bones hit the ground, making the sound of cracking bones. Yi Yen, who didn't hear that mysterious voice, didn't hesitate to take the dagger in his hand and slice it across the old kobold's neck. Congratulations on killing the old kobold. You have gained 1 point of magic based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the old kobold. Based on the effect of your predation skill, you gain the kobold's fireball-y skill. For a moment, the field was silent. The crowd of kobolds looked at Yi Yen dumbfounded. In a short moment of effort, he actually instantly solved 2 adult goblins. And one of them is also an old kobold who has been in many battles and can use magic. What the hell is going on here? No one can take mommy from me. Yi Yen slowly stood up, his face cold. You guys, the one-eyed kobold originally wanted to get angry, but suddenly figured it out and laughed. Ha ha, violating the general's orders and killing your fellow countrymen. You think you can escape? You think you can live? Give it to me. Take down this boy who doesn't know what he's doing. Hearing the one-eyed kobold's order, the kobolds behind him rushed forward with crunch. Crunch. In the eyes of the one-eyed kobold, Yi Yen was already dead at this point. After all, it was so possible for him, alone, to turn the kobolds present. The one-eyed kobold, wide-eyed and shocked, looked at the scene in front of him. This can't be. While the crowd of duo goblins attacked Yi Yen, only to see that Yi Yen retreated instead of advancing, and then actually disappeared into the shadows. Crunch. Where the hell is it? The kobold looked at the scene in front of him in shock, his sight looking around, but he couldn't find a trace of Yi Yen. No, there's no way they can find it. Physical quality, far beyond often these goblins. Yi Yen, in terms of speed, was also not something that the current them could compare to. Brush. The light of a silver blade flashed through the dimly lit lair. A head then floats into the air. Brush. On and on and on. As long as Yi Yan's figure appeared, it meant the death of a kobold. Gradually, it was the kobolds, who had always been known for their cruelty, who became fearful of it. They tried to get away, but when they took a step back, death was close to it. And then, death. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Your power has reached the upper limit of this stage. Countless beeps sounded as Yi Yen continued to hunt. Fear spread amongst the many kobolds. After all, no one wants to face an enemy they can't find or touch. A short moment's effort. Dozens of goblins present were all buried in Yi Yan's hands. Countless amounts of power surged from his body. With his feet on the pile of goblin corpses, listening to the sound of the world and feeling the strength of his body, Yi Yen slowly closed his eyes. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill predation. Your speed has reached the upper limit of this stage. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gained 1 point of constitution based on the effect of your skill predation. Your physical condition has reached the upper limit of this stage. Congratulations. You've reached the upper limits of strength, constitution, and speed of the juvenile stage at an extraordinary speed. Above the stars, your accomplishments are being harmonized. The sin of killing our own kind is also recorded in the stars. Congratulations. You've gained a special talent, limit break. At this time, the Yi Yen panel was as follows. ______. Name Yi Yen. Race, low kobold. Stage, early childhood. Strength, 30, stage cap reached. Speed, 30, stage cap reached. Physical fitness, 30, reached stage cap. Magic, 2. Skills, subterranean shadow. Fireball E. Proprietary skill, predation. Talents, breath concealment. Language proficiency. Self-healing D. Strength enhancement D. Speed enhancement D. Special talent, king seed. Limit break. Reaching the ceiling? Yi Yen opened his eyes and shook hands. He could indeed feel a surge of something that was stopping him, limiting his power. However, Yi Yen did not pay much attention to these. He slowly lowered his head, and his eyes, cold to the core, gazed at the one-eyed kobold. Why? How did this happen? The one-eyed kobold was alarmed. Why? This guy, obviously in the cub stage. Why is he still so strong? This can't be right. However, this terrifying pressure. What was going on? It is only felt in the general's body. What's going on here? Isn't he, like, a lowly kobold? Why? There was this kind of pressure that only the upper species had. This. For a moment, the one-eyed kobold sweated coldly. His innate instincts were telling him that the goblin in front of him was unbeatable. I didn't mean it. The one-eyed kobold pushed Victoria. Over. Here you go. It's all yours. At this moment, Victoria's eyes were confused. When did her child become so powerful? Mom, just wait. It's almost over. Yi Yan's words were spoken in Elvish, so Victoria understood them. Boy, no. Victoria tried to stop it, trying to grab Yi Yan. If Yi Yan was allowed to kill anymore, then there would be no more room for Yi Yan in the goblin lair. If it's not even here, the kobolds receive Yi Yan, her child, outside is even less likely. Kobolds are extremely loathsome existences no matter for any race, but it didn't work. At this moment, Yi Yan's mind was only to kill them, all of these goblins. Brush! With a single dive, Yi Yan had reached the one-eyed goblin's side. Please, spare me. It's all my fault. Feeling Yi Yan's overwhelming strength, the one-eyed kobold had a face of fear. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. There was basically no more thoughts of fighting Yi Yan. However, this plea for mercy did not have a single effect on Yi Yan. Yi Yan ignored it, and just as he was about to kill the kobold, a black shadow suddenly appeared. He blocked Yi Yan's dagger, and judging from his opponent's strength far exceeded his. Without hesitation, after the clash, with the help of the reaction force, Yi Yan quickly pulled away, and immediately attempted to eliminate his scent and hide in the darkness. But no, it was only a moment's work, and it was soon locked down. Sure enough, there's no way around it. This technique works for some low-level kobolds with little combat skills, but it didn't have a single effect on the kobold in front of him. Once a killer is discovered, it's hard to disappear again. That's why it's called for a 1-2 punch. Of course, part of the reason for that was this body. Phew! Yi Yan let out a deep breath and gave up his concealment. The cells of his entire body tensed up as he watched the visitor in front of him, only to see that the incoming kobold was dressed in a suit of armor, holding a silver greatsword in his hand. His eyes were cold, looking straight at Yi Yan. So you're, like, the strange cub that's been making a lot of noise lately? Strength-wise, it's truly terrifying. The corners of the goblin knight's mouth rose as he sized up Yi Yan with interest. When I was your age, my strength wasn't even half of yours, and I'm afraid that among the nest, only the general matched you when he was a child. Kobold knights, within kobolds, are classified as an advanced species. It's something close to a straight knight's existence. Sir Knight, when the one-eyed kobold saw the kobold knight, it was as if he had seen his savior. Pouncing on him, he was crying and complaining about Yi Yan's brutality. Lord Knight, you're finally here. You have no idea how hateful this guy really is. Look how many of our people have died here. This guy killed them all. Brush! The one-eyed kobold hadn't finished, only to see that its shadow actually squirmed strangely. In the next moment, Yi Yan appeared from its shadow, his dagger aimed at its neck. Brush! Blocking! A silver greatsword blocked the center, clashing with Yi Yan's dagger with a crisp ringing sound. Oh, you wanted to kill someone in front of me? The goblin knight's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was extremely unkind. Even if he was valued by the general, this was too arrogant. The goblin knight gripped his hand well tightly and swung hard. In the next moment, Yi Yan only felt that a terrifying force was coming from him. Bang! The whole person flew out backwards and hit the top of the wall. Boy! Seeing this, Victoria worriedly went up and immediately cast self-healing magic for Yi Yan. Don't! Yi Yan, who had just recovered, wanted to go up, but was stopped by Victoria. Don't! You can't beat it. Victoria grabbed Yi Yan's arm and cried please. These 3 months together. She had long since treated Yi Yan as her own child. Kobold Knight, a high-ranking species of kobold. It is the first kobold advanced species under the direct knights of the kobold general. It was far from what Yi Yan, who was still a cub and a low-level goblin, could fight now. Furthermore, killing a high-ranking kobold is a felony. Mommy, don't cry. Yi Yan, who was originally murderous, could not help but feel a pain in his heart after seeing his crying mother. Reaching out with a blood-stained hand, he wiped away the teardrops. The moment it touched her cheek, the corner of her eye, Victoria's body shuddered. Seeing this, Yi Yan slowly lowered his green claws, and just then, the claws were grabbed. Yi Yan did not notice anything wrong and concentrated on wiping his teardrops. Just why does it get redder the more you rub it in? Ha ha ha. That's right. The goblin knight, who seemed to understand Elvish, smiled with his mouth upturned. There's no way you can beat me now, so get out of the way of that elf while I'm being nice. Today, she's going to the breeding room no matter what, but there are a lot of kobolds waiting. The kobold rider's words had not yet fallen. In the next moment, Yi Yan's figure appeared behind it. Blocking. Facing Yi Yan's attack, the Goblin Knight blocked it with a calm face and even made a comment. Not bad. You've gained a lot of strength. Because of what? The kobold blocked the surrounding attacks from Yi Yan between light laughs. I'm the one who said that elf thing. Blocking. Feeling the increase in Yi Yan's power, a smile appeared at the corner of the Goblin Knight's mouth as he suddenly thought of something and said, "If you don't come and kill me, your mom will die. I will kill you." As the words fell, Yi Yan did not say any more. Instead, frequent, as if stormy, attacks were slanted down towards the Goblin Knight, but to no avail. These attacks were blocked by the Goblin Knights, one by one. The kobold rider gave a smug smile. This kind of attack won't be of any use to me at all. Facing the Goblin Knight's provocation, Yi Yan didn't say much and kept increasing the frequency of his attacks constantly, until this rain-like succession of attacks, it even began to make the kobold rider, all of them, move a little, and his mind shall not be greatly alarmed. Hey, doesn't this guy have any limits? It's just a cub, but it's actually so powerful, it's really terrifying, but that's as far as it goes. What's a lowly kobold like you, even if you have more talent? In front of our high kobolds, they are just ants. Brush, bang, the kobold knight, with a hard swing, found a break and stabbed directly towards Yi Yan's heart. Blocking. Fortunately, Yi Yan dagger returned in time to block the Goblin Knight's attack. However, the powerful force still directly carried Yi Yan's entire kobold flying out. It hit the top of the wall. Brush. Almost simultaneously, a flash of blade light flashed from Yi Yan's hand, but the target wasn't the Goblin Knight. Bang! Only to hear a sound of a tomato blowing up. The kobold rider frowned and looked back. The one-eyed kobold was found to have been killed outright by a large knife to the head. What's going on here? Could it be that the attacks just now were all to lure him to divert his attention? Not bad. Actually killing kobolds on its watch. The kobold pup in front of me has a bright future ahead of him. But so what? Bang! Just as he was thinking so, a terrifying power fluctuation came from within Yi Yan's body. It made the Goblin Knight, who had been calm and unruffled, have his heart and mind tremble. What's going on here? At this moment, the voice of the world had been ringing after Yi Yan had killed that one-eyed kobold. Didn't stop. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Your strength is pushed to the limit. Begins to break through racial stage limits. Application in progress. Application failed. Application in progress. Application failed. Application in progress. Application failed. Application successful. The line you've broken through on your own. You've evolved from infancy to adulthood. Your stage cap, raised. Based on the fact that you are a 3 attribute limit break, you will be rewarded extraordinarily. Your rewards begin to accumulate. You relied on your own strength and broke through the ceiling, and your attributes were strengthened. Gift, magic affinity. Gift, magic manipulation D. By the effect of the special talent King's Seed, your growth path has been slightly shifted. Kaz. With this world-shaking roar, the entire space seemed to tremble. Around Yi Yan's body, channels of electric light wildly traveled like spiritual snakes, flashing with a dazzling light that pierced one's eyes. In the midst of the electric light, a huge magic factor surged like a torrent, completely submerging Yi Yan's body. This magic is so powerful and mysterious that one cannot glimpse its true nature. Under the effect of this magic power, Yi Yan's body underwent an amazing change. Originally short, it was as if he had been injected with new life force at this moment, his body rapidly pulling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. From being less than a meter, it instantly grew to a staggering 1 meter 4. The lines of his body had also become smoother, and his green skin looked smoother and more delicate in the electric light. That originally stooped waist had now become erect and strong, as if it could support the weight of the entire world. He stood straight up above the earth, his head raised and his chest held out to the heavens and the earth. The original mouth full of misplaced fangs was now back to normal, neatly arranged in the mouth, looking exceptionally sharp. At this moment, Yi Yan had undergone a radical change, but the essence is still a kobold, and those long green ears are the symbol of the kobold. Only at the moment, they no longer looked so intimidating, but added a bit of unique charm. Actually broke through? What? What the hell is going on here? The kobold who rushed over from the side was shocked to see that Yi Yan had broken through to the adulthood stage and stared wide-eyed, his face turning green with fear. Actually, breaking out of the growth phase is no big deal, as distinguished from maturity. Over time, most species move from juvenile to adult stages. Maturity, on the other hand, is different, and not all kobolds can step into maturity. Simply put, maturity is not a stage of growth, but a state of being, and unlike the growth period, while it is also a realm, this realm is very minimal. It's easy to just break through as you grow. So, moving into the growth phase is not much of a surprise. After all species can. But that's a little too much movement. 2. We, who broke through the juvenile stage, didn't make much noise, did we? More than nothing. I was sleeping and then I broke through. Where's the like of him? And the fact that it actually stood straight up. That's what surprised them the most. After all, low-level kobolds are usually bent over. The back is not straight. And generally the lower the kobold the more it bends. And the kobold in front of you is actually holding his head up? That's totally like a high-class kobold. But before that, there was absolutely no sign of high-level kobolds, except for the amazing combat. The other kobolds were confused about Yen, the goblin knight, who was on the sidelines. Couldn't have been clearer. Looking at the kobolds in front of him, the kobold knight's eyes narrowed slightly. From the results given by the general, and of its own judgment, the kobolds in front of him were determined to be low-level kobolds. But it was clear that this was not the kind of breakthrough movement that a low-level kobold should have. It just doesn't have the deck for this. And I'm afraid that only the general, the apex of the goblins, has this kind of movement. Is that why the general found it interesting to send him here? It's really strange. This cub, the goblin knight, did not disturb Yi Yan's breakthrough, but watched with an expectant face. At this moment, Victoria, who was standing on the side, covered her small mouth and stared with wide eyes. Looking at the greatly changed child in front of me, the mind is skeptical. It really is his child. She actually saw a bit of the elf in it. No, it can't be. However, even Victoria, who didn't know much about the goblin clan, was well aware of that. Yi Yan's breakthrough right now was definitely unusual. In fact, races don't usually move much when they are in the breakthrough stage, which is the growth stage. There are even some creatures that sleep through one day, only in the case that the individual is extremely gifted within the race, or exceeds the other individuals in existence for the breakthrough. Though, she was thinking that her child was beyond the pale and understood that the breakthrough would be a bit of a stirring. Often such breakthroughs bring about significant racial evolution, but she hadn't expected it to be this big. You have to realize that this is also just barely breaking through the juvenile stage and entering the adult stage. Even her sister, who was known as the first genius of the Elven Kingdom, did not make such a big move. Her children, it seems, are marvelously overdone. Rumble. At this moment, what the crowd of kobolds in the kobold lair did not realize was that the sky outside had changed. Rumble. Deafening thunder came from the sky, like an angry beast roaring low, shaking everyone's mind. Dark clouds quickly converged like splashes of ink, coloring the sky black, as if foreshadowing that something big was about to happen. The goblin general, who had already been outside for a long time, the general took a deep breath, and when he raised his hand, a powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly suppressing the surrounding aura to death. All of a sudden, it was as if the originally raging dark clouds and thunder had lost their direction and began to hover and struggle in the air. Gradually, they lost their original might and became weaker and weaker, eventually dispersing of their own accord. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear once again, and the sunlight poured down on the earth as if nothing had ever happened. General, Shaman Shah, a kobold on the side, hesitated for a moment and said, with such a big commotion, I'm afraid that other communities, especially, there's a human country nearby, or even the Adventurers Union. So, what do you want to say? The general eyed a short distance ahead and spoke in a deep voice. Should we relocate? Or tell the kobolds down there to tighten up? Kobold Shamanza paused, then continued. Recently, I heard that there were too many missing people, and that the Adventurers Guild made a move. Even the human known as the Goblin Slayer heard the commotion and came to the Adventurers Guild in this neighborhood. When he heard Goblin Killer, the Goblin General's face obviously changed, and a trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. However, these were quickly suppressed and hidden in its deepest recesses, and did not make any of the kobolds aware of them. Also, I hear there's been a little stirring over in the Elven Kingdom. A party of half-elves, led by purebloods, is coming our way. The kobold shaman, Shah, intends to say something more, to persuade the general to lay low until the king grows up. After all, there were too many races staring at them. The reason why, no matter, no attention, no genocidal action was taken. On the other hand, it is because their communities have no subversive power. It was simply not enough to be feared by those absolute powerhouses, or kings. But, with the king, everything is different. So, are we going to? No. The kobold general shook his head, interrupting the kobold shaman Shah. Everything will be fine. But, the kobold shaman hesitated and tried to say something more, but was scared back by the kobold general's eyes and could only nod helplessly. Yes, let's go. Is not to see, that little guy, in the end grew how. The kobold general glanced at the distant town. It was soon enough, walking back to the cave. The kobold shaman, wondering what the hell the general was thinking. The children of the race are not holy, submissive to the king. This is true of humans, elves, and dragons, not to mention the goblins that their evil represents. Therefore, the racial children are generally divided into three kinds: king-guarded, neutral, and self-king, saying that it was from the king's guardian faction, yet it acted arrogantly without regard for the king's safety, and now it had even attracted the attention of the Adventurers' Union. It is said to be of the school of the self-king, who wants to kill the king and take his place, becoming king himself, yet he has always protected the king, not revealing his identity and even paving the way for his growth. Hey, Kobold shamans aside and shook his head, walked into the nest. See, you can't rely on Jen, yourself, and be prepared on this side. Together, it's all about the king. North Wind Empire, Linxia territory. In the human territory, within the Linxia territory under the rule of the North Wind Empire, a peaceful daily life was shattered by a sudden change. The sky, which had been a bright azure, suddenly became dim. It was as if the entire world was shrouded in a huge black curtain of depressing atmosphere. People were looking up from their respective busyness and looking into this sudden darkness. Doubt and horror were written all over their faces, as if they saw some unknown fear in this darkness. In the crowd, some human powerhouses, or those wise men with a wealth of insight. Instead, they had complex expressions on their faces. They knew that this sudden change in the color of the sky was the manifestation of a breakthrough of some special individual. This manifestation could be some kind of powerful demonic creature, or some other unknown being that is awakening. But this scale wasn't a calamity-class demonic creature by any stretch of the imagination. However, they know. I'm afraid, there's no peace here in the future. The Empire would never let such an existence go unchecked. A powerful army will surely be sent to address this threat. As for them, just mind your own business. If you have the strength, you might as well take a few commissions. When the time comes, if there's a real war, there's money to escape. At this time, the Adventurers Guild. Geez, it looks like another calamity-level demonic creature is about to appear. A woman with a black mage's hat, Fiona, looked at the sky outside and spoke in a relaxed tone. And I wonder, this time, how much gold will be given for the Discovery Crusade? Dita, a large, muscular man, took a sip of his drink and laughed brightly. You guys are really too. Even a breakthrough calamity-class demonic creature has the power to slaughter a city. You can't take it lightly. Oh, Amy, beside her, beamed her face and admonished the slouching pair with a solemn look on her face. Yes, yes, yes. Fiona, Dita both nodded. But, judging from this scale, it's not a great calamity. Really, Brother Morris, talk about them both. Amy shouted towards a man beside her who was covered in armor. Yet Maurice froze alone as if he had not heard her. If one looked closely, one could see that at this moment, Maurice was trembling all over, and his eyes were wide open in the middle of the eyes under that helmet. The look was full of incredulity. This could be. No, it can't be. Even in the distant history, an existence such as the Goblin had only appeared once. Goblin King. But hadn't such existences been strangled by the clans long ago? Why does it still exist? Maurice? Maurice? Ah. He reacted when he heard what appeared to be someone calling him. At the moment, the teen looked at him with worried faces. What's wrong with you? From the beginning, it was distracting. No. Morris shook his head. Nothing. With that he craned his head to look at the restored sky. Is this a breakthrough? Just what kind of demonic creature is making a breakthrough? Let's go. Right? Morris rose without explanation. Our goal, kill the kobolds. Hearing Morris's words, the crowd did not object and stood up. Hello, we're here to take over the mission. On the counter, a teenager held a quest uncovered from the quest list and handed it to the young lady at the front desk of the Adventure Union. Yes, please tell me your name, and the adventurer's badge. Ike, a newbie adventurer. Team name, Demon Hunting Squad. Ike said, taking out a badge and handing it to the receptionist lady. Okay, I'm checking you in. The receptionist took the badge and graded the squad in the book with the assignment received. Right, there's another side mission over here. Are you guys interested? It's totally bad with no punishment, but there's a great reward for completing it. Reward? The woman behind Ike, Lisa, wondered. Yes, it was posted by someone over here outside. Anyone who is an adventurer can take it. The reward is 100 gold coins. Ha! The crowd's eyes widened. 100 gold coins? Knowing that a single gold coin was enough to cover a person's expenses for a month, ordinary people had never seen a gold coin at all. That's right, Gollum. Lisa swallowed. So, what's the mission objective? An elf. Catch. The man beside him, Kuoka, nodded without a hint of hesitation. Anyway, even if you fail, there's no penalty. By the way, there's one more, though it's not much, but you guys can take it by the way. There's no punishment anyway. At the moment, Ike was looking around in boredom. He wasn't interested in the task of finding, or perhaps protecting, people. The reason he became an adventurer was for the adventure. It's not looking for someone or anything like that. Suddenly, he saw something and his eyes lit up with joy. Looking at the group about to walk out of the house, Ike didn't hesitate to call out to him. Hey, 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 wait a minute. You're Maurice, aren't you? With a look of excitement on his face, Ike stepped forward. Legendary goblin slayer, killed no less than 10,000 goblins, saved countless young girls from being abused by kobolds. That was awesome. I'm a fan of yours. Ha? Brother Kill Squad was dumbfounded and full of questions. What the hell is a fan? What's the matter with you? Morris frowned. I was hearing that there are suddenly more kobolds here. Ike was all excited. So I guessed I'd definitely need an idol. And here I am, casually still taking on, killing kobolds on commission. Whatever. Amy, aside, as if caught up in some memory. So what are you trying to say? Maurice didn't have time to listen to the teenager in front of him rallies, and directly reminded the other party. Let's work together. Ike looked at Morris with a certain anticipation in his eyes. No, I won't work with you. Morris rejected it outright and gave the advice that, even if I told you not to go, you wouldn't listen, would you? Then let me give you a few words of advice. I urge you not to underestimate the kobolds. It's easy to lose out if you use this kind of casual attitude. And, don't go, Maurice said, not hesitating to take the brother killer squad and just walk away. Really? What a guy. You really think you're a character. But you just killed a few kobolds. Lisa beamed with displeasure. That's it. The rest of the team was also annoyed with the attitude with the goblin slayer. Killing a few low-level demons, what's there to be arrogant about? Geez, you guys are being talked to like that. Seeing that his offer was rejected, Ike didn't show much disappointment and looked at his teammates with determined eyes. Comfort. It's normal for the opposite side to ignore them. After all, they are goblin killers. All else aside, each of them is also very strong. But I'm sure they won't underestimate us once our strength improves. Yes. Ike suddenly summoned up his energy and shouted, let's fight and kill a few more kobolds. Never let them underestimate us. Aha. Lisa raised her little hand in delight. Yes, but yes, kobolds. Looking at the relaxed-looking team members, Ike was a little worried. But when you think about it, how strong could a low-level demonic goblin be? He's done the rundown. Just don't kill the red eye and follow the kobolds to their lair. Killing only the kobolds that are down, or a few of them, isn't a big problem. It'll work. This one's solid. The Forest of Divine Rhythm, somewhere deep in a kobold lair. At this time, Yi Yen had already completed his metamorphosis and felt the abundant power of his body. The fingers changed from the original 3 to 4, and the shape of the hand moved closer and closer to that of a human. Not just with the hands, but even with the whole body, which is getting closer and closer to being human. Is it because, well, his mother is an elf? Most of all, it was this very different power within the body. It just feels like reaching a new level. At this moment, Yi Yen's panel was as follows. _____. Name Yi Yen. Race, low-level goblin special individual. Stage, growth period. Strength, 35, cap raised from 30 to 100. Speed, 35, cap raised from 30 to 100. Physical fitness, 35, cap raised from 30 to 100. Magic, 10, cap raised from 30 to 100. Skills, latent shadow. Fireball E. Proprietary skills, predation. Talents, breath concealment. Language proficiency. Magical affinity. D in self-healing. D in strength enhancement. D in speed enhancement. D in magical manipulation. Special talent, King Seed. Limit break. Obviously the attribute panel, there was no big change, but this power that was different from the other previous ones. What was going on? Could it be that the attribute numbers on this are not used to simply add? Instead, they take a stacked approach? Yi Yen didn't understand. However, one thing was clear to him, and that was that he had become even more powerful now. Golem. Seeing that Yi Yen had finished his breakthrough, the surrounding area was silent. All that could be heard was the sound of kobolds, gulping. So what? It was also at this moment that I don't know which low-level kobold opened its mouth and broke the silence. So what if we get rid of the juveniles? You know, Kobold Knight Musama, a few years ago, has already broken through the growth body and is about to break through the mature body. Right. The low-level kobolds instantly felt confident again when they heard this. Kill him. Screaming from the sidelines for the Goblin Knight to kill the sinful goblin in front of him who had gruesomely murdered his fellow man. Kobold Mu Rider. Kill the brat. One kobold cheered, driving the voices of the others. A crusading voice was issued against Yi Yen. No one likes gruesomely killing monsters of their own kind, even if the opponent is a kobold. After all, you don't know when the other side will, at some point, kill you. So, how can it be avoided? The answer is simple. Kill. It couldn't be a simpler question. Kill the kid. Kill the kid. Hearing the rest of the kobolds, the kobold rider waved his hand and called them off. The high-level kobolds still have a lot of authority over these low-level kobolds. Soon the sound, which was more than a rise and fall, stopped. Not bad. That's not a low-level kobold at all. The kobold knight clapped his hands, inwardly surprised but outwardly forcing his composure. Can't lose face. Hi goblin. It was not expecting that the low-level goblin cub in front of it could do this. But so what? As the lowly kobolds say, the goblin knight curtain, too, thought that Yi Yan was not its opponent at all. Even if it broke through the juvenile stage and reached the adult stage, it was still no match for it. It's a high-ranking kobold species. Brush. Just as the kobold knight curtain fell into a moment of contemplation, a figure flashed suddenly as if it were a ghost. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture it with the naked eye, as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the night sky, and instantly arrived in front of the goblin knight. What? The goblin knight was shocked. His pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes were filled with disbelief. But at this point, the distance was already too close to dodge, and he could only helplessly raise his hands and place them in front of his chest in an attempt to ward off the upcoming attack. Pust! Bang! In the eyes of the many surrounding kobolds who were stunned, only to see that the high-level kobold knight was like a sandbag that had been hit by a giant hammer, and the entire person flew directly backwards. Its iron armor made an ear-piercing sound as it traced a trail of sparks on the ground. How come? The moment he flipped in the air, this question kept echoing in the goblin knight curtain's mind. It couldn't believe that it, a high-level goblin species, could be defeated so easily. This guy's strength and speed, it's also increased too much. Bang! The kobold rider hit the cave wall hard. Rumble! As the goblin knight landed, the entire cavern shook once again, and at that moment, a figure had quietly approached. That was Yi Yan, his gaze cold and his body athletic, as if a cheetah was staring at its prey. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight up, ready to deal a fatal blow to this high-level goblin knight. The voice of the world, at this moment, sounded in his head. If you use limit break, your strength and speed will be increased by 50%. Taking advantage of the goblin rider, he let his guard down against him. Yi Yan directly exploded into full strength, intending to directly kill the goblin knight in seconds. After all, in Yi Yan's eyes, the goblin knight just now was full of weaknesses. For Yi Yan, who was born as an assassin, he naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. Almost the instant the goblin knight slammed into the wall, Yi Yan's figure flashed in front of it like a ghost. Brush! The dagger sliced through the air with a harsh wind-breaking sound, aiming straight for the goblin knight's neck. However, the moment the dagger was about to touch its target, an invisible force suddenly surged forth, blocking the dagger a few centimeters away from, well, the goblin knight's neck. Yi Yan only felt a tremor in his hand, and the dagger was unable to move forward any further. What's going on? Yi Yan was startled in his heart, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Enough! Just then, a low and majestic voice rang out from the nest. Accompanying this sound was the sound of heavy footsteps, as if each step shook the entire ground. Yi Yan raised his head, only to see a burly figure walk out from the depths of the lair, and it was none other than the Goblin General, the absolute powerhouse of this lair. Lord General. Seeing the appearance of the Goblin General, those low-level goblins were ecstatic, as if they had seen a savior. They gathered around and cried to the general about what Yi Yan had done. Lord General, you're finally here. A low-level kobold shouted excitedly. You have no idea how many hurtful things this wretched cub has done. Yeah. Another kobold chimed in. He's killed so many of our countrymen. He's a demon. The low-level kobolds were accusing Yi Yan with their words, hoping that they could use the general's power to execute him. Okay. The kobold general waved his hand. Brush. Also almost at the same time, a young figure appeared from behind it. It was Yi Yan. After realizing that there was a slight break in the goblin general, without a moment's hesitation, quickly go up and sneak in. The light of the blade flashed, and the blade slashed at the goblin general's neck, blocking. However, the moment the blade was about to touch its target, an invisible force suddenly appeared as if it was an invisible barrier, blocking Yi Yan's attack. The blade struck the invisible force with a ding sound. Yi Yan only felt a huge force coming from him, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Yi Yan landed on the ground and tumbled a few times before stabilizing himself. He looked up at the goblin general with confusion in his eyes. By estimation, there's a chance he'll kill him now, but that power gap is something. Could it be something to do with that voice in his head, and his ability to regain his strength quickly? Suddenly, He remembered. His skill that could blend into shadows. Yes, similar transcendent powers. That's strange. Before, was there this kind of power? Oh, the general just lightly glanced at Yi Yan. With a flick of his hand, he was knocked back a few meters before landing smoothly on the ground. Yi Yan knew that the wonderful moment just now would not come again. Big, bold. It was at this point that the many kobolds reacted. That strange cub that just tried to kill the goblin general? That's taking yourself too seriously. Kill it. The kobolds had grim faces and surrounded Yi Yan. However, Yi Yan did not have a trace of fear. A mongrel fish is still a mongrel fish, and it can't make waves. Just as the low-level goblin was about to make a move on Yi Yan, the general, who was on the sidelines, spoke faintly. Stop. Then, under the shocked gazes of the kobolds, he instructed the kobold shaman Shah at his side. Sandy, take them away. Yes, nodded the kobold shaman Sand. You come with me. The kobold shaman walked off, sensed something was wrong, and looked back. Noticing that Yi Yan didn't move, with a vigilant face, he protected his mom behind him. Don't worry, your mother. We won't move. The kobold shaman stared back, giving Victoria a faint look, a flicker of desire in his eyes. As long as you follow me. Hearing the goblin shaman's words, Yi Yan did not follow him. Let's go. It was also at this moment that Yi Yan suddenly realized that his hand was warm. It was Mom, reaching out her white, slender hand to hold Yi Yan. Yi Yan glanced back and realized that Victoria was smiling at him in front of him. Even though her hands, her body, were constantly trembling as she faced the goblin general, she didn't shrink behind Yi Yan. Instead, they stood beside Yi Yan and faced the scrutiny from the goblin general together, with her skinny little body. Mom, together. Aha! Hearing his mother's words, Yi Yan collected his killing intent and nodded dully, holding Victoria's hand a few points harder. The kobold shaman just looked at it lightly and didn't say anything. Follow me. With that, the goblin shaman Sand led Yi Yan and Victoria, heading to the second level. That's where the second basement level is. By the way, the place where they are now staying belongs to the fifth basement level. Yi Yan was so reluctant that he even wanted to run away and kill these kobolds. Still, Victoria stepped in to stop it. If she let Yi Yan continue to make a scene, she was afraid that she wouldn't get anything, and would even cause Yi Yan, her child, to be injured and then die. Victoria knows. Now this is the best possible outcome, even too good to be true. Although, Yi Yan showed an extremely high level of talent, but the threat it showed was also getting more and more dangerous. A kobold that doesn't follow orders is a bomb, no matter how strong, or how much potential he has. Obviously, in the eyes of these kobolds, Yi Yan was such an existence. This could not help but make Victoria suspicious of what the goblin general was trying to do. It seemed to be too nice to Yi Yan. General, why did you let that fellow go? The surrounding low-level kobolds, though, had always held a deep respect for the mighty general, but at this point, they were filled with doubt and dissatisfaction with the general's decision. After all, that guy was the murderer of their clan. How could he be let off so easily? Yes, General. A voice rang through the group of kobolds with a touch of indignation. This kind of scourge should be eradicated earlier, so as not to leave behind the root of the scourge. The kobold Knight Curtain, who stood to the side, had his eyes fixed on the general. Only the general nodded slightly, seeming to understand something, and then stepped forward to face the goblin warriors who questioned him. Angrily, bold, how dare you question the general's orders? This furious rebuke exploded in the ears of the crowd like thunder. The low-level kobolds froze and looked at the Knight Curtain in disbelief, not understanding why he had suddenly become so harsh. A low-level kobold was just about to say something when suddenly, a flash of harsh blade light flashed by. Blood splattered everywhere, only to see the kobold's head fall from the air and hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. Snap! This scene stunned all the kobolds present as they looked at each other and took a step back. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sending a chill down your spine. General! A kobold was so alarmed that its eyes fell on the general behind the Knight Curtain, and it was just about to cry out. However, the moment it opened its mouth, a sword light flashed by. Another scream rang out, and the kobold fell into a pool of blood as well. The goblin knight didn't stay his hand because of, well, the lowly goblin's wails and pleas for mercy. The blade of the sword in its hand shimmered coldly in the moonlight as it was raised high, its gaze coldly sweeping over the shivering lowly kobolds. How dare you reproach the general? His voice was low and harsh, as if it came from the depths of hell. Brush! With a flash of swordlight, another kobold fell in response, blood staining the ground. What? Sir Knight, what happened to you? The low-level kobolds screamed in terror as they couldn't understand why the knights would suddenly do this to them. They tried to fight back, but the disparity between their powers left them powerless. the moment before they had the chance to pick up their swords, the Goblin Knight's sword had swung down again, taking their lives. The lowly kobolds could only hope that the high and mighty Lord General would step in and put a stop to it all. However, the general just stood aloof and watched it all happen. How dare you look directly at the general? The Kobold Knight roared again, the sword in his hand swinging up once more. I can't believe you're not looking at the general. Another bellow of fury and another kobold fell in a pool of blood. The room wailed and wailed as the kobold rider's sword danced faster and faster, taking a life with each stroke. Aha! No! Don't kill me! Damn it! You crazy bastard! I'll fight you! However, all of this resistance and roar seemed so pale and powerless in front of the Goblin Knights. It was as if he had become a cold and heartless killing machine, constantly wielding the sword in his hand and harvesting lives. It was not until there was no longer a single lowly kobold standing in the room that the kobold rider stopped what he was doing. He plunged his blood-stained greatsword into the ground and bowed to the general. General, all have been decimated. The Goblin General nodded slowly, his face devoid of expression, as if it was all under his control. His eyes moved away from the bodies and landed on the Goblin Knights. At that moment, the Goblin Knight felt an invisible pressure that made him sweat uncontrollably. He knew that the general's eyes contained endless majesty and power, so that he did not dare to slack off or take it lightly. See, it's all here? The general asked blandly. Yes, General, the Kobold Knight replied respectfully. All here? Sure none of them escaped? The general reconfirmed. Well, none of it got away. The Kobold Rider replied affirmatively. The Goblin General nodded slowly, his eyes moving away from the bodies and landing on the Goblin Knights. Make the Kobold Rider sweat. Does it, in fact, require the subordinate to commit suicide? For a moment, the killing intent from the Goblin General was felt. The Kobold Knight didn't show any fear or resistance, but instead inquired thoughtfully. Oh, hearing the Goblin Knight's words, the Goblin General looked at the knight one more time and faintly said, why don't you ask? My subordinates only follow orders and don't ask why. Yeah. General Goblin laughed at this and said, good one, just follow orders, don't ask why. Then, rot it all away. Yes, the Kobold Rider nodded, relieved. See, it's answered correctly. It is not unafraid to die. Only, if the general wanted it to die, it would have absolutely no chance of survival. The Goblin General is such a powerful being, even just by standing here, it could feel that absolute suppression from its bloodline. Opposite it, the general might not even have to make a move. This side is definitely the superior species. The Goblin Knight, who knew there was no hope, might as well put up a fight. As for, why not ask? Which being, Kobold Knight Maku, doesn't want to die that early yet. It wants to live. That's all. After all, food and beauty it hadn't enjoyed enough. Besides, even if you don't ask, from the general's attitude, and the imagery of the breakthrough, the Kobold Knight curtain, then he probably guessed what this is. Also, the reason why the general wants to silence a look. What a surprise! Legends like that are actually true. Hey, but it wasn't any of his business. Not all kobolds care about that. When I get back, I'm going to play sexual rage. Yi Yan and Victoria arrived in front of a seemingly insignificant cave. The cave is small, but it exudes a strange warmth and serenity. Inside the cave, there was some simple but functional furniture, a rough stone table and stool, and a few soft animal skin mats. In one corner of the cavern, a pile of fresh fruits gave off a tantalizing, mouth-watering aroma. For the rest of the day, you will live here. The voice of the kobold shaman broke the silence. Its words carried a hint of unquestionable majesty, but within its words, it was unexpectedly respectful of Yi Yan. Later, right, as if he had thought of something, the goblin shaman looked at Yi Yan and said, do you not have a name? Yi Yan. Yi Yan spoke indifferently. From the goblin in front of him, Yi Yan did not feel any killing intent, so he wasn't hiding anything. A name was all. However, this casual answer of his silenced the kobolds and elves present. The goblin shaman showed surprise on his face after hearing Yi Yan's name. With a faint glance at Yi Yan, his eyes fell on Victoria. Victoria's eyes darkened a bit the moment she heard Yi Yan call out her name. Seeing this, the goblin shaman didn't say anything. Good. From now on you're out of hatchlinghood and will be going out and contributing to the nest. The goblin shaman blabbered on and on, only to realize that Yi Yan wasn't even listening. Instead, she took Victoria's hand and her eyes wandered around. The kobold shaman saw this and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. It knew that Yi Yan knew nothing and needed time to adapt to life here. However, it also knows that the rules and discipline in the lair are not to be broken easily. Just when the kobold shaman didn't know what to do, it suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of something. You can bring your mom lots of goodies if you go out on patrols and hunts outside. the goblin shaman said to Yi Yan in a tone that deceived a small child. It hoped that this temptation would inspire Yi Yan's interest in the outside world and make him more active in the life of the nest. After all, how can a future king not know anything about the lair? Looking at the shaman in front of him, he spoke to Yi Yan in a tone that lied to a child. Victoria, who was on the sidelines, froze. Is there anyone else who would fall for this? That's a childish trick. Really? However, he saw that Yi Yan, who was originally uninterested, inquired with a serious face. Those eyes, which had no interest in anything, seemed to glow vaguely. As soon as the goblin shaman took a look at Yi Yan's expression at the moment, he knew that it was a done deal. Sure, you bet, said Kobold Shaman looked to Victoria. Yi Yan similarly looked over. Sure, Victoria nodded. Of course she knew that the goblin shaman was using him to get Yi Yan to listen, but what could she do if she wanted to? In the midst of this lair, kobolds with no use for them are likely to be disposed of. Then, in order to keep Yi Yan from dying, it had to be this way. No, maybe, she just didn't want to die herself. After all, if Yi Yan died, she would also die. She's still really selfish. Victoria nodded with a self-deprecating smile. Aha! Hearing that she could go out and find something her mother liked, Yi Yan nodded without hesitation. Good, I can join. Seeing Yi Yan agreeing, the goblin shaman Shah on the side also sighed in relief. This would at least block the mouths of those goblins. Only, Shaman Shah, it does not know what the general really wants. So underwritten. Was he afraid that the other kobolds couldn't see Yi Yan's special features? Tomorrow, then, join the patrol. The kobold shaman hesitated for a moment and said, there should be no problem. Looking away, the future tiny king, the kobold shaman walked away. The night was thickening, as if a huge piece of black silk was slowly descending, shroud the entire world. In a mysterious silence, moonlight poured into the room through the cracks in the windows like running water, spilling over every inch of space. Dappled light jumped on the walls, adding a touch of mystery to the quiet night. Victoria sat on the edge of the bed, her face soft in the moonlight. She looked down at Yi Yan who was lying on her lap, her eyes filled with tenderness and favor. Yi Yan's tiny body curled up like a well-behaved kitten, feeling the warmth of her mother. His eyes surveyed the world curiously through the tiny crack between his mother's bosoms. Yi Yan? Victoria murmured softly, her voice sounding like it came from a distant sky, ethereal and ethereal. Yi Yan raised his head and looked at his mother with a puzzled gleam in his eyes. Mom, was that a call? At this moment, after evolving, Yi Yan's voice was clear and tender, like heavenly music. One can't help but want to pamper him. Victoria smiled and nodded. She reached out and gently stroked Yi Yan's freshly grown white hair, which was soft and smooth like fine silk. Her movements were gentle and warm, making Yi Yan feel incredibly relieved and comfortable. Your current name, like it? Victoria asked softly, a hint of hesitation revealed in her voice. Hearing his mom's words, Yi Yan immediately bloomed into a bright smile. His eyes curved into a crescent shape, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. Love it, he replied without hesitation. I love any name my mom gives me. Hearing Yi Yan's words and looking at Yi Yan's innocent smile, a trace of hesitation flashed in Victoria's eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing his mother frozen in place, he didn't move a muscle. Yi Yan was a little worried and pushed his mother's soft body. Victoria looked back as she shook her head slowly and smiled. It's nothing, Winnie. Mommy was just wondering if you would like it if Mommy gave you another real name. Yi Yan's eyes immediately lit up as he replied excitedly. Of course I like it. Mom must have picked the best name. Although Yi Yan didn't know what was the significance of the real name, and what was the use of the two names. But in his mind, as long as it was taken by his mother, he's alright. Yeah, Victoria smiled, like never before, like an angel. Well, then, Mom, think about it. Aha, Mom, think about it. Words are not in a hurry. Good boy. Victoria gradually got used to it. Now, and to Yi Yan being by her side. Mommy's here to teach you Elvish. Yes, it was just after dawn, and the morning sunlight spilled dappled through the cracks of the kobold lair into a dimly lit room. The room was filled with weapons of all kinds, some battered, some rusted. Each handful seems to hold an untold story. You pick your favorite handy weapon from here. The old kobold stood in front of a pile of weapons and shouted at the crowd of kobolds gathered around him. The crowd of kobolds sniffed and rushed forward, trying to pick a weapon that suited them. One of the kobolds, which had just escaped its juvenile stage, stared straight at the huge axe with a longing gleam in its eyes. He leapt forward and tried to lift the axe up, but realized he couldn't hold it at all. He had no choice but to fall back on the smaller axe next to the larger one. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, a slightly rude-looking kobold couldn't help but laugh. He strides forward and raises the large axe in one hand, drawing praise from the surrounding kobolds. Crunch! Crunch. Yi Yan looked around at the weapons. There are many types of weapons though, but the overall quality is poor. Both are visibly broken and unmaintained. It's picked up. It's not even close to the dagger he picked up, the black cut, but it still works. Because of its black color, it is especially suitable for assassination. So Yi Yan named the dagger in his hand Black Slash. Moreover, Yi Yan found that the sharpness of the black cut was also top-notch, so he kinda liked it. His vision is as good as ever. Yi Yan looked at the nearby weapons. There is no hesitation in choosing a few lightweight weapons. Separate several small knives and tie them to your thighs. Take a couple more daggers and hang them on your belt. I originally wanted that bow and arrow, but after thinking about it, I gave it up. The bows here are all so bad. Broken everywhere. Extremely low maintenance. Maybe a few pulls and the string breaks. Not as much as, say, him projecting flying daggers and doing more damage. The rest Yi Yan, then did not take any more. Weapons that were too big were nothing more than a drag for the likes of Yi Yan, who specialized in assassination. Not favorable. His actions. But there are even guns. Yi Yan went up and picked up a pistol on the floor in a gloomy corner. Click. Only in an instant. Yi Yan simply disassembled the gun. It was found that the craftsmanship of the gun was not superb, even somewhat primitive. It also has 3 rounds on it. These kobolds didn't seem to realize the importance of the bullet. Just a few rounds in a stack of pistols. It's very chicken *******. Especially, in a world like this. Yi Yan could feel it in a head-to-head duel. Just look at the muzzle and the timing of your finger on the trigger, dodging regular pistol bullets without much problem. That said, ordinary firearms are not a threat to some powerful ones. Of course, it would be different with a sniper rifle. Unfortunately, a look around didn't reveal such a presence. I'm afraid I don't know where these kobolds have thrown them. They seemed not to know the value of these hot weapons. Even the pistols were casually tossed aside. You've chosen? As if on a reminder, the old kobold cautiously reminded Yi Yan. Those humans out there can be tricky. You could use some more weapons. Indeed, which of the other kobolds was not armed with a great sword, an axe, and he had a dagger in one hand and an empty other? Enough. Yi Yan did not explain, nor was there any need to explain to them. Yeah, it's really enough for it. It was also at this moment that a kobold's conspiratorial voice came from his side. Hey, all for naught for a kobold like this anyway. It was the kobolds who were in charge of patrols with him. That green face was filled with Yi Yan's disdain. If we take too much and die, we'll have to bring our weapons back. You guys, right? Goblin Mang rushed behind him and shouted. Yes, the kobold behind him chimed in. Ha 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 ha. The kobolds mocked Yi Yan recklessly. In fact, because the people who knew about Yi Yan were all silenced. Therefore, the people here did not know Yi Yan's strength. Just know, kill the pups. But how much fighting ability do pups have? It's not like being able to kill the pups means, well, being able to kill them? Besides, this was in the nest, and the boy was no longer the ignorant cub. If you dare to kill kobolds in the lair, then be prepared to be killed. And when the kobolds, after seeing Yi Yan, did not retort, these kobolds became even more arrogant. One of them even wanted to go forward to teach Yi Yan a lesson. Just as it was about to walk into Yi Yan's chopping range, the old kobold, who had stepped aside, stepped forward to stop him. There, have you forgotten the general's orders? While speaking, the old goblin also looked at Goblin Mang and Yi Yan from time to time. No infighting. Humph. Goblin Mang had a disgruntled look on his face, and the corners of his mouth rose as he sneered at Yi Yan. I'm afraid that some kobolds simply don't see us as their own kind. You wait, go out there and you'll suffer. How dare you hurt my brother's eyes? Goblin Mang passed by Yi Yan's side and terrorized. However, his intimidation did not have the slightest effect on Yi Yan. Well, be careful on your way. The old kobold sighed. Just now, if it wasn't for its old bones, these pups, which had just left their juvenile stage, would have died. Divine Forest, Periphery. Hey, why? We have to be babysitters for those people. With a lazy look, Fiona grumbled and glared at the man in front of her, walking ahead surrounded by armor. Those newbies have which newbie adventures. Instead of worrying about them, why don't you go and accomplish more? All right, Amy, the magus beside her, smiled and comforted Fiona. Wouldn't we have come to this without the meddlesome personality of Maurice? Why, then, didn't you just speak up and stop them when they were at the Adventure Guild? Behind him, Kong rubbed his head with a naive face. Seems like that brat named Ike is still a visionary of the boss. That's because newcomers to the Adventure Guild instinctively look down on low-level magical creatures like kobolds. Fiona put away a rare lazy smile and smiled to herself. How can such people listen to others? the complacent belief that there is nothing wrong with you and that you are a genius. But usually, the more genius, the more complacent such people tend to be. Fiona. Looking at the dispirited Fiona beside her, Amy, for a moment, didn't know what to comfort. Suddenly, Amy seemed to see something, and she couldn't help but wave her arms up and shout at the line of people not far away. Ally. Over here. Ally sniffed and glanced over, catching sight of Amy in the middle not far away. He walked briskly, a slightly chastising smile on his face. Sister. Really? You're hunting kobolds again? Amy smiled and patted her brother on the shoulder. You shouldn't underestimate kobolds. They may be small in size, but their attack power and speed should not be underestimated. Ha 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 ha. Ally laughed at her sister's words. Simply did not put sister's words in the eyes. Who does not know? The kobolds are the lowest level of the entire continent of the magical creatures. Basically, even a novice can get a solid kill against a goblin. What's so great about kobolds? Just then, a big, burly man, Kido, approached. It's just a low-level demonic creature. As soon as Kido's words were out of his mouth, his gaze fell back on Maurice. He looked Morris up and down, then taunted. As a fellow silver adventurer, you've actually been hunting goblins? What a disgrace to us silver adventurers. Morris showed no anger or resentment at Guido's taunting. He just gave the big man a faint look, then said calmly, we have an errand to run, so we'll leave you to it. With that said, he turned and took Amy and left the scene. Bye brother, be careful. Okay, sis, I really don't know what the hell these people are worried about. On the sidelines, the wizard girl, Lido, was full of disdain. Ha 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 ha. Kido laughed a few times and waved his hand. Come on, let's go kill a few kobolds for practice too. Ha ha ha, don't run, you ugly kobolds. Today is your end. Within the outskirts of the forest, a wild laughter echoed between the dense trees as if to set the entire forest on fire. Crunch! Dead branches rattled underfoot, and the sound was sharp and tense. A group of adventurers in leather armor and weapons was in hot pursuit of several panicked kobolds. These kobolds were short and their green skin looked hideous in the moonlight. Their hands flailed, ear-piercing screams escaped their mouths, and they fled forward as best they could. These low-level demons are so annoying. Kido swung his greatsword and slashed viciously at a slightly slower-running kobold. However, as if the kobold had eyes on its back, it nimbly rolled and dodged the big man's attack. Damn it! Kido's eyes widened and he growled with rage. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, as if he wanted to decapitate the entire kobold community. Let's chase! We must destroy them all. Kido, waving his long sword in his hand, led his team to continue the chase. However, Ally, who was on the sidelines, looked a little hesitant as she remembered her sister's words. Captain Kido, kobolds are cunning by nature. We'd better be careful. You guys, why are you such a wimp? Kido glared at Ally in displeasure, remembering what he had said to Maurice earlier, and the fire intensified. It's just a few low-level kobolds. What's there to worry about? The team looked at each other, and although there was some helplessness in their hearts, they didn't say anything else. What to do? The priest shook the staff in his hand. What are you afraid of? It's just a few kobolds. What's there to be hesitant about? A wizard on the side, with a casual look on his face. We're a silver adventurer squad. Indeed, for seasoned adventurers like them, a low-level demonic creature like a kobold was nothing. As long as you are careful with your response, nothing can go wrong at all. They weren't the same newbie adventurers who were born in a hut. When it comes to killing kobolds, you can say that you're good at it, and you basically never miss anything. After all, low-level magical creatures like kobolds could be found everywhere on the continent, belonging to the lowest level of novice magic. Basically, as long as you're a newcomer, it's never going to be possible to get around the kobolds. After all, kobolds were spread all over the continent, just like cockroaches. In the wild, it's basically impossible to not run into one. Plus, they'd rarely heard of a team that had been attacked by kobolds and lost. A green army was hidden in the middle of a thick patch of grass. In the grass, a pair of long ears twitched slightly, and they glowed with a faint green sheen. It blends into the whole of nature under the cover of green foliage. A dazzling, glowing green. Ha 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 ha. Look at these stupid humans. In the grass, a short figure picked up binoculars, a pair of sly eyes staring through the lenses at the human not far away. It was the kobolds, a cunning and warlike race. His face was full of teasing and mockery, as if he had seen the light of victory. Wait, remember to kill all the males and leave the females for when we're done enjoying ourselves. Yes, ha 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 ha. A group of kobolds hadn't even fought yet, and they were splitting the loot. Yes, the other kobolds around them chimed in, their faces showing greed and excitement as well. Ha 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 ha. Right. Goblin Mang looked behind him at Yi Yen, who had been silent. Suddenly, remembering what his good buddy Kobold Black told him, how about we go play elves when we get back this time? Elves? Yeah. At the sound of the elf, a lecherous grin appeared on the kobold's face. No matter for which race, female elves were stunning in their eyes. Even before the elf king was born, the elf clan was being sold as a commodity by the clans, due to their super high and aesthetically appealing looks to all races. Female elves usually sell for super high prices. One could only imagine how attractive elves were to these low-level kobolds. But where are the elves inside the breeding room of our lair now? The crowd of kobolds scratched their heads and looked at Kobold Mang with a puzzled expression. Oh, just because it's not in the breeding room doesn't mean it's not in the rest of the house. I said right? Goblin Mang said, looking towards Yi Yen. Is there an elf in your lodging? Which does not invite the brothers to enjoy themselves. Don't worry, it'll never break. Ah, really? For a moment, the crowd of kobolds cast envious, jealous, and greedy glances at Yi Yen. Oh, Goblin Mang had a smug look on his face. How about this? What are you going to do now? Come at me in anger? It played right into his scheme. If he dared to do it outside, then he had a million reasons to screw him. Even with the elf as an excuse, he could unite with the kobolds around him and kill this arrogant brat together. Then, enjoy that fat elf. Gollum. Someone, it seemed, could no longer hold down the desires of their heart. He licked his dry lips and a low growl escaped his throat. That, Goblin Leaf. You. Before he could finish his words, a flash of harsh blade light suddenly cut through the air. Only Yi Yan's figure flashed, and the small knife in his hand slashed through like lightning. The kobold didn't even have time to let out a scream before it collapsed in response. Blood splattering everywhere. What? The surrounding kobolds cried out in shock as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Kobold Leaf, what the hell are you doing? Goblin Mang stood aside, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He immediately stood out with a righteous look, pointing at Yi Yan and loudly accusing him. Killing your fellow man is a great offense. How could you do that? Yi Yan coldly swept a glance at him, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. He looked around the room, his eyes skimming over the kobolds who had their hearts set on his mother. Send you down to find the other elves. His voice was cold and firm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Bold, Goblin Mang shouted angrily. He had thought that he stood on the moral high ground and could use this opportunity to put Yi Yan to death. However, he did not expect Yi Yan to be so arrogant and completely disregard him. Do you really think that we won't dare to kill you if you have the general protecting you? This is outside, not your safe little nest. Before his words fell, he only saw Yi Yan's figure move, turning into a stump and rushing towards him. The kobold only had time to let out a cry of surprise before he felt a pain in his chest, and a sharp knife had been thrust into his heart. Anyone else want to try? A frenzied light flickered in Goblin Mang's eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile, his heart ecstatic. Kill me. At his command, the kobolds around him responded. There was a ferocious glint in their eyes, holding swords, axes and other weapons as they lunged towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and with his nimble figure, he was able to skillfully avoid the goblins' attacks and quickly counterattack every time. Just as the kobold swords were about to slash him, he disappeared in a flash. The kobolds froze as they looked around, trying to find Yi Yan's figure. What? There! The kobolds exclaimed, their hearts filled with panic and unease. However, just as they were still searching for Yi Yan, suddenly, a sharp pain came from their backs. They turned back in surprise, only to see that Yi Yan had already appeared behind them. The swords in their hands had pierced deeply into their bodies. The kobolds fell in droves, their lives rapidly passing away in Yi Yan's hands, and Yi Yan's ears were constantly ringing with the reverberation of the voice of the world. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gained 1 point of constitution based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. No, don't! A mournful cry echoed through the dimly lit forest, accompanied by a chilling wail. One by one, the kobolds fell. Blood stained the surrounding land. However, even in the midst of such carnage, they still failed to discover the figure that made them tremble with fear. Yi Yan, the Goblin Mang on the side, witnessing his companions fall one by one, was filled with panic and despair. It began to wonder, was this really the kobolds they knew? Why is there such a big gap between them? Obviously they were all low-level kobolds. Why was this guy able to slaughter them so easily? I was wrong. Goblin Mang finally couldn't bear the pressure inside and fell to his knees. It apologized in a low voice towards Yi Yan, who was nowhere to be found, its voice filled with fear and pleading. After waiting for a long time and not waiting for Yi Yan's response, The goblin Mang thought that Yi Yen had decided to let it go and rejoiced in his heart, thinking that he had escaped. It snickered, calculating in its mind how it would report all this to the general when it returned. Let the Lord General execute this abominable kobold. However, just as Goblin Mang was secretly pleased in his heart, a flash of blade light suddenly flashed by. It only had time to see a blinding brightness. The next moment, its hideous, obscene expression was fixed forever on that green face. Put! With a muffled sound, Goblin Mang's body was split in half, splattering blood everywhere. Its eyes were still wide open, as if it couldn't believe that it had died so easily. However, the reality is harsh and it has closed its eyes forever. The beep sounded. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the kobold's talent speed enhancement D. Your talent speed enhancement D is duplicated, and is being harmonized. Harmonization complete. Your talent, speed enhancement D, has been upgraded to speed enhancement C. It wasn't long after killing the kobold that there came another succession of footsteps. It's the adventurers. Forest. Inside the cave, a small group of adventurers, 2 men and 2 women, came here on a quest to hunt kobolds. I'm a talented magician who graduated from the Northern Sage Academy. Lin, don't worry if you have me. The magician girl gently patted her chest, her voice revealing unquestionable confidence. However, Lisa, the cleric standing beside her, looked a little worried. She clutched the staff, which was much taller than she was, with a frown on her face. But I still think it's better to be careful. Ike, with his greatsword in hand, stepped forward with a hot light in his eyes and laughed in a spirited manner. What are you afraid of? It's just a few kobolds. Koka nodded along. We're motivated to slay dragons. These kobolds are just a piece of cake. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, kobolds!" The gazes of the crowd immediately focused on, not far away, those ugly creatures. Lisa was just about to release her blessing when Ike had already charged forward with his sword. Humph! With a loud grunt, he chopped directly towards the kobold. Pust! Blood flowed, and the kobold's head instantly rolled to the ground. Ike looked back, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Ha 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 ha, how about that? Did I tell you? It's nothing but garbage. Crunch! A piercing sound rang out abruptly in the quiet forest. Ike had just now, been gloating over successfully tackling a kobold. Unexpectedly, a sudden fishy wind came from behind. He turned violently, only to see a hideous kobold, with a cunning gleam in its eye, lunging viciously at him. Get down! A crisp female voice cut through the air. Ike's heart fluttered, and without the slightest hesitation, he quickly crouched down. O goddess of fire and war, hear the plea of your apostles and show a glimpse of your miracles here and now. Split fireball jutsu. The incantation from the woman's mouth echoed through the air like heavenly music. As her incantation fell, a large fireball instantly coalesced and took shape, crossing the sky like a meteor and accurately striking the raiding kobold. Bang! The moment the fireball exploded, the powerful impact engulfed the goblin instantly. In just an instant, the hideous monster turned into ashes and disappeared into thin air. Hey, don't put magic on your companion. Ike got up from the floor and looked at the woman with some displeasure. Instead, the woman grunted dismissively, ignoring his complaints. Didn't I warn you? Just then, danger struck again. A kobold silently approached Lisa, a cruel gleam in its eyes, the short blade in its hand already raised high. Look out! Koka realized in time. This danger. He roared, and the huge axe in his hand swung out, slashing directly at the kobold's head. Boo! With a muffled sound, the kobold's head was split open by an axe, and blood splattered everywhere. Thanks! Lisa looked up with gratitude in her eyes. However, before her words fell, an arrow suddenly shot in, swept past her eyes, and headed straight for Koka. Put! The arrow accurately hit Koka's left hand, and blood instantly stained his arm. Kuoka let out a mournful scream, his face contorted with pain. Ah! Lisa covered her mouth and turned pale. Wait, I'll treat you right away. Lisa hurriedly raised her staff to gather her magic, ready to heal Kuoka's wounds. Damn it! Ike snarled through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on the kobold who was sneaking around, preparing to take another bow and arrow from his back. How can I let you have your way? Ike roared like a raging lion and charged fiercely at the cunning kobold. However, the moment Ike was about to rush to the kobolds, a huge net suddenly emerged from the ground, trapping him firmly in the air. This sudden turn of events startled Ike, and he struggled to break free of the hold. But the net was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was trying to strangle him. What's going on here? He struggled hard, but to no avail. Brush! An arrow broke through the air and shot hard into Ike's hand. Sharp pain came, and Ike's hand instantly lost its grip, and the longsword slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Ah! Ike groaned in pain, his face covered in cold sweat. Damn it! You wait! The magician girl on the side, seeing the critical situation, did not hesitate, concentrating on gathering his magic. He prepared to cast his own spell to help Ike. However, just as she began to chant a magic spell, brush, a hand suddenly approached her silently from behind and covered her mouth. The magician girl was shocked, her eyes wide with horror and unease. She tried to struggle, tried to cry out, but the hand was so tight over her mouth that she couldn't make any sound. Woo woo! The magician girl's heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Brush! A sharp dagger suddenly passed through the woman's stomach, and blood instantly stained her shirt. The magician girl groaned in pain before collapsing to the ground. In the dimly lit cavern, the faint light of the fire wavered, reflecting the woman's face. The magician girl's clothes, the fabrics that had once protected her and highlighted her delicate features, were roughly torn away, revealing a body that was as white as jade, yet stained with bright red blood. Crunch! Crunch! The kobolds' cheers were like sharp claws, tearing the air's tranquility. Their hideous faces looked even more ghastly in the light of the fire. Victory made them forget caution, and instinct drove them to the cruel act of reproduction. Tears slipped silently from the magician girl's eyes as her lower body suffered unspeakable pain while her mind was unable to control what was happening. All she could do was stare blankly at what was happening in front of her, letting her former companions watch her humiliation and helplessness. Save! Save me! She let out a weak cry for help, her voice shaky and feeble. Kill! Kill! Kill me! She cried out in her mind, but no one responded. Off to the side, Ike in the net witnessed this with a mixture of anger and grief. Damn it, you guys! I'm going to kill you! With a loud growl, he sank his teeth through the net that bound him, picked up his longsword from the ground, and was about to lunge at the sinful kobold. However, as he was about to take action, more kobolds emerged from the corners. I'll kill you! Ike roared, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the raging horde of kobolds. How? How can there be so many kobolds? Lisa looked at the scene in front of her with a look of despair, watching that partner get violated by the kobolds, watching that Ike get trapped in a horde of kobolds unable to move. Her legs were weak and she could barely stand. The kobolds noticed her presence. Crunch! Crunch! Came the unpleasant sound, rushing toward her. Could it be that she too would be reduced to a breeding tool for these ugly monsters? Her heart was filled with fear and despair. Brush! A flash of cold light. It was a knife in the hand of a big man. Run! He shouted, his voice revealing incomparable anxiety and determination. The big man's valor and fearlessness did give her a small measure of comfort, but in the end, he was not a god and could not stand up to all the kobolds. Lisa hesitated. If she chose to leave, he feared he would perish at the hands of these monsters. Go! At least one of them has to go. Ah! Lisa glanced back at the wizard girl whose legs were constantly trembling and who was being filled all over with liquid. There was no hesitation in choosing to run away. I ran, she murmured, her heart filled with guilt and remorse. Is it really useful to abandon your companions and run away alone? Soon the catching up kobolds had her pinned to the ground. Perhaps that was her punishment. She closed her eyes and waited for her fate. In one fell swoop, she ripped her dress open, revealing the delicate, white skin inside. But creatures like kobolds don't show mercy. They only act on their instincts. Stretching out its rough green claws, it grabbed at the soft bun. Ah! Lisa's terrified scream cut through the quiet of the forest. She wanted to break free, but the kobold's rough, strong hand had firmly pressed down on her slender wrist. She struggled hard, but she was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to move a single bit. Lisa's heart was filled with despair and fear, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the ugly, hideous face of the kobold. The tears couldn't stop falling. She was still a virgin, and her body was a gift from the god Sama. Is it possible to be defiled by such disgusting monsters? Just then, a cool female voice suddenly rang in her ears. O God who wields divine fire, grant me the power to annihilate what defiles the world. Flaming arrows. As soon as the words fell, a blazing firelight cut through the darkness and shot towards the kobold. The flaming arrow hit the kobold hard. The kobold screamed miserably, and was knocked out by the powerful force of the flaming arrow, hitting the wall hard. Immediately after that, a figure in armor thundered past, and it was Morris. With his longsword in hand, he stabbed into the kobold's chest without mercy. The kobold let out a mournful scream before it completely lost its life. Maurice turned to Lisa, concerned. You're okay. Amy rushed forward as well and draped a shirt over Lisa. Lisa's body, still trembling slightly. Lisa choked back a sob. My friend is still in there, and those kobolds are tricky. Don't worry, leave everything to us. Amy soothed. looking over at the kobolds still wandering around with a cold glint in her eyes. Dealing with these kobolds, we're pros. Ouch. Suddenly, Amy tapped her head. Did I swear again? She spat out her tongue, a little embarrassed. But I believe that the gods will forgive me. Lisa looked at Amy, as much Lisa as she was Lisa, and demeanor. But, for some reason, something just felt a little off. Ha 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 ha, die. All die for me. Fiona roared madly, her voice echoing across the empty battlefield with endless killing intent. She was clad in a long black robe. Her face was fierce, and her eyes flashed with a cold light, as if she was a ruthless god of death descending to earth. As she chanted, a magic formation began to float around him. They shone with different colors, and mysterious runes danced in the air. These magic formations emitted powerful energy fluctuations, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Immediately after that, all sorts of splendid magic began to bombard the area with fireballs, ice arrows, thunderbolts, and so on. They made a dazzling trajectory in the air before ruthlessly smashing into the group of goblins. Each of these kobolds was blown to a bloody pulp under the bombardment of magic, screaming in agony. Crunch, crunch. As the magician continued to chant, the light of the magic array became more and more intense, as if it was going to engulf the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, the kobolds were pretty much cleared out, leaving only a few remnants still lingering. However, these fleeing kobolds did not escape death. Morris held a long sword. His figure was like the wind. He quickly rushed towards the fleeing kobolds, one by one, cutting them down under his sword. His movements were swift and precise, and each of his swords pierced into the kobolds' vitals with unerring accuracy, leaving them powerless to fight back. Immediately afterward, there was a bloody massacre. The two of them, Fiona and Maurice, teamed up and killed the remaining kobolds one by one, and the entire battlefield was dyed a blood red. Their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes were filled with coldness and determination, as if it was all deserved. After this massacre, the battlefield became silent. Only the sound of the wind and the howling of wild animals from afar broke the brief silence. Knock knock. On the other side, Dita tapped her fingers on the rough wall. At one point, his fingers felt a difference. Ah, found it. He let out a low whistle and followed it up with a hard blow. Stones were falling off the walls, revealing a dark entrance. The cave reeked of dampness and rot, as if something was peering at them from the darkness. Dita approached the hole, only to see several kobold pups curled up inside. They shivered, terror and helplessness in their eyes. An inexplicable feeling of pity welled up in Lisa's heart as he watched the scene, and he turned to Fiona at his side and asked hesitantly, "Are we really going to kill them? They're still so small." Amy glanced coldly at the cubs, the disgust in her eyes undisguised. "So what? Kobolds are an evil race. They are naturally aggressive and destructive," Maurice added. "If we don't kill them while we have the chance, soon they will grow and multiply into a tribe, and then we will be in trouble." At this time, at the other end of the forest, when the Keto squad finally caught up with that target, the scene presented in front of their eyes, however, made them instantly freeze on the spot, as if they had been fixed by an invisible force, only to see that in front of them, a thin, strange-looking creature was standing on top of a pile of kobold corpses. His face was somewhat similar to that of a human though, but those long green ears were a constant reminder of what he was, a kobold. The pair of ears shimmered eerily in the sunlight, announcing to the world his racial affiliation. The Keto squad, shocked, looked at the kobold standing over the kobold's corpse, and an unnameable fear and uneasiness welled up in their hearts. This is what's happening?" Ally asked in a shaky voice. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear. "Whatever happened? It's not right, Captain. I don't think that kobold is right. Should we?" The priestess maiden hesitantly opened her mouth, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Keto. "What are you afraid of? It's just a kobold anymore." Keto Nagi glared at the priest girl before his gaze turned to the corpses of the kobolds, a greedy expression on his face. "Look at those kobold corpses with their long green ears still on, which means that those can be money." He licked his lips as if he had seen the glittering gold coins beckoning to him. Keto said and without hesitation directly lunged at Yi Yen. The rest of the team looked at each other when they saw this. Both saw the helplessness in the other's eyes, but the captain had said it all, so what could they do? Besides, they also felt that a kobold was just a kobold, so there was no need to be so cautious. If anything goes wrong, just run. Could it be that the opposite side could still kill them in seconds? It was impossible. Even if it was a superior race, it was impossible to second them. You know, they're silver-level adventurers, hunted and killed countless goblins, and even participated in a calamity-class demon crusade. How could you lose to, say, a weak kobold in front of you? With that in mind, the three followed the captain up behind them. Facing this kind of the lowest level of disgusting demons. Kido didn't have the need to hold back, and came up with a full swing. Ha ha ha, you disgusting monster. Today is your end. Kido's gruff voice echoed through the quiet forest, shaking the leaves around him. His face was full of grimace, his eyes burning with rage, and the large sword clenched in his hand flashed with a cold light, as if it could cleave through all obstacles. Brush! The greatsword was swung violently towards the strange kobold, only to see a stern blade light cut through the sky, carrying an unrivaled and terrifying power as it whistled towards the kobolds. The surrounding grasses and trees looked so fragile in front of this force that they were split in half and fell to the ground. However, the moment the blade light was about to touch the kobold, a magical scene happened. It was as if that kobold was enveloped by the power of darkness, and his entire body quickly became as black as ink, blending into the shadows of this forest. The moment Kido's blade light touched it, it unexpectedly penetrated through without any obstruction as if it had cut into nothingness. Skill Shadow. Upon successful activation, the entire person will transform into a pitch-black shadow and burrow into it. During this process, all physical attacks are nullified. This is? Kido exclaimed. A low-level kobold that actually had skills. Skills that represent the pinnacle of skill and talent. Just then, the kobold had reappeared behind Kido. It held a sharp, pitch-black dagger in its hand and silently aimed it at Kido's neck. Kido felt an icy chill and his heart snapped. What? Kido tries to turn and avoid it, but it's too late. The dagger was already close to his skin, and with a little more force, it could have slit his throat. Kido's heart was filled with despair. Was he really going to die at the hands of such a lowly kobold? Just then, two voices suddenly sounded behind him. Holy light defense! Fireball! Kido's heart rejoiced, only to see a faint light barrier suddenly appear in front of him, blocking the dagger's attack. Immediately afterward, a blazing ball of flame flew out from behind Kido and roared towards the kobold. A cold color flashed in the strange kobold's eyes, and he quickly stepped on Kido's back, using the force to leap into the air. The fireball swept past its feet and landed on the ground, exploding into a sea of fire. The kobold tumbled through the air and landed firmly on the ground on the far side, quickly distancing himself from Kido and the others. As soon as it stood still, its entire body became black as ink once again, and then blended into the surrounding shadows. Kido and the others only felt a blackness before their eyes, and the kobold had disappeared without a trace. Thanks! Kido thanked his teammates. If it weren't for them, he would have been dead just now. Everyone be careful. Kido also stopped taking off his big and stood at the front of the group to act as a meat shield. This kobold is a special individual that can actually use skills. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen skillful kobolds before, but not many use their skills so maturely, even, arguably, very little. After all, kobolds themselves were low-level magical creatures. Cunning as they were, they didn't have enough intelligence. That's the consensus. But, clearly, the kobold in front of us was not the Kido's brows suddenly tightened as he scanned his surroundings alertly. The original kobold that had been acting strangely had disappeared without even realizing it. It made him feel an inexplicable uneasiness that some unknown danger was creeping closer. Did you guys see that? Kido asked in a hushed voice, his voice revealing a bit of tension. Where the hell is that strange kobold? The team had also started looking around, trying to find the disappearing kobold. However, no matter how much they searched, there was no sign of the kobold. Could it be? Is it already gone? An ally scratched his head, trying to give a reasonable explanation. However, his tone revealed a few moments of uncertainty. Careful, there's a chance it's still around. I'll use magic now and probe. The wizard girl nervously gripped her staff in her hand as she prepared to unleash her scouting magic to find out where the strange kobolds were. However, just as she was about to cast her magic, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The speed of that black shadow was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Immediately after that, a chopping strike like a curved moon fell violently. It slashed hard against the body of the magician girl. The magician girl's expression, at this moment, was fixed. I have seen, once, a man spare a kobold cub, and then in less than a couple of years, the cub grew up. You know, what happened back there? Maurice looked to Lisa. What's wrong? Lisa swallowed and inquired nervously. It led a group of kobolds to slaughter the village that let it go, said Morris, drawing the long at his waist. Without hesitation, he slashed towards the kobold pup that was trying to escape. Brush! Dash! Blood splattered everywhere and the screams of the cubs echoed through the cavern. Lisa closed her eyes unforgivingly, but Maurice continued to swing his sword without a ripple until the last cub fell in a pool of blood as well. After clearing the scene, Morris turned to Lisa and explained, creatures like kobolds are very quick to both breed and grow, almost 10 times the size of humans, which means that given a year and a half, they can reproduce again. Once you leave them alive, they will soon make a comeback. So the best thing to do when encountering kobolds is to cut off the roots and leave no loose ends. Hearing Morris's words, Lisa was silent for a moment, still seeming to feel sorry for those innocent lives. But, aren't there any good kobolds in this world? Hearing Lisa's words, Maurice paused, perhaps thinking of something, or perhaps of a certain kobold. Maurice, unexpectedly not retorting, nodded and said, maybe there is, but if it's a truly good kobold, it shouldn't be in front of people. The only good kobolds are the ones that don't show up in front of humans, and that's a good kobold. Die. Ha 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 ha. As Morris's words fell, Fiona chanted blasting magic from her mouth. Like a meteorite about to explode, it carried a devastating force. It was followed by another boom. The fire spread out instantly, illuminating the entire cave, and the blazing flames were like a ferocious beast, crazily devouring everything around it. The rocks were blown apart, dust and debris flying in the firelight, and the walls of the cave shook with the sound of the explosion. Fiona, are you crazy? Dita shouted, her face filled with horror and anger. If the cave collapses, we'll all die here. However, it was as if Fiona didn't hear their cries. Her face was livid and her eyes flashed with madness. Ha 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 ha, die, all of you, she growled, as if she wanted to let out all her anger and hatred. Maurice looked at the frantic Fiona and sighed helplessly. They all knew that Fiona had a deep thorn in her heart. It was hatred and pain she couldn't let go of. Let's go, Dita said, not wanting to stay in the cave that was about to collapse. Otherwise, how to die is unknown. However, when he was ready to leave, he realized that those three were still standing in the same place. What's wrong? Dita asked, turning back to the trio in confusion. He's still breathing. We can still get him down, Amy said, pointing to Ike, who had fallen to the ground. Really? Lisa heard Amy's words and a gleam of delight flashed in her eyes. Well, we can still save him. Amy nodded, a hopeful glint in her eyes. Great. Lisa wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. At least she wasn't alone in this crazy world. It's really great that it's not a reunion. Where's Maurice? Wait. Morris's voice was calm and firm as he slowly walked aside to a worn wooden crate. The wooden crate was covered with signs of age. Morris bowed his head slightly, his gaze falling on the crate, the shivering kobold cub. The kobold cub cowering in the corner of the crate, his small eyes staring at Morris in horror. Its body kept trembling. Maurice looked at it, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth, and whispered softly, I was hiding better than you in the first place. The statement seems to carry a certain sarcasm and self-satisfaction that makes one wonder if Morris has been in a similar situation in his past. However, at this moment, he was no longer that weak existence. Rather, it became a powerful man who could dictate his own destiny. Crunch! An ear-piercing sound broke the silence as the kobold cub sent a pleading cry towards Morris. Its voice carried endless fear and despair, as if begging Morris to spare it. Morris, however, was unmoved. He looked at the kobold pup coldly, without a trace of mercy or sympathy in his eyes. He slowly drew the knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Next time, throw yourself into a good fetus, Maurice said faintly, his voice revealing a coldness and determination. Brush! A flash of blade light cut through, and the wailing of the kobold pups came to an abrupt end. Its body was split in two and blood splattered everywhere. Maurice killed it without hesitation, as if he were just dealing with a trivial matter. Gone. Maurice put away his knife and turned away. Lisa looked away and jogged to follow. I don't know how much time has passed. The figure of the Brother Kill Squad disappeared into the depths of the dense forest shortly after. There was a silence, as if even the wind had held its breath. The blood on the floor had not yet dried. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a, kobold carrying a basket full of fruit. Its face was full of contentment and joy, obviously having just completed a rather fruitful gathering trip. However, the moment it stepped into the cave, the sight before it made it instantly freeze. The smell of blood hit my nose, only to see that inside the cave, it was a mess, and its kinsman fell to the ground, blood-stained and miserable. Crunch, crunch, the kobold pups were going back and forth between the corpses of the kobolds with a panicked look on their faces. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His eyes were instantly filled with anger and grief. Its shoulders shook slightly, as if it carried unspeakable pain. Crunch, crunch, let out an angry roar, his voice filled with endless pain and anger. Just then, the voice of the world echoed in the kobold's head. Special individuals detected. This individual's potential has been stimulated, awakening a special talent, evolution. Just then, a strange power surged out from within its body. Under the effect of this force, its body began to change subtly. The muscles became firmer, the eyes sharper. Its body was constantly evolving, gradually metamorphosing from an ordinary kobold into a more powerful and ferocious high-level kobold. In fact, they overlooked something. There are only two outcomes for those who fall into the hands of a kobold: death, or a mental breakdown. That's why they hadn't heard anything about the dangers of kobolds. Of course, there is another scenario. That is, concealment. That's right, the ones who get caught by kobolds and survive are usually women, and a tiny fraction of them don't have mental breakdowns. But those days at the hands of the kobolds became a nightmare they could never erase for the rest of their lives. Then, with a higher status behind them, this part of the shadow still hangs over their heads, and such women undoubtedly have a high status back there. It was naturally impossible for them to tell others about this humiliating encounter of theirs, and as a result, until now, many adventurers still didn't understand the danger of kobolds, deceived by their weakness. Of course, the differential strength of the different kobolds in each place is an important distraction. Like, if they had encountered a kobold upper species, they would have stopped underestimating kobolds. As for the rank of general, it was their nightmare. Snap! The bracelet in the wizard girl's hand disintegrated and the stone beads crumbled and scattered to the ground with a tinkling sound. What's wrong? Ally seemed to sense that something was wrong, and he looked back, stunned, only to see that the magician girl's body froze in place, shock and fear written all over her face. Ally was just about to put her hand on the wizard girl's shoulder. However, before he could finish his words, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. Immediately afterward, a head fell from the sky and hit the ground. It was none other than the head of the magician girl, her expression forever frozen in that face of disbelief and despair. One of the stone beads rolled down right in front of the wizard girl's head. Bang! The upper half of his body, which had lost its head, shook a few times and eventually collapsed helplessly to the ground. Blood spurted from her neck, staining the ground around her. Ally's eyes widened, his face instantly pale as paper, and he looked hideous, as if he had seen the most unbelievably horrible scene in the world. His outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably, as if he were trying to grab hold of something, but couldn't get hold of anything. Since he was a child, where had he experienced such a bloody scene? What was in front of him seemed like a nightmare that he couldn't believe. What's going on? The teammates on the side also noticed the abnormality at the back and looked back. When their gazes fell on that tragic scene, all of them stared wide-eyed, anger surging through their hearts. How come? They couldn't believe that in just a moment, a living life had faded away. How? The priest covered his mouth as his eyes fell on the stone beads scattered on the floor. Recall the scene before entering the forest. This is, my sister gave it to me. How's it pretty? The magician girl smiled an angelic smile and flaunted the bracelet on her hand made of stone. When we get back this time, I'm going to go back and get a cake for my brother. But she can't go back. Yeah, I'm really jealous. The priest girl, puckering her mouth, said with an irritated face. It's a shame that my brother doesn't have anything for me as a sister. The priest girl raised her small fists. When we get back, we're going to teach him a hard lesson. Damn kobolds! Kido roared, and the magic power in his body instantly erupted, forming a powerful whirlwind that blew the leaves around him in all directions. Seeing this, the priest rushed forward to persuade him. Captain, calm down. However, Kido had been overcome with rage, and the barrier formed by the magic kept the priest out. In desperation, the priest could only wave his staff and try to bring shelter to Kido with holy light. However, just as her staff was about to swing, death crept in. A black shadow suddenly appeared from behind the priest, followed by a powerful chopping blow. The chopping blow cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, forming a perfect arc that went straight for the priest's life. The priest had no time to react at all, and could only watch the black shadow approach. When she felt a chill come over her, it was too late. The glint of the knife flashed as the preacher girl thought, she's going to miss her appointment. She can't go back and beat up her brother. I'm so sorry. Brush! The chopping blow instantly landed on the priest's body, splattering blood in all directions. The holy light priest, who was protected in the center, suddenly had a shocking line of blood appear at his neck. Seemingly sensing something, Ally and Kido turned back almost simultaneously. Saw it, the last scene of the priest before he died. Their hearts were filled with shock and grief, unable to believe what was in front of them. Run! The priest's mouth moved slightly, after spitting out a word with difficulty. Pust! The column of blood erupted from the priest's neck, carrying her head into the air. As the head fell to the ground, the expression on it remained frozen in despair and fear. At this moment, both Ally and Kido froze. They stared blankly at the body of the priest on the ground, their hearts filled with endless grief and anger. Blood stained the red, angry and desperate looks of Ally and Kido. Kido's roar echoed through the night like a wounded beast, angry and desperate. His eyes were crimson, as if they were burning with a blazing fire, staring intently into the darkness ahead, as if he wanted to devour everything there. Come out of there, you monster! I'm going to kill you! he hissed and growled, his voice filled with endless anger and hatred. However, the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the whistling wind and the clattering and swaying of the leaves. There was silence all around, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. Kito's roar echoed through the empty night, seeming increasingly bleak and desperate. Damn it! Abominable! Damn it! Kito cursed 3 times in a row, his voice filled with endless pain and remorse. Come out and kill me. He knew that his 2 companions had died all because of his single-mindedness. If he hadn't insisted on entering this dangerous place, they wouldn't have had to suffer such bad luck. Why? Guido couldn't understand why on earth it had come to this. Is he really wrong? His partner fell in front of him, one after the other, and he didn't even see his opponent's shadow. Are we going to die? Dying, I guess. It's good to be dead. Such a thought flashed through Kito's mind. That's how you go back and get laughed at. What value is there in living for someone who can't even protect his partner? Brush! A flash of a knife cut through. Captain! Us! It was at this point that Ally mustered up the courage to raise his head and try to persuade the captain to calm down. However, when he looked up, instead, he saw an amazing scene in front of him. A bloodstain appeared silently at the captain's neck, like a red viper that stung in the night. Ally's eyes widened in horror, knowing exactly what the bloodstain represented. It was the mark of death, the mark left by the monster. The expression on that head was still fixed on a face distorted by anger, eyes wide and dead. Just then, a muffled poof came. The captain's head actually rolled off his shoulders. A warm, sticky liquid splashed out, staining the side of Ally's face. He covered his mouth in horror, unable to believe that he had seen such a bloody scene. Kito's body slowly collapsed, his blood flowing through the night in a blinding red. Aha! Watch with your own eyes as your companions around you, one after another, die. At this moment, Ailey had completely lost his calmness and sanity. Almost without hesitation, abandoning the bodies of his companions, he ran towards the forest beyond. What kobolds? Those aren't kobolds at all. That's a monster. A cold-blooded, heartless monster. No way. There's no way to win. In the team, the most powerful captains are dead. How is it possible that only the weakest of him is left? Escape. He wants to escape. Shouldn't have left home in the first place in a fit of pique. Not listening to my sister. He wouldn't be an adventurer as long as he didn't run away from home. Wouldn't be here if I didn't become an adventurer. No, it's all the captain's fault. If at first, he wouldn't have had an encounter with this monster if he had listened to himself. Sisterly, and Sister Shui won't die. It's all his fault. So don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Ally hissed and pleaded in desperation. But the only one here, the one that heard Ally's voice existed, was thinking about either killing him. After just a moment of hesitation, Yi Yan decided. Kill. What Ally doesn't know is this. From the moment he exposed his back behind Yi Yan, he was already dead. Brush. A slash of the knife slashed across Ally's neck with precision, along with the sound of the head hitting the ground. The familiar sound of the world once again echoed in Yi Yan's head. Congratulations on killing a human. You have gained a point of strength attribute. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the human skill physical strengthening D. Yi Yan hung upside down under the tree, gazing at the corpse on the ground without a single change of emotion on his face. It's so easy to be affected by emotions when you're obviously so powerful. If he were to face these 4 people head-on, Yi Yan would have no chance of winning. No, even the muscular man across the street would be able to beat his bar. It was just a pity that Yi Yan was an assassin. An assassin. Before being absolutely sure, one simply would not meet anyone head-on. It's his assassination code. Don't do what you're not sure of. Now that you're out, you're going to get to 100%. Besides, originally, he hadn't intended to kill them, but I don't know. As soon as these people saw him, they wanted to kill him. It's Yen. Has something been done? Yi Yan tilted his head suspiciously and muttered under his breath. He didn't remember having any dealings with these people. Could it be an assassin like him? That, too, would explain it, but it didn't matter, since the other party had come to kill him with murderous intent. Well, it's normal to kill them all, isn't it? That's what his mom taught him. Since you use the idea of killing each other, you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Yan came down from the trunk, started to collect a bit of the loot. Soon, the adventurers' things were packed inside a large bag by Yi Yan. The harvest is plentiful, and Mom will be happy to bring these back. As for the stuff on those kobolds, there was nothing good about Ben. Poor Death. It was not long after Yi Yan left. A small party of adventurers passed by. Fiona frowned, looking at the kobold bodies on the ground as well as the kobold squad. It is. How come? Is it the same thing? Fiona wondered. But there's no way that Kido, who is a silver adventurer, can lose to these kobolds. Could it be the kobold squad that left? Looking at the collected scene, Dita voiced her skepticism. Maurice went up and looked at the bodies of the kobolds on the ground, as well as the bodies of Kito's squad and theirs. No. From the marks on them, it was one man. It's clean. It's a 1-2 punch. Maurice frowned, contemplating. It's an extremely skillful assassination technique. Assassination? Dita rubbed her chin as if thinking about something. How? How? On the other side of the room, Amy looked at her brother on the ground, pale and frozen in place. That, Fiona, who was on the sidelines, wanted to speak, not knowing what to say to comfort her. Boom! In the next moment, terrifying magic power erupted from Amy's body. Damn it! Amy's originally cute face became distorted with anger. I'm going to kill that kobold. Better not find out for me. Otherwise, Amy raised her fist and slammed it into the earth to vent. I will make you regret appearing in this world. Boom! The earth cracked and dented, and smoke rolled in. The smoke cleared, leaving a large crater with a 1-meter radius centered on Amy's fist. Fiona unconsciously took 2 steps back when she saw this. However, it's unusual to watch it a couple times, right? This strange power is still found in the magi who serve the gods. Let's not talk about serving. Just give it to someone who doesn't want it. Even Dita, the martial artist on the sidelines, unconsciously twitched her mouth after seeing the power. Sometimes, it's really hard to know who's really the one being protected. I don't want to die. Run, run. Ally didn't know how long he had been running or how much time had passed. He's not dead, or dead, but what's that lying on the ground? The body. His body. Ally met his dead body. At that moment, the voice of the world was in his mind. Echoing. Your exclusive skill, out-of-body soul, was used successfully, and it was found that the main body could no longer be used. Examining a nearby torso, finds broken body, begins to return. Suddenly, a powerful suction force absorbed him, and that direction was the same kobold carcass that had been dying. No, don't, Ally yelled, and just as he did, a tiny soul was swallowed up by him. Next moment, when he got up, he was already a kobold. Ally was happy to hear her sister's voice, but after seeing her body as a kobold, there was no hesitation to leave directly. It's going to get killed. Why? Why did it come to this? Yi Yan's face was full of joy, carrying a large, heavy bag over his shoulder. He walked through a pile of kobold corpses at a steady pace. Each step over a body was accompanied by a dull thud. However, the smell of blood that permeated Yi Yan's body attracted many greedy wolves. Their eyes were fierce and their mouths were watering, as if they regarded Yi Yan as a delicious meal. However, for Yi Yan at this moment, these wolves, no more than a blip on the road, don't take these threats seriously in the slightest. Soon, Yi Yan arrived at the entrance to the goblin lair. Only a group of short, grim-faced kobolds were busily stationed at the entrance. Some of them were armed with spears, some carried huge axes, and their eyes revealed ferocity and cunning. And in their midst, there were some kobolds lining up, with the senior kobolds, called kobold chiefs. They were registering things. These kobold chiefs were similar in appearance to the lower kobolds though, except that they stood a bit straighter. And their intelligence is no different from that of humans. They know some basic algorithms, and this most basic of algorithms is good enough for them. They are responsible, respectively, for the management of low-level kobolds and the coordination of various affairs. There were kobold chiefs, who were taking careful notes on inspection intelligence. Some were carefully counting the loot, while others were in charge of redeeming rewards for the lower-level kobolds with, well, shells. At this time, it was dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the entrance to the nest, adds a touch of eerie beauty to this land of blood and violence. One after another, a group of kobolds returned, carrying their prey or packages on their backs, their faces brimming with satisfaction and smugness. The entire entrance to the lair was bustling with activity, as if a great celebration was taking place. Some of the kobolds could perhaps be described as rich, with the remains of a single piece of prey hanging from their bodies, appearing both savage and full of greed. The group of kobolds, however, appeared in a different light. They are no longer just mere marauders, but more like merchants with a full load. Among them, some of the kobolds were followed by a trembling woman or two. The women were like captured prey, dragged mercilessly forward. On their faces, their expressions varied, some closing their eyes in despair, some bit their lower lip in pain, while others let out a weak wail. The sound echoed in the silent forest, and it seemed especially bleak. And in this group of kobolds, a figure stood out. It was Yi Yan, who was carrying a large bag, and he was alone. There were no women with them like other kobolds, nor did they travel in company with other kobolds. His large bag was heavy, as if filled with something important, making him strain between walks. The other kobolds had cast strange gazes at Yi Yan. There was doubt, disbelief, curiosity, and disgust. What's up with that kobold? How come he's the only kobold back? I don't know. I don't suppose he wanted to bring it back and the rest of the kobolds went to play, did he? Oh, I remember. Isn't this the same? The kobold that killed so many hatchlings. What? Is this the guy? I know. It's bullying, making him carry that big baggage. Humph. Some kobolds cast disdainful glances at Yen. Good bullying. Killed so many of his countrymen and I don't know why the boss let him live. AI. Who called the general kind? Said the cubs don't know what they're doing. Forgiven. Humph. Some goblins even intentionally brought a woman slave towards Yen and crashed into him. The black-haired woman slammed straight towards Yen's side. The woman had long, dark hair that fell messily over her shoulders, and her clothes were tattered and torn, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. Her skin was unusually fair, as if she were a beautiful jade in the moonlight, and her looks are even sweeter, like a blooming lily. There was a feeling that emanated from her, a feeling of wanting to her. Sure, facing such a deliberate attack, Yen easily dodged it. If it wasn't, hold something in your hand. Yen had long ago killed that kobold outright with a single slash. Ha 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 ha. What's this? This fear of women? That leading goblin Chow laughed mockingly as he watched Yen's movement to dodge. He clearly thought that Yen was mesmerized by the woman's beauty and that was why he was so out of sorts. With that, he led the brunette towards the cave. The black-haired woman even turned around and gave Yen a flirtatious look as she entered. This man is not simple. Almost as soon as she lunged over, Yen sensed that something was wrong. The woman didn't so much hit by that kobold as she tempted the kobold to hit her. It's an amazing power anyway. Yo, it's thinking about that woman. The kobold mocked when he saw Yen's eyes staring deathly at the woman who had entered the cave. What are you thinking? He's got his elf mother in his lair. Ha 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 ha. Yen ignored the voices of the kobolds and walked over. Just about to walk into the lair, an old kobold chief called out to him. Hey, that kobold. Yen wanted to ignore it, but he was stopped by the guard kobold at the door. The chief kobold is calling you. Seeing this, Yen frowned slightly as he turned his head back. Da. Behind him, the kobold chief called Yen had already run to Yen. I was calling you. Why don't you stop? It seemed that his authority had been violated, and the kobold Changdong was angry. And behind him, a group of adult kobolds were watching the show. You called me? Yen pointed to himself. You didn't hear? The kobold chief frowned, his face grim. I did not hear a kobold call my name. Yen had a straight face, twisting his head in doubt. You! Goblin Changdong was so infuriated by Yen that he just wanted to pick up the walking stick in his hand. Brush! A terrifying killing intent swept through Goblin Changdong's entire body in an instant. This. The kobold was secretly alarmed. What a horrible killing intent. He placed his sight on Yen's body. At this moment, Yen was ready to fight. If this kobold dared to move again, the next second, its head would hit the ground. Do you want to kill me? The kobold Changdong lowered his cane and forced himself to stay calm. But Yen didn't give a damn about it and didn't say much. Those icy cold to the core eyes gazed at the goblin Changdong in death. Frightened goblin Changdong did not dare to say what was being said. But just because it didn't dare, didn't mean the kobolds watching around it didn't say anything. Chief Kobold, don't be afraid of this boy. Go on, teach the kid a lesson. Let him know why the sky is so high and the earth is so thick. At this moment, the goblin Changdong, who was being stared at by Yen's eyes that contained a terrifying killing intent, only wanted to take all of these low-level goblins that were up in arms and put them all in one big wall pocket. The kobold Changdong cursed in his heart. It's his life this kid is eyeing, not yours. Let's switch places. You guys try it? Also, this kid's aura, it's too strong. Even, it vaguely felt a kind of suppression originating from the depths of its bloodline. No way. Absolutely no way. It must be an illusion. It's a high-level kobold. Aside from the general, it's only the upper species. But this kid was in a low-level kobold. Secretion room out. How could it be the superior species? Oh, if there's nothing else, then I'll go. Yen just lightly glanced at Goblin Changdong before he was about to walk into the nest with a large bag of things. Wait, but within a few steps, he was called back by Kobold Nagatsugu. Only, this time his tone was a few degrees weaker. What's wrong? Yen stared back, and in his tone, there were a few hints of impatience. You must take a portion of that loot and turn it in. Goblin Changdong pointed at the large bag on Yen's back and opened his mouth. It didn't want to talk to the scary kobold in front of it. But, that's the rule. It couldn't let the brat in front of it destroy it. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will be the one to be punished. It's mine. Yen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the hand holding the package gripped tighter. What's yours? The low-level kobolds watching from the side couldn't stand it anymore and opened their mouths to curse at Yi Yan. The loot belongs to the nest, to the team. How could it be you? A kobold. That's it. I didn't think that this kobold was so small and greedy. And I'm not afraid that when the time comes, the team will find out that it's private and isolated. There. The kobold took a long deep breath. You should know that the kobolds that show up here have to turn in half of the loot they bring back. No matter which kobold it is, there are no exceptions. Goblin Chandong, this time, was truly furious. This kid is so bold and packs a punch that he actually wants to swallow even the share that belongs to the goblin's lair. What's the point? As for, why isn't he afraid? Just kidding. Now, behind it stood a whole nest of kobolds. Naturally, it was godly. If this kid dared to mess around, a kobold could drown this kid with a mouthful of spit. Also, where are the kobolds you went out with? Soon they'll come over. I'd like to see how bold they are to bootleg the goblin's lair. The kobold, Changdan, stood in front of the many kobolds with a godly look on his face. Standing on the high ground of goblin morality, he pointed his finger at Yi Yan. Dead. Hearing the inquiry, Yi Yan spoke up quite simply. Yi Yan's words, however, caused the divine goblin Changdong's face to stiffen. Dead? The crowd of kobolds were shocked and looked at the intact Yi Yan. It's understandable that if we encountered something strong, the whole army would be wiped out. But dead, only one kobold remains, and the kobold, intact, returned with the loot. That would be very suspicious and dubious and unusual. It was with the original, unintelligent brain of a kobold that it was thought of. What's unusual here? It's like telling you that a man came back to tell you that there's a very powerful dragon up ahead and everyone who saw it died. Those who have seen it are dead. How did you get down here? How do you die? The kobold Changdan inquired tentatively. Could it be that there's something to hide? Just dead. Yi Yan replied directly. How did you survive? I'm better than them. You think I'll believe you? Oh, Yi Yan said coldly, then you should also try to see if I am better than you guys? The chapter name is wrong. I'll change it tomorrow. You, hearing the implication in Yi Yan's words, Goblin Changdong's, pointing at Yi Yan's hand trembled. You guys, you're also too arrogant. Wait, I'll be sure to sue, and the Lord Goblin General will condemn you. You guys, you must be working with humans, otherwise, all the other kobolds are dead, so why are you still alive? Yi Yan didn't bother to babble with them and gave them a faint look. Then he wanted to leave. However, he was blocked in front of Yi Yan by Goblin Chandong, who led a group of low-level goblins. You stand still and wait here, or come with me to the Goblin General? Get out of the way. Yi Yan's tone was icy cold, and his hand was placed on the dagger at his waist, ready to kill the goblin at any time. Come back with me to the general. The kobold Changdong was dead set on not letting it happen, with a determined look on his face. It was determined not to let this scourge, this traitor, into the lair. In all things don't come in threes, and the fact that this goblin had repeatedly stopped him had already made Yi Yan very angry. Then die. Feeling Yi Yan's killing intent, Goblin Chandong's face took a few steps back in shock. What do you want? Seeing Yi Yan approaching step by step, Goblin Chandong panicked and shouted at the goblins behind him. You guys, what are you doing? This kobold, defying the kobold law. Take me down. This little kid kobold. Ah! The many goblins reacted and immediately went up a step, wanting to surround Yi Yan and take him down. You seek death. Yi Yan's face was cold as he drew out his dagger, just as Yi Yan was about to make his move. Stop it all. A sharp, loud voice suddenly came to mind. Lord Shaman. The crowd of kobolds heard the voice and turned back to look at the kobold shaman kill that was walking slowly towards them. How dare this kobold? I know all about it. The words of the goblin Changdan, before they were finished, were interrupted by the goblin shaman Digdao. I'll take care of this. Then under the surprised gazes of the kobolds, the kobold shaman actually directly let Yi Yan go? Okay, you can go back. Shaman Shah said to Yi Yan. Aha. Without asking the reason why, Yi Yan nodded his head and left happily with the package. The kobold swarms, hearing the kobold shaman's words, also unconsciously gave way. Or perhaps, they were just afraid of Yi Yan. Shaman Shah, you, Goblin Changdong tried to say something, and was directly interrupted by Goblin Shamanza. Don't worry, I found no traces of curses, witchcraft on its body. But, Goblin Changdong had a worried look on his face. I know what you're worried about. The kobold shaman could tell at a glance what the kobold Changdong was worried about. Are you worried if it's an active mutiny? That's where you're being paranoid. Kobold Shaman Shah, looking at Kobold Changdong slowly snubbed. Do you think that we, the kobold race, will be accepted by the other races? The kobold Nagato hesitated. What does he gain by betraying our kobold clan? The kobold Nagatsugo hesitated again. you must realize that those races have a deep-seated distaste for our kind. You think they would work with a kobold? Aha, nodded the kobold Shandon. Or do you think that there are kobolds who would betray the pack without a fight? Not at all. Okay. Hearing Goblin Shaman's explanation, Goblin Shandon came to a realization. So it is. That's right. From now on, I'll handle all of Yi Yan's affairs. The kobold Shaman Shah commanded to the kobold Shandon. It doesn't want to engage in goblin specialization, though. However, the kind of situation Yi Yan had in front of him, the state of being unwilling to approach strange kobolds is really not suitable for contact with other kobolds. If we force it, it will only increase the number of deaths that don't matter. Ha! The kobold Shandong froze in place. He really didn't expect the goblin Shaman Shah to say something like that. Remember, from now on, if he wants to go into the lair, he can go in any time he wants. He can't be stopped. With that, he didn't care about Goblin Shandong and left straight away. No! Goblin Shandong tried to say something, but realized that Goblin Shamanza had already left. Damn it! Goblin Shandong cursed, but it was just a matter of getting carried away with the general's favor? We're all high-ranking kobolds. Why should I listen to you? Abominable. The kobold Shandong hated it. At this moment, in the goblin lair, inside a dimly lit room, the atmosphere was very different from what had been seen earlier. A kobold stays in bed with a voluptuous, stunningly beautiful girl. The kobold froths, patterns of love appearing in his eyes, his tongue lolling out and exhaling as he looks at the brunette in front of him with a blazing look on his face. Master, whip me, please. Oh, the brunette. No, should be called Malika Anslanti. At the moment, the innocence had long since faded. In its place, a never-before-seen enchantment and coldness. She was dressed in a demoness outfit that seemed to have been hand-picked from the depths of hell, both evil and endlessly seductive. It's not impossible to want this queen to beat you, but you have to listen to me obediently. Oh. In Malika's hand, she clutched a leather whip that shimmered in the moonstone glow, as if it could devour all light. The corners of her mouth gently rose, tracing a perfect arc, as if the imp was playing a trick on the world. Those originally clear eyes also became deep and fascinating at this moment, as if they were hiding endless secrets and intrigues. Hoo. I'll do as I'm told. Please whip me to your heart's content. Goblin Foam's eyes were infatuated, like a puppy's, looking up at Malika in front of her. Snap! Malika took out her little black whip and lashed it at the kobold's ass. Ah! This attack that penetrated deep into the soul directly made the kobolds feel so good that they flew, and the feeling of infatuation in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. Hit me! Hit me! Goblin Foam pleaded eagerly with the woman in front of him, desperate to, once again, experience what was just requested. May. Above the corners of her mouth, Malika looked down with a disdainful expression, at the dirty kobold Foam in front of her. Answer my question. What was that kobold with the big bag of stuff at the door just now? He's the devil. Speaking of Yi Yan, Goblin Foam instantly became excited. Among those children, but there were his children. If it wasn't for the Lord General's orders, he would have gone up there and killed that guy, which still allows this kid to live until now. Oh, hearing the kobold's words, Malika instantly came to be interested, to actually hear from a kobold's mouth, other kobolds being addressed as demons. Born, that's a rarity. Could it be more like the devil than she, the devil? The corners of Malika's mouth turned up slightly in interest. Tell me about it. Hit me. Malika gave Goblin Foam a disgusted look. However, this expression of disgust and disdain on her face seemed to make the Goblin Foam even more excited. Hit me. Hit me. Snap. Malika didn't half hesitate to whip this disgusting kobold. Ah, the harsh, raspy, unpleasant sound coming from the kobolds at her feet made Malika's brow furrow even deeper. That's why she hates coming to places like this with lower races. Only, earlier, outside the lair, listening to that strange kobold's voice. It seemed, as unpleasant as the voices of these kobolds. That kobold killed dozens of kobold pups as soon as they were born, when they were still cubs, compatriots. The kobold Foam barely lifted her head and looked at Malika as if seeking approval. Master, do you think it was born? Oh, Malika's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard that. Even they don't slaughter cubs. No, where does a newborn get that kind of awareness, and the decisiveness and strength to kill so many kobolds in that short period of time? Think of it this way. That guy really is more of a demon than she is. Interesting, too interesting. Before, it was only because of that strange vision, coupled with what those old guys said, that I came here to take a look. I didn't realize that there were surprises. Hit me. Goblin Foam, seeing that Malika didn't move, opened her mouth to urge her on. Go on. Snap. The woman paced slowly, the leather whip shaking gently in her hand with a subtle rattle. The ringing echoed around the room as if it were an eerie piece of music that made people tense up. Her figure looked even more mysterious and dangerous in the dim light, making you want to get closer and feel fear at the same time. Ah, a dark and cold, wet goblin lair, lower second level. Inside a small but still neatly packed room, the air was thick, suffocatingly dull and depressing. In the corner of the room, a figure stood silently. It was Yi Yan, who had a wide smile on his face, as if he had just accomplished something exciting. At this moment, Victoria, Yi Yan's mother, was staring at the bag in Yi Yan's hand with wide eyes and horror. The bag had been stained red with blood and looked shocking. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Yan's face, on the face that was once familiar, but now has become strange. You killed someone? Victoria's voice trembled a little. Yes. Yi Yan nodded his head without hesitation, his tone filled with complacency and pride. Yenner killed many people. Oh, isn't that great? Yi Yan raised the bloodstained dagger in his hand like a child showing off his new toy. It seemed to be wanting a compliment from his mother. However, looking at Yi Yan's brilliant smile with the blood dripping from the bag, a wave of unspeakably complex emotions welled up in Victoria's heart. In this moment, Victoria understood profoundly the fact that her children are, well, kobolds. It was a fact that she, in no way, could escape. Ugly, evil, chaotic race. Look at Mom. Frozen in place, eyes blank. Yi Yan cocked his little head in doubt and walked over. Mom, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Yi Yan cautiously approached, reaching out a hand to try to touch Victoria. Snap! A crisp slap sounded, and Yi Yan's hand was viciously slapped away by Victoria. He froze, only to see Victoria's brow furrowed, that ruby-red glint of angry fire. Don't touch me! Victoria's voice was tinged with trembling, and she seemed to be in a state of extreme emotional instability. Yi Yan looked at her blankly. Those ruby eyes seemed to contain endless anger and pain at the moment. He vividly remembers when Mama Victoria was first born. It was with such eyes that he looked at him, a gaze full of complex emotions that he still could not forget. Why? Is Mom looking at him like that? His mind was filled with doubt and unease. Did he do something wrong? He tried to think back to what he'd done recently, but couldn't find any reason to make his mom so angry. Could it be that this is Mom's way of showing her love? Yi Yan suddenly thought of this possibility, and he remembered that his mother used to be like this. It was a bit of an unusual way to express herself, but it was a unique expression of her love. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's mood brightened, and the originally dull atmosphere was swept away. He understood, and since his mom liked it that way, he was there to satisfy her. In the future, when he sees those who upset his mom, he'll kill them all, and then bring their bodies in front of Mom's eyes. That must make Mom happy. Such a thought made Yi Yan feel a little excited. He seemed to have seen a scene from the future, full of excitement and tension. Looking at Yi Yan, whose expression changed in 2 levels in front of him, Victoria really didn't understand Yi Yan, what the hell her child was thinking. The package in front of him was opened, and from it Victoria saw many familiar things. Equipment. She knew that it was something called Keto Squad. I've only met you once, but I can't get over it. The Silver Adventurer Squad, even amongst the humans, wasn't said to be top-notch, but it definitely wasn't weak. One of the captains was even at least as strong as a mature stage. However, such a team was crusaded by Yi Yan, who was less than a few months old, and the group was destroyed. Seeing that his mom must be staring at the package, Yi Yan dumped out a brainful of things as soon as he could, showing off his achievements like a child. Block! Block block block! Things poured out like a waterfall, scattering all over the place. Yi Yan was full of complacency, pointing at the items and said, "These are for Mom, take whatever Mom likes." Looking at Yi Yan's innocent smile, Victoria smiled to herself. What a filial child. However, at that moment, the cozy atmosphere was broken by a clear clang 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 sound. An object tumbled out of the scattered items and rolled to Victoria's feet. She looked down and froze. It was an exquisite pocket watch, its golden casing gleaming under the moonstone. She knew that the pocket watch belonged to the preacher's maiden. Victoria hesitated for a moment, reached out and picked up the pocket watch, opening it gently. Inside the pocket watch, a yellowed photograph lay silently. The photo shows 2 young teenage girls clinging to each other with smiles as big as flowers. Below the photo, a line of beautiful handwriting came into view. Happy birthday. Seeing this picture, eyes dulled, trembling voice muttered to himself, "Is it my fault? Is it all my fault?" Yi Yan looked at his mom's sudden tears and instantly panicked. He rushed to Victoria's side and wiped his mom's tears with his small, tender hands. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't you cry." "Why?" Victoria choked back a sob. "Why? To kill them. Because they want to kill Yenner." Yi Yan touched his head and looked at his mom with a blank face. He was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Victoria suddenly rushed over and scrutinized Yi Yan's body with those delicate hands. What? Her movements were gentle and eager, as if she were a mother caring for her child who had just returned from a fight. Someone's trying to kill you? Are you okay? Victoria's voice was full of tension and worry. Yeah, how could she have forgotten? Her children are kobolds, lowly and evil demons in the eyes of humans, a clan loathed by the gods. Those adventurers encountered Yi Yan and naturally wanted to kill him, while her child was just fighting back. In this case, there is no one right or wrong. It's just a different position. But she actually subconsciously thought that it was the child's fault. She's such a bad mother. Thinking of this, because of guilt, Victoria that Yi Yan hugged a little tighter. No, Yan is strong. Yi Yan barely pulled his head out of the large bun and patted his chest. Mom, is it that you don't want Yan to kill people? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria lowered her eyebrows, not knowing what she was thinking. Would you have listened to me if Mom had told you not to kill? Victoria's tentative inquiry was met with Yi Yan's clear answer. Of course, I won't kill if Mom tells me not to. Victoria looked dumbfounded, patting her chest with assurance at Yi Yan. What if, then, those people want to kill you? It's okay, Einer can run. Einer is very good at hide and seek. They won't find Yan. Looking at Yi Yan in front of him, who was ignorant of all common sense and morality. At this moment, Yi Yan was a blank sheet of paper in Victoria's eyes. When it's stained, it's whatever color it is. Victoria didn't know what to say, what to do. After all, she was a first-time mom, too. She wanted to teach him worldly truths, earthly love, morals, ethics, and rules of law. But what use is all this, in this chaotic forest, in the midst of this ugly lair? Here, the weak and the strong are the true meaning of eternity. If you show any semblance of vulnerability, you'll be eaten without anything left. Honestly, it was one of those rare miracles that the kobold child in front of her could think of her as her mother. Besides, Victoria was aware of it. It was cruel for Yi Yan to ask him not to kill, because, well, he's a kobold. Just show up in front of humans and you'll be hunted down. Keeping him from killing would be tantamount to pulling out the wolf by the teeth. Become a human being, a sheep to be bullied with abandon. Victoria's fell silent, her eyes flickering with complex emotions as if she was weighing some sort of decision in her mind. Then, she gently opened those pink-red lips and said in a clear and soft voice, Mom doesn't want you to kill people indiscriminately. She hesitated for a moment, and under the gaze of Yi Yan's clueless eyes, she then said, but, if someone was going to kill you, Mom wouldn't stop you. Mom wants to think about why you kill before you kill. Not to kill but, hopefully, sometimes, give them a chance. Chance? Yi Yan turned back, and in those eyes that were as bright as rubies, there was a glint of doubt. That's right, it's a chance. Victoria responded softly, nodding slightly, a hint of complexity revealed in those deep eyes. That's a chance you can weigh for yourself. Although, she could clearly tell Yi Yan what to kill and what not to kill. However, this was tantamount to depriving Yi Yan of his ideas. It's a cruel thing to do. Her child was not a puppet, and she didn't want that. Hearing his mom's words, Yi Yan looked puzzled. Didn't Mom, before, tell herself exactly what to kill and what not to kill? However, since it was his mom's word, he just had to follow orders. After all, that's how it was for the previous decade or so. Now, it's the same. Okay. Yi Yan nodded. I know. That is, kill all those who are hostile to Yenner, and don't kill those who aren't. Give those, who have no intention of killing, a chance at companionship? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria froze and nodded after a moment of hesitation. The mind suddenly remembered her mom. Thinking, Mom, it's really hard to teach kids. She suddenly understood. Somewhat. Her own mother. Leah, that's awesome. Here's a little red flower for you. Victoria's ears were suddenly ringing with her mom's voice. Oh green of life, hear me sing. In the embrace of Mother Earth, the seed quietly awakens and draws on the sweet springs of life. As Victoria's mellifluous chanting echoed in the dark cave, it was as if a mysterious force was quietly awakening, only to see a flash of brilliant brilliance suddenly appear in the depths of the cave. In the midst of the darkness, immediately afterward, a bright, colorful flower, illuminated by light, slowly rose from the floor of the cavern. Whoa! Yi Yan stared dumbfounded at the incredible scene in front of him, his heart filled with shock and curiosity, thinking back to the strange kobold shaman from earlier. Also suddenly, vines were summoned from the ground, trapping him firmly. It's magical. The flowers bloomed even more beautifully in Victoria's hands, their petals cascading and faintly scented. Victoria gently inserted the flower into Yi Yan's ear. Here's a reward for your little white flower. Yi Yan froze a bit as he touched the flower on his head, his expression a bit dumbfounded. He never thought he would receive such a special gift. Don't like it? Victoria asked with some concern when she saw that Yi Yan was a bit frozen. She really didn't have anything to give Yi Yan right now, but this little white flower was the most beautiful she could find. No! Yi Yan suddenly came back to his senses, and a scarlet blush surfaced on his green face. He held the flower in his hand tightly, as if he was afraid it would disappear. Speech loves it. It's the first time Speech has ever received a gift from her mom. His voice was a little shaky, but there was a happy glint in his eyes. When Victoria heard Yi Yan's words, a warm current surged in her heart. Yeah. Victoria didn't say anything. But, looking at such a happy Yi Yan, Victoria couldn't help but feel ashamed for what she had just done. The child is young, and what does he know? What is good and what is evil? Not to mention, just born in the middle of a kobold lair, the forest of the weak and the strong. What does he know? Someone was trying to kill him, so of course they killed him back. Isn't it a mom's responsibility to teach her children and guide them properly at this point? The tiny elf lowly mother raised her tiny fists and cheered herself on. Be sure to educate your children well. The young elf lowly mother, at this moment, made up her mind. Mom, like flowers? Like. Then among the words out, bring mommy lots and lots of flowers. Yeah, well, yum's great. Victoria's voice was getting lower, until, finally, slumber. And so it was, one elf and one kobold, snuggling up to each other in the dimly lit lair. Although her surroundings reeked of humidity and decay, Victoria felt as if she were in heaven. Hidden in the distant mountains is a deep, bottomless kobold lair. The lair was composed of huge stones and rough trees, and had an ancient and vicissitudinous appearance. At the very top of the lair, a lofty castle stood in the interior of the mountain, as if it were the guardian of the earth. Around the castle, a blooming scene came into view, with all kinds of flowers competing to open, colorful and fragrant. These flowers stand out in the kobold lair, but blend harmoniously into the world. It was really hard to imagine that such a gloomy, dimly lit kobold lair hid such a place full of life. And here, it is the residence of the Goblin General. At this moment, on top of the castle's high seat, the Goblin General was sitting on the ground, a heavy book in his hands, flipping through it from time to time. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see everything. I heard that you got into an argument with the Kobold Nagato? General Kobold suddenly spoke, his voice low and strong. The Kobold Shaman stood aside and answered honestly. Yes, Lord General. Oh, tell me about it. Yes, Lord General. The Kobold Shaman nodded before recounting the story in detail. After listening to the Kobold Shaman, the Kobold General was silent for a moment. Then he put down the book in his hand, and his deep eyes stared intently at the Kobold Shaman. The oppressive feeling revealed in those eyes made the Goblin Shaman feel breathless. You shouldn't meddle in that Yi Yan's affairs in the future. The Goblin General's tone revealed a hint of unquestionable majesty. But, the Kobold Shaman hesitated, as if he wanted to say something else. What? You won't listen to me? The Goblin General looked at the Goblin Shaman with a smirk. I wouldn't dare. The Kobold Shaman felt that today's general, something was wrong. Cold sweat, did not dare to say anything else. Well, go. Yes. The Goblin General's eyes were as deep and bright as the stars in the dark night, gazing into the distance. Old friend, you're finally here, he whispered softly, his voice revealing a hint of imperceptible excitement. Goten. Also at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice echoed in the cave, as if it was a stream in a valley, pleasing to the ear. With the sound of the voice, a voluptuous woman slowly stepped out of the dimly lit room. Only the woman's face, covered with hideous scars, was extremely frightening. However, if one looked closely, one could still catch a glimpse of the once stunningly beautiful face through the twisted scars. That beauty seems to be frozen in the abyss of time. Sadly, the Goblin General turned his head to look at Elena, a softer light in his eyes. He frowned and spoke softly. I said don't just come out. Elena smiled as if she hadn't heard his rebuke. She asked softly as she hooked her finger, a mischievous glint in her eye. Sky, want to come? The Goblin General shook his head, a helpless smile curling the corners of his mouth. And you're the only one who dares to have such a name to call me. Instead of reproach, his tone revealed a hint of doting. In this goblin lair, who would have thought that the mighty one, the Goblin General, who had caused countless enemies to lose their nerve, would actually be addressed so affectionately by a woman in private? And even more unbelievably, the wife of this Kobold General was a human woman with ruined features. Elena puckered her mouth and looked at the Goblin General in that adorable way. If one could ignore the hideous scars on her face, she simply looked like a mischievous young girl. The Goblin General looked at her with a gentle glint in his eyes. He nodded and said softly, come. Thus, in this dim cave, a shocking battle was set off. and the clouds turned and went, and the long river flowed into the sea in an endless stream. Within moments, the entire cavern was covered in the foul odor of seafood. After a fierce battle, Elena lay still, in the wide, solid embrace of the kobold general. "Are you worried about something?" Her eyes glimmered in the faint candlelight, and she asked softly, her tone revealing a deep concern for her husband. The goblin general shook his head gently, his gaze seeming to penetrate time and space, landing in the distant past. "It's just that an old friend has finally come to ask for it." Elena frowned slightly, seemingly confused by the statement. She thought for a moment, and a wide smile bloomed on her face as a possible person suddenly came to mind. "Is that C?" The goblin general nodded, a flicker of mixed emotions in his eyes. His voice was gentle as he lowered his head and looked at his wife in his arms. "How's it going? Want to check it out?" Elena shook her head gently, a look of determination and relief on her face. "What are you looking at?" Died on that day. I belong to you now," she said, burying her head into her husband's arms with a happy face. "Besides, I'm long dead in C's eyes. A dead man should look like a dead man, so that even in parting, he will not be sad." "Yeah, you're mine." The kobold would take Elena in his arms, something glinting in his eyes. "You are mine and I can only be yours, so don't leave my side until I'm dead, okay?" "Aha." Elena raised her head and looked into her husband's eyes, her eyes full of happiness and dependence. And like a little bird, she snuggled tightly into the goblin general's embrace, her voice gentle and firm. "I'm definitely not leaving until you're dead, so don't die so young." Hearing Elena's words, the goblin general rarely answered. He just held his wife quietly, feeling her breathing and heartbeat. The night was deepening and moonlight poured through the window onto the bed. Their breathing steadied, as if they were blending into the serene night. The first rays of sunlight in the morning passed through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled on Yi Yan's bed, announcing the dawn of a new day. The air was filled with the faint scent of bread, a breakfast Victoria had prepared for him herself. Yi Yan sat at the dining table and hurriedly finished breakfast in a few bites. Then he stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go out. He turned to look into the kitchen, where Victoria was busy clearing the table, the sunlight from the heliotrope spilling over her white hair. "Mom, I'm going out." Yi Yan waved his hand and bid farewell to his mother. Victoria raised her head and looked at Yi Yan, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. "Be careful, run when you're in danger." Victoria nodded softly in response to her son's goodbye. Yi Yan nodded and turned to walk out of the house. Victoria looked at Yi Yan's back as it drifted away, and a wave of loneliness and worry couldn't help but well up in her heart. "Be sure to come back." "When?" "Back. I really am." Victoria smiled to herself and walked into the room. She knew that she and her son were two different species, but she still loved him as if he were her own. She silently prayed for Yi Yan's safe return. However, just as she turned around and was about to return to her room, a sharp dagger was suddenly aimed at her neck. Her eyes widened in horror as she looked at the strange woman behind her. "Don't move," the woman said coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent and coldness. Victoria's heart skipped a beat, and she felt like she was in the grip of death. She didn't dare to move and could only watch as the woman approached step by step. "Or else, kill you," the woman threatened, her voice full of harshness and determination. At this moment, in another dark corner, Yi Yan was once again assigned into a goblin scouting squad. Unlike the taunts and banter of the past, this time he wasn't taunted by anyone. The kobolds in the squad, talking to themselves. It was as if Yi Yan's existence was just an insignificant role in their mission. Yi Yan quietly listened to their conversation, trying to understand the construction of this new environment from it. From their words, he gradually drew a clear picture. As it turns out, they were inhabiting a large, sprawling kobold lair. The lair stood like a huge castle in a barren land, and around it, there were countless small nests spread out, which were like satellites of the larger nest, echoing each other. The duty of these kobold squads was to scout and interfere with the vision of those adventurers. They will set traps in the paths where adventurers may appear, or deliberately make some noises to attract the attention of adventurers. In this way, adventurers tend to fall for these tricks, thus ignoring the really important goal, the large, sprawling kobold lair. On top of that, the goblin squad had an important mission, which was to lower the vigilance of the adventurers. From time to time, they would create illusions that would make the adventurers think that the kobolds were just insignificant little characters, thus letting their guard down. However, in Yi Yan's opinion, the level of intelligence and cunning of these goblins was far from what was seen on the surface. He knew himself, well enough, that he must always be on his guard and not take it lightly. At the same time, he began to think about how to capitalize on this opportunity, get an in-depth look at the kobolds' movement patterns and strategies, so that, in the future, he could more effectively kill all these goblins that coveted his mother. At this time, On the outside of the divine forest, a group of adventurers were stepping on the fallen leaves and carefully walking through the dense bushes. Their eyes were full of curiosity and desire to explore, as if every leaf and every branch hid unknown mysteries. The sunlight filtered through the treetops and dappled the ground, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. The adventurers followed these lights and shadows, stooping now and then to check the ground for signs. From time to time, he looked up at the birds' nests in the canopy, trying to find the kobolds in every detail. However, the curious thing is, they walked for a long time, but never managed to spot a single kobold. This caused the adventurers to start feeling a little confused and disappointed. How did we get this far without a single kobold? A young adventurer couldn't help but complain. Discontent and anxiety were written all over his face, as if he was sorely disappointed with the rewards of the expedition. The other adventurers chimed in as well, and their moods began to become a bit heavy. After all, they were on this trip to look for kobolds as a way to build up their strength and courage. The side also took on a mission that was going to come. But today, not even a shadow of a kobold can be seen. It made them begin to wonder about their luck and abilities. Just then, a breeze blew through the trees and the leaves gently swayed and rustled. The adventurers immediately looked around alertly. Afraid of missing any important clues, they gripped their weapons tightly in their hands, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Also at this time, hey, stupid human! The kobold in the tree let out a contemptuous scoff, the sharp sound piercing into the ears of the crowd like a needlepoint. It rushed at the kobolds behind it, waving the short stick in its hand and shouting loudly, "Come together and show these humans what we're made of." Crap, we've run into kobolds. Someone in the group of adventurers whispered in alarm, a hint of fear in their voice. The crowd immediately tensed up. They knew that although these kobolds were short in size, they were cunning and cruel, and were by no means easy to deal with. Just then, one of the sisters in the group saw the brutal appearance of the kobolds and turned pale with fear, her legs going weak. She simply didn't dare to confront these monsters head-on, so without hesitation, she turned around and fled, disappearing into the depths of the woods. Hey! The man cried out at the sight, his face full of shock and helplessness. He didn't expect to lose one of their group before the battle even started. He secretly regretted in his heart that he should have known that he shouldn't have added everything when teaming up, and should have picked his teammates more carefully. But now it was too late for regrets. He could only clench his teeth and prepare for the upcoming battle. That traitor! The knight cursed angrily as he raised the long sword in his hand, a determined gleam in his eyes. He shouted, "Kill out with me!" The crowd's spirits lifted at the words, and they raised their weapons, ready to fight the kobolds to the death. For a while, the shouts and killings shook the sky, and the swords and swords were intertwined in the fight. As for Yi Yen, he was at the beginning of the battle, just hit early and watched the fight below, between the two groups. In the deep recesses of the kobold lair, dimly lit, on the second level, in a room, Victoria was looking intently. Sitting across from himself, Cory's, who relies on extremely strong stealth skills to obtain the status of a silver adventurer at the same time. Linxia territory. Within Linxia town, extremely famous adventurers. Legend has it that its stealth ability is inferior to even secret silver level adventurers. Only, it made Victoria curious. How in the world do people like this get caught? And at the moment, Cory's face held a hint of excitement, eyes glittering with a strange light. We're telling Victoria? Thrilling experiences. So, you're saying that you were saved by a different kind of kobold? Victoria covered her small mouth with surprise and curiosity in her tone. Cory's nodded vigorously, an unspeakable joy spreading across his face. Ah, she gently stroked her cheeks, blushing slightly. Until now, she could still feel the warmth and security that the kobold had brought her. I really didn't think that in this world, there could actually be such a selfless existence. Cory's voice was filled with admiration and awe. He's so awesome that he's willing to turn himself into an ugly, dirty kobold in order to pry for information. Victoria couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart as she listened to the young girl's description. So, can I ask when this happened? She asked tentatively. Cory's replied after a brief moment of thought. I think it was the day before yesterday. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. But, that moment was etched into her heart. In return for that big man, I even gave him a dagger, Cory said, drawing the shape of a dagger on the ground. Looking at the simple lines, Victoria's mind couldn't help but conjure up Yi Yan's figure. The doubts in her heart gradually dissipated as she recalled the extra dagger that Yi Yan had on his body after he went out that day. Now, she was certain, the kobold that had saved Cory's was none other than his own pup, Yi Yan. She hadn't thought that her own cub, who usually seemed to be cold and unfeeling towards others, would actually have such a kind side. Victoria's mood instantly improved at the thought. It's your mom praising you for doing something good. Is this what it's like to be a mom? Victoria thought so. Did you know that Biggie is really over the top? Cory said excitedly to Victoria. Admiration and envy for the mysterious big man shining in his eyes. Do you know how good Biggie is? Aha! Victoria nodded. Brush off that kobold in one fell swoop. Aha! Victoria nodded with a smile. Also, his ability to conceal himself is ridiculously strong. Aha! Cory's narrowed his eyes at Victoria, who was showing an anti-smile, and wondered, why do I get the feeling that you're happier than I am? Ha! Victoria touched the corners of her mouth and realized it had turned up. Yes? Realizing her faux pas, Victoria ducked her head sheepishly. Hey! Cory sighed. I was going to ask Big to take me out with him too, but he's just so cold and ignores me. Victoria couldn't help but laugh at that. Put. Victoria couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Cory's call her cub a big brother. What for? Cory's had the feeling that the elf was mocking her. And the evidence is overwhelming. Abominable. No. Victoria covered her small mouth and laughed. I didn't mean anything by it. Aha. The broad-minded Cory's, deciding to be an adult, forgave the elf lowly. Right. Chris thought of something. You take it out. My stealth skills are awesome. Hearing Cory's words, Victoria froze. Victoria lowered her eyes slightly, as if she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She was silent for a few moments before she finally lifted her head and shook it gently, speaking in a firm tone. It's more than enough for you to go out alone. If you take me with you, you'll never get out. Cory sniffed and frowned. There was nothing wrong with what Victoria said, but Reese's concealment skill could only work on himself, and staying in an elf without stealth skills was like a target in the middle of a goblin lair, categorically impossible to get out. Otherwise, she wouldn't be stuck at the silver adventurer stage. Don't worry, I'm fine here. Victoria seemed to see through the worry in Cory's mind as she gently added. However, Cory simply couldn't take her word for it. She was well aware that races like elves were highly sought after and coveted in the human world alone. Not to mention, being in this kobold lair full of, well, savagery and lust. A race like the elves, even if they were placed in the human race, there would be a whole lot of people coveting and wanting them. Even the other races, who used the elves as a badge of honor to show off their strength. Legend has it that in ancient times, elves were even sold as extremely rare goods by the various races. This didn't stop until the elves' king was born. This has led to, among other things, elves' distrust of other races, often residing in elven lands and ostracizing outsiders. Only a few young elves will come out, and the other races that still have any sense do. Not to mention, being in the middle of such a lowly demonic kobold lair that thinks with its lower body. Cory's mind couldn't help but conjure up an unpleasant image. She could already think of the scene where the elf was in those kobolds. This, only. But Reese looked at the cave in front of him and really found no sign of it. But she didn't believe that the kobold could control his lower body. Kobolds can control the lower half of their bodies as if they were human beings not eating for 7 days. Think of this. In thinking of that golden gold, Cory's couldn't help but tighten his grip on Victoria's hand, a determined gleam in his eyes. Trust me, I can get you out of here. Victoria couldn't help but feel the warmth and strength coming from Cory's hands. Since the capture of this dark place, all the time she was thinking about leaving and getting out of here. The thought that her companion would not abandon her like this and would surely come to her rescue. But it was a year's wait. Originally, she thought that her life would be a life of despair and death in this dark lair. Until there was a light that illuminated her dim life. Her first child, born. However, despite the firmness and determination of Cory's words, Victoria remained unmoved. She shook her head, a determined gleam in those bright eyes. No, I can't go. Victoria's voice, though low, but it was full of determination. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her insides, then continued. It's not just that I don't want to involve you. It's also, before she could finish her sentence, she was eagerly interrupted by Cory's. Could it be? An anxious look came over his face, as if he wanted to wake up Victoria's senses immediately. You're concerned about your children? Cory's blurted out a rebuke, her voice filled with anger and disbelief. Wake up. It's just a kobold, trying to wake up the elf in front of him, who seemed to have fallen into a kind of unreal world. You should know that, Cory's continued, her tone filled with helplessness and sadness. A race like the kobolds has no concept of motherhood. Before their eyes, females are nothing more than tools for reproduction, toys for lust. Even if, for example, the mother who gave birth to it, it's the same. But Reese's words were like a hammer blow, hitting Victoria hard in the heart. Victoria's body shuddered slightly. That's what she's worried about. In the end, it's just wishful thinking on your part to think of her as a child. Maybe, people just want to toy with you. Hoo. Cory's also gasped for breath for a moment, realizing that he had spoken a little too harshly. but he also understood that it was the only way to wake Victoria up. Well, maybe. Victoria took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. She was silent for a moment, then continued, but, regardless of the situation, I still choose to believe in my children. She couldn't just keep going, especially in Yi Yan's case, where he didn't know anything, since, after choosing and accepting Yi Yan, then she would have to fulfill all the responsibilities of a mother, even if the road behind is harder. Or maybe she made the wrong choice, but she also wanted to walk on and see. It was her child who gave her hope in this place of despair. How could she clap her hands and leave? Seeing this, Cory did not say anything more, knowing full well the elf maiden's determination. Okay, she nodded in understanding, then said firmly, but, Ms. Victoria, rest assured that I will bring the adventurers to get you out. You should also know that such a large goblin nest is an absolutely intolerable existence for the Adventurers Association and the country. Cory's tone revealed a seriousness and determination. Victoria nodded softly, her heart filled with helplessness and sadness. She understood that a devastating blow was about to be dealt here. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she could not change Yi Yan's fate. It was a war between races, a hatred that humans and other races had carried on for thousands and thousands of years against the kobolds. No, Victoria whispered, her voice revealing a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. She realized that if she wanted to live, she might have to give up her child, but the decision was certainly a great torment and pain for her. Cory looked at Victoria's pained expression and couldn't help but feel something in his heart. She had originally taken on this mission for the 100 gold coins. After seeing the elf in front of him, thought of taking it along for the ride. Now, however, he found himself unable to turn his back on the elven lady. She scratched her head and prepared to leave with an impatient look on her face, but then stopped at the last moment. Wait! Victoria suddenly called out to Cory. She stepped forward and hugged Cory tightly. Cory was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden embrace, his cheeks fluttering red quickly as he stammered. So, that Ms. Victoria, what are you doing? Victoria didn't answer. She just hugged Cory tightly. Then she opened her mouth slightly and spat out a complex and arcane elvish language. The next moment, a flash of golden light shot out of Victoria's mouth and merged into Cory's body. Cory felt a warmth flow through his body, as if a magical power was infusing him. Holy light, blessing of the elves, cannot be cast on evil magical creatures. Victoria slowly released her hand, a cozy smile on her face. I'm sorry for failing you, she said softly. This is my return gift to you, the blessing of the elves. It does nothing else but add a little bit of good luck to you. Perhaps it will make your journey out of this lair a little smoother. When Cory heard this, a golden light came to his eyes. She excitedly grabbed Victoria's hand and thanked her profusely. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you, Victoria said with a smile and a shake of her head. It's okay. You take care. I'll go then. Cory gave the elf a look before he left. Then, with a sigh, he turned away. It was her choice. Just strange kobold pups. Is there such a thing as coincidence? Holding this doubt, Chris stepped out of the cave and headed for the exit. It's horrible. It's horrible. The girl's insides are screaming madly. It was as if an invisible hand had clutched her heart so tightly that she couldn't breathe. She ran as hard as she could, as if she slowed down just a little, the terrible fear would catch up with her. The cries of her brother and sister kept echoing in her mind, and those familiar sounds and smiles seemed like they were right in front of her eyes, yet out of reach. It was thought that she was old enough to be able to, not to be afraid, but not until actually facing that disgusting monster. She still chose to run away. The moment she left the team, she had hesitated and been afraid, but she eventually chose to run away. But did she really want to be the coward who betrayed the team? Sister, look what I drew. The boy picked up a set of his sister's words to defeat the monster, and showed it to her. Think of the scene in your head. The girl suddenly perked up. No, she doesn't want to. She wanted to face the odds and conquer her fears with her teammates. At that thought, she jerked to a stop and took a deep breath, then turned and ran back. She knew she couldn't run away anymore, and she couldn't let her fear control her anymore. She was going to return to the team and face this terrible challenge with everyone else. Her heartbeat steadied and her pace became more determined. What the girl doesn't know at this point is this. A strange kobold stalked her in the shadows and ran back after her. As an assassin, he knew that his duty was to hide in the shadows and look for the best time to strike. He would not fight his opponents head-on unless he had to. Only when there was a need for a one-shot kill would he strike decisively and show the value of an assassin. Yi Yan quietly hid in the bushes and observed the situation on the battlefield. He indifferently watched the kobolds as they were in the middle of a fierce battle with the adventurers, without the slightest ripple in his heart. As far as he was concerned, these kobolds were just obstacles on his way to accomplishing his mission. Yi Yan had never considered these kobolds who couldn't walk at the sight of his mother as teammates. The battle went exceptionally well. The adventurers were numerous though, but it also seemed a bit overwhelming against the cunning and cruelty of the kobolds. And the kobolds got stronger and stronger. They let out excited crunching sounds and kept launching fierce attacks on the adventurers. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with a thick smell of blood, as if even the air was trembling. The man was alone, facing the hideous kobold with determination and resignation in his eyes. The sword in his hand was already stained with blood, but he didn't care. He just held it tightly as if it was the only thing he had to rely on. The stone axe in the kobold's hand is shattered, but it didn't seem too affected, and continued to growl ferociously as it lunged at the man. The man knew that there was no turning back. He could only fight with all his might. One by one, his companions fell around him, their blood staining the earth and the man's eyes. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. But fate didn't seem to favor him. Just as he was about to despair, the kobold suddenly let out a mournful scream. The man looked up, only to see a blade flash, and the kobold's head unexpectedly flew straight out. The man froze. He couldn't believe his eyes. This kobold, surprisingly, was killed by another kobold? He stared wide-eyed at the strange kobold hanging upside down from the tree. This kobold's body seems to be more robust than the other kobolds. Even good-looking? A strong sense of crisis surged in the man's heart. The goblin in front of him was definitely an even more powerful existence than the previous goblin. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move his feet as if they were bound by something. All he could do was watch as the kobold slowly descended from the tree and closed in on him. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the kobold's talent Beastly Intuition D. The voice of the world echoed in Yi Yan's mind. Yi Yan didn't pay any attention to it and waved his hand indifferently, flinging the blood on the dagger to the ground. Glancing once more at the man who had fallen to the ground, he then turned and left without leaving any words. Stop! The man suddenly shouted, but immediately regretted it. He didn't know why he was calling out to this monster. His heart was filled with fear, fearing that his life would be taken by this monster just like those companions. Nevertheless, he plucked up his courage and opened his mouth to ask. Why? He wanted to know why this kobold had killed his own kind and why he had saved himself. So many doubts swirled around in his mind. Snap! But before he could finish his words, his body collapsed from overdraft. As his consciousness blurred, he saw the woman running back. Run! The girl yelled, but it was too late. Her heart was filled with despair as she saw the scene before her. All of his companions have been killed by that kobold. She tried to escape, but her legs were as heavy as lead. I want. The woman's voice came to an abrupt end as a flash of a knife cut through her and her head tumbled to the ground. Congratulations on killing the human. You have gained 1 point of magic based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the human's talent, Perception D. Yi Yan coldly wiped the dagger in his hand, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned away. There is no need to show mercy to someone who wants to kill you. He'd been indoctrinated to think that way. And then, life up to now. As for the man who was lying on the ground with a trace of life, Yi Yan had originally planned to end it with a single cut. But then he remembered his mom's words. In the end, it didn't go down. He turned away, stepping over the piles of corpses and heading back to the kobold's lair alone. Another reunion. Again. It's all that's left. He came back alone. This naturally caused Goblin Nagashi's displeasure. He stood in the center of the camp, his gaze like a knife, stabbing straight at Yi Yan. The surrounding kobolds were whispering and talking, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if even the air had frozen. You're the only one who came back alive? Goblin Changdon's voice was low and cold, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Yi Yan nodded. His face did not have the slightest bit of fear, and his clear eyes were filled with doubt and incomprehension. What's wrong? You. Seeing Yi Yan's clear but with a share of stupidity in his eyes, Goblin Changdong's fingers trembled in anger. You guy, really think I don't dare to do anything? The kobold Changdong was furious. Oh. Yi Yan stared back, his ruby eyes flashing with icy killing intent. The weapon in his hand gripped tightly. What do you want? Goblin Changdong was shocked by Yi Yan's eyes and tone, and he was somewhat speechless for a moment. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Yan, but the anger in his heart grew stronger. Just then, a low voice broke the tension. You come with me. The Lord General wants to see you. A kobold in armor was seen walking slowly, his body exuding an aura of majesty. He stood in front of Yi Yan and sized him up a few times, but his heart was filled with disdain. Goblin Knight Foam, actually defeated by such a low-level goblin. What a disgrace. They goblin riders. The kobolds on the side, upon seeing the kobold rider, were shocked. It hadn't occurred to me that the Generalissimo was actually going to call on this kobold. It must be. This guy is so arrogant. This scene caused, for some of the kobolds, displeasure. I think this kobold just has a ghost. Every time he shows up, it's one of his kobolds coming back. Some kobolds gloated and watched. I'm afraid the general, I think, wants to interrogate him himself. Ha ha, well, I could see it a long time ago. This little kid kobold is a traitor. Too abominable. This guy actually dares to betray our big brother Bryn clan. However, in the face of the kobold knight's call, Yi Yen just gently twisted his head and lightly glanced at the goblin knight. Then he turned around and walked away, as if he hadn't heard the other person at all. Nothing, in his eyes, was as important as going back to see his mom. As for going to see that nuisance, that was simply out of the question. You guys, how dare you ignore me and the general's orders? The kobold rider roared. He couldn't understand why this little brat dared to be so reckless and disregard him so much. The goblin knight's anger instantly burned to the extreme, fiercely rushing towards Yi Yen, wanting to rope this little brat to justice and escort him back to see the general. He waved the spear in his hand and viciously stabbed at Yi Yen. However, the current Yi Yen was not the Yi Yen from before. In the face of the kobold knight's attack, Yi Yen didn't even turn around and reached out his hand to take the next step. The kobold knight's attack grabbed it by the hand. What? The kobold knight was so shocked that he tried to jerk his hand back with all his might. But no matter how hard it pushed, Yi Yen didn't move at all, without the slightest use. Damn it! The kobold rider growled, his other hand snapping out. In the face of this threat, Yi Yen, however, only gently raised his eyebrows. His hands were bruised. Immediately after that, Yi Yen threw it with force, and the goblin knight was viciously flung out like a fallen leaf swept up by a gale. Bang! After tracing a long arc in the air, it smashed heavily onto the ground with a deafening thud. The ground instantly cracked into a deep trench. This scene left the many kobolds present dumbfounded, their eyes wide and their jaws almost falling to the ground. These low-level kobolds had never seen anything like it. High kobold knights in their minds, to be actually thrown off so easily by a low-level goblin. This is simply a great refresher of, well, their three views. In their eyes, these high-level goblin knights were the supreme existence, possessing power and majesty that they could not match. Yet now it seems as if these high-level kobolds are not inaccessible? Damn it! The kobold rider grimaced, his green face becoming more verdant with rage. Its eyes stared at Yi Yen with a deadly stare, its heart filled with anger and humiliation. It never thought that it would make a fool of itself in front of so many low-level kobolds. Damn kobold brats! The kobold rider roared, his voice filled with murderous intent and anger. It could no longer care less about the general's orders. Right now its only thought was to shred this, the lowly kobold in front of it, who had dared to make a fool out of it. However, just as it was about to rush up to teach Yi Yen a lesson, a thick and solemn voice suddenly rang out. Stand down, you guys, brush. Perhaps out of respect, or fear, the kobold rider stopped hard. It looked back and saw a large, imposing goblin general slowly approaching. The body of the goblin general exuded a majestic aura, causing all the goblins present to feel an invisible sense of oppression. Seeing this, the goblin knight could only unwillingly retract his footsteps and glared fiercely at Yi Yen. What it doesn't realize, however, is this. It had just returned from a stroll through the ghostly gates. If the general hadn't appeared in time to stop it, I'm afraid it would have already lost its life to Yishur. Lord General. The kobold knight tightened his grip on his longsword and thrust it hard into the ground, saluting it with the courtesy of a knight. His eyes were filled with awe and loyalty. Aha! The kobold general nodded at this. It was aware that the tiny little king in front of it wouldn't even listen to the other kobolds, so it took the lead and came over. In hindsight, it was the right decision. He slowly walked to Yi Yen's front and looked down at this little guy who was shorter than himself. Yi Yen raised his head to look up at the general, the dagger in his hand gripped tightly, his knuckles white from the force. His body was tense, the muscles of his entire body ready to launch an attack at any moment. The two kobolds, one large and one small, just stared at each other, and there was tension in the air. Both saw something in the other's eyes. The air was silent for a moment. The other kobolds around them saw this and held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Just then, a gust of wind blew through the trees, rustling the leaves as if cheering for this upcoming showdown. It was the goblin general, eventually, who broke the silence. Follow me. When the words fell, the goblin general just gave Yi Yen a faint look and walked away on his own, seemingly sensing something. After walking for a few moments, the goblin general turned back and looked away. Instead, he found Yi Yen staying in place with an alert face, looking for a break in the goblin general. However, even with the goblin general's back to himself, Yi Yan couldn't even see a single crack in his body. This made Yi Yan feel extremely incredible. Even he was vaguely aware of a frontal line of sight being cast. It was as if, behind this goblin general, there was a pair of eyes. It was, like, never felt before. If you don't want your mommy to die, you better listen to me. Brush. As the goblin general's words fell, the entire space seemed to be frozen by an invisible force. Yi Yan's figure, in that instant, disappeared without a trace like a ghost. The movement was so dazzlingly fast that even the air seemed to fail to catch the trajectory he left behind in time. When he reappeared, Yi Yan was already in the dead center of the goblin general's field of vision, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, aiming at the goblin general's heart. However, Yi Yan had managed to find the perfect opportunity with great difficulty. He didn't even look at Yi Yan. He just gently waved his one hand, and two fingers clamped Yi Yan's dagger like an iron vise. Oh! A hint of surprise appeared on the goblin general's face as he raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Yan, appreciation flashing in his eyes. Not bad. In such a short period of time, your strength has actually risen so quickly. Kill you. Hearing Yi Yan's words, the goblin general let out a light laugh as he looked back at Yi Yan, and those deep eyes seemed to harbor an endless abyss. If you can do it, then by all means try, he said lightly, his tone full of confidence and provocation. But can you do it? Don't make me say it again. Follow me. General Kobold said suddenly, snapping his fingers and releasing the grip on his dagger. Boom! A huge force instantly erupted, and Yi Yan's entire body was shaken by this force and flew backwards. Yi Yan adjusted his descending position in the air, descended into a crouch, and rolled on the ground a few times, unloading most of his strength before barely minimizing the damage. He had just gotten to his feet when he heard the goblin general's threat. If, on the other hand, you don't want your mom to have problems, then be a good boy and follow, General Goblin said, his tone filled with undeniable majesty. Hearing this, Yi Yan did not hesitate and followed. The goblin general lightly glanced at Yi Yan, a little smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Didn't think about high school again. Feeling a little older again. Here's wishing the high school students the best of luck with their entrance exams. Beyond the guild's gates, sunlight poured down and the air was buzzing with activity. A woman stood silently. The corners of her mouth rose slightly in a faint smile. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang broke the peaceful atmosphere. The door to the guild was violently kicked open by a foot. This loud bang instantly attracted everyone's attention. Immediately afterward, a deafening scream echoed through the guild. I'm finally back. Those who knew something about Cory's had expected this. Early on, I covered my ears to avoid the deafening screams. However, some of the newer members are not as aware. They grumbled disgruntledly, trying to find the source of the sound. Looking back, just a young girl standing in the doorway. The young girl's long hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were deep, and she flashed tight leather armor clothing that outlined her perfect curves. It looks valiant and feminine at the same time. Her appearance was like a bright landscape that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those new people who were originally complaining. At this moment, they also forgot about their previous dissatisfaction, and each of them stared at her with wide eyes, staring straight at her. The original was still upset about the deafening screams, but the moment she saw Cory's, all of her dissatisfaction turned into lustful longing. They reached out their hands to strike up a conversation with the beautiful female thief. However, they were unaware of Cory's temperament. Only a slight smile was seen from Cory's, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The figure disappeared in front of them. In the next moment, those who dared to accost them fell to the ground with broken arms and legs, screaming miserably. In the process, they actually didn't realize how they got hit? Ha 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 ha. The guild erupted in laughter. This has become a habit in the guild. Every time Cory's came back, there was always someone who tried to accost him unknowingly and was then brutally punished. However, even so, those newer members were happy to be there. It was as if this was a necessary rite of passage for them to join the guild. Chorus 4-1 seemed to have long since grown accustomed to all of this, so it was just a matter of teaching them a proper lesson. Some of the newcomers got up from the ground with an upset face and wanted to retaliate back, only to be stopped by an old adventurer, Timothy, who stepped aside. I would advise you not to think of revenge. That guy's a silver adventurer. Ha! Hearing silver adventurer, those newcomers were instantly like deflated balls. Liar, so young to be silver? You know, silver adventurers are already the backbone of the adventurers' union. It's more the mark of a mature adventurer. Ordinary adventurers could not even become silver adventurers in their entire lives. It is a hurdle that rests between iron and gold. And they, the bronze rookie adventurers, were even more so. You guys, there's no need to compare yourselves to this girl. Seeing the newcomer hang his head, Timos let out a sigh of comfort. Hey, hearing so many compliments, Cory's proudly held his hand up to his chest, embarrassed. Yes, there's no need for you guys to compare yourselves to me. After all, this young lady is, well, a genius adventurer. The crowd of newbie adventurers, looking at the smelly beauty in front of them, couldn't accept it for a moment. No, shouldn't you be a little more high-strung? Just get used to it. This girl is extremely smelly. You can't spoil her. Gee, is this really our lost cat? Lost somewhere again? Everyone looked at each other with a few teasing looks. One of the adventurers sitting next to him chortled. Maybe, she was in her den, got lost for half a day, and is just now running out. The crowd erupted in laughter at this, as if the words had poked everyone's funny bone. Ha 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 ha. Cory's listened to the laughter and glared at them with her arms crossed and her brow furrowed in displeasure. You people, what a thing to say. This is outrageous. There was a touch of aggravation and anger in her voice. I've brought important information to share with you today, and you're actually laughing at me like this. A man couldn't help but burst out laughing at her words. Come on, little girl, have you lied to people enough times? We're not going to fall for your tricks again. Cory's was on fire when he heard this. She glared at the man with wide, angry eyes and said, I'm for real this time. I've been strolling around inside the great goblin lair. Can you believe it? As soon as her words left her mouth, a silence fell around her. Everyone stared at Cory's with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe their ears. A kobold lair? There's a goblin general there. Organized kobolds. Look a lot stronger than those who are not organized. No, it's not even a concept of the two. As for, does Corliss lie? There is simply no need, and no dare, to tell such a big lie. But although the girl owed a little and liked to lie, she would never take such a big thing and joke about it. At least, that much trust, they still have. Also at this time, what the hell did you just say? The chairman, Jory, came panting over, his hands gripping Cory's shoulders, the urgency and worry in his eyes unmistakable. Immediately afterward, Cory's told the crowd what he had experienced, and told them. In it, however, Chorus hides the matter of Victoria. Cory's words completely shocked the entire Adventurers Union. The presence of the Underground King, the Great Goblin Lair. As soon as Reese's words fell, the entire Adventurers Guild fell into a dead silence. People looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. It hadn't occurred to me that such a large mine was hidden so close to them. Jory asked in a shaky voice, is everything you say true? That Underground King, those kobolds, do they really exist? Cory's nodded, her eyes firm and deep. Well, there's a lot of kobolds in there. A lot. And they haven't found out yet. That says it all. If there were no kobold superior species and a very high IQ kobold, can't do that at all. And that kobolds means we're strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do anything to make so many kobolds obey. It was important to know that magical creatures like kobolds were low-level magical creatures that honored instincts and had low intelligence, without the senior kobolds directing them from the shadows, or even using human knowledge, laying down rules to constrain them. They can't be that obedient. It's simply not possible, and until now they haven't realized it. Jory, and the others, were too shocked by Cory's words to speak. This place, they knew, was going to be a mess. In the dim light of the late-night conference room, Jory frowned tightly and grimaced. Knowing that, there is such a danger present, Jory didn't hesitate. Just as it was about to be reported to a nearby country. There is a dilemma. Ha! Jory snapped to his feet, eyes as wide as brass bells, eyes locked on Cory's. I wonder where. The atmosphere in the entire room instantly tightened, as if even the air had frozen. Cory's flinched a little at Jory's stern gaze, and she gulped and answered cautiously. Because, at that time, when they were taken away, they were dizzy. No? Jory frowned, a hint of impatience in his tone. How could you not know? Weren't you taken by kobolds? Yes. Cory's nodded, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face as he thought back to the unpleasant past. Normally, it would have been picked up, but how could she say such a humiliating thing? But at that point I was so knocked out and disoriented by them that I didn't even see where they took me. Leaving again in a hurry. I'm afraid the kobolds will take me back again. I didn't have time to observe my surroundings at all. As you all know, in terms of stealthy escape, I'm naturally second. No one dares to say first. But my battle power, Cory said with a mischievous and cute expression as he finished, spitting out his tongue and banging his fist on his head. Hey you Jolly cracks Corliss with a right hand to the side of the head. Ah, damn it. Corliss huffed and puffed. Hit me on the head every day and ignore you. Ah, just as he opened the door, he almost ran into a woman head-on. Carrie, vice president of the Adventurers Union and Jory's assistant. Really? You pissed off Coco again? What do you mean I'm messing with it? Jory was furious, stroking his gray-haired beard with a grimace. It's this girl, so brainless. You grew up watching her and you're still not used to it? Carly laughed softly, the smirk on her face disappearing instantly as she saw the tea placed in front of Jory's face. How's it going? Hey. Jory sighed heavily. It's hard. It's hard. If it's really what Corliss says it is, then, even if we mobilize all the adventurers in this land, I'm afraid it will be difficult to shake that big nest. Jory's voice held a tremor. How? Carly covered her small mouth, her face white with horror. If Corliss's information was true, then they were facing an unprecedented challenge. The number of kobolds in that lair, I'm afraid, has reached a staggering 10,000, and they were a force to be reckoned with, even in this land. But it seems so insignificant in comparison. He couldn't imagine tens of thousands of goblins. What a terrifying sight that would be. And what made him feel even more fearful was that among those kobolds, advanced kobolds were also born, and even the upper species might have appeared. These powerful existences were enough to make adventurers like them despair. That you don't have to worry about. Jory interrupted Carly's thoughts. Wiping out the kobolds is not the only thing we have to do. Jory grimaced. At this point, I'll report it to the neighboring states. Yes. He lifted his head, a look of determination flashing in his gaze, and said to Carly next to him, notify down immediately. Gather all the adventurers. We need to find the nest of those kobolds. Make sure you find where they're hiding. And if possible, map out roughly how many kobolds there are. Carly sniffed and immediately nodded her head in response, then turned around and hurriedly left. As Jory's words fell, the entire Adventurers Guild got busy. The adventurers have assembled for an operation to find the kobold lair. Various commissions that had something to do with kobolds were pasted on top of the quest list. At this point, the Great Goblin Lair, top floor, the steps leading up to Fort Chan. As soon as Yi Yan raised his head, he could see the lofty castle that stood in the interior of the mountain. Around the castle, a scene of flourishing flowers came into view. A wide variety of flowers compete for color and fragrance. These flowers stand out in the kobold lair, but blend harmoniously into the world. Soon, Yi Yan led the goblin general to the top floor. 2 kobold knights stood guard by the castle gates. Outside the castle is very wide, and nearby there are flower fields with all kinds of flowers. The top of the cave is littered with heliotrope, emanating daylight scattered over the flowers. A faint fresh smell filled the air. It really didn't occur to me that the stinking kobold lair had a place like this. Mom would have loved it here if she were here. Curious, Yi Yan squatted down and picked one. The kobold general, who was on the sidelines, frowned at the sight of the. Pick another one. The goblin general to the side frowned again. When Yi Yan was at the next one, the goblin general could no longer hold back his words to. Enough. Yi Yan looked up at the goblin general in confusion, but his hand didn't stop and had already picked the flower. What's here isn't mine, General Kobold reminded. Yi Yan looked at the goblin general suspiciously, without the slightest hesitation. Pick another one. Here's something that someone else grew. The goblin general frowned, then warned. Yi Yan looked at the goblin general with a puzzled expression as he picked one. It's not very easy for that stupid woman to grow what's here. At this point, the goblin general's voice already had a bit of anger in it, but it's still barely in control of itself. However, Yi Yan repeatedly was unable to understand as if he was picking one. Just as he was about to pick one, the goblin general couldn't hold back. A fist went down, and Yi Yan actually couldn't dodge in time. Head up a big bag. I told you not to pick it. The goblin general raised his fists in anger. These flowers, but that stupid woman had a hard time growing them. If we let this kid pick it off like this, what's going to happen? You didn't say that. Yi Yan covered his head in defiance. If he could beat him, he would have killed the goblin general in front of him long ago. It's an abomination. It's obvious he didn't do anything to deserve a beating. Can't you understand what I mean by that? The goblin general covered his head, unable to figure it out. Sometimes the guy is frighteningly mature, but sometimes he is just as a child with little common sense. Naivety is scary. What do the words mean? Yi Yan twisted his head in doubt, his eyes clear and full of innocence. Why don't you just say it? How do I know it all if I don't say it? Yi Yan beamed and held the flower in her arms, deeply afraid that this hateful guy would snatch it away. Looking at Yi Yan like this, the goblin general, for a moment, did not know what to say. Do you like flowers? Dislikes. Yi Yan did not hesitate and shook his head. Then why did you pick it? Mommy likes it. Yi Yan looked at the flowers with tenderness in his eyes. Mom would love it if we brought it back. Oh, yeah. Yi Yan lowered his head and looked at the flowers, not paying attention to the goblin general whose face was gradually becoming gloomy. Well, if you want to take those flowers away, come and try to hit me. Really? My word is my bond. The goblin general had a serious face and looked at Yi Yan with his hands clasped on his chest. Just as the Goblin General was thinking about how to temper Yi Yan, he didn't expect Yi Yan to directly refuse. I don't want it. You're so much better than me. Oh, yeah. The Kobold General laughed softly. So, you're still afraid. I just don't fight battles I'm not sure of. Yi Yan pouted her small mouth with a face of displeasure. Good. The Kobold General waved his hand. In the next moment, that Goblin Knight Force, who had called Yi Yan before, ran out. Just knocking him out is fine too. Lord General, this is not good. Kobold Knight Force's mouth was saying so, but there was a smile on his face, clearly excited and looking forward to it. Isn't that just like bullying a kobold? The Goblin Knight Force had long wanted to kill in front of him, this little brat who didn't know the sky and the earth. If the general hadn't been here, he'd have done it a long time ago. Still waiting until now, letting this brat stand in front of him so arrogantly. The Kobold General aside did not pay attention to the arrogance of his cloth as he looked to Kobold Force. A flash of strange light flashed in the Goblin General's eyes. Immediately afterward, a panel appeared in front of him. ____. Name Force. Race, Goblin Knight. Stage, Growth Period. Strength, 66. Speed, 57. Physique, 57. Magic, 5. Talent, Beast Intuition C. It's normal to exceed the average panel for growth levels. After all, it had been 10 years since Goblin Force had entered its growth phase, and it made sense that it would have that kind of power. Only, I'm afraid that with such a value, I won't be able to break through the growth stage in my lifetime. Compared to Goblin Force, who had been growing in anticipation for 10 years, Yi Yan, who had just broken through the growth stage not long ago, was extremely abnormal. ____. Name Yi Yan. Race, low-level Goblin Special Individual. Stage, Growth Period. Strength, 50, cap raised from 30 to 100. Speed, 56, cap raised from 30 to 100. Physical Fitness, 43, cap raised from 30 to 100. Magic, 12, cap raised from 30 to 100. Skills, Latent Shadow. Fireball E. Proprietary Skills ***. Talents, Breath Concealment. Language Proficiency. Magical Affinity. Self-Healing C. Strength Enhancement C. Speed Enhancement C. Magic Manipulation D. Physical Enhancement C. Beast Intuition C. Perception D. Special Talent, King Seed. Limit Break. Are these extreme talents brought on by that exclusive skill? General Goblin saw Yi Yan's panel and fell into deep thought. It's funny how the kid's panel stats go up every time he goes out. It was important to realize that unusual creatures that wanted to improve their power on the panel and their speed would need to go through long periods of exercise before slowly improving. For example, if Goblin Force's power wanted to increase from 66 to 67 as a level, I'm afraid that besides hunting every day, there was also the precipitation of time, and that time is at least a year. That's still 60 at this stage, and the bigger the number, the more time and effort, down the road, will be required. This is one of the reasons why the Goblin General, so to speak, the Goblin Knight Force, is unable to break through to maturity. Laziness is accompanied by a lack of talent. The more talented you are, the more training, the more time you have to accumulate, and the faster the numerical opportunity to improve. Obviously, Goblin Knight Force, not talented enough in this area, and this, too, reflected the irrationality of Yi Yan's boosted data. It's too fast. In just a few days, you have traveled the path of others for several years. Also, that value of surpassing everyone else at birth is worth pondering. What exactly is the factor? What about influencing these? Is it that exclusive skill that he can't see? But what are the triggering conditions? Okay, you guys get started one. Without thinking too much, the Goblin General waved his hand, and the Goblin Knight Force immediately rushed forward. Well, kid, you're dead. Facing the incoming Goblin Knights, Yi Yan didn't panic a bit. Compared to the Goblin General in front of him who didn't know the depths of his depths, it was obvious that the Goblin Knight in front of him was too much weaker. Yi Yan took a step back and dodged the Kobold Knight's chopping attack. Ha ha, do you think you can run? Goblin Knight Force laughed, and with his other hand, he pulled out his dagger and shot it towards Yi Yan. Blocking, facing the incoming dagger, Yi Yan raised his other hand while raising his dagger to parry. In the next moment, flames gathered in Yi Yan's hands and then coalesced into a large fireball. Brush! The fireball smashed straight through. However, in the face of Yi Yan's fireball spell, Goblin Knight Force did not have any intention of dodging, only to see that the fireball spell hit, with precision, the Goblin Knight's armor. Boo! Flames exploded in all directions. Kobold Knight Force, but didn't even frown. The fireball just now even only left faint scars on the Goblin Knight's armor. It didn't have the slightest effect on the Kobold Knight Force. Ha 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 ha, it's not working, Goblin Knight Force laughed loudly and came to Yi Yan with a sprint. Goblin Knight's armor, probably immune to most magical attacks. Magic, it's useless to me. Goblin Knight Force grinned and swung his sword at Yi Yan. Brush. Seeing this, Yi Yan raised his sword to fend it off, but the powerful force still brought Yi Yan's entire body flying. With the help of this reaction force, Yi Yan pulled away from the Goblin Knight Force. Seeing Yi Yan, who was in the air and had nowhere to run, the Goblin Knight forcefully went up, wanting to use it to kill. Brush. But just moments after it had jumped away, a fireball slammed head-on into its face. It's no use. The armor's anti-magic abilities are not limited to. Before the Kobold Knight could finish his sentence, he sensed danger and shifted his head to the left. Boom! Brush! The fireball struck the knight, and along with it, still, came the dagger that shot from behind the hidden fireball. It grazed the Kobold Rider's cheek, leaving a faint bruise and reddish-black blood in the ground. It is! Goblin Knight Force touched the wound on his face furiously. Just now, if he didn't dodge in time, the dagger, then, had taken its life. Just now. It's just me being careless. Definitely not this time. Goblin Knight Force's face turned red as he looked towards Yi Yan, trying to lock onto his target. However, it was discovered that Yi Yan's entire person had disappeared and no trace could be found. Kobold Knight Force was alarmed. How come? When did he lose him? Could it be that the series of attacks just now were all too, well, take their eyes off of him? But, it's just not possible to move away briefly. It's just not possible for the whole person to just disappear. Where the hell is it? Goblin Knight Force looked around, trying to find Yi Yan's trail, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find it. Is it hidden? No way. There's nothing to hide here. Could it be magic? Nope. I didn't watch him chant, which means it's most likely a skill. It is. The eyes of the Goblin General who watched the battle from the side narrowed slightly. The Goblin Knight Force couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. Utilizing the blind spots in your field of vision, you can move quickly, which in turn serves the purpose of hiding yourself. Follow Goblin Force's sight movement. Coupled with the skills on its body, the aids of breath concealment reached the point where the entire person repeatedly disappeared completely. This situation was something that even he, when facing Yi Yan, could not find without utilizing his skills. It's a skill that can't be honed overnight. But, again, it was indeed a kobold cub birth. So how the hell could that be? Why would this one assassination technique? The Kobold General frowned. But whatever. A king is a king. It's the key to the revival of the Kobold clan. It's the Kobold clan. The hope for freedom from the sinful race. The rest, for the Goblin General days. It doesn't make any sense. Brush. The battle continued, and the Kobold Knight Force, at this point, was on the verge of collapse. Get thee out. Goblin Knight Force was furious and rushed out into the open, growling. What's the point of hiding? Come out if you can. One-on-one. In the next moment, Yi Yan appeared behind the Goblin Knight. Suffered. By the time the Goblin Knight noticed Yi Yan, it was already too late. Could it be that he was going to die? Brush. Just as the dagger was about to be aimed at the Kobold Knight, the Kobold General stepped in to stop it. With only one hand, he easily blocked Yi Yan's attack. It's no light skill. It's purely a difference in strength. Well, that's the end of it. Damn. You actually tried to kill me. The Kobold Rider was angry and relieved at the same time. This goblin is just, well, too weird. Humph. Just you wait. I'll make you pay. In the face of the Goblin Knight's angry roar, Yi Yan didn't pay any attention to it and instead pointed at the Goblin Knight and looked at the Goblin General. He's not dead. What? Kobold Knight Force was furious. This guy really wanted to kill him. It's really an abomination. When had he ever been looked down upon so much by a tiny low-level kobold? You guys, the Kobold Rider's words were not yet finished. Next moment, brush. Yi Yan's figure, once again, disappeared. When it reappeared, it had appeared behind the Goblin Knight. The blackened dagger, aimed at Kobold Knight Force's neck. What? The Kobold Knight was shocked. He really didn't expect it. The kobold in front of him actually dared to disobey the words of the Kobold General and dared to kill him in front of the Kobold General's eyes. At this point, the dagger was between less than a few millimeters away, and it was too late to dodge. Just as the black cut was about to decapitate the Goblin Knight Force's neck, Yi Yan vaguely sensed something. On the tips of his toes, he dodged sideways. The dagger sliced across the Kobold Knight's neck, leaving a very shallow wound. A flash of color flashed in the eyes of the Goblin General on the side. The heart could not help but be alarmed. What did he detect just now? What an excellent perception. It may not be far from gaining breath perception. Its talent was so terrifying that even the goblins, who were regarded as the most talented in 1,000 years, were inferior to it. This is the future king of the Kobold clan. Goblin knights walking back from the border of death. Taking a step back and pulling away enough distance, his gaze was dead on Yi Yan, deeply afraid that if he didn't pay attention, Yi Yan would disappear from under his eyes again. Damn it! The kobold knight force, touching the wound on his neck, the anger on his face overflowing. You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Enough! The goblin general shouted a rebuke and told him to stand down. Stand down! But, kobold knight force, with an offended face tried to say something else, but was interrupted by the general. Stand down! The goblin general's line of sight landed on Goblin Knight Force's body, instantly causing it to break out in a cold sweat. Don't make me say it again. Good. Kobold Knight Force, dare not disobey the general. He had no choice but to retreat, and as he did so, he secretly glared at Yi Yan. Just wait for me. I won't let you go. The kobold thought, touching the wound on his face, drying that blood, and walking out of the castle. Only, what he didn't notice was this: above that blood, it seemed to be laced with something. Why? Don't you stop? Seeing that the goblin knight left, the goblin general's sight fell back on Yi Yan's body and questioned. Are you trying to kill him? Stop? Yi Yan twisted his head with a puzzled expression. Why? Stop? What's wrong with killing him? There was a hint of rightfulness in his tone, and his eyes were firm. The contest, shouldn't it be won after the dead are decided? So, why should I stop again? You. In the face of such a twisted mind of Yi Yan, the goblin general actually didn't know what to say for a moment. He can kill me too, and I can kill him. Isn't that what the so-called competition, the contest, is all about? If I don't kill him, I won't live, and I don't want to die. So there's no problem with killing him, is there? This is how you survive. The goblin general looked at Yi Yan with complicated eyes. Survival? Yi Yan twisted his head in doubt and looked at the annoying guy in front of him, who kept saying unknown things. That's what? All I know is that if I want to live, then I have to kill anyone who is a threat to me. Kill or die. It was a concept he had been indoctrinated with from a young age as a killing weapon. It is the second most important law to honor and practice besides Mom's word. It's also Mom's crowning achievement. Only because it was so perfect that even Mom was afraid of it. Then it was rounded up. How ridiculous is this? You. Hearing Yi Yan's age-inappropriate words, the goblin general sighed heavily. You go. Take the flowers you picked and leave. By the way, you can't be picking the flowers on the ground. From now on, you'll have to come once a day. The goblin general lightly glanced at Yi Yan. The complexity in his eyes was unmistakable. I'll teach you the art of combat. I will. Hearing this annoying guy, wanting to teach himself, Yi Yan was very upset, opening his mouth to retort. Killing people? It's easy. Congratulations and happy Dragon Boat Festival. I'm awesome. Yi Yan proudly stretched out her small chest plate. You know, in his previous life's training, he practiced everything to the extreme. Those teachers still looked at him with longing eyes and even shed tears. Only, they were not seen again after that. That's an assassination technique you're using, not a fighting technique, a killing technique. Besides, this assassination technique of yours is too dangerous, completely abandoning all defense, General Cobalt said, sighing heavily. Who the hell taught you that? It's almost as if you don't take your life for granted. Or perhaps this form of combat, which the Goblin General had seen, was a human effort to train Deadpool. Only the technique, the skill is more sophisticated. Mom! Yi Yan raised his head and chest with a proud face. If it wasn't for his mom, he'd be starving in the corner. So, his life has long been his mom's. Oh, the Goblin General's eyes narrowed slightly and he said nothing. Later, to come over. General Goblin paused and repeated. Come over no matter what. I don't want it. I told you. Killing me would. Yi Yan was resistant. He didn't want to be with this annoying guy. He wanted to go home and be with his mom. Mom must have been lonely in that damp place. He's going to go back soon and stay with his mom. You can't fight. General Goblin frowned, correcting. I will. You won't. A big, stubbornly contentious one. What makes you say I won't? Hearing that what her mom had taught her was denied again and again, Yi Yan got angry. And I don't care if the nasty guy fights or not. Who are you to say I won't? Just because I'm better than you. The Goblin General had a condescending look on his face. And in his tone, there was a certainty. Just come and try. Yi Yan clenched his teeth and was so upset that he had already thrown away everything superfluous and lunged at the annoying guy in front of him. A few moments later, Yi Yan, panting and bruised, lay on the ground. It'll kill you for sure. Yi Yan, who was lying on the ground, stared at the general with a pair of eye-clear ruby eyes. If you can do it, come and try. I'm ready to kill whenever you are. The Goblin General just lightly glanced at Yi Yan and left a sentence before turning to leave. Until then, go do whatever it takes to get stronger. Only then could he be worthy. The future king of the kobolds. After all, it's not easy being king, especially the king of the kobolds. It is a path of enmity against all races. Also, the path of rebellion against the gods. The clans would not allow the kobolds to have a king of, well, their own. Nor can it be allowed. That's the tiny king? Elena, who was hiding on top of the wall, looked at the goblin general with a smile on her face. Aha! The kobold general nodded. It's still cute. I didn't expect such a cute kobold. Elena stroked her small belly, her eyelashes drooping. If I could get pregnant too, wouldn't I be able to give birth to such a cute little guy? The kobold general glanced at Elena, a flash of sadness in his eyes. Don't think too much. Aha! Elena nodded and looked to the goblin general and said nothing more. Castle. Inside the training grounds, moonlight shone down through the cave at the top of the mountain, spreading down on the ground, on the lying Yi Yan. Yi Yan wiped the blood from his mouth and tried to stand up, barely using his dagger. He braced himself and slowly climbed to his feet. Yes. Snap. In the next moment, Yi Yan's legs went softly, and he fell to the ground. The fatigue from the previous battle instantly came out in almost a rush. Talent. Limit break. And you can't just use it. Boosting your body's base strength comes with double the burden and fatigue. Watching the nearby daylight stone darken meant that it was nightfall. The moonstones lit up one after another. It's too late. If we don't go back soon, Mom will be lonely and worried. Yi Yan forced his body to stand up, just as he was about to succeed. His legs suddenly weakened and he collapsed again. But just then, his entire body collapsed on top of a piece of softness. And unlike his mom's clear fragrance, it was an ethereal fragrance that slowly entered Yi Yan's nose. A woman proceeded, about to collapse Yi Yan. Really, if you're hurt, you should just rest. Elena has a great voice. Xiao Tian. Really, too, to be so cruel to a small child. On the human side, it's child abuse. Elena puckered her mouth, her eyes full of resentment. At this moment, Yi Yan only reacted to the fact that as he fell down, he was proceeded to hit the two behemoths of Elena in front of him. Sister, you are? Yi Yan raised his head and looked at Elena, who had gathered herself into her arms. I am Xiao Tian's wife. Oh. Elena stroked her face, momentarily losing it as she touched the scars on her face. I'm sorry, is my sister ugly? Did she scare you? Ugly? Yi Yan tilted her head, her innocent eyes filled with doubt. Sister, are you ugly? In an instant, Elena froze, her eyes staring straight at Yi Yan. From Yi Yan's eyes, she actually couldn't see half of the falsehood. In other words, how does he really think? Put. Hearing such an unexpected answer, Elena covered her small mouth and laughed out. Ha ha ha. Yeah, is sister ugly? How long had it been since she'd met someone so simple-minded? No, a kobold. Beauty, ugliness, goodness and evil, whether subjectively or objectively motivated. Almost so people, subconsciously, use their own minds to judge. But, the little guy in front of me, no, before his eyes, it seemed as if good, evil, beautiful and ugly were all the same. What a pure little guy this is. Truly, it was unimaginable that such a little guy actually possessed the qualifications of a king. That. Yi Yan gave Elena a strange look and tried to get up from her arms. I'm leaving first. My mom is waiting for me. No. Elena stopped Yi Yan as soon as she did. Strangely enough, I don't know why, but Yi Yan couldn't exert any strength in his body. It was as if they were fixed by something. This marvelous feeling had never been encountered by Yi Yan before. You still have injuries now. Sister help you to heal your injuries, before going back, okay? Elena blinked her self-colored eyes and looked at Yi Yan. A long time? Yi Yan cocked his head. Elena shook her head. Soon. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, looked at his own injuries, and nodded. That's great. Here, lie back and I'll heal you. Saying this, Elena pulled out some bandage medication from her ringwalk, alongside some bottles and jars. Sniff the top odor. It's not poison. This put Yi Yan at ease. Moreover, at this distance, Yi Yan could also kill directly. But, somehow, Yi Yan felt that the Elena in front of him had a strange feeling. It's because the Elena in front of her is in addition to her mom, the second one who didn't have an ounce of killing intent. People here, they don't know what's going on. Seeing him, always wanting to kill him, Elena bandaged Yi Yan. Healing magic, generally a type of magic that notifies the life force to accelerate cellular metabolism. Any magic has a certain cost. The use of healing magic in battle is a necessity, but after the battle, if you have time, it's better to rely on your own recovery with the aid of some medication if your injuries aren't too serious. Elena explained as she bandaged Yi Yan. Yi Yan nodded dumbly, indicates that something was learned again. It always felt that he had a lot more to learn. For example, The healing magic that speeds up recovery. As Elena said just now, couldn't it be used in poisons to speed up the onset of the poison or something? If there was such a thing, that guy wouldn't be able to walk out of here. Elena, who was on the side, smiled when she saw Yi Yin like this. It's really cute. If only he were his own child. Elena remembered so, remembering what had happened under the clerical room, and her eyes grew dark. The knife marks on his face were hurting. Night. Linxia territory. Inside Linxia town. At this time, the entrance to the Adventurers Guild. Damn it. Where the hell is that damn kobold? Amy cursed and reached out to open the door. Don't let me catch him. Definitely make him regret living in this world. Click. The guild door was opened. Brush. In the next moment, a long spear suddenly stabbed straight at Amy. What? Faced with a sudden attack, Amy was shocked. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, she clenched her shell teeth and her fist containing holy power was ready to fire. A large hand gripped the handle of the gun just in time when it mattered, treating women as rudely as ever. Dita beamed and looked to the doorway visitor. It was none other than the gold-ranked adventurer Cory. His body is muscular and angular, and he wears a suit of black leather armor. A loose strip of cloth tightly bound the skin at the crotch, revealing a strong, shapely waist and stomach and a flawless six-pack. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face reveals a mature and seductive look. Cory, what are you doing back here? Dita frowned. Of course, the president told me to come back. Seeing his familiar best friend, Cory laughed out loud. After all, something big is happening here. President? Maurice murmured. Ha 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 ha, Uncle finally meets you again. Hearing that familiar voice, Morris didn't hesitate to draw his greatsword and block the oncoming chop. Blocking, it made the sound of metal clashing. Mulder, you've gotten stronger. Maurice looked over at the child who, not long before he remembered, had been only waist-high. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. UING guys. The successive attacks had already made Amy's already unpleasant mood even worse. She raised her fist and slammed it towards Cory. Cory smiled confidently, and wanted to reach out and follow, but he didn't expect to be pulled by whoever was behind him, and his entire body took a few steps backward. The fist landed in the air, but the golden light on its hand followed the fist and slammed into the ground against the wind of the fist. Click! The ground cracked rapidly. Immediately afterward, bang! One voice. A large crater appeared as it exploded. Looking at the large crater on the ground, Cory swallowed his saliva, secretly glad that he was lucky that he didn't take this punch just now. If I catch it, I'm afraid I'll be crippled if not killed. What a monster! The weird magus, the weirdo inside the Church of the Holy Light, a beautiful woman in a revealing dress, showing two snowy whites, came out from behind Cory. It was she, too, who pulled Cory behind her and dodged Amy's attack. Oh, Amy raised an eyebrow, her face extremely displeased. You've heard of me? Of course, I've had the pleasure of hearing a friend talk about it. The woman held out her hand. Hello, get acquainted. My name is Sheena. Amy looked down, reached out her hand as well, and instantly grabbed Xena's hand and threw her straight out with an over-the-shoulder slam. Geez, how rude. It wasn't until she was midair that Xena reacted and swung her staff, her entire body instantly becoming lighter. Hey, 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 what the hell is going on here? The commotion over here naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Hey, that wouldn't be the gold-ranked adventurer Cory's squad, would it? The adventurers who had gathered quickly recognized Cory's squad. Ha, are they famous? Of course. The aside adventurer looked to Drew, the newbie adventurer beside him, and puffed out his chest plate. Legend has it that they participated in a dragon hunt and successfully hunted the dragon. Ah, Drew made a surprised sound when he heard them kill the dragon, and couldn't help but look at Cory and the others with respect. It was easy to realize that destroying their villages was a snap, even for juvenile dragons, not to mention a dragon in its growth stage. That was simply an existence that destroyed a domain, and a dragon that reaches maturity can even destroy a country, and these three people in front of them had, in fact, participated in such an awesome hunt. It was awesome. What about them? Pointed at Maurice and the others. To be able to face off against a team that participated in the Dragon Slayer, it was assumed that they were also very undefeated characters, but unexpectedly, that old adventurer's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Morris. Them. The greatest feat is killing kobolds. Ha! Drew was flabbergasted. Weren't kobolds a demonic creature that any newcomer could just kill? Killing things counts for nothing. Is there nothing else? Drew didn't believe that someone who could face off against a gold-ranked adventurer would be any kind of lame. Does killing kobolds all the time count? Ha! In an instant Drew lost interest in Morris and the others, even with a hint of contempt. Just how weak and scared of death is it to keep kobolding? And the same thing was repeated among the crowds of onlookers. as many contemptuous glances fell upon the Morris squad men. As for that, Maurice and the others didn't care, after all. It was something they'd gotten used to a long time ago, and their opposite co-rue them, natural longing, admiration mostly. It's human nature to worship the strong. Receiving a look of awe from the crowd, Cory couldn't help but puff out his chest. His eyes fell on Amy, invitingly. That weird girl, do you want to come on my team? It's a waste to follow Morris. Ha! Amy's forehead was bruised. You guy, are you looking for death? Dita, leave me alone. If Dita hadn't grabbed it, Amy would have rushed it long ago. Take it easy, Amy. It's against the law to kill someone in town. This. Looking at Amy's angry face, Cory, who didn't know why, rubbed his head. If you don't want to, there's nothing you can do. If you say yes, you can come anytime. It seemed like there were too many people here, and Cory didn't want to be here. Just as he turned his head to leave, Maurice called out to him, inquiring, what's the big deal you're talking about? I've been looking for a house and moving recently, and I'm a little late with a headache. Oh, it's the discovery of the great kobold lair. Cory looked unconcerned. Though, I don't think it's much of a stretch. After all, you see, how strong can a kobold be? At that Cory laughed lightly and dismissively. I heard that the chairman also called a few gold-level adventurers besides me. If you ask me, that so-called goblin lair, I could have taken care of it by myself. Why do I need so many people? You underestimate kobolds. Hearing Cory's words, Morris frowned slightly, trying to warn. Gold-level adventurers, after all, were the main fighting force in the attack on the goblin's great lair. But Cory simply wouldn't listen. Interrupted Morris. Come on. I don't want to hear from someone who's been at Silver for that long. Just hunker down here. You'll get good news in a couple days. Ha 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 ha. Cory waved his hand and left with the two men of the squad. Bye-bye, Uncle. Mulder waved goodbye at Morris. Soon the silhouettes of the three disappeared into the night. Maurice, want to go after them? Dita inquired with a worried look on her face. This attitude of theirs is going to be a big loss against the kobolds who have a leader at this point. No. Morris shook his head slowly. No amount of explaining on our part will help. Those who have not experienced it will not understand. Hey, Dita sighed regretfully. Humph, let them die for good. At this point, Amy was still angry about what had just happened. Go! Maurice walks into the Adventurers Guild. He has a lot of work to do. And what's up with that big so-called kobold lair? Could it be that the guy is inside that big lair? In that case, it's kind of hard to do. Even if it was him, it was impossible to single-handedly paint an entire large lair. The hundreds of kobolds inside alone could just pile him up whole. By the time Yi Yen came out of the Goblin General's castle, it was already late at night. On the way down the stairs and past the door, Yi Yen was suddenly called out. Hello, it's Goblin Nagashi. What's yours? You haven't taken it yet. Don't want me to lose it. The kobold Changdan kicked the large bag at his feet. Inside, loaded with Yi Yen today, scavenged the loot. A Goblin General called away in the middle. Forget to take. Originally, it should have been taken by the kobolds, but I didn't think it was still there. Yi Yen walked over and glanced at Goblin Changdong. What? What's wrong? Goblin Changdong was startled by Yi Yen's eyes and unconsciously took a step back. Nope. Yi Yen shook it, lifted the package, and exchanged it with the kobold who was still in business. Just as Yi Yen was about to walk into the nest, the kobold with one ear missing that had been lurking in the depths ran out, trying to keep up with Yi Yen. Where the hell are you, a kobold? But it was soon stopped by the patrolling kobolds, who were on patrol. Crunch, crunch. The other party, it seems, doesn't speak kobold yet and only barks ga and ga. It wants to break free and move up, but the strength of the two inspecting kobolds was clearly above it. In just a moment, it was crushed to the ground. Yi Yen just lightly glanced at it and turned to leave. No more attention. He was naturally aware of this kobold that had been following him behind him. After all, hiding sucks. It just didn't occur to me that the kobold had been crouching. Here, the trading goblin handed Yi Yen a few shells. This is the so-called points. And these points, which can be used to exchange for corresponding items, are equivalent to the kobold version of money. Yi Yen had no intention to leave these shells behind. Instead, use the points gained and exchange them for something to give to your mother. This, and this are for me. Mom would have loved it. Yi Yen thought so and took the fruits. The food, there's even bubbly on it. It's amazing. Because of the small cave, there were no pots or anything like that. Yi Yen chose to bring back a few instant noodles. As Yi Yen was about to buy that strange little bucket, the goblin who assisted in the sale looked at the little cutie with a kind of look. Eyes at Yi Yen. That thing? What's good about it? The kobold thought to himself. Even Goblin Chandong, who hadn't gone off to the side, looked at Yi Yen with a suspicious gaze. That thing tastes better with just the pie on top. Might as well get some meat instead. Goblin Nagatsuki reminded after a moment's hesitation. However, Yi Yan simply ignored Goblin Changdong's words. Meat is something that Yi Yan has also brought, but Mom seems to dislike it. So, since then, Yi Yan hadn't brought any meat. Take the bubbly and pack everything up. Yi Yan passed one of the buckets of old altar sauerkraut noodles into the hands of Goblin Changdong as he passed by, looking at the strange extra thing in his hand. The kobold, Changdong, was also speechless. It was something that had only recently become popular among those adventurers, but he couldn't really think of anything delicious about it. But that flavor is heavy too. Kobolds don't even eat it, and I don't know how humans eat it. Might as well bring more dry food for them to grab. It dawned on the kobold Changdong that those humans were definitely doing this too. Well, keep them from obtaining food? No wonder the goblin general wanted them to learn from humans and grow food. How prescient. So the same principle applies to that so-called arsenal? The kobold Changdong didn't understand, so he just didn't think about it. Taking the blistering goblin Changdong, he wanted to return it, but realized that Yi Yan had already walked away. Ouch! The kobold Changdong was furious and jumped up and down, but he silently and carefully put away the bubbly noodles. Lord Kobold. Also at that moment, the figure of a patrolling kobold came from behind. This strange kobold. It doesn't seem to be from our lair. What do we do with this guy now? Oh! The kobold Changdong turned back and looked up at the missing ear kobold that was pinned to the ground. Crunch! Crunch! The lack-eared kobold is not happy. Could it be a spy sent from another great lair? At the thought of this, Goblin Nagashi's face turned a few shades greener. Humph! Did those stupid kobolds really think that they could sneak up on us like that? But the two inspecting kobolds looked at each other. Is it possible that a new kobold was born from our little lair? Hearing this, the kobold chief was silent for a moment and nodded. Take it to where the general is. Nothing can escape the eyes of the general goblin. Yes, the missing ears goblin that was pressed to the ground barely raised its head, its eyes staring dead on in the direction that Yi Yan had left. Not far away. So awesome, so awesome, so awesome. If it could learn something from that kobold, wouldn't it be able to get its revenge? Definitely. Just give up everything. No, perhaps it has nothing left to give up. In a daze, felt the body being dragged. Where the hell do they want him to drag it to? In the dark corridor, Yi Yan traversed through a thick as a mountain of iron gates. To his ears came a shrill and filthy cry. The first and second floors of this place are basically inhabited by, well, high-level kobolds. Just a quick note, those superior species. The general's minders were housed on the upper 1 or 2 floors, and the general was on the top floor. The castle. The real nest is inside a mountain. Underground are low-level kobolds, and on the hill are high-level kobolds. It didn't take long for Yi Yan's figure to hurriedly appear at the door of the house, dragging a large bag of heavy items in his hands. He gently pushed open the door of his home, and the familiar and cozy atmosphere came to him. Mom, I'm home, Yi Yan shouted out loud, his voice revealing unspeakable elation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure stepped out from the depths of the room. It was a white-haired lowly elf with a small but unusually voluptuous figure. Yi Yan's mother, Victoria. Back. As soon as she heard the commotion, Victoria ran out to greet her children. However, he saw that at this moment, Yi Yan was covered in bandages and had very thick blood on his body. Victoria panicked at once and rushed to pounce. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? She checked Yi Yan's body, but fortunately there was nothing wrong with it, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The injuries were handled correctly as well, or at least more powerfully than she had handled them. What happened? Victoria inquired. So, Yi Yan told his mom everything just now. Upon hearing that, Victoria was surprised. It hadn't occurred to me that there were actually normal human women here, and it appeared where the goblin general lived. Then, its identity is not simple. Tiny's wife? Could it be the wife of a special kobold, just like Yi Yan? And this kobold was important enough to the kobold general to give its woman special favors. In that case, it all makes sense. If we could meet the woman to thank him in person. But what's with the goblin general, specializing in training Yi Yan? Could it be that Yi Yan had the qualifications to become a goblin general? Goblin generals, the absolute superior race among the goblins, except for the goblin heroes. It's a calamitous being that rules over millions of kobolds. I really don't know if I'm going to be happy or what. However, it was at least certain that the goblin general didn't seem to have any thoughts of harming Yi Yan. This relaxed Victoria quite a bit. By the way, Mom, this is for you. Yi Yan brainstormed the things he had just gotten from the exchange and handed them to his mom. Looking at Yi Yan, who had an expectant face and glowing eyes, it was as if Victoria saw a pair of fluffy ears on Yi Yan's head, and on his back, but A small tail wagging? Put. Victoria's laughter echoed through the air like crisp silver bells. Well, my kids are really good. As soon as she hugged Yi Yan tightly in her arms, she buried herself inside her chest. Warm, soft, sweet scent to the nose. Yi Yan's head, fiercely buried into that pan ran de jus, making him feel warm and soft to the extreme. But immediately afterward, a sense of suffocation. It made Yi Yan lose his ability to breathe in an instant. What's wrong? Victoria saw Yi Yan's face suddenly turn pale, and her eyes were filled with panic and doubt. She immediately let go of her arm. Hoo. Liberating himself from Victoria's panoply, Yi Yan breathed heavily, his long green ears flushing slightly. Scion, what's wrong with you? Victoria shook Yi Yan's shoulder in panic and asked eagerly. Mom, I'm fine. A moment later, Yi Yan let out a deep breath before easing his head. Now in this situation, where Victoria didn't know what was happening, she looked down at her breasts. While they did seem a little big, she hadn't thought it through. But can it be her fault? A touch of scarlet appeared on Victoria's delicate face. Cutely pouting, she crossed her arms and said to Yi Yan with a reproachful look, You child, really, why didn't you tell Mom earlier if you weren't feeling well anywhere? Her tone was filled with concern and worry. Yi Yan stood by the side and hung his head low, his face flushed with a greenish blush as he replied in a small voice. Because, with Mom, it always feels nice and warm. His voice was full of innocence and attachment. Originally, Speech and Mommy don't spend much time together. How could Speech push Mommy away? Victoria froze slightly when she heard this. She didn't expect Yi Yan to say that. Don't worry, Mom will always be with Scion. Really? When has Mom ever lied to Scion? Well, Speech trusts Mommy. Yi Yan heard this and a wide smile appeared on his face. He hugged Victoria tightly, as if he was afraid she would be gone in the next second. Every time, Mom had just snuck away from him. Now, finally, won't it? Looking at Yi Yan's trusting eyes, Victoria couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt welling up in her heart. She sometimes wondered if she really deserved to be trusted so much by this boy. Victoria is well aware of who she is and her past. However, she was unwilling to let Yi Yan know those complicated things. It was then that Victoria's eyes fell on a mysterious object on the floor. It was something like a large bowl, but not a bowl, with all sorts of strange patterns and writing on it. Curious, she picked up the item and scrutinized it. She had never seen anything like it before, and her mind was filled with doubt. Seeing this, Yi Yan hurriedly explained, Mom, this is instant noodles. It's a very convenient food. Just soak it in hot water and eat it. Bubbly? Victoria blinked, her tiny head filled with question marks. She had never heard of such food, let alone seen it. Right, Mom must be getting hungry. How about a pickle? Without waiting for his mom to respond, Yi Yan moved on his own. He skillfully ripped open the outer packaging of the instant noodles, his fingers lightly tracing over the seal as if he were playing a silent piece of music. He then took out a bucket of instant noodles, gently tear open the seasoning packet inside and a rich, mouth-watering aroma immediately fills the air. Yi Yan smiled faintly, reached out his hand and a blazing flame ignited in his palm. With a flick of his hand, the flames drifted to a kettle on the side, instantly bringing the cold water to a rolling boil. Before long, the hot water was boiling. Yi Yan carefully poured the hot water into the 2 buckets of bubbling noodles, only to see the noodles quickly soften and the aroma overflow. Mom, just wait a minute. It'll be ready to eat in 3 minutes. Eat? Victoria nodded dumbfounded, those big watery ruby eyes blinking non-stop, obviously stunned by Yi Yan's maneuver. She had never seen such a novel way of preparing food, and her mind was filled with doubt and curiosity. Yi Yan, on the other hand, silently counted the seconds and waited for the moment when the bubble noodles were cooked. At this time, it was located on the upper level of the goblin's great lair. Under the dim lights, a group of kobold knights sat around a huge stone table, with the aroma of wine and a warm atmosphere. They were talking at great length, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. A rude curse suddenly rang out, breaking the momentary silence. You guys don't know how I taught that kid a lesson. Bang! The kobold knight force slammed his glass heavily onto the table, a scarlet blush appearing on his green face. Apparently, he had been drinking a lot, and was at that moment lost in his own valor. Ha, not bad for goblin force. A scrawny kobold knight nodded in agreement. Although they didn't have any deep hatred towards the kobold named Yi Yan, they didn't have any good feelings either. In their eyes, that Yi Yan goblin was nothing more than an insignificant little character. Young man, your revenge. Rico has avenged you. Goblin Force laughed triumphantly as he put his hand on the shoulder of the one-eyed goblin beside him. Then thank you very much, big brother. A strange light flashed in the kobold's black eyes. So now that Yi Yan kobold Is he still alive? This. Goblin Force froze at the question for a moment, and remembering his previous fight with Yi Yan, his fire rose. If that kid went head to head with himself, he could lose? Why do you ask? Could I kill kobolds in front of the Lord General? Anyway, don't worry, that guy is definitely too ed up for me to get up. Yes, it was me who said the wrong thing. Goblin Black looked humble, but in his heart, he was disdainful. It's a waste that a high-level goblin can't kill a low-level goblin. But, Goblin Force hemmed and hawed, reaching out and rubbing. If you have more, I wouldn't mind taking care of your troubles for you. Anyway, there was no way he was going to let that brat live. By the way, I heard he has an elf, so he'll have to enjoy it and enjoy it when the time comes. It's not a matter of course. Kobold Black pulled out dozens of shells. Here's the deposit. Anyway, it's just a subsequent upsell to make money. Not to mention, it's pretty easy to make money off of these idiots. Simply stock up on different food and weapons in different locations to make a killing. Kid, get a clue. Collecting the shell. Goblin Force smiled broadly. However, just as he was getting carried away, he failed to notice the impending danger. Poof! A stream of black blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Goblin Force froze, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief as he raised his hand and looked at the black blood flowing between his fingers. He didn't know when he was poisoned, let alone where the poison actually came from. Kobold Force, what's wrong with you? The inquiring voice of his companion came from beside him, his voice filled with worry and fear. However, Goblin Force could no longer hear. His eyes gradually lost focus and his body began to slowly stiffen. With a snap, Goblin Force's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding area was instantly thrown into chaos and panic, as the kobolds screamed and scattered in all directions. It was as if the suddenly fallen body was some terrible plague. Congratulations on killing the Kobold Knight. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the Kobold's talent, Wild Intuition C. Your Wild Intuition C has been duplicated and reintegrated, resulting in Wild Intuition B. Congratulations on killing the Kobold. You gain 2 points of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. You gain +1 special evolution point for killing your superior race. At this moment Yi Yan's mind echoed, the voice of the world. Seizure time is so slow. Yi Yan thought to himself, very dissatisfied. Is it because that kobold's physique is far beyond normal? It seems to be correct to place 2 poisons. What's the matter, Winnie? Seeing that Yi Yan was a bit off, Victoria worriedly inquired. No. Yi Yan shook his head and laughed. Mom, it's ready to eat already. 3 minutes, fleeting as if in the blink of an eye. As the lid of the pot was gently lifted, a marvelous aroma immediately filled the air, as if with some kind of magic, instantly attracting Victoria's attention. The scent is both rich and meaty. There is also a light freshness of vegetables and an indescribably tantalizing scent that makes you want to explore. Victoria couldn't help but make a gurgling noise in her throat, the sound of her gagging. Her eyes were fixed on the bowl of instant noodles in Yi Yan's hands, and there was a longing gleam in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Yan smiled slightly and handed the instant noodles to his mom. Mommy gives. Yi Yan's voice was gentle and full of confidence. Victoria blinked, a flicker of doubt in her ruby eyes. She seemed to be in a bit of disbelief that such a simple preparation process could really result in delicious food. However, when she saw Yi Yan's confident expression, the doubts in her heart slowly dissipated. She took the instant noodles handed over by Yi Yan, picked up the plastic fork, and carefully took a bite. In that moment, a look of surprise crossed her face. The amazing flavor seemed to explode in her mouth, leaving her instantly overwhelmed by the deliciousness. Although the bubbly flavor wasn't particularly amazing, it definitely wasn't bad. It has a unique taste and aroma that brings back memories. And, mind you, the process of making it just now was so quick and easy. It only takes a few minutes to make this delicious meal. Victoria couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. Such a cuisine, if promoted, would definitely be loved by the majority of adventurers. It can be used not only as a food to fill your stomach, but also as a way to enjoy and relax. Moreover, such a method of preparation does not require a professional chef at all, and anyone can easily get started. The thought filled Victoria's mind with anticipation and curiosity. Who invented this amazing food? She wondered. How will it change and surprise adventurers? Yi Yan, on the other hand, just sat quietly on the side and watched his mom enjoying the delicious bowl of instant noodles. His heart was filled with contentment. Soon, the bowl of instant noodles was cleaned up by Victoria. At this time, within the castle, the goblin general looked at the goblins in front of him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a blessing, my big brother Bryn. Although he didn't want. From now on, your name will be Man. Goblin Man. In an instant, a surge of magic poured into Goblin Man's body, The kobold warrior just felt warm and fuzzy in an indescribable way, and he realized that he could actually use magic. From today onwards, you will always follow that kobold Yi Yan around. Yes, Goblin Man had a stale face. I'll send you a mission tomorrow. The Goblin General waved his hand and motioned for the knight to lead the Goblin Man out. Looking at the departing Goblin Man, a wry smile appeared at the corner of the Goblin General's mouth. It was time for the tiny king to be exposed to his plans. In front of Yi Yan's eyes was the outstanding performance of the past few days. In exchange for him, a rich reward. No longer can you only pick and choose from what was, before, that humble arsenal. Instead, they stepped into a new, better equipped arsenal. It was dimly lit, but the daylight stones surrounding it were enough to illuminate the rows of neatly placed weapons. Yi Yan's gaze wandered between the various blades. Suddenly, his eyes settled on an inconspicuous corner. There, lying quietly, was a pile of black gunpowder, smelling faintly of sulfur. Yi Yan was delighted in his heart. This black powder was a rare treasure. The explosion of gunpowder, though, is bad for assassinations. But if there were enough of them to move a whole mountain, well, that's a different story. If we just kill all the kobolds we've seen, wouldn't that be an assassination? Yi Yan was thinking at this moment that if he had prepared enough black powder, is it possible to assassinate that so-called Goblin General? Such thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Yan silently memorized where this location was, intending to come back to take it later when he had the chance. He continued to explore the armory and soon found a row of rifles. These rifles, they look rather rough. It seemed to be handmade, a far cry from the delicate weaponry that came out of the assembly lines of military factories. Yi Yan picked up a rifle and scrutinized it, realizing that it was extremely poorly made. I'm afraid it will jam after a few shots and even risk blowing up the chamber. He couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that such a weapon would be difficult to utilize on the battlefield. Putting down his rifle, Yi Yan's gaze turned to the bow next to him. These bows and arrows may look old, but they are still in good condition, with tough bows and sharp arrows. He gently picked up one of the bows and arrows, testing the feel of it and finding it quite satisfactory. Yi Yan already had plans in his mind. He decided to give up those rifles that seemed powerful but were actually unbeatable for the time being, and instead chose this bow and arrow as his new weapon. After all, in assassination, stealth and precision are the most important things, and this bow and arrow is a good fit for him right now. Crunch! Hearing the kobold's characteristic cry, Yi Yan looked back. It was his teammate this time, and I don't know if he'll live to see the end of the inspection. Only, this time, it seems that they won't encounter a kobold that doesn't speak kobold. Standing dumbfounded, in front of some blood-stained weapons, one wonders what the kobolds, who lacked ears, were thinking. The weapons of those pretty powerful people Yi Yan had assassinated before were there. As for why it's here, of course Mom doesn't like to sell it. Lord Yi Yan. Also at this moment, a goblin with a staff rushed over to Yi Yan. Hello, I'm your teammate this time, called Goblin Man. The Goblin Man extended his hand, but did not receive a response from Yi Yan. Yi Yan just gave Goblin Man a faint look. The line of sight fell on, slowly approaching, the kobold Nagato. Seeing this, Goblin Man withdrew his hand in embarrassment, though, knowing that the Generalissimo said it was hard to talk, but it didn't occur to me that the other party didn't give himself a chance to speak at all. Hey, Goblin Man, sighed heavily. What a long way to go. Alright, if you get your weapons, come with me. I'm the senior kobold leading you this time, and your captain. My name is Kobold Nagato, and you should be honored for it. The kobold Nagato, dressed in all black, crooked the red tie he had gotten from who knows where, and said with a smug look on his face, Today, our mission is given by the general. The words fell silent and awkward, looking at the four kobolds in front of him who didn't hold up their end. Kobold Changdong was so angry that his teeth were clenched tightly. These damn lowly kobolds really don't know the greatness of the kobold general. Forget it, its big brother goblin doesn't count the little goblin over. Today I'm taking you to see the world, to our kobold factory. You don't know, no killing? The words of the kobold Changdong, before he could finish, were interrupted by a patch of kobolds clutching machetes of enormous size. Instantly, Goblin Changdong's face instantly sank. When is it your turn to interrupt when I'm talking? I just want to kill people? Big brother Bryn went up to confront him, showing no weakness at all. The Goblin Man on the side, looking at the two goblins that were about to fight, wanted to talk them out of it, but his strength was limited. One could only pin their hopes on, well, the other two kobolds. However, they found Yi Yan looking at them with a cold face, completely without the slightest sign of making a move. The other strange kobold, on the other hand, kept staring at the bloodstained equipment and wondered what it was thinking. My God, Goblin Man grumbled inwardly. Why, the general would have brought the five of them together. That Everyone's a kobold. Goblin man went up and tried to talk him out of it. And just as he opened his mouth he was chided by the two goblins. Shut up. The goblin man silently backed up, and wanted to back up behind Yi Yen, but suddenly sensed the danger, so he stopped beside Yi Yen. Oh, the kobold Changdan looked at the silly big man in front of him and let out a light laugh. Well, that's a shame. We're not killing anyone on this mission. If you don't obey orders you can go. Hearing the words of the goblin Chandong, the elder goblin did not hesitate to turn around and leave, but he was fixed by the next words of the kobold Nagato. If you don't follow my orders, then leave the great kobold lair. And that's what the kobold general wants. Really? The elder kobold stared back, his eyes sharp at the kobold Changdan. You think that I would lie about the goblin general? The kobold Changdan had a disdainful look on his face. But a small nest of kobolds, how dare you question its words? In other words, it didn't even pay attention to these low-level kobolds, but it was General Goblin's order, and he had no choice but to follow it. Follow the kobold Changdan to a kobold middle lair. It's not like the great goblin lair here. As soon as you step inside, you can feel the heat coming in. The kobold in front of you is actually forging? Hey! The kobolds over there send the iron over here. Nothing. Then use the discarded sword. Kobolds, tied in red bandanas, traveled through the blazing lair, delivering a handful of weapons. And this is the kobold arsenal, the place responsible for weapons manufacturing. Whether it's the big lair, or the small lair, almost all of the weapons are produced here, minus the ones that robbed those adventurers. Goblin Chandon unfolded his arms and explained towards Yi Yen and the others. How about? Awesome! Yi Yen did not listen to Goblin Chandon's speech. At this moment, his sight fell not far away, on one of the women in the group of women captured by the kobolds in their lair. Goblin arsenal. A blast of hot air came over me, as if I were in a furnace. The surrounding stone walls were baked red, while in the center was a huge forge with a roaring fire that illuminated the entire space. The stifling air made the kobolds present sweat. Yi Yen couldn't help but squint his eyes, adjusting to the sudden light and looking around curiously. Goblin man, on the sidelines, was thoughtful. The elder brother, Bryn, looked at all of this with deep confusion in his eyes. His raspy voice echoed through the cavern. Why, then, are we wasting precious resources on these seemingly useless things? His voice was filled with disbelief and resentment. Wouldn't it be faster and easier to grab those adventurers' weapons? Why would we bother making these when we already have so many weapons in the Grand Lair that we've taken from adventurers? Big Brother Bryn was puzzled. Many of the weapons from looting adventurers inside their large lair now sat inside the armory eating dust. What's the point of wasting energy doing this? Might as well kill a few more humans. Remove the humans from this forest. Drive them out. Changdong sniffed and gently shook his head, his voice calm and firm. The general said that we can't always rely on others. Only by mastering the technology of weapon manufacturing can we kobolds truly become an independent group and no longer be subject to others. Big Brother Bryn's frown tightened as he heard this. He didn't seem to fully understand what Nagato meant, but he nodded his head to show that he accepted the explanation for the time being. Oh, upon hearing this, a realization dawned on Goblin Man. Is it the Lord General's desire to rid us of our reliance on the weapons of those adventurers? Besides, most of the weapons taken from the adventurers are built to fit their humans. It doesn't fit at all. We kobolds. The general is trying to build weapons that are uniquely ours? Yeah, the kobold, Changdan, was also quite unintelligible. Goblin Nagashi, however, did not refute Goblin Man's words. This guy is a goblin named after the goblin general after all, and it's not surprising that he has his own opinions. The kobold Changdan was no fool, and those present who could be selected by the general to come here were undoubtedly not special kobolds. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a bright laugh suddenly came from the cave. The crowd followed the sound and saw a burly kobold with a huge hammer walking slowly. It had a confident smile on its face and a proud gleam in its eye. You're half right. A kobold with a hammer walked slowly, introducing the main man in charge of the arsenal. Goblin Hammer. The kobold Changdong reached behind him to introduce Yi Yen and the other kobolds. Ha ha ha, you guys can just call me Hammer. Goblin Hammer laughed, his eyes sweeping over the kobolds behind Goblin Changdong one by one. The line of sight finally rested on Yi Yen's body, and a trace of doubt flickered under his eyes inadvertently. He actually sensed danger in this lowly kobold? You know, it's a maturity stage now versus a growth stage. There was also the big brother kobold that was bigger than the other kobolds. Although it wasn't as strong as the one called Yi Yen, it also faintly felt a bit of danger. There was a strange kobold left who lacked ears and whose mouth had been open in disbelief from the moment he entered, and whose smell he detested. As for the goblin with the mace, it was subconsciously ignored by Goblin Hammer. It's not that it's not strong, and knowing magic is rare among kobolds, But that's nothing in front of a goblin hammer that has reached maturity. Moreover, it also seems extremely mediocre among these geeks. Such an interesting combination. And I wonder, what Lord Goblin General wants? A smile surfaced as the corners of Goblin Hammer's mouth rose. That Goblin Changdong will Goblin Hammer stupidly. Not the slightest indication. Helpless can only open his mouth. What does that mean? Half to half? Ha ha ha. There's no rush on this 1 inch. Come all this way, get some rest and I'll show you the big one tomorrow. When the time comes, it will fall through your glasses. The kobold smiled and waved his hand, calling the kobold Iron to one side. Iron, come over here and take them to their rooms to rest first. Yes. A kobold Iron ran up to him and held out his hand with a smile. Please follow me. No, don't. Also at that moment, a piercing scream came from the doorway. Looking back, it was a group of women who had been captured by kobolds in their lair. They were bound together with fear and despair in their eyes. The kobolds' lust-filled sight licked their bodies like tongues. The girls were so scared that their faces were pale and ghastly. And among these women, a familiar figure caught Yi Yan's attention. It was a woman in a long blue dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and a thick layer of gray covering her face underneath her clear features. But through the silhouette, Yi Yan easily recognized her. It was the woman who gave him the knife. Corliss, what's she doing here? Was it another arrest? The other party seemed to have noticed Yi Yan as well, and as the two of them looked at each other, a hint of joy flashed in Carrie's eyes, but it was quickly concealed in those gray eyes. Following, the captured maiden slowly made her way deeper into the lair. Every now and then a woman would run away and call for help, even knowing that no one would come to their rescue in a place like this. Still, the instinct to survive made them ask for help. And for these pleas for help, Yi Yan turned a blind eye, his eyes filled with indifference. He was not interested in any of this. He didn't know how many times he'd heard these cries for help, for mercy, for pleading, so much so that even without training, it's numb. Therefore, in the process of assassination, he had always adhered to the principle of killing with one blow. Crunch, crunch. However, right at this moment, beside Yi Yan, the kobold lacking ears made a shrill, unpleasant sound and charged at the kobold holding the rope. Crunch, crunch. The goblin with the missing ears seemed to be saying something, growling something, but none of the kobolds understood this unorganized screeching it was doing. Naturally, no one was in charge of him. Damn it, are you trying to snatch our loot? How dare you? Bang! A kobold went up and, without any mercy, kicked the lack-eared kobold in the stomach. With a muffled thud, the entirety of the missing ears goblin was kicked off and fell to the ground. The lack-eared goblin struggled to get up on the ground, and seeing this the goblin showed no mercy. Just as a foot was about to hit its head. Stop! The kobold Changdan called out to the lowly kobold. That missing ear goblin was, at least, his own ministry, the goblin he brought with him. If he let this kobold bully him at will, how would he be able to get along in the future? Humph! That low-level kobold saw that the kobold Changdong, his class was higher than him, and coldly grunted, not intending to pay any attention to it. In the future, don't pounce on the sight of a woman and try to go outside and grab her. It's our booty. We're the ones who enjoy it first. It's our right. Or, you can wait until we get tired of playing. Ha 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 ha. A group of kobolds laughed and looked, contemptuously, at the missing-eared kobold that had fallen to the ground. Just as they were about to leave, the lack-eared kobold slowly climbed up and grabbed the lower kobold's hand. Crunch! Blood followed the trembling hand and dripped onto the lowly kobold's hand. Crunch! You guys! The low-level kobold was furious. This little kobold tried to rob himself again and again. It was challenging his bottom line. Snap! A slap to the face of the missing-eared kobold, but the hand was still holding on for dear life. Not the slightest sign of a backhand. You! The kobold Changdan tried to speak, but was toppled back by the lowly kobold. You can see clearly, it's this guy who wants to rob us. His Excellency the General has said that private property is greater than the heavens. That is, if I kill him now, you won't be able to get anything less? As the words fell, the rest of the low-level kobolds stepped forward and confronted the kobold Changdong. Seeing so many low-level goblins, even Goblin Changdong couldn't do anything about it. Snap! One down. Bang! 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 A punch that landed in the face of the missing ears goblin. Even after taking a hard hit and being punched in the face, the missing ears goblin never had the intention of letting go. His face was so swollen that he could barely see his features, and those eyes were cloudy and indistinguishable. Crunch! Crunch! From his swollen, ungainly mouth came a harsh, unpleasant sound, like a rusty iron door being blown in the wind. He turned his head and looked behind himself at the panicked women, a softness in his eyes. He tried to comfort them with that twisted gag. However, that look was even more disgusting and abhorrent. Those women saw the lacquered kobold in this state, and fear and disgust were intertwined in their hearts. Their gazes were filled with a deep hatred for the kobold, as if they wanted to eat him alive. You guys? A low-level kobold growled angrily at the sight. He swung the long knife in his hand and slashed viciously at the lacquered kobold. The blade flashed with a cold light, as if it was going to split the head of the missing ears goblin in half. However, right at this life and death moment, the missing ears goblin revealed a smile of relief. He no longer seemed to fear death, and even looked forward to the moment. He closed his eyes and waited for the deadly chop to fall. However, the expected chop did not come. A large, strong and powerful hand suddenly appeared in front of the missing ears goblin and firmly grasped the long blade. The owner of that hand was a big, burly brother, Bryn. He stared at the lacquered kobold, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Little kobold, you may be weak, but you have rare guts. The lowly kobold became enraged and tried to draw the blade back, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it a bit. This guy's power. It's too much. Let go. Humph. Facing the lowly kobolds, the elder kobold didn't have the good sense to snort. You foolish fellow, to turn your knife on your own companion. If you have such energy, you might as well kill a few more humans. Ha! Being lectured by a big brother kobold for no reason. Which kobold could bear it? And who are you guys? Who's to educate me? Brothers to me. Who. The low-level kobolds growled and charged at the big brother kobolds. Bang! However, his power seemed so insignificant in front of his big brother Bryn, only to see the big brother Bollinger gently swing his fist. The low-level goblin flew out like a kite with broken strings, cutting a beautiful arc before falling heavily on the ground. Bang! Smashed into the ground. Gulp! The other kobolds gulped at the sight. An inexplicable awe welled up in their hearts as they looked at big brother Bryn's strong fists. You can't do this. This guy broke the rules and tried to rob us. Seeing that he couldn't fight, the kobold began to reason with his big brother, Bryn. So what? But big brother Bryn wasn't going to, at all, talk to them about the so-called great truths. Ha! The lowly kobold's eyes widened. No, you don't even have a routine? You guys, just give him a woman. There are so many of you anyway. No. The lowly kobold tried to say something but was interrupted. What's wrong? The big brother kobold glared fiercely at the lowly kobolds. Immediately afterward, they saw that in addition to Yi Yen, Goblin Chandong and other goblins had gone up and taken a step to stand behind big brother Bolin. Damn. We'll fight you. So, after a friendly exchange from big brother Bryn, help the lacquered goblin and ask for a 13 or 14-year-old girl. In their words, it's tiny and boring to play. Wait. However, just as those low-level kobolds were about to leave, Kobold Iron, who had been silent on the side, spoke up. What's wrong, Lord Iron? Seeing the Goblin Iron, those goblins immediately changed into fawning smiles and curried favor. After all, this Goblin Iron was the disciple of the boss here. Goblin Hammer, didn't you see? How many of them were there? Kobold Iron laughed. How is it enough for you to leave a woman behind? Ah, this. Hearing Goblin Iron's words, those low-level goblins were in pain. Looks like another hemorrhage. They dared to call their bluff with the Kobold Nagato, but only because they were outnumbered and he was not a kobold of this lair. But if they dared to call a spade with Goblin Iron, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any good days ahead. Had. Lord Iron is right. The lowly kobold smiled with a smile on his face, but inwardly, he had already cursed the Kobold Iron countless times. If you hadn't told me, wouldn't they have handed it over a long time ago? Wasting so many of their expressions. They are just stupid and they see it. They were being used by Goblin Iron as a litmus test to try out the strength of these people in front of them. Seeing these kobolds in front of you is not easy. What's the point of playing? Without hesitation, the kobolds left 4 more women behind, all of them of some upper size in terms of poise. This instantly made half of the women who had just been captured. It made the lowly kobolds heartbroken. These women, how are the brothers going to split them up later? Of course, how long they play and die depends on their bodies. Hey, a group of lowly kobolds with lewd grins on their faces. Only that Goblin Boo, who had been knocked away by his big brother Boo Boo and had just gotten up from the ground, had a grim look on his face, eyes dead set on big brother Bryn and the others, adding them down. Mindfulness. Its big brother was a high-level kobold, and this was his territory, so it definitely had to make them look good. Some of the general's laws were of little use at all because of the distance of the place from the Great Lair. Kobold Iron is arriving again. 4 women, Goblin Chandong, Big Brother Goblin, Goblin Man, Yi Yen, 1 Goblin 1. Hey, that's quite a catch. As soon as he had the woman in his arms, the Kobold Nagato walked into the room, led by the Kobold Iron. The missing-eared kobold, lying on the ground, looked up at the ceiling and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. He's really useless. He can't do anything right. He can't do anything at all. That. It was also at this moment that a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. He craned his head to see a 14-year-old girl looking at him with a scowl on her face. The girl tried to run, but the place was full of evil kobolds, so where could she run to? Might as well go with the feeling and stay with this kobold who had fought those kobolds for her. She had a feeling this kobold wasn't that bad. Crunch. Yeah, he couldn't fall yet. He wanted revenge, though he didn't know where the hell the strange kobold was. In fact, in some people's eyes, they can't tell which kobold is which. Like, out of hundreds of pigs, can you tell exactly which pig that is? The same goes for kobolds. To the human eye, they look much the same. But, so what? Besides, if he fell, the girl in front of him would be spoiled by those kobolds. The black-eared kobold rose from the ground. In front of him, suddenly, his legs went limp, and just as he was about to fall down, it was good that his elder brother, Bryn, stepped in just in time to stop the missing ears goblin with a hand. Be careful, you're not healed yet. The big brother goblin, rough on the outside but very delicate on the inside, carefully held up the missing ear goblin. Crunch! The black-eared kobold looked to his big brother, Bryn, and called out in thanks. It seems that not all kobolds are evil kobolds. Ha ha ha, I can't understand what you're saying, but you're also really weird for not knowing kobold language. The elder brother, Bryn, laughed out loud, not taking this sort of thing in the slightest. Seeing this, the black-eared kobold couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then his eyes fell on the woman beside the elder kobold. Seemingly noticing the sight of the missing ear kobold, the elder kobold inquired, "Why isn't one enough? Do you want this one too?" The black-eared kobold looked at the woman and froze. However, it was this dullness that made Big Brother Bryn think that he didn't want it. "Oh, don't, that's no use keeping it." The words fell, and with almost no hesitation, the elder brother Bryn chopped off the woman's head with a single slash. The missing ear goblin's eyes were wide with fear and anger. Snap! The woman's head fell out of the air, her horrified expression frozen forever on her face. "It's disgusting. I wonder what those kobolds are doing with these humans." Big Brother Bryn had disgust written all over his face. "They should all be killed. All those humans who try to invade our kobold territory. You bet." With that, the Big Brother Goblin reached out his hand and tried to put it on the missing ear goblin's shoulder. Snap! But it was snapped away, hard, by the goblin with the missing ear. Crunch! The black-eared kobold growls angrily at the Big Brother kobold. "Ah, you want it?" Big Brother Bryn rubbed his head with an innocent look on his face. "Well, you didn't say so, but it's no big deal." Crunch! The black-eared goblin saw that he couldn't make sense with this Big Brother goblin, pulling the girl, who had fallen into a stupor. He turned and walked into his room. Snap! The door was heaved shut. Seeing the black-eared kobold angry, the older kobold scratched his head. "What's the point? A little human? Is he wrong?" No, he wasn't wrong. If it wasn't for those humans, his brother wouldn't be dead. It should have. They were fine in their little lair, but it's all changed since that day. However, it wasn't like they were harming anyone, and in the eyes of humans, they, the kobolds, were the representatives of evil. As if killing them would be showing justice? Ridiculous. "This is your room, Kobold Iron," pointing to the side of the room that says 01. "Aha." Yi Yen nodded and walked in, just as he was about to close the door. That. A woman in a long dress stood trembling in the doorway, her head bowed. Yi Yen just lightly glanced at the woman. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply closed the door behind him. The woman, Vidona, stood in front of the door, blinking her crystal eyes, wondering what the kobold inside the room really wanted. Could it be that she could escape? But it was full of kobolds. Could she really escape? The guards are all dead, and she's just an ordinary church nun who only aids, blesses. But, looking at the closed door of the room, Verdona thought, maybe try it? Quietly, Verdona left the doorway and headed for the entrance to the lair. Along the way, for some reason, perhaps because he was lucky, no kobolds were encountered. "Ah, no, please, spare me, I can't." It was also at this moment that miserable cries came from not far away. The voice was familiar to her. It was her traveling companion and one of the women taken by those lowly kobolds. And the source of the sound came from none other than the house with no lighted door in front of it. Gulp! The Dona swallowed. To get out she would have to go through the entrance. So she approached cautiously, perhaps out of curiosity or out of concern for her best friend. She glanced at it quietly, and then her whole body froze right in place, only to see the room. A few corpses. They died in an extremely cruel manner, groggily bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the blood was still mixed with strange liquids in the slightest. The bottom itself is even worse. The Dona couldn't even recognize it. and the only person left alive in the room was her best friend. It's being triple-holed and quadruple-entered. Those eyes were cloudy, long filled with despair for the future. Woo! It was also at this moment that the woman seemed to see something, and with wide eyes, staring dead in the direction of the doorway, she screamed, but because something was stuffed in his mouth, he was unable to call out. However, the commotion was enough to attract the kobold's attention. Crap! The Dona felt bad and, seeing the gaze cast by the kobolds, didn't hesitate for a second to pull out her legs and run. Bang! However, a pair of hands suddenly poked out from behind her, choking her neck, and her entire body was lifted up in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Goblin Boo's laughter echoed through the shadowy corridors, full of swagger and obscenity. He choked Verdona hard with one hand, and with the other he applied force to her tender shoulders, pinning her against the wall. A smug grin spread across the kobold's face, and a lecherous glint shone in those deep-set green eyes. I really didn't expect to come across such a surprise when I went to the bathroom. Kobold Boo's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were a demonic whisper coming from the depths of hell. He stared at Verdona with a greedy glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour her whole. I remember you. You're the woman who was separated. A sardonic smile appeared on Goblin's face. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It's fate. Verdona's legs struggled helplessly in the air, panic and despair in her eyes. She tried to break free of Goblin Boo's grip, but the power was too much for her, and her efforts were futile. Could it be that I'm going to die here? Verdona's mind was filled with fear and despair. She remembered what had happened in the room. Those scenes of being ravaged and humiliated by the kobolds fresh in her mind. Perhaps it would be a relief to die now. Ha 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 ha, Goblin Boo. You did good. At that moment, a lowly kobold slowly walked out of the doorway of their eyes swept lewdly over Verdona's body, as if they were looking at an object of ownership that was at the mercy of venting. Hey, let me see this woman's body. Goblins laughed and reached out to rip Verdona's clothes off. No, don't. Snap. Verdona shifted her foot and kicked the kobold cloth in the face with all her strength. The kick came so suddenly and violently that Goblin Boo was completely unprepared for it, and was staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn it! Goblins cursed angrily and slammed Verdona against the wall. With a loud bang, Verdona's body hit the wall hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Cough cough cough. Verdona coughed in agony, her body having been hit hard. Are you any good, Kobold Cloth? The kobold on the side laughed mockingly at the sight. Kobold Boo was enraged by this. Where could he stand this insult? He bellowed, I'll show you now if I, Goblin Boo, can do it. When he finished speaking, he turned his head toward Verdona, a fierce gleam in his eyes, looking at the slowly approaching kobold. Verdona looked desperate. Was it possible that she was to die a miserable death in this dark cave, spoiled by these hideous-faced kobolds? Her mind was filled with fear and despair, and her thoughts were as disorganized as flying snowflakes. Such a future would be worse than death for her. She would rather choose to face death than suffer endless humiliation and torture here. At that thought, Verdona lurched to her feet and slammed herself against the cold stone wall with all her strength. However, the moment she was about to hit it, a strong arm suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder tightly. Wouldn't you be dead if I let you hit it like that? Kobold Boo's voice rang in her ears with a hint of evil and lust. Wouldn't it be no fun to die? He approached her slowly, a greedy glint in his eyes. Verdona's heart was filled with despair. Now she couldn't even die if she wanted to. She struggled helplessly, tears coming to her eyes, just as Goblin Boo was about to strike out and rip her clothes off. A loud, angry cry suddenly rang out, stopping him dead in his tracks. What are you guys doing? Only Goblin Iron, holding a huge hammer, slowly approached. There was a hint of anger on his face, and his gaze was fixed on Goblins and Verdona. Goblin Boo was taken aback and quickly explained. Ah, we're teaching this woman a lesson, and she actually tried to run away. What an ignorance! A few kobolds beside him chimed in. Lord Iron, don't worry, I'll take her back to her room and lock her up. Kobold Cloth tries to quell Kobold Iron's anger. I won't trouble Lord Iron. After he finished speaking, he was ready to leave with Verdona. However, the moment they were about to turn around, Kobold Iron called out to them. Wait, there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Aren't you that Yi Yan slave woman? His eyes landed on Verdona, his brows furrowed. Why here? He asked. By now. Verdona was scared out of her wits. She trembled and did not answer. Goblin Iron remembered his boss's words, that Yi Yan was a character that couldn't be offended. In his mind, he decided to take Verdona. I'm taking it away, he said coldly. Ha! Goblin Boo and the other goblins froze. They didn't expect Goblin Iron to suddenly intervene in this matter. What? You guys have a problem with that? Goblin Iron's gaze swept over them, a hint of menace in his tone. No. Kobold Cloth shook his head in a hurry. How dare they have an opinion? Damn it! They cursed in their hearts as the backhanded woman ran away again. However, under the majesty of Goblin Iron, they could only watch as Vidona was taken away. At this time, the lair among the kobolds. Room 01. Yi Yin slowly opened his eyes. Come on out. Ha 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 ha. You really can't hide it from the big guy. Cory's let out a faint laugh and slowly stepped out of the corner, spreading his hands. Biggie, truth be told, I'm here to wreck the place, Cory said, looking at Yi Yin. It was supposed to be her mission to wander through the entire lair and draw a map. This kind of thing was extremely painful for her as a roadie, but he was the only one in the Adventurers Union who could come and go as he pleased in the goblin's lair without being detected. Then, she didn't expect to actually meet the big guy here. Biggie must be familiar with this place since he's here. That way, she wouldn't have to run the lair all over the place. Cory's looked at Yi Yin with a loaded gaze of anticipation. Yi Yin similarly looked at her, and the two of them looked at each other. Shouldn't something be said at this point? Cory's was a little embarrassed. Thinking so, finally, it was Cory's who broke the silence. So big guy, do you have, any intel on this place, maps or anything? Of course, Cory's was afraid that Yi Yin would object and immediately proposed. I'm willing to give half of my reward for this mission to Big Brother if he's willing to help. The mission? The reward? Yi Yin twisted his head, not knowing what he was talking about. Just as Yi Yin hesitated, Cory's thought that Yi Yin was not satisfied with this split and immediately said, how about 6-4? 6 for you, 4 for me. Yi Yin looked at her silently. 73. No more, Cory said with a pained look on his face and tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Yi Yin looked at her silently. 82. It really can't go any lower. Cory's choked on his drawers with a desire to cry. The mission? The reward? Yi Yin didn't figure out what this guy was talking about. However, it felt like the same task his mom had given him. Only, isn't the goal of the mission always to kill people? How come there are still maps to draw? Seeing that, Yi Yin finally opened his mouth. Cory's thought that Yi Yin had agreed and immediately said, my mission is to get a map of this place, and it would be great if I could get a clear picture of the defenses, the guards, and the situation here. The quest reward is 1,000 gold coins. Oh, Cory's looked excited. One should know that 3 gold coins was already a month's income for an ordinary person. 300 pieces is 100 months, and it was so profitable for her to get such a great reward just by drawing the map. But among other things, this task was also limited to people like Cory's, who had cultivated concealment to the limit, to be able to do it. Gold coins? Yi Yin didn't know what the 1,000 gold coins had. Is that stuff edible? The kobold side didn't help much either. It's not as good as some food, but of course if you have a good weapon, that's another story. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's line of sight couldn't help but fall on the ring on Cory's hand. From that ring, Yi Yan could feel a vague mysterious fluctuation, much like inside him, that mysterious feeling. Well, seeing Yi Yan's line of sight, Cory's gripped the ring in his hand tightly, fearing that Yi Yan would ask for it. This won't do. This is a very precious space ring that can store 3 cubic meters of stuff. It's worth thousands of gold coins out there. Yi Yan stared blankly at Cory's without saying anything, but Yi Yan's sight had given Cory's tremendous pressure, deeply afraid that this big man would get angry and kill himself. You know, she's weak in force value other than being strong in stealth. All of them relied on stealthy fighting, but this method of fighting did not have an ounce of effect on Yi Yan, who also had such means. That's right, the thief had lost half the battle when he exposed his shadow. Eventually, Corliss was defeated and reached out to hand it over. Here, Corliss was in tears. Whenever I see this big guy, I always run out of something. Woohoo! She's really pathetic. No, he's so powerful. Why does he need something from her? A junior. Woohoo-hoo-hoo. It's a good thing she has a home with a matching one, but it's also a big loss. When she went back after the mission was completed, she had to make a fortune out of that old man. This matter could not be accomplished without a few thousand gold coins. Corliss so remembered. At this moment, President Jory, who was far away from the Adventurers Union in the town, sneezed. Who's cursing me? Yi Yan took the ring and curiously surveyed it. Follow that magical fluctuation and inject it. In the next moment, the dagger in Yi Yan's hand disappeared as the magic power was injected into it. Yi Yan stared wide-eyed, feeling very unbelievable. It hadn't occurred to me that there were such convenient rings in this world. So what to take out? Without doing much thinking, Yi Yan almost subconsciously injected magic power into the ring. In the next moment, the dagger was taken out of the ring. Then, it appears and disappears again. For a while, Yi Yan was having fun. However, it didn't take long for Yi Yan to feel a wave of exhaustion. This thing, it still drains stamina? Yi Yen didn't understand it very well. Doesn't stop liking the stuff. It's so convenient. Come to think of it, a lot of a certain new assassination technique. Cory's looked at such Yi Yen and felt strange. Why is the big man acting like a child? Is it possible that all bigots are like this? Cory's doesn't understand, but Cory's can learn. If he could be like the big guy, then wouldn't Cory's become stronger as well? Knock knock. It was also at that moment that a knock on the door interrupted Cory's fantasies. Inside the room, Yi Yen and Cory's exchanged glances. Cory's gave Yi Yen a, I get it expression. So the skill was activated and the whole person became invisible. Knock knock. The door knocked again. That Yi Yen. Is he asleep? A familiar voice came from behind the door. Yi Yen gripped his dagger tightly and opened the door. Standing in the doorway was none other than Cobalt Iron and Vidona. I got your slave back for you. With that, Cobalt Iron pushed Vidona, who was beside him, forward. Vidona froze up, head down, pupils lax. Yi Yen looked at it without any reaction. Dao. I have no slaves. Oh, Cobalt Iron's eyes narrowed slightly, which meant that the woman had really been kicked out? Didn't realize that there were such inside the kobolds. But yeah, it's not like it's not okay for him to come and enjoy it. Just as Yi Yen was about to close the door, Yi Yen suddenly sensed something and let go of his hand, grabbing Vidona's outstretched hand in his hand. The dagger in his other hand remained gripped tightly. As long as the young girl in front of him, something was wrong. There was even once a murderous aura. Yi Yen would have beheaded the young girl without mercy. However, unexpectedly, the hand that the young girl held out towards herself was not the harbinger of an attack. Feeling the young girl's hand trembling, Yi Yen once again dropped his gaze on the young girl. Only a single tear fell from Vidona's delicate, white face. No, don't. Vidona reached out her other hand and firmly grabbed Yi Yen. Obviously, it was treating Yi Yen as the last straw. This feeling was amazing. No one had ever done this to him before this. So this time Yi Yen didn't dodge. Don't. Vidona sobbed. Definitely don't if you're taken there. Instead of being so many kobolds, it would be better to have one. Please, help me. But in the face of Vidona's plea for help, Yi Yen indifferently let go. Whatever you want me to do from now on, it's fine. Vidona grabbed her breasts with one hand and pressed the middle of her skirt with a look of shame. One can't help but bully her. However, this was nothing more than a lute to Yi Yen. Don't. Hearing Yi Yen's decisive voice, even Cory's, who was hiding in the room on the side, had no choice but to feel humongous for the big brother's decisiveness. However, Cory's could understand. After all, the big man's mission was to lurk in the lair. If something happens at this point, for helping Vidona, that would be more than worth it. As for the misery, the world was a lot worse than her, but Reese had seen a lot. A lot. If we were to help one by one, we wouldn't even know when. Looking at the woman in her dress material, she knew that she was of noble birth. I'm afraid that entering the goblin's lair was the worst luck she's ever had. Corliss hates it. These aristocrats. Seeing this guy actually like this, Goblin Iron gave Yi Yen a curious look, when it really was a strange goblin. I can't believe that I would not be horny. Remembering his teacher's words, Cobalt Iron also just nodded. It's possible that you're tired of playing. After all, how could there be a shortage of women when it's the one the Goblin General looks up to? Well, then I'll take it away. Cobalt Iron laughed. Saying that, he was about to take Vidona away when he was dodged by the ever-stagnant Vidona. No, don't. Tears fell from Vidona's smooth cheeks, falling. I should have known better than to take on that elf. Vidona huffed, regretting taking on this task so much. If I hadn't taken the job, she also didn't have to come over to this divine rhythm forest, and she wouldn't encounter those terrifying mountain bandits, and the guards around her weren't dead. Otherwise, with those low-level goblins, how could they catch him? Elf? Hearing the familiar words from the woman's mouth, Yi Yen hesitated for a second and quickly nodded his head. Wait, I'll take it. Ha! Goblin Iron was shocked, and before he could react, Vidona, who had just arrived, was pulled into the room by Yi Yen, leaving only Cobalt Iron alone, messing up in the air. No, this? Cobalt Iron tried to say something, but shook his head helplessly. Turn around and leave. Kobolds are horny. Only right. This, too, makes it easier to control. Cobalt Iron smiled darkly and walked to the room, opening a door. By the window of the door sat a maiden of the utmost beauty. She sat there in a gorgeous gown, like an angel descending to earth without a speck of dust. Yet, such a woman has a dark light in her eyes. There was no hint of emotion on his face as he faced the Cobalt Iron that came in. I'm back, wife. Cobalt Iron replaced his gentle smile and silently closed the door. Door number 03. That. At this moment, within the room, Vidona's eyes were wide open, looking at Yi Yan in front of her with a stunned expression. She didn't expect at all that this kobold would suddenly grab her back into this confined space. Her mind was filled with confusion as to why his decision was so unexpected. Until, seeing that Yi Yan's gaze had been dead on her, the feeling of being watched made Verdona feel uncomfortable. It was only at this moment that she clenched her lower lip as if waking up from a dream, a look of realization on her face. Then she slowly began to remove the clothing from her body. Sure enough, kobolds are all the same. As she removed her clothing, a slight blush spread across her face and she shyly lowered her head. My first time, she whispered, tension in her voice. The first time? Yi Yan wondered. What is that? And why she's suddenly undressed? Is it because it's too hot? Aha! Verdona seemed to see Yi Yan's confusion as she gritted her teeth and nodded, the redness all over her body becoming even more pronounced. Then she said softly, so, please be gentle. Lighter? Yi Yan really couldn't figure out what she was talking about. The only reason she was let in was because she seemed to be talking about elves, and his mom, too, it seems. However, Yi Yan's silence was another layer of meaning in Verdona. Come to think of it, something in a picture book. The blush on Verdona's face intensified. Just as it was about to be picked up, the underwear, Cory suddenly appeared. Wait. Cory's voice interrupted the confrontation between the two and broke the awkward, intense atmosphere. You guys, if you're going to do it, wait until I'm gone. Cory's covered her eyes and looked sheepish. The eyes that peeked out from the slits in those fingertips went back and forth between Verdona and Yi Yan, their eyes loaded with resentment. These two are shameless. To actually, do such and such a thing in front of a young girl who knows no better. Who is pure and innocent. This who can stand it? Humans? At the sight of Cory suddenly appearing in the room, Verdona was dumbfounded. She couldn't for the life of her figure out why humans were here. Is it possible to run? However, there was no joy for long. Cory's waved and actually followed them in farewell. Well, then I'm off. No, it's not. Verdona tried to say something and run away with him, but was interrupted by Cory's. But let me warn you, miss, that the big man may not have meant it that way. As the words fell, Cory's opened the door and his figure directly disappeared as if he didn't exist. It's not that, Biggie? A single doubt surfaced in Verdona's head. Yi Yan looked at the time, and without much hesitation, he opened his mouth. What was that you were saying about getting a quest from an elf? Verdona hadn't expected that Yi Yan would actually be interested in this. You lied to me? Seeing that Verdona stood there stupidly without speaking, Yi Yan's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow, and his surroundings instantly went cold. Dang, of course not. Seeing that Yi Yan was about to get angry, Verdona didn't care about anything and spoke directly. I was in the reason why I entered this forest was because of a quest issued by a team formed entirely of elves. Formed entirely by elves? Yi Yan didn't say anything, and Verdona continued. And the task is to find the elf named Victoria. Hearing his mother's name, Yi Yan's icy cold sight fell on Verdona, causing Verdona to shiver. Are you sure that's the name? Aha! Verdona nodded her head deadpan. Seeing this, Yi Yan didn't say anything else and just said to Verdona, you can stay here. No one should come in here. As the words fell, Yi Yan walked out of the room. Are they looking for their mommy? That is to say, their mommy's companions? It would have been nice, if only, to tell mom. Click. Bang. It wasn't until the door was closed that Verdona came back to her senses. Is there nothing more going on with her? Whether it's in a picture book or from what I've heard, aren't kobolds evil, dirty, horny, low-level magical creatures? Verdona looked down at herself, stripped down to just her underwear, her white, plump body, and a hint of dissatisfaction. A ghostly grudge couldn't help but creep in. Could it be that she was that unattractive? Suddenly, what did Verdona think of? In the picture books, there are a lot of kobolds who fall in love with elves, aren't there? In other words, that guy's elfin. It's no wonder that he reacted so strongly to hearing about the elf. Verdona nodded to herself, finding reasons for herself. That's why the goblin didn't touch her. It's definitely not that she's not attractive. That guy just likes elves. Why is it that most of the picture books, though, are of elf-forked kobolds? Verdona cradled the dress in her arms and looked at the door, suddenly reacting. Couldn't she have run away? Just as he reached out, his hand retracted as he thought about what he had discovered not long ago. It was full of kobolds. How could she run away alone? Verdona gave a bitter laugh. Looking at the bed, he lay down, recalling Yi Yan's eyes. That look was different than any of the kobolds before. No desire. Maybe it's relatively safe for her to stay here. At this moment, Carries, who walked out from Yi Yan's room, hesitated for a moment. Suddenly something came to mind. Right. And someone asked him to take a message. It's also true that there are people who need to carry messages inside the goblin lair. Could it be that there are others like Biggie here? Without much thought, Cory's had made his way to room 03. As promised, a few light taps. In the evening, night falls. Yi Yen had just walked out of the cave. Unexpectedly, he encountered those low-level kobolds that clashed with the Lakavir's kobolds during the day. And the goblin at the head was none other than Goblin Boo. The other party also saw Yi Yen. "Yo, our honored guest, what are you going to do at this late hour?" With a smile on his face, Goblin Boo rushed towards Yi Yen. He was just about to tap Yi Yen's shoulder, but Yi Yen dodged it. Seeing this, Goblin Boo's brow couldn't help but frown. Is this guy, looking down on himself? These high-ranking kobolds are always like this. Like this. Goblin punches hard. However, he's different now. "Where are you going? We were just about to go out hunting outside. Want to join us?" Goblin Boo forced down the anger in his heart and unfolded his arms. "I'm a great one." As the words left his mouth, he only saw the shadow underneath Goblin Boo begin to distort. And then he actually stood up from the ground? How's that? How's that? Goblin Boo flaunted, with a proud face, the skills he had recently acquired. "I'm a shadow, but I can lurk inside a shadow." Yi Yen glanced faintly at Goblin Boo out of curiosity. He looked up at the bright moon and then at the kobolds behind the kobold cloth. A judgment was made in an instant. Well, killing them all would be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Yi Yen ignored the Goblin Boo, who was proudly showing off his acquired skills as he walked by. Seeing Yi Yen walk past him, a hint of sinister in Goblin Boo's eyes flashed. This guy, he's even more annoying than that stalker lack-eared kobold. Previously, as the lowest level goblin, he had been subjected to the blank stares and contempt of other goblins. Even that high-ranking kobold didn't even look at him. On what grounds? We're all kobolds. Why do we have to look at me like that? It's just a good birth. That's nothing. And yet, no matter how much he resented it, no matter how hard he tried, it was always that way. Unable to exceed the limitations of their race, they remain the lowest of kobolds for the rest of their lives. In other words, no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to beat those high-level kobolds. This is the gap between bloodlines. Until he acquired the skill of shadow diversion, he gained, on par with those high-level kobolds. It has also gained, on equal footing, the status of those kobolds who had despised him before. All of them looked at him with admiration, and the high-ranking kobolds who hadn't looked at him correctly no longer ignored him. In this instant, he finally realized that being in a high position was so cool. Since then, no one has belittled and ignored him. Even those low-level kobolds, they couldn't help but approach him. The feeling is just, well, great. People move strong. Beasts, magical creatures that are wild for the most part, even more so. However, what right did this kid have to ignore him now? Goblin Boo stared viciously at Yi Yen, who was about to leave. In front of him, "Wait, how about we join together? You don't know, there are a lot of adventurers out there right now." Goblin Boo immediately changed his expression to a pleasing one and followed with his squad. Seeing this, Yi Yen just swept a faint glance and ignored it. Let the kobold cloths follow their side. Just right, it can be used as a shield. I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on in this neighborhood. There are adventurers everywhere. Goblin Boo crunched and crunched and crunched and crunched. At this point, they had been gone for quite a while. It was some distance from the kobold middle lair. Seeing that the time and place were right, Goblin Boo turned to the kobold at his side and gave a wink. After finding the right opportunity, "Dao, go on. Show this brat kobold who dares to steal our women what we're made of." In the next moment, the goblins around Yi Yen suddenly stormed up, pouncing towards Yi Yen. But they were looking for an opportunity. And why wouldn't Yi Yen be? The small actions along the way. For Yi Yen, who was proficient in assassination and understood their behavioral movements, it simply couldn't be clearer. Brush. In just a split second, Yi Yen killed the goblin in front of him and rushed to Goblin Boo. What? Goblins was alarmed. It hadn't occurred to me that this goblin Yi Yen was actually so raw. Originally, I thought that among those kobolds, except for the Lakavir's kobolds, this guy should be the best to deal with. Could it be that he had made a mistake in judgment? But so what? Kobold Boo, smiling slightly, took a step back. "You're too young to kill me." Brush. The shadow of the kobold cloth that had long been hiding on Yi Yan's shadow suddenly appeared from behind Yi Yan. The black and large knife was already aimed at Yi Yan's neck at this time. This kind of distance was impossible to avoid even for a high-level kobold in its mature stage. Just when Goblin Boo thought he was winning, only to see that the pitch-black large knife was about to cut down Yi Yan's neck. Yi Yan's body suddenly turned inky black, as if his entire body had transformed into a shadow. Immediately after that, the great sword made of shadows actually pierced through. What? Goblin Boo was shocked and didn't hesitate. immediately summoning shadow to appear in front of him to fend it off. However, as Yi Yan touched the shadow, in the next moment, Yi Yan's body was actually whole, blending into the shadow, waiting to reappear, had stepped over the shadow to the cobalt cloth. The blackened dagger shone, silver white. No! Goblin, trying to escape, but it was too late. Yi Yan, who had recovered from his submerged state, already had his dagger aimed at Goblin Boo's neck. Brush! The silver blade flashed, blood splattered in all directions, drifting towards the controls as the cobalt cloth's head floated. The voice of the world resounded in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the kobold's skill Shadow Divergence. Bang! As the kobold ragheads fell, the crowd of kobolds reacted. This guy actually killed Kobold Boo? And in a flash. What kind of monster is this? One should know that Goblin Boo had the skill of shadow splitting, and it wasn't that easy for even a high-level goblin to kill him. You can even get countered if you're not careful because of the weirdness of the skill. You goblin! That's abominable. How dare you kill your own kind? The low-level goblins hugged the group, first snapping their hats at Yi Yan. Everyone charge! Facing the rushing goblins, Yi Yan's face was calm, and his skills were already in hand. He didn't have to, either. In playing along with these kobolds, Yi Yan gripped the dagger in his hand. The dagger shimmered coldly under the moonlight. Here, there are kobolds. It was also at this moment that the voice of an adventurer suddenly came. Finally found it? Yi Yan looked at the adventurers rushing over and turned around immediately. Suddenly, Yi Yan sensed something and dodged to the back. Kaz! Bang! A lightning strike landed where Yi Yan had just been, smashing a small crater. Yi Yan looked back, made a note of the kobold that had sent out the lightning strike, and turned to leave. Also almost at the same time, a figure came right after him, chasing after Yi Yan. It's a kobold? Don't let them get away. A group of adventurers rushed towards Yi Yan and the others. Seeing this, Yi Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and chose to leave directly. Gah! Gah! Seeing that Yi Yan actually ran at the sight of a human, the low-level goblin cloth, cursing Yi Yan as a waste. Then crunch, crunch, head-on against the adventurers. The two engaged. In a fierce exchange, the adventurers were strong, but the number of low-level kobolds was not to be underestimated. An adventurer, Arna the Archer, seeing Yi Yan, without the slightest hesitation, he directly chased after him. Damn! An unknown emotion flashed in Alna's eyes. Ignoring the calls of his companions behind him, he pursued the. Yi Yan turned back and looked at Alna. Instead, they deliberately slowed down and lured her deeper into the depths of the dense forest. Stand up for me! Alna bellowed, her voice echoing through the woods. She pulled her longbow and launched a fierce attack at Yi Yan. The arrows rained down on Yi Yan. However, Yi Yan was like a ghost, always skillfully dodging when she was about to hit. Be a good boy and kill for me, Alna growled, her voice loud but unusually calm. The bows and arrows shot all deviated from Yi Yan's vital points. The next moment, just as she was about to launch another attack, only to find that Yi Yan had suddenly disappeared. Alna looked around and didn't find Yi Yan's shadow either. You're going to kill me? Suddenly, Yi Yan's voice came from behind Alna, frightening her. She turned around and saw that Yi Yan was standing not far away, coldly staring at her. Alna was surprised. This kobold actually speaks human language. A pang of doubt ran through her mind. Was this kobold a superior species? However, when she carefully observed Yi Yan, only to realize that he didn't have the scent of the upper species, suddenly, realization dawned on Alna. Could it be that this kobold is a special individual? Within every community, there are always a few special individuals born who are different from the norm in some way. And the kobold in front of him was clearly such a special being. That would explain it. Sure, Alna replied coldly. Slaying demons is supposed to be our mission as adventurers. Yi Yan didn't respond. Instead, he stared closely at Arna as if he was looking at something. Alna was a little bit furious by Yi Yan's gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. However, Yi Yan had no intention of letting her go as he continued to ask, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Alna forced herself to be calm and replied, "I'm not scared," but her trembling voice betrayed her. Yi Yan ignored her reply and continued, "I can see no killing intent in your eyes." Alna froze a bit at Yi Yan's words. She didn't know what she should say. Remembering his mother's words and the arrow that deflected the vitals, Yi Yan continued, "So I won't kill you." With that, Yi Yan turned around and left, leaving Alna alone, staring at the spot, watching Yi Yan's silhouette fade away until it disappeared at the end of his sight. Alna felt her legs, as heavy as lead, unable to support them, and sat down violently. Hoo 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 hoo. Alna gasped for air. her heart beating wildly as if she had just broken free from the edge of life and death. How could she have never imagined that in this world, such a terrifying monster actually existed? Yi Yan displayed killing intent that instant, almost drowning her, making her unable to raise any thoughts of resistance at all. What the hell is going on with that damn property? Elena muttered, her eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. She stared down at her hands, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The next moment, the voice of the world rang in her ears. You activate the skill identification, and information about the individual Elena is identified and appears in your eyes. With the fall of the voice, a string of data surfaced before her eyes. Details about herself. Name, Elena. Race, human. Stage, growth period. Strength, 25. Speed, 30. Physical strength, 20. Magic, 30. Skills, identification. Talent, magic mastery. Elena couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness in her heart as she looked at the data. Though her panel values are already more than most, but compared to Yi Yan, it was so insignificant. That guy's panel is almost twice as big as mine going up. Name Yi Yan. Race, low-level goblin special individual. Stage, growth period. Strength, 56, cap raised from 30 to 100. Speed, 57, cap raised from 30 to 100. Physical fitness, 50, cap raised from 30 to 100. Magic, 14, cap raised from 30 to 100. Evolution points, 1. Skills, sneak shadow, shadow split, lightning strike, fireball spell E. Proprietary skills asterisk. Talents, breath concealment, language proficiency, magical affinity, self-healing B, strength enhancement C, speed enhancement C, magical manipulation D, physical enhancement C, beast intuition B, perception D, special talent, king seed, limit break. It's important to realize that the numbers are not as simple as adding up. And, what's with that unusual talent, and skills, and the question mark? I've never heard of such a mark before. She frowned in thought, her mind filled with doubt. What shocked her even more was this. Yi Yan also had a special talent called King Seed. It was a gift she had never seen or heard of before. It's too abnormal. When did kobolds have this kind of existence? Elena murmured, her mind filled with unease and doubt. Other side. At this time, most of the adventurers, due to their physical strength or injuries, were lying on the ground, unable to move. There was only one dreidel with a large sword in his hand and one kobold standing. Most of the remaining kobolds were decimated to the ground. In this case, the situation is settled. The members of the squad held each other up, each of them leaving the marks of battle on their bodies, blood-stained and hung with color. They were breathing heavily, exhaustion and relief written all over their faces. Crunch! The kobold that was the only one left let out a roar, and lightning flashed above its palm. Facing the kobold's attack, Del gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. Come on, brush! However, just as Del and the kobolds were about to attack, an arrow broke through the air, a precise hit to the kobold's heart. Crunch! The kobold looked at the arrow in his chest in confusion, and then with a snap, he fell down. It is! The crowd was alarmed. Who saved us? The crowd was relieved to see the last and most troublesome kobold dead, but Del was the only one with a slight frown on his eyes, keeping his guard up, watching his surroundings, looking for the man who had shot the arrow. Divine Forest, Edge. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your predator, you gain 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your predation, you gain the dead kobold's skill, lightning strike. Yi Yan stood quietly in the treetops in the distance, witnessing all of this. Silently, he lowered the bow in his hand. There wasn't much expression on his face. Basically, it was all what he expected. He knew this squad, although it was not as strong as the one he had met before, but it was barely enough to deal with these kobolds. At least it won't be a situation where you can't beat those kobolds. Feeling that there was no point, Yi Yan put away his bow. Just as Yi Yan was about to leave, a sudden angry cry came. Here? Immediately afterward, a sharp flying knife broke through the air, heading straight in Yi Yan's direction. With a flash of his body, Yi Yan lightly leapt down from the tree and quickly changed his position. However, he soon felt a strong killing aura lock onto him. Found you! A crisp voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a figure rushed towards Yi Yan at an astonishing speed. Yi Yan's eyes flinched, and with a single movement of his body, he clashed with the rushing figure. Only a muffled sound was heard. Del was surprisingly sent flying backwards by Yi Yan's blow and crashed heavily into a large tree. How is this possible? Del fell to the ground and looked at Yi Yan with an incredulous expression. He felt the pain in his chest as if he had been hit by a boulder. And what shocked him even more was that this seemingly ordinary kobold possessed such a strong power. He carefully looked at Yi Yan and realized that there was indeed something different about the kobold's appearance. Despite the trademark green skin and long ears, the face was unusually human-like. If it weren't for these obvious features, he would have thought he had encountered a powerful human warrior. Yi Yan coldly looked at the fallen Del without the slightest bit of pity. "Captain, it's not good. Run!" The rest of the team was horrified. After the amazing strength Yi Yan had displayed, they all shouted towards the captain. This enemy in front of him was clearly not something the captain could handle alone. Even if their entire squad joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Yi Yan's speed and strength were too amazing. Even more shocking, as he stood there, he was surprisingly able to make people unconsciously ignore his presence, as if he himself was an invisible barrier. Could it be that this is the legendary assassin? Only an assassin who was proficient in assassination and had gone through rigorous training could achieve such a level. The one in front of him, however, was a kobold. This fact, to everyone's disbelief. "No!" Del struggled to his feet from the tree, his eyes firm and determined. "I will not abandon my teammates. If I do this, what face will I have to live with?" Del roared and charged towards Yi Yan, the sword in his hand slashing down hard. However, in the face of Del's attack, Yi Yan, however, did not choose to dodge. He slowly raised his hand, and with just his fingers, he easily caught Del's sword. How is this possible? Del's eyes were wide with disbelief written all over his face. He tried to pull the sword out, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Yi Yan looked at Del indifferently. He had no interest in talking nonsense with him. Since this Del wanted to kill himself, there was no need for him to be merciful. Brush! Yi Yan suddenly raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Del's abdomen. Del immediately felt a huge force coming from him, and his whole body flew out as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Del's mouth. His body arced through the air before crashing hard into several trees. With that, a series of clicks. Del's body broke several bones on impact and eventually fell heavily to the ground. After killing so many kobolds, Yi Yan's panel values had long since surpassed the vast majority of creatures in their formative years. The strength reached an astonishing point. Even when facing an entire squad, he was able to handle it with ease. How is this possible? Del lay on the ground, staring at Yi Yan with wide eyes. He knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and that of his opponent, but he hadn't expected it to be so great. He simply couldn't imagine that a goblin could possess such great strength. Yi Yan indifferently looked at the fallen Del without the slightest bit of pity, just as an impulse surged in Yi Yan's heart to end the person in front of him. In his mind, the teachings of his mother once echoed suddenly. Just then, Del suddenly shouted loudly, in Yi Yan's direction, "You evil kobolds, just wait and see." He was going to die anyway, Del declaimed resignedly. "We, the Adventurers Association, have long been aware of you, and we will definitely wipe you all out." When Yi Yan heard these words, the dagger in his hand trembled slightly. He looked up at Del. Only in the other party's eyes, there was a determined gleam. "You're going to kill all the kobolds?" Yi Yan twisted his head in confusion, remembering the kobolds that had designs on his mother, and a trace of disgust could not help but flash in his eyes. "That's right," Del, without hesitation, replied. "We also have to rescue the innocents who are being held captive." Hearing Del's words, Yi Yan was puzzled. Could they save the mother? Yi Yan stared tightly at Del. "In that case, you guys have a good time." After a moment's thought, he said faintly, then put away his dagger and turned to leave. "If I don't do what you just said, I'll come back and kill you." "Ha!" Looking at Yi Yan who walked straight away, Del opened his mouth wide, not thinking that he would actually be spared. "Hey! What the hell do you guys want?" Del shouted loudly at Yi Yan. "Just let me off the hook? Is it because you feel sorry for me? I'm telling you, I'm going to kill all you damn kobolds." However, no matter how much Del screamed, Yi Yan did not turn around. "You guys better be careful. We have a very powerful guy among the kobolds." After saying these words, Yi Yan's figure disappeared in front of the crowd. Only Del was left standing dumbfounded, looking at the direction Yi Yan had disappeared. Always felt weird about that kobold. The big man lying on the ground muttered, "Is he provoking us? Damn it." Del was resigned. He hadn't thought that he would actually be spared by a low-level demonic goblin one day. It's a disgrace to him. He vowed to get his revenge back hard. Rustle! A gust of wind blew through. Suddenly there was a footstep. Del and the others, instantly alerted. The atmosphere was unusually grave. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the silence. "I'm fine. Everyone take it easy. Alna peeled back the dense foliage and walked slowly. Her words were calm, but the hearts of the crowd did not relax. The warriors in the group frowned and exchanged puzzled looks with each other. That goblin just now was clearly very different from the others of its kind. The sheer power of it is chilling. It was as if an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the crowd. That kobold. There is indeed something odd about it. A warrior whispered. Yeah, it's downright scary. Just as the crowd was talking, the magician girl on the side, Jasmine, suddenly opened her mouth, a hint of petulance and excitement in her voice. And, did you guys notice that the kobold didn't seem quite the same as the others? The crowd froze and turned their attention to Jasmine. She could only see her hands covered in blood, but she covered her cheeks without a care in the world, a curious glint in her eyes. That kobold. I'm surprised it didn't pounce on a beautiful woman like me as soon as it saw me. Like the other kobolds, Molly said with some amusement. Ha! The crowd couldn't help but have black lines appear on their foreheads when they heard this. They were secretly slandering in their minds. No, your focus. It's too weird, isn't it? However, Jasmine didn't seem to notice the helplessness of the crowd, but instead got more and more energized. Besides, did you guys ever think that that kobold was actually kinda good looking? Handsome? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yeah, if you ignore its green skin and long ears, Jasmine added. Ah, the crowd was shocked by Jasmine's strange focus. But, in retrospect it seems so? No. How can they be affected by Molly? From the moment they met, Jasmine was into some weird stuff. Even a come-hither performance for some disgusting foods. Arguably, the odd man out on their team. In favor of her person. And good looking. Hey. The crowd sighed and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This girl's brain circuits are too clear, right? However, in retrospect, that kobold did look different from the others of its kind. Its eyes seemed to reveal a hint of clarity and determination. Very different from those goblins that only knew lechery and killing. The crowd couldn't help but be in deep thought. Let's just go back. Del shook hands, something glinting in his eyes. Regardless of what happens to that kobold, we need to tell the crusade side of the intel we just gained. Aha. The crowd saw this and nodded. Molly, on the other hand, felt sorry for herself and followed. If the crusade knew about it, then I'm afraid that white-haired kobold would die. What a shame. After all, his opponent was, however, a gold-level adventurer who had participated in the Dragon Crusade. At this time, the other side, Yi Yen, who had originally planned to return to the lair, saw the hammered dead Goblin Knight. Seeing this, Yi Yen frowned slightly. Goblin Knights he's fought. Honestly, if it was a head-to-head game, he can't fight it either. So what kind of enemy is it that will kill him? In this neighborhood, there were no signs of a battle. That means this guy escaped. Yi Yen just looked down faintly. Then he tried to ignore it straight away, and just as he was about to walk over, he was grabbed by the ankle by the kobold rider underground. All dead. Please, you must bring this to the kobold general. In the Goblin Knight's hand, he held a crystal, and Yi Yen took it curiously. Seeing Yi Yen receive the crystal, the Goblin Knight revealed a happy smile, then hung his head and died. Yi Yen raised the crystal, and through the moonlight, he didn't see so let. Brush. Also at that moment, a handful of arrows broke through the air. Yi Yen, who sensed that something was wrong, hurriedly dodged away. In a few jumps, he disappeared into thin air. At that moment, a pointed-eared elven man not far away frowned and lowered his arrow. I can't believe I let that kobold escape. No. It was weird that the kobold could actually detect his attack. Being an elf, it was no exaggeration to say that the forest was their home turf, where they could incorporate their own aura into the forest, and even attack as well. And the kobold actually detected it. Moreover, since that guy's body, he actually detected a familiar aura. And what the hell did the kobold rider give? That kobold? It seems to be a crystal, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be a raw material similar to the Staying Shadow Stone. Staying Shadow or the Shadow Retention Stone, as the name suggests, can record and store images of what has happened in the surrounding area, and as the raw material of the Shadow Retaining Stone, it naturally came to have the function of video recording as well, but because it was not processed, it did not last as long as the Shadow Retaining Stone in terms of storage time, and it's refreshed every week. What's wrong? Limru, the elf woman, who was off to the side, looked over at the frowning Limru. Nope, Limru shook his head. At the speed of that strange kobold, it would be too late to catch up now. Besides, there wasn't much need for it. Limru's eyes fell, not far from the campfire-like group of adventurers. At this time, they were showing off the results of their battle during the day. Ha 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 ha, you have no idea how many kobolds I killed today. Che, since when is killing kobolds worth bragging about? Oh, and how many have you killed? Humph, the man was dismissive. I just haven't come across it. If you ask me, why don't we just attack directly and wait for what intelligence? Cory was full of confidence and patted his chest. That's it. Okay, I think people, It's better not to underestimate kobolds. Morris admonishes the crowd, only to be met with Koru's scorn. Ha 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 ha, just go and stay on the sidelines and watch how we destroy the kobolds. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Koru's words, the crowd laughed out loud, mocking its Morris and the others. In the face of the crowd's jeers, Maurice was indifferent and accustomed to them. You guys, Amy, who was just about to get mad, was held down by Dita, shaking her head. It doesn't work. Seeing this, Amy gritted her teeth and sat down. She was going to see exactly what these people were capable of. But when, exactly, are we going to attack? If you're so dilly-dallying to fight a kobold middle lair, does it take a year and a half of preparation to fight the big lair later? The total number of adventurers for the command. Ewald is very upset. Didn't I tell you guys? Ewald sighed. This kobold lair, it's not like any other lair kobold lair. Humph. Koru didn't give a damn and hooked his finger, calling in the neighborhood captains to discuss something in secret. It's not easy to beg big brothers and sisters to catch up on their daily reading in niche subjects. The night was like ink, enveloping the whole land. A full moon hung high above the sky, shedding silver-white light and decorating the dark night in a picturesque manner. In the silence of the night, a figure sped up. Yi Yen, having run for a long time, finally stopped at this moment. Looking at the goblin lair in front of him, Yi Yan's footsteps, which he had just taken, dumbly stopped. He looked back, deeper into the dark forest, and couldn't help but frown. Is it an illusion? Scratching his head, Yi Yen didn't pay much attention towards the large nest of kobolds. At this moment, on top of a tall tree a few hundred meters away, a voluptuous figure stood silently. In the night, a woman's figure was enchanting, as if a rose in the dark night, blooming alone. She wore a long, sultry dress, the hem of which swung gently in the wind, as if she were a bright color in the darkness. The pair of tiny wings on her back shimmered with an ethereal light under the moonlight, as if they had endless magical power. This person was none other than Malika, the mysterious woman who had sneaked into the kobold lair earlier. Her gaze was locked onto Yi Yen below, and the corners of her mouth hooked into a charming smile. There was both curiosity and a hint of teasing in that smile. This little brat, he's really something, Morika muttered in her mind. Even though he was at such a distance, Yi Yen seemed to be able to sense a hint of a strange aura. This kind of keen perception ability made Malika couldn't help but become more interested in him. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. In the next moment, her pupils instantly became bright red like blood, a sign that she had activated her clairvoyance. Through the thick layer of earth, suddenly, a flash of surprise passed through her eyes. Beside Yi Yen, she saw a blurry shadow. The shadow seemed to blend in with the night, yet it seemed to have a unique life. That thing, in her eyes, loomed large, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, truly magical. Well, what's that? On the norm, it's simply not visible. If it wasn't for, well, the unknown, Morika would have wanted to make contact with the brat. Now it looks like it's going to be extended for a while longer. She definitely didn't want to touch it, at least not until she figured out the magical thing. That thing, it gave her a dangerous feeling. That's really interesting. However, this little guy can't be touched. Perhaps she can reach out to someone else. The corners of Malika's mouth turned up as her eyes fell on the large hobgoblin lairs. Sweeping around the room, he seemed to see what was hitting him. Morika stared, frozen for a moment, then burst out laughing. What a surprise! In a place like this, one can meet a familiar face. When the hell are you coming back? Victoria placed her heavy chest on the table, holding her cheeks and puckering her mouth, which was adorable, and she kept muttering in her mouth, worrying about Yi Yen. Knock, knock, knock. Also at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Victoria jumped up from the table with a jolt of joy. Coming, Xiao Yen. Mommy has been waiting for you for a long time. Click. Just as the words reached her mouth, Victoria froze as she looked at the person coming before her. The hands that were unfolded because of excitement and wanting to hug Yi Yen fiercely, stayed awkwardly in the air. Excuse me? Victoria retracted her hand awkwardly, and eyeing the visitor as a human woman, she couldn't help but inquire curiously. After all, it wasn't normal for a human woman to appear in a place like this. At least, it wasn't normal to show up at his door. Ah! Elena covered her small mouth, a soft smile on her hideously scarred face. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. It's me, not your child. Ah! It doesn't matter. Victoria waved her head and looked away cautiously. The woman with the stunning figure in front of her couldn't help but feel sorry for herself after seeing the face. That face would definitely look good if it wasn't disfigured. Even its appearance could rival that of their elf clan. So, what can I do for you, please? So, don't you please ask to come in and sit down? Elena gave a gentle smile and looked inside. Ah, come in. It had been too long since he'd seen anyone, and for a moment, Victoria didn't react. So you are? Following Victoria into the house, Elena smiled faintly as she glanced at the hut, which was out of place in this goblin lair. You should have heard your son talking about me. What? Victoria wondered. Her child. When did she meet the woman in front of her? I'm the one who put the bandages on him. Ah. Hearing Elena's words, Victoria's smile blossomed and she immediately held Elena's hand in gratitude. So it's you? My child. You've really taken care of him. Where? He's cute. Elena rested her hands on her cheeks, her eyes gentle. Yeah, right. Victoria was thrilled to hear someone compliment her child. Well, cute enough that I'm going to have to adopt him as a child first. Ah. Hearing Elena's words, Victoria's face instantly froze. I don't know how to take this. She never thought that her child would be taken from her by someone else. Isn't she overconfident, too? If her child was really taken from her, then she didn't know what to do. Looking at Victoria's expression, which seemed to change and finally lose itself in self-loathing, Elena couldn't help but laugh out softly. I'm kidding. Really? Victoria lit up like a happy puppy. Really? Elena looked at Victoria with gentle eyes. You should, more than anything, trust your children, just like he, who always believed in you. Seemingly dismantled. Inwardly, Victoria's pointed ears shrugged down. The woman in front of me was not wrong. She hasn't been able to be trusting her children. What about the fear of the child abandoning her? Fear. What if the child becomes like the other kobolds? She doesn't understand. But she knew that since she was a mother, she had to be strong and stay by her child's side. As if trying to head something off, Victoria raised her small fists to pump herself up. I'll try. Being a competent mother. It's really cute. Looking at Victoria, who had cheered herself up, Elena thought so. The two talked a lot. Elena also imparted a lot of Victoria's experience as a mother. The two talked a lot, but it just doesn't say the name. At this point, Victoria also reacted. Please, what's your name? Names. Hearing this, Elena lowered her eyes and changed the subject immediately afterward. By the way, your body seems to be in bad shape. There is? Victoria wondered, looking at her slightly chubby stomach from all the eating and no exercise, inwardly determined to start losing weight. No, Elena shook her head. I could be wrong. It was really strange. She actually couldn't see through the person in front of her. It was as if the elf in front of him was not of this realm. It's really bizarre. The two talked a lot. After Elena had left, it took Victoria a moment to respond. She didn't know yet the other person's name. How rude of her. Victoria hung her head, her pointed ears drooping. So, when will Xiaoyan probably be back? Victoria sat on the floor, her hands on the table, resting her cheeks, looking toward the door, loneliness written all over his face. At this time, the other side, the great goblin lair, lower second-level entrance. A huge figure blocked Yi Yan's path. Get out of the way. Yi Yan looked at the goblin general in front of him and said with some impatience. Oh, the goblin general raised an eyebrow. This tiny king, as usual. A faint glow coalesced in the goblin general's eyes, and as the panel surfaced, the goblin general's face changed slightly, but soon, it returned to normal. It's true, not bad for a king. The corners of the goblin general's mouth showed a faintly imperceptible smile. You seem to have something that you're not giving me. Stuff? Yi Yan frowned slightly and thought of something, pulling out a crystal from among his pockets and handing it to the goblin general. Here, it was, anyway, of no use to him, but it's just strange rocks that cast images. The general took the retained shadow mine and, without the slightest hesitation, injected it with magic. In the next moment, the surrounding space produced a faint fluctuation. Immediately afterward, a blue screen-like object emerged, and on the screen, it was a valley. No, a mountain hollowed out from the top down. Shall we say? It was surrounded by mountainous rock barriers, which formed an open area. In that area, there was a small room, and in the center of the room was an altar made of all kinds of skeletons. Beyond the altar were magical formations carved out of the blood that had been shed. Is it those nasty bugs? Seeing the scene above, the goblin general showed a rare expression of disgust. I didn't think that the Gate of Truth filth would also come here. General Goblin looked at Yi Yan, who was gazing at the screen, and added, the Gate of Truth? Hearing unfamiliar words, Yi Yan twisted his head in confusion. What is that thing, and the pattern on it is ugly as hell? He had killed, at times before, these scribblers. That's right. The kobold general nodded, pointing to those in pitch-black tunics and white masks. The men, with the word gate inscribed in blood on their black tunics, explained, It's just some disgusting bugs that do nothing but sacrifice their souls to evil gods for power in the name of pursuing truth. With that said, the goblin general's disgust grew a few degrees heavier. It was the first time that Yi Yan had seen this guy in front of him, outwardly revealing so many emotions. Basically, these types of cultists, whenever they are encountered, they are hunted down and killed. The major clans hate these guys. For the sacrifices, the massacres of these cultists are not limited to humans. Anything with blood, with bones, is targeted. Although, even then, but part of the population is still less disgusted by these cultists than the kobolds. Kill goblins first, cultists second. After all, in the eyes of some, cultists are not to be feared. Oh who? Yi Yan nodded, indicating that he couldn't understand. At the same time, it didn't matter what happened to him when he turned around and was about to leave. But he was called back by the goblin general. I said, are you free to go? The goblin general put away the retained shadow mind and looked at Yi Yan with scrutiny in his sight. Didn't I, before, say that? From now on, come over to my place every day. Why should I listen to you? Yi Yan took a step back, gripping his dagger tightly, his eyes sharp, staring at the goblin general, ready to fight at any time. Because, it's for your own good that I'm teaching you combat skills. I said I don't need you to teach me. Hey, looking at such a stubborn Yi Yan, the goblin general had a headache. This guy really isn't greasy at all. The way this guy is playing right now, if he's not careful, being discovered and forced to fight head-on would be fine with some trash on the other side, but clearly not enough with some seasoned fighters on the other side. And, as the goblin general found out, head-to-head encounters, Yi Yan's combat skills were only suitable for the growth stage, and when it came to the maturity stage, it was obvious that it wasn't quite enough. Suddenly, the goblin general remembered, and the goblin shaman Shah said, as long as you can hurt me, this one's for you. The goblin general spread out his hands and showed Yi Yan the seeds he was supposed to bring to Elena. Brush! Almost instantly, in a flash, Yi Yan's figure disappeared in place. Oh! Looking at Yi Yan who had disappeared from in front of him, in an instant, the kobold general smiled appreciatively. That's brilliant. Knowing that there was not a single chance of winning in the event that I was aware of it, I acted immediately the moment I made up my mind. This kind of action and decisiveness was not possessed by even those experts at the mature stage. Seeing this, the goblin general also took out a little bit of energy. At this time, the lair among the kobolds, the arsenal, room 023. That, don't eat me. The young girl cowered in the corner, tears welling up in her eyes, pathetic, looking to the horrible missing ear kobold in front of him, covered in wounds and with a bag all over his face. Although, it was the kobold in front of her that saved her. But mom and dad told her that kobolds are bad and eat people. And it killed a lot of people. The girl's tears clattered at the thought. I'm young. It's not good. Can you wait until I grow up? I don't eat, came the hoarse, hard voice. The girl froze and looked up at the mouth-breathing kobold in front of her, forgetting to even cry out of surprise. You can talk? Aha. The lack-eared kobold nodded. Don't worry. I won't eat you, or hurt you, or let anyone hurt you. Really? The girl wiped her eyes. Aha. I swear. The lack-eared kobold raised his hand and made a patterned motion. Yes. The girl slowly stood up, but fell to the floor as her legs went numb from squatting. You're okay. The lack-eared kobold just stepped forward, but behind her, the girl waved her hand open. No, don't touch me, you kobold monster. For a split second, the lack-eared kobold's hand hovered in the air, and he looked down at his glowing green, with slim, ugly hand. In silence. I'm not. The girl saw the lack of ears goblin lost, fearing that he would be angry immediately said. I'm Xiaoyu. You can't be mad, okay? In the depths of the dark as ink lair, a silver blade light was like a meteor crossing the night sky, instantly illuminating everything around it. Between the flashes of that light, it seemed to carry an endless chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Time seemed to have become abnormally slow at this moment, and that silver blade light jumped and flashed in the darkness, and under this light, everything in the lair was reflected. Just at the moment when this figure was about to disappear into the darkness, an icy voice suddenly resounded in the air. One day, I'll kill you. Yi Yan's voice echoed in the empty nest. Kill me? A low, authoritative voice rang out from the nest. Goblin General Tion spread his hands, only to see that the seeds originally placed in his hands had long disappeared without a trace. In its place was the faint scar on his hand. The wound wasn't deep, but it had a bizarre aura to it, as if some power was quietly surging through it. The Goblin General looked down at the bruises on his hands and a smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. Growing again. There was relief and pride in his voice. And that talent really is so It's truly worthy of a king. The goblin general whispered to himself, a determined gleam in his eyes. He knew that he hadn't made the wrong choice. This king, in whom he had high hopes, was growing and becoming stronger. However, right at that moment, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of the goblin general's mouth. His face instantly became incredibly pale, and his body seemed to become shaky. Time is running out. The goblin general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew he couldn't just collapse. He had more important things to do. My body, hold on a little longer. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the discomfort. Even if he had to sacrifice his fellow clansmen, he would let the king grow up. He can't die until he's on his own. The goblin clan shouldn't be kept under. He lifted his head and looked up at the bright moonstone above the nest. That moonstone gave off a soft glow, as if it was saying something. We're not just like ants living in a dark, damp nest. The goblin general reached out his hand as if to grab the bright moon. But there was a muffled sound, as if something had shattered in the air. A strand of blood suddenly spilled out from the corner of Yi Yan's mouth as he held onto the wall with one hand. The other hand was spread out helplessly, with 3 shimmering seeds lying silently in the palm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the 3 seeds, and a smile actually appeared on his face. Mom, you're going to be so happy, Yi Yan whispered to himself. Then he took a step forward, but the body suddenly shook as if it had lost control. Immediately afterward, the entire body tilted forward, as if pulled by an invisible force, and fell into a gentle embrace. His cheek pressed against a patch of warm, soft skin, and that familiar scent instantly filled his nostrils. He lifted his head slightly and was met with a familiar and gentle face. Elena. Her face bears a few scars, but they do not diminish her beauty and strength in any way. Gee whiz, what's wrong with you again? There was a hint of worry and helplessness in Elena's voice. She gently picked up Yi Yan and pressed him in her arms, letting him feel the familiar warmth and security. Yi Yan tried to struggle to his feet, but was held down tightly by Elena. He was almost on the verge of gasping for air in the arms of that huge thing, his sister. It was a good thing Elena wasn't, well, a daredevil like Victoria, and immediately pulled Yi Yan out. Oops, I'm so sorry. There was a hint of apology in Elena's voice. She carefully lifted Yi Yan from her arms and let him lean against the wall. Are you okay? Elena asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. No, it's fine. Yi Yan barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It just felt like a head giddy, not a huge problem. Yeah, that's great. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. Then he skillfully took out bandages and potions from the ring on his finger and began to bandage Yi Yan's wounds. You're good. Yi Yan lay on Elena's lap and suddenly opened his mouth. The words made Elena's hand flinch. She raised her head and looked at Yi Yan, complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Why do you say that? Elena asked softly. It was okay before, not so much now. Elena shook her head with a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. Yes? Yi Yan had a simple face, and in his eyes, he was staring dead at Elena. You're better than that guy. Is it just me? Oh, Elena laughed softly. What's wrong? Is this wanting me to kill him? No. Yi Yan shook his head with a determined look in his eyes. I'll kill him myself. Hearing that Yi Yan was going to kill Xiao Tian, Elena's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of sadness. You? Elena hesitated for a moment, then continued. Hate him a lot? Nasty? Yi Yan twisted his head, his clear eyes staring at Elena. I don't know. Then why did you kill him? I don't know. Yi Yan shook his head again. Yes. Elena lowered her head. If you want to kill him, then you'll have to work harder. He's very strong. Speaking of this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Elena's mouth, and a trace of remembrance flashed in her eyes. At least, a lot better than me. She held out her hand, her golden eyes staring at the moonstone above the wall as if she was thinking about something. Card touch. Suddenly, from Elena's sleeve, something slipped. Yi Yan looked down and took a closer look. It was the book, How Moms Are Made, How to Become a Qualified. Halfway through Yi Yan's reading, the book was drawn away by Elena. With great speed. What's that? Yi Yan raised his head, and indeed saw that Elena, who had been staring at him, had turned her head to the other side by now. It was impossible to see the face, but its ears became red. No, nothing. Elena hurriedly denied it, but didn't dare to meet Yi Yan's eyes. Do you have kids too? But the ignorant Yi Yan wasn't looking at other people's faces. Hearing Yi Yan's fatal question, Elena didn't know, for a moment, what to do. I don't have any children. Why, then, do you read such books? Yi Yan was very incomprehensible. Just like what those kids read without extracurricular books. Why read it when it's obvious that it's not going to help you? Yourself? In Yi Yan's eyes, those who didn't have anything meaningful to do were wasting their time. Nor do they understand why they are doing this waste of time. There was no recreation in his eyes. After all, Yi Yan's entire life had been spent either in assassination training or assassination, entertainment, relaxation, and even the calm reading of a book was a luxury for him. But it's not a pleasure to not understand these things, because I want to be a certified mother. As if she had made some decision, Elena turned her head and looked at Yi Yan with a serious face. Will you be my child? Gives me the opportunity to be a competent mother. No way. Oh. Almost without much hesitation, Yi Yan decisively opened his mouth to refuse speech with a mother of her own. Yeah. Elena hung her head in defeat. If you, miss, want a child, you can have one. Yi Yan looked at his recovered body, stood up, jumped, and felt quite good. The body had become weird though. That's since that what among the physical enhancement. The body's recovery speed had also increased by a large margin. He waved goodbye to Elena. Well, then, I'll leave you to it. Aha. Elena wore a gentle expression. Looking at the direction Yi Yan left, Elena touched her stomach, and a strange emotion flowed through her eyes. I really envy her. Elena revealed a bitter smile and murmured softly under her breath. Have one? Can she really give birth? At the thought of this, Elena's face grew more and more somber. She rubbed her stomach. Until now, it was still fresh in her mind. Never forgive the ones who took away her qualifications to be a mother. Kobolds are disgusting and evil? However, in Elena's eyes, some people were even 100 times more disgusting than kobolds. Over the top. Hitch. Just as Elena was about to lose control, a pair of large hands rested on her head. Thinking about what nonsense again? Hearing a familiar voice, Elena turned around and hugged the kobold general Sky. Nothing. Missed you. Yeah. The kobold general, Sky, wrapped his broad hands around Elena's petite body. You went to meet? The kobold general watched Elena for a moment, and in a flash, it was as if he knew something. Aha. Without the slightest hesitation, Elena nodded. You shouldn't go. You're going to kill her? Elena looked over at the goblin general with a hint of mood swings in her tone. She's harmless. No. The kobold general shook his head. Her presence is a danger to the king. He won't agree. He doesn't have to agree. He'll resent you. Elena's tone, with a hint of pleading. She really didn't want, for the tiny king, to resent her love of kobolds. Now he's so in love with his mom. He's not like the other kobolds. You know? I know. He's a king. Naturally he's not like the other kobolds. No, you don't. Elena shook her head frantically in an attempt to change the goblin general's mind. Are you sure he'll, follow the path you've laid out? Hearing Elena's words, the general lapsed into a brief silence. He will. A flash of sharpness flashed in the goblin general's eyes. Whether he resents me or wants to kill me, when the time comes, I'll take it. It's all about the kobolds. But, Elena tried to say something, but the kobold general held her in a hug. No, say it again, okay? For the first time, there was a hint of pleading in the goblin general's tone. She was also the second woman to give in to the goblin general days. Good. Elena nodded without saying anything else. He considered many things, but only himself. Consider them. But, what can be done about it? Who made her fall in love with him like this? Mom, I'm home. As soon as Yi Yan opened the door, a figure pounced over. The body's long-trained vigilance made Yi Yan react in a flash. Just as he raised the dagger, the familiar smell, the feeling, made Yi Yan instantly remove his defenses. Xiao Yan, you're finally back. Snow-white hair, fluttering in the air. Victoria hugged Yi Yan's petite body as soon as she could. Let mommy take a good look at you. Victoria blinked her ruby eyes at her adorable child. Your injury. What happened? Yi Yan answered truthfully and told the story of his encounter with the goblin general. This made Victoria even more certain. That goblin general is training her children as future heirs? That's a good thing. In a world like this, power is everything. It's just bitter. Her children. Right. Yi Yan suddenly thought of something and pulled out of his pocket, not knowing what to pull out. This one. For mommy. Yi Yan's hand spread out, and on it were several seeds. It is? Victoria looked at the seed on Yi Yan's palm and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Seeds of the moon lotus. How did Yi Yan get his hands on such rare seeds? Moon lotus? Yi Yan cocked his head, his face puzzled. That's right. Victoria nodded. It's a very pretty flower, and it has buds that legend says carry a hint of luck. A flower favored by Lady Luck. It's nice. Hearing his mom say it looked good, Yi Yan rarely came to be interested. Want to see? Victoria looked at Yi Yan and inquired. I want to, but it takes forever to grow. Yi Yan wanted to see what Mom was talking about when she said it looked good. It won't take long. Victoria shook her head. Just get the micro-elves to work on it. Effort? Micro-wizard. Yi Yan didn't understand what the hell that was. Aha. Victoria nodded and buried the seeds in the soil. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and placed his hand on his chest as if praying for something. Hear my plea, O micro-spirit, and let the life that lies dormant in the soil be renewed and grow. As her chant fell, the originally dimly lit room suddenly lit up. Points of starlight converged from all directions. Points of starlight emerged, swirling around Victoria's body, setting off her stunningly beautiful face like magic. It was as if those starlights were alive. It jumped and shimmered in the air, illuminating the entire room as beautiful as a dream. So beautiful. Yi Yan waited for his mom, who was as happy as a fairy. Those starlights circled around Victoria, gradually forming a tiny point of light. As if given life, these points of light began to jump and weave in and out of the soil. It didn't take long for those freshly buried seeds to start sprouting new shoots and tender green leaves. Immediately afterward, a tiny bud gradually reveals itself surrounded by leaves. Eventually, with the efforts of the micro-elves, a beautiful moon lotus blossomed in their dimly lit lair. Their petals emitted a faint glow, as if lighting up the entire room. Soon a beautiful glowing lotus flower bloomed alone in the dimly lit lair. Woohoo! This miraculous scene looked at Yi Yan wowed in amazement. How's it looking? Victoria slowly opened her eyes, reached out and plucked the moon lotus, sticking it in Yi Yan's ear. Good looking. Yi Yan looked at Victoria with a face of adoration. Mom, that was awesome. So, does Sion want to learn? Can I learn? Yi Yan pointed at himself. Can he learn something so amazing? Of course. Victoria didn't hesitate to nod. Xia Yan with my bloodline will definitely be able to learn. Well, speech wants to learn. It's not magic I'm teaching you. It's elven arts. An elf warlock? That's right. Something that distinguishes it from magic. A special jutsu that only some elves can use. It is? Victoria looked at the dots of starlight that surrounded Yi Yan's body and covered her small mouth with a surprised expression. It hadn't occurred to her that her child was actually liked by the micro-elf. It was something she hadn't expected. After all, kobolds are hated by all races, including micro-elves. I'm just like mommy. Yi Yan was very happy, and when he raised his hand, those micro-elves gathered above his palm and surrounded. Aha! Victoria touched Yi Yan's head and revealed a pleased expression. My child is truly gifted. Hey! Yi Yan reveled in his mother's long-lost gentle touch, and an unspeakable peace and happiness welled up in his heart. However, the moment of tranquility did not last long. A strange aura quietly intruded, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Yi Yan's alertness was extremely high, and he noticed the changes around him almost immediately. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly drew the small knife that had been prepared long ago from his waist. With just a flick of his wrist, the knife drew a graceful arc in the air, shooting towards the dark corner like a stray arrow. With a brush sound, the sharp sound of flying knives cutting through the air echoed in the night sky. That flying dagger cut a brilliant light in the darkness, straight towards the target hidden in the corner. Blocking. The moment the flying dagger was about to hit its target, a sound of metal clashing rang out. Only a black shadow flashed out from the corner, blocking the flying dagger's attack. Gee, is that your welcome? With the sound of the voice, a demonic silhouette slowly walked out of the darkness. She wore a lacquered black dress, tall, plump and full. Her breast's high and slender waist was wrapped by the tight dress, outlining a seductive curve. Ankle-length black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a light veil covering most of her face. Only the eyes that were exposed outside the veil were charming and demonic, as if they were able to see into all illusions. This person was none other than Malika. Her appearance sent a wave of inexplicable pressure through the crowd present. You are? Victoria looked at Malika in front of her and frowned as she seemed to recognize her opponent. Of the demon clan? Morika smiled softly, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Oh, I didn't think that a pure-blooded elf would actually exist in a place like this. There was a hint of playfulness and mockery in her voice, as if she was laughing at the absurdity and incredulity of the world. Ha 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 ha. Malika suddenly laughed out loud, and that laughter echoed in the night sky with an indescribable weirdness and madness. What a long time to live and see everything. She clutched her stomach and laughed as if she had seen something extremely funny. I didn't think that a purebred elf could be captured. If those elf nobles who think they are noble find out, I wonder what those old-timers would think. What the hell are you doing here? For the woman who had surveyed her own origin with a glance, Victoria just had to take a step back first, and after realizing that Yi Yan was there, she went up instead. What do I want? Feeling the other party's terrifying magical power, Victoria's body trembled continuously, but she did not take half a step back. What for? Hearing Victoria's words, Morika let out a soft laugh. Of course, yes. Bang! In just an instant, Yi Yan eliminated his aura, found a break, and arrived behind Malika. The pitch-black dagger shone with a sharp, cold light as it mercilessly swung down towards Malika. What enthusiasm! Then, facing Yi Yan's attack, Malika let out a light laugh, and between her raised hands, a bizarre long scythe emerged. Above the scythe, a gust of ominous pitch-black gas emanated. Blocking, the dagger clashed with the scythe with a crisp clang. Boom! Immediately afterward, a terrifying force came, and Yi Yan was directly shaken out. It was only barely able to stand on its feet by rolling through the air and letting off steam. With just one exchange of hands, Yi Yan understood that the person in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat with his skills, means, and desperate ruthlessness. Converted to before, he would have run away without hesitation. But at the moment, behind him, was Mom. Yi Yan stepped forward. Never, ever let anyone hurt Mom, even if it costs me my life. This was the iron rule that had been engraved in Yi Yan's mind since he was 3 years old. Oh, that's nice. Seeing that this kid still dared to come forward after fighting with herself, Malika laughed lightly and came to be interested. Let me try how strong you are. As the words fell, Malika slowly released the magic power in her body and injected it into the scythe in her hand. Swinging ensued. Brush. Immediately after that, the pitch-black sickle blade, transformed into countless sharp black blades, slashed down towards Yi Yan. Ding ding ding. The light from the knife was so bright that it was particularly blinding in the dark night. Yi Yan could feel the force of this strike. It's going to die. If you don't duck, don't hurt my child. Victoria's shout exploded like thunder into the still air, her eyes glittering with anger and determination. Around her body, faint points of light flickered like fireflies. At almost the same moment, the ground beneath Malika's feet began to squirm. Countless green vines broke through the ground like living creatures. They spread quickly, wrapping Malika's feet, her hands tightly around them. Malika watched the scene, the corner of her mouth curling into a contemptuous smile. She swung the scythe in her hand, and the razor-sharp blade tore through the vines easily, as if she were cutting through fragile paper. However, shockingly, the vines that were torn apart didn't die just like that. As if they possessed life, they absorbed the magic in the air and shuddered slightly as they repaired the breaks and even became thicker. As Morika watched the scene, the subdued expression on her face finally changed. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a elf spell?" Elvish spells, that was a power that only some of the elven race could master. It is a special technique that distinguishes it from magic. If only the essence of magic was to use one's own magical power and unleash a miracle. The essence of the elfin jutsu then is to utilize the microelves and use the magic in the air to unleash a miracle. But so what? There was a loud boom. Boom! A huge amount of magic power came from within Malika's body and exploded out. Next moment. Brush! Simply by swinging the scythe, the thick vines were torn apart. However, Victoria and Yi Yan were nowhere to be seen. Back when Victoria unleashed the elf warlock, Yi Yan knew that he would not be able to defeat him, so he did not hesitate and ran straight away with his mother in his arms. Then saying, "Let go of me." Victoria's petite body was held in Yi Yan's arms. She could clearly feel Yi Yan's heartbeat at this moment. "You'll be found out if you take me with you." "Don't." Yi Yan scanned the surroundings, his brain running at full speed, thinking about the route to survival. "Let's go together." Brush. Yi Yan stopped and looked at the woman standing in front of him. Malika. How touching. Malika walked slowly with her scythe. That elf wasn't wrong. If you were by yourself, using your special means to hide your breath, I really wouldn't be able to find you. You're a strange kobold. Don't kobolds have no concept of motherhood? Why? Do you want to protect your so-called mother? After all, she did nothing more than give birth to you. Malika curiously surveyed Yi Yan. Then her eyes fell on Victoria's plump, yet childish-looking body, revealing a meaningful smile. "Oh, I know. It's the face that's too young. Are you going to wait until your mom grows up to enjoy it? Not bad. You're good at this." Malika picked her tongue and gave a sultry smile. "But elves can grow very slowly. That is, if you die, you won't be able to wait. Why don't you? Now sister come and play with you." Speaking of which, the clothes on Mali Carrara's body revealed a snowy white piece. Shame on you." Victoria was in Yi Yan's arms, with a blushing face, accusing the woman in front of her, who was attempting to seduce her child unashamedly at her own mother. It was so blatant to seduce. In front of her, her simple and infinite child. She was going to cover Yi Yan's eyes first, but thinking that this was in the middle of a battle, she didn't do so. It was good to see that Xiao Yan didn't look charmed at all. Yi Yan shook off his head, which was a bit dizzy just now, and slowly put his mom down and prepared for battle. "Oh." Morika's eyes narrowed slightly. "I can't believe I wasn't charmed by her. Could it be the person in front of me? Seriously, no sex drive? Or is she just not attractive enough?" not being able to fully utilize the talent? Thinking of this, Malika's eyes gradually turned cold. Damn brats for not appreciating it. Brush. With just a moment's faltering, Yi Yen had already arrived behind Malika. Brush. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and all sound and movement fell into stasis. With just a moment's faltering, Yi Yan's figure traced a blur in the air. In almost just the blink of an eye, he had silently arrived behind Malika. Just at the moment when the dagger flashed with a cold light and was about to land a fatal blow on Malika's neck, an eerie light flashed by. Blocking, an ordinary-looking scythe appeared out of nowhere, blocking the dagger like a ghost. The powerful impact caused Yi Yan's dagger to be instantly shaken away, as if it was a kite with broken strings, drawing an arc in the air and sticking behind Malika. Yi Yan's figure was also subjected to a huge recoil, and his entire body flew out backwards as if he was hit by a huge hammer, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and flying towards the hard wall at a fast speed. Just at the critical moment when Yi Yan was about to hit the wall, a pleasant chanting sound suddenly rang out. The voice was like heavenly music, ethereal and mysterious. Immediately afterward, an amazing scene occurred. A huge dandelion suddenly sprang up on the ground, its branches and leaves lush and green, as if it were a gift of nature. The dandelion's branches and leaves quickly stretched out, catching Yi Yan's body at just the right time. With the help of the dandelion's buffer, most of the force on Yi Yan's body was removed, and his figure slowly landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's no use. Is that all you've got? Malika looked at Yi Yan, who had fallen to the ground, and laughed out loud. However, just as she was getting carried away, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth. She lowered her head with a puzzled look on her face, only to see that the tip of a dagger had penetrated her stomach, and blood was slowly flowing down the blade of the dagger. Morika looked up in shock, only to see a dark, ink-like shadow standing behind her. What that shadow was holding in its hand was the very dagger that Yi Yan had dropped. Its movements were swift and silent, as if it had been lurking in the darkness, waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. There's not a trace of magic with chanting. This is a skill? Morika looked at the shadow in shock, her mind filled with doubt. It looks like a shadow. These types of tactics must touch the shadow in order to hide in her shadow. In other words, from the first time he made contact to kill towards her, the boy had hidden himself in her shadow. If you think about it, he's been moving around in the pitch black since then. Originally, it was thought that this was his habit of assassination in order to eliminate his scent. It hadn't occurred to him that it was to hide the fact that he had lost his shadow from her. Ha ha ha, funny. Before Morika had the slightest hesitation, the pitch-black shadow had already spun the dagger in its hand at a rapid pace, as if it wanted to use it to instantly destroy her internal organs. But sis, you're pissing me off, Malika whispered to herself, her voice revealing a hint of coldness and determination. Suddenly, with a loud boom, an unprecedentedly powerful magical power violently erupted from Malika's body. That shadow of Yi Yan, under the impact of this magic power, was ruthlessly knocked away in just the blink of an eye and crashed hard against the wall. It then blended into the surrounding shadows and disappeared without a trace. But Malika didn't care. Click, click. Bones rattled in dislocation as Morika's body began to change strangely. The cells divide rapidly and the wound heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound that was pierced by Yi Yan just now was restored as if it had never been injured in a short moment. In the face of absolute power, Morika slowly raised her hand, and an even more terrifying magic power began to coalesce in her hand. The air around them seemed to be pulled by this magic, emitting a whirring and trembling sound. All means, tricks, and plots are futile, she said coldly, her voice revealing an undeniable majesty. As her words fell, blazing flames began to coalesce in her hands, gradually transforming into a huge ball of fire. The temperature around them rose suddenly, as if even the air was ignited by the flames. So die. Malika spoke faintly and threw the fireball in her hand fiercely towards Yi Yan. Boom! Terrifying flames were projected towards Yi Yan. It is? Facing a flame attack that was close at hand and basically covered the entire field. At this time, Yi Yan was too late to escape from the midst of the attack range. No! Victoria held Yi Yan in her arms as points of starlight shone, and countless trees and branches and vines emerged from the ground to protect the two. And it spread quickly, rushing into the huge fireball. However, these trees and vines were like moths to a flame in front of that scorching flame. It was ignited in an instant. Is it possible to die? However, the moment the fireball was about to strike Yi Yan, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Boom boom! Also almost in the next moment, terrifying flames, waves of air erupted from that fireball, scorching everything around it. It stirred up a roll of smoke. Just die? Malika flicked her eyebrows, finding it uninteresting. Thought. The little kid kobold in front of him had some hidden bottom card. Flopping. In the picture book, There is often a situation where you can explode at the drop of a hat. No, it's not right. Morika frowned, sensing something was wrong. Almost simultaneously. Hey, 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 want to kill our kobolds, did you ask us? A gruff voice rang out, only to see the smoke dissipate. A row of neatly organized goblin knights blocked in front of Yi Yan, using their bodies to block the terrifying magic attack. The person leading the group was the goblin knight Curtain, who was almost killed by Yi Yan before. At this time, he had broken through the growth stage and came to the maturity stage. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and there was a determined gleam in his eyes. Oh, Malika looked at these goblin knights in front of her, and a hint of disgust and disdain flashed in her eyes. Do you think that you can hold me back? No, we're not just going to block you, we're going to kill you. The goblin knight Curtain roared loudly, his voice revealing an unprecedented firmness and determination. It's a shame to kill them, they should be ed in turn. The other goblin knights chimed in as they looked at the stunning woman in front of them. There was a lustful gleam in her eyes, as if she had seen the light of victory. However, in the face of the kobold's lecherous expression, at this moment, Malika was feeling a rare sense of pride. See, it wasn't her charm that was wrong, it was the kobold named Yi Yan who was too strange. Hey, hey, when the time comes, I want this on her knees. The kobold knight licked his tongue, his eyes going back and forth over Malika's enchanting and voluptuous figure. The lustful look on his face was unmistakable. Ha! Hearing these lowly kobolds, how dare they be so arrogant? Malika's face instantly clouded over. Just by virtue of what you can do? As the words fell, Malika slowly raised her hand. Boom! A great magic power erupted from her body. Goddess of war and fire, hear the pleas of your loyal followers and send down fire and flames to burn your enemies to ashes. As the chanting sounded from Malika's mouth, as the words fell, a ball of flame floated behind Malika. Die! Brush! A ball of flame, like a meteor, flew towards the goblin knight. Ha 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 ha, it's no use. Facing the blazing fireball, the goblin knights laughed out loud, not retreating but advancing, ignoring the flames and going up to charge. Bang! Only to see the flames fall on the body of the kobold knight when the body armor emitted a faint glow, and the fireball hit it without a single effect. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The kobold knight raised his greatsword and slashed at Malika in front of him. Magic as such is not good for us. Dash. Brush. The kobold rider's words were not yet finished. A line of blood appeared as a slash flashed across the kobold's neck. Pust. Immediately afterward, the column of blood rose up from the neck. A kobold head floats into the air. Oh. Malika laughed softly and slightly swung the bizarre black scythe, and another pillar of blood shot up into the sky. A kobold head falls to the ground. So, you guys are so crunchy. Seeing that all of a sudden, two of his brothers died, the goblin knight grimaced, and the fire in his heart continued to rise. Kill her for me. Kill, kill, kill. Without the slightest hint of fear, the goblin knight rushed forward without regard for life or death. Ha 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 ha. A sultry voice that echoed through the kobold lair. Facing the charging goblin knight, Malika could easily reap the goblin knight's life by just gently swinging her scythe. Afterwards, slowly walked towards Yi Yan. Goblin knights kept rushing in on the way, but it didn't slow down Malika's progress at all. Kill! The kobold riders growled as if they had something behind them that they, in death, would protect, even if their deaths were not as good as slowing down the advance of the person in front of them. But they didn't doubt or even hesitate in the slightest. There are no magnificent war songs, only death. In this moment, even Victoria was shocked. She didn't expect that the kobolds in front of her would actually fight to the death to protect them, even if it's a useless sacrifice. However, the people who are the subject of the protection are not aware of it. Protected. Mom, let's get out of here. Facing the goblin knights who went to their deaths, Yi Yan just looked at it lightly, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotions in those ruby eyes. He pulled on Victoria's hand, intending to escape while he could. Shoyan, you. It didn't occur to Victoria that her child wasn't half as touched by the scene before her. Or maybe, he doesn't understand? What's wrong? Yi Yan was puzzled. They're all protecting you and putting their lives on the line to do so. Yeah? Yi Yan's line of sight fell on those goblin knights who kept sending them to their deaths, and that ruby red eyes shone with pure doubt. They're all protecting Yen? Why? Why? To protect me. Did I do or say anything to make natural beauty protect me? Since birth, Yi Yan had never been protected, much less knew what protection was for. Throughout his life, he has either killed or been on his way to killing. It's the same when you come here. What is this so-called feeling of protection? Why? Victoria was asked by Yi Yan. Not that she didn't know what to say. Rather, it is not understood. Why? There was so much difference between how Xiao Yan treated herself, and how she treated outsiders. It was as if everything didn't matter to Xiaoyan. Victoria knew that it would never work. People, they can't live alone. Goblins too. As long as the herd is all the time. She couldn't guarantee that she would always be by Sion's side. So companions, friends, and even lovers were especially important. But if Xiaoyan had been like this, cold to the core about everything, doomed to be alone, then, a kobold. This will never work. Mom, let's go. Seeing that his mom didn't move, Yi Yan picked her up with one hand. The sudden movement caused Victoria to be picked up by Yi Yan without reacting. These goblin knights, are they really not afraid of death? A flicker of surprise flashed in Malika's eyes. Generally creatures like kobolds are, and they're cunning, cruel, and don't take the lives of their companions for granted. It's not unheard of to even brutally murder your fellow satyrs. These kobolds, even advanced kobolds actually, all for a tiny lowly kobold that keeps getting killed? This made Malika even more curious about Yi Yan's identity. She licked her tongue, and her pace couldn't help but quicken. Die! The kobold rider rushed in, and Malika impatiently swung her weapon and cut right through it. What a pain in the ass. The corners of Malika's mouth turned up, a less serious look in her eyes. You, all of you, die now. As the words fell, only a terrifying magic power erupted and coalesced with the scythe, which was filled with a black aura. And then, a swing round, dance of the dead. In the next moment, a pitch-black circular blade aura centered with Malika, spreading outwards in all directions. Anything that came into contact with the pitch-black blade light was quickly chopped off, disintegrated, and died. No good. Yi Yan sensed that something was wrong and immediately climbed down with Victoria, dodging the circular chopping attack. Pust! Bang! 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 A voice came, and Yi Yan turned around, only to see that the lower halves of countless goblin knights stood on the ground. As for the upper body, it had long been cut off and fell to the ground. Okay. Malika stepped over the kobold's corpse and walked slowly, a bewitching smile on her face. My little kobold, are you ready? Brush! Also at that moment, a dark shadow emerged from the shadow at Malika's feet, and with the greatsword that had fallen from the ground in her hand, she chopped it. I'm still underestimated. Malika laughed softly and spun her arm around. Just that. A swing of the scythe dispersed the shadow doppelganger. Brush! Almost at the same time, using the scattered shadows, the shadows projected down. Yi Yan stepped on it and activated the skill Sneak Shadow, instantly arriving in front of Malika. What? Malika just reacted. Yi Yan was already in front of her, his attack close at hand. However, the difference in strength between the two was ultimately too great, and Malika utilized her speed, which far exceeded Yi Yan's, to dodge, brush, but the sharp dagger, nonetheless, cut through Malika's face. It is. Malika touched her face and looked at the blood on her hands with fury. You little brat, don't you know that the face is a woman's second life? Malika was furious and swung her scythe towards Yi Yan. Just as Yi Yan was about to dodge, he realized that he couldn't move his feet. Looking down, the blood on the ground seemed to be alive and wrapped around Yi Yan's feet. It is? It's no use. You can't hide. Malika laughed softly as the chop fell. Just when Yi Yan thought that it was time to die. Brush! A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yan, blocking the fatal blow. Pust! Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Yan looked at the goblin knight curtain who was blocking in front of him and had fought with him before. Something flashed in those ruby eyes. Why? Yeah, why? Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out from the goblin knight curtain's mouth. He was going to do just that, lay back and be lazy. But after seeing this little guy dying, unaware of the coming, is this the charm of a king? The kobold knight curtain laughed out softly, squeezing words out of that mouth. Run! Brush! Almost instantly without hesitation, Victoria picked up Yi Yan, who had fallen into a stupor and was not the least bit thinking about something, and left. Seeing that Yi Yan left smoothly, the goblin knight curtain let out a loud cry of anger, and his muscles exploded all over his body. Come on! The voice of the world echoed through the kobold knight curtain. In his head, you activate the skill berserk and your physical strength is greatly increased. Your sanity is fading. Oh! Morika laughed out softly, looking at the decent kobolds in front of her. Funny, but I don't have time to play with you. I will never let you pass. The color of blood filled the kobold knight curtain's eyes as he roared in anger and swung his silver longsword. Can you do it? As the words fell, the pitch-black scythe danced in Malika's hand and collided with the longsword. Rumble! The storm that arose swept across the room. Mom, why did that guy block that knife? Yi Yan let out a puzzled inquiry as he was held in Victoria's arms. Because, he's protecting you. Eyes, her child is thinking. Victoria was so relieved that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a gentle smile. Her child, not the cold-blooded, heartless type. Just don't get it. Why are you protecting me? Yi Yan was puzzled. Obviously he tried to get mom before, and he tried to kill me, and I almost killed him. Probably, a lot has happened, Victoria said after a moment's hesitation. Whether it's a man, a kobold, or an elf, they all change. A lot of things? So what if a lot has happened? Is it possible to change for that? In Yi Yan's understanding, once the target was determined, then either that person would die or he would die. The word change does not exist at all. Maybe the target would change, but in Yi Yan's case, it didn't happen once. Once the assassination target is identified, he executes and then assassinates. Regardless of the process, the results are the same. Well, that's for you to figure out. Think about it. Why he's protecting you, Victoria added for Yi Yan while escaping. Guiding. Is he up to something? To myself, did it have any effect? Saying that, Victoria revealed a kind smile to Yi Yan and said, Mom, I hope that Scion can one day save whoever he wants to save. Goblins, elves, with his own ideas, anything. Saved? Yi Yan was puzzled and confused. In his case, there was no such thing as saving. Some just keep killing people. He didn't even understand why he was saved. As for Victoria, his mom, it was an action out of instinct, seemingly without thinking, so much so that, until now, Yi Yan didn't even know. He had saved Victoria and protected his mom. Whatever you think is good. What's good? That's for you to judge. Oh. Yi Yan nodded in confusion. Of course it's okay not to do it. Saying that, Victoria hugged Yi Yan tightly. Mom, what's going on? Xiao Yan, remember, no matter what you do or what you do, you must make your life your top priority. But mom's orders. Yi Yan was about to say something first, but was interrupted by Victoria. Ignore anything that jeopardizes your own life. But, Ener has to listen to her mommy. Hearing Yi Yan so stubborn, Victoria's eyes darkened. You just take this of course. Mom's orders. Aha! Yi Yan agreed without hesitation. Seeing Yi Yan immediately agree, Victoria couldn't help but be distressed. What kind of life did he lead before that? That's why it changes like that. Until now, she had vaguely guessed what was going on. It's not like she's a little cutie, but which so what? Yi Yan, Xiao Yan, will always be her child, no matter how much the soul changes in. From the moment he opened his eyes and called her mom, that is, there were times when she had been wondering if she was really qualified to be the mother of a child. Mom, brush, bang, a powerful impact that crashed with a terrifying force. It directly sent the fleeing Victoria flying backwards. Mom, Yi Yan, who was in his mother's arms, stared at her with wide eyes and a worried face. No, it's fine. Victoria moved the bleeding corners of her mouth in front of her Chelsea, soothingly. With that it took all the strength it could muster to use his own body and block the wall. Bang! The entire Victoria crashed into the top of the wall and fainted. No, don't! Yi Yan, who was protected in Victoria's arms, came down from her arms and looked at her mother, who had fallen to the ground, with a dumbfounded expression. Mom! Yi Yan shakily reached out and shook his arm. Mom, are you okay? Looking in front of him, with blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth, lying on the ground, motionless Victoria, Yi Yan fell into a stupor, staggering in place. A nameless anger surged out from Yi Yan's body. At this moment, his originally ruby-red eyes were now pitch black. Ouch! A sultry voice rang out, followed by the sound of footsteps. Da-da-da-da! Do you guys, really think you can run? Malika couldn't help but let out a scoff as she looked at the scene in front of her. Ha 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 ha! At the sight of Victoria, lying on the ground in defense of a kobold, Malika couldn't help but scoff loudly. Does this guy really think of himself as a kobold's mother? Actually protecting a kobold. Ha 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 ha. Malika covered her small stomach. What a time to be alive. Kid. Before Malika could finish her words, Yi Yan had already gone up, blocking both daggers and sides, colliding. You have activated the limit break. Your attributes will be greatly improved in a short period of time. The voice of the world echoed in Yi Yan's head. Kill you. Yi Yan looked at, with an angry face and gritted teeth, the person in front of him who had made his mom hurt. Absolutely unforgivable. Oh, feeling the force coming from the dagger, Malika's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. If she wasn't mistaken, the little kid in front of her was only in his adulthood stage, and he actually had this kind of strength, and even speed, even his combat skills, and so the wealth of skills he used, didn't seem like something less than a year-old goblin could do, even for mutated individuals. I'm afraid that's not possible. Instantly, Malika became more and more curious about the strange kobold in front of her. Could it be that this guy has the talent to become a general, the absolute top species? But Malika laughed lightly, and with a force in her hand, a dominating force passed through the side. Bang! In just an instant, Yi Yan's entire body was sent flying. This amount of power is still too weak for me. Morika smiled slightly. There was simply no placing Yi Yan at this moment in his eyes. One must realize that there was a gap as deep as an abyss between the mature stage and her full body. Brush! Almost at the same time, Yi Yan in the air modulated his posture. At the moment of landing, deflate, bounce, and hide in one fell swoop. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Yan's figure disappeared in front of Malika's eyes. By the time it next appeared, it was dead center behind Malika, straight for the head. Malika sensed raised her scythe to fend it off. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that Yi Yan had already left. Oh, in the face of Yi Yan's sudden disappearance, Malika did not panic and looked around without actually noticing it. Blocking, just a moment of relief. Yi Yan reappeared, but to no avail. Malika's reaction speed was far above it. Daggers, scythes clashed and sparked. Then, almost as soon as it was caught in Malika's sight, the whole thing disappeared again. Morika frowned slightly. She hadn't thought that Yi Yan's breath elimination and concealment skills were actually so powerful. Brush! Also while thinking, Yi Yan reappeared, and Malika impatiently waved her hand against it. Brush up! Located from all sides. The succession of chopping blows finally made Malika lose her patience. Damn you brat! You're in moderation! Brush! Almost as soon as the words were spoken, a dark shadow slashed through, and it was good that Malika reacted to dodge it. But once again, a cut was made on her cheek. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* body exploded. With the diffused magic power, it was first necessary to sense where Yi Yan was, but it was useless. How? Malika was alarmed that she seemed to have awakened the monsters that were not to be trifled with. But, Morika laughed bitterly. Don't people, in general, hurt their sanity when they get angry and become a monster that only knows how to attack? And the little guy in front of her was actually able to stay calm in a state of anger, using superior tactics to maneuver around her. It's incredible. No, maybe say, this is how the little guy in front of him expresses his anger, when it's really scary. A cold sweat broke out on Malika's forehead, and as she raised her hand, a ball of light formed, illuminating the nest. It seemed to be trying to find Yi Yan's trail within this dimly lit lair. Come on. On the other side, the goblin knight Curtain dragged his bruised and battered body and snarled at his uncontested subordinates behind him. So, that captain. It's better to rest from your current injury. The kobold rider behind him worried. Yeah, a group of kobold knights chimed in. It's just a tiny kobold. If it dies, it dies. If the captain dies, it's a loss for the kobold general. It wasn't that they cared about the kobold knight Curtain. They didn't want to go to that horrible woman. Sparing their ferociousness, they were also frightened by the woman's means and power. A full 200 or so goblin knights were killed to the point where only a dozen of them remained. What do you know? Is this that junior kobold thing? That woman is invading our kobold lair. If she does anything, I'll see how you'll explain it to the general. Even if you die, you must drag me back until the general returns. Kobold knight Curtain to his men behind him. Shortling, damn. These kobolds, they think he wants to go. But if Tiny King died in front of him, then none of them would have to live. Since it's all death, might as well be a good death. General, where the hell have you been? Kobold Knight Maku thought inwardly, only to see a blinding light appear in front of him. When they went over, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. This? The rest of the goblin knights stopped in their tracks and looked at the scene in front of them with a shocked expression. A solo show belonging to Yi Yan, the lowly kobold in their mouths. Dulled, young figures, weaving in and out of dark and dim corners, attacked Malika at every dead angle with a speed they couldn't fathom. The kobold knight Curtain, covered in blood, stared in disbelief. Is this their king? With his strength in the growth stage, he actually left him, an opponent that he couldn't even deal with in the maturity stage, powerless. It's really awesome. After seeing this scene, none of the goblin knights present were underestimating the tiny low-level goblin in front of them. Even some of the goblin knights had visions, respect, and admiration for Yi Yan. Among them was this kobold knight Curtain. After all, even for kobolds, Curtain's strength was part of their nature. At this moment, Malika had been forced into a desperate situation. Her body was densely packed with tiny slashes from which dark blood flowed. The moment it dripped to the ground, it rotted the weeds on the ground. For Malika, the knife wound was secondary. The main thing was the mysterious toxin that gradually seeped into her body. This poison doesn't even have antidote magic. It doesn't work. In other words, the poison in this body of hers is one that has never been recorded. Otherwise, the antidote magic couldn't have been useless. Although, She manipulated her blood and slowed the invasion of the toxins. She knew that if she dragged on like this, she would die. Death at the hands of a full-grown kobold. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, Malika felt overwhelmed, as if he had discovered a new toy. His eyes were dead set on Yi Yan. Come on then. Since we can't find them, we'll flip them all over. Ha 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 ha. Morika laughed out loud, and with her horrible magic, she began to wreak havoc in all directions outward. Hot balls of fire coalesce, and this fireball, it was several times bigger than the previous one. The kobold riders were alarmed. They are magical resistance, not magical nullification. Even they were unable to resist in front of this massive demonic force. This female is trying to destroy the place. No good. Yi Yan sensed that something was wrong and glanced at his mother. His face grim, his eyes dead on Malika, trying to find a break, interrupt the magic, or maybe a hit and run. At this moment, Yi Yan only ached that he hadn't been able to research a poison that killed immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to drag it out until now. Humph. It was also at this moment that a majestic muffled grunt came out. Immediately afterward, that huge fireball actually began to shrink, and then disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened, but the hot air around them explained the fireball. Malika was also confused in the face of all this. What's going on here? Since when are there bugs in my neighborhood? Accompanied by a majestic voice, a tall, armor-clad kobold was seen walking slowly. This goblin is none other than Goblin General Sky. Bugs? A displeased look surfaced on Malika's face in the face of General Goblin Sky's words. After all, being called a bug by a small, dirty, evil kobold would not leave anyone indifferent. Brush up. Almost at the same time, those goblin knights, who had been left behind, followed. One up, one down, almost blocking Malika's escape route. But Malika didn't care. What? It's a doppelganger. The Goblin General's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw what was going on, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked over to the Goblin Knights not too far away and cursed. It's just a detachment, and you guys have actually fought until now? And so many people were killed? What? Hearing the General's words, the Goblin Knights were alarmed. The female woman who had left them, beyond hope, slaughtering hundreds of their compatriots was actually just a doppelganger? If that's the case, then how powerful is this guy's original body? Really? The Goblin Knights, in shame, bowed their heads. Beyond maturity, could she be in existence above that? Like Lord General? No. Kobold Knight Curtain hesitates. Splitting is impossible. It lasts so long. And, the Kobold Knight Curtain's eyes fell on the blood on Malika's body. There's no way the blood would have flowed if it had been split. Hey, hey, hey. Hearing the ridiculous murmur, Morika scoffed. Don't use your pathetic perceptions to deny what you don't understand. As the words fell, Malika's eyes swept over the Goblin General's body, and her lips could not help but rise. Oh, I didn't think to actually look at it. Not bad, you know a lot. You. Malika paused for a moment, her eyes dead set on the Goblin General, laughed demurely, and continued. Been to the human world? A doppelganger with a lot of words? The Goblin General frowned, with no intention of drawing the great sword behind him. Originally, feeling powerful brought along a weapon, but now it all seemed redundant. Is it stalling for his own death? It's also true that the main body will be severely affected if the juxtaposed bilocation dies. The Goblin General's sight swept around, and after seeing the fallen elves on the ground, he also roughly understood the situation. Ha! Hearing such arrogant words from the Goblin General, Malika felt humiliated. You really know a lot. However, even if it's a diversion, it's more than enough to kill you. As the words fell, Malika rushed towards the Goblin General with the black scythe in hand. The toxins in her body didn't have much of an effect on her movements, at least not enough to affect her when she was using her abundant magic. At least, for a quarter of an hour, it was perfectly fine. Oh, when the Goblin General saw Malika charging, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Without moving his body, he merely raised his huge palm and steadily blocked Malika's attack like a mountain. The black scythe that Malika swung out with all her might impacted on top of the Goblin General's palm, but it couldn't shake it in the slightest. How? Malika's eyes widened and she looked surprised. It hadn't occurred to her that the other party had caught her attack so easily. It wasn't as if she hadn't fought, well, Goblin Generals and the like, but it's not that far off the mark. Are you sure this is a kobold? Weak, lowliest of demons. What? The Goblin General looked at Malika with contempt in his eyes. That's it? Damn. Don't you dare underestimate me. Malika was furious, and her body's magic power exploded out, injecting into the long sickle in her hand. In the next moment, a gust of black gas emanated from above the scythe. The black chi was as if it was alive, transforming into several long, pitch-black snakes that wrapped up towards the goblin general's hand. Oomph. Seeing this, the goblin general snorted coldly. Immediately afterward, there came a deafening thud. This huge impact was too much for Malika to withstand, and her body was instantly sent flying, hitting the wall hard. The wall shattered under the impact, splattering masonry in all directions. Blood spurted out of Malika's mouth, and she was obviously seriously injured. Ha 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 ha. Malika was lying on the ground, knowing that her life was in danger and she couldn't escape. So, coalesce your own magic within your body and compress it. Death to all. What a lunatic. The goblin general cursed and just wanted to strike. Who knows? Yi Yan went up at an unknown time and appeared in front of Malika. Seeing Yi Yan who suddenly appeared, Malika's mouth moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but obviously, it was Yi Yan's dagger that was a few points faster. Brush. The dagger decapitated. With precision, Morika's head. The sound of the world rises. Congratulations on killing the demon juxtaposed with an individual. You have gained 10 points of magic. Congratulations on killing the demon juxtaposed individual. You gain one of the talents, blood manipulation. Die. Brush. A knife, stabbed into Malika's body. Even though, Yi Yan knew that the person in front of him was already dead, the violent anger still prompted him to stab the dagger into the corpse in front of him. The goblin knights on the side, upon seeing such Yi Yan, took a few steps back. Inwardly, he thought that he would never mess with this kid in the future. Otherwise, it will definitely die a horrible death. Brush. Pust. The blood dyed red. Yi Yan's silver-white hair, but it still could not be dyed red, and his eyes that were as black as ink. Enough. Also at this moment, the goblin general on the side couldn't stand to watch and grabbed Yi Yan's hand. Let go. Yi Yan tried to break free, but his strength was still too weak compared to the goblin general. Seeing Yi Yan like this, the goblin general could not help but frown and said in a deep voice, "That elf isn't dead. Of course, if you keep this up, there are no guarantees." Speaking of this, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed deep within the goblin general's eyes. Hearing that his mother was still alive, Yi Yan immediately calmed down. Run to your mother. Mom. Yi Yan pushed his mom's body, but she still couldn't wake up. Mom, wake up. Yenner killed the bad guy. Why? It just won't wake up? Yi Yan didn't understand. Before, he only knew how to kill, and only kill, and had never saved a single person. What the hell? What the hell to do? Suddenly, Yi Yan remembered the magic that his mother had used to heal his injuries earlier. Thus, Yi Yan closed his eyes and mimicked using the method his mother had taught him. Started calling out, what mom calls a micro-elf. Points of starlight emerged and surrounded Yi Yan. Lord General, shall I? The goblin shaman Shah, who was following the goblin general on the side, was just about to say something. Then he was stunned by the strange scene that happened not far away. At Yi Yan's place. What's that? Is it magic? No. If it's magic, why didn't I feel it? The circulation of magic power in the tiny king's body. There's also the fact that a miracle of this magnitude is definitely not something that a magical power of less than 30 can cast. Why is that? It's not unusual for a kobold shaman to not understand. After all, elves are by nature a rare and reluctant outgoing race. What's more, elves who can perform elven spells are also a minority of elves. So, without having gone through it, you wouldn't even know that elfin jutsu existed. Seeing this, the goblin general froze slightly. Why? Tiny King can use elven jutsu? Don't you? The goblin general's eyes fell on the elf lying on the ground. A feeling of unprecedented shock arose in his heart. No way. Seeing that, Yi Yan was about to cast an elven technique. The goblin general then gave a look and immediately told the goblin knight curtain to take the rest of the goblins. The goblin knight curtain immediately understood and left with a group of goblin knights. Some of the goblin knights still wanted to stay and watch, but under the terrifying pressure emanating from the general, they silently retreated. The general's strength is unfathomable. Definitely not something they can speculate on. Brush. As the jutsu was activated, a gentle white light suddenly lit up all around, and underneath that white light, only to see a single, brightly colored flower blossom out above the dark and gloomy, plantless land within the lair. A flash of surprise flashed in the goblin general's eyes as the white light shone on his body. He realized that the dark wounds in his body were actually showing signs of improvement. Tiny King, just how many surprises are you going to bring me? The goblin general thought to himself, and his line of sight fell on, not far away, Yi Yan's body, only to see that the white light closed in on a little guy the size of a hand with pointy ears, long hair, and a pair of tiny wings on his back. Appearing in front of Yi Yan, she crossed her arms and spoke of her greatness with a condescending face. Hey, insignificant being, come and worship, great elemental elf. The original 7 pillars, the representative pillars of light, Jarius, coronation of Andrix. Her account, however, was not answered. Mom, wake up. Yi Yan nudged his mom's body and, seeing no response, dropped those long green ears in disappointment. Hey, you guys, Jarius flapped her small wings and flew to Yi Yan's face, puckering her mouth and accusing angrily. Summon me up and actually ignore me. Who are you? Ha! Jarius' crystal-like eyes were filled with shock. You called me that and you're asking me who I am. Angry, she stomped her foot in the air and grumbled. If it wasn't, well, you smell good. I wouldn't want to pay any attention to you. Jarius, twisting his head condescendingly. So, that you can save my mom? Looking at the little guy in front of him, Yi Yan's face was full of expectation and pity. Seeing this, he immediately gave Jarius a soft look. I'll see. Who made this guy smell so good? On him. Jarius landed on Victoria's forehead. In the next moment, a faint glow emanated from her body and landed on Victoria. It was only a moment's work before Jarius understood the general situation. There's nothing wrong with your mom. Just need to get some sleep. Speaking of this, Jarius was very angry. Sticking his little brute waist, he began to accuse Yi Yan. In the future, don't call me for this little thing. I'm busy too. Every day, combing their wings, fixing their hair, and bathing, and listening to those elfin prayers. As if given some outlet, Jarius rattled on without end. However, Yi Yan did not listen to what she said at this moment. Only Jarius was heard, telling him, there's nothing wrong with mom. Yi Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and revealed a gentle smile. With that, ignoring Jarius, Yi Yan picked up his mother and turned to leave. You don't know what I do every day. Busy anyway. Jarius babbled a bunch. By the time Jarius happened, Yi Yan was already far away. Ha! Damn it! Jarius grumbled with a puckered mouth, angry in the air, strutting her short legs. This guy, he really thinks I'm something. Summoning people and not caring about them, that's abominable. Your Honorable Highness, the elemental elf of the primordial light. It was also at this moment that the kobold general went up and performed the highest courtesy to the little one the size of his thumb. And if the other kobolds had seen it, they must not have dropped their jaws in shock. Oh! Hearing the voice, Jarius turned around, and those originally slightly mischievous eyes now became ice cold. You know me? Acknowledged. The goblin general nodded, not daring to underestimate, in the slightest, the little guy in front of him. For a kobold, you know quite a bit. Lair among the kobolds. Inside the arsenal, Yi Yan stood with a gloomy face. Beside, Goblin Chandong and the others. Goblin Chandong tried to say something, but was scared back by a look from Yi Yan. What's wrong with him? The kobold Chandong looked to the other kobolds. I don't know. Goblin Man yawned and shook his head. Last night, he had planned to sneak around the place and stroll through it. On the first and second floors it's not too bad, but by the third level, it was all things he hadn't seen before. Even some of the ones that were supposed to be doors were replaced with some kind of iron lump. Goblin Man had a feeling that there was some big secret here, but that was true. The Goblin General wouldn't have let them come over if there wasn't anything. Goblin Man glanced over. Aside from the missing-eared goblin, who was covered in bandages, and was silent for a moment, not saying anything. Ha 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 ha. It was also at this moment that the big brother goblin slapped the back of the lack-eared goblin and laughed. How's it going? Is the female satisfied? Crunch! The lack-eared kobold was suddenly startled by a tap. Immediately after seeing that the other party was Big Brother Bryn, he unfurled his misshapen fangs in a threatening shout. Gah! 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 The big brother goblin rubbed its head, not understanding the words of the missing ear goblin in the slightest, but it didn't stop it from guessing oh, Big Brother Bryn, glowing with realization. Are you not satisfied? Then just kill it, said Big Brother Bryn with a flash of blood and viciousness in his eyes, and then, just go out there and grab another one. Crunch, crunch. Hearing that Big Brother Bryn wanted to kill Little Bit, the Lack of Ears goblin immediately lunged at Big Brother Bryn. However, the uninjured Lack of Ears goblin couldn't even beat a low-level goblin, and simply said it was time to beat a big goblin. In the eyes of the Big Brother goblin, the Lack of Ears goblin's immediate attack, the strength, but just playing with him. Ha 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 ha, are you playing with me? Good buddy. Big Brother Bryn's words were mockery in the ears of the Lacking Ears goblin, and he was so angry that the Lacking Ears goblin bit down on Big Brother Bryn's hand. The older brother, Bryn, on the other hand, didn't care at all, and laughed in the background. Hey! The kobold Changdong saw this and covered his head, and wondered what the Lord General saw in that missing ear kobold. Let it follow to here, and weak, with a temper. It's simply as useless as it needs to be. This is a top secret of the Great Kobold Lair, as far as the other kobolds are concerned. Goblin Nagashi understood that. Thinking of this, Goblin Changdong's line of sight landed on Yi Yan's body. Also, where the hell was this guy last night? Anyway, early this morning, a kobold from this mile came running over to accuse Yi Yan. It said that Goblin Boo's squad, who had followed Yi Yan out hunting last night, had never returned. Hearing this, Goblin Nagashi understood. This guy's Reaper talent kicked in. The kobold Changdong persuaded them to explain clearly, so that his fist still hurts a little. Really, he hadn't been in many fights since he'd been a recorder. It felt like those lowly kobolds. They wouldn't just let it go. The most troubling thing was that the kobold cloth seemed to have a couple of high-level kobold big brothers. Think of the trouble behind you. Hey! Goblin Changdong looked towards Yi Yan, who was putting on a smelly face inside. What a way to get into trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this bandwagon assignment. At this moment, Goblin Nagatsugu regretted it beyond measure. What has it done in this life? In the end, ha ha ha. Hello, I'm Kobold Silver. Master is busy right now, so I'll be leading the tour this time. Also at that moment, a Goblin Silver carrying a silver hammer slowly walked up and laughed. I don't know, did a few of you get a good night's rest last night? The air is quiet. Seeing that no kobolds spoke, Kobold Silver's eyes swept over a few. One seems to be memorizing something, one is grimacing, and two are playing? And the bandwagon. Hey, what the hell are you sighing for? Kobold Silver spat inwardly. That. The reacting Kobold Nagatsugu went up and spoke politely. We rested pretty well, said the man, pausing to look behind him at the kobolds, hesitantly. Probably. Ha 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 ha. It's my hospitality. But you're going to have to fight your way out of this next one. Next, it definitely won't disappoint you. Without much ado, Goblin Silver led the group towards the interior of the arsenal. Through the sweltering forge, Goblin Silver led the crowd down to the third level. It then stopped in front of an iron wall. Okay, just wait here. Wait? Puzzled, the kobold Changdong looked at the iron wall in front of him, with rocks all around him, and behind him the way they had come. Where is the other way around here? Click. Just in the moment when Goblin Nagashi was puzzled, that iron wall actually split down the middle. What? The Goblin Changdong looked surprised. What? Goblin Man looked agitated. Both men asked a separate question. What is it? Ha ha ha. This is known as a sedan chair over on the eastern continent. It's a handy up and down moving device. Kobold Silver finished explaining to them and led them to the litter. Go! Back there. There's more fun to be had. There's more back there? Goblin Man was thrilled and went up to look around as if to burn the mysterious object into his mind. That's right. Kobold Silver nodded. Proudly. It enjoys the feeling. Enjoy. These changes from pride to surprise, into shock, and finally longing, coming from the great lair. This allowed it to affectionately feel that it was different from other kobolds. We've done a lot more research than that. Saying that, Goblin Silver's line of sight fell on Yi Yan's body. It's so weird. Every time someone comes over from the goblin lair, most of them get treated like rednecks. Surprised, curious at all these brand new things. The kobold in front of him, however, did not. It was odd that he never felt a mood swing in him. He wasn't in a hurry. Though, this was still just the tip of the iceberg for the goblin arsenal. Kobold Silver just couldn't believe it. After seeing all they had accomplished, this kobold can still maintain, for now, his composure. Click. As the door closes, Goblin Silver presses the button. The next moment, the entire car shook, and then moved rapidly downward. This is moving down? Goblin Nagato was surprised, and Goblin Man was already plastered to the ground, trying to see how in the world he was moving. Did he have feet underneath him? Yes, about 30 meters down. 30 meters. The crowd of kobolds were shocked that something with almost no magic fluctuation possessed such power. That's right. Goblin Silver nodded proudly, then looked at Yi Yan, but found that Yi Yan remained indifferent? How is that possible? Got it. He got it all. The kobold must be holding on for dear life, thinking of the weapons in the arsenal, the ones that could surpass the distance to kill adult kobolds without the use of magic. Kobold Silver smiled slightly. He just couldn't believe that after reading those, he could still be indifferent. What Goblin Silver doesn't realize, however, is that for these modern-like things, it couldn't be clearer in Yi Yan's eyes. Goblin Silver laughed softly at the thought. Click. Soon the iron gates opened towards the sides. What then came into view was a floor and walls made entirely of metal. How did this happen? Goblin Man looked on with curiosity, shocked at the walls cast from steel before him. The walls were surrounded by oil lamps that didn't match. It illuminated the darkened space. Yi Yan glanced around and there was no reaction. If it wasn't for that damn old man, he wouldn't have left the side of his injured, newly recovered mom. Whoa whoa whoa. What's in here? A clear and pleasant voice came from Yi Yan's shoulder. I didn't think these ugly kobolds had it in them. Yarius sat on Yi Yan's shoulders, shaking his little legs and blinking his ghostly blue eyes, looking at all this with a curious expression. Why don't you say something, little one? Yi Yan skimmed a glance at Yarius, his eyes sweeping over the kobolds present. Not that there was anything unusual to be found in the eyes of these kobolds. Does that mean that these kobolds can't hear, much less see, the presence of the Pokemon in front of them? It's magical. The pixie in front of him had been following him ever since he used his mom's so-called pixie jutsu, rambling in his ear as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in centuries. Don't worry, little man. As if knowing Yi Yan's mind, Yarius lifted up his small chest, revealing his tiger teeth and said proudly, the great Yarius is not to be found by these lowly beings. Gone. Goblin Silver looked at Yi Yan's face that hadn't changed in the slightest, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately led them there, their newly developed arsenal. Kobold Silver just couldn't believe it. How long can you remain indifferent? You guy. Soon, led by Kobold Silver, they came to an iron gate. Click. As the iron door opened, Yi Yan heard a familiar voice. Bang, bang, bang. One after another. Gunshots echoed through the spacious room. Is that one? Goblin Man looked at the surprised goblin in front of him, holding a gun and practicing on a target not far away. A cannon? Weapons that have flowed into this side of the western continent since the east continent and can cause damage without using magic. However, those weapons are explosive hazards, and they work on and off. But the cannon in front of me actually didn't jam, explode, and could fire continuously, which was incredible. Ha 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 ha, that's what it's called, in the way it's called over there. Looking at the surprised kobolds in front of him, Kobold Silver was satisfied. However, we will call this a gun, a superior product from the eastern continent. And then, after our grueling struggle, we finally got these things made. Goblin Silver, with a proud face, showed off to the crowd of goblins their achievements. It's just awesome. The Kobold Changdan sighed. Can I try? Goblin Man looked at the fine guns with a look of excitement. Sure. In the face of Goblin Man's excitement, shock, Goblin Silver was still satisfied. He was enjoying it too. However, the only thing that made him dissatisfied was Yi Yan in front of him, who had been keeping a stern face. This guy, does he really not understand? I don't get it. Does it mean anything? Abominable. Little one. Yi Yan didn't care about Goblin Silver's unkind eyes. At this moment, his ears were filled with Yarius' voice. What are all those things? It feels like a lot of fun. Great Lord Jarius. It's only a matter of time since I slept. I didn't expect so much more in this world. Ignoring Yarius' twittering voice, Yi Yan arrived at the weapon rack. All kinds of guns and instruments were placed in front of Yi Yan. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, cannons. Most of them were much more refined than, say, Yi Yan's stuff in the Goblin Grand Lair weaponry. Among them, there was even a sniper rifle, except that it was crude compared to the other guns. How the hell do we get this? From time to time, Goblin Man comes around, and they wonder about guns while Goblin Silver guides them along. Yi Yan just glanced at it and then returned his gaze to the shelf. Then, reaching down, he took the rack, the only sniper rifle, in his hand and played with it, disappointed. Sniper rifles are different from other guns in that they require a high level of craftsmanship in their production, and a slight near miss will affect accuracy, and poorly accurate sniper rifles are undoubtedly deadly. Hey, hey, hey. It was also at this moment that a sharp, unpleasant sound unique to kobolds came from a short distance away. That thing? It's a treasure here. Don't break it. You'll be responsible if you break it. A group of kobolds came raging, approaching. Obviously the visitor is not good. To the side, Goblin Chodong and Goblin Man lowered their guns in their hands and questioned the people in front of them with a stony face. What do you want? What for? The leading kobold pod laughed softly with a condescending look on his face. Of course it's because I'm afraid of you hicks, spoiling what we've worked so hard to produce. Goblin Changdong naturally didn't believe the words of the goblin in front of him. His eyes, resting on the face full of wounded kobolds behind one of them, snapped to attention. Didn't I explain to you guys that your kobold cloth, the disappearance has nothing to do with us? Explain? The kobold pack with the long head was furious when he heard the kobold Changdon's words. Have you ever explained it that way? You want an explanation, don't you? Then we'll explain it to you properly right now. The kobold pack rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand just as he wanted to, leading the kobolds behind him to start a fight with the kobold Changdan. Kobold Silver stepped forward and stopped them. What are you trying to do? Trying to kill each other, huh? When I don't exist? Goblin Silver's words were quite useful, and immediately made the furious goblin pack and other goblins immediately calm down. But my good brother Kobold Boo, Kobold Pack tried to say something and was immediately scared off by a look from Kobold Silver. Suddenly, Goblin Pot thought of something now. Ha ha ha, you've got it all wrong, Lord Goblin Silver. We just want to compete with them kobolds from the Great Kobold Lair. I've heard that the kobolds in the Great Kobold Lair, they're all very powerful, Goblin Pot said, looking over to Goblin Changdon and the others. So, we want to learn this. Kobold Silver hesitated. Seeing something in the air, Goblin Pot went on. Perhaps they wouldn't dare? Aren't you bullying the kobolds? The Kobold Changdon frowned. You guys are so familiar with the guns here. We're completely clueless. Oh, are you guys afraid? The corners of the Kobold Pot's mouth turned up in mockery. Okay, when had the Kobold Changdon ever been taunted like this? Immediately agreed. That's good. Seeing this, Goblin Pack immediately jumped out, licked his tongue and laughed. I want to compete with that kobold. The gazes of the crowd of kobolds followed the gaze of the Kobold Pack and landed on Yi Yan. May. With almost no hesitation, Yi Yan immediately agreed. Ha 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 ha. The Kobold Pack laughed out loud. Don't say I'm bullying you. You can choose what you want to compare to. Shooting, disassembly and assembly all you want. Whatever. Yi Yan observed the gun in his hand, not even looking at the Goblin Pack. Exasperated, Goblin Bun stomped his feet on the sidelines. You're a guy I'm definitely going to humiliate hard, and then kill you. Facing the provocation of the Goblin Pack, Yi Yan was indifferent. Do you play with these strange toys, little one? Yarius slowly landed on top of the back of Yi Yan's hand, staring at the gun in Yi Yan's hand. From above she didn't feel a hint of magic. Is the bullet propelled by a burst of gunpowder inside? What a wonderful design. Ha! The Kobold Pack sneered. Let's compete. Then, in the disassembly and assembly of a gun, Goblin Packs aren't stupid. And if you can pick 100% to get the win, of course you pick 100%. Pick for shooting. Disassembly and assembly is the hardest for the uninitiated. It is simply not possible to accurately assemble and disassemble a firearm without having knowledge of, well, firearm construction. Hey, that's not fair. The Kobold Pack knew it, and there was no way the Kobold Changdon wouldn't know it. You guys have long been rotten about these things, and we haven't learned anything about them at all. So, the Kobold Pack laughed softly and waved his hand. Didn't I just let him choose it first? Of course, if you're afraid of wanting to back out, you can do that, too, Goblin Pack said, looking at Yi Yan provocatively. What's with this ugly guy? Yarius, who was sitting on Yi Yan's shoulder, puckered his mouth in anger. Little one, if you plead with the great Lord Jarius, I can tell you the winning technique. Oh. In the face of Yarius' words, Yi Yan was indifferent and looked towards the Kobold Pack. Okay, alright, let's get started. Yi Yan, Goblin Changdon tries to stop it, but Goblin Man stops him. What the hell are you doing? Goblin Changdon looked to Goblin Man and questioned angrily. Don't you think that Lord Yi Yan is very confident? Ah, hearing the Goblin Man's words, Goblin Changdon looked at Yi Yan one more time and then said, this guy, when has he ever not been confident? Goblin Man was silent. After all, Goblin Changdon was talking as if that was the case. Gee, never mind that. Don't you think it's funny? Let's see. If we lose anyway. We can't die kobolds. The Kobold Changdon heard this and thought it made sense. At this time, the other side, Yi Yan and Goblin Pack had arrived at the workbench. Hey, don't say I'm bullying you. We disassembled the gun. Just your pistol that you were just looking at. The Kobold Pack was confident. He's not losing out to a layman in that regard. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Yan was no layman. It can be said that I grew up playing with these weapons. These weapons? Yi Yan couldn't be clearer. So, let's get started. The Goblin Pack had a proud face, and had just picked up his gun, originally wanting to see Yi Yan's hand-wringing expression, but unexpectedly, with a glance, the gun in Yi Yan's hand was already half dismantled? No, that's impossible. It just started less than 1 second ago. How the hell did this guy do that? Cheating, I guess. But no, if he was cheating, his brother would find out, and he looked over with anticipation, only to find that his brother, at the moment, was equally shocked, a dumbfounded look on his face, his mouth hanging open, his chin almost touching the ground. Snap! The sound of Yi Yan slapping the desktop sobered up the shocked people present. At the same time, it was also announced that Yi Yan's pistol disassembly was completed and assembly began. Seeing this, the Kobold Long Dong on the side was overjoyed. Not bad for a kobold chosen by the general's big man. It's really awesome. The same Goblin Man, watching Yi Yan's skillful movements, was particularly excited. Sure enough, his guess was not wrong. Lord Yi Yan was really powerful. How the hell did that happen? Such a maneuver is impossible to do without tens of thousands of repetitions. What a king! Goblin Man had a face of infatuation, looking at Yi Yan's smooth to the extreme movements, his eyes filled with longing. Hey, Kobold Pack, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing the Kobold Pot, the Kobold Pack immediately reacted and began to work on dismantling it. But it was too late. He knew it and they knew it. At that speed, even if he was given 100 repetitions, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Damn it! Nervousness, anger, rage, a myriad of emotions mixed together. In the next moment, the Goblin Pack decisively gave up dismantling under the gazes of many goblins and raised his gun, snarling at Yi Yan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you so skilled? Bang! Almost simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. How? How? The Kobold Pack was dumbfounded. At the moment, there was an extra bloody hole in the forehead. Then, it fell to the ground with a snap, and didn't move at all, announcing the death of the Kobold Pack. Following the sound of the gunshots, the goblin's eyes fell on Yi Yan's body, and saw the gun that Yi Yan had raised, which was currently smoking. It was obvious that the gun was fired by Yi Yan. Congratulations on killing the kobold. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing the kobold. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the kobold's talent, Self-Heal D. Your Self-Healing D has been integrated into the gift of Self-Healing C. Why are you doing this? The kobolds reacted and looked at the Kobold Pack that fell to the ground. Their faces were angry as they began to accuse Yi Yan. Didn't we already win? Is that how you killed Kobold Boo? You should be executed outright for mutilating your fellow kobolds. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Yi Yan cocked his head in ignorance. So, I killed him. What's wrong with that? The crowd of kobolds were shocked. What kind of logic was this? Who told you that you can kill your opponent if you win the contest? Ah, Yi Yan retorted in surprise. Isn't that common sense? There was no mistaking that in his previous life's assassination training, this kind of competition had only one outcome for the loser, and that was death. But this is not an assassination training base. Inside the Black Room, at this moment now, Yi Yan's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. You guys, the kobolds just tried to come up, but were blocked by the kobold Shandan. Hey, what do you want to do with my people? What for? The kobold pot raised an eyebrow, not in the least bit abashed. Your goblin killed my goblin. At all general's rules, I don't have any problem killing him, do I? Oh, in response the kobold, Nagatsogu, let out a light laugh. How do I see it is, your family's goblin tried to kill Yi Yan, and Yi Yan shot out of self-preservation. You guys, didn't you see what he just said? The kobold pot gritted its teeth in fury and grimaced. Ha 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 ha. It was also at this moment that Goblin Silver, who had not spoken, went up with a big smile and stepped between the two to ease the situation. All right, everybody's a kobold. Goblin Silver's words, before they were finished. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What's going on here? The crowd of kobolds wondered. It was also at that moment that red lights came on all around, accompanied by something, a piercing warning. It's an invasion of the nest. At this time, outside the lair among the kobolds, a group of adventurers, knives and guns in hand, looked at the cave that had blown up in front of them and stood ready to attack. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, give it to me. Cory smiled broadly and waved his arm, commanding the crowd. Take this nest today and show those people. Really, it's just a bunch of kobolds, and they're so careful. What a waste. Ha 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 ha. A group of adventurers, armed with swords, charged into the kobolds. Charge. Crunch. Outside the entrance to the lair among the kobolds, a kobold runs out every now and then, but the weak kobolds, in front of the overwhelming power of these battle-hardened adventurers, in less than a moment's time, they were all slaughtered clean. Brush. Cory poked the kobold in front of him into a hornet's nest with a single shot, the slightest hint of disdain on his lips. Ha 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 ha, and I don't know. Those people, what are they so afraid of kobolds for? That's it. Mulder grinned, carrying his blood-stained greatsword with confidence in the corners of his mouth. With these kobolds, I think our squad can handle it. At this time, the other side, the lower 3 levels of the goblin lair, inside the true arsenal. Why? To send them to their deaths. Goblin Man gazed at the magical screen in front of him, puzzled. According to the war effort here, it's totally hardcore. This attacking team. Ha 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 ha. Goblin Silver laughed and waved his arm as the screen shifted. Of course it is, to show them how weak we are. Then they'll just let their guard down and go deeper. You guys watch. Kobold Silver, with a meaningful smile. These proud adventurers will all be buried here. Humph. Also at that moment, came a disdainful voice. Do you kobolds have so little regard for the lives of your companions? The older brother, Bryn, was very upset and took his big knife, heading out the doorway. Hey, what are you doing? The kobold, Changdun, called out to his older brother, Bryn. What for? The elder brother, Bryn, stared back, his eyes filled with, well, unspeakable anger. Of course, kill all those intruders out there who try to pass through someone else's house. Clean. With that, he turned away and approached the first level of the kobolds, ignoring the kobolds long east. The lack-eared kobold likewise tried to step forward, but was stopped by Goblin Man. What? You weak thing, do you want to seek death by following up? With one hand, Goblin Man lifted the lack-eared goblin up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The lack-eared kobold wiggled his legs and struggled desperately. He had to go out immediately and tell those adventurers outside what was going on here. It's only fair to tell them to run away. Otherwise, all those people would definitely die here. It can't be. He couldn't watch the human in front of him die in front of him. In a fit of pique, the lack-eared kobold rushed Goblin Man, but, as if he knew in advance, he dodged the missing ear goblin's attack in advance. Gee, that's pretty stiff, but I can't let you go trick-or-treating. Goblin Man smiled slightly and leaned in close to the ear of the missing-eared goblin and whispered softly, you'd better be quiet if you don't want that to happen to your infant daughter in that room. Hearing the Goblin Man's yet threatening words, the originally rowdy missing-ear goblin's body froze. Seeing this, Goblin Man slowly put down, left and right, the missing-eared goblin, and inwardly laughed. A good show. It's about to start. How could I let you spoil this good show? The growth of a king requires a baptism of blood, and these are just the thing. Little one, Yarius' voice echoed in Yi Yan's ears. Don't you think those two kobolds are strange? The tiny hand of Jarius, pointing towards the lack-eared goblin and also the Goblin Man. And that kobold that just walked away was interesting too. The corners of Jarius' mouth turned up in a meaningful expression. Yi Yan didn't pay attention to Jarius' words as his eyes swept over. At this moment, the kobold's sights all fell on top of the big screen, and Yi Yan remembered the agreement with Cory's. Since, after taking someone's mission reward, it was only right to complete the mission. As for what would happen to this goblin lair, it was not his business. For Yi Yan, all of these kobolds that coveted his mom all suddenly, Yi Yan remembered the kobolds that stood in front of him just now. There was also the goblin knight Curtain who had blocked a slash for himself. Yi Yan thought after a moment's hesitation, maybe it's okay to not have to die all the way. However, this did not change Yi Yan's decision. For Yi Yan, since he had taken on the mission, it was only right that he should complete it. Thinking of this, Yi Yan didn't hesitate for a second. Leaving the weapons training range, the goblin pot, whose sight had been on Yi Yan, couldn't help but rejoice in his heart when he saw Yi Yan sneak out of here. If he can't kill you here, then as long as he's in a place where no kobolds can see him, he's still in charge of what happens. Thinking of this, without a hint of hesitation, Goblin Pod led his brothers and followed Yi Yan's footsteps. However, the moment he stepped out of the door and turned his head to lose his target, Yi Yan figure disappeared from within their line of sight. How? The kobold pot was alarmed. It's only a matter of time to turn around. How can you lose them? So, that, Lord Goblin Pot. What to do? What to do? The kobold pot gritted its teeth in anger. What else can we do? Look for it. Of course. When you find it, immediately notify all the kobolds. And then, Goblin Pot. A glint of murderous anger flashed in his eyes. Kill and avenge Goblin Boo and Goblin Pack. I'm going to let these kobolds from the Great Kobold Lair know that the kobolds from our other kobold lairs are not to be messed with. Ha 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 ha. The adventurers decimated the kobolds all the way forward, and couldn't help but grumble in their hearts about commanding Ewald. It's long past time to attack the kobold lair like this. What's the point of waiting for intel? It's just, like, a bunch of kobolds. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill. As long as they killed all of this goblin, then they would be able to obtain a huge reward from the Adventurers Guild. And, the higher the reward for each kobold killed, by then, he could buy his daughter her favorite cake. Kill. The red-eyed adventurers had lost, by now, their previous calmness to the point of not paying attention to the threat from their feet. Click. The foot hits the ground to create a depression. What's going on? Without noticing or caring, the adventurer lifted his foot. However, it was also this effort of him lifting his foot that the mechanism under his foot got triggered. In just a moment, the firelight overwhelmed him. Ah! Men can't be the only ones who touched the trap. All the other adventurers, too, fell for the same trick. In an instant, the fire flooded the adventurers in front of them. Rumble. The successive explosions took the lives of 30% of the adventurers in just an instant. Damn it! Many strong adventurers quickly withdrew from the explosion range and looked at the blasting in front of them with gloomy eyes. That's right. Mines? A small number of experienced adventurers recognized what was in front of them. Watch out everyone. These damn kobolds actually planted mines in the ground. This is the kind of thing that, if you step on it, there's a huge explosion if you take your foot off of it. What? Hearing the old adventurer's words, the many adventurers were shocked and gritted their teeth in stinky curses. These kobolds, where the hell did they learn this stuff? What to do? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And for a moment, they were actually at a loss for words, knowing that there was a trap ahead. It was impossible to foolishly rush forward again. How about probing with magic? A female magician cautiously inquired. It didn't work. The old adventurer shook his head. What the other side is using is not a magical artifact, but a machine artifact that utilizes gunpowder. How? The enchantress covered her small mouth and couldn't help but take a few steps back. There is simply nothing to be done about this situation. If you want to go up, you have to remove the mines in front of you, but once you go up, if you're not careful, you'll set them off. They had also seen the explosion just now, and there were not many present who could withstand such an attack continuously. Most of them were called by Cory, and present, the most powerful were none other than Cory and the others. For a moment the crowd turned their attention to Cory and the others. Humph. Noticing the stares, Cory grunted. Let me, then, clear the way for you. With a big wave of his hand, Cory's magic power erupted from his body. Woohoo! Worthy of a gold-level adventurer, the legendary man who fought a dragon. Hearing that Cory was going to go up, fully, and use his body to clear the way for them, the adventurers instantly boiled over. No! It was also at that moment that Mord spoke up, grabbing Cory with a worried look on his face. Even Uncle Cory would have gotten hurt with all those mines and bombs. Ha 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 ha. Cory smiled broadly in relief to see Mulder worrying about himself. It's okay. As the words fell, Cory's magic power that had originally erupted began to collect, wrapping around his entire body and circulating within his body's tendons and veins. This is architecture? The crowd couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Maud's state at this moment. Architecture, the mark of a warrior who has become strong. It is also an extremely powerful amplitude. The strength of a warrior with an open architecture and a warrior without an open architecture could be said to be worlds apart. Ha 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 ha. It's not fully open yet, but it's still more than enough to withstand these bombs. Mulder laughed and tried to go up, but Xena stopped him. Hey! Xena sighed. I mean, is all this that much trouble? Saying that, Xena moved her long legs to go up slowly. Under the gaze of the crowd, he closed his eyes, raised his wand, and chanted the magic spell formula. O Mother Earth, who holds the guardianship, your faithful apostle, pleads at this time, turn over the heavy soil. Rumble. As Xena's words fell, the ground suddenly shook and then churned. In less than a moment's time, those mines buried deep in the ground immediately appeared in front of everyone. This? The crowd was dumbfounded by this, not thinking that the mines, which had given the crowd a headache, had just been taken care of by a single spell of Xena's. The magicians among the adventurers, however, didn't feel much. What's simple? If they were to use this magic, they would never be able to do it with the precision of finding all the mines like Miss Xena. It requires very strong magical maneuvering. At the same time, the demand for mental power is high. I'm afraid, Ms. Hina is already building her spiritual realm to be able to do that. Ha 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 ha. Cory's loud laugh broke the otherwise silent atmosphere. Now that the mines are gone, let's go, Cory said, a grimace playing at the corner of his mouth. Kill all those cunning kobolds to avenge the brothers who just died. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Also the moment Cory's words fell, the kobolds appeared from the depths and struck at them. Damn humans. The big brother kobolds who rushed to the battlefield were furious when they heard Cory's arrogant statement that he wanted to slaughter all of their kobolds. How long are you humans going to take away my belonging? This time, I must kill you all. The big brother Bryn let out a growl of unwilling anger and sped off in the direction of where the battlefield was. Other side. Lair among the kobolds. Within the lower 3 levels, Yi Yen shook off those followers and strolled through this metal corridor alone, looking around. For Yi Yen, keeping track of the paths traveled was a necessary cultivation for assassins, and it wasn't much of a difficult task. Even with enough time, Yi Yen could draw a map of a small city and it wouldn't be a problem. After all, failure to do so means death. Sensing something, Yi Yen instantly concealed his breath and hid. The eyes then fell on a goblin hammer, not far away, with a sledgehammer on his back, and across from him was a human woman. The woman, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit and expressionless, just stood there in front of goblin hammer. Give this to the man behind the kobold hammer. From his pocket, He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the woman. Okay. The maid reached out and took the note, then turned away without looking back. Looking at the maid's back as she left, Goblin Hammer's face was stony before he let out a sigh. Just as it turned to leave, suddenly felt the shoulder like it was being touched. Then, Goblin Hammer immediately sensed something, revealed a meaningful smile, and spoke. Oh, our little honored guest. What brings him here? Is it my apprentice's hospitality? The sound of a kobold hammer echoed down the narrow hallway. Seeing this, Yi Yen, who was hiding in a hidden corner, frowned slightly. Is this spotting him? Or is he bluffing? Why don't you come out? Lord Yi Yen. Hearing the name, Yi Yen was not hiding and slowly walked out. Ha 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 ha. When Goblin Hammer saw Yi Yen, he burst out laughing. The Lord General is not wrong. What a good tactic. Almost. Even the old man has hidden it from you. There's no way you can find me. Yi Yen interrupted Goblin Hammer's words, his eyes deadpan. So how did you find out? Yi Yen looked around and didn't notice the presence of cameras. Ha 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 ha. Goblin Hammer laughed haha and didn't deny it. But again, he didn't explain, but made a pleased gesture, inviting Yi Yen into the room. Dao. Tiny King, may I invite you to accompany the old man for a word? Tiny King? Hearing Goblin Hammer's words, Yi Yen looked puzzled. Oh. Seeing this, Goblin Hammer understood something and turned his mouth. In that case, how about if I call you Lord Yi Yen? Yi Yen did not, in this regard, say much to Goblin Hammer, and followed his invitation to walk within a room. In an instant, a weapon placed in the center of the room attracted Yi Yen. In the center of the room stood an awesome anti-material sniper rifle proudly. This sniper rifle is like a sleeping beast, quietly waiting for the moment of awakening. Under the light, the details of the sniper rifle are presented one by one. It was pitch black with a long and straight barrel, every inch of the metal polished smooth as a mirror, glistening with a cold and hard luster. The textures and lines on the gun are smooth and elegant, as if they were a masterpiece of nature's handiwork. The scope rested silently against the body of the gun, like a deep eye gazing at distant prey. In this silent space, Yi Yan's line of sight was firmly attracted by this sniper rifle. Seeing Yi Yan's interest in the weapon in front of him, Goblin Hammer smiled faintly. Pleased, Lord Yi Yen, do you like it? Like. Yi Yen nodded without hesitation. After coming to this world, this was the most perfect machine creation he had ever seen, with perfect lines that were undoubtedly displaying its high level of technology. Lord Yi Yen can give it to you if you like it. There was some heartache in Goblin Hammer's tone as he said this. After all, this thing was modeled after their sniper rifle, but with their current technology, it is impossible to imitate such a perfect anti-material sniper rifle. Their technology, after all, is much worse than those in the eastern continent. Ah, any conditions? Yi Yen did not feel that someone would give him something for no reason, especially on the premise that the other party was stronger than himself. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Goblin Hammer laughed. I can't say it's a condition either. Lord Yi Yen can take the next words of the old man as a request. Do it or don't do it. This gun is yours. Say. Yi Yen took over the sniper rifle and familiarized himself with it for a moment, disassembling and then assembling it. Its speed surprised even Goblin Hammer, who had studied the gun for years. That is, their king. General Kobolds who bet the future of kobolds on everything. Kobolds? Goblin Hammer was beginning to understand, somewhat, what the Goblin General was thinking. Click. As the assembly of the gun was completed, Yi Yen raised his eyes and looked at the Goblin Hammer who had fallen into a stupor. Say, oh, Goblin Hammer reacted. I hope that Lord Yi Yen will now go and save the kobold who rushed to the front. Speaking of which, a hint of despondency flashed in Goblin Hammer's eyes. In the next few days, if Lord Yi Yen sees that the kobolds you approve of are in danger, I hope you will save them. Saying that, Goblin Hammer bowed deeply to Yi Yen. Dangerous? Yi Yen frowned slightly, although he wasn't quite sure about the danger in Goblin Hammer's mouth. Yi Yen didn't hesitate much, nodding his head. This mission, I take it. Yeah. Goblin Hammer did not expect that Yi Yen would actually agree so easily and was very relieved. After all, in the general's words, the Lord Yi Yen in front of him was onto some kobolds. Goblin Hammer, too, didn't know what to say. He didn't understand, why their king would want to kill his own kind. But, since the general had said that, what could he do? However, if he were to use a human perspective, he would understand. He knew it, too, knew how bad kobolds were. No, why those humans, and even the rest of the races, why they hate kobolds. Everything is, in the end, their problem. But so what? They also just want to reproduce to survive. Lord Yi Yen. Suddenly, Goblin Hammer spoke, a hint of despondency in his voice. What? Yi Yan raised his eyes and looked at the somewhat pale kobold in front of him. Are you saying that we kobolds are really wrong about the way we live? By preying on the females of other races, to breed, to procreate. I'm afraid we're the only kobolds in the world who are like that. After all, we kobolds have no females, and we can only prey on the females of other races if we want to continue the pack. Those races hate us. I can understand that. But, speaking of which, Goblin Hammer's words practically roared out. Are we really wrong? We just want the pack to be reproduced. To continue, Goblin Hammer raised his eyes and looked towards Yi Yan with certain expectations in his eyes. It seemed, wanting to get the question that had been troubling him for more than 10 years from Yi Yan. However, what he got were Yi Yan's icy words. Where do I know all this? If it's wrong, it's wrong. Do you really need to think about it that much? But, it's wrong. It shouldn't be. The Goblin Hammer hesitated, and all of a sudden, he was overwhelmed by Yi Yan's words. As I said, if it's wrong, it's wrong. So what can we do? If you can change it, you can change it. If you can't, there's nothing you can do. Yi Yan was puzzled, looking at the Goblin Hammer in front of him in confusion. In his eyes, right is right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. So what's the alternative? If you can't handle it, just kill the people who are bothering him. Ha 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 ha. Goblin Hammer slowly lowered his head and let out a soft laugh. Yeah, what can you do when you're wrong? Why? It's so simple. I just can't figure it out. But, Yi Yan looked at the Goblin Hammer, who had his head lowered and mumbled something, and put the anti-material lifting rifle into his storage ring. Ignore the Goblin Hammer. Walking to the door, he looked around and didn't spot the kobolds. Gone? Yi Yan was puzzled. Damn it! The kobold pot looked furious and scowled. Where the hell did that damn brat go? Don't let me catch you, or else. Saying that, an imperceptible murderous aura flashed in the Goblin Pot's eyes. All you need, it's all here. It was also at this moment that Goblin Pot suddenly heard a familiar voice. Oh, it's okay. It was accompanied by the voice of a human woman. Without hesitation, the kobold pot ducked up behind the wall, just before probing to see. It was actually Kobold Iron, and in front of him was a human woman. The kobold pot blinked incredulously, and then, gone? The Kobold Iron and the woman were gone. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Oh, what are you doing? Suddenly, the sound of Kobold Iron came from behind him. Dark corridors, dimly lit by oil lamps. The light shone above the metal walls, reflecting the afterglow and spilling onto the rust-covered armor of the Kobold Iron. His eyes were like iron as he stared intently at the kobold pot in front of him. What did you see? What? The kobold pot felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. His voice trembled and he took an involuntary step back. That's all. Goblin Iron smiled slightly, that smile revealing a hint of helplessness. What's the use of talking about this when it's already happened? He sighed softly, as if he had unloaded all his baggage. Just as Goblin Pot was still wondering, Goblin Iron suddenly moved. With a flash of his figure, his long sword was sheathed like lightning, and he chopped straight down with a harsh sword chi. With a poof and a splash of blood, one of Goblin Pot's arms flew through the air and eventually landed helplessly on the ground. The kobold cauldron tore in pain, and he clutched his broken arm, his face angry and horrified. He couldn't understand why this companion, who had once fought side by side, would suddenly betray them and even try to put him to death. If he hadn't been prepared, I'm afraid that sword would have been enough to kill him just now. Why? Goblin Pot roared, his voice echoing through the corridor. Kobold Iron didn't answer, just smiled faintly. You saw what shouldn't have been seen. His words were full of determination and indifference. Brush. Just then, a black shadow suddenly fell from the air, accompanied by a powerful chop that slashed at the Goblin Pot from top to bottom. The Kobold Pot only had time to let out a miserable scream before its body was split in half by this chopping blow, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the entire forest red. Seeing Goblin Pot die such a gruesome death, a trace of imperceptible sadness flashed through Goblin Iron's eyes. But soon, he regained his composure. I'm really bad at cleaning up after you, he said softly, as if talking to himself. Just then, a human figure in a black cloak stepped out of the shadows. In her hand she held a pitch-black dagger with blood from the Kobold Pot still on it. Then, looking over to Goblin Iron, a playful smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. I thought, you traitor, that you were pitying your companion. Cory's laughed softly, mockery in his voice. Kobold Iron didn't respond to his words, just stood there silently as if a statue. Cory saw this and said nothing more. She pulled a small pouch out of her pocket and tossed it casually to Kobold Iron. Nah, here you go. Kobold Iron took the bag, a flash of gratitude in his eyes. Thanks, he whispered. You're welcome, Cory's responded tersely, looking at the Kobold Iron quite uninterested. Originally, I thought that the spy was like the big guy, but I didn't realize that it was really a kobold. By the looks of him, it seems like he's pretty big here, but it wasn't really her business is all. Just what does this guy want with some daughter stuff? Cory's didn't thank him much either, and had wanted to leave the area with the information, only to realize that you seem to be lost? Woo woo. Cory's crouched in the corner, holding his head in grieving, and wondering how long it would take to get out. It was also at that moment that Cory's nose twitched, catching a familiar scent. It's the big guy, lair among the kobolds, upper surface level. Ha ha ha. Kara's laughter echoed through the darkened lair, a laugh full of bravado and confidence. His blade sliced through like lightning, accurately stabbing into the kobold's chest, instantly ending the creature's life. For Kara, these weak kobolds were nothing to worry about. He was as unstoppable as a tiger descending a mountain. And each kobold is rewarded with 1 silver coin. What a great reward this is. I don't know what kind of madness the Adventurers Guild had gone through to give such a rich reward. He had to kill a few more kobolds before all the adventurers in the neighborhood passed by. Kula, this way, this way. The voice of Anna, the magician girl, came out, clear and pleasant. Hearing her childhood friend's voice, Kara sniffed. Only Anna was standing not far away, holding her magic wand in her hand with an excited expression on her face. In front of it were some kobolds that she had trapped with her magic. Kara nodded, and with a flash of her body, she was at Anna's side. Another slash, another kobold's fall. Kara felt more and more relaxed. He was calculating in his mind that he must celebrate and feast when he got back. Crunch! Also at that moment, a kobold came charging at Anna. Ah! Anna screamed miserably. There was no time to chant magic at this distance. Don't move, Anna! Suddenly, a fat man rushed in, wielding a huge axe, and cut the kobold in half with a single blow. Great job! Kara was relieved to see Anna saved. Thank you. Anna thanked you and Hey, you're welcome. It's only right to protect the wizard. Yuanda's face brushed red when he heard Anna's voice. With that, he smiled broadly, addressing Kulat and Anna. Ha 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 ha. When we get back, we're going to celebrate by eating and drinking a lot. Instead, Anna shook her head and smiled. Hey, I'll pass. I have my brother at home. I need to go back and take care of him. Xiongda patted her shoulder and said bashfully. It's okay, use my money to eat. We're all partners. Right, Kula agreed. He and Xiongda are both orphans, and it's useless to keep so much money. Besides, if it hadn't been for Anna's family helping them when they were kids, they would have starved to death in who knows what alley. Kara looked at Yonda and Anna beside her with warmth in her heart. They had grown up together and gone through countless storms together, and their love for each other had long transcended blood ties. That's not good. Why don't we all go home and eat with me when we get back? This won't bother the aunts and uncles, will it? The two, Kara and Yudai, looked at each other and touched their heads sheepishly. How? Anna clapped her little hands together with a happy smile on her face. Mom, Dad will be so happy to know you're coming. And by the way, there's Anri and Anling too. Brush. However, also at that moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared behind Anna. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and they didn't even have time to react before they were enveloped in it. A roar came from the dark shadows, followed by a scream. Anna! Xiongda let out a cry of surprise and tried to rush over to save her, but he was clawed away by the monster in the dark shadows. The elder brother, Bryn, swung his blade directly at Anna, who stared at him with a wide-eyed expression of disbelief. Her body was split in half by the monster, splattering blood. Before that, everything that was thought of became a bubble. Blocking, a watch fell to the ground. No! Kara growled, his eyes turning red with rage. Like an enraged lion, Kara charged at the massive monster. He swung the greatsword in his hand with a thunderous momentum and unleashed the fiercest attack. However, that big brother Bryn seemed like an untouchable mountain. It easily blocked Kara's chopping blows with a deafening thud with each collision. However, his chop was easily blocked by the monster. Pain? The elder brother, Bryn, looked coldly at Kara, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Am I not doing exactly what you humans have been doing to us kobolds? Kara angrily swung the greatsword in his hand, his mind filled with doubt and disbelief. What did we do? However, Kara's question made Big Brother Bryn even angrier. What have you done? I can't believe you're asking me what you guys did. Look at the bodies on the ground. If you hadn't been trespassing on other people's homes, are we, the kobolds, and you going to die? No. Kara looked at the body on the ground and became confused. Would it have killed me if I hadn't come? And Anna too. A moment of questioning created a lull in Kara's movements. Don't let him confuse you. Just then, Yonda's voice rang in Kara's ears. He looked tearfully at Kula and slowly stood up. We're humans and he's a kobold. How can we be the same? Yeah, Kula's mind cleared. I'm going to kill you and avenge Anna. With a roar of rage, he charged the big brother Bryn again. However, his chop was blocked. Aha! Kara swung the sword in his hand frantically, his every attack filled with rage and power. However, in front of big brother Bryn, his power seemed so insignificant. Die! Big brother Bryn spat out those two words coldly before swinging his blade at Kara. Kula thought she was going to die and closed her eyes waiting for that moment. However, the moment the blade was about to touch his body, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Yuanda! Kara opened her eyes and saw Yanda in front of her. His heart was filled with gratitude and grief as he watched Yanda get hit by the claws of his big brother, Bryn, and fall into a pool of blood. Yuanda! Kula screamed in pain, unable to accept this harsh reality. However, big brother Bryn was not the least bit impressed as he coldly looked at Kara and said, "Oh, how many of them are there that can block for you?" With little hesitation, big brother Bryn swung his greatsword again, just about to kill Kula. Blocking, a thunderous lance suddenly poked out of the darkness and blocked big brother Bryn's attack. Ha ha ha! Koru appeared in the middle of the field with a big grin. Finally some decent kobolds. He wielded his slender lance, each attack full of power and skill. Although big brother Bryn was powerful, he gradually showed his fatigue under Koru's attacks. "You guys," the eldest brother, Bryn, roared and charged at Koru. However, his attack was easily blocked by Koru. Humph! Koru let out a cold snort, and the lance in his hand picked up swiftly like a dragon out of the sea. Immediately afterward, the longsword drew a harsh arc in the air, whistling as it flew backwards towards big brother Bryn. The blow was so powerful that it directly lifted the huge kobold figure off the ground and landed heavily on the hard rock. Big brother Bryn's body was like a sandbag hit by a boulder, shaking violently before sliding helplessly to the ground. He covered his chest, the corners of his mouth spilling out threads of blood, and his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. The man who had once said he would kill them kobolds, the man who was now standing in front of him, looking down at him with contempt, recalling the peaceful life of the past. Big brother Bryn's heart was filled with pain. That once cozy kobold lair was in ruins and bloodied. A strong anger welled up in his heart, which burned like a blazing fire and went straight to his heavenly soul. Ah! Big brother Bryn let out an earth-shattering roar and erupted with all his strength. The great sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed at Koru in a domineering manner. However, this blade was easily parried in front of Koru as if it were child's play. The lance collided with the greatsword with a crisp metallic clash, and big brother Bryn's attack was instantly neutralized. Why? To destroy our home? The elder brother, Bryn, growled unwillingly, his voice filled with pain and despair. He tried to increase his power, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Koru in the slightest. Koru couldn't help but laugh when he heard his big brother Bryn's questioning. His laughter was full of mockery and disdain. Because, of course, you're kobolds. The older brother, Bryn, froze, not expecting Koru to be so blunt and decisive. His eyes widened and he roared. Because of this? Because of this you can massacre us wantonly? Isn't that reason enough? Koru sneered as his lance shook again. Big brother Bryn's body was like a ship lifted by a huge wave, and it crashed hard against the wall of the cavern. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body slid helplessly to the ground. It was then that he realized that the difference in strength between himself and Koru was so great. However, big brother Bryn didn't give up. He stood up slowly and unfolded those bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with determination and madness. "I will kill you all, no matter what it takes." His voice echoed through the cavern, filled with endless anger and hatred. In the depths of the dimly lit lair, the sound of Koru's unbridled laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, it's a pity. You're too weak to do anything now." Koru's voice was filled with contempt, and he didn't hide his smugness. As soon as the words fell, Koru no longer had any hesitation, gripping his lance tightly and tensing his arm muscles, ready to give the big brother Bryn in front of him a fatal blow. However, just at the moment when the lance was about to pierce big brother Bryn's body, the entire nest seemed to be shaken by an invisible force. Bang! A deafening gunshot exploded through the lair, as if even the air had been torn apart. Immediately afterward, a bullet came at Koru at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The bullet, as if carrying the fury of thunder, was incredibly powerful. What? Koru's pupils instantly contracted as he instinctively detected an aura of danger. He quickly unfolded his magic barrier, trying to ward off the sudden attack. However, he was surprised to find out that seemingly impenetrable magic barrier was actually like a fragile film in front of the bullet. Koru was alarmed in his mind. He desperately mobilized the magic power in his body, trying to strengthen the barrier. But the bullets were too fast. He could only watch as the bullet impacted the barrier and then penetrated it with an incredible force. Pust! Like a deadly viper, the bullet instantly penetrated Koru's shoulder with a searing pain. He felt as if his shoulder had been torn open and blood spurted out. How is this possible? Koru's eyes widened in disbelief. His body was turned on architecture. Those what pistols, rifles, could not possibly penetrate his body. The bullet, however, easily penetrated his body. What the hell is going on here? Right at this moment, an abrupt black shadow, like a ghost, quietly appeared in front of Big Brother Bryn. Its claws flashed with a cold light, as if it wanted to seize the injured Big Brother Bryn as soon as it could. Koru's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he was the first to notice the anomaly and tried to stop it, but the recoil and damage from the sniper rifle made it impossible for him to move. In desperation, Cory shouted out, "Maud!" The moment the words fell, a dazzling golden figure cut through the night sky and sped like lightning, pouncing straight at Yi Yan. The owner of this figure was none other than Maud, who had a smile on his lips. Want to run? It's not that easy. However, Yi Yan's reaction was swifter than anyone else's. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he lifted his Big Brother Bryn and threw it forward. Stepping on his feet and a skill, sneak shadow, transformed into a shadow and skillfully avoided Maud's attack. Ah! The Big Brother Bryn screamed out in fear by Yi Yan's sudden move, and its body drew a parabola in the air before falling heavily to the ground. What? Maud was surprised by Yi Yan's operation. What kind of operation was this? Still? Ha? Want to run? Just then, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a fiery ball of fire fell from the sky, illuminating the shadows around them. These fireballs cut through the night sky like meteors, heading straight for Yi Yan. Under the illumination of the fireball, Yi Yan's silhouette gradually appeared. The fireball exploded around Yi Yan, and the intense heat wave forced him backward. Xena walked slowly with a graceful stride. She wore a tight leather dress that outlined the perfect curves of her body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an enchanting aroma. However, at this moment, she was looking at the two of them, Yi Yan and Big Brother Bryn, with a cold face, as if she was looking at two prey that were about to be slaughtered. Yi Yan put down his Big Brother Bryn and stood up. His eyes narrowed slightly and his whole body tensed his muscles to stare at the three people in front of him with a vigilant face. It could be felt that all of them were much stronger than themselves. In a head-to-head duel, Yi Yan had no chance of winning at all. Just as Yi Yan was thinking about using Big Brother Bryn as bait, Koru shrieked out in shock, seemingly recognizing Yi Yan. Oh! Only Koru narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the massive kobold, a glowing look of realization on his face. White hair, sharp teeth, he muttered as if confirming something. Afterward, his gaze turned to Yi Yan with a few sighs in his voice. You're the kobold? Koru violently released his clenched arm and a bloodied bullet slipped from his shoulder, blood instantly staining his palm. However, as if he didn't feel the pain, he clenched his fists and roared, "Now that you're here, leave your life behind. Come on then, see if I don't kill you." Seeing this, the elder brother Bryn on the side was furious and growled as he tried to charge at Koru, but Yi Yan quickly reached out to stop him. Humph! Koru grunted coldly as terrifying magical power slowly overflowed from him. He loosened his wrist bones and grimaced. Don't worry, none of you will escape. All hands on deck. Also at that moment, the sound of goblin iron suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, a team of heavily armed kobolds suddenly rushed out from inside the lair. With rifles in hand, they quickly blocked the path of the adventurers' advance. Stand by for aimed fire. The kobold captain gave the order and all the guns were aimed at the adventurers. The adventurers were horrified at the sight, and some of them who recognized the rifles screamed in horror. What's that? Yes, it's a musket. Someone answered in a shaky voice. How can there be so many? Isn't this something from the eastern continent? Why? Is it here? Run! In the midst of the chaos, Koru reacted quickly, knowing full well the power of these firearms. Without hesitation, he stepped in front of Xena and used his body to build a protective wall for her. Free fire shooting, the goblin captain gave an order, and the dense gunfire instantly rang out. The fire was so bright that it lit up the entire night sky. Bang! 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 Ah! Under this dense network of firepower, countless adventurers instantly fell. Their screams and wails rose and fell, forming a tragic picture. The surviving adventurers, on the other hand, ran around in panic, trying to escape this hellish place. Koru shielded Xena tightly, using his body to shield her from the bullets. Big Brother Mulder swung his greatsword in his hand and fought against the constant onslaught of bullets. The sword light intertwined with the rain of bullets, making ear-piercing metal clashing sounds. The other adventurers, however, didn't have the same strength as Maud. Most fell in the sudden attack. At the point of life and death, Xena's voice rang out, clear and firm. Under the shelter of the stars, I call upon the ancient sources of magic. O light, converge in my palm and turn into an impenetrable shield. Withstand the gales, block the flames, and ignore the frost and thunder. a shield of magic, guarding my heart. Nothing can break it, no one can invade it. In my name, by the power of magic, build the wall of eternity and guard all that I hold dear. As the chant ended, a soft glow blossomed from her hands, spreading out instantly. A huge magical shield was formed, wrapping the remaining adventurers tightly in it. Cory was relieved to see this, but after seeing that only a few of the original hundreds of adventurers remained, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He turned to look behind him to make sure there were no other threats, and then angrily charged at the kobolds. You damn evil kobolds, I'm going to kill you? This being the case, Cory knew that the attack was a complete failure. If he didn't go back with more kobold kills, he would definitely be laughed at by those people. It even becomes a lifelong stain. Such things are never allowed. Ha! Just then, a kobold with a sledgehammer on his back and a cannon on his shoulder slowly stepped out from it. He grinned his fang-filled mouth and let out a mocking laugh. You humans, you don't take us kobolds too seriously. Kobold Iron laughed, a cruel gleam in his eye. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the roar of the cannon resounded throughout the cave. Cory was alarmed at the sight, and he turned sharply, yelling toward the survivors behind him. Run! However, the power of that cannon was far beyond imagination. At the moment of the explosion, the entire ground trembled, as if even the entire lair was shaking for it. After the smoke cleared, only a mess and the bodies of the adventurers remained on the ground. The few surviving adventurers had quickly fled the scene. Goblin Iron looked to the side at Yi Yan in triumph, the cannon gripped tightly in his hand. Well, to me, looking at the complacent Goblin Iron, Yi Yan, who didn't know the meaning, was puzzled. No, the Kobold Iron took the artillery and shrunk, fear of being snatched away by Yi Yan. If he hadn't been wrong just now, what this guy had just sniped that gold-level adventurer was the mother sample of their arsenal treasure, the sniper rifle. It really didn't occur to me that the master would give this to him. I'm afraid this guy is the most important kobold in their group. Kill. Seeing that the adventurers were all gone, if they didn't go after them, they would definitely let those damned humans escape. With little hesitation, Big Brother Bryn went up and tried to catch up, but was stopped by Yi Yan once again. Big Brother Bryn, who was already angry, was blocked by Yi Yan again and again, and his fire instantly came up. Who are you to stop me, you bastard? Do you know how many of our kobolds those damn humans have killed? Yi Yan did not reply, only slowly turning around, a pair of blood-red jeweled eyes flickering with a regal light in the darkness. He stared coldly at his Big Brother Bryn, as if he were looking at an insignificant prey. Big Brother Bryn was forced to take a step back by the aura. However, he soon realized his weakness and forced himself to stabilize his stance, preparing to fight Yi Yan. On what grounds? As the words fell, Yi Yan's figure suddenly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a residual shadow. Big Brother Bryn only felt a chill come over him, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down, only to see that a dagger had pierced his chest, and blood instantly stained his clothes red. Big Brother Bryn stared at Yi Yan with wide eyes in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this goblin, who had just saved his life, would not hesitate to kill him. He opened his mouth to say something, but a mouthful of blood snaps out. Yi Yan pulled out the dagger that was less than a few millimeters away from Big Brother Bryn's heart. Next time, if you let an unauthorized mission fail me, there will be no favoritism. Yi Yan waved the blood on the dagger, and a trace of disgust flashed through those icy eyes. He hated them, the ones that took liberties and failed him in his mission. If he had just let that Big Brother Bryn go to his death foolishly, wouldn't the point of his coming here be lost? Wouldn't the mission be a failure? Just thinking about this, Yi Yan's entire body couldn't help but chill. Death? Sometimes it really is a gift. So the mission cannot fail. Put. Big Brother Bryn spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp and he knelt down on one knee, but his sight was always locked on Yi Yan's body. Aha! Goblin Iron looked at Yi Yan, who was leaving, and smiled helplessly. It's just weird, just as Kobold Iron reached out and was trying to comfort the older kobold. That was awesome. Awesome. Ha! Upon hearing the words of his elder brother, Goblin Iron's hand, which had just been stretched out, stiffened in the air and let out a puzzled query. This guy's brain, is there something wrong with it? People have just, stabbed you in the heart with a knife. What kind of talk is that? No, I can't. Big Brother Bryn slowly stood up from the ground and looked in the direction Yi Yan had left with longing. I'm going to find him. Goblin Iron was just about to stop it when he realized that the stabbing wound on Big Brother Blink's chest had stopped bleeding and was even showing signs of recovery. It's all monsters. Kobold Iron laughed softly, gripping the bag in his hand with a hint of sadness in his eyes. If I could do the same, would I be able to take you with me? Put. A mouthful of blood spat out of Cory's mouth. Cory, are you okay? No. Koru shook his head. How can you be okay? You just resisted. Like a rocket. Xena looked worried. With that kind of power, even a warrior with his architecture turned on wouldn't dare to take it head on. What's more, Koru he wasn't fully open to architecture. Just close to building it completely. There's still a gap between that and a warrior who has actually turned on the architecture. No, there's nothing going on. Koru waved his hand. The bones in his body cats and were slowly recovering. This is exactly the kind of powerful recovery that architecture brings to him now. Normal internal injuries would soon be recovered. Except for the current one, which would take a bit of time. The most important thing we can do, right now, is go back and tell the others. He was really underestimating those kobolds. Go back, tell them. Those kobolds have weapons from the eastern continent. Hearing Koru's words, Xena and Maud's faces sank. I'm afraid that this goblin lair annihilation battle is going to be a lot harder than expected. They really couldn't figure out where on earth those kobolds had gotten the weapons from the eastern continent side. Damn it! Mulder cursed, exasperated. These kobolds, don't they know how to fight us squarely? Crunch! Woohoo! Did you see those damn humans running like dogs? Ha 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 ha. For a while, the third floor down of the goblin lair, inside the practice shooting room, resounded with joyous cheers. A missing ears goblin stared blankly at the screen. Yi Yan's flickering figure. The heart burned with something. So handsome. The lack-eared kobold thought to himself. If I could be like him, then wouldn't I be so useless? You can protect the people you want to protect. Or you can kill those damn kobolds. Ha! The goblin man's eyes moved away from the missing ear goblin and landed on the place on the screen where Lord Yi Yan's figure had disappeared, with longing in his eyes. Ah, this is the king? It's really awesome. This is still the growth body. And then it can fight humans who are about to reach their full body and are close to opening their architecture. Goblin Man was looking forward to it. Looking forward to the day when King really grows up. Whatever it takes. After all, this was his life's mission. In the dark forest where the moonlight spilled over, the silver light shone through the gaps in the layers of leaves, dappling the ground. The only sounds in the still air were the rustling of the breeze through the treetops and the occasional chirping of night birds in the distance. However, in the midst of this silence, a fire stood out. Under the firelight, a group of adventurers sat around a roaring campfire. Suddenly, an angry voice broke the silence. So what the hell is going on here? Ewald rose to his feet and scanned his companions around him with his eyes. Anger and disbelief were written all over his face, and his voice was filled with disappointment and reproach. Those adventurers who were swept away, each one of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Their faces were covered in dust and blood, and their clothes were tattered and torn, so it was obvious that they had been through a grueling battle. Koru sat on the sidelines, his face expressionless, but his clenched fists gave away the anger, resentment, and humiliation he felt inside. What else? Xena beamed and muttered in a small voice. Her voice was not loud, but it stood out in the stillness of the night. They're all dead. Besides, it's not like we didn't get anything at all. Hearing Xena's words, Ewald was furious. He stomped the ground so hard it shook the entire campfire. Do you know? Now after the failed attack, the goblin lair has been defended. How are we going to fight back there? Just then, an adventurer in armor slowly approached. I don't see how that's a bad thing. If they hadn't attacked and forced out those kobolds' weapons, we wouldn't have known that those kobolds were actually hiding weapons from the eastern continent. We will also lose a lot of money if we attack in this situation. Ha! Before Morris's words could fully fall, an angry voice exploded. What do you mean? Kula sprang to his feet, his eyes burning with rage, and he rushed at Maurice with great strides, his hands clutching the bright red scarf around the other man's neck. You mean those of us who died well? Kara's voice was almost a growl. Next moment, Kara only felt a flash before her eyes, followed by her body losing its balance and falling backwards. Snap! Don't touch my scarf. Maurice patted the scarf around his neck very cherishingly, his eyes icy in warning. Then he turned his head and rushed to the crowd. This matter ends here. Right now our main focus should still be on destroying the goblin nest. There's not that much time now. The attack must be made to wipe out the kobold that qualifies to be a king in order to do so. Maurice, what are you doing? Koru, who had been silent, slowly raised his eyes with a look of displeasure when he saw Maurice speaking up for himself. You're taking pity on me? I didn't mean that. Maurice shook his head in denial, not intending to dwell on such a trivial matter with this deadbeat. No? Koru gritted his teeth, very much annoyed by the look in Morris's eyes. The look that takes nothing for granted. You obviously have. You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Koru continued to growl. We, the adventurers, were beaten and fled by the kobolds. You guys must be very proud of yourself, right? Maurice looked at Koru with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding why he was so angry. He frowned and tried to explain. I really didn't mean that. but Koru was beyond listening to any explanation. You're obviously thinking, oh, who told you not to listen to me? Now you're going to suffer. That's what you must be thinking. The more Koru spoke, the more agitated he became. You're just facing this one goblin. We're facing these goblins all day long. Think of it this way. It must be you guys. Koru suddenly exclaimed as if remembering something. In order to make a fool out of us, deliberately betraying our intelligence, letting us suffer a fierce counterattack from the kobolds, leading to the failure of the attack. In that case, we'll be good enough to listen to you, the expert on killing kobolds. Koru's voice was filled with sarcasm and derision. Ah yes, it's called Goblin Slayer, right? Ah shucks, Koru-chan. Knowing that Koru was now losing his composure, Mulder went up and tried to wake him up, who, unexpectedly, was pushed right back down to the ground with a wave of Koru's hand. At the moment, Koru was in a rage, his eyes covered with blood, and he looked at Morris with a scowl on his face. Maurice, I'm telling you, if it weren't for those dragons, I'd have killed those damn kobolds a long time ago. Those kobold guns, those cannons don't do a thing to me. I can kill through them all by myself. Drag? Remembering Anna's death, Kara leapt up from the ground like an enraged beast and, it's all you. Kara looked at Koru with bloodshot eyes, deadpan. What? Koru froze, not at all expecting to be so accused by the man he had once saved. If you hadn't made us attack, Anna wouldn't be dead. They're all dead because of you. Hearing Kara's words, Koru's face instantly turned ironic as he stormed up and pinned Kara down hard. Say that again. It's because of you that they're dead. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, Anna wouldn't be dead. Are you going to kill me? Kara growled. Come on if you want to kill. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Come on, kill me. Kara wasn't the least bit afraid. You guys. Koru's arms were bruised to crush Kara. However, just as he was about to strike, the orc Akathor stopped him. Enough. Kula, stop talking. At that moment, Udaya came up trembling and placed his hand on Kula's head. As if all his strength had been drained from him, Kara held his head and wept in agony. I have no hope of surviving. It's the kobold's fault. Kara suddenly responded. It's the kobold's fault. I killed all the kobolds. Kula's bloodshot eyes. Shuenda saw this and fell into silence. Why wouldn't he want to kill the kobolds? However, Yuanda knew that trying to kill all of the kobolds was an impossible task. Seeing this, Koru also gradually calmed down, and looking up to see the contemptuous stares of the crowd, he picked up his lance and headed into the dark forest. Brother Koru, where are you going? There was a hint of hesitation and concern in Mulder's voice, fearing that Koru might act irrationally in his anger. He looked aside to Xena, his eyes full of questions. Xena nodded slightly. I'm very sorry, everyone. It's okay, go ahead. Morris nodded. Brother Morris, when it's all over, be sure to have a good fight with me. After apologizing and bowing to the crowd, Mulder followed in Koru's footsteps. Brother Koru, wait for me. Maurice just smiled slightly at this. After a while, I'm afraid that Mulder is going to surpass him in strength. A fight? It wouldn't be impossible if it was still alive. Why didn't you? Just now. Stop it? Acacio looked at Morris. Because I know he can't do it. Oh. Upon hearing the expected reply, Archangel's eyes narrowed slightly. What if he does do it? It won't. Maurice shook his head, his tone very firm. Acacio saw this and said nothing more. For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. For a while, the atmosphere became somewhat silent. I'm really sorry. Also at that moment, Xena, who had stayed behind, bowed and apologized to those present. Our captain made a fool of himself, as he sometimes does. Ha 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 ha. It's okay. People were like that, and some of the old adventurers didn't say anything explicitly. Oh, of course, other adventurers are not excluded. Apologize? Will apologizing solve the problem? Then what's the point of having a vigilante? The man was the very same mangaka who had been harboring ill will towards Hina earlier. His eyes widened as he looked at Xena's stunningly beautiful face, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Sure, if you'll serve me. Before the mangaka could finish his words, a fireball grazed his cheek, instantly leaving a scorched mark on his face. Xena looked up coldly, a chilling glint in her eyes. You seem to be mistaken. I am only apologizing to you. I am not consulting you for acceptance. You, Reckless, just tried to get up there. Brush. In an instant, the mental fluctuations expanded. By now the mangaka was already in Xena's spiritual realm. Within the realm, the speed of magic casting and accuracy is completely enhanced, and one can even, to a certain extent, fight in close quarters with a warrior. There's no doubt that if one were to fidget at the moment, this guy, he would absolutely blast her with magic straight away. *******. The mangaka cursed inwardly. He had wanted to accuse her on a moral level and take advantage of her, but he hadn't expected that to be so fierce. Moreover, this woman was actually able to open the spiritual realm. Although there were some fluctuations, it also meant that the woman had taken a half step into the ranks of the strong. As expected, the teams of gold-level adventurers were not simple. Okay, Mangina, sit down. Ewald opened his mouth, and the mangaka grunted in obedience, coming down Ewald's ladder and stepping to the side until he was out of the mental realm, quite relieved. Ms. Sheena, have a seat. Edward sighed helplessly. The main task we want, to destroy the goblin nest. Humph. Also at that moment, the cold, handsome-looking Limru on the side coldly grunted. You humans, you're a real pain in the ass. With those words, he took the 4 elven henchmen and turned to leave. The mangaka was about to say something first, but was interrupted by Edward. Don't mind them. Couldn't care less. Deep in the lair among the kobolds, Yi Yan gently pushed open the door of the room, making a small click sound. Vidona, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, instantly huddled into a corner like a frightened deer when she heard the sound, her long blonde hair falling like a waterfall, covering half of her delicate face. Just as she was nervously preparing for the unknown danger, the door to that room slowly opened, revealing Yi Yan's cold but familiar face. The tension in Vidona's heart instantly dissipated after she saw the visitor, and was replaced by an inexplicable wave of reassurance. She let out a soft sigh of relief, her blonde bangs fluttering gently as she breathed. Oh wow! A sudden sound broke the silence in the room, only to see a small Yarius appear on Yi Yan's shoulder at an unknown time. It looked at Vidona in the corner with wide, round eyes and a meaningful smile on its face. It's a golden house, Jarius flirted, teasing in his voice. However, in the face of its clamor, Yi Yan acted as if he didn't hear it as he walked straight into the room and threw a large bag in his hand at Vidona. Vidona glanced at the bag in front of her and glanced at Yi Yan. That, food. Without hesitating to open his mouth, Yi Yan walked into the room and took out his dagger, knife and other weapons to start maintaining them. The weapon could be considered his life, and if he didn't take good care of it, it would be a disaster if something went wrong when it mattered. Why? Give it to me. Vidona opened the bag carefully and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought it was full of some unknown meat, but luckily it was some fruit or something. For a moment, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged through Vidona's heart. I promised. Promise? Vidona was puzzled, and her eyes fell on a bag next to Yi Yan. Brush. Noticing Vidona's line of sight, Yi Yan immediately cradled the bag in his arms and meowed at Vidona with a wary face, such as it was in Vidona's eyes, as if she were a kitten nursing her food. Vidona actually thought the kobold in front of her could be, well, cute. No. Vidona shook her head to put that thought out of her mind and lowered her head inquiringly. What's that? A gift for Mom. Mom? Vidona's eyes widened as she raised her eyes to Yi Yan. She actually heard the word mom on the lips of a kobold. And, at this moment, a touch of tenderness actually surfaced on Yi Yan's always cold face. It was well known that the kobold race did not have the concept of a mother. They didn't even have females, which was why they preyed on other races and reproduced. And the kobold in front of me actually said mom? Could it be the name of a star fury? Vidona made a reasonable guess. Just as Vidona was rambling, Yi Yan had already organized his equipment, made all preparations, and opened the door. Where are you going? Seeing that Yi Yan was about to leave again, Vidona, who had been bored and not so afraid of Yi Yan, inquired with a lonely face. Go home. Ah, exactly. Can I go back with you? A very lonely Vidona opened her mouth to inquire. More than that, of course, she thought about if she could get out of this lair. So, isn't it a little more likely that she'll escape? No. But after thinking about the fact that Mom had been staying in that dark room, Yi Yan turned his mouth. Next time, if Mom likes it, you can take it back. Go back and ask Mom. If you don't like it, forget it. Ah, without caring about Vidona's expression, Yi Yan walked out of the goblin middle lair, running in the direction of the great kobold lair that was his true home. Shortly after he left, however, a pair of sharp eyes revealed a fierce light from the darkness. Is that a human over there? Yi Yan silently moved away from the location of the fire. Brush. Also at this moment, a long spear broke through the air and stabbed straight towards Yi Yan's back. The force was so terrifying that just the wind of the incoming gun grazed Yi Yan's cheek. Seeing the lance close at hand, it was too late to dodge it. Yi Yan didn't hesitate and unleashed his skill to dive into the shadows. Humph. Seeing this, Cory let out a cold snort and projected moonlight through the face of his lance blade, forcing Yi Yan out of the shadows. I didn't think that I would actually meet you, Goblin. Today, I'm in a bad mood, so I'm taking you for a ride. The night was like ink, and thick darkness enveloped the vast forest. Only sporadic moonlight spattered on the ground through the dense foliage, adding a bit of mystery and strangeness to this dead silent forest. Asshole! The angry voice echoed in this silence, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Cory, who had left the group, was holding his lance, his face glazed over and his eyes flickering with angry flames. His gaze locked onto the black wolf that was relaxing in front of him, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger on the innocent being. Brush! The long spear cut through the air with a harsh wind-breaking sound, stabbing straight at the black wolf. The black wolf seemed to have sensed the danger, but it was already too late. The tip of the lance instantly penetrated its body, blood splattering everywhere. The black wolf struggled for a few moments before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Motionless. Humph. Cory grunted coldly and brandished his lance as if to vent his frustration. Those cunning kobolds, if he hadn't relied on those strange weapons, he would have wiped them out long ago. And those cowards, how could they have made it back to camp unscathed if he hadn't stepped up to the plate? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and a dangerous glint flashed in Cory's eyes. He gripped his spear tightly, his eyes searching around the forest for the next object to vent on. Just then, a figure flashed past not far away. Cory's eyes instantly became sharp as he recognized the figure. It was Yi Yan, the goblin who always made him, well, feel bad. Ha! Cory laughed softly, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Blame it on your bad luck. Without hesitation, he rushed out, using the cover of darkness to launch a fierce attack on Yi Yan's location. The lance danced in the night, drawing out a silver trajectory, like a silver dragon tumbling through the darkness. There was no doubt that even a mature stage creature would have to waste half of its life if it didn't die in the face of his attack at this moment. He just has the confidence to go toe-to-toe like that. However, just as he thought so, that Yi Yan actually discovered his attack and reacted to blend into the pitch-black shadows to avoid his attack. How? Cory's eyes widened, inwardly overwhelmed with surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, the kobold in front of him, who was supposed to grow up, was how he found out about his attack. It shouldn't. The battle-experienced Cory was alarmed at the same time. The hand movements didn't stop either, after recognizing that Yi Yan's skill was darkness, only to see that the tip of Cory's spear was slightly raised, refracting the moonlight and forcing Yi Yan out of the shadows. I didn't think that I would actually meet you, goblin. Today, I'm in a bad mood, so I'm taking you for a ride. Blame it on your bad luck. Kobolds, Cory sneered, the lance gripped tightly in his hand, radiating a bitterly cold light in the dimly lit forest. The speed was so fast that even Yi Yan could not react in time. Straight towards Yi Yan, who was too late to dodge, his body was stabbed. Die! The corners of Cory's mouth turned up in a mocking smile. His smile, however, would soon freeze on his face. I only saw that the kobold in front of me, the moment my spear was about to pierce it, unexpectedly turned into a black shadow and dissipated into the air, as if it had merged into the earth. Cory was stunned. What was going on? It is? Darkness? Split? Cory's eyes were as wide as brass bells in surprise. Since when? Exactly? No good. Damn. Cory looked around, but he never found Yi Yan's trace. His breath again. It was as if the entire kobold vanished in place and didn't exist at all. That's not possible. That kobold's strength was so different from his own. What made him able to evade his senses? And yet, he just did it. Did it run away? Bang! Just as Cory had such doubts, a loud gunshot echoed through the forest. Deafening. Brush! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet came at Cory at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Pust! The bullet passed through Cory's body, and bright red blood swirled. Facing a sudden strike, Cory had no time to react and dodge. It was a good thing Cory had deflected his body in time to let the bullet graze past his heart. If he didn't react in time, his heart would be pierced. At that time, whether he opened the architecture or not, he would definitely die. Aha! Cory's roar echoed through the stillness of the night like the roar of a wild beast, shaking people to their core. His eyes flashed with a fiery light, as if there were flames burning in them. As he let out a roar, a powerful magic power surged out from his body, sweeping around like a violent wind and rain. This magic power traveled across the surface of his body, constantly contracting and eventually forming countless tiny whirlpools on his tendons. Body architecture, not fully developed. Bang! Just then, a deafening gunshot pierced the night sky. A bullet cut through the air like lightning, transforming into a terrifying thunder wolf that roared towards Cory's heart. The bullet came from the shadows and was fired in an almost unpredictable direction, clearly the work of an experienced sniper. However, facing this sudden attack, Cory did not make any evasive movements. He stood still, letting the bullets come at him. However, something jaw-dropping happened. Just a moment before the bullet was about to hit him, something magical happened. Block! Only the skin on Koru's chest collided violently with the bullet, accompanied by a crisp metallic clash. The bullet was actually bounced off hard. What's going on? Yi Yan, who was hiding on top of a large tree, was slightly puzzled by this. He recalled what the old man had told him earlier. The strange force in Koru's body was magic, and it wrapped around Koru's body, forming an impenetrable barrier. But at the moment, it seemed that it was not a simple entanglement of magic. Instead, it allows the magic to circulate through the body's tendons and veins, achieving the purpose of strengthening oneself and reducing the consumption of magic. And the key to this strengthening is the architecture built within. It was by building this structure that Koru made his body exceptionally tough and strong. But even so, could he really stop an anti-material sniper bullet? Yi Yan couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. To verify his suspicions, he barely hesitated to load and chamber a round for the anti-material sniper rifle. He took a deep breath and aimed for Koru in the distance. This time, he was going to test Koru's limits with even more intense fire. Yi Yan just didn't believe it. As long as the creature is alive, it must be able to be killed. That is to say, death. Ha 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 ha. He looked around, a provocative gleam in his eyes, and taunted. Come out, rat hiding in the corner. Those bullets you're so proud of are like children's toys to me. They can't hurt a hair on my head. Just as his voice was still echoing in the air, a thumping gunshot, as if a thunderous explosion, shook the entire forest. The bullet sped like a meteor and went straight through his left hand. Pust! A stream of blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining Koru's left arm red. His eyes widened and an incredulous expression filled his face. This was followed by a fierce pain that made his face twist and hiss hideously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, he completely understood that the goblin in front of him was definitely not unusual, even more so than the special kobolds, which can be called heretics. Although, unwillingly, he had to admit that at this moment, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. There was no doubt that if this continued, he would definitely be consumed to death. He had to think of something. It was also at this moment that a point of light stood out in the dark forest. It was followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. Bang! The bullet went straight through Koru's left foot. Blood spattered everywhere like an enraged beast, but a faint smile appeared on Koru's face. Found it! Through the magnifying glass, Yi Yan observed this moment. Koru state clearly. Is it concentrating all the magic at the heart? Yi Yan murmured in a low voice, a calm light flashing in his eyes. He flicked the scope of his sniper rifle, looking for a new point of attack. With a click, he quickly replaced it with a new bullet, his finger resting lightly on the trigger, ready to unleash the fatal blow. Then just aimed for the rest. Yi Yan meditated in his heart. He knew that the human body was much more vital than just the head and heart, and every fatal weakness was an opportunity for him to launch an attack on Koru. It is because of the vulnerability of man, or magical beasts, that a protective barrier such as skin has been created. But at the moment, in Yi Yan's eyes, it was just a thin layer of paper. Suddenly, a chill came from Yi Yan's back, as if a poisonous snake was quietly approaching. He sensed the unusual aura almost immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure flashed and he quickly moved away from the large tree where he was originally located. Brush! A sharp blade light cut through the air, instantly splitting the large tree where Yi Yan had just been into pieces. Wooden shavings and branches and leaves splashed around, but Yi Yan had already disappeared. He didn't panic in the slightest, but instead raised his anti-gravity sniper rifle more calmly. One bullet doesn't hit, then two. If two don't hit, then three. Yi Yan didn't believe that he couldn't be killed. Bang! As a deafening gunshot rang out, Yi Yan shifted his position again at almost the same time. He hid his breath and quickly set up his sniper rifle, ready to launch a second attack. Brush! The spear swept through, and the large tree where Yi Yan was just now was directly split apart. The enhancement brought about by the physical quality of his body allowed Yi Yan's shooting stance to be greatly liberated. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar cut through the silence, like the thunder before a violent storm, palpitating the heart. Ah ha ah! It was Koru's roar, his eyes crimson as if they were burning flames, anger and hatred intertwined in his face. It makes him look like a demon out of hell. Damn kobold brats! I'll fight you! Koru roared, his voice echoing above the dense forest, startling a flock of birds. His muscles tensed, and power surged through his body as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. Immediately afterward, a terrifying magical power erupted from Koru's body, like a shooting star in the dark night piercing through the sky. Bright and dazzling, this magic power quickly coalesced on top of his lance, causing it to emit a buzzing and trembling sound as if it had been given life. Yi Yan, who was not far away, sensed the strange magic power. His face suddenly changed and he wanted to escape from this dangerous place. However, a terrifying suction force suddenly attacked him, like an invisible chain, tightly wrapping around his body, constantly pulling him, making him unable to move. It's bad. Just as Yi Yan sighed darkly that it was not good, the furious Koru wielded his lance, carrying a terrifying magical power as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. The long spear drew a harsh trajectory in the air, wrapped in the power of the gale, instantly forming a huge tornado. Gun tornado! Koru roared violently, his voice shaking all around. This gun tornado was like a giant dragon rampaging through the air, and wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, sand flew, and smoke rolled. Rumble! A violent ringing sound that echoed through the forest. Moments later, the tornado ceased and the smoke dispersed, replaced by a dead silence. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a figure. Koru stood above the earth, gasping for air as he supported his shaky body with his lance. His face was as pale as paper, and it was obvious that the strike just now had used up most of his strength. Solved? Koru asked in a raspy voice as he gasped for air. However, his mind was filled with unease. Sure enough, as the moon, which had been obscured by the smoke, reappeared in the night sky, a dark shadow slowly wormed its way out of the smoke. That's Yi Yan. Yi Yan appeared from it, and the empty land gave Yi Yan nowhere to escape. Found you. Karuko wouldn't let go. Such a great opportunity. He grinned broadly, squeezing all the magic from his body, opening the architecture again and leaping out. His body as athletic as a cheetah. Yi Yan's brows were tightly locked, but his heart was unperturbed. While quickly searching for cover around him, his finger was already quietly on the trigger of the sniper rifle. Bang! A gunshot rang out, like thunder exploding in the night sky. The powerful impact caused Yi Yan's body to involuntarily move back. Koru was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Yan to be able to aim and shoot such an accurate bullet in such a short period of time. If he ducked at this point and lost his vision, the rat would definitely hide. Koru growled at the thought. Ah! Then, under Yi Yan's surprise, Koru hardened himself against the sniper rifle bullets and rushed towards Yi Yan through his stomach. Yi Yan landed on his feet. At the moment Koru was less than 5 meters away, and it was impossible to hide at this distance, but avoiding the next attack is still possible. However, after Yi Yan landed on the ground, he slowly stood up and actually didn't mean to move. Ha ha ha, Koru laughed out loud, thinking that Yi Yan had given up hope. However, just as he stepped forward and was about to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Yan, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Moonlight poured down like silver satin, shrouding everything in the night in a haze. What the hell is going on here? Koru wondered. Is he poisoned? When did this happen? Koru slowly looked up. Through the moonlight at such close range, he finally saw what he hadn't seen before. Tiny black blood slowly circled around Yi Yan before falling on top of the bullet and infesting it. Click! In Yi Yan's hands, bullets were filled within the anti-material sniper rifle. At this moment, Koru finally understood. This guy actually poisoned the bullets. No, the black blood was poison, but the blood was this guy's. In other words, this guy actually poisoned himself? Then, by means of controlling the blood, the poisonous blood is wound around the bullet and shot at you? For a moment, Koruju didn't know what to say, and finally squeezed out a word. Crazy. However, Yi Yan seemed to be unconcerned about all of this. He raised the sniper rifle, which was loaded with black-stained blood, and aimed it at Koru. There was an icy glint in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dying prey. It's over, he said coldly, not a trace of emotion in his voice. In an instant, a harsh sound of breaking wind came from the silent air. The instant he was ready to fire, a lightning-fast sword light was like a galaxy falling from the sky, abruptly cutting through the darkness. Yi Yan's heart tightened violently as he realized that this was not an unusual attack and immediately pulled the trigger again on reflex. But the sword light was even swifter than he expected. Like a silver dragon, after leaving a brilliant trajectory in the air, it ruthlessly impacted on the sniper rifle's body. A crisp metallic clash echoed in the night sky, followed by the shattering sound of a sniper rifle scope cracking as if it were porcelain breaking. Bang! The sniper rifle's scope instantly shattered under that sword, with pieces splattering everywhere. The tremendous impact caused the muzzle of the gun to shift drastically, and the bullet that was originally aimed at the target deviated from its intended trajectory as it was fired, striking above Koru's left hand. Pust! Koru, in his poisoned state, was struck by a bullet and his body staggered. But still, with a tenacious will, he grasped the gun in his hand and half-kneeled on the ground to keep himself from falling down. Koru-chan! An angry, familiar growl exploded in the night sky like the roar of a wild animal. Immediately afterward, a sword-wielding silhouette, like a ghost, swept past Koru's side and sped towards Yi Yan. He waved the greatsword in his hand, the sword flashing with a cold light. You damned kobold! How dare you hurt Big Brother Koru? Looking for death? Mulder's growl echoed through the night air. The sword was as fierce as a raging wind in rain. Yi Yan's heart fluttered when he saw this. He quickly took a few steps back, pulling away from Mulder. At the same time, he put away his sniper rifle and drew a sharp dagger from his waist in preparation for Mulder's attack. Blocking, Maud's sword was like a rainbow, slashing viciously at Yi Yan. Yi Yan gripped his dagger tightly and resisted with all his might. However, Maud's force was terrifying to the extreme, causing Yi Yan to recall the scene when he fought that woman earlier. It was as if the force was going to rip his entire being apart. Bang! The moment the two met, a powerful reaction force separated them. Yi Yan used this power to quickly pull away from Maud. He stood at a distance, his eyes coldly fixed on Mulder. Be careful, that guy can use poison. Seeing this, Cory, who was on the side, immediately warned loudly. Moreover, the means of concealment is so strong that if you don't pay attention, you will lose them. Concentrate on him, don't lose him. Yes, Mulder nodded, the long sword in his hand glinting coldly in the moonlight. Yi Yan tries to move away and hide, but Mulder is in hot pursuit. It was a good thing that the person in front of him was not as strong as Cory. However, in terms of physical quality, it was also still much stronger than Yi Yan. Assassination, breath concealment, Yi Yan was quite good at it, but fighting strong people head-on was something Yi Yan was not good at. The previous fighting techniques were not much use at all against this kind of person who possessed beyond common sense. If it wasn't for the fact that, by fighting that old guy a few times, he had accumulated a bit of combat skills and experience. In the moment of the exchange just now, he might have fallen into a disadvantage. This wasn't going to work. The stamina poison was starting to slowly kick in, and the stamina was pretty much depleted from the fight with Cory earlier. Blocking. For just a moment, the paralysis from the toxin caused Yi Yan's movements to freeze, and naturally, Mulder, who was experienced in combat, would not let that go. Brush. Mord knocked Yi Yan's dagger down with a sword, and the pitch-black dagger arced through the air, finally landing in front of Cory. It's over. With a cold face, Maud raised his long sword just as he was about to take Yi Yan's life. A doubt surfaced in Mulder's mind. The kobold in front of him was clearly at the point of, well, dying, but there was no panic on that icy face. Why is that? Why? The kobold in front of him actually didn't have a single fluctuation of emotion on his face in the face of such a desperate situation. It gave him, vaguely, some kind of bad feeling. But so what? The magic power condensed on the longsword grew stronger and stronger, and Maud took a deep breath and swung his sword towards Yi Yan. Just at the moment when the tip of the sword was about to touch Yi Yan's body, a miraculous scene happened. Yi Yan's figure became blurry and pitch black, and his entire body was about to merge into the shadow. This is not good, Mulder said in dark alarm. It hadn't occurred to me that the kobolds in front of me actually had this. These dark skills can only be dispelled by the corresponding light. However, just as Yi Yan was about to fully integrate into the shadow, a moonlight suddenly shot in, residing to force Yi Yan out of the shadows hard. Yi Yan stared back and looked to the side. At the moment, Cory was lying on the ground with his lance in his hand, looking at him with a smug look on his face, and the moonlight just now was refracted through the head of the gun. Go on, Mulder, kill this kid for me, Cory growled at Mulder. Go back and take you to a big dinner. Ha 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 ha. Maud laughed cheerfully. Yes, the sword blade didn't stop. The terrifying magic power erupted out and swung down towards Yi Yan. And yet, why? That icy face. Until now, there is not a trace of panic, shock, fear, not see a bit of emotions become? Just as the long sword was about to fall, a pitch-black object suddenly emerged from Yi Yan's hand. Mulder's eyes widened as he took a closer look, and it was actually a bomb. He was shocked and wondered if this guy was crazy to actually use a bomb at a time like this. Rumble. A loud bang shook the entire battlefield, and the fire instantly engulfed the two. As the smoke rolled in, Mulder barely opened his eyes, only to see a sharp sword light flash through the smoke and split the smoke hard. After the smoke cleared, Yi Yan's figure was revealed. He was holding a sniper's rifle and pointing it straight at Mulder. No way. Let you escape. Ignoring the burns on his body, Mulder forced himself to take a step forward, trying to close the distance. Without the slightest fear, the sniper rifle in Yi Yan's hand. Bang! Facing the charging mode, Yi Yan directly pulled the trigger, and the powerful impact carried Yi Yan back a few steps. The bullets were precise and accurate, firing toward Mulder. At such close range, Mulder had not the slightest possibility of dodging, if you follow common sense. However, the very second the bullets were about to make contact, Mulder dodged the bullet with incredible speed. In the face of this situation, even Yi Yan was not calm and spoke out in surprise. What's with that incredible speed? If Mulder had that speed he had just had, he wouldn't have been injured by his bomb blowing up. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Yan's surprised expression, Maud's laughter echoed in the air with a hint of smugness and mockery. Ha ha ha, it's no use. Any distant attack within my field of vision won't be able to hit me. As the words fell, a powerful chopping attack instantly struck, so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible. Yi Yan exerted all his strength and crossed his greatsword in front of his chest in an attempt to parry the blow. However, that large blade shattered like glass the moment it collided with Maud's sword blade. Ka-ching! Crushing sounds echoed in the air, and Yi Yan's body was shaken backward by the tremendous impact. He barely steadied himself, trying to use the opportunity to pull away from Mulder. However, Mulder didn't give him that chance. Maud's figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Yan, his long sword pointing straight at his throat. Yi Yan's heart tightened, but just then, the bomb in his hand came in handy once again. Dozens of bombs were thrown out by him and fell around like rain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mulder glanced back and sent several of the bombs flying to Cory, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Mulder didn't hesitate and immediately went back on defense. Seeing this, Yi Yan understood something. Brush. This time, Mulder, who had been prepared, sliced right through the bomb. Bang! The gunshot resumed, and the bullet struck with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. But Mulder uses strange postures to avoid it. If that's all you've got, then die now. Mulder swung his longsword at him. Bang! 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 Yi Yan fired one shot after another, and the bullets that were shot out, no matter how tricky they were easily dodged. Ha 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 ha. Mord laughed and rushed towards Yi Yan. It doesn't work. In front of my skills, your bullets are impossible to beat me. Yes. Yi Yan raised his sniper rifle without a scope and aimed at Cory. It's no use. There's no way you can hit me with that gun of yours. Maud laughed loudly, not putting Yi Yan's sniper rifle in his eyes at all. Oh, Yi Yan opened his mouth indifferently. If you can block it, so can that guy? You guys? Seeing where Yi Yan was aiming, Maud's eyes widened. Couldn't believe in the slightest that the person in front of him actually used his own life as bait. See the gun aimed at yourself. Dying? Cory thought so, resignedly. If it was a head-to-head match, he definitely wouldn't lose. But there are no ifs. Bang! A ringing, warm blood spilled on his face. The expected pain did not come. Bang! Cory watched as Mulder's heart was pierced through by a bullet, tearing out a scream. No! Under the moonlight, Yi Yan's gaze was as cold iron. There was no semblance of pity in his eyes as he faced Mulder and Cory, who had fallen to the ground. From then on until the end, Yi Yan's goal was to take care of Maud, who had the ability to fight first. His hand was already gripping the trigger of his gun, ready to deliver the final blow to this dying foe. However, just as he was about to reload, an inexplicable instinct surged through him, causing him to withdraw his hand instantly. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yi Yan's figure flashed and disappeared into the night like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, there was a burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of armor rubbing in the distance. It was the arrival of the reinforcement team. Unfortunately, they came too late. Only Yi Yan's back left behind and the mess all over the ground could be seen. The crowd was frozen in place. The sight before them was unbelievable. Maud and Cory, gold-ranked powerhouses with a reputation amongst adventurers. At this moment, he was like an ordinary person who had been stripped of all his dignity and strength, falling into a pool of blood. Come on, Rev. Priest. Cory held the dying Mulder and cried out at the top of his lungs. Amy, seeing this, rushed forward to check on the situation. However, when she touched Mulder's body, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? The crowd asked anxiously. Amy shook her head, heavily. No, the poison in his body is a toxin I've never seen before. Upon hearing this, Cory almost collapsed. He clutched Amy's hand and pleaded, please, help him. Yet Amy shook her head helplessly. Even if I could detoxify the toxin, his broken heart would no longer be able to sustain him to continue living. Ahem poof. Mulder suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling down the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Cory with difficulty. Looks like we won't be able to have a big meal. Cory forced a smile through the grief in his heart. Eat? I'm sure you can. Mulder laughed softly, looking aside to Maurice. The expression at this moment could not be seen under the thick, face-covering armor. Brother Morris, it seems that I can't fight you. Who is it? Maurice clenched his fist, his tone calm. Mulder tried to say something but couldn't. Just then, a pair of warm, soft hands caressed his head. Sleep, Xena murmured in Mulder's ear as if she were a mother. Passing lives, treating everyone equally. Mulder hung his head and died. Aha! Seeing Maud die, Cory let out an angry growl. Kobolds? I must kill all the kobolds to make amends for you. Cory let out an angry roar. Suddenly, Maurice realized something and looked at the blackened dagger on the ground, lost in thought, and a side of adventurers. After hearing about the kobolds, he was initially confused and said, "What are kobolds for?" However, after realizing that the scene in front of him was the work of kobolds, there was a great shock. In this moment, they had a new perception of kobolds, and a creepy kobold, as they call him, is beginning to spread among the adventurers. Human hunters, slaughter killers, a white-haired demonic kobold, white-haired demon. At this point, no idea. His own fame circulated among human adventurers. The white-haired demon. Yi Yen was staggering, walking towards the goblin lair. This body is really troublesome, Yi Yen muttered in his mind. If he had been before, he would have been immune to this bit of poison. Even his blood itself was poison. In fact, Yi Yen didn't want to poison himself, even though he has the ability to control blood. But poisoning yourself directly is still a sign of poisoning. The expressive effect was that now he felt a little giddy. But there is no way. His blood manipulation talent can only be used to manipulate blood. Brush. Also at that moment, an arrow struck from the depths of the darkness. Yi Yen, who sensed the threat in advance, dragged his exhausted and poisoned body and barely dodged. Bang! The arrow went straight through the tree and plunged into the earth above, smashing out a large crater. Miraculously, nothing happened to the tree when it was clearly pierced by the arrow. There were no traces of arrows through the trees to be found. The bow and arrow that stabbed into the ground and smashed a large crater was clearly right in front of him. It's not an illusion at all. It's not good. Yi Yen staggered to his feet, supporting his forehead with his hand in an attempt to clear his head a bit. He clearly felt a pang of badness. His state was as bad as it could get. However, just then, more arrows shot out of the darkness once again. They broke through the sky like shooting stars in the night sky and surrounded Yi Yen. The speed and number of arrows was staggering. Yi Yen no longer had any room to dodge, and could only watch as they shot towards him, dying. At this moment, he was in such a poor state that he couldn't dodge this web of fire. Also at that moment, the sound of the world sounded. Congratulations on killing the human. You gain 5 points of speed based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you gain the human's talent arrow dodge. Just moments before the world's voice fell, those arrows that were shooting close to Yi Yen seemed as if the pause button had been pressed. The body also, at the same time, reacted, using dexterous speed, posture, and dodged the arrow's attack track. Brush it off. As the voice of the world dissipates, time flows again. Those suspended arrows were like unleashed flood beasts, frantically shooting towards Yi Yen, grazing his body and finally landing on top of the ground. And in the eyes of the others, those arrows seemed to have grown eyes and dodged Yi Yen. The elves hiding in the shadows stared at the unbelievable sight. They couldn't believe that a kobold could actually avoid such a dense rain of arrows so easily. The wave of arrows that rained down just now, even for them, these long-experienced elf archers, it was difficult for them to manage to dodge it completely. How is this possible? An elf exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, Limru's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand in a gesture. Keep shooting for me. I don't believe it. He can keep dodging. I was just out for a stroll and didn't realize that there was actually something I couldn't receive in advance. Limru smiled darkly and glanced down at the pocket watch in his hand, which had an elaborate photograph set into its face. The elf in the photo resembles Victoria, except that she has a more demure and ornate look about her. The pressure belonging to a king was emanating from his body. Looking at the picture, a strong conviction welled up in Limru's mind. I will never, ever, let any foul presence stain you. Limru, eyes firm and heart like a stubborn stone, closed his pocket watch. What's going on? The sudden query echoed in Limru's ears, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He turned his head to look, only to see a young elven warrior looking around anxiously, confusion and anxiety in his eyes. That little kobold, where the hell did he go? The young elf warrior almost mumbled as his sight traveled through the dense forest, but he could no longer find Yi Yan's skinny figure. Limru's brow was furrowed, and there was a gleam of displeasure in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "What are you talking about? Are you guys kidding me? We are elves, a race favored by nature. How can we lose a kobold in this forest?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if he choked on his own misgivings and could not speak. Limru's eyes widened. The dappled light of the forest reflected in his green pupils. His eyes turned frantically, trying to catch a trace of Yi Yen, but to no avail. Limru's voice suddenly became shaky as he finally realized the gravity of the situation. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the shock in his heart, but the unbelievable emotion surged like a tidal wave. It's not possible, Limru murmured. As a being of pure blood of the elven race, he was well aware of his pact's capabilities in the forest. They can sense everything around them as long as they are in the forest. at least with themselves as the center. All movements within a radius of several hundred meters could not escape their eyes. However, the facts in front of her were unbelievable. That tiny kobold had disappeared under their noses as if it had never existed. How is that possible? A chill surged through Limru's heart as he suddenly realized. There was only one possibility that could explain all of this, and that was that Yi Yan possessed a skill that could temporarily disappear into the forest. But such a skill cannot be possessed even by an elf, not to mention the lowly kobolds. However, just as this thought welled up in his mind, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Limro looked up sharply, only to see countless dark objects spilling out of the sky like meteors, and each meteor trailed a burning line of fire. "Careful!" Limru cried out, panic in his voice. The elves around him were immediately alert and drew their weapons in preparation for battle. However, the dark objects were much more frightening than they had imagined. "No good! It's a bomb!" an elven warrior exclaimed. As soon as his words fell, those bombs exploded in the air. For a time, the flames were sky-high, and the powerful impact swept through like a raging storm, directly dispersing the elves' ranks. Deep in the lush green dense forest, a deafening explosion like the roar of a wild beast shook the entire land. The elf maiden, Lilias, was mercilessly lifted off the ground by the aftermath of that intense explosion. Her body drew a graceful arc in the air, and finally, like a falling meteor, she heavily smashed into a sky-high ancient tree. The branches of the tree shook violently as they could not bear the sudden weight, scattering green leaves and broken branches all over the ground. The echoes of the explosion echoed in Lilith's ears, and her world seemed to fall into darkness at that moment. However, right at this moment, a dark shadow rapidly approached, appearing in her line of sight like a ghost. It was a green-skinned kobold with long-standing ears. Amelia's heart sank so hard that she subconsciously closed her eyes and waited for her impending death. However, the moment she closed her eyes, the expected attack was slow to fall. She felt something was wrong and slowly opened her eyes. What came into view were the kobold's puzzled eyes, with a hint of unspeakable happiness in them. Why look at her like that? It was clearly a kobold, and the elf maiden didn't understand it. Yi Yan also didn't understand why the elf in front of her, who looked like her mother, was looking at her like that. That look of disgust, resentment, and anger was the same as when Mom first saw him. Is this how people like Mom say hello? Thinking of this, Yi Yan couldn't help but smile at the elf maiden. The elfin maiden saw this and froze. Yi Yan had wanted to kill the elf maidens, and Yi Yan saw that they looked just like their mother. Thinking about it, Mom's words in the dream, seemingly wanting to see them, for a moment Yi Yan created hesitation. However, it was this momentary hesitation, allowing the rest of the elves to catch a break. A handful of arrows broke through the air and pushed straight for Yi Yan's life. Although Yi Yan reacted quickly to dodge the first arrow, the second arrow came from behind him and viciously pierced into his body. Because the arrow came from out of sight, his talent arrow avoidance could not be activated. The arrow penetrated Yi Yan's body and nailed him alive on top of the tree. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his shirt and the leaves around him, spilling onto the elf maiden, Leah's. The elf maiden stroked the blood from her face, those azure eyes, somehow turning a deep red. "It is? What's going on? Filthy existence." It was also at that moment that Limru's voice echoed through the forest, every word filled with anger and disgust. Such a thing is an insult to the noble pure-blooded elves. The look he gave Yi Yan was like looking at a disgusting reptile, full of disdain and contempt. Insults? Nailed to a large tree. Yi Yan, who was in a daze, had a puzzled look on his face. "I don't know. They are talking about something. Why did they kill him when they were obviously coming for his mom? Why look at him like that? This way. Won't it be the same as the others?" Yi Yan wanted to get up and open his mouth, but the back-to-back battles with Cory and Mode had long since drained his energy. Now he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth anymore. Only helpless, pinned to a big tree, at the mercy of others. At this moment, Limuru was glaring at Yi Yan in rage, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, while the elf male stepped forward and inquired of Limuru, "Kill him?" But that elf maiden who was spared by Yi Yan. Lilias remembered Yi Yan sparing himself just now, the expression that was revealed at that time, and hesitantly said, "But what?" Limru's eyes narrowed slightly as his sight fell on the blood on Lilia's face, unsure of what he was thinking. Lilias was so unnerved by Limru's look that she couldn't help but take a step back, but still spoke her mind. He might know about Victoria. Ah, yes. Limru remembered something, and his face became grim and terrible. Never, ever let a tainted pure-blood elf survive in this world. Hearing this, the female elf on the side shuddered. "Say, this guy is actually that guy's kid, so he should know, right? Where is Victoria now? I remember that on the human side, there are those who specialize in torture." Limru suddenly thought of something and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He looked to Lilias and commanded, "You go quickly and call them in. Tell them we've captured someone important from the goblin lair." Lilia's body shivered at Limru's look, but she forced herself to nod in fear. She glanced at Yi Yen then turned away. Her mind was full of contradictions and struggles, but she knew that she didn't have any choice in front of Limru. Ha ha ha. Limru's laughter was as creepy as the growl of a wild animal. "So, let's have some fun before this long wait." With a wave of his hand, all sorts of weapons and torture props emerged from his ring, scattering all over the place. The weapons shone with a cold light, as if they were ready to devour life. However, in the face of the horrific sight in front of him, Yi Yen, however, just swept a bashful glance and withdrew his gaze. It was as if all this was nothing more than a family affair to him, not worth mentioning. As a matter of fact, Yi Yan's assassination skills were unrivaled. His assassination rate had always remained at 100% and he had never missed. And these instruments in front of him were nothing more than training tools used to hone his will. As a top assassin, he had long been accustomed to hovering on the edge of life and death, enduring all sorts of torture and pain. Limru roared at the sight. Yi Yan's subdued and silent attitude was undoubtedly a provocation and ridicule in his eyes. His pride was badly bruised and anger burned in his chest. "You kobold! What the hell are you looking at with those eyes?" Limru growled, raising a sharp needle and thrusting it hard along his finger. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. "Are you mocking me? Damn it!" He frantically waved the weapon in his hand and brutally tortured Yi Yen. The cruelty of his methods even made the elves on the side feel scared and backed away, not daring to look directly at him. However, to Yi Yen, all of this was like scratching an itch, not even frowning, even have time to think, ponder, the person in front of you, why this is so. After a while, Limru was already panting, as if he had used up all his strength. He sat helplessly on the ground, breathing heavily. Hoo. Are you tired?" Yi Yen, who had recovered a bit, looked at Limru and asked in pure curiosity. However, Yi Yan's words were undoubtedly provocative in Limru's eyes. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Yen. "Good. Since you're so ungrateful, then I won't blame you for not being polite." He roared angrily and stood up again, ready to launch a deadly attack on Yi Yen. However, just at this time, a majestic and mysterious voice suddenly sounded. "What do you want to do with him?" In the depths of the pitch-black forest, a shadow crept up like a giant wave, as if even the surrounding darkness trembled at its arrival. It was a massive figure, taller than any adult, gnarled with muscle and clad in heavy armor that shimmered with an ethereal light. The most striking thing about it was the slash on its face, running from its forehead to its jaw. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split its face, adding a touch of hideousness and majesty to it. This huge kobold shadow moved slowly through the silent forest. Each step was like a heavy hammer falling on the ground, causing a slight tremor. The surrounding trees seemed to tremble, as if they felt its terrifying aura. "Oh!" A crisp voice broke the silence of the forest. Only a petite elf stood aside, holding a delicate bow and arrow in her hand with a disdainful smile on her face. "It's just a kobold. What's with the arrogance?" the elf said, raising his bow and drawing it in a single motion, as if he wanted to put an arrow through the heart of the kobold in front of him. However, just as it was about to loosen its fingers and shoot the fatal arrow, a change occurred. Pust! There was a muffled sound, only to see a stream of blood splattered in all directions. The elf's eyes widened as he watched in horror as his left arm was instantly severed by a sharp, clawed blade that floated down in front of him. It screamed in terror, its voice harsh and desperate. "Aha!" The elf's hands dropped to cover his broken arm, and he twisted his body in agony on the ground, wailing. Seeing this, its companions barely hesitated and immediately raised their bows and arrows, preparing to attack this terrifying kobold. However, just at the moment they were about to shoot their arrows, a powerful chopping attack suddenly came out of nowhere, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky. The chop neatly severed all of their arms, and blood gushed out, staining the surrounding land. "Ah!" The elves let out screams of terror as their heads arced through the air before landing heavily on the ground, rolling down next to the bodies of their companions. For a while, the forest was filled with the rich scent of blood and the horror of death. Limru's eyes narrowed slightly, his magic power slowly condensed, and his entire body instantly tensed, ready for battle. Of course he knew who the kobold in front of him was, General Goblin, this powerhouse that held supremacy among the kobold community. It was strong enough to strike fear into any creature. The goblin general in front of him was definitely not something that the current him could deal with. Its powerful aura alone could enter the calamity level. "Oh!" The goblin general laughed softly. "Have a vision." Limru gripped his dagger nervously, cold sweat already seeping from his palms. He forcefully aimed the tip of the dagger at Yi Yan's throat, trying to use this last struggle to resist the strong enemy in front of him. "Don't come over, or I'll kill him." There was a slight tremor in Limru's voice, but his eyes were unusually determined. The goblin general stopped in his tracks, and his gaze turned to Yi Yan, who was firmly nailed to a large tree. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth in a mocking smile, as if he was watching a drama with no suspense. I really didn't expect it. You also have today. Yi Yan closed his eyes tightly and cast his head to the side, unwilling to meet this annoying fellow's eyes. When Limru saw this, a smug smile appeared on his face. He secretly said in his heart, sure enough, the goblin is very important to this guy. Ah, almost. Didn't I just say that? Seeing the goblin general slowly approaching, Limru's dagger was placed at Yi Yan's neck, oozing out traces of blood threateningly. If you come any closer, I'll kill the brat. However, the goblin general approached step by step as if he hadn't heard Limru's words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Limru cursed and raised his dagger to stab down hard at Yi Yan. Then take your time and regret it. Brush. Pust. But right at this moment, a powerful sword chi suddenly attacked from behind him. Brush. Limru only had time to see a silvery white flash of light, and immediately afterward he felt a great force hit him. His entire body was sent flying by the force, and the dagger in his hand flew out of his hand. As he hit the ground hard, he was shocked to realize that his left arm was gone. The place that was supposed to be connected to the body was now nothing but a bloody mess. Again? How? Obviously that goblin general was still a few meters away from him, yet where did this chop come from? Just now, he didn't see in front of him any sign of movement from the goblin general. Could it be that his strength had reached a level so powerful that he couldn't see it? Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Limru's mouth. He looked up in the direction of the goblin general, only to see the green figure walking slowly towards him. The goblin general had a cruel smile on his face, as if this was all expected. How did you do that? Die! Just as Limru was wondering, the goblin general had come forward and raised his hand, about to crush the elf in front of him. Ha 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 ha! Limru suddenly burst out laughing, a deep red light flashing in his turquoise eyes. You underestimate me. All that inked before was just to buy himself a little time to communicate with the forest. As his words fell, a patch of emerald green plants suddenly emerged from the ground. They grew quickly and spread out, forming a solid wall of vines that separated Limru from the goblin general. The goblin general looked at the sight in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Didn't think so, and neither did you, he murmured, as if exclaiming something. However, these vines were just insignificant hindrances to the goblin general. With a flick of his arm, those seemingly sturdy vines were torn apart like pieces of paper. Watching the scene, Limru's heart couldn't help but tighten, but he didn't give up. He immediately controlled the remaining vines and launched a fierce attack towards the goblin general and Yi Yan. The goblin general sneered as he stretched out a hand and blocked Yi Yan's body. Those vines looked so fragile in front of his power that they were instantly torn apart, just as the goblin general tried to follow and kill him. The goblin general just took a step and stopped. He sensed something, hesitated for a moment, picked up Yi Yan, and turned to leave. Who the hell are you? It was also at this time that Morris's figure arrived. Looking at the familiar figure, he issued a question. Why? You're here. The goblin general didn't answer and left straight away, leaving only the familiar and unfamiliar back of Morris. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Morris roared, trying to catch up. However, just as he was about to take a step, the earth suddenly shook violently. Countless vines emerged from the ground and twisted together like a giant snake, forming a solid barrier that firmly blocked Morris' path. Crunch! At the same time, there was a rush of footsteps nearby. A single kobold emerged from the darkness, weapons in hand, letting out shrill cries as they circled toward Morris. I don't have the time to play with you guys right now. Morris's face sank as he drew the long sword behind him, the sword flashing with a cold light as a strong killing intent emanated from him. Just then, the world voice's beep sounded in his ears. Detecting enemy kobolds. Your special skill, Kobold Killer, is activated. Your hatred for kobolds is beyond imagination. Your special attack on kobolds is increased by 200%. As the beep sounded, the magic power in Morris's body instantly boiled up. I'm having a bad day. Maurice slowly raised his eyes, which were as red as a crazed beast. So, you can't be that gentle anymore, he roared, and his entire body rushed out of the encirclement of vines like a bolt of lightning, charging into the pile of kobolds. Crunch! The kobolds raised their weapons to try to fight back just as soon as they realized Morris's traces. However, in front of Morris's terrifying power, their resistance seemed so pale and powerless. With just a flash of swordlight, those kobolds fell in a pool of blood. Maurice rampaged through the kobold piles like a furious lion, and wherever he passed, blood flowed and corpses were scattered everywhere. There was only killing and anger in his eyes, and he wanted to wipe out all these kobolds. The night is deep. A curved moon hung in the sky, shedding a faint silver glow. In the stillness of the night, Malika was dressed in a black leotard with a delicate figure and a sly glint in her eyes. Hey, Malika rubbed her head with a pained look on her face. It really didn't occur to me that this goblin general here was so strong that he killed my juxtaposed individual. It took a day of rest to recover. But it's not a big problem. Morika slowly raised her head to the castle of the goblin general in front of her and smiled. That's right. Before making so much noise, attracting most of the kobolds generals away. Just to make sure of one thing, although it failed in the end, it got an unexpected blessing. Morika laughed softly at the memory of the kobold brat. And for some reason tonight, that goblin general seemed to have gone out. And along with it, the feeling of danger disappeared. In other words, there were no demons that could threaten her within the lair right now. Thinking so, Malika quietly sneaked into the goblin general's room. Just to make sure of one thing, Malika took a step closer. Then in her room, in a bed, in kobold land, residence lay a woman. Familiar to her, the woman was dressed in a long white dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was absolutely beautiful, just like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It was just a shame that the hideous and ugly scars above that face spoiled the beauty, for all it was worth. However, it wasn't the beauty, or the scar that marred all beauty, that made Morika's entire being freeze. Rather, it was the person in front of her that she recognized, and, uncannily familiar, the woman who shouldn't have existed here, who existed in a kobold's lair. Elena, I was right. Morika smiled slightly. That familiar and disgusting scent to her was really coming from this guy. Say, are you still pretending to be asleep? And what's up with your face? Morika asked, smiling slightly at the sleeping Elena. Disturbing a sleeping woman. Elena slowly opened her eyes and looked at the uninvited guest in front of her, her eyebrows slightly raised. Is this the etiquette of your demon race? Our etiquette, but we have to separate people. Malika covered her small mouth and looked at Elena with a mocking expression. What do you say, Kobold Star Fury? Still, should I call you Church of the Holy Light, Your Highness, the Holy Virgin of the Clear and Fresh? Malika performs the highest etiquette to Elena, but that face, the look of derision in his eyes, never diminished. Elena didn't care in the face of Malika's taunts. She lowered her lashes. It seemed to be remembering the bad old days. From the moment I was tied to the fire rack, I was no longer the same Saint Elena. You can call me Elena. Of course. Elena let out a faint smile. Her counting violet eyes filled with tenderness. You may call me the wife of Goblin General Sky, Elena Sky. Oh. Malika felt it carefully and indeed could not feel a trace of divine power. An inexplicable emotion welled up in her, both surprise and curiosity. This Elena who once defeated the Demon King, now it's been reduced to the star fury of the goblins. So what's going on? Nope. Malika's eyes widened as if she had heard something incredible. What did you guy, just say? Did she hear wrong? General Kobold's wife? The one, pure and innocent as an iceberg saint, married to an ugly kobold? She heard wrong. Absolutely. Misheard. How else could such a thing be discovered? What? Elena's lips turned up in a playful expression. Surprised by this sort of thing? What do you say? Looking at Elena, who had no holy power in front of her and was still so subdued, Morika frowned. That's pretty disappointing. Elena laughed softly. I would be happy if you would bless my engagement. Ha! Malika sneered. Are you trying to get your former underdog to bless you? Right. As if Malika had thought of something, those demonic eyes flashed playfully. What do you think the Church of the Holy Light would do if they knew you existed? Elena sensed the provocation and contempt in Malika's words, but only let out a faint and light laugh. That's not very nice. If you bring those old guys, then thank you even more. Speaking of which, Morika could feel Elena's terrifying murderous aura. Oh, yeah, then I'll go to the bard for a bit in the middle of my return, so that this wonderful story of yours will spread throughout the entire western continent. Malika's eyes were dead set on Elena, as if she wanted to see Elena lose her cool. But sadly, from then on to the end, Elena had been subdued. No, what gives her the right? Obviously lost the holy power. Why? From then on to the end of the day, not looking at her with an unbecoming eye, Malika was resigned. So it was then, and so it is now. Damn it. Abominable. Suddenly, Malika thought of something and laughed with a bright light in her eyes. By the way, how does that kobold husband of yours compare to the Lich King? And there seems to be another strange kobold here. Saying this, Malika suddenly laughed out loud. Gee, this, you say, isn't a good place to be. You, the Goblin General, and the strange little goblin, and even the presence of pure-blooded elves. My demon lord. He loves funny things. It just so happens that demon lord of mine is choosing a new place to live. What do you say? Boom. Before Malika could finish her words, a terrifying murderous aura erupted from Elena's body. Elena snapped her head up, a glint of murderous anger flashing in her eyes. Do you really think I can't kill you? Malika wasn't the least bit afraid. She even took a few steps forward and closed in on Elena with a wicked smile. Her voice was low and seductive. Oh, Elena-sama, do you really think you're the same sire you Elena who was favored by the gods and the supreme being of the church? I'm afraid that the current you can't even use low-ranked divine arts. By the way, my demon lord seems to particularly hate kobolds. Rumble. Elena was enraged by the words, and the pupils of her eyes turned blood red. She slowly raised her hand, and a terrifying magical power came up from her body, and the air around her seemed to be frozen by this power. Complicated spells were slowly constructed in her hands, each rune shimmering with a mysterious light. Morika's eyes narrowed slightly as she seemed a bit surprised by the jutsu. Elena didn't answer, just stared coldly at Malika. Almost instantly, the jutsu was, all at once, constructed. A divine light erupted from her hands, illuminating the entire hall. Malika's figure disappeared in the glow, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise! The legendary most loyal servant of the gods would actually do something like this. The voices drifted away, and silence once again returned to the great hall. Elena stood still, looking at the spell that had disappeared from her hand, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Demon King, representing the existence of the peak strength of this world. The very reasoning is not speculative. In the pale night, a dense forest hibernates like a giant beast, swallowing up all the light and leaving only infinite darkness. In the silence, a rush of footsteps da-da-da-da broke the dead silence. Da-da-da-da. Here, Lilias arrived with the adventurers. Then seeing the scene in front of them, they froze, only to see that the heads and bodies of those original lofty elves were separated, and the elf captain Linmuru was nowhere to be found. However, what shocked them even more was the ground of kobold corpses, as well as Maurice, who stood on top of that pile of corpses, stained with blood. Numerous adventurers let out sounds of surprise. Could it be that Maurice killed so many kobolds? On it, even saw the goblin advanced species, goblin knights? They hadn't expected Maurice to be so powerful. Knowing that he had killed so many kobolds in such a short period of time, he was afraid that his strength had already reached the gold level. Boss, angry. Amy snuck into Fiona's ear and said, aha. Fiona nodded, her eyes sweeping over the bodies of the kobolds. Seems to be looking for something. Dita didn't say much, watching Morris silently. On the other side, Commander Edward was excited to see this. Totally didn't expect Morris to be so powerful. In that case, the plan to attack the lair among the kobolds would have a higher probability of success. And in the midst of so many happy faces, on the faces of a few, there was no joy, and in their sights, they were filled with resentment and disgust. Of these, it was Koru's face that was the darkest. He clenched his fists, resignation written all over his face. Friends who, before, had been less than they were, suddenly surpassed them. And, still, where he failed, he came back from his attack on the kobold lair in a crushing defeat, while Maurice was now killing kobolds beyond his wildest dreams. Compare it like this. The more Maurice expressed at the moment, the more clownish Koru was. Could it be that I'm really not as good as Maurice? He could, even, feel the sights that the rest of the group was casting toward him. Damn it! Wow! Like a pouring waterfall, the rain poured down violently from the cloudy sky, enveloping the entire world in a hazy curtain of water. The raindrops beat sharply against the ground, sending up a white splash, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and rain. Maurice stood on top of the pile of corpses, letting the rain wash over him. The cold liquid slid down his cheek, mixing with the blood on his face and eventually dripping into the dirt at his feet. Is it really him? Maurice remembered so, and slowly closed his eyes. Time seems to have gone back 10 years. That day, as suddenly as this, it rained heavily. His sister called him home for dinner. On his way home, he comes across a caged kobold, and his life changed from that moment. Mr. Morris. It was also at that moment that a voice snapped Morris out of his response. Maurice slowly opened his eyes and looked at Edward in front of him. Mr. Morris, now that it's raining, we'd better get back as soon as possible, and then we'll discuss the strategy for the goblin's lair. Edward eyed Maurice as he looked to him, smiled professionally, and slowly spoke his thoughts. However, at this time, Morris did not pay attention to, nor did he want to care about the sight of the crowd. From the very beginning, he had not been taken seriously, and now that he had taken the initiative to come over and talk to himself, it was only because he had seen how strong he was at killing kobolds. But he could understand, after all, as the commander-in-chief, if he wiped out an entire important nest of kobolds, in addition to getting a lot of gold, There are all sorts of benefits such as advance for fame, though these Maurice didn't care, as long as he could destroy the kobolds. But, right now, he really didn't have the idea to bother with any of that. Besides, there's no point in negotiating a plan now. Wait a few days, Maurice said, walking past Edward, ignoring the crowd and leaving. The only thing that filled his mind was that familiar figure. Hey, 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 even greetings from friends. Maurice didn't care. What the hell is wrong with you? Amy went up and looked a little worried as she watched Maurice lose his mind. It was the first time she had seen Maurice like this. No, nothing. Maurice waved his hand, signaling to his teammates that it was no big deal. Oh, yeah. Dita's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched Maurice's departing figure, unsure of what she was thinking. In the depths of the forest, dense trees intertwine into a sea of green. The moonlight struggled to filter through the layers of leaves, shedding dappled light. In this dark and quiet setting, an unusual scene is playing out. Get off me! A faint protest came from the kobold general's broad spine, and it was Yi Yan's voice, tinged with a bit of helplessness and anger. He wanted to get off the nasty old guy's back. Hands clutched at the furs on the general's back, trying to break free of the hold. But no matter how hard he tried, his body was disobeying his commands. If it wasn't for his physique, the poison that was injected into his body would have killed him. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Yi Yan to be alive right now. Don't move. General Goblin's serious and icy face had a slight frown on his face, and his voice was low and strong. He hesitated for a moment, as if making some difficult decision, and then spoke slowly. We're going home. Going home? Yi Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard these two words. He twisted his head around and stared dead at the Goblin General's wrinkled face with those ruby eyes, his eyes filled with doubt and disbelief. The Goblin General glanced back at the little one on his back, a small change appearing in his eyes. He nodded and repeated it again. Go home. Aha. Yi Yan thought of his mom, Victoria, looked up to the sky and nodded. Without resisting, he was carried on the back by the Goblin General. Wow. The rain got heavier and heavier. The rain washed away everything in the forest and washed away the blood on Yi Yan's body. Right at this moment, a large hand suddenly reached over from the side, holding a piece of worn-out cloth, gently covering Yi Yan's head, blocking the rain for him. Yi Yan was just about to rip the piece of cloth away, but he was stopped by the voice of the Goblin General. It's raining. I know, Yi Yan said, pulling off the rain cover. Seeing this, the general frowned slightly and recovered it. What are you doing? It's raining. Yi Yan stared at the Goblin General unkindly. The cloth was distracting to the view, and Yi Yan didn't like it. Seeing that Yi Yan was still going to pull away, the Goblin General was silent for a moment and said, It's raining, it's cold, and the guy's gonna be pissed. That guy? Yi Yan was puzzled. The Goblin General hesitated, opened his mouth, and still no words came out of his mouth. That guy's name. The rain was getting heavier, and a wet, earthy smell filled the forest. A large and a small kobold trudged along in the rain, their figures blurring in the rain. Eventually, they came to a cave hidden deep in the forest that served as a kobold's lair. The kobold Night Curtain, who was guarding the entrance to the lair and supporting the other kobolds away, jumped in fright. Is there something wrong with its eyes? He saw something. The Goblin General actually carried Yi Yan on his back. In other words, did the Goblin General recognize Yi Yan, the king's identity? Goblin Night Curtain produces a hesitation. The Goblin General ignored the sight of the Goblin Knights, carried Yi Yan back to his home. Just the moment he entered, the Goblin General caught a peculiar scent. Before he had time to ask, a beautiful silhouette rushed over immediately after. Elena was dressed in a clean white dress that seemed to light up this somber cavern. You're back, Senior. The words that were meant to be said stuck in Elena's throat. Elena's eyes fell on Yi Yan, who had fallen asleep on the back of the Goblin General. At this moment, Yi Yan's body was covered with horrible wounds. Looking at such Yi Yan, Elena was incomparably heartbroken. He was just about to pick up Yi Yan, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, from the hands of the Goblin General. In the next moment, Yi Yan suddenly opened his eyes and drew out the dagger at his waist, and just as he was about to stab at it, he realized that it was Elena before stopping his movement. However, instead, Elena reached up and allowed the dagger to pass through her palm, stroking Yi Yan's head. Seeing this, Yi Yan stared wide-eyed, not knowing why Elena was doing this. However, in her, Yi Yan felt a kind of, which was only found in his mother, peace of mind. Sleep. Elena flashed a gentle smile, her hand exchanging a flash of white light. Immediately afterward, sleepiness came to Yi Yan like a tidal wave. Yi Yan slowly closed his eyes and once again entered dreamland. Seeing Yi Yan fall asleep, Elena slowly took out a series of medicines to treat the injuries on Yi Yan's body. What's going on here? Looking at such serious injuries on Yi Yan's body, Elena gritted her teeth. Yi Yan's injuries in front of him were not only from the battle. Met some human adventurers. General Goblin stood aside and looked at Yi Yan, who hesitated for a moment, then said, or elves. Kill no. Looking at the tortured wounds on Yi Yan's body and remembering the scenes in the dungeon in the past, a layer of haze rose in Elena's eyes. Even his tone became icy. Gone one. General Goblin answered without hesitation. When did you become so weak? Elena looked to the Goblin General with a sly look in her eyes. Sorry. The Goblin General looked incredibly well behaved in front of Elena. I even met Junior. This time. Hearing the Goblin General's words, Elena's hand, which was bandaging Yi Yan, shook, lowered her eyebrows, and then said, Is he okay? I didn't meet with him directly. Yeah. Elena gave a bitter smile. That's fine. By the way, did something happen here? Seeing that Elena finished treating Yi Yan, bandaging him up, Goblin General Tian sniffed his nose, his eyes revealing an unspeakable tension and concern, and opened his mouth. What's wrong? She shook her head slowly, her face looking a little stony. Just a little chimera. The Goblin General's brow furrowed as a hint of surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be someone from the demon side? Elena nodded. Slowly, pretty much. This aura is, indeed, from the demon race. Moreover, this Malika doesn't seem to be weak. Pust. A mouthful of fiery blood erupted from the corner of Malika's mouth. It dyed her originally cold and merciless face red, adding a few points of demureness and strangeness to her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Malika cursed under her breath, her eyes glittering with resentment and anger. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white with exertion, as if trying to contain the fear and shock that welled up from the bottom of her heart. Worthy of someone who can defeat the Demon King, even after being abandoned by the gods, he still possesses such power. Malika muttered, resignation in her voice. It's really not to be underestimated. The corners of Malika's mouth curled into a sneer, but there was a glint of excitement in her eyes. It was as if she had found an interesting toy and wanted to explore it. I didn't realize that Elena had become a warlock. There was a hint of trembling and excitement in Malika's voice. She could imagine how the old codgers would react if the news reached the ears of the church. After all, Elena was a holy symbol in their hearts, a pillar of their faith. Should we tell them? A wry smile appeared on Malika's face. A mischievous thrill surged through her. Wanted to see what kind of uproar the church would make when the news got out. The Great Goblin Lair, lower second floor. Inside the room. Click. Inside the dimly lit room, a sliver of moonlight suddenly shone in and landed on top of the tabletop filled with simple dishes. Wake up the young girl lying on the table. Victoria's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her ruby eyes. Yes. Is Xiao Yan back? Victoria, sleepy at the moment, rubbed her eyes and looked toward the doorway, freezing for a moment. Only the Goblin General stood on the doorway, imposing and terrifying. Scared Victoria body couldn't stop trembling. But when she saw the bandage-covered and bruised Yi Yan on the Goblin General's back, she forgot about the rest in her fear. Sion, what's wrong with you? She subconsciously went up. Or maybe Victoria wasn't afraid of the Goblin General at all at the moment. With one hand, he snatched Yi Yan from the Goblin General's arms, holding it in his arms with a heartbroken look on his face. He took a few steps back and away from the Goblin General, deeply afraid of being snatched away again. In fact, it was impossible for the Goblin General to take Yi Yan away from him when he sent him here, though he himself was reluctant any longer to allow the tiny king to have too much contact with the elf in front of him. After looking at the love revealed in Victoria's eyes, which contained no falsehoods, the Goblin General unclenched his fists. Just let her live a while longer. One day, it will be done. As long as he lives in this world, being a king shouldn't have weaknesses. In particular, the king of the kobolds. The Goblin General turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and hesitated for a moment and said, It's an elf. There weren't too many words to qualify it, but the Goblin General knew. The elf in front of him knew what he meant by that. Hearing the Goblin General's words, Victoria's body trembled. How? What are you trying to say? Victoria looked at the Goblin General in front of her, as if trying to make something out of it. The Goblin General gave Victoria a cautionary look. Just so you know, your presence is not good for him. With those words, the Goblin General ignored the disoriented Victoria and turned to leave. How? A single tear streaked past Victoria's eyes as she murmured under her breath. Even so, you won't let me go? Tick. Tears crossed her cheeks and dripped onto Yi Yan's face. Seeing this, Victoria immediately wiped the teardrops from her eyes. But Yi Yan got up and woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked over to his red-eyed mom with a worried look on his face inquiring, Mom, what's wrong? Your injuries, did the elf hurt you? Victoria didn't answer, but asked rhetorically, Elf? Yi Yan twisted his head in confusion. I don't know what Mom is talking about with the elves. It's just pointy ears like mom's. Oh, yeah. Yi Yan was extremely simple and immediately nodded his head. Mom, those elves, why did they kill Yenner? Yi Yan looked at Victoria with a simple face and inquired. Could it be? Has Yen done something bad? But Yenner didn't kill them either. Yi Yan didn't understand. Don't get it. Why did those elves want to kill him? Why? Take those props and teach him a lesson. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria was inwardly torn. Because. Victoria hesitated, biting her red lip to speak. Because. They're bad elves. Oh. Then. Yenner, can we kill them? May. Victoria pulled a smile from the corner of her mouth. And with her petite body, she hugged Yi Yan. And underneath her childish face was the unusual but motherly love. Say, Mom told you, didn't she? All that matters is your life. Aha. Yi Yan nodded. So why? Then, ask Mom? Because, Yenner is afraid that Mommy will be sad. Yeah, good boy. Those elves, and calling me a pariah. A filthy being. Yi Yan raised his eyes, with a simple face, and looked at his mom's stunningly beautiful and seemingly childish face. Mom, what does mean? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria couldn't stop the surge of anger within her heart. But she knew that getting angry here wouldn't do any good and would only make Sion worry. Victoria gritted her teeth and explained to Yi Yan. That's what the bad elves say. You can't believe it. Xiao Yan isn't. Xiao Yan is Mommy's heart and soul. Aha! Yi Yan nodded his head, and for some reason, sleepiness struck again. Mommy, go to sleep. Well, good night. Victoria stroked Yi Yan's head, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Mom, I'm gonna kill the old man and get you out of here. In his sleep, Yi Yan's mouth murmured. Hearing Yi Yan's dreamy words, Victoria froze. Take me out? Killed the old guy. Was it the goblin general? Victoria looked up at the stars and sighed at how useless she really was. Possibly, Yi Yan staying at the goblin general was the right thing to do. Hey! Also at this moment, Yarius popped out suddenly from Yi Yan's shoulder. Elf, will you not, buy now, contract with the great original elf, Lord Jarius? Jarius patted his flat chest and looked at Victoria with a condescending expression. As long as you make a contract with this lord, you will have power. Oh, honorable original elf. I'll pass. Victoria lowered her eyebrows, her ruby eyes flashing with a flash of remembrance. Really did not think speech actually even adults you. All greeted out. He's good. Yarius looked over to Yi Yan, who was sleeping on top of Victoria's lap. Yeah, my kids are good. Victoria's eyes flashed with amusement when she heard someone praise her child. Jarius' lips rose. If it weren't for you, I would have contracted with him. Then by all means. Victoria had a casual smile on her face. Oh, Jarius' eyes narrowed slightly. That's the second time you've turned me down. Genie, you've piqued my interest. I didn't think that you could remain indifferent under such temptation. With a smirk on his face, Jarius continued to seduce. As long as you contract with me, exterminating this goblin lair won't even be a problem when the time comes. Oh, no. Victoria shook her head. No, I can't grab something from a child. Oh, Jarius' eyes narrowed slightly, his golden pupils deadpan on Victoria. You guys, you're actually planning on giving me up to a kobold. He's my boy, Victoria retorted. Ha, although, he's good too, but not as good as you. Jarius lazily lay on Yi Yan's head with a playful expression on his face. Then let me see how long your motherly love will last. At the words, Jarius laughed softly and disappeared. Victoria smiled, frowning as she remembered what had happened earlier. Even at this point, you won't let me go? Actually, it all doesn't matter now that I think about it. But that can't be the case with yourself right now. Looking at Yi Yan, she's the mother of her child, not a puppet. They can do whatever they want to her, but only her child should not be touched. At this time, the lair among the kobolds, the arsenal, room 023. Are you saying that we kobolds are really wrong about the way we live? By preying on the females of other races, to breed, to procreate. I'm afraid we're the only kobolds in this world who are like that. After all, we kobolds have no females, and we can only plunder the females of other races if we want to continue the pack. Those races hate us, I can understand that. But, are we really wrong? We just want the pack to be reproduced, to continue, always, always. The lack of ears goblin's mind kept echoing back to what the goblin hammer had said to Yi Yan. That weeping, that pleading, it wasn't fake. Are they kobolds really doing something wrong? The lack-eared kobold doesn't get it, but he knew it just wasn't right for kobolds to prey on women like that. But, kobolds just have to reproduce. Are they wrong? The goblin with the missing ear buried his head in his knees. Think of Big Brother Bryn on the screen. That roar, that questioning. The kobolds had plundered their homes. And why wouldn't they adventurers be doing the same thing? I don't know. He really doesn't know. Why? He didn't even know why he turned into a kobold. Why? He's the one who turned into a kobold. Why him? He didn't want to turn into a kobold. Did he do something wrong? Also, while the lacking ears goblin was thinking so, a pair of gentle hands suddenly rested on the lacking ears goblin's head. Don't cry. Xiao Yu, who was wearing a small short skirt on the side, looked at the lost missing ears goblin and comforted him. Thank you. The missing ears goblin looked at Xiao Yu's, his eyes instantly firming up as he swore. I'm sure I can get you out. Is it really okay? Until now, Xiao Yu couldn't believe that the kobold in front of her would really let her go. As a matter of fact, Xiao Yu had always remained skeptical about the words of the missing ears goblin. Doubtful, the kobold in front of him was playing with himself. Of course, at least, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the kid in front of me. Definitely shouldn't be spoiled in a place like this. The lack-eared kobold clenched his fists. What kind of man is he if he can't even protect a child? Though, now he wasn't a man anymore. He was a kobold. Knock knock. It was also at this time that a violent knocking came suddenly from next door. Hey, 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 come out here. Damn it, you killed the kobold pot, didn't you? It is? Hearing the sound, the lack-eared kobold immediately perked up his ears. It's kobolds. On the sidelines, Xiao Yu, hearing the kobold's voice, was scared into hiding in a corner. Don't worry, the lack-eared kobold, holding Xiao Yu's hand, trembled and comforted. As long as you don't go out. Also at that moment, a woman's scream came. As long as it doesn't go out. The missing ears goblin gritted his teeth and couldn't stop his body from trembling as he remembered the scene from before. Please, stay here and don't go out, okay? Seemingly seeing the lack of ears goblin's fear, Xiao Yu put over and held the lack of ears goblin's hand, pleading. I'm scared. Stay here, okay? That's a good reason. Just reassure yourself internally. He is not a coward, but he wants to protect Xiao Yu. With that thought, he slowly loosened his grip. Bang! Damn! Goblinly threw Vidona against the wall with one hand. Where the hell is that? God damn it! Mutilating bastard of a fellow human being? Ahem! Vidona slid down the wall and lay on the floor, a mouthful of blood spitting out of her mouth. Goblinly, say something to a star fury. Odds are she doesn't know either. The kobold behind him licked his tongue and shouted. Oh! Hearing the kobold's voice, Goblinly fetched back a little bit of his senses, and his eyes fell on Vidona's voluptuous body. Also, a star fury has the whereabouts of its master. Possibly, it knew we were coming and escaped. Leave the star rage behind and give us vent. Ha 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 ha. Goblinly's words immediately caused the goblins behind him to laugh. With approval. That's right. Dare to kill a kobold pot. That little kid kobold has some nerve too. Let's just, enjoy it. Hearing the kobold's gibbering words, Vidona's eyes widened with disbelief. No, it won't. No? Grinning, Goblinly reached up and took hold of Vidona's neck with a lecherous smile. How well have you been conditioned to trust that kobold? Let me get you tuned back up. Ha 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 ha. Crunch. Bang. Just then, suddenly the door to room 023 opened, and from it rushed out a dagger-wielding lack-eared kobold. Brush. The change was so quick that Goblinly didn't react for a moment and was cut in the arm by the missing ear goblin. The pain made Goblinly let go of Vidona's neck. Damn it. Reacting, Goblinly kicked the missing ears goblin in the stomach. The power of an advanced kobold's kick is not to be underestimated. Bang! The missing ear goblin's entire body flew out backwards and smashed into the wall, losing control of its body in only an instant. You guys, Goblinly looked over at the lack-eared goblin, his eyes narrowing slightly. I remember you. You're the kobold who dead-ended a couple females from us. Speaking of which, Goblinly looked around and didn't see the massive figure. Oh, looks like the big guy isn't there. Was going to show that big guy what I'm made of. Goblinly grinned, and something seemed to come to him in a trance. Yes, you guys, you seem to have another star fury. Gah! Hearing this guy wanting to make a move on Xiao Yu, the missing ears goblin's eyes widened as he struggled to get up and let out a piercing threatening sound. Crunch! Ha 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 ha. Seeing the lack-eared kobold react so violently, Goblinly looked pleased. Gesture the men aside. Go into the house and bring the man out. Young girl. The kobold licked his tongue and walked into the house. My favorite. No, don't. Within moments, the kobolds came out carrying Xiao Yu, who was visibly resisting, her dress partially broken and her eyes filled with tears. No. Looking towards the missing ear goblin that fell to the ground on the side, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Help! Me! Crunch! Don't hurt her! Seeing this, the missing ears goblin immediately went up, ignoring the injuries on his body. Bang! However, Goblinsly only slightly raised his foot and kicked it away. Crunch, no, don't. The lack-eared kobold lay on the ground, looking at the desperate-faced Xiaoyu, who was crying as the kobold tore his clothes off. Crunch, please, let her go. At night, deep in the underground metal corridors, the firelight wavered, reflecting a grim face. It was a group of kobolds. There was a cruel and greedy glint in their eyes, and in the midst of them, a skinny little girl, Drizzle, trembled helplessly. Those originally clear eyes were now filled with fear and despair. Crunch, she's still a kid. The lack-eared kobold looked up at Drizzle. In this moment the eyes of the two intertwined with each other. In Drizzle's cloudy eyes, the lack-eared kobold seemed to see, in them, an accusation. Charges. His meddling. Question him. Why are you meddling? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Yeah, if he hadn't come forward unassumingly, this might not have happened. Xiaoyu wouldn't have suffered such treatment here. The lack-eared kobold's heart was filled with self-loathing and remorse. He hated his incompetence and his impulsiveness. Crunch! The lack-eared kobold let out a pained growl, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. He tried to beg for mercy from the kobolds. Hopefully they will leave this innocent little girl alone. However, the kobolds acted as if they didn't hear it and continued to approach towards Xiaoyu. Crunch! Crunch! The roar of the lack-eared kobold grew more urgent. He struggled desperately to break free and to protect the little girl, but his power seemed so insignificant in front of the kobolds. Just then, a figure rushed out from the side. It was Verdona. Verdona's heart was filled with anger and indignation when she saw that those kobolds had actually spared even such a small child. Ignoring her injuries, she lunged forward in a desperate attempt to stop the kobolds from their atrocities. You guys, you've got time to worry about other people by now. A tall goblinly grinned and kicked Verdona in the stomach. As brave as Verdona was, her strength seemed so fragile in the face of a high-ranking kobold. With just one kick, she was kicked to the ground and rolled over in agony. It hurts. Verdona covered her stomach and groaned in pain. She looked up at the kobolds who were brutalizing Xiaoyu, her eyes covered in blood. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment. She didn't understand why such cruel things happened in this world. Yeah, nobles in high places don't get it, do they? Cory's, who was hiding in the corner, watching all of this, had a cold face and did not have the slightest intention of stepping forward to help. This kind of thing, in some dark corners of the world, is something that happens all the time? Oh, especially the slums. Where? And how is it different from a kobold lair? She could save the people here. But what about the women still in their cages? Now her main task was to gather the map intelligence and pass it on. Corliss clenched his fists. Just wait a few more days until I get the intel out. It is these, the death of the damned kobolds. Crunch! An ear-splitting metallic twang cut through the quiet, instantly drawing Verdona's attention to that scene. All that could be seen was a kobold, covered in scars and with a mangled ear, struggling to crawl on the ground with what strength he had left. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, and even though he was badly wounded, he was moving in a certain direction. Verdona suddenly remembered the scene where it came to her rescue, thinking of Yi Yen, the kobold that helped him. Perhaps kobolds are not all bad. It was only a split second before Verdona made her decision. She gently closed her eyes and clasped her hands together, a soft white light slowly emanating from her palms, as pure and warm as moonlight. It is? Goblinsley's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Verdona curiously. In the next moment, a complex magic formation surfaced underneath Verdona. Between the flashes of light, it was as if a mysterious power was surging. Crunch! No! The lack-eared kobolds watching as Drizzle was about to be defiled by those cruel kobolds. He roared sadly, desperation in his voice. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect an innocent child. However, just as he was about to despair, a dazzling white light suddenly descended from the sky and didn't enter his body. He felt a powerful force spreading rapidly within his body. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his strength had been greatly enhanced. No, don't! Xiaoyu's voice was especially weak in the chaos. Her body was tightly grabbed by those kobolds, and her clothes were torn into pieces. Her soft eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. She pleaded for help again and again, but the only thing that answered her was the cruel laughter and tearing sounds of the kobolds. Please! Xiaoyu's voice was getting fainter and fainter, and the light of hope had been lost in her eyes. Ah, yeah! From start to finish, from the very beginning, the moment she was captured in the goblin lair, her fate was sealed. Is this the god's punishment for the unintelligent child? Her? That must be it. Ha ha ha, it's broken. It hasn't even started yet. The kobolds looked at the desperate Drizzle, jeered loudly, and pulled out their big green sticks. The moment they were about to take the next step, a green light suddenly flashed. The kobold screamed and flew backwards. The big green rods they held in their crotches were directly snapped by a powerful force. "I'll get you out of here." A familiar voice rang in Xiao Yu's ears. She raised her head, only to see a figure blocking her way. It was the missing ears goblin that was covered in a faint white light. "It doesn't matter." Xiao Yu's voice was hollow and godless, no longer glowing, only endless despair and numbness remained. Her clothes had been torn and she was naked and exposed. Seeing Xiao Yu like this, the heart of the lack-eared kobold was as painful as being cut by a knife. He knew Xiao Yu didn't trust himself anymore, but he didn't give up. He clenched his fists tightly and looked ahead with a determined gaze. "Please trust me on this one. I will get you out of here safely." Oh, the lack-eared kobold had just made this oath when a creepy laugh suddenly came from behind him. Immediately afterward, a large and rough hand, as silent as a shadow, probed out and pressed precisely on his thin head. "What?" The lack-eared kobold looked back in shock, only to see darkness in front of him, as if the entire world had collapsed. Bang! The ground cracked crazily under his head, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying force. Goblinsley pressed the head of the missing-eared kobold into the rubble with a teasing gleam in his eye. "Kid gets a little increase and says start talking big?" Goblinsley taunted, his voice rough and harsh, as if scraping through rusty chains. "Read too many picture books you snatched from the humans?" He continued to scoff. "Do you really think you're the protagonist in those picture books who can easily defeat us?" The lack-eared kobold struggled to raise his head, but Goblinelli's power was as untouchable as a mountain. Right at that moment, a huge fist slammed down like a meteorite, ruthlessly striking the back of the missing-ears goblin. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the lapel of the missing-eared kobold. He groaned in pain, but there was an unyielding gleam in his eyes. "Don't move, kid!" Goblinsley raised his blood-stained fist and grinned. "I don't want to kill you that easily. After all, you haven't seen the moment when your star fury was taken from all of us. Ha 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 ha." A roar of laughter erupted from within the cavern as soon as Goblinsley's words left his lips. The kobolds laughed as they approached a small rain surrounded in the center, with Vidona. Crunch! At this moment of life and death, the missing ears goblin suddenly erupted with amazing strength. He struggled, and surprisingly lifted Goblinelli's large hand slightly. Goblinsley's face changed slightly, but his movements were swifter. He stomped on the chest of the missing-eared kobold and twisted his hands hard. Click! The limbs of the missing-eared kobold made a heartbreaking snapping sound. He fell to the ground screaming in agony. Ah! The mournful screams echoed through the cavern, but Goblinsley seemed to enjoy them. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the kobolds that were closing in on Vidona, a cruel smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't think so," he sneered. "You still have that power." In the depths of the dimly lit cavern, Goblinsley's cunningly glowing eyes were locked on Vidona's body. He slowly approached, the corners of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile, as if mocking the seemingly weak mage. "It's amazing how you can increase a loser to a normal fighting level for a brief period of time." Vidona clutched her staff, desperation in her eyes. She was aware of her ability, the kind of magic that could greatly increase the strength of others. But there is a fatal flaw: it cannot increase itself. Facing the mighty Goblinsley, she felt like a helpless lamb that could be torn to pieces by the ferocious beast at any moment. Crunch! The kobolds approached with heavy steps, one step at a time. His rough claws made a harsh sound as they scratched against the walls of the cavern. Vidona's heart raced as if it were going to jump out of her chest. Just the moment the kobold was about to touch Vidona, a harsh blade light suddenly flashed out of the darkness. That blade light was like lightning, instantly cutting through the silence of the cave. Immediately afterward, a thin red line appeared on the kobold's forehead, which spread straight downward like the scythe of death. Put! With a dull sound, the kobold's body unexpectedly split down the middle and split into two halves. Blood and guts splattered everywhere, staining the ground around them. "You're finally out." Goblinly laughed and growled at the deserted hallway. "I know. You're here. You come out here. I know. You're right here. Don't think you can't see you because you're hiding from me." Goblinly's voice was like the hiss of a wild animal, stirring up echoes in the empty corridor. There was a cruel and excited gleam in his eyes, as if he had seen that prey he was looking for. However, just as he was triumphantly preparing to continue his taunting, instead, his voice suddenly screeched to a halt, as if some invisible hand had choked him. Goblinsley's face turned pale in an instant, the original color of excitement replaced by horror and despair. He felt an icy chill coming from behind. Immediately afterward, a bright red line crept around his neck. Pust! With a muffled sound, blood gushed out of Goblinly's neck like a fountain, staining his shirt red. It also splashed down on the face of a nearby kobold with missing ears. That missing ears goblin looked at the scene in front of him in panic and at a loss as to what to do. The whole place was dead silent, with only the sound of blood dripping echoing. Gobly didn't even know how he was killed until the moment his death came. He hadn't even seen the shadow of that mysterious killer, and he had died unexplainedly under his own hubris. Snap! The dead silence was broken by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Goblin's head fell from its height and rolled down to the feet of the missing-eared goblin. Those lifeless eyes were still staring straight at him, as if they were telling of their unwillingness and despair. The lack-eared kobold slowly raised his head, his mind filled with fear and curiosity. He followed Goblin's gaze and saw the scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. A skinny figure clad in black robes, holding a dagger with a flickering cold light in his hand, was standing silently at the end of the corridor. That figure was thin, but it exuded a chilling aura. His eyes were cold and deep, as if they were able to see into one's soul. The missing-ears goblin finally realized his next fate in this moment. It was also at this moment that he secretly made up his mind. Follow the kobold in front of you and learn. He didn't want it any more powerless. Who is it? The kobold's voices, filled with panic and unease, looked around, but there was no sign of the rest of the kobolds. Come out! Come out! Suddenly, 2 kobolds were dead. One of them was also their leader, a high-ranking kobold. For a moment, the many kobolds instantly panicked. Crunch! Come out! You think so? Immediately afterward, the kobolds who had just been arrogantly screaming, pust, its head and body suddenly separated, and a stream of crimson blood gushed out, instantly staining the surrounding ground. Run! Run! The kobolds screamed in horror, feeling a fear they had never felt before in the face of this sudden enemy. This fear does not stem from the power of the enemy. Rather, it was because they couldn't see the enemy at all, and could only feel the shadow of death gradually approaching. The kobolds turned their heads, trying to escape from this horrible abyss. What they don't realize, however, is that they are in a desperate situation. From the moment he stepped into this place in the beginning, their fate is sealed. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed through the group of kobolds. Each swipe was accompanied by the sound of a kobold screaming and falling to the ground. This shadow was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the goblins. The scene made the 3 people in the distance look dumbfounded, leaving Cory's, who was hiding in the corner, watching in fascination. What these 3, on the other hand, don't know is this: a kobold was watching all of this. Ah, what a wonderful, wonderful skill. Cory's, hiding in the corner, froze at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but swallow. Sure enough, it's worthy of a big man. Xiao Yu, who was lying on the ground, had an unbelievable gleam in her eyes. She stared blankly at the shadow, an unspeakable emotion welling up in her heart. Could it be that God had not abandoned her? So, is this mysterious person in front of us the legendary deity? Awesome! The Dona's voice was filled with shock and awe as she looked at the scene in front of her, an unnameable emotion welling up in her heart. Although she knew that Yi Yan was powerful, she didn't expect it to be this powerful. No wonder those kobolds would give Yi Yan face. Crunch! No! In just an instant, Yi Yan had already killed most of the goblins cleanly. Just the moment Yi Yan was about to lay his hands on the last few goblins, blocking, a pitch-black hammer, resting in front of the kobolds, blocked Yi Yan's attack. Enough! With a slight shake of the goblin iron, a huge force came from the hammer handle and shook Yi Yan away. Yi Yan flipped a few times in the air and landed smoothly after unloading most of the force. What? The Dona was shocked, not having thought that the strength of the kobold with a hammer in front of her was actually so terrifying. Looking in front of her, at the kobolds that had fallen to the ground, the Dona couldn't help but worry about Yi Yan. After killing so many kobolds, how could you just pass them by? And the kobold in front of him, who was able to block Yi Yan's attack so easily, must have a very high status amongst the lair. The Dona swallowed her saliva and just wanted to go up, but she was stunned by Yi Yan's glance back. Don't move. Yi Yan remembered his mom, what he told her, hesitated for a moment, and then said, wait, Mom asked me to give you a message. If it weren't for his mom, he wouldn't bother with such things. Of course, the most important thing remains. Yi Yan hated it when people touched his private things. Why can you not keep your word when you have obviously given it away? He could live without it, but couldn't accept it, having it and then losing it. Yi Yan hated this feeling. Ah! Hearing Yi Yan's mouth say Mom, the Dona froze in place for a moment, even forgetting to reply for a moment. Mom? Leafy words, the kobold's mom? Could it be kobolds? No, kobolds don't have females. That's common knowledge among the continental public. So, the mom is a normal woman, a human being? So, what the hell is she going to put herself through? Could it be that it was because her own child, who had saved her and knew her child, had thoughts about her? Want to see her? Thinking of this, the Dona meowed at Yi Yan. A moment of dizziness and a blank head. 2. If she could emerge from here safely. Also, it wasn't impossible. Looking at the Dona's ever-changing face, Yi Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I wonder what the woman in front of me is thinking. However, Yi Yan didn't care. Now, most importantly, Lord Cobalt Iron. That's him. Right. That's the kobold. We obviously didn't do anything. Yi Yan turned his head, looking across the street. At this moment, Goblin Iron's side was surrounded by the goblins he had saved. Is reporting to him, describing Yi Yan's cruel crimes. Cobalt Iron-sama. You must do right by us. Oh. Goblin Iron's face was icy cold as he scanned the circle, and finally his eyes landed on Yi Yan's body, his eyes narrowing slightly. I don't know. Thinking about something. Lord Cobalt Iron. Seeing that Goblin Iron did not make a move, the goblin beside him just opened his mouth before being interrupted by Goblin Iron. Are you guys sure? You didn't do anything? Looking at Goblin Iron's cold and scrutinizing gaze, the goblins took a step back and told the story. Finally, not forgetting, added, Cobalt Iron-sama. We also came here to avenge Kobold Pot's death. Do you have proof? Ha! Hearing Cobalt Iron's words, the kobolds froze in place. That requires proof? When did they, the Goblin clan, have such a thing as evidence? If you don't like what you see, you just do it. Nope. The kobolds noticed the look in Cobalt Iron's eyes. Why was it so wrong? They took an involuntary step back. So, you broke into your guest's room without proof? Goblin Iron's eyes grew cold. Lord Kobold. The kobolds were just about to weasel out. Bang! The next moment, a heavy hammer landed on the head of the kobold who had just opened his mouth. There was a thud. The kobold's head then burst open like a tomato. Brother, Cobalt Iron. The kobolds looked at the headless kobolds in front of them with a look of fear and confusion. Why? Cobalt Iron wants to help the alien kobolds. It's obvious they did something wrong. Bang! 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 The next moment, there was a succession of tomatoes falling to pieces. The heads of the kobolds, one by one, burst open under the heavy hammer of the Cobalt Iron. The scene in front of her that shocked people directly caused Vidona to snap back to her senses from Yi Yan's words, then fall into a stupor of incomprehension. No! What the hell is going on here? Why? The kobolds in front of me want to kill kobolds? What are you guys still frozen here for? Cobalt Iron looked at them who froze at the bottom of his eyes and spoke impatiently. Come on. Why? Yi Yan was just about to leave when, as if he remembered something, he turned back to look at Goblin Iron. To do things you don't like. Why? Cobalt Iron raised an eyebrow in dismay. No. Why? As for liking it or not, it's none of your business. Yes. Yi Yan lowered his eyebrows, a little lost. The kobold in front of him kind of looked like a previous acquaintance, a sort of comrade in arms who had trained together. That person was strange and didn't say anything until she was dead, killed by Yi Yan himself. There was no answer to his question either, even touched his face and laughed. It's weird. Yi Yan touched his lips, looked at the corner, and led Vidona away into the room. The missing ears goblin, who had risen from the ground, glanced at Yi Yan, who had entered the room. Then his eyes fell on Cobalt Iron with complex eyes, and he was about to say something but was chided by Cobalt Iron. Go! Finally, with Xiaoyu's assistance, he walked into the room. At the end of entering the room, Xiaoyu's line of sight remained on Yi Yan's room. Seeing everyone leave, Cobalt Iron covered his stomach and vomited on the ground. Sure enough, no matter what, the feeling still doesn't fit. That's why he had stayed by his master's side, forging weapons to come. Originally, he thought that he would never have to touch this kind of stuff in his life. Cobalt Iron wiped the corners of his mouth with a bitter smile. Who would have thought it? Oops. Also at that moment, there came the sound of a woman scoffing. Cobalt Iron looked up and saw a woman walking slowly. The woman was slim, yet her breasts were decorated with incongruous giants, and she wore black leggings and blue hair, which fell like a waterfall around her waist. You're pretty useless. I didn't think the always murderous, cruel kobolds would have this kind of problem. Cory's covered his mouth and snickered, sarcasm in his eyes. Humph. Cobalt Iron wiped the corners of his mouth, not having the slightest intention of fighting the man in front of him. You're still here, not going out? Speaking of which, Cobalt Iron snickered, unintentionally, or, can't get out? What? Upon hearing can't get out, Chris instantly exploded. Who can't get out? Rub. Cory's cursed inwardly. How did this kobold know? Could it be that her great name is all over the place? Oh, that's good. Seeing that gasping down Cory's and reaching his goal, the corners of Goblin Iron's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Then thinking of something, it fell slightly, his face serious and earnest. I hope you will keep your promise. A flicker of pity flashed under Cory's eyes when he heard Cobalt Iron's words. They said they would. Aha! Goblin Iron nodded, stomped his foot, and yelled, Sweeper! As the words fell, a strange large mouth slowly emerged from the ground. The kobold corpses were then cleaned up, along with the blood. Ooh, that's pretty convenient. Cory's looked at the large mouth in front of him with envy. It would be much easier to collect things if he had this by then. Why do you want to fit in on the human side? Cory's eyes fell on the kobold in front of her, who was a head shorter than her. Upon hearing Cory's words, the kobold iron froze and was silent for a moment before giving Cory's a hard, angry glare. It's none of your business. Inside Yi Yan's room, the Dona sat on the bed with an expectant face and looked at Yi Yan. Yi Yan's mom. What kind of things was she going to tell him? It's not like a marriage proposal, is it? But he's a kobold, yeah. Thinking of this, the Dona silently meowed at Yi Yan. Aside from the green skin, long ears, and small size, it's like, okay? Besides, people had saved her so many times. Strength of a thief. Poof bang. The Dona's face flushed a scarlet red. So, is there anything your mom wants to tell me? Well, there are two. Yi Yan was puzzled as he looked at the Dona, whose expression changed repeatedly, but it wasn't heated. Recalling the words of Mom, he said, I'll let you go if you want to get out, but I hope you moderates remember that. That's right. After Yi Yan made something clear, Victoria immediately judged what family the noble lady in front of her, the Dona, was born into by her appearance and clothing. Long blonde hair, azure eyes. It's a symbol of the Madras family, and the most commitment-obsessed geek in the human family. At the sound of her family's name, Verdona instantly perked up. It seemed that the mom Yi Yan was talking about knew quite a bit, but the important thing is, can I really get out? The Dona covered her small mouth, a hint of tears surfacing in her azure eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. From here, out, may. Yi Yan immediately gave his affirmation, but it will have to wait. There was no that old guy here, so it wasn't hard for Yi Yan if he found the right moment. As for the goblin hammer, the only goblin here that gave him pause. On the other hand, it had been deep underground and couldn't care less about this place. Furthermore, even if Yi Yan couldn't beat him, but escape is still no problem. Not like that old guy. Not sure, at all, how to go about it. Oh yeah, there's another one. Aha! My mom said, would you like to meet me before you go out? Yi Yan recalled that the corners of his mom's mouth seemed to be smiling happily when she said this. I don't know. Why? Hearing Yi Yan's mother take the initiative to ask to see her, the Dona's brain was dizzy. Knock knock. Also at that moment, the door suddenly rattled. I'll get it. The Dona hurriedly got out of bed, her ears red, and went forward to open the door. Hello? With a wide smile on his face, Cory's waved at Yi Yan. You, here. Yi Yan meowed, then took out a piece of paper from the ring and threw it to her. The Dona peeked out. It was the map. Could it be a map of the lair? If that's what it is, then, what exactly was the relationship between Yi Yan and the woman in front of him? What's the role? All of a sudden, the Dona became even more unable to read Yi Yan. Oh hoo! Receiving the map Yi Yan threw over, Cory looked at it for a few moments and nodded his head in a hurry. That was awesome. With this perfect map, I can finally get out. In a moment of joy, Cory tried to hug Yi Yan, but Yi Yan held the dagger against his neck. Big man. I didn't mean anything else. Just happy. Frightened. Cory raised his hands in surrender. There's no point in doing this to anyone else, the Dona muttered in a small voice. Cory stared meaningfully at the one kobold, and one smiled. Well, then, I'll leave you two to fight, said the man, as he was about to leave. Knock knock. The door slammed again. Almost instantly, Cory's ducked. The Dona looked dumbfounded, watching someone that big disappear from before her eyes. What the hell is going on here? Yi Yan opened the door. What came into view was a little girl in a new dress, who followed closely by the side of the missing ears goblin, peeking at Yi Yan from time to time in her eyes. Her clear eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and awe, and seemed to be mixed with something else. The people present, naturally, noticed the little girl's little gesture. A playful smile curled the corners of Cory's mouth as he surveyed the little girl with interest. For her part, the Dona's insides were filled with consternation, telling herself that this must be an illusion, but the facts before her forced her to believe it. Yi Yan, on the other hand, didn't react much and looked at the missing ears goblin with sharp eyes. May. The lack-eared kobold saw the and its obvious blue hair already associated with it the first second he entered the door. Why would such a person be in a kobold lair? No. If we follow the actions of the previous invasion of the goblin's lair, it means that the Adventure Union has already noticed this place. Then, in order to destroy the nest, the Union will naturally send infiltrators to infiltrate the nest to get information. It just didn't occur to me that the Union would actually let her come. Oh, Cory snapped, breaking the brief silence. She looked at the lack-eared kobold with interest. You can see me? The lack-eared kobold's heart tightened and he lowered his head. not daring to look Cory's in the eye. He could never admit it without this knowledge. However, the very moment he looked down, he made an amazing decision. With a fluttering sound, the missing ears goblin knelt down in front of Yi Yan as he raised his head and said pleadingly, "Please, please be my master." Yi Yan looked at the kobold in front of him with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what this sudden request meant. "Master? What is it?" he asked rhetorically. The missing ears goblin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Yan to ask this. However, just as he was about to explain, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. Rumble! The earth trembled as if it was about to crack. The fire in the distance rose to the sky, illuminating the entire kobold lair. Deep in the cavern, the original quiet atmosphere was broken by a sudden rumble. Like the roar of an ancient beast awakening, it shook the nerves of every living thing. "What the hell is going on here?" Verdona's voice quivered. She pressed herself against the wall, her hands searching the rough stone walls for support. Inside the room, a figure quietly emerged. It was Cory's. That was fast. Noticing the vibration, her eyes flashed with a cunning light as she smiled at Yi Yan and bid farewell. "Biggie, then I'll be on my way. The people from the Adventure Guild, they'll attack in soon. Big Brother should be careful if he wants to continue lurking." This time, they've used quite a few gold-level adventurers. As soon as her words fell, her figure disappeared into the air like a ghost. The few people left behind, including Verdona, were in deep confusion. A thought occurred to them at the same time. What does lurking mean? Could Yi Yan really be a traitor to the goblins? Or maybe it's a human hiding here? The lack-eared kobold rejoiced. He had always felt that Yi Yan was not an ordinary goblin, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. He knew how Yi Yan, who possessed such great skills in front of him, could be a goblin. He looked at Yi Yan's calm back and a wave of admiration surged in his heart. Besides, the lack-eared kobold's eyes fell on Verdona. Looking at the woman, she wasn't coerced in the slightest. If it was really a kobold, then it would never be able to resist the temptation of a woman to do something like that, and then be disgusted. However, Yi Yan didn't do anything like that, and protected the girl as well as himself. And, just now, saved him. Why didn't he think of that? The lack-eared kobold regretted his slowness, and regretted it. "Master," just as the goblin with the missing ear was about to say something, bang! The door was suddenly kicked in, and Goblin Nagato and Goblin Man scurried in. "Ha!" The pupils of the Goblin Nagatsugo's eyes contracted violently as he quickly swept his gaze across the room. It was fixed on the two alien figures of Yi Yan and Verdona. His face showed a hint of amazement. "Why are you all here?" He frowned, a hint of doubt and displeasure in his tone. But immediately after, as if he realized something, he raised his eyebrows and continued. "Never mind. You should have felt the vibrations outside, right? The adventurers have already attacked in, and from what I've heard from the front lines, there are quite a few ruthless characters in their ranks this time." The kobold Changden's voice trailed off as he looked to the crowd, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Now, we must immediately evacuate and head deep underground. As long as we get there, those adventurers won't be able to help us." However, as soon as his words fell, he realized that the crowd did not act immediately. Their gazes, coincidentally, focused on Yi Yan's body. It was as if at this moment, Yi Yan had become the backbone of their hearts. The kobold Changdong couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He looked at the two females and then at the lack-eared kobold. Their eyes were filled with trust and reliance on Yi Yan. It had only been a few short days. How exactly did Yi Yan do this? A trace of doubt could not help but rise in his heart. But then he suppressed this emotion and looked at Yi Yan and said, "Kobold leafy words, what's the matter with you?" There were a few hints of hope in his tone, hoping that Yi Yan would be sensible and not do anything out of the ordinary again. Yi Yan was slightly stunned as he felt the gazes of the people around him focused on his body. A hint of doubt could not help but rise in his mind. How did that kobold look at himself suddenly become so wrong? But he quickly suppressed that emotion and focused on the current situation. The situation at hand was extremely suitable for taking Verdona away from the nest. But, listening to Goblin Nagatsugu, those adventurers seemed to have charged in head-on. If they went out now, they would definitely confront the main army of adventurers head-on. Yi Yan wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he could go through them while protecting one person. What's more, it's still without knowing the opposite side's strength. Even more unlikely. Go. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Goblin Chandong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked ahead to lead the way, occasionally looking back at the two female kobolds behind Yi Yan. A hint of helplessness and a sigh couldn't help but flood his heart. In the deep underground passage, the heavy footsteps of the kobold Chandong echoed, accompanied by the slightly nervous breathing of the adventurers behind him. The group quickly approached the coupe door that symbolized the entrance to the goblin arsenal. By the door, in the shadows, a silver figure stood silently. The kobold silver. In his hand he held the chilling silver sledgehammer tightly, as if he was ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any time. Silver, we've brought my crew here. Open the door quickly. Goblin Chandon I Goblin Silver, standing in the doorway without saying a word, and immediately urged. However, Goblin Silver stood still like a stone statue. Where's that big goblin? Kobold Silver stared back, his tone calm but his eyes extremely strange. His gaze swept through them, finally settling on Yi Yan's body. Yi Yan felt that sharp gaze, and the alertness in his heart rose like a tidal wave. Without moving, he gripped the dagger in his hand, the sharp blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere, the kobold Nagato scratched his head in an attempt to break the tension. Silver, that big goblin went to the front. As you know, his hatred for humans has grown ever since his lair was destroyed by human adventurers. Got it. Before the words were finished, Goblin Silver suddenly interrupted his explanation with understanding. Got it. Just get out of the way. Those adventurers are coming. Kobold Nagatsugo eyed Kobold Silver standing still and reached out to try to press the button next to him to open the iron door. However, just at the moment he was about to touch the button, a harsh and powerful wind suddenly attacked him. Just a flash of Goblin Silver's figure, and a huge hammer with flashing silver light had already appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung his giant hammer like a silver lightning bolt cutting through the darkness. Brush! A sharp cracking sound rang out, and almost at the same time, the silver hammer had slammed hard into the Goblin Nagashi's arm. He was so shocked that he hastily retracted his arm, but it was too late. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Goblin Changdong's arm was grazed by the strong wind brought up by the silver hammer, and a fiery pain instantly spread throughout his body. He was shocked and said that it was a close call. If he had been one step slower, he was afraid that his arm would have been broken alive by that silver hammer. Immediately afterward, a deafening thud rang out. Bang! The silver hammer hit the ground so hard that the entire cavern seemed to tremble. Only a huge crater appeared on the surface of the ground, with debris flying and dust filling the air. The Kobold Chandon looked at the pit, his heart burning with rage. What the hell are you doing, you guy? What for? Goblin Silver slowly raised his head, his eyes like ice, a cold light. You know what? Down there is the lifeblood of our kobolds. Kobold Silver's voice was low and firm, as if every word in every sentence weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. We've dedicated almost our entire lives down there. At that, Goblin Silver's hand, gripping the handle of the hammer, shook harder and harder. The kobolds that are here are, basically, down there, for us is a holy place. So, Goblin Nagatsugu was puzzled, not understanding why Goblin Silver was telling him this. So, Goblin Silver was furious. Veins rippled in his hands, and he pulled out his silver hammer and swung it at Goblin Chandon, grunting angrily. Therefore, I will never allow you traitors to trample on the holy ground of our hearts. For a moment, it was as if the whole world stood still. The giant hammer carried the sound of whistling winds, carrying all of Goblin Silver's anger and power, and smashed fiercely at Goblin Chandon. However, Goblin Chandon was not an idle person and quickly reacted with a loud shout. Duck! As soon as his words fell, Yi Yan, who had noticed it in advance, had already pulled Vidona to hide to the side. The rest of the kobolds were also mentally prepared in advance due to Yi Yan's move and immediately dodged away. However, even if they dodged as fast as they couldn't completely avoid the terrifying wind pressure. The giant hammer eventually fell short, but the terrifying power it carried swept across like a tornado, swirling the rocks. Rumble! Finally, the silver hammer hit hard on top of the rock wall with a deafening thud. The entire cavern trembled under the impact of this force, falling into a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom. Dust and debris splattered everywhere, as if the end had come. A chill could not help but rise in the heart of Goblin Chandong as he looked at the scene before him. He glared angrily at Goblin Silver and questioned loudly. What the hell are you doing? And what's this talk of traitors? Goblin Silver raised his head coldly and looked at Goblin Chandon with an icy glint in his eyes. All the weapons in the armory down there went missing. Then the human adventurers took the opportunity to come and attack our lair. Do you think there's such a coincidence? What? The Kobold Chandong exclaimed in shock, an expression of disbelief on his face. You said the weapons cache. All the weapons are gone? Ha! Goblin Silver sneered and continued. You're acting like it. Down there, no other alien kobolds have entered other than you. This time, I won't miss. Without giving them a chance to explain, Goblin Silver slowly raised the silver hammer in his hand, and it was as if the air had frozen due to this heavy aura. Go to hell! Just at the moment when the silver hammer was about to be swung, rumble! A blinding light of fire suddenly erupted from behind Goblin Silver, like a fire dragon dancing wildly in the darkness. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion rang out. as if the entire cavern trembled at that moment. The ground shook violently under the impact of the explosion, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. And the center of that explosion was the litter behind Goblin Silver. No, it won't. Cobalt Silver's voice seemed so faint and desperate over the explosions. He trembled and turned around, only to see that the sedan chair behind him was already engulfed in a blazing fire, and the sound of miserable wailing was faintly heard in the flames. No, no, no. Cobalt Silver screamed out in despair, his voice echoing through the cavern with endless anger and remorse. Ha 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 ha. This is it. Just then, an arrogant laugh resounded through the cave. Dozens of figures slowly came out of the darkness. They were wearing clothes of different colors and styles, but without exception, they all exuded a powerful aura. What? That fast? The Kobold Chandon was horrified at the sight. He hadn't expected these adventurers to come so quickly at all. Run! At this critical moment, Yi Yen made a snap decision and rushed towards the exit with the donut on his back without half a second's hesitation. Ah! A group of adventurers gasped at the sight. They hadn't expected at all to encounter, just after arriving here, a kobold that dared to escape from under their noses. This was simply a great provocation to their silver adventurer status. We're all silver adventurers. If we let one of your kobolds go over there, wouldn't that be laughed out of the room? Let me. One could only see a burly man with a contemptuous smile on his face, striding forward, apparently wanting to intercept that Yi Yen. However, facing the mangaka, Yi Yen did not even look at him. Only the shadows beneath him seemed to come to life, twisting and turning with his movements. In the next moment, a pitch-black shadow shot out as if it were a sharp sword, straight towards the lanky man. What? The mangaka's face suddenly changed. He hadn't expected at all that the kobold in front of him actually mastered such a peculiar shadow system skill, but as a seasoned adventurer, he quickly stabilized his mind, drew the greatsword at his waist, and viciously slashed at the dark shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, the dark shadow was split in half, then it dissipated into the air like smoke, blending into the man's shadow. It was all just a matter of moments. Facing the siege of many adventurers, Yi Yen did not intend to fight them hard. He utilized this brief hesitation to quickly adjust his stance and disappeared out of sight. The mangaka was furious when he saw that Yi Yen actually carried a woman and disappeared from his eyes. He had thought that with his strength, he could easily stop this seemingly insignificant kobold, but he didn't expect to suffer a loss. Ha 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 ha. Reckless, you can't do this. The surrounding adventurers laughed out loud at this. They found it very amusing to watch the mangaka's exasperation. Damn it! Hearing the jeers of the crowd, the mangaka became even angrier. He reddened and went after them with his greatsword. No kobold can escape from me, he roared, his voice echoing through the cavern. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed out loud as they watched the mangaka's exasperation. They knew that although this kobold was somewhat capable, he could never be a match for the mangaka. After all, the mangaka was also one of the silver-level adventurers, and his strength should not be underestimated. They didn't, however, have any idea of continuing the chase. Besides, aren't there a lot of, what looks like, somewhat interesting kobolds in front of us? The adventurers laughed. Split up, Goblin Chandon, a flash of determination in his eyes, and clenched his teeth. The surrounding kobolds had long been prepared, like grains of sand swept up by a gale, ready to scatter and flee. Of these, Goblin Man was the swiftest. Almost at the same time as Changdong's order fell, he sped off in a predetermined direction like an arrow off the string. Did you think you could escape so easily? The adventurers laughed as they pounced like hungry wolves, ready to finish off the group of kobolds in one fell swoop. However, just as they were about to touch the corners of the kobold's coat, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from the ground and crossed between them and the kobolds. It was a giant hammer condensed from magical power, and it emitted a heart-stopping fluctuation as if it could shake the entire earth. The adventurers were forced back by the giant hammer, and they looked at the owner of the giant hammer, Goblin Silver, in shock. Goblin Silver slowly raised his head, not a trace of fear in his eyes, only endless anger burning. His voice was low and cold, as if it was a cold wind from the nine hells. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my corpse first. The adventurers were shocked by his aura, but some soon came back to their senses and scoffed. What kind of big talk is this kobold talking about? They looked at Goblin Silver with disdain, as if they were looking at a jumping clown. Kobold Silver, however, was not swayed by their taunts. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, as if he wanted to turn all his anger into power. You, barbarians who don't know what technology is, do you realize what you have just destroyed? Just let me tell you. His voice gradually became high-pitched, as if he wanted to pour out all his emotions. That's more than a decade of our work, a home we forged with blood and sweat. You stupid humans. I'll make you regret setting foot here. As his roar rang out, A terrifying magic power began to overflow from him. This magic power swept across the entire battlefield like a gale, forcing all the surrounding adventurers to retreat. Goblin Silver's body began to radiate a dazzling light. Powerful magical energy flowed through his tendons, as if he wanted to set his entire body on fire. The adventurers looked at the scene in front of them with a look of horror in their eyes. They knew that this Goblin Silver was not an ordinary goblin. Instead, the kobolds of the architecture were turned on. They began to regret their previous gullibility and arrogance. But now it was too late. Goblin Silver's roar grew louder and his magic grew stronger. He swung the huge hammer in his hand violently and charged towards the adventurers. Under his leadership, the remaining kobolds launched a counterattack. For a while, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Other side. Ha 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 ha. Lauder, the leader of the adventurers group, burst out laughing, waving his longsword in his hand with great bravado and pointing it at the kobolds that were fleeing around. I'll take care of this one. You each find your own target. Hey, 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 don't try to run. You sly kobolds. The other adventurer, Li Ming, followed closely behind with a sharp glint in his eyes. His eyes locked on the slightly built goblin man. Wang Gang, on the other hand, went straight to the largest kobold Chandong, gripping his battle axe tightly in his hand, and charged towards it with a furious momentum. Kid Goblin, put down that girl or I'll make you taste a life that's worse than death. Lisa's voice was crisp and cold as she rushed towards the Missing Ears Goblin like a bolt of lightning. The Missing Ears Goblin seemed to be shocked by Yi Yan's shout, and almost instantly, he picked up Xiaoyu on his back and turned around to run wildly. He was the second of the three kobolds to react. However, due to his thin frame and the small rein on his back, at the moment he was clearly not as fast as the other two kobolds. Lisa's speed was extremely fast, her figure weaving through the corridor like a silver whirlwind. Soon, she closed the distance between her and the lack-eared kobold. Die! Lisa's eyes became stern, and without hesitation, she drew out the thin sword at her waist, the tip of the sword flashing with a cold light, pointing straight at the throat of the Missing Ears Goblin. The Missing Ear Goblin's face instantly turned pale when he felt that overpowering sword aura. A wave of despair welled up in his heart. Could it be that he was going to end up like this? Maybe it's good to die like this? They were humans, and he could feel comfortable leaving Xiaoyu in their hands. Was it a life-saving instinct, or out of concern for Xiaoyu? Maybe both. In the next moment, the lack-of-ears goblin pushed Drizzle over, standing between the adventurer and him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Lisa saw this, she was shocked and hastily put away her fine sword, and held Xiaoyu in her arms as she took a few steps back. Anger flashed in her eyes that this kobold was using the girl as a shield. The lack-eared kobold took this opportunity to turn and run wild again. His eyes flashed with complex emotions of fear, despair, and a hint of relief. Damn it! Lisa clenched her fists angrily as she watched the kobolds fading back. She turned her head to Rain and asked with concern, "What's the matter with you? Nothing's wrong, right?" Drizzle stared blankly at Lisa, repeating the same words. Nothing? What kind of thoughts did the goblin with the missing ear? Really? Hold? None of this is understood by Xiaoyu. All she knows is, she's been abandoned once again. Looking in the direction that the missing ear kobold left, a strange emotion surged from her heart. Lisa was about to say something comforting to Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu beat her to it, interrupting her with her clear, firm voice. Nothing. Xiaoyu, how can anything be wrong? Xiaoyu raised her eyes and flashed the adventurer a bright, innocent smile. And that innocent, adorable smile made Lisa sweat, and a pang of unease welled up in her heart. It was clear to all that anyone rescued from the goblin lair, male or female, either had a nervous breakdown or became demented. However, the little girl in front of her was acting so normal, which could not help but make people wonder. But, Lisa gave Drizzle a look that shouldn't be a problem. The girl in front of her was much stronger than she was. Thinking back to that time when she first faced the kobolds, Lisa slowly crouched down and smiled harmoniously at Xiaoyu. Then will sister take you out of here? Good. Xiaoyu opened her mouth sweetly. Her voice was like heavenly music, mesmerizing people. However, her line of sight was firmly locked in the direction Yi Yan had left. Is there something there? Lisa sensed something strange about Xiaoyu and she followed her gaze, but all she could see was darkness. Nope. Xiaoyu shook her head. Then let's get out of here fast. Though, this place is now invaded by them and most of the kobolds have been cleared out. But just in case, it's better to get out first. The main thing remains. She hasn't killed enough. Lisa grimaced, gripped the thin sword in her hand tightly, and led Xiaoyu in the direction of the cave. Kobolds? She would have killed all the kobolds. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights on both sides of the street swayed in the darkness as if they would go out at any moment. A burly man, holding a long spear, was like a tiger descending from a mountain, charging towards a short figure with a fierce momentum. Stop! The man's voice rolled like thunder, shaking the air around him. His lance cut through the night sky with a biting cold light, stabbing straight into the goblin man's chest. The kobold warrior turned his head slightly sideways, the corner of his mouth curving up as if to mock the man's ignorance. His figure did not move. He only gently turned his eyes to look back at the blazing lance. What? The man couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt rise in his mind when he saw how calm the goblin man was. However, in the face of this seemingly weak kobold, he didn't take it to heart and just thought that the other party was playing a trick. Just at the moment when the lance was about to pierce the goblin man's body, a sudden change occurred. Only the goblin man's mouth opened slightly and spat out a low and mysterious word. Blast! Bang! There was a loud bang, as if the sky was falling apart. The ceiling cracked in a flash, sending debris flying and smoke filling the air. Immediately after that, several black shadows fell from the sky, appearing like ghosts between the lance and the goblin man. Only when the smoke cleared did the man see that the black shadows were actually humans wearing black robes. Their clothes were tattered and torn. Their faces wore eerie smiles, while on their pitch-black robes, a door was inscribed. Pust! The lance instantly penetrated the body of one of the black-robed men, blood splattering everywhere. Ha 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 ha! The black-robed man, however, let out a loud laugh as if he didn't feel the pain. His laugh was sharp and shrill, echoing creepily above the narrow corridor. How did you get down from up here? The man was just about to draw his lance, but the smoke cleared to see the red door above the black robe. After seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ha 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 ha! The black-robed man let out a loud laugh, his voice echoing endlessly in the corridor. It was fantastic. The black-robed man continued in a self-conscious manner. This portal is a gift we have prepared especially for you. Feel this power from the other world. After saying that, he actually placed his hand on top of the lance and thrust it back and forth, as if he was enjoying the pleasure from the pain. A contented smile spread across his face, as if the bloodied wounds were just part of his act. It hurts. It's great. The black-robed man continued to shout, his voice filled with madness and excitement. His behavior sent a tingle down the man's spine. He had never seen such a bizarre and cruel opponent. You are the gate of truth. The man gritted his teeth, his voice echoing through the silent night. His face twisted with a mixture of anger and fear, and the lance he held tightly in his hand lashed out. The lance spun like a whirlwind, carrying a thunderous momentum. A shockingly large hole was instantly torn through the black-robed man's body. The black robes of the black-robed man hunted in the night wind, as if wailing for the impending doom. However, shockingly, the black-robed man seemed to care nothing about it. At the wound, a red flame surged out, burning like the fires of hell, and began to mercilessly burn his body. Flames jumped in the darkness, reflecting the twisted and crazed face of the black-robed man. Ha 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 ha! The black-robed man let out a deafening laugh, his laughter filled with madness and provocation. You know about us? How about joining us and becoming a disciple of the Gate of Truth? He twisted his head 90 degrees and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to pull the man into this endless abyss. No! Who wants to join you crazy people? The man roared, and his long spear swung up again, stabbing the black-robed man straight in the heart. However, the moment the lance was about to penetrate the black-robed man's body, crimson flames suddenly emerged from the heart, instantly melting the lance. Crunch crunch crunch! The black-robed man's teeth made a chilling sound as he raised his head, the flames at his wound burning even more intensely. His face looked even more hideous and terrifying in the light of the flames. Come, into the arms of the Gate of Truth. The black-robed man let out a hideous smile as his figure gradually twisted and distorted in the flames, eventually transforming into a huge fireman that lunged at the man. The man panicked and tried to run away, but the black-robed man's hand clutched him like an iron vice. The flames quickly spread throughout the man's body, engulfing him in endless agony. Ah! You damned heathens! Don't think you can get out of here. The gold-level adventurer adults will never let you go. Ha! The black-robed man sneered. All of them, will return to the arms of truth. All of the people here, all of the creatures, and even the kobolds. Ha 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 ha! Let us all return to the arms of truth and embrace it. As the words fell, even more terrifying flames erupted from the black-robed man's body, burning skin, flesh, and even bones. Ah ha! The man struggled and cried out, but to no avail. Water! Water! The man cried out in desperation as he took all the water out of his ring and threw it wildly over his body. However, it was as if the flames were alive, devouring everything crazily, and not even water could extinguish them. Ah! The man let out a heartbreaking scream as his body quickly burned up in the flames. In less than a moment, he was reduced to a pile of ashes that floated away in the wind. Ha 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 ha! Fool! The fire of truth! How can it be extinguished with water? The black-robed men laughed playfully, not a trace of sadness at dying for their companions in their eyes. It was as if the black-robed man who had just died was not with them. The black-robed woman at the head of the group glanced coldly at the man's ashes, then said faintly, "Come on, we've got a lot of work to do." Her voice was calm and cold, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. In addition to those disobedient things underground, there are many people to catch this time, so there's no point in wasting any more time, especially the strange kobold the Chimera was talking about. The black-robed woman thought so. "Yes, holy maiden-sama," the pagans replied in unison, their eyes filled with awe and fascination for the black-robed woman. They followed her and disappeared into the vastness of the night. Only the man's pile of ashes, still not fully dispersed, was left behind, swaying gently in the wind. Deep in the shadowy, damp depths of the kobold lair, the stone steps of the second level echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps and the sharp whine of blades cutting through the air. A mangy man clad in worn armor with an angry face held a long, blood-stained sword tightly in his hand. The way was overwhelming, decimating the kobolds that stood in his way without mercy. Determination and madness shone in his eyes, as if he wanted to completely remove the evil from this lair. "Damn you all, you kobolds! Ha 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 ha!" The mangaka laughed, his voice echoing through the cavern, shaking the moss from the stone walls. That. Seeing that the mangaka was about to catch up, Vidona inquired with concern, "Why don't you put me down?" "Good." Out of Vidona's expectation, Yi Yan unexpectedly let go without hesitation. However, Vidona suddenly lost her support and sat on her butt, making a close contact with the cold ground. "Ah!" Vidona let out a cry of pain and couldn't help but complain. "Okay, that hurt." She raised her head, wanting to find Yi Yan to say something, or at least let him say something in advance before letting go. However, when she looked up she realized that Yi Yan had already disappeared. The cave was silent, as if even the air had frozen. Verdona looked around but couldn't catch even a whiff of it. Had she really been abandoned? As soon as the thought popped into her head, it sent a wave of despair through her. It was clear that she, before, had been eager to leave this horrible lair, but now when she really had to leave she felt an unspeakable sense of loss and unease. She didn't know what to do but sit on the floor and cry helplessly. Just then, however, she suddenly heard a subtle rattling sound, coming from the depths of the cave. Also at this moment, the mangaka who had been chasing Yi Yan caught up after killing a few kobolds, only to find that the strange kobold was gone, leaving only the woman he had been holding before. Run off? The mangaka gritted his teeth in anger, but when his gaze landed on Verdona, that flame of anger instantly transformed into a flame of greed. Verdona's delicate figure and stunning looks were as alluring as a siren in the moonlight. The mangaka couldn't help but gulp, an unnameable urge rising in his heart. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the kobold's vision was truly unique, to be able to select such a superb product. "This chick, she's a real piece of ass." The mangaka licked his dry lips, a lustful gleam in his eyes. He approached Verdona step by step, the grin on his face growing more and more obscene. "What do you want?" Verdona felt the mangaka's evil aura and a pang of horror ran through her. She shrank back, trying to keep some distance from the mangaka. "What for? Hey, of course I want to you." The mangaka grinned lewdly and reached out his large, rough hands to grab at Verdona. "No, don't." Verdona struggled, trying to avoid the mangaka's clutches, but her strength seemed so insignificant in front of the mangaka. You've been played rotten by the kobolds a long time ago. What's the point of pretending to be innocent now?" With a disdainful look on his face, the mangaka tore hard at Verdona's clothes. "I saved you from the kobolds and you don't even know how to be thankful?" The mangaka shouted angrily. Just then, a cold light flashed by, followed by a mournful scream. It turned out that Yi Yan, who had been observing in the dark, had finally made his move. He slashed his blade across the mangaka's neck and decapitated his head. Put! Blood gushed out, surging like a dike-breaking flood. The headless body fell to the ground with a dull thud. Yi Yan indifferently glanced at the corpse on the ground, then turned to Verdona who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. "Go?" Yi Yan asked indifferently. "Woo." Seeing Yi Yan appear, Verdona was very happy. Seemingly subconsciously, Verdona pounced on Yi Yan, but it was skillfully dodged by Yi Yan. Bang! The whole thing flopped, sprawled out on the ground, ass in the air, in an enchanting position. "Go, let facing such a beautiful scenery." Yi Yan did not half appreciate it and once again sent an inquiry to Verdona. Go. With little hesitation, Verdona immediately rose from the ground. The hand that originally grabbed at Yi Yan stopped under the sight of Yi Yan's icy expression. She lowered her head and pleaded at Yi Yan. "No, don't abandon me without a word." Some people, she now realized, were scarier than kobolds, not even as good as kobolds. "You said it." "What?" Verdona raised her eyes in confusion. "Let go of you. I didn't mean that." Verdona wanted to explain, but she saw that Yi Yan was already walking ahead, so she had no choice but to jog. following behind Yi Yan. One man and a kobold went a long way. Just at the moment when he was about to walk out of the exit, Yi Yan sensed something pulling hard on Vidona. She stopped in her tracks. Brush! Almost simultaneously, the three waves of people met at the same time on the second-level fork. Yi Yan took a step back and looked at the black-robed man, as well as the human adventurer with a tight face. They're all dangerous. The atmosphere was silent for a moment before it was broken by the adventurer woman across the room. You are. Amy looked at the beggar's red door on the black-robed man in front of her. Her face was stony, and her eyes were filled with disgust. Those cultists at the gate of truth. Recognizing the heathens, Amy and the others were instantly on guard, and almost all their attention was focused on the heathens. To them, the young kobold was nowhere near as threatening as the cultists in front of them. Goblins can be killed anytime, but cultists can't be. What's more, Amy was a clergyman, and she was even more abhorred by these heretics. Maurice was the only one who gazed blankly at Yi Yan with an unbelievable expression. Get out of the way. It was also at this moment that the black-robed woman rushed at Amy and the others and opened her mouth. Her tone flat, as if she did not place them in her eyes. Ha! Fiona grunted. What if we don't let it? Amy could see how those people were. Ha 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 ha. You guys, the disciple of truth, with a fierce face and without the slightest fear, laughed rampantly. Give it all to me and return to this truth. Yeah. A faint holy light emerged from Amy's body and she raised her fist. Let me send you down to meet what you call the truth in your mouths. Seeing that they were about to fight, Yi Yan's eyes glazed over. It's now, right at the moment of their clash. Yi Yan seized the opportunity. Before Vidona could react, she picked her up and went through them. Brush. Just at the moment Yi Yan moved, Morris also moved at the same time. Responding to the voice in his head, the chopping attack that had long been storing up its strength rushed down at Yi Yan. Maurice. Dita, who had noticed Morris's abnormality, saw Maurice trying to kill a kobold. Actually trying to decapitate an innocent young girl along with her. Dita couldn't help but let out a growl in shock. Too late, one more for tomorrow at noon. I've been doing so poorly lately, so I'm hoping that readers will catch up on their reading every day. It's really important for flopping authors. Maurice, their captain though, had a monstrous hatred for kobolds. But, at least the most basic bottom line of being a human being was maintained. Wouldn't take another person's life just to kill a kobold. However, now Maurice actually didn't hesitate to decapitate a young girl in order to kill the kobold that was still in its adulthood in front of him. Dita tried to stop it. He didn't know why Morris would do that. It may be that he did this as a thoughtful consideration made out of his own thinking, but Dita knew that this way Morris would regret it. As a brother, he should never be allowed to do that. But he tried to stop it, but it was too late. The silver-white light of the blade, slicing through the air, flashed dazzlingly. Leaf, facing oncoming, Vidona's blessing in her hand was poised to strike. After the incident with the mangaka, she no longer trusted the adventurers here so much. Vidona was just about to open her mouth to warn. In the next moment, her entire body was lifted up by Yi Yan and thrown out towards the front. Suddenly being thrown out, Vidona shrieked out in shock while the light from her fingertips pointed at Yi Yan's body. In this instant, Yi Yan felt that his body had become much lighter and even much more powerful, but without waiting for him to feel it carefully, the oncoming chopping attack slashed straight down towards him. Die! Morris was relentless and fell. However, just as the chopping attack was about to land on Yi Yan, only to see that Yi Yan's body quickly became pitch black as the sword slid straight through Yi Yan's body. What? Surprised for just a moment, Morris quickly responded as a transparent ball orb was thrown. What followed was a dazzling light that directly forced Yi Yan out of the shadows. Brush! Almost at the same time, a large knife was thrown from Yi Yan's hand and shot towards Morris. Humph! Maurice sneered and sidestepped his head as the large blade brushed past his face. However, just moments after the brush, Maurice caught a whiff of gunpowder. Upon closer inspection, there were actually explosives strapped to the dorsal side of that large sword. Rumble! The smoke and dust from the explosion instantly enveloped Morris. Maurice cursed and was just about to swing his sword to rip through the smoke. Suddenly, sensing danger, Morris lowered his head. Brush! A flash of blade light cut through, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a dark shadow. What? When is it? Morris's face was grim as he looked at the knife in the shadow's hand and immediately understood everything. Through the ball of white light he threw out, his own shadow, incorporated into the shadow of the sword, came at him through the throw, and there were bombs strapped to the knives, kicking up dust and smoke to obscure the view and create a moment for the shadow to assassinate. It's exactly a loop. With such a heart and fighting skills, he just couldn't believe that this was actually a kobold that was less than a year old. Thinking of this, the more firmly, Morris killed Yi Yan's idea. no matter how much it costs. Brush! The shadow came at Morris. The discovered shadow, however, was no more than a casual matter for Morris to destroy. Brush! The shadow was split in two the instant the blade cut through it, and Yi Yen had long since utilized this gap in time to leave from here. Losing track of Yi Yen, Morris noticed in a trance. Maybe the kobold wasn't trying to kill him in the first place, just to buy time. Only, you have found traces of the Kobold King's Chosen, and you activate the exclusive skill Kobold Killer. To locate the tracks of the Kobold King's Chosen, locator markers are in your head. Hint, beyond 10 kilometers, positioning will disappear. Inside his head, the voice of the world kept coming. Never let you escape. Morris grimaced and went up slowly. It was also at this point that Dita had gone up and reached out to Morris. Noting that Morris was out of sorts at this point, he asked with concern, Maurice, what the hell is wrong with you? Now, we are up against the gate of truth. The cultists, the human scum who can sacrifice even a city for themselves. And what the hell were you trying to do? Actually, let go. Morris interrupts Dita's chatter and quickly breaks free of Dita's hold. Irrelevant of anything else, the current Morris only had Yi Yen in his eyes. Just kill the kobold. Even if, for that, it costs whoever's life. Even for him. Sorry. The words fell, and without looking back, he chased after them. On the way, didn't even give Dita and the others, these teammates, a look. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the cultist laughed. Your captain has betrayed you, and you still won't join the gate of truth. Bang! Amy punched the disciple of truth, who had just spoken, into the ground above. The head of the disciple of truth instantly exploded. Blood stained the ground. What are you babbling about? Amy looked offended. Disgust spilling out of her eyes. Against you human scum, we are enough. Dita, trust Morris. He's our captain. Fiona stared back at, frozen in place. Dita, aha. Dita nodded. It was the first time he had ever seen Morris show that kind of expression. That kind of murderous aura. Hasn't it sprouted yet? The Holy Maiden of Truth looked at the direction Yi Yen left and muttered to herself. What are you talking about? Amy loosened her wrists and grimaced. But it's no worse. Next year's day will be the anniversary of your death. It's not too late for you to come back with us and stand trial. Now it's just you. Go back. In the face of Amy's wild words, the Holy Maiden of Truth laughed softly and slowly raised her head, her pitch-black eyes as if they contained a bottomless darkness. Is it a desire to capture me for your gods? As a slave girl? Is it possible that you can't satisfy him? How dare you, heretic, defame the divine Lord? Amy was furious and raised her fist entwined with holy power and swung it at the Holy Maiden of Truth. However, this fist that could shatter the earth and break through great mountains was blocked by the snow-white jade hand extended by the Holy Maiden of Truth. How is this possible? Amy's eyes widened. Oh, the Holy Maiden of Truth felt a trace of holy power from above her fist and revealed a meaningful expression. So, you're a preparatory saintess. Well, back there you'll see. No, that's right. With a gentle push, the Saint of Truth bounced Amy away. Bang! A terrifying force traveled down his arm and spread throughout Amy's body. And then his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. It smashed on top of the wall. Pust! A mouthful of blood was spat out. You guys, seeing that Amy was hurt, Dita went up angrily. I don't have time to play with you guys, the Holy Maiden of Truth said, looking at the disciples of truth on the ground. Get up. Phew! The instant the words of the Holy Maiden of Truth fell, crimson flames suddenly emerged from the bodies of those disciples of truth who had been penetrated through their bodies and even had their entire heads smashed and quenched. Then, to Dita's astonished eyes, stood up, teeth rubbed against teeth, making a crunching airy laugh, and slowly walked toward them. It is? Dita, who hadn't fought the gate of truth, looked horrified. Aren't these people supposed to be dead? Why? Get back on your feet. This is the way those cultists fight. With their bodies, their lives, they ignite the flame of truth. And as the flame burns, they are immortal beings. Be careful. That flame is hard to extinguish. Fiona, who was healing Amy's wounds, spoke up to warn. Ha! What's with the fighting style? Dita exclaimed, inquiring. So how do you kill them? It's simple. As soon as the fuel is gone and the fire doesn't burn, they die naturally. The Holy Maiden of Truth just, with a faint look, turned around and left, heading towards the inside of the nest. In front of the goblin lair deep in the dense forest, the smoke and blood of the battlefield intertwined into a brutal picture. The entrance to the lair was entwined with thick branches and vines, as if it were a natural fortification for the kobolds. All of you damned humans. All of you die for me. The big brother Bryn growled, his voice echoing through the lair. He swung the greatsword in his hand, and with a single slash, he split the adventurer who rushed at the front into two halves, blood splattering everywhere and staining the surrounding land red. The adventurers were startled by the sudden attack and backed away. They originally thought that this was just a simple hunting mission, but they didn't expect to encounter such a powerful enemy. How come this big brother Bryn is getting stronger and stronger? If I had known, I should have followed those experts to the depths of the lair. A newcomer adventurer regretted. Originally, he wanted to mix up a few kobolds to kill and get some rewards, so he didn't go deep inside the kobold lair and stayed outside to kill the kobolds that wanted to run out. It would have been a beautiful thing. After all, most of the strong kobolds were killed by the big guy. Only a few, the goblins that the big boys missed and didn't care to kill, run out. And these kobolds were his main target. I didn't think that this big brother Bryn would pop out this time. Phew! In an instant, the rookie adventurer felt the light dim a few points, followed by an angry grunt from behind him. How long are you humans going to trample on our kobold home? The newcomer adventurer couldn't turn around in time, and that look of despair was frozen on his face forever. Brush! The entire body, directly in the big brother Bryn's powerful chopping attack, split in two. Humph! Big brother Bryn grunted coldly. When, in the next moment, a chopping blow from the back landed, and the big brother Bryn turned back in reaction. The two long knives made a crisp metallic clash. Oh, the orc, Acantho, raised an eyebrow, provocatively. Not bad at all. You're the one kobold I've killed out of the hundreds I've killed today that I can live with. You guys, the elder brother, Bryn, was furious and his hands were bruised. Seek death. Brush. The big sword swung hard, directly striking Akazo into the air. Just as the big brother Bryn was about to take advantage of Akazo's inability to dodge the attack while he was in the air. Brush! Several flying tags shot out, blocking. Big brother Bryn had no choice but to swing against it, and Akazo took the opportunity to adjust his posture in the air to land comfortably. You guys, not bad. One man and one kobold faced each other, following each other's weaknesses, not daring to act easily. Ah! Also at that moment, there was a sudden scream of a woman's yelp, and a man and a kobold turned back. What was seen was Verdona, who was thrown through the air. Just as it was about to hit the ground, a dark shadow followed, wriggled, and surfaced. In the next moment, a green figure burrowed within the shadow and wrapped Verdona in a hug. Woo woo! Verdona hugged Yi Yan's neck, her face scarlet as she cried in a small voice. Deeply afraid, Yi Yan left her behind. That's... Acacio looked hesitant. What kind of combination is this? A human woman and a kobold? Yes. Kidnapped? Thinking of this, with little hesitation, Acacio went up and took on Yi Yan, who was running headlong towards his place. The silver-colored blade light sliced through the air and attacked Yi Yan. When Big Brother Bryn saw this, he was just about to go up and stop Acacia when he suddenly felt the terrifying aura behind Yi Yan. Instantly, he turned his gun, and, with his great sword in hand, slashed at Maurice. Brush! The next moment, Big Brother Bryn's arm fell out of the air. Almost at the same time, on the other side Acantho lost his arm. It is? Acacio looked surprised. What the hell is going on here? Why? Is he the one who broke his hand? It seemed like his chopping blow had just been blocked, and then the shadow that suddenly appeared from behind him directly chopped off his arm? And during that process, he actually didn't notice, in the slightest, the presence of that pitch-black shadow, even if it was drilled from his shadow. But Akazo believed that with his senses, he could have detected it. However, reality hit him in the head. Similarly, Big Brother Bryn is also very diffuse. Facing Morris, he feels as if the sheep meets the wolf, the mouse meets the cat, bumping into the natural enemy. Not the slightest power of resistance. Bang! Two arms, falling from the air at the same time. Two figures, passing by them, disappeared before their eyes in no time. Kobolds and adventurers. The battle lines are long, and in the midst of this, there were two figures that passed through. On the way, no matter if they were kobolds or humans, as long as they appeared on the road, they were all mercilessly killed. How are you thinking? At this moment, Vidona, whose face was stained with blood and who was decisively frightened by Yi Yan, trembled and raised her head, speaking out in confusion. To leave, or to see my mom. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Vidona fell into silence. If it was before that, she definitely didn't have an ounce of hesitation and chose to meet Yi Yan's mother. But, brush! Vidona gazed at Yi Yan, who was expressionless and chopped off the head of the attacking adventurer with a single slash, and hesitated. I know. Ha! Vidona wondered. Then, her entire body was thrown out again. This time, however, it wasn't in front, but to the side. Maurice was not interested in anything but Yi Yan, and ignored it. Verdona struggles to get her bearings in the air, but it's no use. Just when she thought she was going to fall on the floor, a pair of hands aided her. She looked up, and the thing that caught her eye was a fair, Clear face. Cory's. Thanks. Diggy. That's rude. Cory's didn't answer Vadona's words and looked towards Yen, who was not far away and surrounded by the front and back. Ha 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 ha, the heavens have eyes, finally letting me meet you again. Only to see, in front of Yen, was Cory dressed in a lance holding a long spear, walking slowly with an angry face. Yen just wanted to take a step back, only to be blocked by Maurice in armor behind him. Cory, stop him right here. Maurice's eyes were dead set on Yen, not daring to easily avert his gaze in the slightest. Hearing that Maurice actually dared to order him, Cory had a displeased look on his face and arrogantly said, "Who am I to listen to you? If you can kill him, I'll agree to anything you ask for in the future." Though, there was a 90+% chance that Maurice would kill the kobold in front of him, but it's not enough. He had to make sure that 100% killed the kobold in front of him here. Never, ever let the kobold in front of you live, regardless of whether the legend was true or not. The mere fact that the legend was in his possession, this cohesion, might even, possibly, unite the great hive of kobolds. This is absolutely not allowed. Upon hearing Maurice's words, Cory's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if I want, Amy from your squad, to join me? Aha. Maurice hesitated for just a moment and nodded. At once Cory's face darkened. You guys. Cory spat out the words through gritted teeth, his hand tightening on his lance trembling slightly. He was about to say something, but eventually held back and just gave Maurice a hard stare. Maurice ignored Cory's dissimilarity. His attention was already completely focused on Yen, only to see him gently wave his hand. A scroll emerged out of thin air and slowly unfolded. As the scroll unfolded, a huge wave of magical power began to coalesce, gradually forming 4 small flags that shimmered with ethereal light. These flags seemed to possess life as if they were hovering and flying in the air. Yen felt a strong sense of unease, and he instantly realized the impending danger. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and fled deeper into the forest. However, his movements were a step too slow, only to see a powerful lance piercing through the air and whistling towards him. The corner of Cory's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had long expected Yen to escape. This attack was not meant to hit Yen, but to force him to stop. As expected, in the face of this sudden attack, Yen did not dare to take it hard, and could only utilize his dagger to skillfully deflect the lance's trajectory. However, this is only the beginning. Cory's lance danced once again, stabbing towards Yen with a harsh and powerful wind. This time, Yen had no way back. With a frown on his face and a clench of his teeth, he put his dagger away and replaced it with a short sword to block. The two weapons collided in the air with a deafening crash. Between the sparks, Yen felt a powerful impact coming from the blade, making him unable to help a mouthful of blood spurting out. Humph. Still wanting to resist? How self-indulgent. Cory sneered as his palm fired and slapped directly on Yen's chest. Yen let out a muffled grunt as his entire body was slapped and flew out. However, at this critical moment, a dark shadow emerged from behind him. Yen borrowed the power of this shadow and fled towards the depths of the forest while adjusting his posture in the air. What? Cory was greatly shocked. He did not expect Yen to be able to escape with the help of his attack. Seal the devil in all directions. It was also at this moment that Maurice's voice rang out, and as his words fell, the 4 flags dispersed in 4 directions. One of them grazed, not far from Yen's escape direction. One of them grazed, not far from Yen's escape direction. Brush. In the next moment, the flag emitted a dazzling light, linking together with the other flags to form a huge square cage, trapping Yen. Yen's brows tightened as he gazed at the seemingly fragile translucent shield in front of him. Without too much hesitation, a blazing ball of fire instantly converged in his palm and lashed out at the shield. Boo! The moment the fireball collided with the shield, a deafening roar erupted and fire splashed in all directions. Yet the shield was like tough steel, not moved in the slightest. It doesn't work. Maurice's voice was like an icy blade, cutting through the silence of the air. He walked slowly, his eyes full of disgust, as if viewing a lamb about to be slaughtered. This is specially prepared for you. Even I can't break it. Yen unwillingly waved the dagger in his hand, the sharp blade slicing through the shield. However, the seemingly fragile shield was like a hard stone wall that did not fluctuate. Ha 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 ha, Cory laughed out loud at the sight, his laughter echoing through the air like thunder, full of sarcasm and mockery. Run, why don't you run? Oh Maud, do you see? I can finally avenge you. Cory's voice was filled with excitement and thrill, as if this moment was the most glorious moment of his life. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards Yen with his spear in hand, wanting to end his life in one fell swoop. At that instant, Yen's body suddenly became as black as ink, as if it had merged into the surrounding shadows. However, just as Yen was about to disappear into the shadows, a strong light suddenly shone, It was Maurice, who held a ball of daylight that emitted a strong blow, dragging Yi Yan out of the shadows alive. Immediately after that, Maurice's chopping attacked like lightning, so fast that it was impossible to react. Yi Yan felt it, a strong sense of crisis, and he knew that he had to go all out. He unleashed his natural skill limit break, and his body exploded with amazing speed in an instant, retreating backward. However, just as he had avoided Maurice's attack, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It's Cory. He held a long spear and swung it at Yi Yan without hesitation. Yi Yan wanted to turn around and defend, but he knew it was too late. He felt the strong killing intent coming from the lance, but his heart was unusually calm. At the moment of life and death, Yi Yan did not choose to fight hard, but instead, with a movement of his foreign thoughts, several bombs surfaced on his ring. He quickly gathered a fireball and ignited the bomb. In just a moment, the roar was deafening as the explosion occurred on Yi Yan's left hand. The powerful impact blasted his body out, and at the same time allowed him to avoid Cory's fatal blow. However, the cost of this strike was huge. Yi Yan's left arm was blown off, dripping with blood. However, he acted as if he didn't feel the pain, and just coldly glanced at his broken arm. Then with the cover of the shadow, he adjusted his posture in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Cory was furious at the sight, and he waved his lance in his hand, dispersing the smoke around him. However, when he looked at Yi Yan again, he realized that he had already disappeared. He looked around but never found Yi Yan's figure. He knew that he, himself, had lost the best chance to kill Yi Yan, and it was all because of Yi Yan, that weird concealment ability. But it doesn't matter, as long as the formation doesn't break. The kobold, then, could not possibly escape them. Where did it go? Hiding. Maurice frowned that the kobold had managed to think of a countermeasure in that almost blink of an eye, and had not hesitated to use a bomb and blow up his own hand. Even he still hesitates when it comes to doing such things. That's the spirit. He should never be allowed to live. Bang! Also at this time, an ear-splitting gunshot like the roar of a wild animal tore through the silence of the night. A silver-colored bullet flashed with an icy cold light under the moonlight, and it was like a meteor that cut through the void and sped forward. But the target wasn't Maurice and Cory. It was the shield in front of them that shimmered with a light blue light. The bullet impacted the shield with a crisp click. Immediately after, a circle of light blue ripples spread out rapidly centered on the point of impact, like ripples on the surface of the water. Under the impetus of the ripples, the bullet was mercilessly rebounded out, and with the last remnants of its power, it fiercely smashed into the ground, blowing out a deep crater and sending dust flying. Where is he? Cory's voice was sharp amidst the chaos, and his eyes locked onto a corner where Yi Yan was hiding. Stupid! Cory cursed angrily. Foolish, if you keep hiding there's still a chance. Do you think that your broken gun can break the 4-direction seal? His voice was full of disdain and mockery. In the face of Cory's provocation, Yi Yan did not falter in the slightest. He filled his bullets quickly and calmly, his eyes fixed on a spot on the shield. Bang! Bang! The shot rang out again, and 2 bullets flew out of the muzzle almost simultaneously. They traced a graceful arc in the air, then hit the same point on the shield hard. This time, the impact was even more crisp, as if something had shattered in an instant. Click! With that crunch, a tiny hole finally appeared in the shield. However, the moment Yi Yan revealed his joy, that hole began to heal at an astonishing speed. A light blue light flickered as the hole rapidly shrunk and eventually disappeared completely, returning the shield to its original state. The moment a hole appears, it quickly fills in and returns to its original state. What? How? The Donna covered her small mouth, feeling despair over Yi Yan's current state at this moment. Oh, you seem to care. Where's the big guy? Cory's looked meaningfully at Verdona. Yeah, Biggie. The Donna seemed to have grabbed the straw that saved her life and looked to Cory's. Will you tell those 2 to stop killing him? Sorry. Kalash shook his head. I don't have that kind of face. Yes, is it? The Donna lowered her eyebrows and watched the injuries on Yi Yan's body gradually worsen. She clenched her fists and suddenly raised her head, as if making some kind of resolution. Step by step, he walked forward, toward the flag planted on the ground. Hey, hey, hey. Cory grabbed Verdona's hand and inquired with a serious face. What do you want? He saved me. Do you realize the consequences of what you're doing? He saved me when I was most helpless. Biggie is a kobold now, and as a human helping a kobold, do you know what that means? I know. Then you're still like this. Trust the big man. He'll be all right. Don't you? Do you believe him? Cory wondered, and was just about to say something when he was interrupted. I believe him. The Donna raised her eyes and looked at Cory with a determined look in her eyes. But that doesn't excuse letting me watch my savior in a desperate situation and do nothing. With those words, Verdona shook off Cory's hand. You're at the point of no return. The moderates never shortchanged their benefactors. Verdona didn't look back. Even if her hands were shaking, she went up as she always did. Madras? Aristocrat. Cory's laughed softly, looking at Verdona without the contempt in her eyes that she had before. So, there are decent people in the aristocracy after all. Verdona gradually picked up her pace and eventually ran. Aha! In the eyes of so many people, helping a kobold would definitely be branded as a traitor. Seriously. She's scared. Fear of just dying. Fear of being treated as a traitor to humanity. The name Madrice is not deserved, but she was more afraid of disgracing her family and making herself regret why she hadn't come forward. I'm not a coward. Verdona lunged forward, just as her hand was about to touch the banner. Bang! A fireball hit Verdona in the stomach, knocking her out. It was close. I didn't think that someone would actually help the kobolds. Xena moved her long legs and walked slowly, her eyes icy cold as she looked at Verdona. You traitor to humanity. Verdona, trembling, slowly rose to her feet and made her way to the flag. Not at all. What greeted her, however, was another fireball. Bang! Another volley of fireballs that landed mercilessly on Verdona, knocking her off her feet. Sure enough, she can't do anything? Verdona curled up on the floor, complaining about her incompetence. Thinking about it, the words from the awakening blessing. I don't want this blessing which is of no use to me at all. It really doesn't help at all. Not even a little bit to help save the day. Her vision began to blur and in a trance she saw something. A bullet, and she slowly reached out. Was it before the bullet that came out? Verdona hesitated, taking it in her hands, a smile on her lips. Then, once again, he stood up. You're still, like, hopeless, with an angry look on her face. Xena raised her staff and the fireball instantly coalesced. Just as it was about to shoot through, Xena hesitated. What was it? Exactly. That made the woman in front of her, in spite of life and death, help a kobold. She doesn't understand. Perhaps, for the rest of my life, I will never understand. Hesitating just a bit, Xena didn't show a single bit of mercy, controlling the fireball and shooting it at Verdona. Bang! The fireball struck Verdona, sending her flying, and just as it was about to do so, something, seemingly from the palm of Verdona's hand, was thrown. Xena didn't pay any attention. What Verdona threw out. She slowly walked in front of Verdona and lowered her head, disbelief filling her eyes. Why? He saved me. Verdona lay on the ground, looking down at herself. Xena laughed. So, you're going to help him? Aha. Oh. The corners of Xena's mouth rose slightly as she laughed softly. Then why don't you get up? Verdona looked at her and just smiled, not saying anything. Looking at Verdona like that, Xena felt out of place. Click. The next moment, as she expected, the 4 directions seal broke. Damn. How? Almost simultaneously, Cory and Morris's angry voices rang out at the same time, echoing across the field. What? Xena heard the voice and looked up incredulously, her face shocked that she really couldn't see the shield. What the hell is going on? On closer inspection, one of those 4 flags was actually in the hands of a pitch-black shadow? No. How did that thing get past? She kept her eyes on the perimeter. There was no way she was going to let this thing pass. Suddenly, Xena remembered something. Could it be that thing that Verdona threw over just now was a bullet? The kobold fired the bullet, loaded with his own shadow, beyond the magic formation. With the help of Verdona's hand close by, the flag achieves the effect of surprise. Xena looked around, trying to find the kobold Yi Yen, who had killed Mord, but no matter how she looked, she couldn't see it. As a matter of fact, Yi Yen had long ago taken advantage of that momentary effort, and had already gone to who knows where. Maybe it's hidden, but the biggest possibility is to just run away. Damn, where did it go? Cory looked around and scurried around, except for Maurice, who stood still. I don't know, waiting for something. Actually, come to think of it, Maurice didn't seem to have a grudge against the goblin, and their companion, Maud, was dead at the hands of that kobold. Now, having him run off in front of her made Xena incredibly angry. You get up and look. Xena's eyes fell on Verdona, who was lying on the ground, magic surging out of her unconsciously because of her great anger. A magic formation emerged, and a sharp magic sword emerged from it. If it wasn't for this guy, there was absolutely no way she would have let Shadow near the flag, and the kobold wouldn't have had a chance to escape. As long as you're inside a magic formation, it's only a matter of time before you die. The kobolds you saved with your life abandoned you without mercy. What's the point of you? Xena was puzzled and inquired to Verdona. She didn't want to kill anyone if she could. However, instead of answering, Verdona just smiled. She gave it back. Enough. Looking at Verdona's thankful expression, Xena was extremely impatient. What the hell is the point of making that face? Make it look like you've accomplished something great and are satisfied. Obviously saving an evil kobold. Obviously betraying the humans. You're just going to die. Xena was no longer in the mood, nor did she want to ask why she was doing this as her fingers danced and swung downward. Brush! A dozen or so magical swords shot towards Verdona, who was lying on the ground, dying. Verdona slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for death to come, but she really didn't want to die yet. Brush up. The imagined pain didn't come. Instead, warm liquid dripped on her face. Verdona slowly opened her eyes and stared, incredulity written all over her face. Looking on was Yi Yen, who had blocked the magic sword for her. Although the time spent together was not long, Verdona thought she saw Yi Yen clearly. Yi Yen was not kind, or else when she first asked him for help, even if she didn't put up a fight, her emotions would have been moved, even for a little bit. And on his face, not a single change of emotion could be seen. Like a cold 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Ran wasn't heartless, or he wouldn't have saved her. And it seems that his love is only for his mom. It was only when something related to his mom was mentioned that his constant glacier showed signs of melting. Verdona knew that Yi Yen had saved her only for the sake of perhaps having information about her mother or the elves. Otherwise, he couldn't have saved her. But which so what? Even if that was the case, the fact that he had saved her and protected her would not change. If it's really heartless and really doesn't care, Yi Yen could mercilessly abandon her after she revealed the information. But he didn't. However, even if that was the case, Verdona she still didn't think that Yi Yen would come to her rescue at the critical time. But Verdona stepped forward anyway, for no other reason than to pay it back. It's really just that and nothing more. Verdona thought so firmly. Even if he didn't come, Verdona still didn't regret it. However, he came, out of the blue. Verdona's expectations. Could it be that Yi Yen was just like her? At the thought, a scarlet blush rose to Verdona's cheeks, a deep and fascinating color that could not hide the glint of tears in her eyes. Her tears, like pearls on a broken string, slipped quietly, one by one, dripping down between her clenched hands. She raised her head and looked at the figure that almost broke her heart. Yi Yen. Yi Yen, however, was at the moment like a tree ravaged by a storm, with magical swords stuck all over his body. Each sword pierced deeply into his flesh, as if it was going to extinguish the fire of his life completely. His blood gushed out of his wounds like an out-of-control flood, staining the ground around him and Verdona's eyes. Why? Verdona's voice was shaky and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She doesn't understand why he would do it for her. Sacrifice your life to block the fatal blow. Why would he come over and block this sword rain? I don't know. Why? Yi Yen was perplexed. Clearly that situation was the best time to escape. How did he get over here? Was it the sight of Verdona, even when walking and knowing the consequences? Or when you saw Verdona, for him, keep getting up from the ground? Or seeing Verdona, after picking up bullets and fighting to save him for him, realizing that he no longer wore that unsettling smile? This is the third time. 3 times it's been a different person. What the hell was that? What the hell was that smile? What's so funny? Yi Yen didn't understand. I don't even know why I'm smiling when I'm around my mom. He just knew that this smile would make his mom happy, and he liked his mom's smile and didn't want her to cry. As for the rest, he didn't care. So he never laughed on the outside, because there was no point in that. It doesn't get him anything. The closed assassination training had erased most of Yi Yan's situation. Not even why he was laughing. Pust. A mouthful of blood spat out from Yi Yan's mouth as he looked at the crying young girl in front of him. Somehow, it doesn't have that feeling of being a useless offense. It's like, what did you get for yourself? It was clear that now he was going to die and lose a lot. Blood, flesh, and life, but he hadn't gotten anything that corresponded to something of substance. So what the hell is he doing now? Congratulations, you've met the requirements. You and your pure guardianship desires are recognized by the River of Stars. Qualifications being tested. Soul strength verified. Test passed. Verification of completion passes. Congratulations, you've gained the exclusive skill guardian. Your exclusive skill guardian is activated. With the fall of the world's voice, Yi Yan suddenly felt a majestic power like a torrent, erupting out of Yi Yan's limbs and bones. It was as if millions of huge dragons had awakened inside. They roared and struggled, pulling the faltering Yi Yan back from the brink of death. His wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the life force in his body was burning madly, as if it was going to burn away all the darkness. You'll die if you do. Verdona looked towards Yi Yan, who was shaking as if the flame of life could be extinguished at any time. No, I am not going to die. Yi Yan shook his head, his eyes firm. Oh, yes? Xena slowed down from her surprise. and between her raised hands, those magical swords that were stuck in Yi Yan's body came a few points closer. You're in a body with 1,000 holes in it, and I'm genuinely not sure what kind of big talk you're talking about. Though, Xena admired the kobold in front of her, but she doesn't let that stop her. She wouldn't forget that it was the kobolds in front of her that killed Mulder, the foolish boy who was hellbent on getting stronger. Click! Just as Xena was about to increase her strength and try to tear Yi Yan's body apart, suddenly, a crisp crunch sounded from the blades of those magic swords. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, those originally impenetrable magic swords unexpectedly ruptured around Yi Yan's body in response, turning into bits of magic and dissipating into the air. How? Xena was filled with shock as she looked at the fragments of magical swords that were floating in the air, unbelief written all over her face. She couldn't believe that her magic had become so unbearable in front of Yi Yan. A sword made of her magic that disintegrated and disappeared in a moment she didn't understand? It all turned her perception upside down. The only thing that can do that is skill, and the unusual kind of skill, the kind of thing that doesn't make sense. For a moment, Xena seemed to recall one of the strongest series of skills held by the woman who stood at the apex of the Vilnius school. Moderation. The horror of domination. That day, with one person, that woman crushed the entire Vilnius school. All magic, in her eyes, was nothing more than something to be broken and cast at will. For some reason Xena was in a daze. Yi Yan would not let go of such a good opportunity and slowly picked up the donut and said, "Go." Ah. The donut was held in Yi Yan's arms, her small hands caressing Yi Yan's chest, her small eyes glaring, surprised to find that it actually recovered. What the hell is going on here? The donut raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yan with something more in her eyes. I don't know. Yi Yan shook his head. He really doesn't know. All that was known was that after that strange sound, something extra came out of him, repairing the damage to his body while strengthening his power in a small way. Even the arm that, before, had blown off, grew back and recovered in that instant. And, he realized that the power had something to do with what he was doing at the moment. Thinking that, Yi Yan's eyes fell on Vidona. What did the voice say? I think it's guardian. In other words, this behavior, this mood, becomes guardianship? I have something on my face? Seeing that Yi Yan kept looking at him, Vidona's face suddenly reddened and she inquired somewhat shyly. No. Yi Yan shook his head. Humph. Also at that moment, an angry voice came. What do you think? You can run? Karo shouted angrily, holding his silver spear. His figure shot towards Yi Yan like electricity. Yi Yan's pupils shrank and he reacted instantly. He held Vidona with one hand, and with his other hand, he gripped his dagger tightly and blocked hard against Koru's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the night sky as Koru's attack was blocked hard by Yi Yan. Koru was shocked, his eyes full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that this brat's power was far inferior to his before. How did getting stabbed into a hornet's nest by a magic sword make you stronger instead? Moreover, how did all the injuries on his body, and that broken hand, recover? That doesn't make any sense at all. While complaining inwardly, Koru's hands were not idle, constantly launching attacks towards Yi Yan. The difference in strength is too great. Even with the help of the Guardian, Yi Yan still couldn't go head-to-head with Koru. However, Yi Yan's goal was never to kill the other party, but to escape. Brush! He flung it violently, and the bomb arched gracefully through the air, heading straight for Koru. Humph! You want to hurt me even with this little trick? Koru sneered, disdain in his eyes. He lightly swung out a gun, and the powerful gun force directly split the bomb in two. An explosion went off, but it only blew up a cloud of dust and didn't do any damage to Koru. You think I'll hit the same trick? Koru looked at Yi Yan mockingly, as if he already considered him as something in the palm of his hand. However, he did not notice that the moment his lance cleaved through the bomb, under the moonlight, a strange shadow quietly formed, connecting the bomb closely to the lance. The shadow looked eerie in the moonlight, as if it were a demon crawling out of hell. It wordlessly bypassed Koru's line of sight and silently appeared behind him. It wasn't until the cold, sharp blade was pressed against Koru's neck that he sensed the danger. He jerked around, but it was too late. Yi Yan's gun was already aimed at his head, and the shadow's sharp blade was ready to reap his life. However, just in the nick of time, a dazzling light flashed by. Brush! Don't be careless. Morris appeared like a ghost, and his blade light was like electricity, cutting into the shadow without mercy. The shadow dissipated instantly, but Yi Yan had already taken this opportunity to pull the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, and Morris's knife deflected the bullet. Aha! The powerful impact made Morris's entire body constantly retreat. Bang! Another round went down, and a reacting Koru blocked it early, but the powerful impact made Koru, like Morris, keep backing up. Yi Yan also used this, the impact to pull away a small distance, and then skillfully used projection, disappearing in front of the crowd with subterranean shadow. Asterisk. Cory was furious. Saved by the most hated man in the world. Almost killed by a kobold. It made Cory lose his mind for a moment, and he bit down hard on his arm. You activate the exclusive skill, self-eating, and your basic attributes receive a corresponding increase. Your breath is lifted. The words fell. Boom! A terrifying blood-red aura erupted from Cory's body, and with a wave of his hand, he easily slapped that bullet away. The ground was instantly dented as his foot stepped towards it. Damn kobolds, did you really think you could run from me? With a brush, Cory disappeared into thin air. In a few moments, it was a gale. It is? Morris's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly seeing something wrong with Cory. But it doesn't matter. Just kill the kobold. Rumble. Just then, the earth suddenly shook, as if some kind of terrifying power was awakening. Not far away, the kobold lair began to crumble, splattering rubble and smoke. The earth's surface seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, sinking down continuously. Just as the crowd was panicking, an adventurer escaped from the lair. They scattered in panic, obviously frightened by the scene that suddenly appeared before them. However, an even more horrifying scene occurred. A huge arm poked out of the collapsed ground. Immediately afterward, a behemoth slowly stood up. It was a giant kobold. It was several times taller than a normal kobold, with gnarled muscles and an eerie green color to its skin. It held a huge stone hammer in its hand, and each swing seemed to shake the earth. Ha 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 ha! Goblin Hammer laughed wildly up in the sky, the sound deafening and palpitating. It waved the huge hammer in its hand, emitting a whistling wind sound, as if provoking the surrounding crowd. It's kobolds in full form. Someone cried out in alarm, panic in their voice. The full body, which comes from a breakthrough in maturity. Demonic creatures that have reached this level generally have their racial special effects, bodies, and powers completely mastered. An absolute powerhouse within the race. It is the existence of millions of maturation periods that can be born. They hadn't thought that this small goblin lair was actually hiding such a monster. In an instant, the fighting spirit of the crowd was gone, and they scattered in all directions, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying monster. The kobold hammer, however, did not act immediately. Instead, he looked towards the not too far away Yi Yan's back that was gradually moving away, a trace of unspeakable regret flowing from his eyes. What a shame, tiny king. Goblin Hammer spoke in a voice unintelligible to humans. The sound echoed through the air like a distant echo. I was not able to witness the glory and splendor of the moment you stepped onto the throne. Then, now let me, an old bone, open a path for you. Hopefully, your candid journey will be a smooth one. His giant hammer, like a moving mountain, shone with a cold light under the moonlight. Afterwards, he violently swung the huge hammer in his hand and smashed it fiercely towards the ground. The moment the giant hammer collided with the ground, it was as if the sky had collapsed and a huge crack instantly spread out, pointing directly at Morris' location. The direction is exactly where Maurice is, and Morris froze in place. What's going on? Why? This guy's here. Maurice, what the hell are you doing? Amy, who had escaped from the lair, yelled at Maurice. Maurice was awakened by Amy's voice. He came back to his senses and hurriedly swung the sword in his hand, trying to parry the huge hammer that was about to fall. However, the power of the hammer far exceeded his imagination. Only to hear rumbling a loud noise, smoke and dust rolled. Morris was shocked by the impact of the hammer, flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. He struggled to rise from the smoke and dust, looking at Goblin Hammer with disgust and anger in his eyes. Sure enough, it's you. Maurice gritted his teeth. Then that guy must be here too. What he saw before, that figure, was not an illusion. A flash of surprise flashed in Goblin Hammer's eyes when he saw Morris's appearance, but it was quickly masked by a smirk. Ha 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 ha, he said with a big smile. I really didn't expect it. The little kid back then has now grown to such a level. It's truly remarkable. Maurice angrily swung his sword at the Goblin Hammer, his sword flashing with power. However, Goblin Hammer just lightly swung his giant hammer. It then knocked Morris's sword away while knocking him to the ground again. Don't you already have an answer? Goblin Hammer smiled. Why bother asking me again? Where is he? His anger swept over him like a raging storm, almost breaking through the bonds of reason. However, just as he was about to rush forward, Dita quickly dodged in front of him and grabbed his arm tightly, her voice carrying a few tremors and worry. Maurice, you must calm down. Don't let anger get the better of you or you'll lose your mind. Maurice glared back at her, his face twisted, anger in his eyes. He snapped, trying to break free of Dita's hold, and snarled, let go. You. Dita tried to say something, but was interrupted by Orphina, who had been silent. A dangerous gleam shone in Ofina's eyes as she took a step towards Morris, the magic around her gradually rising higher as she approached, making a crackling sound as it rubbed against the air. Maurice, do you recognize that kobold? Ofina's voice was cold and sharp, as if it could pierce into one's bone marrow. Morris's body stiffened, and he looked up at Orphina with a flicker of mixed emotions in his eyes. He didn't say anything and slowly lowered his head. Do not make any defense. That kobold seems to know you too? What's going on? Ofina's voice grew louder, allowing Maurice to fetch his composure. Say something. Hearing Ofina's inquiry, Maurice didn't answer, just lowered his head, not knowing what things he was thinking about. You guys, enough. Just as Ofina goes up to grab Morris, Amy goes up and stops the two. It's not too late to ask what's going on when it's all over. In this situation, let's not fight, okay? Amy looked to Ofina with a pleading tone in her voice. She understood why Orphina was so angry. After all, there were so many bad memories from the past, a large part of the reason for embarking on. Now, the path of decimating kobolds is precisely that unpleasant experience. As for the rest, that would be the one who saved her, the goblin slayer, Maurice. And now, it is learned that Maurice, who has always loathed kobolds, actually knew kobolds before, and the two know each other. It made Ofina feel betrayed. Orphina gripped her staff tightly in one hand, her shell teeth biting her red lips tightly, and finally nodded her head. Good, then let's hurry up and clean up the kobolds in front of us. Amy's body glowed with a faint golden light. A pair of slender, white hands clenched, and the moment they clashed, the air around them dispersed, forming a vacuum in an instant. Brother Kill Squad. Start hunting. Divine Forest. This ancient land, intertwined with mystery and danger, has once again become a battleground between hunter and prey today. In the depths of the forest, above the canopy of a sky-high ancient tree, a young girl with an athletic figure lurked silently. Her eyes were sharp as eagles, and in her hand she clutched a sniper rifle that shone with metallic luster. Hey, you stupid kobolds! Run quickly or you'll be my target. Oh! The corner of Linglong's mouth curled into a playful smile. She moved her sniper rifle and aimed the scope at the kobolds that were fleeing in disarray. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed through the forest, just as the kobold ran out of breath, thinking he had escaped pursuit. Linglong's bullet was as accurate as the scythe of death, cutting off its life, only to see the kobold's head instantly explode, bright red blood splattering in all directions, staining the surrounding leaves. Linglong hemmed and hawed, and his gaze went back to the other panicked kobolds. She didn't pull the trigger right away, however, but watched them silently. The joy of hunting was in playing with her prey, making them writhe and scream in despair, and that was the moment she enjoyed the most. However, just as Linglong was about to enjoy this hunting feast to the fullest, the captain's voice suddenly came to her ears. The voice was serious and cold, as if it carried an unquestionable majesty. Linglong, this time, our mission is to exterminate all of these escaping goblins. We can't let any of them go. Don't overplay your hand. Hey, don't worry about it. Linglong hemmed and hawed, seemingly not taking the captain's words at face value. These inferior magical creatures, on our side, are weaker than low-level mutated creatures, so how can they run? Even if it's a dragon, under my gun, you'll still have to lie down for me. She stroked the anti-material sniper rifle in her hand and licked her lips with a confident look. Hey, hearing Linglong's words, the voice in his ear sighed. Linglong, don't underestimate the creatures of this continent. The dragons we took out earlier were merely hatchlings. If it was a mature body dragon, that grab of yours might not even have a chance to open. Ah! Seeing that the captain was about to lecture and nag again, Linglong screamed out, target sighted. No more chatter. The words fell, and without giving the captain a chance to speak, he took it upon himself to end the conversation. She didn't want to listen to Linglong's so-called reasoning. Of course, she wasn't lying to the captain when she realized that the target wasn't either. Only, Linglong disliked her eyes to the magnifying glass and stared at the green kobold shadow a few hundred meters away with an incredulous expression. Seemed to be carrying something? Is that human? However, Linglong didn't care. Even humans were people from the western continent. It doesn't matter if you kill one or two. Besides, what good can a human be who stays with kobolds? Without the slightest hesitation, Linglong had intended to tease a bit after taking aim, but remembered the captain's words. So the fingers flexed slightly, moving the eyepiece. Just as it was about to align, the kobold suddenly looked over to her place. How is this possible? A momentary mood swing caused Linglong's finger, which had been ready to pull the trigger, to move. Bang! The next moment, the bullet discharged, through the dense forest, toward the kobold's head. However, just then, a magical scene happened. The kobold actually dodged with a movement that was incomprehensible to humans. Oh, Actually dodged it? Linglong consoled herself with cold sweat running down her forehead unconsciously. Just now it was just a moment of carelessness on her part and her hands were quick. Definitely won't shoot off course this time. However, why was that kobold looking at himself just now? And what the hell was going on? Did you find her? Hey, 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 how is this possible? Where she is? But the positive light direction. The wind direction is also no problem. Is the only sniper location here? Besides, how could a kobold, a low-level magical creature, have that kind of intelligence? Linglong suppressed the doubts in her heart and moved her sniper rifle to aim at Yi Yan again. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Linglong knew that she had one. The angle, the perfect parabola. Unbeatable alright. Bang! Click! However, Linglong subconsciously raised her head and prepared to strike a victory pose. Sniper rifle magnifying glass, directly shattered. That culprit, residence is a bullet. The bullet went through the magnifying glass and shot straight at Linglong, slicing her cheek and flying out. If she had been a step slower, the bullet would have gone through her eye. Linglong couldn't help but feel fearful. And what scared Linglong even more was that kobold's return fire. That bullet. How the hell did that kobold find her? Furthermore, even if she had discovered her, how could she, actually, react in a split second? Think about it. Lingering almost, without hesitation, left the otherwise immaculate sniping spot, and opened, on the body, the energy shield. Bang! The place where Linglong was standing was immediately penetrated by bullets the moment they left, and it was as if the other could see her. The next bullet, fired at her with unerring accuracy. Click! Bang! The shields broke apart after blocking the bullets. Damn! While Linglong cursed darkly, her feet did not rest and immediately moved away from where she was just now. It's masterful. No! Isn't that guy a kobold? Why? To be able to make a split-second judgment of where she was and make a counterattack. Also at that distance, a normal gun would be out of frame even if it could get through. Only a sniper rifle. But how did that guy hold a sniper rifle? What's wrong? Hearing Linglong's somewhat confused gasp, the captain on the other side of the headset seemed to judge what was going on and was concerned. I can't finish the mission. Linglong clenched her red lips and said unwillingly, what's going on? The opposite captain frowned similarly, clear of the fleeing kobolds, something that, by all rights, shouldn't have gone wrong. Although, he kept nagging her with his mouth. She was completely convinced of Linglong's strength. Encountered an expert, blew the lens of my sniper rifle right off, and the muzzle was so damaged that I couldn't determine the center of gravity. Linglong let out a few deep breaths, only to feel much more relieved after turning on the energy shield and explaining the situation to the captain. If I hadn't activated the energy shield in time, I would have been dead in that instant. Retreat! With little hesitation, the captain's voice came to his ear. But what about the mission? In this case, leave the mission alone. Safety first. Don't underestimate this place just because it's technologically backward. The powerhouses here crush us like an ant. Now there are monsters in the goblin's lair. At that, the voice across the table became a little heavier. It's nothing like what was said before. The risk is not proportional to the reward. The voice on the other side of the room paused for just a moment, and then immediately made a decision. We're ready to retreat. It's not worth risking our lives for this little money. You come back with us. But, Linglong seemed to want to say something, and the opposite side also seemed to know what Linglong wanted and immediately said seriously, Linglong, there is nothing which can make us lay down our lives. Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming to this continent? Yes. Although Linglong was a bit reluctant, she was inwardly relieved. She was a sniper, but it was precisely because she was a sniper that she understood the power of the goblin just now. No, that doesn't describe it as awesome anymore. It's a monster. Fighting this kind of monster, dozens of her lives wouldn't be enough. That's why, upon learning about it, he left directly without a moment's hesitation. Even after a few kilometers away, the energy shield was still turned on for safety. After all, being a sniper, she realized how scary snipers were now. Sometimes it's the not seeing that's scary. In fact, what Linglong didn't know was this. All the shooting just now was done by Yi Yan's simple judgment without a magnifying glass. If she had known, she would have fled out of the forest instead of here by now. Killed? Yi Yan frowned slightly, now that the feeling of being watched disappeared. But there's no knockout punch. It should have run that kind of distance, without a multiplier. It's very hard to kill an opponent without knowing what they're doing. What's wrong? The donut inquired cautiously. It was so terrifying just now, that horrible attack, but there was no magic fluctuation at all. How does that make one? How does one defend? Thinking of this, the donut looked at the sophisticated metal creation in Yi Yan's hands. Is that thing a gun that came from over on the eastern continent? However, that Rob Vidona had also been exposed to, but it was definitely not as big as the one in front of her. The power of this thing, Vidona fumbled. I'm afraid that it was the strongest person who had opened the architecture that wouldn't dare to ignore it. Those who didn't even have their architecture turned on would even be killed in one hit. But realistically, how many people have turned on the architecture? It's not like there's 1 in 10,000 people. The strength of a country could not just rely on these few people to support it either. The soldiers of the country, the knights were mostly ordinary people who did not have their structures opened. And here, right now, is a weapon that will kill anyone who doesn't have the architecture turned on? How is this not frightening? Vidona had a hunch that it might be on the battlefield soon. This stuff can affect war to some extent. The reason why this is a certain degree of influence is that, at the high end of the country's war effort, the gun doesn't pose much of a threat yet. Can you hear me? Ha! Hearing Yi Yin call her, Vidona, who had returned to her senses, called out, her face puzzled. Looking at this expression on her face, Yi Yin frowned, knowing that this fellow hadn't listened to what he had just said. Aren't you leaving? Now go. Yi Yin put Vidona down. Leave? At this point, Vidona looked back around and realized that she was now in the forest, away from the kobold lair, escaped from that devil's den. She was free. It should have been a very happy thing, but Vidona raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yin with an expectant gaze. However, to her disappointment, Yi Yin's expression never half changed. There was not a single fluctuation of emotion under that icy face. It's been that way since we met, and it's that way now that she's leaving. Is she the only one who has changed? Is she the only one hesitating? That. Vidona pursed her lips, wanting to speak, but finally mustered up the courage to say it. Do you want me to leave? Yi Yin looked strangely at Vidona, who had an expectant luster in her eyes, with a puzzled expression. Why are you asking me when you're asking yourself my questions? If you want to leave, leave. Yi Yin's words were ice cold, and there was no semblance of emotion leaking out of his tone. Hearing Yi Yin's words, Vidona slowly lowered her eyes, her expression lost. Yeah, they'd only been together a few days. What the hell was she expecting or hoping for? It's better to just walk away than anything else. She shouldn't be with a kobold either. Now, just move your feet now and turn away. As long as you find the Adventurers Guild and inform the family's name, then you don't have to be afraid anymore. You can go home. Get out of here. Strange. Yi Yin gave Vidona a strange look, wondering what the woman in front of him wanted. Leave if you want to leave. Go back to see your mom if you want to. Procrastination. Thinking of this, Yi Yin also did not intend to pay attention to Vidona, intending to return home with the kobold. Seeing that Yi Yin was about to leave, remembering that the Adventurers Guild was going to launch a general attack on the goblin lair here, and the possibility that this was the last time Vidona would see the goblin in front of her, Vidona couldn't help but speak up and stop it. Please wait. Vidona finally couldn't help but speak, her voice filled with pleading and anticipation. However, Yi Yin continued to walk forward as if he didn't hear it. Vidona's heart sank to the bottom, and she realized that she was probably just passing through in Yi Yin's heart. Nonetheless, she still held on to a glimmer of hope, expecting Yi Yin to turn back. Just when she was about to give up, Yi Yin suddenly stopped and looked back. Vidona was delighted in her heart, thinking that Yi Yin had heard her call. However, in the next instant, Yi Yin's figure was like a cheetah as he pounced on her. What are you doing? Vidona was shocked by Yi Yin's sudden action and her face turned red with anxiety, and she was incoherent for a while. She struggled and tried to push Yi Yin away, but Yi Yin hugged her tightly and tackled her to the ground. That's not good. This is in the wild. Vidona, humiliated and angry, struggled to get to her feet. Brush. However, right at this moment, a sharp blade cut through the night sky like lightning, ruthlessly chopping towards their location. Only heard a loud click. The big trees within 100-meter radius collapsed. Vidona looked up in horror, only to see a neatly cut stump less than centimeters away from her forehead. She had a moment of fear in her heart. If Yi Yin hadn't pounced on her in time, this blow would have been enough to kill her on the spot. Once again, she was saved. It made Vidona's heart, once again, pound. What a surprise! Accompanied by the voice, a figure slowly came. Kara looked at Yi Yin. The corner of his mouth rose, sneering and mocking. And kobolds save humans? What's the point of pretending? Blood aura surrounded Cory, who went up with his lance in hand. Go! After leaving a message for Vidona, Yi Yin drew his dagger in unison and went head to head with Cory. The night was as dark as ink, and the dense forest seemed like a sleeping beast. The two silhouettes shuttled between them at a rapid pace, like two meteors cutting through the night sky. Each footfall was accompanied by the slight sound of falling leaves and the crunching of dirt, woven into a tense symphony. From time to time, the sharp sound of metal clashing came from the air. like two sharp blades fiercely exchanging blows in the darkness. Facing a far stronger Koru, Yi Yan looked unusually strained as his figure jumped between the trees, trying his best to avoid Koru's deadly attacks. Koru's eyes glittered with cruelty. He unleashed a strange skill called self-eating, which instantly increased his power. Yi Yan knew in his heart that it wasn't good, and he didn't intend to fight hard with the Koru at the moment. He quickly removed one of the bombs from his ring. The bombs hovered in the air under his control, glowing with an eerie light. However, Koru seemed to be on guard. With a wave of his lance, those bombs exploded in the air and turned into a blaze of fire. Humph! Koru sneered dismissively. Do you think that I will let your trickery succeed again? Before the words fell, his long spear had already attacked Yi Yan like a swimming dragon. Yi Yan's face was grave as he threw out dozens of small knives as cover. However, these small knives fell to the ground like fragile pieces of paper under Koru's lance. The long spear was like a dragon, like a bamboo, running through towards Yi Yan. Just as the lance was about to penetrate Yi Yan stepped on the shadow, and the hole instantly became pitch black. Dodging Koru's fatal strike and blending into the shadow, Koru sneered and pulled a daylight orb from his ring. Instantly, blinding white light illuminated the dark forest. The ghost-like shadow underground began to wriggle, as if it was about to reveal its original form. Koru aimed for the right moment, and just at the moment when the black shadow was about to take shape, the lance stabbed out like lightning. He snarled, "Die!" However, as the lance penetrated the mass of black shadow, there was a shattering sound. What? Koru was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. The black mass turned out to be just a shadow. He clearly didn't let go of any place that might be hiding Yi Yan just now, and there was no way there could be a shadow for him to wear under the light of the daylight globe. No. Koru's eyes fell on the small knives stuck in the ground. Those small knives cast a thin black shadow in the sunlight, and those black shadows were magically connected together. In other words, that kid left through these weak vapors and left behind a shadow doppelganger? But how on earth did this guy manage to link the shadows of the flying daggers together so perfectly? This is incredible. Could it be that everything he did, the gun he wielded, was in that guy's calculations? In this instant, Koru deeply felt that Yi Yan was terrifying. It also made sense why that Morris guy, why he wanted to kill the kobold so badly. If they let this guy grow up, he would definitely be a great danger to their adventurers. Bang! A shot rang out, breaking the silence of the night sky in Koru's contemplation. He reacted almost at the same time as the gun went off, and his entire body's magic power instantly erupted like an ignited flame. He turned on the semi-architecture mode and wrapped the important parts of himself, his heart and brain, tightly with a shield formed by magic. However, as he expected, Yi Yan's first bullet was like a precise missile, shooting directly at his heart. But Koru's reaction was also swift enough that the bullet was instantly bounced off as it came into contact with his magic shield. Although the bullets failed to cause substantial damage, still, the massive impact sent a sharp pain through Koru, and he was forced to take a few steps back. "You kid," Koru snarled. But before he could finish his sentence, the next round had struck again. This time, Yi Yan chose Koru's thigh as his target. The bullet cut through the air like lightning and instantly penetrated Koru's thigh. Sharp pain came, and Koru's body went limp, falling to his knees with a thud. His eyes widened as he looked around, trying to find Yi Yan's trail, but there was silence all around, only the night wind whistling in his ears. He knew that Yi Yan had disappeared from his sight once again. This kobold's art of concealment was becoming more and more problematic for him. A wave of anger and helplessness welled up in Koru's heart. He understood that he did not lose in strength, but in his understanding of Yi Yan. In several encounters, Yi Yan gradually figured out his character and weaknesses. While he knew nothing about Yi Yan, this information asymmetry puts him in a passive position. Bang! Yi Yan emotionlessly pulled the trigger, and immediately afterward, not making sure if he hit it or not, he immediately left and changed his position to re-aim. Pust! This time, the bullet tore through the air and hit its target, Koru's arm, with precision. Ah! Koru growled, and just as he was about to use that move from before to stir it all up, his eyes fell on Vidona not far away. Vidona, at the moment, was nervously following Yi Yan's battle. The wand in her hand flickered with light, ready to apply a blessing on Yi Yan at any time. However, her heart couldn't help but tighten when she saw Koru's fierce gaze. Hey! The corners of Koru's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Although, I'm sorry, but who told you to stay with that kobold? Koru's entire body surged with magic, and he could clearly feel the toxins that coursed through his flesh and blood. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake, going very full force and letting the toxin kick in faster. But, even so, there was little time left for him. The kobold must be taken care of in the process. Die! Koru roared and charged at Vidona. His lance drew a harsh arc in the air, heading straight for Vidona. Because, Vidona, who was worried about Yi Yan, didn't leave and had planned to help Yi Yan and give him a blessing. But, just when she was ready, Yi Yan disappeared? That's a little awkward. However, she was then convinced by Yi Yan's marvelous fighting method, so much so, that she forgot to escape. It wasn't until Cory came charging towards her that the Dona reacted. Bang! Just when she thought she was going to die, a gunshot rang out. Immediately afterward, a bullet struck Cory with unerring accuracy. Click! Bang! The lance bounced off. What? Koru's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was in front of him. But before he could react, there was another bang and a bullet went through his arm. Immediately afterward, 3 gunshots rang out, each hitting his legs. Cory groaned in pain, his body shaking as if he would fall at any moment. He stared ahead, his eyes filled with resignation and despair. Dead? Dead? Verdona covered her small mouth in disbelief. Yi Yan was actually really able to hunt gold-level adventurers. You know, this is to participate in the dragon-slaying war, and also half open the architecture. The back to open the architecture to become a human powerhouse is not impossible. And now, it died under Yi Yan's gun. Bang! 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 3 consecutive gunshots echoed through the open forest. Even though Cory had fallen to the ground, Yi Yan still didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. And the bullet was accurately fired into Cory's heart and head. After making sure that there was no movement, Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly raised the sniper rifle, wanting to make up a few more rounds, only to find that the chamber was already empty. Yi Yan frowned and felt remorse in his heart. He should have asked for more bullets in that kobold's hands. But now, facing a Cory who might not be completely dead, he didn't have a single counterattack in his hands. In desperation, Yi Yan could only pull out a few flying daggers from the sheath between his thighs, and after drenching them with a strong poison, he threw them fiercely at Cory's body. The flying dagger broke through the air with a harsh wind-breaking sound and ruthlessly plunged into Cory's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Cory's body seemed to have become a bloody man. The corners of the Dona's mouth twitched as she watched the scene. She even wanted to open her mouth to tell Yi Yan to stop thrusting. If this continued, Cory was afraid that she would really be thrust into a hedgehog. Only after using up most of his flying daggers did Yi Yan step out from the hidden corner of the forest and slowly approach Cory. He came to Cory's side and double-checked the other's life and death, then raised the long blade in his hand and viciously cut off Cory's head. He knew the wonders of this forest, where anything could happen, and he had to cut down the roots in order to prevent Cory from swindling. Of course, Yi Yan had another reason for doing so, and that was to recycle the flying dagger that was stuck in Cory's body. He had very few weapons left now, and the bombs had almost all been used up in the previous battle. The sniper rifle's bullets were also depleted just now. In order to deal with possible contingencies, he must recover as much of his weapons and ammunition as possible. He closed in on Cory, who had fallen to the ground. However, just as he raised his greatsword high in the air, ready to cleave Cory's head in half with a single stroke, a change occurred. Suddenly, a strong force came from the ground, and Yi Yan's feet were tightly grabbed by a cold and hard hand. He looked down and saw that Cory's eyes, which were supposed to be dead, were now flashing an eerie red light, and a hideous grin hung at the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha, finally got you. Cory's voice was low and raspy, full of vengeful fervor. How is it possible to be alive? The Dona looked on in disbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes. Just now, she had witnessed Cory being penetrated by dozens of bullets through his body, and even his brain and heart had been dealt a fatal blow. What's more, there were countless flying daggers stuck in his back, and blood stained the entire ground. How is it possible to be alive with such injuries? Nothing is impossible. Cory roared as a terrifying blood chi erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire dense forest like a raging storm. The Dona was struck by this force and flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing heavily into a large tree. Then I'll take you down again. The moment he saw Cory climb up, Yi Yan didn't hesitate and the knife fell directly. Blocking, Yi Yan's knife fell on Cory's body, as if he was carrying steel. The resistance was bounced off? Ha 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 ha, aha. Cory laughed and grabbed Yi Yan's ankles, lifting his entire body up. This time, I won't let go of you. Cory's figure looked particularly hideous, his eyes flashing with a crazy red light, as if he were an evil spirit from hell. The blood-colored gas that surrounded him looked particularly eerie in the night, like a burning flame, but with the coldness of death. Only Cory's left hand was as dry as deadwood, as if all the flesh and blood had been swallowed by a mysterious force. Suddenly, Cory let out a roar like a furious beast as he violently rushed towards Yi Yan and struck his fist heavily on his abdomen. Yi Yan only felt a huge force hit him. The whole person was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Well, didn't you get a kick out of beating me? A cruel smile appeared on Cory's face as he mockingly looked at Yi Yan in his hands. Brush! In the next moment, a warm stream accompanied by the taste of rust flowed through his mouth and throat into the inside of Koru's stomach. Aha! You guys, Koru was furious. This guy is dying and still wants blood poisoning to kill him? You think this bit of poisoned blood will work on me? Yes? Yi Yan opened his mouth, his tone cold. What? Koru's face changed as he sensed a bad vibe. He immediately stretched out his dry left hand, wanting to crush Yi Yan to death. However, the moment his hand was about to touch Yi Yan, a shadow suddenly exploded out of Koru's arm. It instantly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and Koru let out a miserable scream. What? Koru was alarmed. When exactly? Suddenly, something occurred to Koru. Could it be that one bullet? Bang! Before Koru could react, the next moment, under Koru's shocked gaze, Yi Yan's arm exploded. It is? Koru was puzzled, wondering what he guy wanted. The next moment, however, he knew. Crazy. The blood scattered from the exploded arm was suspended in the air. Under Yi Yan's control, this blood was as if it was alive, rapidly flying towards Koru's wound. Ah! Koru let out an even more miserable shriek as his face turned even paler. He felt a sharp pain coming from the wound, as if countless bugs were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Yi Yan took a step back and didn't dare to go up again, intending to wait for the poison to kick in. Are you okay? Looking at Yi Yan, who had blown up his own arm, the Dona had a heartbroken look on her face. Nothing. Yi Yan shook his head, his eyes locked on Koru, not daring to avert his gaze. Brush up. Just then, an arrow shot from the depths of the forest. With his skills, Yi Yan knocked down these arrows one by one. However, the number of arrows was increasing, and Yi Yan gradually felt a bit overwhelmed. Da-da-da-da. A rush of footsteps sounded as a silhouette walked out of the forest. These people are adventurers. They held weapons and surrounded Yi Yan. Yi Yan's heart sank when he saw this. Ha ha ha. Koru laughed hideously at this. Did you think that I would still fight with you alone? This is the kobold you fought earlier. A blonde-haired man walked slowly and looked at Yi Yan, his eyebrows furrowed. Sure enough, it's not easy. Koru looked at Ewald and nodded. He must die here. Oh. Ewald's gaze went back and forth between Yi Yan and Koru. His frown grew tighter and tighter, as if he had seen something incredible. If I'm not mistaken, this kobold is still in its growth phase. Ewald's voice held a hint of shock, and Koru had reached maturity for a long time. Yet he was seriously injured to such an extent by the kobold in front of him. Even if it had been a little later, Koru would have already been killed. Iward's eyes became colder and colder as he looked deeply at Yi Yan. I know why you called me over. This guy does deserve to die. Iward cast a gaze full of killing intent towards Yi Yan and ordered, shoot the arrow, kill the goblin. But one of the adventurers glanced at Verdona's pretty face and said with some hesitation, there's someone else over there. That's not a man. That's a traitor to humanity. Ewald interrupted with a stern voice, his eyes glittering with cold murderous intent. She has disqualified herself as a human by keeping company with the kobolds. With Iward's order, hundreds of sharp arrows were like arrows breaking through the air, whistling towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan looked at the flying arrows, but his heart was surprisingly calm. With the help of his skill, time seemed to slow down immensely, and the trajectory of each arrow was clearly visible. Again, looking at the incoming arrows, Yi Yan pondered inwardly. How many times has this happened? Every time, he met these self-proclaimed adventurers. They didn't even say a word. Then he killed at him. The unhesitating movement, the smug smile on his face, as if it was telling him, it was only right to kill him. Unnameable doubts surged in Yi Yan's heart. Yi Yan couldn't figure it out. Why this? Why look at him like that? He wanted to turn around and escape, but his legs seemed to be bound by invisible chains, so heavy that he could not move as if they were filled with lead. Could it be that the toxin had penetrated deep into his bones and reached a limit beyond his control? Right at that moment, a stream of warmth poured in from behind, as if a mysterious power had infused his body. Yi Yan turned around in shock, only to see Verdona clasping her hands together, a faint shimmering light radiating from her palms. She stood in the rain of arrows, her face pale but her eyes as firm as iron and fearless, and squeezed a word out of her mouth. Run! With the blessing of Verdona's blessing, Yi Yan possessed the power to dodge the rain of arrows. He hesitated just as he stepped aside. Mom's words came back to me in my head. Is it talking about this situation? A third person who had basically no murderous intent towards him. The thought flickered. He then subconsciously made his move without the slightest delay. Verdona looked at the gradually approaching rain of arrows. The power in her hands was about to run out. She reached out with a trembling hand, but her mind was at peace. This was good. At least her blessing could help Yi Yan before she died, so that he could escape from this dangerous place. Right? With his unimaginable skill, those adventurers would never be able to catch up with him. However, just when she thought she was about to fall, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her. Yi Yen held the dagger and danced through the rain of arrows, each swing precisely bouncing the arrows away. But there were just too many arrows, coming at them like a raging storm. Pust, pust, pust. Arrows shot into Yi Yan's body one after another, and a pool of blood instantly pooled at his feet. However, it was as if he didn't feel any pain, and the movements of his hands became even swifter instead, until all the arrows were knocked down. Until this rain of arrows stopped, perhaps without arrows in their hands, or perhaps shocked by the scene in front of them, the adventurers stopped their hand movements one after another. Look before you, to protect a human girl, and the kobolds that stood in front of the rain of arrows, even if they were pierced by 10,000 arrows, didn't have falter. This scene was something they couldn't imagine in any way. Then, it's the exaggerated picture books that never depicted either. After all, humans and kobolds have been immortal rivals since ancient times. It's the existence of hunting each other. It is an object to be eliminated as soon as it is encountered. It's a low-level demonic creature that represents evil, filth, cunning, and lechery. However, the scene in front of him turned all that upside down. That evil, dirty, cunning, lecherous kobold. Yet at this very moment, he was standing in front of a rain of arrows in order to protect a human woman. Even though he was covered in blood and had countless arrows pass through his body, he never took a step back. It seemed as if they were, could they do what the kobold in front of them was doing? No. The Dona's voice was like a broken string, her mind throbbing with every tremor. Her tears, like crystal and pearls, slid silently down the rough stone surface, splattering tiny specks of dust. The crowd stood behind her as if enveloped in her grief. They feel like villains depicted in an old picture book, cold and uncaring. Could it be that they were really wrong? The kobolds in front of you, they're good kobolds? Why else would the beautiful woman in front of her care so much about an ugly kobold? Though, the goblin in front of him wasn't exactly ugly. For, looking at Yi Yen, who was in front of her and covered in blood, the Dona did not understand. Why? The Dona stroked her beating heart, and her face, which had already been labeled a traitor and was about to die, turned slightly red. She didn't understand why Yi Yen had saved her 3 times in a row. How is she going to pay for it? Why? Hearing the Dona's words, Yi Yen murmured in his mouth. Why? He doesn't know. As he didn't understand, his mind echoed. What is guardianship? Your skill guardian has reached its limit, and your body is severely damaged. Guardian applies to Star River. Beginning of qualification appraisal. Checked for lack of physical strength and lack of soul level. Application failed. Denied. Begins to accumulate. Why? Yi Yen didn't understand. It's like he doesn't understand. I don't know. Why so many people, as soon as they meet, want to kill him? Did he do something bad? Let them escape? Why is it that an individual, who has clearly done nothing to him, is so hostile to him? No. Too long without contact, indulging in the happiness of being around his mother made Yi Yen forget. Sometimes it doesn't take much of a reason to kill someone. It's just a race to kill. It just doesn't look good enough to kill. Just being in a bad mood can kill. This side was the world Yi Yen was in. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Or, maybe they got some kind of assignment? Killed his mission. Just like him. Ha! Yi Yen revealed a wry smile and laughed loudly behind him. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud, his voice filled with madness and killing intent. Then everything is clear. Actually, it's quite simple. All he had to do was kill them all. Just kill all these people who are hostile to him and want to kill him. Come one, kill one. Isn't that, like, his best? It's a lot easier than taking a woman and running around with her. Since they are peers, they are prepared to be killed when they kill, right? Yi Yen stared back and gave a wry smile to the adventurer in front of him. That smile was as if Ashura had crawled out of hell. This made the adventurers, once again, think of the kobolds in front of them and withdraw their compassion for the kobolds in front of them. The kobold in front of us is known as the White Death. I don't know how many adventurers I've killed. They actually thought that the kobolds in front of them were nice? However, not everyone thinks so, but no one would stand up for a measly kobold. Deep in a quiet forest, the wind rustled and whispered as it wove its way through the dense foliage. However, this harmonious tranquility was broken by an abrupt swallowing sound. It was as if some unnameable monster was peering from the shadows, and it was chilling. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was sharp and eerie, as if it came from the depths of hell, tearing apart the already tense atmosphere. Yi Yen. There was a strange smile on his face, and an icy and cruel light flashed in those eyes. The surrounding adventurers turned pale at the sudden laughter and involuntarily took a few steps back. They knew that the kobold in front of them was by no means unusual. Just now, he had blocked all the arrows with just one person's strength, and this strength was already enough to make them feel fearful. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but fall on Cory. This gold-level adventurer, at this moment, fell to the ground in a sorry state, still holding the lance that had once made him proud. "What are you doing?" Cory shouted in angry rebuke when he saw the crowd stop firing. He struggled to get up, but his body was as weak as if it had fallen apart. "That guy, he can't carry it anymore. Don't you know that?" Cory's voice trembled, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yan looked back at him. That icy sight was like a sharp blade that instantly pierced his heart. He felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, as if something was crazily devouring his life force. "Ah!" Cory suddenly let out a scream as his stomach began to swell uncontrollably. His face instantly turned as white as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He looked at his stomach in horror, not understanding what was going on. What's going on here?" Cory's voice had become hoarse and feeble as he struggled to get help from the adventurers behind him. But just then, his stomach had swollen to the extreme, as if it would explode at any moment. "Ah!" As his stomach continued to grow larger, Cory let out an even more miserable yelp. His body began to twist and distort as if he was undergoing inhuman torture. "Help! Help!" He sent out a plea for help to the adventurers behind him. However, a priest was just about to go up, and just then, his stomach suddenly fluttered violently. Then, with a loud bang, his body exploded like a balloon. Blood and broken flesh splattered everywhere, splattering the surrounding adventurers. The priest, who had just stepped forward to check on the situation, was lifted off the ground by the shockwave created by Cory's explosion. He fell heavily to the ground, covered in Cory's broken flesh and blood. "Ah!" The priest let out a miserable scream. He looked in horror at the bloody mess he was in and for a moment couldn't believe what was in front of him. The other adventurers were also stunned by the scene. They looked at the puddle of blood and flesh on the ground, their hearts filled with fear and despair. And just then, a dark shadow flashed past where Cory had exploded, instantly blending into the ground. It was a scene that only Ewald saw clearly. The shadow of death hangs over the crowd. The poor gold-level adventurer actually didn't even have a chance to defend himself. The crowd was stunned by the scene. One move in a second. How the hell did that happen? The unintelligent Ewald was equally shocked, but he didn't lose his cool like the rest of the adventurers. Thinking back to the shadow that had just appeared from Cory, is it something like the darkness, shadow split technique? Squeezing through Cory's body through the appearance of a shadow doppelganger. What a vicious tactic. If it was in normal times, Cory, who had plenty of stamina and magic power, might still have a chance of survival, but in that state just now, there was nothing he could do to return to life. Ewald wondered in his mind how on earth he had sent the shadow into Cory, but at the moment, he understood better that this was no longer the problem. "Go on." Ewald took a deep breath and waved his arm, signaling the crowd to prepare for the attack. The archers raised their bows and arrows and took aim at the target in front of them. What Ewald did not anticipate, however, was how much of a psychological impact the scene he had just witnessed had on his companions. In their eyes, it was like a nightmare that a gold-level adventurer had been killed in an instant. They began to whisper, their voices filled with fear and unease. "Monster! This is definitely a monster. We're gonna get killed." Right at this moment, an adventurer could no longer bear the fear within him and threw down the arrows in his hands, turning around and running. This run was like opening Pandora's box, setting off a chain reaction. When one person runs, there is a second and a third, and the whole team begins to fall apart. But not everyone is so timid. There was also that group of people who were scared, but knew better than to back down at this moment. They raised their bows and arrows, released magic fireballs, and launched a fierce attack on that Yi Yan. However, in the face of this attack that was like a torrential rain, Yi Yan did not move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he simply couldn't. Mysterious voices echoed in his head, the proclamation of the voice of the world. "Congratulations on killing the human powerhouse. You gain 10 points of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be raised any further. Congratulations on killing a human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your exclusive skill predation, you have gained the human powerhouse's exclusive skill self-eating. Will you activate the exclusive skill self-eating to devour flesh to restore life and strengthen your power?" The constant reverberation in his head, a clear and pleasant female voice. However, there wasn't a hint of emotional fluctuation in that voice. Recovery? Yi Yan was puzzled. Until now, Yi Yan also began to gradually understand. The world's changing. Holding on to the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Yi Yan directly launched the exclusive skill self-eating. Next moment, only to see that the blood and flesh of his arm, which had been blown to a bloody pulp, began to dry up and slowly disappear. It was as if they were swallowed up by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, a powerful force surged out of his body. Bright red blood chi surrounded Yi Yan's body. His injuries quickly recovered and his strength was greatly enhanced. He could feel it, his blood boiling, a familiar hunger coming at him. So hungry. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights now. There is food. And even yourself. As far as the eye can see. However, this feeling that had been repeated for an unknown number of times did not sway Yi Yan one bit. Yi Yan took a deep breath and felt the surging power within his body. Slowly, he lifted his head and looked towards the enemies who were lunging towards him. It is? Iward's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the blood mist that surrounded Yi Yan's body. If he was not mistaken, that should be the unique blood mist produced by the gold-ranked adventurer Koru's famous exclusive skill, self-eating. It was also the fundamental reason why Koru was able to advance to a gold-level adventurer. However, many people are afraid of Koru for a reason. After all, the skill was too overbearing. Overbearing to the point that even the same gold-level adventurer wouldn't dare to fight with Koru. It can even pull people whose lives are on the line from the gates of hell. He remembered that not so long ago, Koru had been caught in an unknown poison, and had survived because of self-feeding. Maud, on the other hand, was not so lucky. This also shows the power of self-feeding. Although it would devour its own flesh and blood, the power gained was absolute. Ewald hesitated. It stands to reason that the same exclusive skills would not exist in this world, but the blood mist that characterizes the launch of self-eating. There was also that skill of recovering from injuries by devouring one's own flesh and boosting one's strength. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's Koru's self-feeding. But, then the question arises, why? This guy too? If he remembered correctly, Koru's self-eating was an exclusive skill. In other words, that was a skill that belonged uniquely to Koru, a unique existence in this world. The so-called exclusive skills are something like that. The word exclusive stands for uniqueness. However, now why does this guy have it too? How can the same exclusive skills exist in this world? No. Ewald lowered his head and dropped his eyes to Koru's body. Now that Koru is dead, it means that there is no one in this world who has self-food. The kobold in front of me, indeed, had self-food only after Koru's death. But, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? Just in time for Koru's death. And just in time for Yi Yan to get self-eating. Just when Yi Yan was in a crisis. He started self-eating to solve the crisis? Besides, the acquisition of exclusive skills is not that simple. Many people had spent their entire lives pursuing, and had not even been able, to acquire even one of the lowest level skills. Not to mention exclusive skills, this special existence, even the way of obtaining it, to this day, no one in the world has figured out. One can only guess by what the voice that was suddenly in one's head said. To get it, you must be recognized by the river of stars. If the gods on high represent the stars above the sky, a starry river, then, is a river made up of countless stars in the heavens, an existence above the gods. It is also said that skills possess consciousness and they choose the right masters on their own. In the presence of the river of stars, could it be that this goblin is so lucky? Thinking of this, Ewald cast a resentful, angry gaze at Yi Yan. Why, it's him, a cunning, evil, and foul low-level demonic goblin gets it. Obviously he's more appropriate. Obviously he was more pious. Obviously he's more powerful. Ewald gritted his teeth, a scowl on his face, and rushed the adventurers around him in command. Kill me. Kill this kobold. Never let him live, or we all die. Hearing Ewald's words and seeing Yi Yan's strange form, the adventurer didn't hesitate and just raised his hand. Zip. Boom. The next moment, a falling thunderbolt fell from the sky, killing one of the adventurers who had raised his bow and arrow. What? The crowd was stunned. Is this magic? Why? No warning at all? Skills again. There was not the slightest chanting, and no magic fluctuations could be felt. Ewald, his eyes wide with anger, raised his longsword up and swung. Brush. Rumble. The longsword swung down, and the terrifying sword awnings left a deep, bottomless darkness on the ground. However, Yi Yan's figure had already disappeared. Accompanying them were countless fiery fireballs that came at him without warning. Ewald's eyes were as wide as brass bells and his face was livid. Skills again. How favored by the stars you really are. Ewald stormed out, swinging his longsword in his hand. Brush. Several rounds of blazing fireballs shattered under Ewald's dominating chop. After that, behind them then came, one after another, the screams of the adventurers. Dark figures, weaving in and out of the dense woods, appeared at every turn. It was accompanied by the eruption of a column of blood and the fall of a human head. Congratulations on killing a human. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill predation. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and you can't raise it any further. Congratulations on killing a human. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill predation. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your predator skill, you gain the human's talent, self-healing D. Your gift self-healing D to be incorporated into self-healing B to accumulate success. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill predator, you gain the human's talent, block D. Congratulations on killing a human. You have gained 1 point of constitution as a result of your skill predation. The sound of the machine coming from the ears of those listening. Yi Yen mercilessly harvested the lives of the adventurers in front of him. Its speed is increasing. This was the moment when people finally remembered and understood that title. Why? It's called the White Death. Just a moment ago, what in the world were they pitying the demon in front of them? The adventurers, before they died, thought so. Inside the lair among the kobolds, the darkness of the cave, collapsing rocks, blocking off the entrance to the kobold lair. All that could be seen was a big brother Bryn with a broken arm leaning on top of the wall, panting and bruised. Da-da-da-da. Also at that moment, there came the sound of light footsteps, a bloodied adventurer, walking slowly, shaking legs, perhaps from fear, or injury. It's all you. The adventurer's eyes were filled with anger and resentment as he looked at his big brother Bryn. They're all dead. How many of you kobolds do you have to kill before you stop? Ha! The big brother Bryn, who was weakened from excessive fighting and blood loss, couldn't help but let out a light laugh after hearing the words of the tender adventurer in front of him. This time, who really started the attack? Who the hell is it that wants to slaughter our homes? The elder brother Bryn spoke louder and louder, eventually coming out in a near growl, causing the adventurer to take a step back in fear. No, it's because kobolds are evil, filthy, low-level magical creatures. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the adventurer's words, big brother Bryn couldn't help but burst out laughing. What evil and filth? That's just what you humans set out to do. We are kobolds and just kobolds, and don't have that other word attached. May. The adventurer thought of something and drew his dagger from his belt. But you kobolds, you're always on the path of plundering, brutalizing males and preying on females as tools for your reproduction. With that said, the adventurer's eyes became determined. Oh, it was also at this moment that a hoarse and unpleasant voice suddenly came from behind the adventurer. And how have you humans not always been on the path of plunder? Humans? What's the difference between that and a kobold? What? Hearing the voice, the adventurer turned back, dagger swinging out and stabbing behind him. Brush! The blade flashed, yet the chopping blow that the adventurer swung with all his might was easily caught by the kobold in front of him. In order to have meat for a long time, the hogs are kept in pens, and when they are in the midst of growing up, they are killed for meat. The kobold warrior looked over at the adventurer and gave a light chuckle. How is this not a cruel pillage for the pigs? Do you see how familiar it would be if we switched the pigs and the women in their places? And switched the men and the kobolds? The adventurer gritted his teeth and tried to draw his dagger. However, his physical stamina, which was already overconsumed, was not a match for Goblin Man in the slightest, and he could only clench his teeth and angrily rebuke. You're just a crock of crooked reasoning? What's crooked? Goblin Man said with a mocking smile as he went up. We kobolds just keep females in captivity, the same way you keep pigs. It's just that one is for reproduction and the other is for food, and the uses are different. The adventurer was furious. How can we, human beings, be compared to pigs? At those words, the adventurer lowered his dagger, raised his fist, and struck at the kobold. Look, if you can't beat me, do it. The kobold laughed softly. Brush! In the next moment, the Goblin Man swung the dagger in his hand and the blade flashed across the adventurer's neck. A splash of blood soared out, and the adventurer covered his neck and glared at the kobold, the blood still in the corner of his mouth. Pust! A tiny crack appeared at the adventurer's neck, and then bright red blood spurted out from there. His head fell heavily to the ground, his eyes round and dead. Looking at the fallen adventurers on the ground, a cold smile appeared on the Goblin Man's face. What's the point of talking to humans? Just kill them. The elder brother Bryn looked at Goblin Man and spoke weakly. No, I'm a very civilized kobold. Goblin Man held up a finger and shook his head, then looked to his big brother. Bryn, besides, didn't you just say as much? I'm just, trying to buy time to recover. Oh, Goblin Man said as he walked past his big brother. Goblin, I thought you couldn't move, but since you can, I'm going to go. Oh, wait, the older brother, Bryn, looked away and spoke. Take me with you. I can't move for a while. Goblin Man glanced back and smiled down. Good. With that, he went up and picked up his big brother Bryn and led him towards the depths of the lair. No, going out? Big brother Bryn was puzzled. There's a secret way out. Goblin Hammer made preparations before destroying the place, and some of the goblins have gone ahead and run. Hearing Goblin Man's words, Big brother Bling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, through the long tunnel, the two kobolds finally emerged from the kobold lair. But Big Brother Bryn realizes that the direction Goblin Man is taking him is not the direction of the Great Goblin Lair. Where are you taking me? Where? Goblin Man smiled mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. This is the king's show, and as his most loyal subordinate, how could he miss it? Goblin Man thought so, and led his big brother, Bryn, forward. The elder brother Bryn looked at Goblin Man with a puzzled look on his face. Where the hell was this guy taking him? Not that he thought that Goblin Man would betray him and turn him over to the humans. He believed that in kobolds, there were no traitors. It's just that it's too far away. Just as the older brother, Goblin, was about to open his mouth to ask, Goblin Man finally stopped. Here it is. You're here? Big Brother Bryn was puzzled and headed in the direction of Goblin Man. A quick glance showed those damn humans. Just when Big Brother Bryn wanted to go on a rampage and overdraw his life to kill these humans. Brush! A black shadow flashed by, and along with it, the human adventurers that fell in pieces. And that black shadow, he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was none other than the kobold he had been following. Yi Yen. It's really awesome. Those humans, without even noticing Yi Yen, were killed. And the movement, the speed, the lack of drag, in almost every action, there exists his meaning. For a moment, Big Brother Bryn looked mesmerized and couldn't help but appreciate it. It's awesome. If only he had that kind of skill, that kind of power, then he will not be afraid of those disgusting humans. Nor, for that matter, would it be reduced to what it is now? Ha! Goblin Man laughed out softly and said, just you wait. It's just beginning. Why do you know everything? The older brother, Big Brother Bryn, gave Goblin Man a surprised look. You guess. The corners of Goblin Man's mouth turned up in a meaningful smile as he looked over at his big brother. Bryn, you kobold. You're a pain in the ass. Yes. Goblin Man just laughed and didn't take offense. Seeing this, Big Brother Bling did not pay any attention to Goblin Man, and his line of sight once again fell on Yi Yan's flickering figure. The eyes were filled with longing. Ah, if, perhaps, kobolds had a king. This might be it. In this moment, Big Brother Bryn is completely recognized, and he intended to follow Yi Yan, wanting to rush Yi Yan's body and learn that technique. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Big Brother Bryn. Doesn't he have a name yet? The night is like ink in the forest of the gods. A ghostly figure quickly traveled between the adventurers. Every time the figure swept by, it was accompanied by a mournful scream, followed by the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. This shadow was like the scythe of death in the darkness, mercilessly and precisely cutting off each and every living life. The adventurers were gripped by this sudden fear. With wide eyes, they looked around, trying to find traces of this terrifying figure. However, the more fearful they were, the more chaotic their movements became, and death followed close behind them like a hungry wolf. From the moment he stepped into this territory, do you, or do you not, take me seriously? As soon as Yi Yan appeared, there was the sound of Iwad's angry roar, accompanied by an overwhelming sword chi. It came straight at Yi Yan. Facing this sudden attack, Yi Yan's face was grave as he abandoned his assassination target and flickered, skillfully avoiding the sword chi attack. However, he did not choose to fight back. Instead, he quickly took a few steps back and hid himself in the darkness. Ewald looked around, trying to pick up Yi Yan's trail, but there was no gain in the slightest. In the midst of this darkness, Yi Yan was like a cunning cheetah, noiselessly lurking in the shadows, waiting for his prey to appear. Just then, Ewald suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. He turned violently and swung his sword. Yi Yan's face was slightly shocked as he took out the large stone from his ring and changed his direction in the air, dodging Ewald's attack. Seeing Yi Yan show up, Iward raised his longsword without hesitation, just when it wanted to, again, launch an attack. However, right at this moment, Yi Yan's figure disappeared once again. He traveled through the darkness like a ghost, making it impossible for Ewald to catch sight of him. Damn it! Ewald roared, and his longsword fell smoothly, leaving a deep slash on the ground. This blade mark was like a hideous dragon, emitting a terrifying aura in the darkness. Yi Yan, who was in the hidden corner, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He knew that with his current strength, he would definitely not be able to take this sword from Iward head-on. But the sneak attack didn't work. There seemed to be something about the guy that detected him when he got close. However, with his own speed that far surpassed Yi Yan's, he counterattacked back. This left Yi Yan with no way out at all. After all, the difference in strength between the two was simply too great. If the strength had been the same, at that distance, there's no way Ewald would have survived. It has to be resolved quickly. The self-food effect is wearing off. If only the sniper rifle still had bullets. In that case, with long-range sniping, Yi Yan was sure to take it. But there are no ifs. Suddenly, Yi Yan thought of something. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. his mind echoing the mantra his mother had once taught him. Words that shone like starlight blossomed quietly in his mind. At the same time, there seemed to be a marvelous fluctuation in the air around them. Points of starlight began to converge from all directions, as if pulled by some mysterious force. They slowly approached and eventually converged on Yi Yan's body, forming a faint halo. Not far away, Ewald felt it, the unusual fluctuation. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Notice, the only bright light in that dark forest. Is it here? Ewald whispered to himself, and immediately after, he swung the sword in his hand without hesitation. A stern sword blade cut through the air, carrying the sound of breaking wind, and pushed straight towards Yi Yan. However, just at the moment when the sword blade was about to touch Yi Yan, a sudden change occurred. A loud rumble shook the mountains and forests, and the vines of countless trees seemed to be given life. They rose up from the ground and circled like a giant python. A solid barrier was quickly constructed in front of Yi Yan, blocking that sword on ruthlessly. What? Ewald's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. How could he not have thought that this goblin would be able to cast such a powerful magic? This kobold, or wizard, Ewald muttered, but then intense anger welled up in his eyes. He couldn't accept the fact that by what right could this kobold possess such a powerful force. Even if you're a wizard, you won't be a match for me, Ewald roared, his entire body's magic power surging wildly. He swung his sword again, and an even more terrifying sword chi swept out, destroying those trees and vines to pieces. However, what shocked Edward was that the destroyed trees and vines didn't just disappear. As if they possessed life, they began to frantically absorb the magic factor in the air and the nutrients on the earth, regrowing and spreading. This can't be. Iward opened his mouth wide and looked at Yi Yan with an unbelievable expression. It was as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Elf warlock? A wizard's dream miracle in a kobold? How is this possible? Ewald's voice trembled with shock and dismay. However, just as he was shocked, the vines around him spread out silently as if they were alive, binding him tightly. He tried to struggle, but it was too late. The vines seemed to have magic powers. The more they struggled, the tighter they got. No way. Ewald struggled, trying to use his magic to break free of his bonds. However, the magic power he had just released was absorbed by the vines like flowing water, making them even thicker and stronger. He cried out in desperation, his voice echoing through the forest. Right at this moment, a cold light flashed by, accompanied by a miserable scream. One of Iward's arms was decisively cut off by Yi Yan. Aha! The screams were piercing and mournful, and seemed particularly frightening in the silent forest. Yi Yan slowly walked out from the shadows, the blade in his hand still dripping with blood. Honestly, Yi Yan didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Yi Yan was puzzled as to why the man in front of him would be distracted while fighting. Isn't that just sending your life out the door? This kind of opportunity, Yi Yan, who was an assassin, naturally would not let go. Only, where did the noisy little man run off to? Every time, when he used the elf warlock, the little man would appear. Only this time it didn't. However, Yi Yan didn't care. Yi Yan slowly raised his sword. Just when it was time to cut off Ewald's head, a large sword suddenly appeared and blocked Yi Yan's chopping attack. It was accompanied by the rough shouts. Hey, what's going on? Ha 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 ha. The knife-wielding man scoffed viciously at Ewald. Don't scoff, meow. Accompanied by a crisp voice, an enchanting figure slowly walked. It's a beautiful woman. Only a pair of cat ears grew on her head. Her tail waved around. Her paw was placed at the corner of her mouth, and she looked around before her eyes finally landed on Yi Yan's body. By the looks of it, that kobold has something, meow. How else could our Mr. Ewald have ended up being single-handedly killed by a kobold? The knife-wielding man said, looking over at Ewald and laughing brightly. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, isn't he a loser? The man with the glasses walked slowly, a condescending face, disdainful of Ewald. Seeing the visitor, Ewald, fresh from death, relaxed, shadow black cat, Aaron, wandering knight, wood, blazing wizard, Harley, all three are gold-level adventurers. No matter how you think about it, it can't fail, and so on. What are you talking about, you guy? Suddenly Ewald reacted and looked to a face that was angry, struggling, and wanting to punch the guy. What he hated most in his life was the condescending faces of these magicians. By virtue of possessing a magical talent of 1 in 1,000, one always looks down on, well, non-magicians. Look down on this, look down on that. Ha! Harley pushed up his glasses and looked at Ewald with disdain. Could it be, am I wrong, that you still have the face to scream after being defeated by a lowly demonic kobold? With that said, Harley went up and stroked the vines that bound Ewald tauntingly. I didn't realize that Iwad, who was known as the Bastard Sword, has now become unable to break free from this kind of vines? Upon hearing Harley's words, a trace of doubt surfaced on the faces of the remaining 2 gold-level adventurers. Yeah, how did that happen? Just as they were about to look back, suddenly, came Harley's shocked voice. This, how can it be? There was incredulity in Harley's voice, as if he had discovered the most comical scene in the world. What's wrong? Aaron and Wood glanced back at the wide-eyed Harley. Harley didn't say anything, mumbling something on his lips. The next moment, flames rose from his hand. In one fell swoop, the vines were incinerated. Seeing how easy it was to destroy, Wood couldn't help but look at Ewald and flirt. Yo, it's not quite so easy to break dash. Wood's words, before he could finish them, were shocked by the scene before him that overturned his common sense, only to see that the vines that had been burned on the fire actually began to gradually devour the magic factor in the flames, and even the magic in the air, restoring themselves and spreading towards the flames. What's going on? Why, there's this magic. Wood raised his sword and looked warily at the vines spreading toward them. That's because, well, it's not magic. Harley's face grimaced and he raised his hand. Brush. The next moment, followed by Harley increasing his magic output, the fire suddenly became bigger, directly destroying those vines in a flash. Not magic? Erin put her finger on her tiger's tooth and twisted her head in confusion. That's right. Ewald patted his body and looked at Harley with a hint of smugness in his eyes. It's a miracle that elf warlocks, you wizards, beg for. Sure enough, hearing Ewald's affirmation, Harley closed his eyes and grimaced. Surely it's an elven jutsu? But, how could a kobold possibly use an elven spell? What's that? Wood scratched his head and looked unconcerned. Erin similarly waved her hand, indicating she didn't understand. It's the fact that it's normal for them not to know this kind of thing, already because the nobles on the elven side stayed in the Elven Kingdom, rarely appeared in this world. And he's a wizard. He can't get around this stuff in a lot of his classes to understand it. But it's not like wizards are, like, bored enough to spread this kind of thing everywhere. After all, elvish spells are a downgrade for magic. No one would be bored enough to demean their profession in front of outsiders. At that thought, Harley's eyes went to Ewald. How's that for mood? Seeing Harley look at him, the corners of Ewald's mouth turned up in a smile. Well, Harley looked offended. I will prove that magic is no worse than elven magic. With a kobold? You. Harley looked to Ewald and gritted his teeth. So, what the hell is going on with that elf jutsu? Cat. Erin was very much not counting, sticking her head in her hands, puckering her mouth and looking angrily at the 2 men in front of her who had been talking to themselves. Ewald looked over at Harley and burst out laughing. However, after the line of sight landed on Yi Yen, who had been looking for an opportunity not far away, his face instantly became ugly as he explained. Elvish jutsu, a distinction between magic, jutsu, and what might be called another kind of miracle. Is there a difference between the two? Wood doesn't get it. It's all one kind of miracle, isn't it the same? There's a big difference. Speaking of which, a flash of deep jealousy flashed under Ewald's eyes. Magic, a miracle unleashed with one's own magic, through the gods in the heavens, and the elf jutsu. It is a jutsu that is released with the help of the surrounding elemental elves. Unlike magic, which uses its own magic, elven spells, on the other hand, are basically zero consumption. And this elven spell, the power of it is not based on magic power. Rather, with its counterpart elemental sprites and airborne magical factors, set in motion. As you saw just now, the vines just now are by absorbing the magic factor in the air, or even the magic in magic. That good? Spare Wood, who didn't know anything about magic, knew what the concept was. No consumption, yeah. That is, it can be released continuously and still absorb magic from the air? It's practically open-ended. But, Aaron hesitated for a moment, then continued, if it's so powerful, why haven't we heard of humans learning elven arts? Hearing this, Ewald threw Harley a mocking look. Isn't that bull asterisk? That's because, of course, humans simply can't learn. It's not just humans, it's impossible for other races to learn. Elf jutsu. Why are there elves in front of us? Because, of course, this elven technique is a unique talent of the elven race. Because, only with the approval of the elemental elves can you use elven jutsu. But the elemental elves have only recognized elves. Isn't that a no-brainer? Aaron spoke hesitantly. Exactly. Harley was silent for a moment, unsure of what he was thinking, before finally nodding. It's simply insurmountable. So, why, then, can kobolds use elven spells? Wood asked curiously. Aren't there only elves? I don't know. Ewald thought for a moment and spoke. Possibly, its mother was an elf. What? Aaron's eyes widened in disbelief. With the king of the elves surviving in the world, there are still people who dare to lay hands on the elves. Aren't you afraid to die? Ah, it's a kobold. Then there's nothing to it. That can't be right. Suddenly, Harley denied it out loud. You guys, you don't get it. Only, if its mother's bloodline is concentrated and pure, can it give birth to a child that can use elven techniques? But that's not going to happen. After all, elves of this bloodline were nobles. How can you, easily, go out and have lowly kobolds catch you? This is just incredible. Just as Harley thought of something to say. Back off. Harley only felt his body being pushed away. Immediately after. Brush. There was a flash of light, a sharp pain, and the next thing he knew, he saw floating in the air, his arm. Ah! On the night-shrouded forest. A powerful sword she cut through the night sky, accompanied by a deafening bang sound. Harley's severed hand fell to the ground as forlornly as a leaf swept up by a storm. In an instant, the sharp pain caused his face to distort, and a mournful scream erupted from his throat. Aha! U-I-N-G kobold. Harley struggled to his feet, a maddening fire flickering in his eyes. He stretched out his only remaining hand, and in the center of his palm, magic power quickly condensed, forming a dazzling ball of light. In the next moment, that light mass was like a cannonball compressed to the extreme, and with a destructive momentum, it shot toward Yi Yan in front. Yi Yan had been maintaining a high level of vigilance, and the moment Harley's hand was raised, he had sensed the approaching danger. With a flash of his body, he nimbly sidestepped the deadly magic cannon like a swimming fish. The magic cannon grazed his cheek and exploded with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. What is it? Yi Yan's heart was filled with curiosity. He had never seen such a bizarre way of magic attack. Not bad, huh? Suddenly, a rough voice came from Yi Yan's ears. As soon as he looked back, Yi Yan was greeted with a sharp chopping attack, but fortunately Yi Yan launched the submerged shadow in time to avoid Wood's attack. Oh, Wood made a surprised sound, and came to be interested in seeing that the kobold in front of him actually had such a handy skill. Compared to the elven technique that the magician said, the skill is really simple and straightforward. Pay attention to the black shadow that was on the ground, swimming, just as Wood was preparing to deliver a fatal blow when Yi Yan came out. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly attacked. He was shocked in his heart and hastily swung his sword to cut. Bang! The shadow cracked instantly under Wood's blade. When he returned to his senses, Yi Yan's figure had already disappeared. Was it using a shadow doppelganger to distract him and then hide? And, still, hiding in front of him, a gold-level adventurer, right in front of his eyes. It's a skill that doesn't look like a kobold that's only in its formative years. No, I'm afraid that even mature kobolds don't have this skill and technique. What the hell were you thinking, meow? In the moonlight, Erin's eyes were as deep as a lake as she gently picked up Harley's broken arm. From her sleeve, which was embroidered with runes, a thread needle glowing with a faint silver light quietly slipped out. I took it lightly. Harley clenched his teeth, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, knowing how badly he had blundered this time. Now he knew that the kobold in front of him was definitely not simple. He might even be able to get the secret of the elven technique from him. Thinking about this, Harley became more and more eager for Yi Yan, a kobold with a noble purebred elven bloodline. If those old things knew about this, they'd go crazy. He would even disregard his face and run here to catch Yi Yan on the operating table. After all, because of the existence of the Elf King, most races didn't dare to touch elves, let alone noble purebred elves. But, there were kobolds with such a bloodline in front of them. If the elves can't move, the kobolds can't move? Or even more elf-blooded kobolds through breeding if you can? Even because they are kobolds, some of the research that can't be used on a human can be used. After all, kobolds don't have human rights. This thing protects all. Harley's eyes grew fiery at the thought. Erin, are you ready? Harley took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Erin nodded, the same determined gleam in her eyes. The threaded needle in her hand began to dart across Harley's broken arm, each stitch precise as if she were weaving an exquisite pattern. This is Erin's skill. Sewing, nerves, blood vessels, flesh, bones, all perfectly linked. This hand of yours, in a short period of time, do not do too strenuous exercise. No matter how many times I see it, I can't understand it. Wood stroked his chin, looking at Erin's stitching maneuver, swinging his large sword, smoothly blocking the flying dagger Yi Yan shot at him, appreciating it. I'm very pleased. Erin, your skills are getting better and better. Harley moved his wrists, an appreciative gleam in his eyes. However, just as they were talking, a roaring sound suddenly rang out, as if the earth was trembling. Immediately afterward, countless vines, like living creatures, frantically came from all directions and entangled them, trying to drag them into the dark abyss. Awesome! Looking at such a number of vines, Erin appreciated it. This level of power has reached the standard of maturity, right? It's really unimaginable that this is what a kobold calls out for in adulthood. Oof. Harley grunted and stepped forward. What a waste. In that moment, the entire forest seemed to stand still. Only Harley's mental field was expanding wildly, covering a 10-meter radius. When he opened his eyes again, a fire dragon had already coalesced in his hand. That fire dragon roared and spat out fiery flames, instantly incinerating those vines. This elven artistry. It's nothing more than that. Aaron looked at the incinerated vines and said faintly, "It's just that this kobold is too weak right now." Harley shook his head. Perhaps he hasn't learned, yet, the other elven arts. So, do you guys know where he is? Wood looked to the three men and inquired. Aaron and Harley, both puzzled, looked to Ewald. That kobold is a demon, with unimaginable stealth skills and assassination techniques. Ha! Wood, Harley is not happy. You didn't say so earlier? You didn't ask. Damn. Harley was suddenly annoyed. Is it, like, just going to get run off? No, absolutely not. Humph meow. It was also at this point that Aaron proudly puffed out her small chest plate. I've got an idea. Oh. At this moment, Yi Yen, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but feel surprised when he looked at the means of reattaching the broken arm. It's amazing that it connects so perfectly in this environment. And then there's the glasses-wearing magical prowess that exceeds his by too much. The elfin magic his mom taught him isn't working. Sniper rifles don't have bullets. Even now, his body was close to its limits. The effect of self-feeding is disappearing. At this time, Yi Yen basically had no means to defeat them. The only way is to run away. Just at the moment Yi Yen was ready to act, a pleasant voice exploded like spring thunder. Found it, meow. Immediately afterward, a powerful sword light was like an arrow breaking through the air, stabbing straight ahead. With his superior reflexes, Yi Yen narrowly avoided the fatal blow with a roll as the sword light descended. However, what puzzled Yi Yen was, the woman with the cat ears that came next had her fingers pinpointed. Where he is. Brush. Blade light came after blade light, and Yi Yen barely dodged it. What the hell is going on? They shouldn't be able to spot him. How on earth did you find out? Was it a skill class? No. Yi Yen carefully observed and realized that Aaron was hooking her fingers and seemed to be doing something. Is it? Yi Yen suddenly remembered just a short while ago, the scene when Irene helps that Harley, sewing up her broken arm. What exactly stitched up? Harley's broken arm. Is he the one who can't see things? Thinking of this, Yi Yen's sight fell on those people. Then, surprised, the eyes of those people changed, turned into different eyes and seemed to glow? And the only thing that can do that is magic. The eyes glow, which means that the magic has to be gathered above the eyes. Thinking of this, Yi Yen no longer hesitated and took a deep breath, gathering the magical power in his body above those ruby eyes. In an instant, his ruby eyes became radiant, like two flickering suns. See? Yi Yen drank in a low voice. The moment the magic eye is opened, he was surprised to find that he had a needle made of magic stuck in his hand, and the other end of the needle was connected to Aaron. As it turns out, they found out where he was through this needle. But from whence was this needle in his body? Was it during the sneak attack, or at the beginning? Without thinking that much, Yi Yen immediately pulled out the needle. Oh, found it. However, it's late. Yi Yen's whereabouts had long been completely exposed in their eyes. You really aren't your average kobold. Wood's voice echoed in the darkness with a hint of teasing. At the same time, the blade in his hand flashed and came straight at Yi Yen. Yi Yen knew in his heart that there was no way to dodge, so he could only raise the dagger in his hand and prepare for the fatal blow. However, the gap in strength prevented him from resisting. With a poof, the dagger collided with the blade and burst into a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yi Yan's mouth. His body was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. Before Yi Yen could catch his breath, a powerful sword blade slashed the air again. He covered his chest and struggled to escape, but in that instant, it was as if his body was bound by an invisible force and he couldn't move. What's going on here? Yi Yen's vision caught a shimmering light in the blur that came from the staff in Harley's hand. Is he? Yi Yen was shocked in his heart, but it was already too late to react. The sword blade used the dust as a cover and instead of directly decapitating Yi Yan's head, it chopped off one of his left feet. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. The effect of self-eating disappeared at this moment, and Yi Yan's body reached its limit. He felt his life draining out of him, as if he were being consumed by darkness. Is he dying? Yi Yen slowly raised his head, and in his blurred vision, he saw four silhouettes slowly walking towards him. No, I can't die, Yi Yen shouted in his heart. He thought of his mother, the one still waiting for him in the nest. If she stays there, she'll absolutely die. So, before dying, He must help his mother and escape that dangerous place. Up! Run! Yi Yan struggled with commands in his head, trying to direct an arm, a leg. However, it didn't work. Die! Ewald raised the sword in his hand, ready to give Yi Yan one last blow. Harley, who was on the sidelines, saw this and tried to say something, but was interrupted. No, don't! Suddenly, a beautiful figure passed into Yi Yan's confused vision. Please, don't kill him. Vidona, with a tear-filled face, blocked in front of Yi Yan and begged the crowd to let him go. Ha! The crowd was shocked by Verdona's words, followed by a complete outrage. Do you realize what you're saying? Ewald looked to Verdona and snarled. Do you realize what you're protecting? Look at this body on the ground. You answer again. But Verdona just clenched her lips as the tears kept slipping down. She knew she couldn't change the congregation's decision. However, she still wanted to fight for a ray of hope for Yi Yan. I know. Verdona slowly raised her head. Ha! Looking into Verdona's determined eyes, Ewald sighed, then fall with him into the abyss. Iward's voice was cold and determined as he swung his sword violently, the light of the sword cutting through the night sky like a meteor, heading straight for Verdona's throat. However, in this instant of life and death, a black shadow flashed like a ghost and blocked in front of Verdona. How is this possible? Ewald's eyes widened as he couldn't believe what was in front of him. However, when he saw the blood mist that filled Yi Yan's body, as well as the hands that were as dry as withered branches, it dawned on him. It turned out to have unleashed self-eating and devoured the arm. But that's as far as it goes. Why? Vidona's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Because, I promised Mom. Is that all? Even if she knew she shouldn't have asked, shouldn't have said it, but she asked and said it anyway. Hearing Vidona's words, Yi Yan was silent for a moment and lowered his eyes. That's all. Upon hearing this answer, Verdona could no longer stop the tears from flowing. I wish I could have met your mother. So jealous. Why? That person wasn't her. The flash of thought made Verdona herself disgusted with herself. She looked at Yi Yan's already dying figure, and her heart was filled with endless guilt and self-blame. She wanted to rush over and hug him so badly. You, brush! Just as Verdona was about to say something, Ewald attacked again. He kicked at Yi Yan, sending him flying hard. Yi Yan's body arced through the air before falling heavily to the ground. Really? With a look of displeasure, Ewald took a step up. Isn't this already dying? Why don't you hurry up and die? No! Vidona screamed as she tried to rush forward, but Aaron grabbed her arm tightly and spoke in a lazy tone. Can't go, oh meow. That guy, what the hell did he do to you? I can't believe you're letting you protect him so much. Aaron was very confused. Isn't it said that women who are captured by kobolds in their lairs lose hope for the future? It doesn't look like it. Let go. Verdona didn't answer. Aaron didn't continue to ask when she saw that Verdona wouldn't say anything. However, liberalization is out of the question. Going up at this time, Ewald would really cut this girl down as a human traitor. At this, Ewald gave a laugh of shame. What a surprise. I didn't think kobolds would recognize their mothers. At the end of the day, that guy is also a traitor to humanity. Thinking of the skills in Yi Yan and the talent of the elven artistry, Iward spoke with increasing excitement. I can't believe I gave birth to you. She should just be tied to a cross and burned alive. Isn't that too much to say, meow? Irene tried to get up there, but Wood stopped him. That guy was just talking. And besides, he wasn't wrong. If it weren't for that woman, who gave birth to this woman, these people wouldn't be dead. Harley's eyes fell on the body on the floor. At this moment, he was thinking about what kind of magic to use to sneak Yi Yan away. Oi 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 oi. That's excessive. It's not her fault that she was captured by a kobold and then forcibly bred. Aaron frowned, disliking Wood's words. Who knows? Wood laughed softly. Aren't there a lot of vengeful women who give their bodies away? To get back at the village. Things like this have happened. Though, in the end, she will die in regret and despair. Besides, by the looks of that kobold, the woman seems to be treating him well. Ha 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 ha. Wood let out a chuckle. It's ridiculous. Playing mom and the kobolds. These don't have a concept of motherhood. Enough. Aaron shouted to stop it. She would not allow, without knowledge, the vilification of others. No one can say for sure about the kobold lair. As a result, it has also given many people the opportunity to create rumors. What Wood said happened, but that's a rare case, and it's the end of the line for women who are forced to whatever it is to end up degrading themselves. And this, how sad for the kingdom. So, I don't like the kingdom's meow. Humph. A low, cold grunt echoed in the air, as if it carried endless anger and indignation. By the way, your dear mother, if she is found to have helped the kobolds, either inadvertently or out of necessity, will face merciless execution. Iward's words were like the tip of an ice-cold knife, approaching Yi Yan's heart step by step. but I'm afraid you'll never get to see her again in this life. Ward looked at the Yi Yan on the ground who only had one leg left, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. He looked down at the kobold, who had once made him feel slightly threatened, as if he were looking at an ant about to be crushed. No. Yi Yan's voice was weak but firm as he struggled to raise his head, his face covered in blood. Wisps of blood-colored mist emerged from his body. I will not allow you to insult my mother. Although Yi Yan's voice was weak, it was full of determination. Ha 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 ha. When Ward heard Yi Yan's words, he burst out laughing, and that laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. He remembered Yi Yan's previous scene of protecting the Dona and felt even more ridiculous. You're still funny, kobold. Ewald sneered. Maybe you really are different from other kobolds. But so what? Kobolds, that's what they are. Before the words fell, Ward suddenly swung his sword. A cold light flashed, and Yi Yan's only remaining leg was cut off. Intense pain came, but it was as if Yi Yan couldn't feel it, and there was only anger and determination in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll send your mother down to be reunited with you. Ewald's voice was cold and cruel. There's a price to pay for being a traitor to humanity. You're going to kill my mom? Yi Yan's mind echoed with Ewald's words, and his heart felt as if it was being torn apart in pain. No, I will never allow this to happen. Yi Yan hissed and growled, his voice echoing in the empty forest. A stream of blood-colored mist surged out of his body in a frenzy. It is? As Ward looked at Yi Yan's gradually disappearing flesh and bones, a chill could not help but rise in his heart. He realized that Yi Yan was doing something crazy. He was going to devour all of his own flesh with self-food as a way to detonate the power in his body. Kill him. Aaron and Wood also noticed something was wrong and they urged Ewald to do it. Ward also understood the seriousness of the matter, and he raised his longsword in preparation to launch a final strike at Yi Yan. No! The Dona screamed and tried to rush forward to stop Ewald, but it was stopped dead in its tracks by Aaron. Are you crazy? What the hell did that kobold put in your head? Aaron questioned aloud. Harley, who was on the sidelines, also wanted to step forward to stop it, but it was too late. As the blade of the sword fell, Yi Yan's head slipped from his neck and blood splattered everywhere. The Dona's eyes were as wide as brass bells, her pupils filled with unbelieving astonishment. Her voice trembled, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Dead. He's dead? Harley, who was standing on the sidelines, and whose once determined eyes were now showing a hint of regret. His hands were clenched as if he could squeeze water out of them. It was so close that his transfer magic would be complete. But now, it's too late. It's just, Harley whispered to himself, as if comforting himself and surrendering to fate. He walked up slowly, ready to make sure the man was alive or dead, and right at this moment, a blood-red mist suddenly emerged once again from Yi Yan's body, who was originally supposed to be silent. The mist was as if it was alive, churning madly, dyeing everything around it the color of blood. What's going on? Ewald exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Still alive? Self-eating that hasn't been stopped from being launched? He had thought it was all over, but the sight in front of him put him on edge again. That blood mist was getting thicker and denser, as if it was going to swallow the entire forest into it. Ewald took a few involuntary steps back, feeling a fear and unease he had never felt before. However, just as he was about to swing the longsword in his hand again, from within that blood mist, a hand suddenly poked out. The hand was pale and slender, but it contained an eerie power. It clung to Ewald's face. Warning: self-eating is about to consume the host. Requested by exclusive skill predator. Request failed. Self-eating begins to devour all. Exclusive skill predation riots. Devouring exclusive skill self-eating. Requests for access. Successful devouring will result in the evolution of the exclusive skill predation. Evolved into a special talent. King's Seed. Successfully interfered. Exclusive skill predation. Begin sublimation. Checks eligibility. With soul strength. Adopted. Exclusive skill predation is sublimated to obtain exclusive skill over reading. Boom! At the very moment the voice of the world fell, the stars in the sky darkened. The only star, brilliant and bright, its light, instead of the bright moon. At this moment, powerful people from all parts of the world raised their heads. A shocked look appeared on his face. The stars that have not shone in those millions of years. Brighten up. Starlight. Devour the bright moon. The radiant, glowing light was almost too bright to open one's eyes. For a time, the entire continent was abuzz with excitement. Shock. Fear. Restlessness. Resignation. Excitement. Doubt. Curiosity. A myriad of emotions filled different people's minds. Linxia territory. Within Linxia town. Mommy, that star is so bright. A child pointed to the stars shining in the sky, and had just spoken to his mother beside him when his hand was slapped. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of Mom's scolding. Don't point your finger at Lord Star. Why? The child touched his little red hand with an aggravated look on his face. Because. Speaking of which, the boy's mom hesitated. She didn't know why. It was handed down from time immemorial. Because. There are people living in the stars, and they don't like to be pointed at. Also at that moment, a man spoke. The child's mom glanced back at the person who had spoken and was immediately startled. Only the person who spoke, clad in black, had a hideous face. The key thing was that the man in front of him actually had a horn. Oddly enough, the horn was not growing in the center, but on the side. He also had a cigarette in his mouth, looking like he smoked a lot, and the smell of smoke filled the air and smoked people. Ah, there's someone in the stars? The kid just tried to say something, but the kid's mom covered his mouth and pulled him right away. Hey! Seeing this, Asner got used to it with a sigh. He looked away from the shining stars that hung high in the sky, and his heart was despondent. If, that is, he hadn't guessed wrong. In that position, is the star that represents the 7 sins? In this world, there are a total of 5 in the Great Sin series. And which one has appeared today? Whatever. Whichever one. Asner knew. The balance of this world. It's going to be upset. What's not good enough to be illuminated in favor of the stars of great sin? He remembers that a few hundred years ago, the guy who represents wrath wiped out the entire giant race in one night. Can't mess with it. Can't mess with it. He didn't want to go up against these perverts. Uncle Unicorn, why are you walking so fast? A teenager in a black suit came running, panting, with a pile of goods pulled behind him. The most conspicuous among them was the neatly arranged box of instant noodles. I say you should, Lord. All right, and I this uncle. Run out for what? Ha! Mo Yang hemmed and hawed. I've told you many times. I'm here to sell my territory's newest product. Bubble noodles. Besides, didn't I promise I'd help you find your daughter? Ha! Asner chuckled. You're a lord not being a good one. You're out selling things. Besides, I didn't agree to it. Hey, that's what you don't understand. I'm bringing in the goods. Mo Yang gave a thumbs up and tried to explain to Asner, but saw that Asner wasn't listening. Hey! How in the world are we going to tie him back to the territory? As a matter of fact, the reason why Mo Yang ran out was that it was still too troublesome to deal with the affairs of the territory, and just now he directly threw it to that cheap sister of his. Once again, it's all about tying back the absolute powerhouse in front of Yula. In that case, their territory would not be afraid of coveting from other territories. He can also utilize the power of knowledge to the fullest, so that the residents of the territory can live a good life. But until then there has to be funding. But this he wasn't worried about. After these months of traveling with Uncle Asner, he had already pushed his territorial specialty, bubble noodles, to many people, and it was especially well received by the adventurers. Moreover, he also noticed that there were some of the bubbly noodles here as well, which must have been brought by the other merchants. That's fantastic. There is no need to worry about the financial aspect. As long as he abducted the supreme powerhouse in front of him back, then half of his force void problem would be solved. Thinking that, Mo Yang looked towards Asna just as he wanted to say something. Mo Yang noticed Asna's gaze, and likewise looked up. Those that star glowed. And, it's too bright. Just how powerful of an exclusive skill does it have to be this bright? After coming to this world, Mo Yang also learned a lot. The stars in the sky represent exclusive skills. Whenever a star is lit up, it means that someone has acquired the corresponding exclusive skill. By the brightness, you will be able to roughly judge the strength. The brightness of the stars in front of him, however, was unprecedented, even swallowing the light of the bright moon. It's the 7 deadly sins. Ha! Mo Yang looked at Asna, who had suddenly opened his mouth, with a puzzled expression. Seeing Mo Yang's stupidity, Asuna covered her head. Sometimes I really wonder if you're from here. Hey! Mo Yang hemmed and hawed, not worrying about the other party discovering his excitement. After all, he was not summoned from the traditions of this world. It lost the ability to cheat, but it was also free from the control of those summoners. Uncle Asna, what are the 7 sins? Hearing Mo Yang's inquiry, Asner was silent for a moment and then said, is a collection of this world's desires, sins, and is one of the strongest exclusive series. Ah, Mo Yang made a surprised sound. That good? Or what? Asuna gave Mo Yang a breathless look. What do you think of the demon king that your empire is crusading against with its strongest combat force? The brave one? Very strong. Mo Yang replied without hesitation. That guts was simply the representative of unreason, and he'd seen it once. Honestly, it would be impossible to touch him even if he was given 1,000 years to cultivate. The demon king who can let this brave man crusade, naturally, cannot be weak to any extent. She also has an exclusive skill from one of the 7 sin series. Ha! Mo Yang's eyes widened, not thinking that kind of existence also existed. What about the others? I don't know. Hearing Mo Yang's words, Asuna shook her head. The rest, that is not what I should have access to, and that Demon King was known to me by chance. Ha! Mo Yang laughed. That is, they are all monsters. Hey! Mo Yang sighed. Some people, even if they were born stronger than themselves, there are such hang-ups. Who can beat them? He'd better behave and run his own business empire. I heard that this place is here because of the great kobold lair. Soon the adventurers all gathered here. It's not like a hard sell? Mo Yang hemmed and hawed. Asuna just looked at Mo Yang and his eyes returned to the stars. It's really getting messy. First something happened on the elf side, and this would be the appearance of another man of great sin. Daughter, where the hell are you? Dad, really know it's wrong. Shouldn't have kicked you out. Boom. Also while Asner was drowning his sorrows, Shinyun Forest, not far away suddenly a violent explosion occurred. Immediately afterward, a pillar of light went straight into the sky. The next moment, a terrifying blood mist appeared within the forest, devouring everything in its path. Hey, 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 no way. Asna looked at the blood mist, and the whole thing was bad all of a sudden. The sins you've committed begin to accumulate. Your infamy, recorded to be inscribed above the stars. Congratulations, you've acquired the exclusive skill overeating. The voice was like a loud bell, shaking Yi Yan's nerves. Immediately afterward, he felt an unprecedented desire to devour surged out from the bottom of his heart, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. Detecting a crisis in the master, the exclusive skill overeating begins to devour. Master in crisis detected. Exclusive skill overeating activated. With the fall of the voice, a terrifying aura instantly erupted out, shaking the surrounding air. So hungry. This thought echoed frantically in Yi Yan's mind. There was a hungry gleam in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour the whole world into his stomach. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Want to eat, 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 want to eat. Edward felt this terrifying aura, and his eyes widened as he looked at Yi Yan in front of him. He was about to launch an attack, but suddenly, a pair of hands gripped his face as tightly as an iron vice. He struggled desperately, but the force was as heavy as a mountain, preventing him from moving. What alarmed him even more was that he felt his magic power draining away in a steady stream. No, not passed on, but absorbed. How is this possible? Edward gasped out in shock. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart as he looked at the blood mist emanating from Yi Yan's body. Could that star just now really be shining for him? Edward's mind was filled with shock and doubt. No, this can't be, he shouted again, but his voice seemed so feeble in the empty night. At this moment, Yi Yan had already fallen into a state of madness. There was only hunger and desire in his eyes. He wanted to devour everything. He wanted to satisfy his endless appetite. Edward, on the other hand, could only watch as his magic power was swallowed up little by little, his heart filled with despair and unwillingness. No, it can't be. Why? In other words, this guy gained a new and even more powerful exclusive skill than before? How is that possible? How can this world be so unjust and unforgiving? Ewald's heart trembled. His eyes widened as he tried to find a trace of fairness in this firmament. However, the vast and infinite night sky was like a cold mirror reflecting the despair in his heart. He wondered why some people were born with the favor of the stars and mastered extraordinary skills. Why some people are chosen by the gods at birth and given the gift of magic. He, on the other hand, was as nothing but dust forgotten in a corner. The sword skill he was so proud of had become his greatest irony at the moment he was most proud of it. That 6-year-old child, who came from a sword saint family, held a long sword as if he were a god descending into the world. His sword technique, simple and pure, yet full of endless power. He looked at Ewald with contempt, not bothering to use the sword saint's protection inherited from his family, and defeated Ewald to the bone with just the sword in his hand. How? How did this happen? Ewald's heart was filled with a strong resentment that seemed to draw the stars high in the sky and make them tremble as well. He roared up to the sky, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Why? However, what responded to him was Yi Yan's cold and determined voice, a devouring eclipse. Before the words fell, a crimson blood mist gushed out from Yi Yan's hand, like a ferocious beast, instantly engulfing AI Ward's entire being. No, I don't want to die. I Ward struggled frantically, but the blood mist was as if it was alive, tightly wrapping him in, not giving him any chance to escape. He cried out in desperation, his voice filled with fear and resignation. People on the sidelines tried to come to the rescue, but it was too late. The mist of blood engulfed Ewald whole in just a moment, leaving only an empty ground and the smell of blood in the air. Just then, a faint star suddenly lit up above the sky. It shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it were saying something. The stars are watching you. Meanwhile, the voice of the world echoed through Ewald's dying soul. You fulfill the conditions. Resurrection skill. The presence of death has been detected, and your exclusive skill resurrection is being activated, preparing to remake the body. This, Aaron and the others, noticing the change in front of them, couldn't imagine looking at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Dead? In a flash? What, exactly, is going on here? Wood wondered, looking up at the sky above. The shining stars. Harley's face was grim as he explained. Watch out, this guy might have gotten a new special skill. Ha! Aaron's mouth opened wide in disbelief. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? This situation can be flipped? Is he the main character of the picture book? Ha ha ha. Wood laughed out loud, not taking Harley's words at all seriously, and his laugh was full of confidence. So what if you gain skills? He swung his greatsword and slashed at the bloody mist. Only, it's just another kill. Brush. Die. The large sword swung down, its light flashing, as if to break through the void. Brush. However, Wood's all-out strike was blocked by the hand poking out from the blood mist. How come? Wood's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if you get an exclusive skill, the difference can't be pulled that far. Devour. A hoarse voice came out from the blood mist. Immediately after that, the blood mist quickly came at Wood. Wood tried to escape. The hand that held his knife, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it. Thinking of what happened to Ewald, Wood immediately put down his beloved knife and tried to leave. But it's late. The speed at which that blood mist attacked was beyond his imagination. At this critical juncture, Aaron acted quickly. She swung the magical thread in her hand and cast it at Wood. That magic thread was like a flexible snake that instantly wrapped around Wood's body, pulling him out of the engulfing blood mist. Impulsive meow. Aaron grunted softly, a hint of reproach in her tone. Wood retorted forcefully, though a little embarrassed. Humph, even without you, I won't die. Aaron's fingers were shaking with anger and she was about to retort when Harley interrupted. Okay, he said in a hushed voice, our goal now is to resolve the enemy in front of us. If we let him escape, it'll be a big deal. When the crowd heard this, they immediately turned their gazes to the gradually dissipating blood mist. Only a figure gradually became clear in the blood mist. It was Yi Yen, who was a few points taller than before, with an extra splash of blood red on his snow-white hair, hands and feet regrowing out. Originally full of wounds at this moment also all disappeared, and in its place is a powerful breath. Yi Yen looked down at his intact hand and listened to the voice that kept ringing in his head. Congratulations on devouring a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained 20 points of strength. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and you can't raise it any further. Based on overread effect, 20 points of power have been stored in overread space. Based on the overreading effect, the life matter you consumed has been returned to your body. Repair of body damage commenced and completed. Insufficient energy, power is not really released. Begins to devour. Shut up. Yi Yan's voice echoed in the empty forest, filled with pain and struggle. His face was twisted like paper seared by fire, and the agonized expression almost tore through his skin. He held his hands tightly over his head, his veins rippling as if a million tiny insects were ravaging his mind and gnawing away at his sanity. Yi Yan tried to suppress that crazy devouring desire, but the desire was like a monster in the abyss, constantly tearing at his nerves, making him irresistible. He knew it well. He couldn't sink into this endless hunger again. There was no time and no room for it. However, the satisfaction that had just engulfed them was as brief as a firework and quickly dissipated into the air. In its place was an even more raging hunger. It's like a hungry beast. It roared inside Yi Yan's body, causing him to almost collapse. He tried and ate, but soon that feeling of satiety disappeared, and was replaced by an even stronger desire to devour. This feeling almost drove Yi Yan crazy. So hungry. Want to eat. No, it can't. Mom said it's best if you're 7 points full, but where he was now 7 points full and wanted to eat. No way. He's already eaten. So you can't eat it? The hunger was like an addiction that he couldn't resist. Yi Yan clasped his head with both hands, his body trembling violently as saliva flowed down the corners of his mouth. Ah-ha! His voice became shrill and piercing, like the mournful cry of a wild animal, echoing through the forest. He is? The three looked at each other. Almost instantly, it was discovered that something was wrong with Yi Yan. And, most likely, it's from exclusive skills. Come to think of it, powerful exclusive skills generally carry a lot of risk. And just now, the power to devour a mature body's attack in an instant and still recover from a full body wound could not be described as less powerful. A bit of side effects are understandable. The three men looked at each other, nodded, and then moved into action. Now was the perfect time to hunt the kobolds in front of you. As the saying goes, take advantage of a person's illness. They didn't have that idea of waiting for someone else's boss to transform and adapt to the power before they came to abuse them. In the light of the moon, Erin's figure was as swift as a ghost. She took a step forward, and the magic power between her hands was like silk, instantly weaving an invisible net that enveloped Yi Yan. Those magic threads, under her precise control, were like a swarm of snakes, tightly wrapping around Yi Yan with the intention of firmly binding him. However, the red mist surrounding Yi Yan's body was no ordinary mist. The red mist seemed to be alive, and when the magic threads touched it, the red mist was like a hungry beast, frantically devouring those magic threads. No, it wasn't devoured. It was more like it was completely absorbed by that red mist and turned into nothing. Erin's face changed, her voice revealing a surprise that was hard to hide. Be careful. Those red mists are capable of devouring magic power on their own. My magic threads were actually directly absorbed. Erin reminded the two. O goddess who wields fire and war, grant me the searing fire to kindle the flames and dispel the eternal darkness. Harley chanted the end of the spell of magic from the sidelines. Then, eat my burning flame pillar. Harley's palms pushed outward, and pillars of flames whistled out, carrying a fiery aura that went straight at Yi Yan. The flame pillar instantly crashed into Yi Yan's body, erupting into a deafening roar. The flames raged on Yi Yan's body as if they wanted to consume him. The blazing wave of air swept over them, and even Wood and Erin had to take a few steps back for fear of being caught up in it. Did it work? Erin asked nervously, her face filled with anticipation. Such a flame attack was something that even she, who was also at the same maturity stage, did not dare to touch easily. That's for sure. Mine. Just as Harley was all high and mighty, ready to take credit. From that smoke and dust, a wisp of blood-red gas floated out. Devour the flames, devour the smoke, revealing Yi Yan, unharmed. How? Harley's eyes widened in disbelief. That blood-red mist, in addition to magic, actually absorbed even the miracle flames triggered with magic? Ha ha ha, it's really still up to me. Wood laughed loudly and went up a step, and in just an instant, he arrived in front of Yi Yan. However, in the face of Wood, who was holding a large sword and attacking, Yi Yan stood there, not moving at all, without the slightest intention of dodging. Humph. Facing the scene of Yi Yan's arrogance, Wood snorted coldly. Die. Brush. The large sword, under Wood's swing, carried a terrifying force as it came towards Yi Yan. Bang! However, the blood mist on Yi Yan's body seemed to have an autonomous consciousness, coalescing above the swinging trajectory of the great sword and stopping Wood's attack. What? Wood was alarmed, and with it came an overwhelming anger. You little brat! Are you looking down on me? Wood exploded with rage, magic surging forth and then inward, completing the architecture in an instant. The power rose exponentially in an instant. While it lasted, brush! The large blade that was originally unable to advance was now like cutting tofu, breaking through the defense of the blood mist and arriving in front of Yi Yan. Just when the knife was a few centimeters away from Yi Yan's neck, Yi Yan reached out and directly received the large sword. Tick! Blood dripped down his arm, engulfing ground soil. Oh! Wood cursed angrily when he saw that Yi Yan actually dared to take his knife with his empty hand. What an undead! Before Wood could finish his words, a strong sense of both death struck his entire body. Only Yi Yan slowly raised his head, and those ruby eyes, which were unusually blood-red at the moment, were bizarre, so hungry. A mere glance made Wood break out in a cold sweat. It's going to die. A thought came to Wood and without hesitation, he let go of his greatsword and took a few steps back. But it's late. Food. Yi Yan gripped the large knife, and in a split second the red blood mist engulfed the large knife, and the moment Wood let go of the hilt, the blood mist went straight after him, touching Wood's nails. Get back here, meow. At the critical moment, Erin pulls on the line tied to Wood and pulls him back. Hey, 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 this is too sick, meow. Erin crossed her arms and puckered her mouth to spit. However, at this point, Wood, who had experienced it firsthand on the sidelines, had long been scared into a cold sweat and unsteady spirit. It's not possible. There was no way they could beat that pervert. Wood slowly stretched out his hand and looked at his fingertips, at the mist of blood that continued to eat away at him. It had been on his fingernails a moment ago, and now in less than a few seconds, it had finished devouring his fingers. And he didn't have half a clue? Brush! With the flash of a blade, a finger was decisively chopped off. Are you okay? Erin looked over at Wood, who was covering his hand, and asked worriedly. No, be careful. That blood mist can't be touched easily. Wood glanced at the mist of blood that fell to the ground until it swallowed up his fingers and disappeared, and a pang of fear ran through his mind. Got it. Without Wood's reminder, Erin and Harley saw the scene just now. The blood mist was like a never-ending flame that would not disappear until it had consumed its target. How can there be such a horrible power? Harley gritted his teeth. In the face of such power, let alone capturing this kobold alive, they'd be lucky to kill him. Just give up? Harley was resigned to the fact that there was definitely hope if he was well prepared and called his teacher over. But he didn't want to share the results with others, even teachers. He remembered the bad old man, taking the magic report he had worked so hard on and uploading it to the Magic Association, and kick his name out. Damn it. Harley, what's wrong with you? Harley shook his head when he saw Aaron looking at him with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Well then, this time we'll definitely be able to kill him if we join forces. Aaron looked confident, and Harley nodded, equally in favor. Only Wood, who was face to face with Yi Yen on the side, stared with wide eyes and was horrified inwardly. More fighting? No way. Could it be that they don't recognize the gap in strength? Or maybe they don't have any concerns about it at all? What's wrong? Seeing Wood's hesitation, Aaron smiled suspiciously. You're not scared? How? Joking aside, having him, who was a gold-level adventurer, admit that he couldn't beat a kobold and was going to run away? How can this be? At least, he can't be the one to offer to run away. That's right, just by having these two face that monster kobold head-on, it might just change their minds. Besides, Wood's eyes fell to the side, on Verdona, who had been fuming. This girl seems to value that kobold. Likewise, the kobold seems to be. Then, when the time comes, as long as this girl is used as a hostage, isn't escape an easy task? Thinking of this, Wood raised his sword without hesitation. Well then, I'll look for a chance to split that blood mist, and Harley will give him a big shot while it's still closed. Aha! As the two nodded, Aaron's hand, hidden behind her back, moved a few times. The corners of Harley's mouth were likewise chanting some unknown incantation. Wood didn't care and just assumed they were getting ready. So, no hesitation in going up. The speed was as fast as thunder, and it arrived in front of Yi Yen in an instant. Also almost at the same time, Yi Yen raised his hand, and the blood-red mist condensed above his palm. However, facing the blood mist that could devour everything, Wood smiled. You have used the exclusive skill promise-keeping, and the magic power you suppressed has been returned to you. As promised, the voice of the world sounded in Wood's head. Boom! Immediately after that, a huge wave of magical power surged out from Wood, and then through the magic circuit. It filled the structure. It made Wood's power, his speed, go up a couple notches. Brush! Also at this moment, blood mist erupted from Ye's hand and attacked Wood. However, just as the blood mist was about to touch Wood, his body disappeared from Yi Yan's face. When he appeared, he was already behind Yi Yan. That's right. This is Wood's exclusive skill, promise keeping, which compresses magic power and sets a time. When the time is up, you can gain several times the magic you had before. With this, he can play a wave that exceeds his strength. Brush, blade and sword. However, just as the large knife broke through the blood mist and was about to cut down Yi Yan's neck, the black shadows under Yi Yan's feet turned red and wriggled, blocking Wood's attack at the crucial moment, causing his attack to go off course. Brush. However, the blade light sliced through and still chopped off one of Yi Yan's arms. Satisfied to see this, Wood took a step back and appeared behind him with none other than Harley, who had finished his chant, gathering more than half of Harley's magical power. This strike would make even a full-bodied demon lose its skin. Harley, it's all yours. Okay. Wood retired in peace, and Harley agreed with alacrity. However, without waiting for them to act, both of them froze at the same time as well. With just a single glance back from Yi Yen, in those deep red blood-like jeweled eyes was a cold and bone-piercing killing intent as if it came from a bottomless abyss, arms floating in the air. Afterwards, Yi Yen moved, raised his foot, and kicked the broken hand that was floating in the air, towards Wood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing the severed hand surrounded by blood mist, how could Wood dare to take it hard? Don't worry. It was also at this moment that Harley opened his mouth and laughed out loud. My magic is done. In the next moment, the spiritual domain instantly unfolded, wrapping Yi Yen in it, which guaranteed 100% hit and increased power. However, his spiritual domain, did not detect Yi Yan's presence. Clearly he was there. It was clearly standing there. Why? It would be imperceptible. Poof. A mouthful of blood was spat out from Harley's mouth. What's going on? No way. Harley thought of something, and a look of utter horror crossed his face. That blood mist, it can even devour spiritual energy? Almost at the same time of discovery, Harley, whose mental power was damaged, let out a deafening, miserable cry. On the other side, though, I don't know why Harley was screaming in agony, but Wood knew that he couldn't be relied upon. So drawing his sword again, he swung out. It was very smooth, cutting the severed hand in half. However, he couldn't be happy. A blood shadow appeared from the shadow, holding a blood mist broken arm in his hand and attacked. Rub! Wood exploded, retracting his sword too late to do anything but block it with his hand. Come back here. It was a good thing Aaron pulled the two back in time. However, that Yi Yen suddenly appeared. It appeared on the other severed arm that had been chopped off. A kick goes down, attacking Harley. Take the staff against the meow. Irene made a sound to scream, but Harley, as if in a demented state, did nothing. Damn meow. Aaron cursed, pumping her magic line and dodging. Brush. Still, it touched the left hand and instantly ignited and engulfed it. Ah! The intense pain brought Harley to his senses. Brush. The next moment, his hand was cut off by Wood without hesitation. After doing so, Wood also cut off his hand that was stained by the blood mist. In the short moment of exchanging blows, they suffered a big loss and lost two of their arms. Preparation complete. Also at that moment, the clearing lit up with a burst of white light. Iwad, who had originally been swallowed up by the blood mist, actually reappeared. Ha 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 ha. Ewald slowly opened his eyes, looked at the successfully remodeled physical body, and laughed out loud. Exclusive skills. I finally gained exclusive skills. And it's still a very powerful skill. Resurrection. As long as he has his word, he won't die. At this time, in the lair among the kobolds, somewhere in the room, there it is. Kobold Iron sighed and looked over to the beautiful woman sitting on the bed, not saying a word. You don't have to worry. I'll get you back. Goblin Iron was silent for a moment, then said, I'll always be by your side. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, Kobold Iron hesitated for a moment and stood up, just as he was about to turn around and leave. Why do you have to do this? The woman opened her mouth. Her voice seemed like heavenly music, but in Goblin Iron's ears, it was like a magic voice piercing through his brain, causing him to instantly freeze. I'm not letting you go alone. Goblin Iron. Looking back, those originally calm eyes were filled with a wave of desire. The woman and her calmness in the face of the angry Kobold Iron. She slowly looked up at the kobold with those empty eyes. I'm not talking about that. Turn around. There's no going back. Goblin Iron sighed and left grimly. It's time to end it all. Facing the back of Goblin Iron's departure, the woman still spoke. Glaze. Hearing Lioli's words, Goblin Iron didn't dare to turn back even if he was excited inside. He was afraid to turn back, and then he would never have the courage to take another step. I'll make a note of it. You already knew? Lioli raised her eyes and looked at the distinctive kobold in front of her, and a few ripples appeared in those empty eyes. Why? Haven't you been calling me? Kobold Iron didn't answer and left straight away. Until now, his heart, still beating violently. Luri finally told him the name. These years of waiting have not been useless. As long as he passed this day, he could live in the human world, together with Ruri. That way, Ruri wouldn't have to live with him, in the pitch black underground. That way, you can see Ruri's smile. The thought of it excited Goblin Iron internally. I will never, ever allow you to set foot there. It was also at this moment that Kobold Iron heard a familiar voice. Turning the corner, a kobold is seen fending off several adventurers. Kobold Silver. At this time, they were all covered in bruises, but it was clear that the advantage was on the side of the adventurers. Kobold Taiben wanted to leave straight away, but walked out anyway. Damn, another kobold. The adventurer looked surprised at the sight of the Kobold Iron, followed by a big smile. Just about everything kills. Annoying. Facing the arrogant adventurer, Goblin Iron snorted coldly and stomped his foot towards the ground. The next moment, a large mouth appeared on the ground. What is this? Looking at the strange maw that suddenly appeared, the adventurers were alarmed. Sweeper, clean up. Hoo. As the Kobold Iron spoke, the mouth opened wide, followed by blood emerging from the wounds on the adventurer's body and pouring into the mouth. What is this? Ah! The adventurers screamed and tried to block it, but there were too many wounds on them. In less than a moment, they were turned into human trunks. It was then swallowed by the big mouth. You're quite unreasonable, you thing. Looking at Kobold Iron, who easily swallowed and resolved the adventurer, Kobold Silver waved his hand and boasted. But you wouldn't have stood a chance if I hadn't consumed them and wounded them badly. Kobold Silver was happy to see Kobold Iron. Even if he didn't like iron, there was nothing more reliable than him at this point. Ah, yes. Kobold Iron nodded in agreement. This displeased Goblin Silver, but he didn't say anything for a while. Now is not the time to argue. By the way, Master is now fighting with the adventurers. Let's go help Master, shall we? Kobold Iron hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we take a break and I'll just go alone with my kobold? How can that be? Let's go together and show those humans a good time. Speaking of which, Goblin Silver's face grimaced. It's not so easy to go back to destroying someone else's heart and soul. Even if I die, I will bite a piece of flesh off their bodies. Hearing Goblin Silver's words, Iron was silent for a moment and nodded. Aha. Well, let's go. Deep in the distant dark forest, an ancient stone gate stands at the entrance to the kobold lair, as if guarding this forgotten territory. At this moment, beyond the stone gate, the adventurers nervously assembled. There was a determined gleam in their eyes, and the weapons in their hands shone coldly in the moonlight. Goblin Hammer, the former goblin leader, had now returned to his normal size from his massive frame. He stood quietly in the circle of adventurers. Behind it was the dark cave entrance to the depths of the lair, where endless secrets seemed to be hidden. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he had long ago put life and death at risk. You give up. If you tell me where the hell that guy is, I'll leave you alive. Maurice darkened his face and looked to the Goblin Hammer. Ha 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 ha. Maurice Goblin Hammer was heard laughing out loud. Don't worry, you'll meet Lord Sky soon. What do you mean? What's the point of talking to him? With a grim look on her face, Fiona interrupted their conversation, and magic began to coalesce in her hands, intending to just throw a big one and destroy everything in front of her. Maurice was about to say something when he was interrupted by a kobold voice. Master! The stone that blocked the entrance to the gobbler's lair disappeared from whence it came, and in its place were two sledgehammer-wielding goblins. The crowd was instantly alert. After all, through Cory's intelligence, both kobolds could be at the mature stage. The combat power isn't as impressive as Goblin Hammer, but it's not easy either. Ah, there you are. Goblin Hammer gazed softly at Goblin Iron and Silver. I'm coming. The two kobolds came forward, and Kobold Silver even walked in front of Kobold Hammer, facing the many adventurers without the slightest fear on his face. Master, let's kill these monkeys together. Well. Goblin Hammer smiled broadly in relief. However, it was at this time that something unexpected happened. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, a long sword suddenly penetrated Goblin Hammer's body, and the person holding the sword was none other than Goblin Iron, who had just stepped out from the depths of the lair. But there was a soft thud as blood spurted out of the Goblin Hammer's wound. What's wrong? Goblin Silver had a look of disbelief on his face when he turned around and saw the scene. He stared blankly at the fallen Goblin Hammer and the Goblin Iron holding the longsword with shock and confusion in his eyes. How could he not have thought that his senior brother would betray his master and the entire Goblin tribe? It wasn't just Goblin Silver that was shocked and puzzled. All the kobolds and adventurers present were also dumbfounded. How could they not have expected this to happen? The longsword ran through the Goblin Hammer's chest, blood dripping along with tears. In that instant, everyone with the kobolds stopped the movements of their hands, looking at the sudden scene in front of him. Froze in place. Did you already know? Kobold Iron looked up, looking at the kindly smiling master in front of him, and the color of struggle on his face grew more and more intense. Tears crossed his cheeks and dripped to the ground along with the blood from the master's chest. Ha 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 ha. Goblin Hammer just laughed out loud, no reproach in his eyes. Instead, in the master's eyes, he saw a kind of relaxation, an ease in which the burden was lifted. Have I told you that before? Goblin Hammer didn't wait for Goblin Iron to answer. Speaking to himself, Sky and I, we lived in the human world with our identities hidden. Lived? Kobold Iron looked at the master with a puzzled look. That's right, now that I think about it. Those were memorable days. Goblin Hammer sighed. How nostalgic. I would have had the easiest time then, with a heart full of blood, hiding from the humans, holding pure hatred for them, traveling all the way with nothing in mind but killing those human adventurers. Kobold Iron listened dumbfounded. He hadn't expected his master to have such a story. Why? Talk to me about it. Kobold Iron knew it. He couldn't hide anything about him from his master growing up. Perhaps, from the beginning, his betrayal, which he thought was seamless, including now, was seen by the master. Why? No, don't stop me. However, all that answered Kobold Iron was, as always, the master's hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. My disciple has finally found the path he wants to follow. And as a master, how can I break that path? Goblin Hammer paused, looked to Goblin Iron, and continued. This is a hard road you're going down. Humans are incapable of accepting kobolds. I want you to remember that. Hopefully, you're on the right path. But before that, rumble. With the skill giganticization, Goblin Hammer's body slowly grew larger, as if it were a titan. Look out. Seeing the Goblin Hammer make a move, Maurice shouted. He's going to make his last stand. Ha 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 ha. Goblin Hammer grinned at Maurice. A hand then grabbed Goblin Silver. Don't worry, I'm dying. Right now, all I want to do is protect the seedlings. It was at this point that Goblin Silver snapped back from Goblin Iron's betrayal. He struggled desperately to get off of Goblin Hammer's hand and kill Goblin Iron. But the difference between his strength and the Goblin Hammer was just too great, and all he could do was hiss in agony and charge at his former brother. Cobalt Iron. How dare you? Have you forgotten how Master treated you? Cobalt Iron. I will kill you. You backstabbing bastard. Absolutely no forgiveness. No forgiveness. Master, please put me down. I want to kill that traitor. However, in the face of Goblin Silver's request, Goblin Hammer just smiled. Don't pick on Goblin Iron. Why? Cobalt Silver was puzzled. Why? On what grounds? This guy had the chutzpah to betray us. That ING guy. As he said that, he couldn't stop the tears from falling from Goblin Silver's eyes. He doesn't understand. Doesn't get it. Right now, all he wanted to do was kill Cobalt Iron. Its hatred even exceeds that of mankind. Master, put me down. I'll kill that damn guy. No, you're going to live. Goblin Hammer said as the magic carefully wrapped Goblin Silver and then projected it into the distance. Bang! Exhausting the last of his magic, the Goblin Hammer collapsed with a heavy thud. The body also returned to its original state. Seeing this, the surrounding adventurers also carefully surrounded the Goblin Hammer and Goblin Iron. Kill me. Goblin Hammer looks to Goblin Iron and sends a request. Goblin Iron, however, did not make a move. I don't want to die at the hands of these smug, dirty adventurers. Speaking of which, a voluptuous figure appeared in Goblin Hammer's mind, and a tear flowed down his face. Count on Master begging you. Brush. The moment Goblin Hammer's words fell, Goblin Iron swung the longsword in his hand, stabbing into Goblin Hammer's heart without any mercy. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Goblin Hammer looked at the bright moon in the sky, and a figure seemed to appear in his eyes. The silhouette he'd been pining for. Jade, I've come to meet you at last. I'm so sorry I didn't find that answer. Ways to get humans to get along with kobolds. Goblin Hammer closed his eyes. Dead. Dead? The adventurers looked back at each other, holding the Cobalt Iron, in a circle. Well, Cobalt Iron covered his small mouth and spit out some stomach acid. Obviously a kobold, but not good at killing. How ridiculous is this? The crowd saw Cobalt Iron like this, thought it was a good opportunity, just as it was about to go up and try to kill Goblin Iron. Stop. A stern voice came. All the adventurers stopped in their tracks. They looked up into the distance, only to see a man in a long black robe approaching. The person who came was none other than the initiator of this operation, the town of Linxia, the president of the Adventurers Guild, Jory. What the hell is going on here? Maurice looked over at Jory, grimacing, obviously having guessed what was going on, but he still couldn't believe it. As you can see, Jory let out a soft chuckle. Sure enough, seeing Jory like this, Maurice understood. No wonder, this second attack did not encounter any weapons from the East Continent side. What an old fox. Seeing this, Maurice looked at Cobalt Iron, who was vomiting, and Cobalt Hammer, who was lying on the ground, and after a moment of silence, he turned his head and walked away. With a side of Jory's explanation, some of the adventurers were upset though. However, it did not dare to admittedly disobey the words of the Adventurers Guild president. With just an irritated glare at Cobalt Iron, he cursed and walked away. To be honest, if it wasn't for the bombing of the so-called weapons depot, they really wouldn't have been able to defeat it. At this moment, the Cobalt Iron on the side looked at the Cobalt Hammer, his master's body. Cobalt Iron lapsed into silence. Don't worry, you are now fully on the human side. Jory glanced at Cobalt Iron, who hadn't spoken, and promised, as soon as the great goblin lair disappears, what you were promised will never change. Aha! Cobalt Iron nodded and picked up the body of Cobalt Hammer, looking for a place to bury it. Looking at the departing Cobalt Iron, Jory couldn't help but sigh. They say that heroes are hard to find, but I didn't realize that kobolds are almost as hard. Yes, Goblin Iron betrays the Goblin Hammer and betrays the Goblin General. If there were no traitors, this castle of steel would not have perished. Just as Jory burst into a sigh of relief. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a horrible explosion came from not far away. Immediately afterward, blood-red mist rushed to the sky and filled the air. Everything that touched the blood mist was devoured. What? What the hell is this? The crowd exclaimed. With a stony face, Jory recalled the stars that had shone not so long ago, and couldn't help but stare back with a look of fear. No way? The outside of the Shenandoah forest, a deadly darkness was broken by a wild and excited laugh. Ha ha ha. Like a beast regaining its freedom, Ewald threw himself up to the sky and raised his hands high in the air, with a crazy gleam in his eyes, on his long-suffering face. At this moment, there is a flow of joy and excitement that has not been seen in decades. Ever. You know what? No, you have no idea. You can't even imagine what I've been through these past few decades. He snapped around, his gaze fixed on Aaron and Harley in front of him, wanting to show them off, to confide in them. He gained overwhelming power at the moment. Meet Ewald, who has risen from the dead. The two of them, Aaron and Harley, looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. The Ewald in front of him had clearly been dead for a long time. At the moment, it was miraculously resurrected, and looking stronger and more confident than ever. How is this possible? Erin's voice trembled a little as she couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. It's a skill. Harley's brow furrowed as he tried to search his mind for an explanation for this amazing phenomenon. Dead people reanimated? It's not like there aren't people in this world who can do this kind of thing, but there are very few in existence. And there are also certain conditions that need to be met. The body and soul can't have one without the other. Can't be dead for too long yet. Obviously, there is no such presence here that can resurrect others like that. It was only this kind of skill, not bound by the laws, that could do something so counterintuitive. It's a skill? Aaron wondered. And such a powerful skill? Hey, that. Wood on the side just wanted to ask, but at that moment, Ewald, unable to hear him at all, muttered excitedly to himself. You know what? No, you guys have no idea how I've spent the last few decades. Ewald recounted to himself, sharing his joy with a tone of pride and triumph. I pray every day, every hour, for the mercy of the gods and the light of the stars. Isn't this a daydream? Aaron whispered a belly laugh. Harley also has a disdain for such untalented people. But Ewald didn't care. Because, finally, he's got it. The exclusive skill he dreamed of. Resurrection. As long as it exists, then he is an immortal being. Immortality also means invincibility. Ha 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 ha. Ewald laughed wildly. I am invincible. Brush. However, just as he was getting carried away, a sudden mist of blood attacked him without warning. The blood mist was thick and eerie, as if it was the breath of a demon gushing out of hell. What? Iward's face was shocked as a strong aura of death instantly sobered him up. He tried as hard as he could to dodge, but the blood mist followed him as if it had eyes. Eventually, the blood mist grazed Ewald's arm. In the next moment, a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his entire body, causing him to stifle an agonizing scream. In just an instant, that blood mist was like a hungry beast, frantically devouring his arm. Awa! My hand! Ewald fell to the ground, screaming and rolling his body. His arm had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a bloody mess of limbs. You damned kobold! He growled angrily, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. I will definitely kill you. I will absolutely kill you. Originally, I thought that it was a savior coming, but I never thought that it was coming to deliver. That power, that's 100 lives. It doesn't mean anything. The hearts of the people were as if they were suspended in mid-air, and they looked at each other with bewilderment and speechlessness. Wood saw this and had no choice but to ease up. The remaining two glanced at each other and unconsciously took a step back. Brush! A stern blade light cut through the night sky, as bright and determined as a falling meteor. Without hesitation, Wood swung the weapon in his hand and severed the bloodstained severed arm. The moment the broken arm hit the ground, it made a dull reverberation. Ah! Ewald's screams echoed through the night air, mournful and desperate. His face was twisted and his eyes were round, as if he wanted to pour out all the pain in this world. Wood frowned and pulled out his ears, looking a little impatient. Why do you keep screaming? You! He saved Ewald not out of sympathy or pity, but out of his own selfishness. He wanted to see how long this person, who could keep resurrecting, could stall. What are you talking about? You mortal! I just came back to life and my pain has increased several times over. After slowly getting used to it, Ewald stood up with a cocky look on his face and walked over to Wood, the corners of his mouth turning up in a disdainful smile. He seemed to have forgotten the pain he had just experienced and was only thinking about how to show his power. Just stand back and watch this resurrection night in action. Ewald raised the weapon in his hand and looked provocatively at Wood. Wood smiled slightly and stepped back, giving him the stage for the fight. There was some dissatisfaction in his heart, but it was more of a curiosity. He wondered what power this recently resurrected knight had gained to be so arrogant and cocky. However, just as he was about to watch a good show, a sudden change occurred. Yi Yen appeared in front of Iward like a ghost, and a flash plus sneak shadow instantly arrived in front of him. He reached out his arm and held Ewald's face tightly. The blood-red mist wrapped around Yi Yan's arm erupted in an instant, blazing like a flame. Ah! The flames corroded Ewald's face in an instant, causing him to let out even more miserable cries. The shrieks echoed through the night air in a chilling way. You! Ewald struggles to keep his hands up against the cage. However, he heard Yi Yan coldly spit out a few words. Devour. As his words fell, the blood-red mist surged out of Yi Yan's palm like a flooding beast, instantly engulfing Iward. It was too late to even scream, and then it was dead. Yi Yan, on the other hand, stood there quietly, letting the blood-red mist linger over him. At this moment, the voice of the world sounded in Yi Yan's mind, as if it was cheering for him. Congratulations on devouring a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained 20 points of strength. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and you can't raise it any further. Based on overread effect, 20 points of power have been stored in overread space. Congratulations on killing a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained the human's exclusive skill resurrection. Check that the launch conditions are sufficient. Resurrection is activated. Resurrecting object Ewald? Error. 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 Incorrect individual inspection. Object does not exist. Error. Error. Exclusive skill resurrection escapes. Exclusive skill overreading reveals fangs. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill resurrection fragment. Checks for 2 simultaneous resurrections. Begin checking for reasonableness. Reasonableness adopted. Exclusive skill resurrection fragment. Partially restricted. The moment the voice of the world fell, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed on the originally empty and uninhabited ground. Like a rising sun, it pierced the darkness of the night. Within the light, a figure gradually emerged, and it was Ewald. It was as if his flesh had gone through a rebirth, every cell rejoicing, every inch shining with life. He slowly opened his eyes and listened to the voices in his head with an incredulous look on his face. How come? Resurrected again? Off to the side, Wood muttered to himself, a hint of surprise and delight in his voice. This resurrection, even more quickly than the last time. He was back on his feet almost as soon as he died. And he gets it. Why is Ewald so excited and thrilled after acquiring this exclusive skill? Such an ability is undoubtedly a powerful safeguard. Gives them a better chance of winning against any danger. I'd be just as excited if I were you, Wood thought to himself, anticipating Ewald. As long as they made good use of this skill and felt out the strength of that monster, perhaps they can actually win this battle. Wood was puzzled, and looked to Ewald's fearful, nervous look. This guy, he's not going to wimp out. It can't go on like this. At that thought, Wood raised his hand and cheered on Ewald. Hey, 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 come on, Wood's added pep talk, however, was unmistakably ironic to Ewald's ears, simply because, just now, Ewald had also received the voice of the world. How? His exclusive skills are duplicated? The effect has been weakened? How in the world can something be so outrageous? What the hell is going on with that shard there? Meaning, he just got a full resurrection and all of a sudden he's in pieces? That's not possible. How? Suddenly, as if he knew what was going on, Iward looked up at Yi Yan with a horrified face. No! Ewald's words had just fallen. Yi Yan had then come to Iward's side. He looked at the scene in front of him with an expressionless face and an icy glint in his eyes. You're going to kill my mom? Yi Yan asked coldly, without a trace of temperature in his voice. Iward's body that was engulfed by the blood mist suddenly trembled, as if he felt Yi Yan's icy gaze. He struggled to speak, but the blood mist had eaten away at his throat, preventing him from making a sound. No! No! He roared wildly in his mind, but it was no longer helpful. Yi Yan's hand had grabbed his face, and the cold fingers seemed to freeze his soul. No matter how many times you come back to life, I will kill you, Yi Yan said coldly. Then with a wave of his hand, the blood mist surged up once again, completely engulfing Iward. At that moment, the voice of the world sounded. Congratulations on devouring a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained 20 points of strength. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be increased. Based on overread effect, 20 points of power have been stored in overread space. Congratulations on killing a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have obtained a fragment of that human's exclusive skill resurrection. Exclusive skill resurrection fragments are assembled and fusion begins. Fusion complete. Congratulations. You've gained the exclusive skill resurrection. Exclusive skill resurrection. Some restrictions lifted. Stars above the stars, shining for you. Meanwhile, in the clearing, Ewald, who had been reduced to ashes, his physical body actually coalesced and took shape again in the eyes of the stunned crowd, as if he had broken free from the endless darkness and was reborn in this world. However, for the reborn Ewald, there was not a trace of joy in his heart. Instead, what echoed in his mind were those cold and cruel voices. They stabbed into his heart like sharp blades, making him feel an unprecedented despair. Your exclusive skill resurrection disappears. The stars above the stars no longer shine for you. Those two words were like a curse, causing Ewald's world to fall apart in an instant. Ah ha ah! He growled frantically. his voice filled with resignation and despair. Why? He clutched his head, tears pouring out like a flood from a broken dike. No way. His face twisted as if he wanted to let out all the pain. How come? He hissed. This world. How can anything be so unreasonable? He couldn't accept the fact that it was his exclusive skill. The skill that had made him a self-proclaimed genius had just disappeared. Fake. He roared. Everything is a lie. He couldn't accept this harsh reality. As if he had once again been betrayed by the entire world. At this moment, he realized what genius was. What is it? A monster beyond the comprehension of the common man. That is, no matter how much effort one puts in, one cannot touch the field. No way. Winning can devour anything, even exclusive skills. Ewald just couldn't imagine how this was going to win. Everyone will die. Suddenly hot. Ewald laughed wildly, a laugh filled with despair and madness. All will die. Ewald's words had not yet fallen. In the next moment, a blood mist suddenly descended from the sky and swallowed him whole. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain that he had never felt before, as if his soul was about to be torn apart, and as his consciousness was about to dissipate. He thought, if only he had run away in the first place. Congratulations on devouring a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained 10 points of strength. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be raised any further. Based on overread effect, 10 points of power have been stored in overread space. ********. Seeing this, Wood took a step back and cursed. In the moment of Ewald's death, in the case of not seeing the resurrection for a few seconds, although not willing to admit it, but Wood knew that the so-called resurrection had reached its limit. Wood knew that it was absolutely impossible to overcome and had to leave immediately. He just turned around, only to realize, empty behind him? Wood froze in place momentarily. In just a few seconds, he guessed the general idea. You guys, it's surprising that the escape wasn't called for. See the empty scene behind you. Wood had long since greeted those two men in his mind. He finally realized, from the beginning, they had no hope for that Ewald whatsoever. They knew clearly that with just the four of them, they had almost no chance of winning against the monster in front of them. So they decisively chose to sacrifice him, keep him here as a pawn to stall for time. Asshole. Wood gritted his teeth, his heart filled with endless remorse. He tried to turn and run, but it was too late. Da-da-da-da. The crisp footsteps were like the beat of death, approaching step by step. Yi Yan's figure gradually appeared in his line of sight. The blood mist was like a living ghost, slowly leaning in and completely blocking Wood's back way. Wood's face instantly turned pale. He raised the long sword in his hand in horror and cried out in a trembling voice, I'll fight you. Before the words left his mouth, Wood turned violently and swung his long knife to slash at the blood mist behind him. He wanted to use all his strength to cleave a path of escape. However, as if the blood mist had a spirit, the moment it sensed the attack it spread out in all directions, tightly surrounding Wood. Die! Yi Yan's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the nine hells. As his words fell, countless blood mists surged towards Wood like a tidal wave, instantly drowning him. Ah! Wood's screams echoed through the blood mist, yet they were soon muffled by the engulfing sound of the blood mist. His figure gradually disappeared in the blood mist, eventually turning into a puddle of blood and water that was completely swallowed by the blood mist. Just as Wood was swallowed up, the voice of the world rang in Yi Yan's ears. Congratulations on devouring a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained 20 points of speed. Your speed has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be increased. Based on overread effect, 10 points of speed already stored in overread space. Congratulations on killing a mature human powerhouse. Based on the effect of your skill overreading, you have gained the human's exclusive skill pact keeping. On the other side, the night was like ink. There was a hint of uneasiness in the breeze. Erin's cat eyes twinkled in the moonlight. She turned her head to Harley, the corners of her mouth quirking with a wry smile. Is it really okay not to talk to Wood about it? Meow? Harley pushed his glasses down lightly, a glint of disbelief in his eyes. Oh, he responded tersely, then asked rhetorically. Why? Then, didn't you say so when you were running away just now? Erin's tail flicked as if in response to his words. I'm just so scared, meow, she said, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Besides, we're only temporary teammates, meow. Sometimes, even teammates who were born to die can't always be trusted. Not to mention this temporary one. Eileen had the idea of escaping as early as after Yi Yan displayed that terrifying power. I just haven't found the opportunity. As it happens, that little cutie from Ewald gave her the chance. As for expecting Ewald to use that so-called resurrection to defeat the goblin? No, it can't be. Killed, or killed in seconds. That proves one thing. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 10,000 times, even though No amount of resurrection will help. In the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. Sometimes resurrecting the undead is not a gift, but a punishment. Even if, here, he doesn't die. In the back of the room the man called Ewald will regret it. Boom! A loud boom broke the silence of the night. Behind them, the blood mist tossed and turned into countless hideous bloody hands, chasing after them at an astonishing speed. Wherever they passed, the trees instantly dried up, as if all their vitality had been sucked out. Erin looked back with shock in her eyes. Her tail wagged about as if she too was horrified by the sudden turn of events. That's too much. Meow. Harley's face was stony as he watched the bloody hands come closer and closer. Damn it, he cursed, knowing that if he didn't do something, they were bound to be caught up. Hey, Catwoman, what do you have in mind? He looked to Erin, a flash of anxiety in his eyes. Erin smiled slightly, unimpressed. I didn't expect those two losers to only block for a little while, but enough. As her words fell, countless magic threads suddenly surfaced around her. Harley was horrified to realize that they were already surrounded by these magical threads. He looked at Erin in surprise. When did you do this? Erin winked, as if smug in her cleverness. When you come to crusade against monsters that can push gold-ranked adventurers to the brink of extinction, in addition to being prepared for battle, running away should not be overlooked. Oh, she said playfully. Immediately after that, her hand waved, and those distant threads of magic were like taut rubber bands that were released at that moment, pulling Erin at an unimaginable speed. She instantly disappeared from the spot. That? Harley was surprised to find that the threads of magic that Erin controlled were not unusual, as if possessing the qualities of rubber. Asterisk. That meow girl actually hid her strength. However, the blood mist behind him didn't wait for Harley to think. It didn't occur to me that my previous preparations would save my life. Harley laughed bitterly, and urged the teleportation magic in his hand with all his might. He knew that this was his only chance to escape. Just as the magic was about to be completed, a pair of huge bloody hands suddenly reached out from the blood mist and grabbed Harley's feet. Asterisk. Damn, what a supersized monster this is. It is simply beyond common sense. Harley struggled, trying to break free of the bloody hands. But the bloody hands were like iron pincers, gripping him tightly. He felt his foot being torn apart a little, the pain coming in like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ah! Harley let out a scream as he swung the staff in his hand and shot a magic bullet at his foot. Bang! The magic bullet directly hit Harley's foot, and his foot was blown to smithereens in an instant. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Harley to let out a miserable yelp as at this time, the teleportation magic was finally ready. Finally, as the words fell, a magic formation floated at Harley's feet. Brush! Immediately afterward, with a flash of light, Harley's entire body disappeared. Erin, on the other hand, stood with a lazy face, her hands on the back of her head, letting the magic threads pull her body away. She looked at the blood mist in front of her, her heart filled with doubt. Looking at the mist of blood in front of her, Erin still couldn't figure out what it was until now. Ask the princess when you get back. Erin thought to herself. It's right up ahead. Don't let her get away, or all of us will die. It was also at this moment that several adventurers, it seemed, were chasing a woman. No, the woman's ears are pointed, plus that rare and stunning look. If Irene hadn't guessed wrong, that's the elf. Oh, it didn't occur to me that there are still people who dare to catch elves these days. The corners of Erin's mouth turned up in a meaningful smile. Since the birth of the Elf King, it wasn't as if no one had ever challenged that one's authority, but they ended up, no doubt, dead. Today, the clans are forbidden to hunt elves by default, not out of respect for the Elf King. This continent, where 4 major human kingdoms were supposed to exist, now only 3 remain, and that 4th kingdom disappeared in just one night, and carve a chasm like an abyss above the crumbling country. Whoever offends my elven race, kill. The purveyor of poets, in the hymn of praise, without fail, the fear of the one is elucidated. Legend has it that it was an existence even more terrifying than the Demon King. Legend has it that the one's looks could cause a god to fall to earth. Legend has it that the one was an incarnation of the mother goddess of life who took pity on what happened to the elves and descended. But these are just guesses. No one has seen, in these centuries, its likeness appearance. And now, someone actually dared to hunt elves. Was it ignorance? Or, suddenly Erin remembered, a rumor that had circulated in their circle, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. Could it be that the rumors are true? With that thought, Erin controlled the magic threads and accelerated the contraction, moving quickly away. Whether it was true or not, she didn't dare take any chances. She didn't want to touch the one's wrath, though, she was curious and cared. But it's such a big deal. but there are a lot of people that are interested and put action into it. She just needed to, again, be patient, ready to go. Only Aaron looked in the direction they had gone after them. I can't help but worry about them. That's not a good direction to go. Though that was the idea, Aaron didn't go up to them and tell them what they thought. At this moment, her most important task was still, as soon as possible, to tell the princess the news she saw today. The princess will be so happy. The rest was up to her. That's, one of the big men instantly tensed up when he saw the flash of Aaron. After all, what they were doing now couldn't be seen by anyone. Big brother, what can we do about this? The other few juniors looked at each other with fear and worry in their eyes. They all knew that if this matter was revealed, not only will they be unable to protect themselves, even their families will be implicated. Split up and go after them? One of the minions offered. Kill the woman who saw it, too, for good measure. However, the big man shook his head, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. No, let's go after that elf first. As for that woman, we'll go after the elf after we capture her. He paused and swept his gaze over the crowd, warning in a serious tone. The fact that we're catching elves must never be divulged. Otherwise, not only us, but even our families will be implicated. Do you hear me? Listen up. The minions replied in unison, determination in their voices. However, there were still some new juniors who didn't understand why Big Brother was so nervous, and one of them couldn't help but ask, Big Brother, why is this? The big man glared at the man angrily. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You all just need to do what I tell you to do. If you don't want to die, all of you shut up. God damn it. He wouldn't want to move the elf if he wasn't short of money and the other party was giving so much. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, then led the minions in a swift chase after the elf. As he traveled through the dense forest, the big man's mind couldn't help but recall the time 1,000 years ago. At that time, the elf king had not yet been born. The beauty and mystery of the elf clan attracted the attention of countless people. Slaves of elves often fetch astronomical prices at major auction houses. There is even a kingdom that has enacted laws specifically for the purpose of hunting and slaving elves, but that was 1,000 years ago. Without much thought, the big man led his minions and soon caught up with the elf and surrounded it. Surrounded in the center was a slender elven woman named Lilias. She was dressed in emerald green and her long hair flowed like a waterfall. Aren't you guys afraid of the coronation of the elf king? Lilias looked at the approaching man and took a step back, a look of horror on her face. The original squad that had been organized to retrieve Her Highness Victoria was now the only one left. Lord Limru, too, is going nowhere. Originally, she had planned to make a trip back to the Elven Kingdom to inform Her Highness, the Elven Princess, of the matter and to inform Limru of what she had done so that she could decide. It hadn't occurred to me that these humans, not knowing what they'd eaten, were trying to capture her? These people, aren't they afraid of the king? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lilia's words, the big man at the head smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, no one will know that you were captured by us. His words were full of confidence and arrogance. Lilith's heart sank to the bottom, and she clenched her lower lip in an effort to look less weak. She tried to shock the humans with her words, but the big man didn't care. Instead he interrupted her with a light laugh. Oh, you said that the elf Lilias died accidentally during the battle to crush the goblin lair? How about this plot? The big man looked at Lilias playfully, as if he was looking at a lamb about to be slaughtered. Lilias glared at him angrily, her voice shaky but firm. Do you think you can fool Lord Coronation of the Elf King with this? I tell you, if you dare to touch me as an elf. However, before she could finish her words, the big man slapped her hard across the face. The slap was so powerful that Lilias was instantly knocked to the ground. She covered her cheek and looked helplessly at the slowly approaching humans. Rory! The big man cursed angrily, his eyes filled with impatience. He waved his hand to signal his minions to come forward, while he himself stood aside and watched coldly. The minions grinned lewdly, their eyes traveling up and down Lilith's body. Their eyes were filled with desire and greed, as if they wanted to eat this beautiful elf alive. Big brother, this elf is good looking. One of the minions licked his lips and smiled lewdly. The big man glanced at him and snorted coldly. Nonsense! This is an elf. Are there any ugly elves in the elf family? Ha ha ha. Being scolded by his big brother, the little brother wasn't angry at all, and desire filled his eyes as he looked at Lilias. Brother, you said the men only said they wanted live elves. Brother, you said the men only said they wanted live elves. It's not, said the little brother, licking the corners of his mouth in a lewd smile. Let the guys enjoy themselves first? You're crazy. It's an elf. Before the big man could speak, another junior brother opened his mouth in surprise. You're crazy. It's an elf. A junior brother couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with panic. What happened to the elf? She's at our mercy now that she's in our hands? The man retorted disdainfully, greed in his eyes. Of course, after you. Big brother. Seeing this, the little brother rushed forward to curry favor, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. The big man nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning to Lilia's with a lecherous smile on his face. When Lilia saw this, her face sank, and her pretty face was filled with anger. You guys, hearing that these men actually attempted to defile her, Lia's pretty face was filled with anger. The crowned elf king will never let you go. You guys just, enough. With a grim expression on his face, the big man pinched Lilia's cheeks with such force that he almost crushed her bones. Elf king, elf king, elf king in one breath. Why don't you hand that guy over now? No, you are not allowed to insult the coronation of the elf king. Lilia stared, tears welling up in her eyes, but she still clenched her teeth and said, word for word. Seeing this, the big man became enraged and violently ripped open his belt, revealing his evil nature. Lilia's looked at the slowly approaching evil thing, her heart filled with despair and fear, and the corners of her eyes glistened with crystallized tears. Ha 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 ha. Finally, seeing Lilia's scared look, the big man laughed out loud. However, at this very moment, a sudden change occurred. The big man's laughter suddenly came to a screeching halt. His upper body unexpectedly disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only a bloody body and blood all over the ground. This, big brother? At the sound of the human's startled voice, Lilia's slowly raised her head. Lilia's looked up. Only a blood-red mist was seen hovering above her head, and that mist seemed to contain endless terror. What's going on? Lilia's was flabbergasted. How did the big man die? She didn't see it earlier. However, while Lilia's didn't see it, the minions saw it clearly. It was in a flash that blood mist engulfed the upper half of their boss's body. Monster! Monster! Run! The minions, seeing this, fled. Lilia's was unsure, but, the next moment, she soon knew, only to see those fleeing minions being swallowed up by the blood mist one by one, their miserable screams rising and falling, echoing in the forest. Lilia stood frozen in place, her mind filled with fear and doubt. What the hell is this blood mist? Why is it so horrible? It was as if those blood mists had a consciousness, and after devouring everyone, they even slowly drifted towards her. Lilith's heart tightened and she instinctively tried to run away, but she couldn't move her body as if it was immobilized. Lilia's heart instantly sank to the bottom as she clenched her lower lip and asked in a trembling voice, Am I going to die? Just when she thought she would also be swallowed up by the blood mist, a miracle happened. It was as if the blood mist had a sense, and the moment it was about to touch her, it suddenly bypassed her and continued to spread in all directions. Lilia's froze in place, her mind filled with confusion and disbelief, but she knew that now was not the time to fret, and immediately turned and ran as hard as she could into the distance. However, just as she was about to escape from the forest, instead, her body slammed into a soft object, her whole body tumbled backwards and she fell heavily to the ground. Ah! What the hell? She covered her aching head and struggled to raise it. Only a few figures stood in front of them. At the head of the group was a girl in a black robe. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. Lilia's froze instantly. She had never seen such a beautiful woman. Its appearance even made her, who was an elf, feel ashamed of herself. But what shocked her even more was that those people were all wearing the same black robes, which were inscribed with a mysterious pattern. A scandalous name suddenly came to her mind, the Gate of Truth. Oh, if it isn't our little elf friend. What a coincidence! The Holy Maiden of Truth smiled at Lilia's, her voice gentle and sweet. But Lilia's heard a few hints of danger in her tone. She scrunched her head and moved down carefully, looking timidly at the stunning woman in front of her. The Holy Maiden of Truth didn't seem to care about her fear and continued to laugh lightly. We've had a good harvest this time, and there are enough sacrifices to go around, so not going to do anything to you. Just want you to help spread the word. Pass the word? Lilia's asked suspiciously. That's right, go tell your elf princess that we, the Gate of Truth, will be visiting soon. You guys, Lilith's voice was shaky and angry, her eyes glittering with defiance. How could she not have imagined that this group of guys who called themselves the Gate of Truth would dare to covet the purity and peace of their elven kingdom? You gates of truth will die. Lilia's clenched her teeth, her voice filled with determination and resolve. She knew that the peace of the elven kingdom could not be violated, and the majesty of the elven king's coronation could not be provoked. As long as, with the coronation of the elf king, it will be impossible for you to step foot in the elven kingdom. The Holy Maiden of Truth nodded her head gently, a hint of approval appearing on her face. That's right, as long as that one exists, no one can set foot in the elven kingdom without her permission, she admitted. However, her words changed and she continued. Still, we at the Gate of Truth will visit. Lilia's hesitated for a moment. She didn't understand exactly what this Saint of Truth meant. Did they really intend to ignore the majesty of the crowned king of the elves and force their way into the elven realm? What do you mean? Lilias hesitated. Okay, Pixie. You're talking a little too much. Right at this moment, the Holy Maiden of Truth suddenly let out a light laugh as she gently waved her arm and a powerful force instantly erupted. With a loud bang, Leah's entire body flew directly backwards. Next, it's not a stage you can step into, the Holy Maiden of Truth said coldly. Her words had just fallen. A blood-red mist suddenly filled the entire field, wrapping everyone wrapped around the gate of truth. Those disciples of truth were instantly in a state of panic. The epidermis of their entire body was swallowed up by the blood mist, revealing hideous muscles and veins. However, right at that moment, a ball of crimson flames burned up from their bodies, quickly restoring their skin while resisting the engulfing blood mist. Ha ha ha, it hurts. The disciples laughed hideously amidst the mist of blood, their voices filled with madness and excitement. It was as if they were enjoying this agony of being engulfed in blood mist and the burning sensation of flames. However, the blood mist didn't stop devouring it. On the contrary, it seems to have become more furious and ferocious. The blood mist coalesced around them, devouring the bodies of the disciples. They struggled and screamed, but in the end, they were swallowed up by the blood mist without a trace. The Holy Maiden of Truth stood in the midst of the blood mist as she curiously observed it all. She realized that this blood mist was actually nourishing and expanding itself at the same time by devouring lifeforms as sustenance to refute itself. Ah, that was great. The Holy Maiden of Truth licked her red lips, her face flushed with intoxication. True to form, the monarch of overeating. I hadn't thought that I would be able to witness the monarch's descent on this trip. It was fantastic. So, my new little master, who is it? Thinking so, the Sage of Truth released her magic power to cover the surface of and stepped forward. Congratulations on devouring a human. You gain 1 point of strength based on the effect of your skill overeating. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be raised any further. Based on overeat effect, 1 point of power has been stored in overeat space. Congratulations on devouring the black wolf. Based on the effect of your skill overeating, you have gained 1 point of constitution. Congratulations on devouring the kobold. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill overeating. Your speed has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be increased. Based on overeat effect, 1 point of speed already stored in overeat space. The voice of the world constantly echoed in Yi Yan's mind. At this time, the Yi Yan panel was as follows. _____. Name Yi Yan. Race, low-level goblin special individual. Stage, growth period. Strength, 100, overeating space, 100, cap raised from 30 to 100. Speed, 100, overeating space, 47, cap raised from 30 to 100. Physical fitness, 99, cap raised from 30 to 100. Magic, 41, cap raised from 30 to 100. Evolution points, 1. Skills, latent shadow, shadow split, lightning strike, fireball spell E. Exclusive skills, overeating, guardianship, resurrection, covenant keeping. Talents, breath concealment, language proficiency, magical affinity, blood manipulation, arrow evasion, self-healing A, strength enhancement B, speed enhancement B, magical manipulation C, constitution enhancement B, beast intuition B, perception B, blocking D. Special talent, king seed, limit break. Yi Yan could feel that from above the blood mist, the power that was passed over kept coming. It was accompanied by a hunger that could not be suppressed. Eat, eat, eat. The blood mist continuously began to riot uncontrollably, spreading outward in all directions and devouring everything in its path. But, why? Obviously eat a lot. And yet, still, no matter how you eat, you can't get enough. Want. Hungry. Eat. Overeating. Aha. Yi Yan clutched his head, his face grimacing as he shouted angrily, "Get out of my head." The intense pain, accompanied by extreme hunger, made Yi Yan almost lose his mind. Speech. You're okay. From the shock, reacting and realizing that Yi Yan was not right, the Dona stepped forward with a worried look on her face. She just wanted to reach out and touch Yi Yan. However, the blood mist on Yi Yan's body fused its epidermis the moment she touched it, and it was good that the Dona retracted her hand in time, plus Yi Yan had no intention of devouring it. Otherwise, with that stroke just now, her entire hand would have been swallowed by the blood mist in an instant. Come on, run. Noticing the change in himself, Yi Yan squeezed out a few words from his mouth with difficulty. Speech. What's wrong with you? With a worried face, Verdona looked at Yi Yan. Go! Yi Yan's eyes were crimson, and his entire body was like a devil as he looked straight at Verdona. Terrifying killing intent swept through Verdona's entire body in an instant. Sensing Yi Yan's killing aura, Verdona shrunk her head, looked down at the blood mist surrounding Yi Yan, hesitated for a moment, and turned around. I will come back for you. With those words, Verdona left decisively. Now this was a situation that Verdona knew about, knew that her staying here right now wouldn't help at all. It would only be swallowed up by that blood mist, uselessly. Wouldn't that make no sense at all? She wasn't running away. She just wanted to find someone to save Yi Yan. But, as Verdona knew, it was just her excuse. How was a human supposed to save a kobold when she knew someone who did? She was merely scared. Fear, that kind of Yi Yan. Make excuses to get away from it. She escaped. This is a no-brainer. Please, whoever. It was also at that moment that she spotted a familiar figure. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Please, save Yi Yan. Verdona, as if she were grasping for a lifeline, held on to Cory's words and pleaded. Saving Biggie? Cory's wondered as she looked at where the entrance to the lair among the kobolds was finished and wandered around in boredom. What's going on here? She looked over to Verdona, who had grabbed her, and a strange feeling came over her. Born in a poverty-stricken slum, fatherless and motherless, she was an abandoned being from birth. It also survived thanks to the help of the townspeople of Linxiao. That's right, she's a child who grew up eating 100 meals. Therefore, facing the nobles who oppressed the commoners, Cory's naturally would not give these nobles a good face. But, Cory's looked at Verdona. Come to think of it, her determination to stand up for a kobold. This nobleman seemed not as annoying as the others. You get up and talk. Biggie, what's wrong? Just as Cory's, puzzled, picked up Verdona, who was spent from crying. Rumble. From that not too far away, a pillar of blood-red mist rose up into the sky. The mist of blood spread, devouring everything in its path. Hey! Corliss was dumbfounded for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching. You don't want to say that Biggie is inside the blood mist, do you? Verdona wiped the corners of her eyes and twisted her head. How do you know? Guess. Cory's rubbed his head with a headache. It's simply delusional to want to not alarm the kingdom with such a big commotion. I just hope the king's side doesn't move too much. Just moments before Verdona escaped, Yi Yan could no longer suppress his desire. Blood mist continuously overflowed from his body, spreading in all directions. The older brother Bryn, who was silently observing from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Gone. If it hadn't been for Goblin Man, pulling and yelling from the sidelines, he wouldn't have come back to his senses. What about Lord Yi Yan? Big brother Bryn had a worried look on his face as he looked towards Yi Yan, who was out of control on the side. Goblin Man waved his hand in disbelief. Now, this is not a situation we can deal with. We'll just have to go back and tell the general the truth. The Lord General must have a solution. Boom! Also at this time, terrifying blood mist gushed out from Yi Yan's body, forming a pillar of blood that shot up into the sky. Rub! The Goblin Man cursed as he looked at the raging mist of blood and immediately twisted his head to run. Big brother Bryn does the same. He had just seen how powerful that blood mist was. If you touch it, you'll definitely die. Thinking of this, without hesitation, he turned his head, shouldered the slow-running Goblin Man, and quickly headed for the large goblin lair. I won't let you die. Big brother Bryn thought inwardly. You're my approved kobold, my master. Dash. With a hysterical roar, the blood mist quickly spread outward. In less than a few minutes, it had devoured a mile of land, and the blood mist was still spreading outwards as well as its fast speed. The pillar of blood that rushed into the sky invoked the bright star above the sky. It made the adventurers, who were cleaning up the battlefield, stop moving. It also caused the king, who was far away from the capital, to cast a shocked look. Above the continent, the gazes of countless powerful people were cast, watching, the place surrounded by blood mist. The stars shine and the blood mist spreads. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. Late night, North Wind Empire, the national capital. Inside the imperial palace, above the throne sat a man wearing a basil-colored dragon robe. A strong sense of majesty emanated from his body, causing the people around him to not dare to have any objections. And just at that moment, a small footstep sounded. Then the knight pushed his way through the door. Your Majesty, Arsene got down on one knee. At this late hour, I wonder what your Majesty has summoned the micromanager for supposedly. Seeing that no sound could be heard for a moment, Arsene looked up. However, he saw, with the North Wind Emperor's cold, blade-like eyes, looking straight at him, making Yazin's heart flinch. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure instantly pressed him, his raised head back down. Along with that, There was a killing intent that made him tremble with fear. Arsene's face went white and he hastily lowered his head, never daring to say anything more, only feeling a heavenly rotation. His entire body was mercilessly thrown out. With a thud, he fell to the cold, hard marble floor. Pust! Arsene spewed out a mouthful of blood violently, his face pale. When the ministers saw this, they dared not speak. Just kidding, that was just thrown out like a roadside wild dog. But, one of the 4 great legionaries of the Empire, the vice-commander of the Guardian Knights, its strength was also among the top in the Empire. However, just now, they were sent flying so easily by His Majesty, and they couldn't even see if His Majesty had moved yet. It's just horrible. They were civil servants. If they took that hit, they would be crippled if not killed. They wouldn't be foolish enough to think that His Majesty wouldn't dare kill them. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, it can be said that blood has been shed. Both civil and military officials have all been bloodied. Even brothers and sisters were all killed. In just 10 years of ascending the throne, the entire empire had changed. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Arsene looked up with difficulty and tried to say something, but realized that his throat was too dry and sore to make a sound. Looking at the man in front of him who was as terrifying as a devil, Yazin's hands were constantly trembling. Have I asked you to raise your head? Back to your Majesty. No. If you don't have it, why are you looking up? The North Wind Emperor coldly snorted. Back to your Majesty. It is my humble servant who is foolish. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Arsene dropped to one knee, not a hint of displeasure on his icy face. If there is, of course. His head had fallen to the ground. The North Wind Emperor didn't speak, but quietly stared at him for a long time before slowly speaking. No more. I don't want to waste time. You saw it, the star in the sky. Speaking of this, a hint of displeasure appeared on the North Wind Emperor's face. Your Majesty, I saw it. Talk, scourge of heaven. Arsene pursed his lips and spoke. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat when they heard Arsene's words. That's silly, and it really does have the guts to say anything. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yazin's words, the North Wind Emperor laughed instead of being angry. Well, what a scourge of heaven. If only those people in the east and the west could think like that. The crowd was shocked when they heard the emperor's words. It didn't occur to me that the 3 kings had already discussed it. But think about it. That was, after all, the star that hadn't shone in millions of years. Its light even overpowered all the stars that had shone in the past 100 years. Only the star of that one can match it. The power of that one is unquestionable. But, and that's where the trouble comes in. With the one out of control, an absolutely superior race was erased from this world. No one knows if the shining star will get out of control this time. Get out of there. Who knows what kind of power is lodged up there? And what kind of attitude should they, the North Wind Empire, use to respond to that future absolute powerhouse? You know, what did they say? The Emperor of the North Wind looked to Arsene. I don't know. Arsene answered directly without hesitation. Oh, the North Wind Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. A shade swept across the bottom of his eyes. Then he let out a cold laugh and said, They told me to befriend that man? Humph. The North Wind Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. I don't need them to tell me what to do. The North Wind Emperor said in a cold voice, his tone filled with strong disdain. Arsene didn't say anything, silently bowing his head. He knew very well what kind of character His Majesty was, equally well aware of how His Majesty came to sit on the throne. Just a bunch of cowards cowering in their own acreage. Also worthy to share this world with me? The North Wind Emperor finished speaking and glanced at the attendant beside him. Immediately afterward, the squire stepped down to hand Yazin a map with several red lines marked on it, with the red dot in the center of the divine forest being the most obvious. It is? Arsene looked at the map with some hesitation. The attendant on the sidelines proceeded to explain. With His Majesty's permission, judging from the shadow stones passed on by those at the border, a huge blood mist has suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the divine rhythm forest, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading and devouring everything in its path. If it continues to spread and expand, it could jeopardize the security of our border territories. When the ministers heard the words, they all looked grave and talked about it. Yazin was even more frowning. Such a sight had never been seen before, even by him who had seen so much. It's amazing that there is such a thing in this world. This really needs to be addressed. Now the Knights of the Frontier have gone forth to limit its spread. But that's not the point. The point is, and the time of that blood mist is extremely close to the time of the star shine. And that star shiner, most likely, is there, because the divine rhythm forest is located between the 3 countries. My great North Wind Empire knows about it, and the remaining 2 countries naturally know about it as well. The remaining 2 nations have now sent their nightly orders to the forest of divine rhythm. As to the specific purpose, the squire didn't say. It's not that he doesn't say it, it's that he doesn't know it either. Hearing this, Arsene's mind was already made up. Also at that moment, came the voice of the North Wind Emperor. Take the Guardian Knights and go over to the Divine Rhythm Forest. No matter what means you use, exterminate that blood mist for me, and bring me the root of the blood mist. Kill anyone who gets in the way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yazan bowed respectfully and was about to retreat. However, the North Wind Emperor's voice sounded once again. Also, according to the reservation made by the State Master, there is an elf there. Bring it back to me, no matter the cost. What? Hearing the North Wind Emperor's words, the crowd was not calm and instantly panicked. Your Majesty. No, please, everyone, listen to me. Just as the crowd was trying to persuade His Majesty, the State Master who had been standing at the North Wind Emperor slowly went up and explained. There is in her the opportunity to become a king. What? King Sung? Hearing the words of the State Master, the crowd was shocked. King? Isn't His Highness the king before you? Just thinking of this, the crowd suddenly remembered. This king is not the other king. As we all know, there can only be one king within a race, and only one can exist. And why are humans different from other races? Having the Emperor of the North Wind, the King of the Western Lands, and the King of the Eastern Summer? And even that's not counting the Eastern Continent side. The answer to why this is so is simple. These are not real kings. In layman's terms, these so-called kings are not recognized by the world. It's just a part of the human race, a unilateral self-appointed king. And a king who is not recognized by the world is not even a false king. Nowadays, even for thousands of years, humans, there is no king. I don't know how many kings, emperors, went further and further down the road in pursuit of becoming a human king until they could see no end to giving up. Today, however, they are being told. How could it not be surprising that an elf had in him the opportunity for a human to become a king? If anyone else had said that, they would have absolutely pointed at the guy's nose and told him bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But, the one in front of me is the master of the state. It's a being that can foretell the future. It is the being that has repeatedly sent down prophecies that have saved the empire. No one questions its authenticity. But, why? In favor of elves. Your Majesty must not. We are provoking that elf king lord by doing this. One went up to advise. The elf king is extremely prestigious, although the elves generally do not engage in war. 4. The name of the elf king. Enough to scare off any and all races that have delusions of grandeur about elves. That night in the Southern Flame Kingdom, until now when they thought back on it, the crowd still felt cold air rising from their backs. Oh, the North Wind Emperor looked at the man with displeasure. So what? Since he was born, the sky has been auspicious, sweeping away all obstacles along the way, stepping on tired white bones and sitting on this throne. He didn't know why it was fear yet. Your Majesty, we must not now. Bang! Before that old man could finish his sentence, his head exploded like a tomato falling. Blood was splattered and the crowd was speechless. Don't dare say anything else. Elf King? The North Wind Emperor snorted coldly. As long as I can achieve the throne of man, even that so-called elf king is nothing but an ant in my hands. The crowd heard this and looked at each other. Inwardly, he thought, just pray that that elf isn't very important to the elven race. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the elf king's wrath. Stand down. Yes, sir. The people retired, and Arsene took the squire's orders. And even if there was some hesitation in his mind, he dared not ask more questions, and slowly retired, through the thin corridor and around the corner. Aya, brother Arsene, why didn't you come to me when you went to the palace? A clear, nice and seductive voice rang out. It was a young girl. She was wearing a gorgeous fuchsia dress. Her body was slender and her appearance was absolutely beautiful. Hello, Your Highness. Arsene had a respectful, icy face. Che, it's still boring. Orisa beamed with disinterest. Right. What did father ask you to do? Going outside? Is it fun? I'm going too? No. Facing Orisa's words, Arsene didn't say much. If Your Highness has nothing else to do, I will leave. When the words fell, he didn't care about the mischievous princess in front of him and turned around to leave. Humph. What the hell? Looking at the departing Arsene, Orisa stomped her foot, angry. What the hell? You think I don't know if you don't tell me? Just you wait. Orisa spat out her tongue in anger and twisted her head to turn into a room. And inside the room, there was clearly an elven man bound. Hey! Orisa licked her tongue and went up, whip in hand. The forest of divinity. Inside the great lair of the kobolds. Inside the cave, the warm yellow firelight wavered, illuminating a dark space. Victoria sat at the stone table, her chin resting on her stunningly beautiful face, her eyes gazing at the doorway. A hint of imperceptible despondency revealed in those eyes. The dishes on the table used to give off a tantalizing aroma, but the moment had long since lost its temperature. Cool as Victoria's mood, she sighed softly, and the sigh echoed in the empty cavern, looking especially bleak. Xiao Yan, why aren't you back yet? Could it be that something's wrong? No, 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 absolutely not. Victoria shook her head, shaking off the bad thoughts she just had. Probably, there's something going on today. Victoria, so reassured herself. Oy vey, small being, come and worship, great elemental spirit, pillar of the first 7 elements, representative pillar of light, Jarius, coronet Andrix. Just then, a blinding light suddenly lit up in the cave. A palm-sized Pokemon appeared out of thin air, and it crossed its arms and raised its small chest with a condescending look at Victoria. Lord Jarius, what is your business again today? Victoria was helpless. The little one in front of him had appeared from time to time since he refused to be in the middle of the deed, seducing her in all sorts of ways. Although, this also realizes that let her, when waiting for Xiao Yan, no longer so lonely is it? Hey, this time I'm sure you won't be able to say no. The corners of Jarius' mouth turned up in a smug smile. Contract with me. Oh. Victoria listened attentively and nodded. The fact that the elf in front of her had, on more than one occasion, said something like that. However, not once did it work. Oh, look, Jarius knew Victoria didn't believe him. So, it was straightforward to use an elven jutsu to create a mirror. It is? Before Victoria could finish, a ripple rippled across the mirror. Immediately afterward, floating above it, an image of the overlooking angle of the divine forest. From above, the forest doesn't look any different at night. But if you take a closer look, what is the red dot right in the center? Just as Victoria wondered, the view pulled in and it could be seen that the red dot was, in fact, a blood-red mist, and that blood mist was still spreading at an extremely fast speed, corroding and devouring all lifeforms that passed by. What is it? Victoria held her small mouth in surprise. Even in her 100 years of memories, this kind of blood mist did not exist. Well, Jarius hemmed and hawed at Victoria. I wouldn't contract with you even if you showed me this. Victoria shook her head slowly. This is in the center of the triple junction. The humans will take care of this, not me, an elf. Oh, Jarius' eyes narrowed slightly. Even if that blood mist was started by your child, Yi Yen, then the 3 kingdoms, which are going to settle for your child, have nothing to do with you either? What? Hearing Jarius' words, Victoria's eyes widened and she quickly took Jarius in her grip with one hand. Underneath that stunningly beautiful face, uncontrollable killing intent and anger surfaced. What did you just say? Again? Gee whiz. In a hurry? Jarius raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up in an extremely beaten expression. Tell me. Victoria was in a hurry, not in the least bit in the mood for small talk with Jarius. What do you think? With your attitude, I can tell you? Victoria took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Now she, here, was just angry, and it didn't do any good. She pursed her lips and looked to Jarius with a pleading gaze. Please, Lord Jarius. Ha! At the sound of Victoria's petulant voice, Jarius raised his small chest plate in amusement. Then let the great Jarius tell you. With that, she waved her finger and tapped on the mirror. Immediately after that, the mirror set off a fluctuation and the image was brought closer. Subsequently, what surfaced in Victoria's eyes was Yi Yan's starvation-filled, crimson blood mist surrounding his body, godless figure standing on the barren earth. This? Victoria covered her small mouth and placed her hand on the face of mirror Yi Yan, sweeping over the bloodstains on his clothes as tears involuntarily flowed down her face. This little kobold. He's quite tenacious, Jarius commented as he looked into the mirror leafwards. Anyone else would have been devoured by that hunger, reduced to a plague that only knows how to devour, but never gets enough, walking the earth. Speaking of which, Jarius's demeanor shifted a bit in loss. Thinking about it, that helpless figure standing on top of the huge bloody corpse. What the hell is going on here? Victoria didn't pay any attention to the expression on Jarius' face at the moment. The only thing in her eyes right now was Yi Yan, who was enveloped by that blood mist. What are those blood mists? And why is my child like this? Victoria gritted her teeth and inquired. It's a pain in the ass, to say the least. Jarius waved his hand, and the screen shifted, rewinding. In the next moment, the scene where Yi Yan escaped from the goblin's great lair surfaced. Is this the child? Victoria gazed at the Dona, who was being carried by Yi Yan, with a pleased smile on her face. Her kids, grow up. Victoria also froze when she saw Verdona in the midst of so many adventurers. Stepping forward, though, she made Yi Yan intend to put the Dona and the family behind her in debt. But it didn't occur to me that she would go this far. Sure enough, the moderates are all very sentimental. Ha! Jarius looked to Victoria, amazed. The expression on that little girl's face. It's obviously not right. You can't tell? What's wrong? Vetinari looked at Jarius' surprised gaze with a puzzled look on her face. No. Can you hurry up then? Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Jarius waved his hand, and the mirrored image flipped rapidly, soon reflecting everything that he had discovered tonight. So, what the hell was that? Victoria swallowed. Looking at all of it, she didn't know what was going on with her child. Which one? Hearing Victoria's inquiry, Jarius let out an emotional sigh. The world's primal desire. The star that hasn't shone in millions of years. One of the strongest series dash. At that, Jarius paused and gave a meaningful smile. Overreading, the primal appetite of the world's creatures. Overreading? Hearing this, Victoria's mind seemed to know something, but couldn't recall. If you don't know about bulimia, then you must know about tyranny? Hearing Jarius' reminder, Victoria instantly remembered and opened her small mouth in surprise. Is that the legendary tyrant who devoured the entire southern continent and founded the Gate of Truth? That's right. Jarius nodded in satisfaction. Tyrant. Full name Tyrannosaurus Rex. What your child has gained is the same power as the tyrant. Or in other words, the exclusive skill overreading. It's just a shame. Shaking his head in a desire to make a lofty gesture, Jarius continued. That child of yours, acquired too soon, that frail body, could not resist the powers of overreading. I.e., the desire to devour everything. Is this what humans call heaven's jealousy? Saying that, Jarius looked towards the mirror. Frozen in place Yi Yen. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Honestly, right now he's pretty good at controlling himself to stay where he is and not run around. Jarius smiled slightly. This won't last long. What will happen? Victoria clenched her fists nervously, looking to Jarius with a small amount of anticipation. Perhaps it wasn't as bad as she thought it might be. Perhaps there is still a chance for everything to turn around. Perhaps it's all temporary. But, Jarius' next words shattered all her illusions. First of all, he will feel an unparalleled hunger, a pain, an agony, definitely not for a child. I don't know what your boy has been through, but he has certainly endured. But that's not enough. The desire to devour everything will gradually take hold of the holder's mind and body, until the desire is suppressed before the strength. It is all in vain. And then what? Hearing this, Victoria knew what was coming, but opened her mouth to ask anyway. And then, will be consumed by the desire to overeat and become a monster that knows all about devouring. At that time, I'm afraid the western continent will be devoured just like the southern continent. Jarius waved his hand with a disinterested look on his face. But before that, Jarius nodded lightly. The mirror. The next moment, the picture shifted and split into three pieces. It may or may not die from the siege of the three kingdoms. After all, humans these days aren't going to let an uncontrollable natural disaster walk around, especially if they haven't grown up with the ability to strike. How come? Victoria looked desperate. Is there no way out? Isn't there anyone who can save his child? No, she can't give up yet, if she even gave up as a mother. So, who else could Ji Yen expect to be her child? Right. Victoria suddenly remembered something and raised her eyes to Yarioto. Lord Jarius, do you have an idea? As the original elf, Jarius, there must be a way. Victoria was inwardly praying. Hey, Jarius had a smug look on his face. You finally reacted. This is a situation where only the great Lord Jarius can help your child. It's a very simple situation, since it's caused by overeating. So, just seal in the overeating until your child grows up, and it is good that I, who am the great Jarius of the original elves, know a little of such ancient magic. So, the corners of Jarius' mouth turned up in a winning smile as he looked over at Victoria. Will you make a pact with me? Please catch up on your reading every day. It's really important for pouncing authors. Deep within the dense divine rhythm forest, a large, massive kobold lair was hidden. A lofty castle towered over the uppermost level of this lair. In the center of the castle hall, a burly goblin general sat on a high seat. He was clad in heavy battle armor, and his eyes were sharp as eagles. In front of him, two kobolds, one large and one small, dropped to one knee and hung their heads low. Back to the general. That's what happened. Goblin man, telling the story of what happened at the goblin arsenal. A detailed account of what happened inside the goblin arsenal, including the tragic death of the goblin hammer and the critical condition of Yi Yen at the moment. After listening to the report, the goblin general let out a slight sigh. No sadness showing on his face, but only emotion. He looked into the distance, as if he were seeing the distant pass through layers of rock. Is this the path you have chosen, old friend? It's been hard on you. To accompany me on this journey might be too cruel for you. The kobold general slowly rose to his feet, holding up an altar of wine in his hands, which he gently poured onto the ground as if he were offering something. May you be reunited with your loved ones up there and live the life you've always dreamed of. General Goblin's voice was low and strong, full of respect and blessings for the departed. General. The kobold shaman sand on the side hesitated and was just about to say something. However, right at this moment, an intense murderous aura suddenly filled the air, causing all the kobolds present to feel a palpitation. The goblin shamanza felt a terrifying killing aura and immediately swallowed what he was about to say just now. However, not all kobolds know how to read people as well as Shaman Shah. The big, burly brother, Bryn, knelt before the general with a straight face. Undaunted, he raised his head and looked the general straight in the eye. General, right now Yi Yan's situation is very dangerous. I beg you to come to the rescue. Big brother Bryn's voice was firm and strong. Upon hearing these words, the goblin general's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he looked at his elder brother. Bryn, when did you befriend that Yi Yan? How dare you come to instruct me? His voice was cold and stern, sending a chill down the spine of all the kobolds present. Big brother Bryn was just about to explain something when he suddenly felt a powerful force coming at him. His abdomen was hit like a heavy blow, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. He fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. He stared at the general with wide eyes and an incredulous look on his face, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Stop talking. A kobold shaman, Shah, whispered a reminder from the side. He understood the general's temperament and knew that it was useless to say more at this time. However, the older brother, Bryn, struggled to get up from the ground despite his injuries and advice. And please, General, hurry up and save us. The kobold general laughed softly. Are you really not afraid to die? Although his voice was calm, the threatening intent in it was unmistakable. However, Big brother Bryn replied without fear. No fear. His voice was firm and strong, reverberating through the empty lair, causing a faint echo. You just found out what's most taboo in a kobold lair. Understood. Big brother Bryn didn't hesitate to nod. Immediately after that, came the thunderous roar of the goblin general. Then you challenge my authority again and again? However, Big brother Bryn acted as if he hadn't heard the general's roar. He still stood straight with determination in his eyes. Compared to me, the goblin clan needs Yi Yan more. A brief silence fell over the entire lair at those words. The goblin general was also slightly stunned, but he soon regained his composure. He looked deeply at his big brother Bryn and said in a calm tone, "All stand down. Goblin man stays." Upon hearing these words, those goblins who were still trembling retreated as if they had been amnestied. The elder brother Bryn was about to say something, but was quickly pulled back by Shah, the kobold shaman who had stepped aside. Complex emotions flashed in Samantha's eyes as he whispered, "Enough. You guy, do you want to die?" Big brother Bryn was still trying to argue, but Samantha pulled him out of the hall without a word. He knew the general's temper, and if Big brother Bryn continued to push back, he feared that his life would really be in danger. Soon, the only two people left in the hall were Goblin Man and Goblin General. "May I ask?" "The general has left me with pust." However, before he could finish his words, a powerful force sent his entire body flying directly out. Bang! A loud thud echoed through the empty hall as Goblin Man's body slammed heavily into the wall, sinking into a deep groove. He struggled to get to his feet. However, a huge pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making him unable to move. Ahem! Blood spilled from the corner of Goblin Man's mouth as he struggled to raise his head to look at the Goblin General. Only the general's eyes glittered with indifference, as if he was looking at a dead man. Inside the dimly lit caverns of the kobold horde, the firelight wavered, reflecting the angry, twisted face of the kobold general. He stared at the Goblin Man in front of him, who had just struggled to crawl out of the alcove, and it was as if a fire was burning in his eyes. "Is this what you're talking about? The scene in front of you?" The Goblin General's voice was low and eerie, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Goblin Man's legs were shaking. Still, he barely managed to stand up straight, a wry smile curling the corners of his mouth. "What I say is true, Lord General." He looked up straight at the general with a wild gleam in his eye. "You see, hasn't the king now gained enough power to make the world tremble? General, you can't imagine that power. It is too wonderful, too mind-blowing." The Goblin Man's voice was filled with excitement and fervor, as if he had reveled in the shock of that power. However, just before his words fell, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the Goblin General, viciously knocking him out. Goblin Man arced through the air and fell heavily against the wall with a dull thud. "Why?" Goblin Man struggled and slid down the wall. He covered his chest and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes still shone with an unyielding light. The Goblin General looked at him coldly, anger and disappointment in his voice. "Do you know the true source of that power?" Goblin Man shook his head. He really didn't know the true source of that power, but he believes, as long as the king has the power, they, the goblin tribe, would be able to conquer the entire world. That's overeating, representing the primal appetite of the world's creatures. General Goblin explained. As powerful as that force is, it is also full of danger and madness. Once it gets out of control, it will drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction. Overeating? Goblin Man murmured out. So, this is the name of that horrible, absolutely beautiful power. As the words fell out, Goblin Man immediately pulled out his notes and took them down. But so what? Well, don't need to know too much. All you need to know is that blood mist is something even I wouldn't dare to step into easily. What? Hearing the general's words, Goblin Man was alarmed. It didn't occur to you that even the general couldn't do anything with the stuff? One must know that the strength between Yi Yan and the general was a heaven and a earth apart. So, you know the danger? The goblin general looked towards Goblin Man, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable murderous aura. Yes, it was fantastic. But don't worry, General. Goblin Man looked to Goblin General with a look of certainty. King is absolutely fine. The Great Goblin Lair, lower 2 levels. Make a contract? Looking at Jarius, who extended his hand to him, Victoria only hesitated for 1 second before extending her hand. If she hadn't been so weak, her children wouldn't have turned out like that. This time, she wouldn't run away any longer. As their palms clasped together, a strange energy began to ripple through the air. Magic flowed between them, weaving an intricate magical formation that bound them together. Hey! Jarius' laugh was low and mysterious as he spoke slowly. I, the great Jarius, here and now enter into an elven pact with the elf Victoria. And Damir, I, Victoria, here and now make a pact with the primordial elf, Jarius. As the words fell, an elven contract book glowing with golden light flashed in the air, its words jumping and spinning in the air as if it possessed life. Then, it turned into a stream of light and merged into their bodies. A warm current filled the air between the two of them, as if it were spring sunshine, warm and cozy. A dazzling circle of light slowly expanded between them, dots of starlight emerging from them and surrounding them as if celebrating this sacred moment. The elemental spirits around us seemed to be attracted by this mysterious power. They danced joyfully in the air, applauding the conclusion of the pact. However, the light of this sudden change caused the nearby patrolling kobolds to be alerted. Hey, what's going on in there? A kobold looked around suspiciously at the flickering points of light, its mind filled with curiosity and unease. Just as it was about to go up to see what was going on, ka-ching! It seemed to have stepped on something under its feet. A crunching sound came, followed by the sound of an arrow breaking through the air. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the kobold's body. The arrow passed through its back, bringing blood from its chest. Ah! The kobold screamed and covered his bleeding chest. There was panic and despair in its eyes, but it was too late. With a thud, its body fell to the ground, its blood staining the ground around it. And just then, the door was slowly opened. Victoria's eyes reflected the kobold's body. She was shocked, but more thankful and grateful. She knew that it was all because of her child, Yi Yan. Stains. Jarius looked at the arrows on the ground and shook his head in exclamation. Xiao Yan is also trying to protect me. Victoria corrected Jarius irritably. Xiao Yan isn't mean. He's very kind. Yes. Jarius looked to the drawing Victoria held out, which densely recorded hundreds of mechanisms at the doorway. Is this something a normal person would do? No, that guy's a kobold. Is this something a kobold would do? And kindness, will set up hundreds of killing organs? And even those organs are coated with poison. It's still antidote magic. There's no record of the poison. This is even at maturity. I'm afraid that if you accidentally get rubbed, you'll take off a layer of skin. So, let's go. Victoria raised her small fists and cheered herself on. Out of here. The goblin lair. Xiao Yan. Her child is waiting for her, and no one can stop a mother. Stumbling and being careful. It took 10 minutes for Victoria to finally. It's 5 meters out the door. Truly, there was a little bit more than one organ set up by Yi Yan, much to the point that this area is all classified by the kobolds as a forbidden area. A lot of kobolds don't want to come here. This was one of the reasons why Victoria hadn't encountered any kobolds until now. Soon, Victoria walked out of the range of the organs set up by Yi Yan. Phew! She wiped her sweat and pulled another piece of paper out of her pocket, which recorded the likeness of the 90% lair, the map, the guards. Again, it was Yi Yan who left it to Victoria. Oh, that boy of yours has some heart. Yes, a pleased and happy smile appeared on Victoria's boyish face. My child, the best. With the help of the drawings, Victoria quickly made her way through the intricate maze and finally arrived at the first level of this goblin lair. However, just as she was about to approach the hidden entrance, she suddenly bumped into a kobold. There is an enemy. It was a kobold just about to speak. From the wall behind that kobold, a bright green vine suddenly appeared like a ghost. They quickly reached into the kobold's mouth, spreading and twisting like voracious snakes. Well, the kobold let out a hiss of pain as it struggled and tried to get rid of these terrible vines, but it was all in vain. It was as if those vines were alive. They followed the kobold's mouth and throat, rapidly spreading inward, and finally piercing its heart. The kobold collapsed, its body twisted and hideous under the vines. Phew! Victoria breathed a sigh of relief and wiped beads of sweat from her forehead. Almost got caught. In fact, now that you've contracted with me, you can chant without the need to chant, and you don't have to be very careful after using an elven jutsu. Jarius puffed out his small chest plate in pride. The vast majority of the people here are no match for you. Just don't run into that so-called goblin general. Oh, however, just at this moment, a familiar and terrifying voice suddenly came from behind Victoria. Who gave you permission to leave? Victoria's heart sank as she quickly turned around, only to see a huge figure slowly making its way towards her. That was the strongest of the goblin lair, the goblin general. Its eyes glittered with cruelty, as if they were two sharp daggers piercing straight through the heart. Oh, if it isn't the original Elf-sama. The goblin general's eyes moved away from Victoria and landed on Jarius, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Hello, you lowly race covered in green. Jarius greeted the kobold general in an almost teasing tone, and she crossed her arms and smiled smugly. I've got a contractor now, too. Snap. At those words, the goblin general did not move to anger. Instead, they applauded, and the applause echoed through the forest with an unspeakably eerie feeling. Then I really congratulate you. So you won't need to go back to that endless slumber anymore, right? Ha, you know a lot for an inferior race. Jarius muttered disgruntledly, then turned his head and whispered an admonishment in Victoria's ear. You be careful. This guy is something else. Aha. Victoria nodded cautiously, not daring to move her eyes away from the kobold general. From the first moment she saw the goblin general, Victoria had sensed something unusual about the goblin general. It's a feeling of not knowing how to put it. And, during that fight against the attacking demon phantom, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength. The strength of the goblin general in front of him was not limited to his full body. Even amongst the goblin generals, it was an extremely special existence. Ha ha ha, I'm really thankful that the original Elf-sama thinks highly of me. The goblin general suddenly let out a loud laugh, the sound echoing through the forest, causing an inexplicable depression. Ha! Jarius was displeased. Don't get me wrong. What I just said was only in regards to little Leah who hasn't grown up yet. If my real body were to descend, crushing you would be as simple as crushing an ant. The kobold general smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about Jarius' threat. Really? That's a shame. Right now, in your true form, you can't come out of the elemental realm yet. With that, the goblin general's gaze once again turned to Victoria. So, do you think that you, now as an out-of-body, will be able to take this elf out of my territory? His voice was low and majestic, as if he were declaring some unshakable fact. Yet Jarius wagged his finger without a care in the world and clasped his hands to his chest with a smug look on his face. No, 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 you're wrong. It wasn't that I took little Victoria away, it was that she walked out of here on her own. Oh, the goblin general's eyes narrowed slightly. Brush. Immediately afterward, his figure was like a ghost weaving through the woods, leaving only a residual shadow behind. Then let me see it for myself. Before the words fell, the goblin general had appeared in front of Victoria like lightning. Victoria would have looked calm, but in the face of this sudden attack, a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. However, the panic only lasted a split second before she quickly adjusted herself. Facing the goblin general's thunderous attack, Victoria didn't choose to fight it hard, but skillfully took a step back. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and in an instant, a soft glow blossomed at her feet, as crystal clear as dewdrops in the morning sun. As the light spread, a huge tree rose up from the ground like a guardian deity standing between Victoria and the goblin general. When the goblin general saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He unclenched his clenched fists and his fingers instantly straightened, transforming into sharp hand knives that violently jabbed towards the large tree. Only heard a click. The trunk of the tree was easily penetrated. The goblin general's handblade continued towards Victoria's neck. However, in this instant, countless vines surged out of the wounds of the large tree like spiritual snakes, rapidly climbing upwards and forming a huge net-like structure. As if these vines possessed life, they flexibly twisted their bodies and firmly entangled the goblin general's handblade. What was even more amazing was that the vines were still absorbing the magic around them, making their structure stronger and stronger. And the goblin general was surprised to find that the vines on it were continuing to absorb the magic power around them, reinforcing themselves. General, I don't want to fight you, Victoria said. shaking her head. All I want now is to save my baby. She had a motherly glint in her eye that made you wonder. Oh, the vines summoned by the elven jutsu are truly extraordinary. However, the goblin general paid no attention to Victoria, instead viewing the vines that bound him to his body, plus the advantage of being able to shorten the chanting time and increase the power of a spell by contracting with an elemental spirit, which is constantly being researched by the great clans, and became the other trump card of the other races besides the Elf King. It's just a shame that there are so few elves that can use elven jutsu, and there seems to be some kind of condition other than being a purebred elf. The goblin general slowly raised his eyes to Victoria. So, do you know what that condition is? What? Looking at the goblin general's sharp, as if he could look straight into the heart's eyes, Victoria unconsciously took a step back. How do you know all this? It's secret. The goblin general smiled slightly, a smile that was full of cunning and confidence. He gently waved his hand blade, and in an instant, the vines that were originally wrapped around his arm were cut and snapped apart. And yet, you didn't need to chant just now. The goblin general's eyes fell on the elf that had been sitting on Victoria's shoulder. Jarius, is it because of the contract with the original elf? Sure enough. Awesome. That's right. When Jarius heard the goblin general's praise, he puffed out his chest in triumph and stood with his arms crossed in a proud manner. I'm so much more than that. How the hell did you know that secret? Victoria questioned aloud again, anger and disbelief in her voice. She couldn't understand how a kobold could know so many secrets about elven arts. Want to know? The goblin general let out a light laugh, and a violet magic power instantly surged out from his body, distorting the air around him. Then come and kill me, he said coldly, his voice full of provocation and confidence. Of course, I'll kill you too. Boom! There was a loud bang as the magic rubbed against the air and erupted in a dazzling light. And under the light, the long sword in the goblin general's hand showed its true colors. It was a demonic sword that was several meters long, with an ominous aura emanating from it, and its blade was inscribed with bright red blood lotuses. That is, Jarius exclaimed in shock at the sight of the long blade. Demon sword, blood lotus. Under the thick night sky, a rusty long knife emitted an eerie cold light in the rough hands of the goblin general. And this sword is one of the 7 lost magic swords, the demon blade, the blood lotus. Its blade seemed to have been eroded by age, yet it still exuded an unspeakable pressure that made people dare not look directly at it. The goblin general's gaze ran over the blade, then turned to Jarius across the room, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Oh, not bad for an oldie. Jarius frowned slightly, a puzzled gleam in his eye. How did you get it? The corners of the goblin general's mouth curled into a lonely smile, as if he was caught up in some distant memory. Picked it up, he said softly, a hint of imperceptible sadness in his voice. Victoria stood by and watched the conversation between the two, her mind filled with doubt. She had only heard of the 10 soldiers of the extreme Tao, those god-made weapons forged by different gods that were rumored to contain the power to slay gods. As for this lost demon blade 7 martial arts, she had never heard of it. Is this knife powerful? Victoria couldn't help but ask. Jarius hesitated, as if pondering how to explain. How can I put it? A weapon is a weapon after all, and its power depends on the user. But this blood lotus, it does have its own unique features. She paused and continued. This demon blade blood lotus can make blood turn into flames and bloom like a lotus. Once you are cut by it, the blood spewing out of the wound will immediately turn into a blazing flame and burn everything. Victoria's face paled when she heard this. Then if it pierces your body, won't it turn all the blood in your body into flames? Jarius nodded, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. That's right, so you better be careful. She spat out her tongue mischievously and warned kindly. Try not to get stabbed. Aha! It didn't look like she could count on Jarius. Victoria thought so, mobilizing the magic in her body, then outwardly, and beginning to communicate with the elemental spirits. Well, finally getting serious? The goblin general's eyes glittered cold and sharp as he nodded in satisfaction. After all, I could really kill you. You should know that. I've always wanted to kill you, and now is the perfect time to kill you. As the words fell, the goblin general went up with his sword, facing the demon blade blood lotus. Victoria's face changed. She knew deep down that she couldn't fight the goblin general head-on, so she quickly backed away. Her toes tapped on the ground, leaving dots of brilliant light in their wake. These clusters of light were like stars falling, instantly merging into the ground. The next moment, the ground shook as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. A giant tree rose up from the ground, their branches and leaves flourishing like a guardian god standing in front of the goblin general. Humph! Facing these large trees that could absorb the magic in the air to recover. The goblin general just grunted coldly and swung the long blade in his hand, the blood lotus. The demonic blade that emitted a demonic red light seemed to be able to devour all life. Brush! the great sword slashed down, and the giant tree was directly split in half. At the same time, countless vines emerged from the broken trees, trying to reconnect, but the moment they made contact, the chopping surface of that large tree instantly ignited with crimson flames. The flames spread out instantly, burning the giant trees and vines cleanly. Victoria was horrified. She couldn't make sense of it all. Isn't it only possible to ignite blood? Why can even trees be ignited? Oops, looks like I forgot to tell you. Jarius scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Here blood does not mean something bright red and flowing in the conventional sense, but the very essence of life. That is to say, the moisture in the great tree is also regarded as life blood by the blood lotus. Why didn't you say so? Victoria was just about to complain to Jarius, but at that moment, the goblin general had already swung his blood lotus and charged over. The flames spread out behind him, leaving not an inch of grass in their path. Die! The goblin general roared, and the blood lotus slashed at Victoria with a blazing fire. I can't die now, Victoria growled as she reached out and a long sword made of ice elements appeared out of thin air. She gripped her longsword tightly against the goblin general's blood lotus. Why? Victoria's mind was filled with doubt. Has been trying to kill me. Victoria was puzzled. She hadn't done anything and didn't know the goblin general. Why? There's such a strong murderous aura upon meeting. She could understand if she wanted her body. It was the nature of kobolds after all. But that was the only thing she didn't understand. If you want to kill me, why didn't you kill me the first time we met? Obviously there are plenty of opportunities. Why? Just now, in favor of now, when she absolutely cannot die. Why? In the face of Victoria's inquiry, the goblin general barely thought, his voice devoid of a trace of emotion, as if he was merely stating a fact. For you will surely get in the way of the king. King? Victoria's eyes widened, her face filled with confusion. Then as if she had thought of something, her face was filled with incredulity. Like hearing, in this world, the most ridiculous thing. Are you saying that my child has the potential to be the king of the kobolds? Victoria's voice almost cried out. Her heart was filled with fear and despair. That's right, so for the sake of the king you must disappear. A hint of viciousness flashed in the goblin general's eyes. His words were like a death sentence for Victoria. The king of the kobolds, has no need of a mother, no need of a burden. Click. The ice sword breaks brittle. Leah, don't be compelled. Jarius warned loudly, trying to wake Victoria up. But, late. Brush. The demon blade blood lotus in the goblin general's hand had swung out, and a cold light cut through the night sky, directly slashing at Victoria. Put. Blood instantly spurted from Victoria's body. Her body was like a kite with broken strings under the impact of the demon sword, and she ruthlessly smashed into a large tree in the distance. The spilled blood turned into flames and burned the grass on the ground. Victoria! Jarius exclaimed, rushing forward. She saw Victoria's body surrounded by a roaring fire that was her blood burning. Don't you die. Jarius anxiously casts the elven spell of healing, but the flames seemed to have a strange power, and no matter how hard he tried he couldn't extinguish them. Victoria lay on the floor, her eyes gradually becoming disoriented. She looked up at the stars, her mind filled with confusion and helplessness. Dying? Jarius was jabbering at her side, making a lot of noise. Don't die. If you die, where will I find a contractee? These days, it's hard to find such a good and deceitful indentured servant. Good at cheating? She's not a good liar. Victoria retorted inwardly. King? The kobold king? Why? In favor of this. She doesn't like books. She likes flowers. But even so, she also knew that the king meant something much more understandable. King of the kobolds. Meaning, then, even, do nothing and stay in a place that is empty and unoccupied. But once this identity was exposed, then even at the ends of the earth, the major races would hunt them down to the end. Kobolds, the reason they can remain as they are now, is because there is no king. And once, with the king, the disaster of 10,000 years ago will then return. Although, she believes in Yi-Yen, believe that her child will not become the goblin king like the goblin. But, the kobolds under its command are not so sure. In the light of the king, all of its lower races are further strengthened, and to allow the kobolds, which grew fast, reproduced strongly, and spread throughout the continent, to further strengthen, would be a disaster of unprecedented proportions. That way, it's better not to be a king? But, just because you don't become king doesn't mean that other people believe it, or that other kobold generals aren't moved. The throne, it's going to be inherited. And, to a certain extent, so is the king's seed. Until you become king, almost anyone can be an enemy, including the clan. Especially the kobolds, a race loathed by all races. They would not Allow the kobolds to give birth to a king that belonged to them. And exactly, what is she going to do about it? At this moment, Victoria was confused. Whose side was she on between her child and the world? Is that a question? The figure of the goblin general stood like a hard rock on the forest where the twilight was deepening. His gaze was deep and calm, as if he could penetrate the blazing flames and look straight at Victoria, who was mercilessly engulfed by the flames. The flames jumped in the night, reflecting a hint of determination and indifference in his stoic face, just as he was about to turn away. Fire is the point. Inflammation is the thread. Victoria's ethereal voice resounded like heavenly music over the forest through the clamor of the blaze. The amazement of the three worlds constitutes the endless side. As she spoke, the space around her seemed to tremble. The flames are no longer raging in an unorganized fashion. Instead, they jumped and spun rhythmically, as if pulled by an invisible force. The kobold general turned around in shock. Only Victoria's figure was visible in the sea of fire, her eyes glittering with determination. The fiery flames of fear travel through the space of eternity, and the red lotus of indestructibility cuts through the boundaries of time. The voices rise again. Those originally raging flames seemed to be summoned. It began to converge into a pillar of blazing fire that shot up into the sky. Little Victoria, are you okay? Jarius wiped away a tear and jabbered away. Delighted. Do you? Thinking of something, Jarius was about to say something when Victoria pushed him aside. Hadn't she decided that from the beginning? Then there is nothing to fear. The flames gather like the contempt of a warlock hissing. The language spun after the air like murmur squeezed from the lungs is the true word. It is? The goblin general watched this with a surprised look on his face. Sensing this and sensing something bad, he tried to step forward to interrupt Victoria's chanting. However, next moment, countless large trees seemed to be summoned, rising up from the depths of the earth. Their branches and leaves intertwined to form an impenetrable forest of steel that held Victoria close. Victoria slowly raised her pale and slender hand, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened at the moment, like two brilliant jewels glittering in the darkness. Its dying cry is materialized in the form of an image to be burned, granting a miserable fate to those who stand in the way of my sight. As she chanted, it was as if the entire world began to vibrate. That vibration was imperceptible at first, as if it were only a slight tremor of the earth, but gradually the vibrations became stronger. It was as if a giant invisible hand was frantically shaking the world. Everything around them began to shake violently, and the trees, rocks, and even the air seemed to become distorted. ********. The goblin general sighed darkly and swung his demon blade blood lotus up. In just an instant, the steel forest, formed by the large trees, was torn apart and burned. But for that, it still consumed a lot of time. Seeing that, the magic formation took shape. The goblin general took a healthy step and instantly arrived in front of Victoria. The demon sword swung down, flashing brightly in the dark night. But it was too late. Chanting that has come to an end. Blow, then burn together, the radiant stone of Assyrian Barnabas. The flame clenched in Victoria's right hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light that was brilliant and dazzling, as if it was going to light up the entire world. As the light erupted, a huge magic formation emerged at Victoria's feet. Flames erupted from the magic formation, intertwining with the surrounding wildfire to form a fiery fire dragon. Those fire dragons tumbled and roared in the air, lunging towards the goblin general. The goblin general swung the demon blade blood lotus in his hand in an attempt to fend off the attacks of those fire dragons, but as if those fire dragons had endless power, they knocked him back and away from Victoria again and again. What king or no king? All I know is that she is my child. Victoria's stormy voice echoed through the air. Finally, a brilliant gem flew out of Victoria's hand and headed straight for the goblin general. The jewel arced gracefully through the air. Then, it slammed hard into the goblin general's demon blade. The tremendous impact caused the goblin general to lose his balance instantly. His body fell backwards and the demon sword in his hand flew out of his hand. The goblin general's eyes widened as he watched the gem that was as bright as a star fly towards him once again after tracing a perfect trajectory in the air. The brilliant gem slammed into the goblin general's body once again with a deafening thud. Rumble. A huge sound that penetrated the eardrums and blew away the flames that surrounded me. Beneath the night sky is divided as by a line. Flames leapt, searing the flesh, billowing white smoke as the crimson world spread out. But, even when struck by the light of the jewel that brings a broken destiny for the living, the goblin general still hasn't ambled off. Even if almost half of his body was destroyed under the burning of the stone of glow. With 1 foot, the goblin general still stands above the earth. The blood flowed from that remnant of the body, and the blood flowed out of it, but it was burned by the blazing fire on the surface of the body and turned into steam that floated into the air. Extremely oozy, no life to be seen. Seeing the goblin general do so, Victoria breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo. She breathed in large, greedy gulps, the air boiling from the burn. Even if the flames of her body originating from her bloodline were extinguished, the injuries that had been branded on her body were still faintly painful. Demon Blade, Blood Lotus. The name is not false. Pust. In the end, Victoria just couldn't hold on any longer, and a mouthful of blood spat out from her mouth. What a mess! Seeing this, Jarius stomped his foot while commanding the elemental spirits in the air to adjust Victoria's body. But even that, I'm afraid, won't be able to make a full recovery. Using forbidden jutsu when your life is on the line. Honestly, it's not easy to be alive right now. No, if it weren't for the great Jarius, this little girl, I don't know how many times she would have died. You're still getting used to my power right now. You can't overuse my power. Jarius admonished Victoria. She didn't want, with great difficulty, to sign a contracted person and die just like that. Not to mention going back to, well, the elemental realm where there is nothing. No, it's fine. Victoria attempted to force herself into a smile, but the face, white and stiff from weakness, could not smile, no matter how hard he tried. You girl, Jarius gave a favored smile. In the future, you can't use it casually anymore. It's not much of a problem now that you're properly recuperated, Jarius said proudly. With the great original elf, Jarius, at your disposal. Good, Victoria nodded. Before the words she was about to say could be uttered, she heard them, voices that made her fear for them. Not bad. What? Two exclamations of surprise emanated from the air of Victoria and Jarius. They all looked over to the goblin general whose flame of life was faltering and about to disappear, with only half of his body remaining. Phew! General Goblin slowly opened those dry eyes. But, even though those eyes were dry, the light coming from those eyes was so dazzling, the residual ash of the flame failed to disguise its glow. Click! As the goblin general moved, the carbon, whose skin had been burned black, came off his body. 1. Return. As the words fell, fluctuations were set off in the air around the goblin general. It was as if something was happening all around, and then it wasn't. Immediately after that, the original broken body of the goblin general, which would have been burned black, changed. Shreds of flesh poured out of his body like worms in a frenzy. Those worms quickly formed a new body, and a new kobold body at that. However, this newborn body was somewhat slightly different from the original. That is, the goblin general's body is much thinner than it was originally, but it is much more sturdy and stronger. And most importantly, its aura, too, had skyrocketed more than several times. It's not an exaggeration to say, back from the dead and broken. It is? Victoria's eyes widened in shock as the, what? What kind of monster is this? Is he really a kobold and not a demonic vampire? Why? It's all back to normal that way. Victoria grumbled internally. It was also at this moment that Jarius' ears twitched, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes before he leaned in close to Victoria's ear and said, just now the elemental elves said they saw a kobold identical to the goblin general fused with the goblin general. Exactly the same? Victoria wondered how she hadn't noticed, as she had just been watching any other goblin generals. Split? Nope. Aha. Jarius nodded cautiously. Not bad. Not bad. The goblin general looked at the fully remodeled body and looked to Victoria and nodded. What the hell did you do? Victoria clenched her teeth, her mind filled with doubt and resentment. Her jeweled eyes shone with an unyielding light. Humph. The goblin general sneered, his eyes cold as frost as he shook his head in contempt. Do I have to explain myself to a dead elf? Phew. Seeing this, Victoria exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, her jewel-like eyes unshakably determined. Fire is the point, inflammation is the thread, and the amazement of the three worlds forms an endless facet. A blazing heat began to fill the air, and even Jarius, who was far away, couldn't help but be alarmed. Leah, you just promised me. Jarius' words, however, did not shake Victoria's resolve. No matter what, she must go find Xiaoyan, her children, waiting for her. For that reason, she wouldn't hesitate a bit, even if there was hell ahead. Cross over. The flames of fear travel through eternal space, and the red lotus of indestructibility cuts through the boundaries of time. As Victoria's chanting reached a crescendo, the earth began to tremble violently, and the temperature around her climbed dramatically, as if even the air was on fire. Do you think that I would give you the chance to perform that technique again? The goblin general's sneer intensified when he saw this. His figure spread out, and he appeared in front of Victoria in an instant like thunder. His speed was astonishingly fast. So fast, Victoria's eyes were wide with disbelief. Faster than before. But, she wasn't unprepared. The elemental elves, who had been set up long ago, fulfill their duties. The buried mass of light that lit up its light, even the thick soil, could not obscure its light. Next moment, brush, Rushing icicles rose up from the land in front of Victoria, separating the two. Humph! The goblin general grunted coldly and swung his fist. Click! Bang! In the next moment, the ice pillar, several meters thick, was directly broken, quickly arriving in front of Victoria. The goblin general swung his fist without mercy and slammed it into Victoria. Bang! Next moment. Click! The mirror cracked and the Victorian figure disappeared as it shattered. What? Fake? The kobold general was slightly startled, while Victoria's chanting came from behind her. The flames gather, like the hissing contempt of a magician. Its dying cry is materialized into a burning, granting a miserable fate to those who stand in my way. The goblin general sniffed and turned violently, those eyes full of wildness and desire to fight locking straight onto Victoria. The goblin general didn't hesitate for a second. He was like an enraged beast, his whole body's muscles tensed. Brush! A fist swung out, wrapped in a whistling sound that tore through the air, heading straight for Victoria's head. This punch, called Stormfist, is the kobold general's pride and joy, enough to make any enemy scared. Glow! The radiant stone of Barnabas of Assyria. Die! Stormfist! The fist attacked Victoria's head, and the Phaedrus, which Victoria's palm clenched, aimed for the goblin general's heart. Okay, that's enough. However, just as well, when the two were about to touch each other, a familiar voice came. Just in the nick of time, a snow-white figure appeared suddenly between the two like a ghost. What? Victoria saw the visitor and tried to retract it, but it's too late. The rock of radiance and the blitzkrieg strike. However, in the next moment, the woman used one hand and the other, deflecting the direction of both attacks in an extremely skillful way. Boom! The goblin general's fist swung out. Its fist was like a cannon. Only in an instant it overturned dozens of large trees. Similarly, the stone of glow landed in the forest not far away, instantly incinerating the nearby flowers and trees. You are? Victoria stared wide-eyed at the woman who had suddenly broken into the fight. Elena, the kind human who bandaged my child's wound? Oops. Elena stroked her face with a grin. Thanks, you remembered me. Elena held Victoria's hand, a look of sincerity on that hideous face. Give me a face. Can we just leave it at that? Forget it? Victoria froze, then slowly shook her head. I've never had a fight on my mind. The words fell and looked to the goblin general. All at once, Elena read Victoria's meaning. Turning his head to the goblin general, he beamed with a disgruntled look on his face. T-on, that's enough. Hearing Elena's words, the goblin general fell silent and slowly withdrew his fist. Ha! Victoria was shocked, not realizing that a kobold general would listen to a human woman. And so honest. Nope. Tiny? What did she just call that goblin general? Victoria seemed to notice something and stared. Shoo! It seemed that Elena winked at Victoria. Go on. Seeing this, Victoria didn't know what to say. Victoria noticed the softness in the goblin general's eyes as he looked at Elena. It was a quick realization. The one man and the kobold in front of him were together out of their own minds. A human woman with a kobold? That's weird. But, Victoria remembered Yi Yen, and the corner of her mouth smiled slightly. But, how could she not? Aha! Victoria nodded toward Elena. This is, and always will be, that boy's home. A smile pulled at the corner of Elena's mouth as she said goodbye. Victoria was silent for a moment and turned away, took a few more steps and stopped. Turning back to the goblin general, he inquired, why? Tell me. Facing Victoria's inquiry, the goblin general didn't answer directly. What do you think of our kobold existence? Hearing the goblin general's inquiry, Victoria froze. She was silent for a moment, then said, it's bad. It's disgusting. A very objective evaluation. Hearing Victoria's words, the goblin general nodded, not offended. But, are we wrong? We're just trying to reproduce. At this point, the goblin general paused. His eyes flashed with a hint of despair, and he continued. I'm not going to cover up our mistakes with words like that. Wrong is wrong, but even if it's wrong, so what? We still have to go on. For this reason, one step at a time, I created the Great Goblin Lair. But, that doesn't change anything. Want to change that? For this, we need the power of the king. Victoria was silent. She hadn't realized that her child was actually carrying so much responsibility. She didn't want Sion to carry all this. But, it's not up to her, nor should it be. By her say so. You didn't answer my question, so why are you telling me? In the dim moonlight, Victoria's questioning cut through the silence of the night like a sharp blade, but it failed to penetrate the goblin general's heart defense that seemed to be forged by 1,000 years of cold ice. He was silent, and an indescribable oppression surrounded him, as if even the air was frozen for it. A complex emotion flashed in Victoria's eyes, then was replaced by a flash of determination. I know. She nodded softly, Too many unspoken words hidden in that gesture. As she turned around, the hem of her skirt fluttered, like a fading night rose, leaving a poignant silhouette in the darkness. You, showing mercy? Eyeing Victoria's departure, Elena's voice rang out at the right time, with a hint of imperceptible glee. Her sharp eyes seemed to penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. No. General Goblin's answer was short and firm. Oh. Elena's voice was deliberately long, trailing off with a hint of playfulness. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's the right time to kill her, General Goblin explained with a serious face. After all, the boy is still waiting for her to save him, and her mission is not yet complete. Elena sniffed, and the corners of her mouth curled into a meaningful smile. So, you came out here to test the strength of Lillian? Her tone was both flirtatious and harbored a few imperceptible hints of jealousy. The Goblin General didn't answer directly, but just sighed softly and turned to leave. His back looked lonely and determined in the pull of the moonlight. What are you going to do? Tonight, there are too many bugs. His voice echoed in the night air with a hint of crisis that could not be ignored. It needs to be cleaned up. Want some help? Elena's voice suddenly became softer as she stepped forward, almost touching the corner of the Goblin General's coat. However, the Goblin General gently shook his head, with an undeniable determination in his tone. Nah, I don't want you meddling in our kobold affairs. With that, he strides off into the depths of darkness, leaving behind only a trail of firm, heavy footsteps. Elena stood still, looking in the direction the Goblin General had left, a flash of complex emotions in her eyes. She murmured softly, I just want to be with you for a longer time, and for that reason, even vengeance, I've put it aside for now. Her voice drifted in the wind, as feeble and mournful as a falling leaf. Why don't you get it? Wood, divine forest, outer boundary. By now, the sky was covered in an ominous leaden gray. On the vast wilderness, thousands of cavalrymen converged like a tidal wave. Iron armor clanged and the sound of horses' hooves shook the sky, as if even the earth was trembling for it. The moonlight jumped on their sharp weapons, flashing with a hauntingly cold light. It was a legion of well-trained and highly moralized soldiers, poised as if they could tear everything apart. In the midst of these thousands of troops, a general in gorgeous armor stood proudly. He is the town crier, Ali, surrounded by an unruffled aura. Every tattoo on the armor revealed an extraordinary status and glory. Lord Town Guardian. Ahead is the source of that disaster. A scout galloped up, a few moments of urgency and awe in his voice. Ali pointed into the distance, where a fog of blood so thick it had almost solidified was slowly spreading, devouring all life around them. It was as if they were messengers from hell, announcing the end of days. Ali sniffed and nodded slightly. Those sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through the heavy fog and look straight into the heart of that blood fog. The corners of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, and the light of greed flickering in his eyes increased. It was as if he had foreseen his glorious victory in the battle, and that promotion and coronation and supreme honor that comes with it. Lord Town Councillor, I think it's better not to venture forward. Seeing this, the deputy ambassador went up to him and advised him. Humph, Ali grunted. I made a military order with the head of the Guardian Knights to take it down within today. Now go back. Are you going to make me disobey the order? I wouldn't dare. Hearing this, the deputy ambassador hurriedly returned. Humph, Ali grunted. He had been on the edge of town for years, and had long since grown tired of it. In the middle of nowhere, why should those knights be able to stay in the capital, or even some of the prosperous areas, and eat and drink, and he has to guard this broken frontier? Suffering in a place where there's nothing. Obviously he's not bad. It was no exaggeration to say that he was no worse than the leader of that Guardian Knights. Arsene. Again, it's a complete body that has mastered the architecture. Just because he was not a nobleman and had no connections, he was sent to the frontier. On what grounds? Now that there was an opportunity to build a career, he naturally wanted to seize it. Build a career and get the hell out of here. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in this hole. Now the time has come. It's just a little blood mist. Watch him take it easy. Ali swung his arm violently, his voice piercing through the clamor of the battlefield and ordering with undeniable majesty. Wizard squad, on my mark, gather all your strength. We've a prelude of destruction, and strike me hard. Yes, sir, the wizards responded in unison. They had clutched their staffs and closed their eyes as if they were communicating with the ancient and mysterious gods. There was an oppressive and sacred odor in the air. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. O child of fire, thou art the fiery soul, O child of fire, thou art the herald of destruction. Hear my call and lend me your indestructible spit to burn the darkness to the ground. With the low and rhythmic chanting of the magicians, the entire sky seemed to tremble. Suddenly, the tip of the staff shone brightly, and countless fiery fireballs seemed to be pulled by invisible hands. It coalesced from the fingertips of the magicians, cutting through the sky with an aura of destruction. It was like a meteor shower pouring down on the unknown field that was shrouded in blood mist. Rumble. Loud noise after loud noise. The explosion kicked up a storm that tore the blood mist apart. However, as if the blood mist possessed the ability to repair itself, it quickly reunited. Ollie's brow furrowed at the sight. A flash of viciousness in his eyes. Prepare a second wave of magic bombardment. Blast that blood mist for me. The magicians closed their eyes again and chanted the ancient incantations more reverently. This time, not only flames, but also thunder and wind. They intertwined and turned into an unprecedented elemental storm, launched an even more violent attack on the blood mist. Flames tumbled like dragons and snakes, and lightning cut through the sky. It tore the blood mist into countless pieces, as if even space was distorted by this force. Under the powerful magical bombardment, the outer layer of blood mist was finally overwhelmed and was completely washed away. Ha 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 ha. Watching the blood mist slowly dissipate under the violent bombardment of magic, Ollie laughed out loud, because now is the time for him to build his career. And these blood mists were simply not enough to fear. Open the army formation. With Ollie's command, the cavalry behind him moved quickly. They moved as neatly as a torrent of steel brought to life. In an instant, a brilliant and eye-catching magic formation slowly emerged above their heads, as bright and dazzling as the stars. On the magic array, dots of light sprinkled down like fine rain. Not only does it enhance the strength and defense of the cavalry, it even formed an impenetrable shield around the perimeter. This is where the power of the military formation lies. It was able to take the magic power of many warriors and converge it into a powerful stream of power, realizing the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. With the augmentation of the military formation, even grown-up warriors, it could also erupt with enough power to shake heaven and earth, even killing those seemingly unbeatable creatures of the infernal body. Ollie stood at the head of 1,000 horsemen, his eyes like torches, looking at the blood mist not far away, and ordered, "Charge me! For the glory of the North Wind Emperor, let this filth witness our fearlessness and splendor." His every word contained unshakable faith and determination that stirred the heart of every warrior. In his line of sight, the scarlet blood mist that seemed to be able to devour everything was nothing more than a fragile curtain that was about to be torn apart. There was no fear in Ollie's heart, simply because behind him, the army of 1,000 horsemen. It's his strongest backing. It was a symbol of the glory of the North Wind Empire, invulnerable and unstoppable. Kill! The cavalry were like a black torrent, accompanied by the roar of hooves and the war cry. Righteously, he rushed into the haunting mist of blood. The military array shields were like transparent, solid shields, shutting out all erosion and damage. The blood mist melted like ice the moment it came into contact with this layer of light, unable to touch the knights in the slightest. This made Ollie even more confident. Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. These blood mists were simply not enough to be feared. As long as you open the military formation, you can rush in without any injuries. This time, we must get the source of that blood mist. So, the source of that blood mist, the monster, where the hell is it? Just as Ollie thought so. Click. The military array shield made a crisp sound. The protective shield cracked. At this time, the other side, at the top of the cliff, the wind was cold. Arsene held the binoculars and slowly lowered them after seeing Ollie rush into the blood spray. Unable to see. Humph. How can a mere blood mist stop the iron hooves of my great North Wind Empire? The deputy head of the group, Yalian, who was on the side, had a gloomy face, with resentment and jealousy intertwined between his brows. That kid, he's excessively lucky, easily seizing the lead. There was a touch of sourness in his words. His fists clenched. On the battlefield, there are thousands of variables, and it's too early to finalize at this moment. The military counselor, Xiaosan, gently stroked the graying beard on his chin, his eyes glittering with a deep light. Humph. I should have been the one to fight in this first battle. It's all because you guys wouldn't let me go. Aal was very unconvinced. Josen shook his head helplessly, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Just then, Arsene's voice rang out. What is the situation in the eastern Xia and the western lands? When Xiao Sun heard this, he immediately collected his thoughts and replied respectfully. No news has yet come from the western lands, perhaps because of the distance and the delay in the transmission of information. As for eastern Xia, they seem to have arrived here before us, but strangely, they did not take any offensive action. Instead they were busy camping and planting crops, which, at this point, Josen couldn't help but pause and frown. Yalan sniffed and couldn't help but snort out a laugh, interrupting Xiao San's hesitation. Seedling? Ha ha, those eastern Xia people are really ridiculous. Do they think this is their backyard garden where they can leisurely grow vegetables? There was a touch of mockery and disdain in his laughter. Arsene glanced coldly at Yalan, and that icy gaze instantly brought Yalan's laughter to a screeching halt. Aal, don't interrupt. Go on. Well, it's nothing. It's just that the people from East Xia sent a messenger to tell us that if we want to live, we shouldn't go into the blood mist. At this point, Josen paused and continued. Much less, try to approach its center to find the source of the blood mist. Yalan sniffed with disdain. Just some cowards. Fear of this and fear of that. I think it's Tiger Us. Otherwise, if they know that the blood mist is dangerous, why don't they leave? It's nothing more than wanting us to go so they can reap the benefits. Isn't it, big brother? Yalan looked to Arsene. Arsene didn't answer, gazing at the bloody mist, then nodded. Well, now that we're here, there's no going back. Whatever lies ahead, just kill it. It is the king's order. Ha ha ha. Hearing his big brother, recognizing his words, Yalan smiled broadly with joy. What a shame. Maybe that Ali has found the source of that blood mist by now. Maybe. Let those cowardly East Xia people see how powerful my great Northwind Empire is. At this moment, within the blood mist, in the midst of the chaos of the blood-colored haze, the sturdy defenses of the military formation were like fragile sandcastles, disintegrating under the invisible force. All around, the air seemed to freeze. Only the wisps of blood mist, like the messengers of the underworld, silently shuttled in from between the cracks, adding a few ominous points to this battlefield. At first, the warriors, clad in heavy armor and mounted on high horses, not much attention was paid to the uninvited guest. Hey, this red mist, what are you afraid of? A cavalryman with a brawny disposition and a disdainful smile on his lips, actually ventured to stretch out his gauntlet fingers to find out what was going on. He secretly calculated in his heart that even if there was a real danger, it would only be the pain of a broken finger. Nothing to worry about. However, fate is often in the least expected moments, showing its cruelest side. When that cold fingertip gently touched the seemingly harmless blood mist, all peace was instantly shattered. It was only as if the blood mist was given life, frantically wrapping around that finger, as if a hungry beast tore at its prey. Underneath the metal gloves came the creepy sound of skin and flesh being rapidly corroded. Ah! A heart-rending scream suddenly rang out, like a sharp sword cutting through the silent night sky. It echoed in this space shrouded by the color of blood. The cavalryman's face, in a very short period of time, became as white as paper. He clutched his fingers, which had been engulfed to the wrist by the blood spray, and rolled on the ground in agony. The surrounding cavalry were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stopped their hands one after another, their gazes filled with unbelief and fear. What was even more palpitating was that the blood mist did not stop there. It was as if it possessed self-awareness. After devouring the first finger, it spread even more indiscriminately. The speed is staggering. In that moment of breathless tension, there was a sharp, decisive cry. Quick! Chop off the hand. On command. A soldier's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Just when that cold blade was about to touch the cavalry hand that was entangled in blood mist, the air suddenly erupted with a heart-rending wail. Ah! Maybe out of fear. Maybe because it hurt too much. The cavalryman avoids the chopping block. However, the moment he dodged, the one had been corrupted beyond recognition, sliding silently through the air. It touched the solid shoulder of another trooper next to him. Ah! Another scream, this time from the mouth of the touched cavalryman, only to see his shoulder instantly covered in blood mist, his skin rapidly festering and bloody, a pained expression distorting his face. He struggled as hard as he could to get away from this horrible curse, but he didn't realize that in his panic he collided with another person. As if in an unstoppable chain reaction, fear and death spread quickly like a plague. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, the entire military formation seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and the originally well-organized array instantly fell apart. There was no longer firm conviction in the eyes of the soldiers, but deep fear and despair. Run! Run! Yes, the curse! It's gonna kill me! A group of people fled in fear, and the military formation broke down completely. In the next moment, a roiling blood mist filled the sky, corrupting and devouring 1,000 cavalrymen in just an instant. The only one, Ali, who was struggling to resist with his magic. No! Ali let out a desperate cry of rage. Blood mist filled the air, coloring this battlefield a dark red. Every drop of blood that fell seemed to speak a dirge of death. Ali, too, stood on the verge of collapse at the moment. He looked at the scene in front of him that turned into blood and water, his heart filled with disbelief and despair. No! Why yes, I'll fight you. I don't know who I'm hollering to or what I'm calling out. Ali turned on the architecture, and the magic in his body was like a wildfire that had been ignited, instantly building an impenetrable defense architecture. It drove him forward against all odds. Each step shattered the tranquility of the air, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. The sharp blade clenched in his hand danced wildly in the air. Each swing seemed to rip through the void and tear through the blood mist. The armor, that used to be a symbol of his glory, at the moment, It was being eroded a little bit by the blood-colored mist. Like an ancient sculpture gnawed by time, it gradually reveals its patina and fragility. As if alive, the blood-colored mist greedily devoured his skin, pushing him step by step into the abyss of death. However, at the end of this despair, Ali finally caught a glimmer of. It was a blurry silhouette, looming under the cover of the blood mist. At this time, the other side, the forest of divine rhythm, located east from the blood mist, hundreds of military camps, neatly placed above the earth. At this time, inside the Eastern Xia temporary military camp. Sir, the operations over there, as the chief said, all failed. A knight, half kneeling on the ground, reported respectfully to the woman with her long white legs crossed above the high seat. Thousands of iron horsemen. It has been several hours since we entered the blood mist. According to the spies our side buried in the North Wind Knights, the life flames of those iron horsemen were almost all extinguished within half a quarter of an hour of entering the blood mist, and that leader, the town envoy, only lasted less than a quarter of an hour. What? Inside the barracks, all the knights were shocked after hearing this. What the hell is that blood mist? If they weren't mistaken, that town guard envoy, Ali, was a powerful person who had opened the architecture. Once a person turns on the architecture, it can be said to be invulnerable to swords and spears, and the body is like bronze and iron. Actually, in that blood mist, it lasted less than a quarter of an hour? This is too sick. Oh, the high-ranking woman. Mu Qingcheng just nodded slightly, as if she had already known everything. Picking up the teacup, he sipped the tea, looked at the crowd present, and laughed. How's that? My Mu Qingcheng's words are still useful? Are you, now, still planning to rush into the blood mist and search for the one who shines the stars? The officials, naturally, could hear Mu Qingcheng's sarcasm, but, yet, I don't know what to say. Also at this time, a teenager named Clays went up and, then why what should be done? Can't, throw the king's orders aside and grow vegetables here, can we? With a grimace, Clays looked at the young knight-errant in front of him. They had been here for some time. However, the headmaster was also the odd man out. People don't look for it, they have to grow vegetables here. What's wrong with growing vegetables? Mu Qingcheng skimmed a glance at Clays, and her entire body slumped in her seat, completely lacking the appearance of a knight order leader. By the way, where are those boys from the other world? They're okay. The amber in charge of the placement went up to report. His expression, only, was not that. However, Mu Qingcheng also ignored it. Good, as long as they don't do anything out of the ordinary, then leave them alone. As for that, what's next? Just trying to grow vegetables. We'll see about that later. Saying that, and not waiting for the people under her to object, Mu Qingcheng directly gave an expulsion order. Well, the meeting's over, so go on down. Clays was just about to say something when his buddy Amber pulled him straight away. Go! It's not like you don't know what kind of character the chief has. Seeing that all the people are gone, Mu Qingcheng looked to the side and said, not coming out? As the words fell, faint waves rose within that originally empty corner, and two silhouettes emerged with them. Ha ha ha. Mo Yang touched his head with an embarrassed face and greeted Mu Qingcheng. Greetings, esteemed leader of the Flying Dragon Knights. I am a small lord from the North Wind Empire, a remote place. Mo Yang. Oh, you, a person from the North Wind Empire, come to my East Summer Kingdom's territory? The guts are too big. Mu Qingcheng skimmed Mo Yang and raised an eyebrow, her eyes falling on the man with long horns on his forehead. Is it the person next to you that gives you confidence? Ghosts? Mu Qingcheng's eyes narrowed slightly as she extended an invitation to Asna. Good strength. Want to come under my command? Mo Yang's mouth twitched. This woman was also too unconventional. Actually, trolling him in front of him? You're saying Asner isn't his yet? It's not. One day it is. So it's his guy now. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just as Mo Yang went up and was about to say something, Asna went up and said, as long as you can fix that blood mist, I'm willing to come under your command. What? Mo Yang was shocked. Uncle Asna, didn't he still have to find his daughter? That's no good. Mu Qingcheng waved her hand. If we let that blood mist continue to spread, the entire continent will be swallowed up by then. Asna tried to persuade, but Mu Qingcheng balked. So, what's it to me? What? Asner was alarmed. You think you can get away with it? In the face of Asner's inquiry, Mu Qingcheng only smiled slightly and did not answer. So what are you doing here? Watch the show. Mu Qingcheng turned to Asna with a meaningful smile. Don't you think that this place gives a good view? Crazy. After shaking off this sentence, Asner simply twisted his head and left. Uncle Asna, wait for me. Mo Yang followed. Seeing the two leave, Mu Qingcheng fiddled with the sieve on the table and smiled faintly. How many times? Uncle Asner, is that blood mist really that scary? Mo Young followed Asna and inquired in disbelief. What I just said wasn't a bit of an exaggeration. Ah, Mo Young was shocked. Just now, he thought that Uncle Asner was exaggerating the truth in order to make that chief act? But, that can't be right. On this continent, it wasn't just them humans, but also elves, demons, and even the Demon King. They weren't going to stand by and watch as they were swallowed up. Get out of the way. We're going out. Also at this time, suddenly came a familiar voice. Mo Young looked back, looked not far away. His eyes could not help but widen, only to see that two men and a woman were blocked by several knights. Among them, one of the boys seemed to have locked eyes with Mo Young, but soon Mo Yang's figure changed to directly disappear. Strange. Wu Jie rubbed his head. Is it an illusion? Mo Young, isn't he dead? What's wrong? Looking at Wu Jie looking out of sorts, Tang Qing Shui on the side inquired. No, it's really dangerous over there now, the knight advised bitterly, but Ling Feng ignored it and raised his head proudly. What's the danger? I'm immortal. Just kidding. He was the protagonist who had been summoned from the other world and given the power of the outcast. Damn. After reading so many crossover novels, it was finally his turn. It's pathetic. Asna also noticed, not far away, a trio of men in strange costumes. It was immediately judged that they were not from this realm. Yes, Mo Yang clenched his fists, his face grim. Otherworldly summoning, isn't it already banned? There's no such thing as a ban. Asuna shook her head, noting the change in Mo Yang and reassuring him. Don't worry, at least now they won't go too far. Other side, late in coming? Seeing the mist of blood surrounded by the magic knot, Victoria murmured. Phew, looks like it. Jarius didn't give a damn about the magical boundary, his eyes passing through it and looking straight into the blood mist. If you want to go inside, you have to go through the boundary. Jarius looked to Victoria and smiled. What are you going to do? Half a quarter of an hour ago, in the mist of blood, Ollie's eyes were dead set on the figure. Just kill him. This thought was like a blazing fire, burning in his heart and becoming his only obsession. He knew deep down that it was more than just salvation. More than that, it is a redemption for his own dereliction of duty, and accounting for those brothers who innocently sacrificed their lives. Just because he was bound to die a long time ago didn't mean that it couldn't be something bigger. He dragged his crippled body, step by step, approaching with difficulty and determination, as if each step was on the edge of a knife. But fate always seems to play jokes on people. Just as he was about to touch the mysterious figure, a sudden sharp pain knocked him off balance. Bang! With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Looking back, only to see that his feet had been eroded and fused together by the blood mist at some point, no longer able to support his heavy body. No, unwillingness, like a tidal wave, surged through his heart. Determination and madness flashed in Ollie's eyes. He was resigned to the fact that the goal was clearly in sight. Well, it doesn't matter if you die, and it doesn't matter if you get credit. He wants to avenge those brothers of his. He wanted to see what the monster that killed them looked like. Magic power surged crazily within him, turning into a thin layer of shield, doing his best to resist the erosion of the blood mist. But, even so, the blood mist corroded one of his hands. He gritted his teeth and gathered his magic in his head, heart and his one remaining hand. With all his strength, he dragged the remnants of his body onward. Distance, that once unattainable yet close distance, shortened a little by Ollie's unyielding will. Finally, when he used his last ounce of strength to lift his head, the sight in front of him shocked him so much that he almost stopped breathing. The so-called monster. It was actually a white-haired child suspended in the air with a handsome face and a dusty temperament. If it weren't for the haunting mist of blood and clenched eyes around them, he would almost think it was some young nobleman who had wandered into the battlefield by mistake. Ha 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 ha. Ollie suddenly let out a laugh that was a mixture of madness, incomprehension and despair. Even he didn't know why he was smiling. It was just that the laughter was particularly harsh on the empty battlefield. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As the laughter stopped, the light in Ollie's eyes dimmed and eventually returned to calm. The flame of his life was extinguished in endless regret and resignation. The white-haired child, on the other hand, remained silently suspended there. It was as if all this noise and turmoil had nothing to do with him. So hungry. It was also at this moment that the child's mouth murmured softly, "Congratulations on devouring a human. You gain 1 point of speed based on the effect of your skill overeating. Your speed has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be increased. Based on overeat effect, 1 point of speed already stored in overeat space." The voice of the world constantly echoed in Yi Yan's mind. But even so, it couldn't satisfy Yi Yan's ever-expanding appetite. So hungry. He vaguely felt like he had eaten a lot of things, but just so hungry. In the endless darkness, Yi Yan's senses were completely consumed by an unprecedented hunger. It was an emptiness that seemed to touch the soul. It made him feel as if he were in a forgotten corner of the world. Time lost its meaning here, and space warped into chaos. The only thing that stood between him and the presence was the unceasing whisper of hunger. Right in the middle of this abyss of despair, a sudden flash of light was like the dawn of salvation. It penetrated the thick darkness and brought hope and warmth that had been missing for a long time. That glow was laced with an unspeakable sweetness. Like a childhood memory of a delicacy cooked by my mother's hands. It made Yi Yan's heart surge with an inexplicable urge. There's food. He stood up shakily, each step seeming to span 1,000 years, both long and determined. I don't know how long it was, but when the light was finally close at hand, he found himself standing in front of an ancient and mysterious door. The light coming through the doorway was as much an invitation as it was a temptation, and he couldn't resist. Grr-dash. A loud swallowing sound stood out in the silence. Yi Yan slowly pushed open that door, as if he had pushed open the gate to another world. Behind the door was a room that was more spacious than one could imagine, and the air was filled with an even stronger, mouth-watering aroma. Inside the room, there was just one long table across the center, with 7 delicate chairs surrounding it, each occupying a side, and the rest of the space is hauntingly empty. It's as if everything has been prepared just for this moment of coming together. Yi Yan couldn't help but step forward. When he came back to his senses, he had found himself seated across from the main seat, his back to the portal that had led him here. On his left and right sides, 2 people had each sat down at some point. Their figures were shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist, their faces blurred, like a ghost walking on the edge of a dream. It is both real and unreal. He looked down and examined himself, and was surprised to find that he was surrounded by the same gray mist, cut off from the outside world, leaving only a hazy outline. Inside the dark and mysterious room, a low but magnetic yo quietly rang out, like a soft sigh brushed unobtrusively on the night breeze. The owner of the voice was beside Yi Yan. In the other seat, a woman with a delicate figure and exquisite curves. The seat that has been vacant for so long has finally received its new owner. Her voice was soft but carried a power that could not be ignored, and every word was like a carefully carved gem that fell into the deepest part of the human heart. Or is it just a long empty overeat, still so small? Between the words, a flash of curiosity and playfulness flickered in her eyes. As she approached, a delicate jade hand gently wrapped in gray mist slowly reached out, seemingly wanting to touch Yi Yan's tender face. However, for Yi Yan, this seemingly gentle gesture was like a chance oasis in the desert. Hunger surged like a tidal wave, so that he could no longer suppress the cravings within him. So, without the slightest hesitation, his tiny mouth snapped open and he took a bite out of that tantalizing hand. But unexpectedly, the hand dissolved into nothingness the moment it made contact. Only a faint mist was left behind, and then it returned to its owner as if nothing had happened. The woman laughed softly, a hint of teasing in her voice. Oops, or is it a snacker? Yi Yan chewed but failed to taste any flavor. Those pointed ears drooped in disappointment, looking extraordinarily dejected. Just then, his gaze was attracted by a crystal-clear magic fruit with a tantalizing luster that was placed on the table. A dazzling light instantly bloomed in Yi Yan's eyes, driven by hunger. Yi Yan didn't hesitate to grab the strange fruit and took a hard bite. Congratulations on devouring the fruit. Based on the effect of your skill overeating, you have gained 1 point of strength. Your power has reached the limit of the stage and cannot be raised any further. Based on overeat effect, 1 point of power has been stored in overeat space. As the voice of the world fell, he grew subtly from the satisfaction and power of his taste buds. This made Yi Yan's eyes light up. The movements of his hands became even more rapid, devouring the demonic fruits one after another. Soon the piles of magic fruits were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gee, what a snacker. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly with a smile on her face as she stretched out her slender fingers, wanting to rub a few times on Yi Yan's face that had bulged into a bag due to swallowing food. Snap! Also on the verge of getting close, a small hand slapped it away. Hey, lust, watch your step. A woman on the side with a petite figure, but with a stubborn aura, spoke out to remind her. Her eyes were full of displeasure and concern over the lustful behavior. Don't scare the newcomers. Lust sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile as he responded. Oh, our little rage has a heart too? That's rare. Is it because, come on, there's a smaller one than yourself? The hell I didn't. I just don't want to see you bully him. Anger sniffed, her cheeks reddening slightly as she raised her small fists and loudly retorted. And by the way, I'm not little. After she said that, she turned her head to Yi Yan, wanting Yi Yan to say a few words as well, to find a way out of the situation. Instead, it was discovered that he was devouring the magic fruits on the table at an astonishing speed, his hands alternating, almost forming a residual shadow with that wolfish appearance. It left everyone in the room jaw-dropped. This eats too fast. However, it is also consistent with overeating. Soon, the food that was originally piled up in front of Yi Yan was cleaned up by him. But what if I'm still hungry? Yi Yan's eyes fell on the fruit in front of anger. I'm going to eat again. Noticing Yi Yan's line of sight, Rage shielded himself in front of the pile of magic fruits. But even so, that petite frame couldn't hide the food that was piled on the table. Just reach out and get it. May. Yi Yan looked at the anger in front of his eyes, sticking his waist very angry, hesitated. It seems bad to take someone's food without their permission, but he was so hungry. Hey. At this moment, Lust hemmed and hawed and pushed the food in front of him to Yi Yan. Here. Snacky. Ah. Seeing the food in front of him, Yi Yan's eyes glowed and he ate it nonchalantly. Lust licked the corners of his mouth and wore a pleased expression. Come on. What's going on? Jealousy, who was next to Lust, pushed the food to Yi Yan and looked at Lust, saying meaningfully, then the youngest braveheart in history is coming to your doorstep. How does it feel to be crushed? Demon King. Well, Lust licked her lips and said with a demonic face, of course I'm going to eat it. Oh, Jealousy's eyes narrowed slightly. The other side. It's Guts, representing mankind, the supreme warrior. Not a few demon lords have died by Guts' sword. So what? Lust didn't care at all, playing with the leftover leaves that Yi Yan had eaten, and laughed lightly. There are not a few brave men who have died at the hands of the Demon King, but, Lust paused and licked his tongue. I wouldn't mind if it was good looking. One more person in my cage. Ha 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 ha. Jealousy laughed, and the laughter moved like a heavenly melody. You're pretty confident, and so was your last generation, too. So, need help? Jealousy looked to Lust and stated graciously, I'll give you 20% off for being together for a long time. No way. Lust refused again, and while the two of them were chatting, the food for two people had already been eaten by Yi Yan. Aha! Yi Yan licked his lips and looked at the food on Slack and pried with interest. Across the table from Jealousy, the slacker, lying on his back with his eyes closed, seemed to notice the line of sight and opened his sleepy eyes, sweeping his surroundings. He then let out a surprised yelp. Ha! Another meeting? Jealousy, Lust and the others were speechless for a moment. It had been a little while, and they had only just realized it and woken up. As you can imagine, I'm afraid this one is sleeping all the time like this in reality. Not to be outdone, the name of laziness. How big is this heart? How to die by falling asleep, and not being afraid to fall asleep, and be cut to death. Jealousy muttered. However, it doesn't seem to have seen Slack replaced since she took the throne is all. And I don't know, where the hell is this guy? Even she couldn't inquire. That's odd. Unless, of course, the guy is in hiding and doesn't socialize with other intelligent beings. Otherwise, there's no way she wouldn't know about it. Of course, when it comes to mystery, the most important one is the one in the arrogant seat on the main seat, and the opener of this meeting. Oh, ah, waking up from his sleep, he slowed down, his eyes scanned the area, and for just a moment, he seemed to know what was going on. Overeating? Finally someone. Slacker favored a smile, and with a wave of that dry hand, the pile of food was dragged in front of Yi Yan. Eat. Ah. Seeing this, Yi Yan's eyes glowed and he unfolded his mouth, sprouting silk red mist. Then, under the crowd's astonished gazes, the red mist devoured the food in an instant. Click! With a bite, Yi Yan opened his eyes and realized that the pile of food was gone, swallowed by the blood mist. Although, it's all the same, you can't even taste food that hasn't passed through your mouth. This kind is not even called savoring food. This, Jealousy slowed down from his shock and laughed. That's awesome. Surprisingly, it is possible to practice great sinful power in this space. It seems that their newcomer, Overeat, fits right in. Gollum. Also at this moment, Yi Yan's stomach hunger sound rose again. Yi Yan touched his stomach and scanned the surroundings, looking aside at Rage. No, don't eat mine. As always, Rage firmly guarded the food in front of him. This is mine. Ha! Little Rage, people are new. What's wrong with letting go? The corners of Lust's mouth rose and he laughed lightly. Ah! This. Only a little. Wrath gave a magic fruit. Yi Yan took it and took a bite. No, nope. Noticing Yi Yan's sight, anger exploded. Give. It was also at this moment that a scene that shocked the crowd occurred. The one who has not said a word, who is sitting on the throne and is dressed in black, is the one who represents the seat of arrogance, actually pushing his food to Overeat. At this moment, the remaining four sins all looked at Pride and Overeating with horrified faces. The arrogance that is indifferent to everything and hasn't changed in millions of years. Arrogant to the core. Arrogant pushed food over to Overeater. It's incredible. However, Yi Yan did not know this. Binge eating all the time. How it doesn't fill the hunger. Still small, By the looks of it, snacker, of the crowd casting pitying gazes at Yi Yen. How small. The sin of overeating. Its power is not what a child can handle. The outer rim of the divine forest. Inside the North Wind Barracks. At this point, the atmosphere was unusually frozen. What's the situation? Arsène spoke up, breaking the silence. The life fire has been extinguished. To be sure. Josen was silent for a moment. His tone low. Wiped out. Thousands of iron horsemen. Not one survived. When these words fell, the atmosphere once again froze. The surrounding officials, knights exchanged glances with each other. All saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. They hadn't thought that the blood mist was actually that powerful. The rest of them would be fine. But Ali, the one who opened the architecture, shouldn't have died so easily. Could it be that, within the blood mist, lies some monster beyond reason? Yes, it must have been the source that released the blood mist, the sneak attack. Big brother. At this point, Aal went up and swore. Allow me to take 1,000 horsemen out, and I will take that strange thing hiding in the blood mist. No, Arsène outright refused. Big brother, don't you trust me? Yalan was going to say something in the middle of the sentence, but Arsène just cut him off. Not really. Tomorrow. Arsène's eyes glazed over, decisively. Take that blood mist in one fell swoop. What? The crowd gasped as they heard Arsène's words. No. Hearing this, Josen rushed forward, exhorting. The situation of the blood mist is unknown now, and it even devoured thousands of cavalry not long ago. Do not be reckless. Snap. Just as Josen was about to say something an edict, dropped on the table by Arsène. Not long ago, I reported to His Majesty, and upon learning of the situation, His Majesty replied to me with only 2 words. Guess what? But, Josen tried to say something more before being interrupted again by Arsène. This is His Majesty's order. Arsène slowly stood up and swept Josen an icy gaze. And you know the consequences of disobeying His Majesty's orders, don't you? May. Rest assured, His Majesty is not unprepared for anything. Stand down. Yes. Josen had no choice but to back off, the head of the regiment, with His Majesty, both following the decision. Then it is useless for him to say as much as he does. Seeing that the people were all gone, Arsène resumed his seat and sighed slightly. He also knew that it was inappropriate to venture into the blood mist, but since His Highness ordered it and called for that one's support, it's not a big problem. Let's hope. Arsène looked down, glancing at the sapphire on the table and frowning. Hey, my knight. This is for you. I hope you return in triumph. This is the princess. Arisa smiled with a smile on her face and handed him the brilliant sapphire with both hands. If you don't, you'll sneak up and follow me. So, it was taken in hand. However, Arsène wasn't convinced that the girl could stay. That girl? She's not really coming along, is she? Just as he thought that, Arsène felt something and took the sapphire in his hand. Who? Arsène spoke toward the darkness of the corner. My lord knight, I meant no harm. Victoria, dressed in a pitch-black robe, slowly steps out of the corner. Oh, Arsène's eyes were unconsciously drawn to that stunning face. Elf? Victoria didn't deny it or hide her identity as an elf. On the contrary, sometimes being an elf is more conducive to negotiation. I have come this time in the hope that the Lord Knights will withdraw their troops and not enter the blood mist. Is that what you're doing? Saying things like that, traveling privately into my barracks? Magic surged around Arsène, clearly ready for the moment. Victoria guessed, though, that it wouldn't go so well, or even that the other side would listen to her at all. But, knowing this, she came anyway. You will die. Oh, Arsène laughed softly and slowly brought its sword to bear, placing the sapphire in his hand on the table. And by what right do you so break? Boom! Arsène's words, not yet finished. In the next moment, terrifying magic power erupted from Victoria's body. Accompanying it was the voice of an otherwise gentle and refined Victoria, that was so jealous and angry that it even lost its rationality. You guy, where the hell did you get that sapphire from? Victoria's eyes, dead set on the sapphire on the table. There? Arsène's brow furrowed, his face puzzled. This elf, it's not simple. You don't know? Victoria could see the man in front of her. Wasn't pretending. What do you know? It was given to me. Arsène answered directly. So what's so special about this? In Arsène's eyes, what was in front of him was nothing more than an ordinary sapphire. Pretty is pretty, but that's about it. Ha! Hearing Arsène's words, Victoria gave a meaningful smile. Well, that guy's got some wicked sense of humor. Brush up. Also almost at the same time, because of the fluctuations set off by Victoria's magic power eruption, countless knights had surrounded the barracks, and when they, after seeing the identity of the Victoria elf, their faces were too shocked to act rashly. After all, it's an elf. Until now, The intimidation of the Elf King had lingered on for a long time. Miss Elf, since you've come to my North Wind barracks here, stay a few more days over there? Remembering His Majesty's words, Arsène was suddenly polite. Victoria looked around at the knights and nodded, knowing that she couldn't leave. Then, I'll stay here all day. One day? Arsène's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly picked up the sapphire and asked Victoria again. Miss Elf, can you tell me what this sapphire is? Hearing Yazin's words, Victoria stopped her steps and looked back, gazing at Yazin with eyes that were ruby red, radiant multiplayer eyes, her face grim as she inquired. Look at my eyes, do they look good? Looking into Victoria's beautiful ruby eyes, a horrible thought flashed through Arsène's mind. No, that's not possible. Victoria, this was a faint look at Arsène, who was lost in thought, leaving a confused crowd behind. He turned to leave. Little Victoria, didn't you swear that you were going to save these humans? Jaria sat on Victoria's shoulder and talked up a storm. Victoria didn't stop, merely sweeping the crowd again with her afterglow and speaking faintly. I'm no good. I can't do it, even if, for the most part, most of the people here are innocent, jeweled eyes, unique to pure-blooded elven nobles. It was also a treasure that the clans fought to collect before the Elf King. But, to have the eyes gouged out to form real gems then, it needs to be in extremely special circumstances. That is to gouge out the eyes of that elf in his most desperate situation. For, in that moment, the elf would have blood and even magic flowing through his brain, his eyes, because of his anger. Nearby, eyes as dazzling as jewels coalesced, elf gem eyes. It has been described as one of the 5 most beautiful colors in the world. It is only logical that after the birth of the king, all the elven gem eyes in this world were destroyed. In other words, that sapphire is after the king. So, who the hell is it? Victoria clenched her fists tightly, her heart overwhelmed with anger. Ha ha, I told you not to come, but you came, and now you're being held back. Jarius was in a bitter mood. But that's good. There's no harm in having more now. Jarius' eyes swept over the soldiers around him. It made the soldiers on the sidelines shudder. Cold sweat. They looked around and there were no enemies. What the hell is going on here? The knights didn't care much. The numbers have been so bad lately. I'm begging for a catch-up read. Looking at the stars, Arsène held up the sapphire, shining through the moonlight to view the brilliant and unusual gem. Thinking about Victoria's words, he couldn't help but see a hint of disgust in his eyes. It can't be. Arsène hesitated. Knock knock. Also at that moment, there came a knock on the door. Come in. Arsène put away his sapphire eyes and decided to ask the princess. Again, in the middle of going back, a knight entered the room and said respectfully, "There's a request for an audience." Before the knight could finish his words, he was directly interrupted. No, May. The knight was a little embarrassed, and after a pause went on, "The visitor is Madris's daughter." Oh, Yazin's eyes narrowed slightly. What are the loyal dogs of the Western Earth Kingdom doing here? Shall I have my subordinates return the favor? No. Let her in. Yes. The knight exited the room, and within a few moments there was a knock at the door. Come in. Greetings, Guardian Knight Leader. I am Verdona. Madris, greeting you on behalf of Madris. Verdona pulled her long skirt up slightly, making perfect etiquette. Enough with the small talk. What are you, the daughter of a duke of the Western Land, doing in this remote place? Arsène's tone was icy, his eyes staring straight at Verdona. Don't say you came all the way over here to say hello to me. I am not so blessed as to have the duke's daughter of Madras come over here especially to greet me. Ah, you can't hide it from the headmaster. Verdona smiled slightly. I don't have any requests. I just heard that you guys are going to crusade against that mysterious blood mist. Headmaster? Oh, so, I wish I could go along. MS. Verdona. Hearing Verdona's words, Arsène's tone instantly became serious. We didn't come on this trip to have fun. I know. Arsène looked at the determination that showed in Verdona's eyes, and rebuffed decisively. Sorry, no, I can't afford to let you die. But, Verdona was just about to say something when Arsène gave a direct order of dismissal. Get out. What a coincidence. There are a lot of people here today too. First an elf, then a duke's daughter? Elf? Hearing Yazin's words, Verdona felt a twinge of something wrong and silently stepped back, looking up at the bright starry sky. Victoria, at the moment, was unusually calm. Clearly, there is a little bit of everything to do. Knock knock. Also at that moment, the door suddenly slammed. Come in. Seeing the visitor, the long blonde hair that hung down like a waterfall, the deep blue eyes. Victoria knows something. You are? Verdona. Victoria didn't give his last name. Oh, Verdona? Victoria laughed softly. What a great name. Thanks for the compliment. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Ah, Bredona covered her small mouth and made a look of realization. I heard from the head guardian that an elf had come here as a guest, and came to see what was going on. Oh, Victoria's eyes narrowed slightly. To have the headmaster come to see this honored guest of mine. You're quite a skill, young lady. Ha ha ha, just taking the family's word for it. The Dona rubbed her head, knowing that the elf in front of her was pointing out something about her unusual status, but didn't pay much attention to it. By the way, why did you stop the Guardian Knights from entering the blood mist? Because they will die. She didn't want her child to kill innocent people again. Can you take my place and talk to that chief again? The Dona looked at the elf in front of her with those ruby eyes and wondered, why don't you go yourself? I can't do it. She's not a nice person. In her eyes, the lives of those people were even no more than her former best friends, the clan. As if hearing Victoria's inner thoughts, Jarius, sitting on her shoulder, spat, isn't that normal? MS, elf, do you have children? Suddenly, staring into Victoria's ruby eyes, the Dona froze. Unconsciously, he opened his mouth. Early morning, at the edge of the deep and unfathomable forest of the gods, the sun was high in the sky and the stars were hidden. Only an ominous mist of blood slowly filled the distance, like a demon's whisper, signaling the coming storm. At this moment, the tranquility of the forest was quietly broken by an invisible force. Hoo hoo hoo! The rallying cry of the Guardian Knights echoes through this ancient land, stirring up the fervor and determination in the heart of every warrior. Thousands of iron horsemen, clad in shiny armor and with feet on solid ground, were like a torrent of steel, lining up in an orderly fashion. Their figures shone cold and determined in the daylight. The spectacular array, however, split in two, leaving an empty passageway in the center. It was as if nature itself was making way for the coming presence, or some unknown ritual was being quietly performed. At the very front of the procession stood the soul of the Guardian Knights, Headmaster Yazan. He was clad in a brilliant and dazzling armor, as if a god of war had descended, his eyes revealing unquestionable majesty and wisdom. Beside him, the deputy head of Yalan frowned, full of disbelief and anxiety, while the military counselor, Xiao Xuan, held a feather fan and had a deep gaze. Big brother, we have been waiting here for a long time? There was a hint of urgency in Yalan's voice that was puzzling. What the hell are we waiting for? Arsene turned his head and looked deep into the distance, a mysterious smile curling the corners of his mouth. Waiting for support from Guts. Brave support? The AAL was puzzled. Brave lord, didn't you go 10,000 miles away, to the land of endless joy, to crush the Demon King? Josiah's confusion overflowed. There are no teleportation spell formations set up there, so it would take at least 10 days and half a month's effort to rush over. How to come to support? Arsene shook his head gently, a confident gleam in his eyes. Then you're underestimating Guts. For an existence of his magnitude, distance has long since ceased to limit them. Rumble. Before the words fell, there was a sudden thunderous roar from the sky. The earth trembled with it, as if even the forces of nature were responding to the anticipation. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the towering mountain in the distance, only to see that it actually slowly cracked open in the crowd's shocked gazes, and a dazzling to the extreme chopping strike descended vertically from the top of the mountain, like the wrath of a heavenly god. It split the mountain in two, and its momentum was fierce enough to shake heaven and earth. What was even more incredible was that the chop did not stop there. Instead, it transformed into an incomparably powerful sword chi that came straight at the Guardian Knights. The crowd only felt a flash of light. The sword chi had already swept over his head, bringing up a whistling gale, as if even the air had been cut by its sharpness. Immediately afterward, the sword chi pierced straight through the thick blood mist as easily as a sharp sword slicing through tofu. This scene shook everyone present. And that, just one sword of valor. On the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away in the depths of the endless land of joy, the night was like ink, dotted with stars, as if it were nature's most exquisite set. In a land shrouded in mystery and the unknown, the bonfire was blazing, and between the jumps of firelight, the figure of an enchanting young girl was reflected. Dressed in flowing dance clothes, she looked like an elf in the night, dancing in the embrace of the flames. The laughter was as clear as silver bells, piercing through the silence of the night and echoing over this land of joy. Not far away, a handsome-looking teenager, Arthur, stood silently. His eyes were deep and complex, and the long sword in his hand had returned to its sheath, the tip of the sword still retaining the undispersed sword chi. With a soft sigh, it seemed to be remembering the lives that were perhaps innocently lost. I hope I didn't chop up anyone on the way. Swing a sword as the king requested. It was also unknown exactly how much it helped. Through the sweep of the sword, at that target, there's a different feeling. Hey, 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 our brave lord, it's time to enjoy the food. At that moment, A gentle and slightly playful voice interrupted Arthur's thoughts. A beautiful woman in a long white dress that looked like an angel had descended. The holy maiden, Yalin, was smiling and waving at him. That smile was as warm and bright as the spring sun. Arthur nodded softly and collected his thoughts as he stepped towards Yarin. He sat beside her, and no words were needed between the two of them. The tacit understanding had long been deep in their bones. Timo, a dwarven warrior, is not big, but he is powerful. He approached with steaming noodles, his simple smile revealing a hint of concern. How's it going? No big deal, Arthur responded gently. Seems like there's a strange blood mist over the border that gave me coordinates to cut through. Yarin sniffed, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she fought for Arthur. This is outrageous. We're in the middle of a crucial moment in the crusade against the Demon King, and he's letting you distract yourself with these chores. Her tone was full of heartache and resentment. Arthur smiled coyly, trying to lighten the mood. Actually, it's just a show of hands. The sword, by nature, exists for the sake of guarding. Besides, it's nothing really, just a flick of the sword. Yarin. Timo looks at Arthur breathlessly. You're still a pervert. Ah. Arthur sniffed. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he hastened to defend himself. I am not a pervert. You guys are mistaken. Gee, I didn't mean it like that. Yalin smiled and waved her hand, the words of explanation drifting on the wind. We were complimenting you. Compliment me? Arsene wondered. Yarin waved her hand and didn't explain much. Can we really crusade against the Demon King? Timo was in a heavy mood. Gee, don't worry. Yarin patted Timo on the shoulder and looked to Arthur. Right, that's right. Arthur looked confident. Hey, looking at the two very confident partners in front of him, Timo couldn't help but let out a sigh. We'd better be careful. After all, the Demon King we're crusading against has what is known as the strongest exclusive skill series, one of the 7 sins, lust, the outskirts of the Shenandoah forest. It was originally shrouded by a layer of fog so thick that it could almost drip blood. At the moment, it was like being precisely cut by an invisible giant blade. The blood mist split in two, revealing a clear path to uncharted territory. This sudden change was like the most splendid magic in heaven and earth. It left the crowd present dumbfounded, as if time had frozen at this moment. How is this possible? Their voices were filled with disbelief as their eyes darted back and forth between the splintering mists of blood. Look up into the sky, only to see the originally thick clouds also submit under that invisible sword chi and split into two, exposing the azure sky as if the order of nature was being rewritten. Gut-sama, is it really coming? There was a tremor in Josen's voice. But other than that path opened up by the sword chi, the surroundings remained empty. Yazen gently shook his head, his eyes gazing deeply into the traces left by the overwhelming chop, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid he's on his way to crush the Demon King at the moment. Hearing this, Yalan thought of something and his face suddenly changed, his wide eyes filled with shock and awe. Is it hard to say that earth-shattering chop was actually wielded by Lord Brave from 10,000 miles away? Aha! Arsene nodded heavily. Despite the same disbelief within him, the sight before him was indisputable. In a world full of wonders and unknowns, there are too many beyond the pale. At the age of 6, he was a sword saint who was able to cut down the true dragon alone, a gifted girl who challenges the villainous school of magic with her wits and strength. And then there are the legends that the world admires and calls the brave. This is unbelievable, Josen exclaimed heartily, his eyes shining with infinite admiration for Brave. Go! Arsene's voice snapped, short and strong. He gripped his horse's rope tightly and gazed steadfastly ahead at the path that had been opened up by Brave Chopper. For the honor and glory of His Majesty, the Emperor of the North Wind, we must advance. With his command, the rumbling of horses' hooves suddenly rang out. The knights responded, riding their majestic warhorses like a tidal wave towards the path that had been cut through. Their shouts shook the heavens and intertwined with the neighing of the warhorses to form a stirring battle song. For the glory of His Majesty, the Emperor of the North Wind, charge! The knights followed the path blazed by the brave and charged into the blood mist with great force. It was as if even fear was dispelled by this courage. Say it! Yalan curiously looked at the blood mist road in front of him as if it were an iron wall that was blocked out. It's amazing. The blood mist actually doesn't close. Cat's name. Just then, a brilliant current suddenly flickered at the edge of the blood mist, like a barrier to a guardian deity. It kept out the dark forces that tried to approach. Don't guess. It's got Brave and the Bold up there. Josen stroked his beard and smiled proudly. It's just not going to heal in 10 days. Their empire, nowadays, has such strength, and less of it comes from the patronage of the brave. Also, a factor in why the three powers did not break out into war. Because, except for their north wind, the eastern summer, and the western lands also have a brave man, as if they were keeping the balance. It's also the reason why they're three big countries. The reason why they're three big countries. No more blood mist. Soon, they arrived, at the very center of the blood mist. Then, see the source of the plague, the source of the blood mist. At once, jaws dropped in shock. The figure that was first embraced by the blood mist and surrounded the rising figure. A child? No. Elf? In the pale twilight. Xiao Sun's pupils plummeted, and the shock churning in his heart was like waves in a gale. Hard to quell. Is that a child? The culprit that devours thousands of armies and starts wars. A childish child? No, it's an elf. A sharp-eyed arson. Correcting Joseon's words, Joseon was alarmed and fixed his eyes on the situation. The figure that was half hidden by the blood mist was like a ghost coming out of an ancient legend. Blood mist surrounded him, appearing and disappearing. However, he couldn't hide his thin body and the temperament that didn't belong to the mortal world in the slightest. The silver-white hair swayed gently in the breeze, as pure and flawless as the first snow of winter. Contrasting with this is his pale, almost transparent skin, as if a light touch can feel the fragility and toughness of life side by side. What secrets and powers lie beneath his tightly closed eyes? No one knows. And the wide, blood-red robe was more like a protective shell, cut him off from the world. Xiao San's mind couldn't help but echo back to his majesty those meaningful words. There is a genie there who, in his body, harbors the secret that puts one on the throne. Could it be that the kid in front of us? Is that the legendary key that unlocks the portal to supreme power? Yal, the usually naive and honest knight. At this moment, he also couldn't help but gulp. His hand unconsciously touched his helmet, and a trace of confusion and struggle flashed in his eyes. He looked over to Headman Arson with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Chief, do we really want to take on such a young child? There was no hesitation in Yazan's eyes, only the firmness and determination of being a knight. Our duty is to fulfill orders, no matter who the opponent is, no matter how innocent he may seem. Remember, we are knights, guardians of justice and honor, and at this moment, we are dealing with a monster that threatens countless lives, regardless of his appearance. With a command from Arsen, the knights responded in unison, approaching the boy at a neat and determined pace. However, it was in this moment of tension so intense that you could almost hear your heart beating. Yi Yan's eyelashes fluttered gently, as if it was a weak response to the coming storm. But, here in the scene, under this crushing aura, no one cares. The slightest movement of a young child in front of you, until it was under the gaze of the crowd. The elf child's eyes snapped open. It was like two brilliant to the core rubies, shining with a demonic light in the dim light. These eyes, hauntingly pure, yet deep in the abyss of endless desire. It was the hunger for food, the devouring of life, pure and strong. It's as if they can see into the heart, the deepest fears and desires. They don't just light up the darkness around them. More than that, in an uncanny way, the desire spread as quickly as the plague. The air around them seemed to be set on fire, and a nameless fire was lit in everyone's heart. It was hunger, a frantic thirst for food, the ultimate release of survival instincts. Well, a low, suppressed groan rang out from the crowd. Ah! Immediately after that, there was a succession of wailing and screaming, as if strangled by an invisible hand, agonizing and desperate. Ah! The knight's eyes gradually lost focus, leaving only an endless desire for food. They looked at each other, but all they could see was that same crazy light in each other's eyes. Eat, 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 eat. So hungry, 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 so hungry. It was followed by that piercing, ear-splitting wail. Ah! Just a look, just a glimpse. A fear that was hard to suppress then swam through the chief's body. The moment the regimental commander realized that this was not a child, but a full-blown monster. Just a glance at each other, his stomach then became incredibly hungry, and a desire to devour everything seemed to consume his sanity. Aha! The wailing of his men came from all around him, a sound that, still spread to the knights behind him. Quick, don't look at the kid. Noticing that something was wrong, Arson hurriedly ran his magic and opened the architecture. Magic power churned within him like a river rushing by, and then it shrinks, restricting to the sinews, the bones, forming the architecture. On the outside of the body, a natural shield emerged, barely suppressed, that horrible desire. Yazan, who had barely suppressed the strange feeling, immediately turned back and ordered, "All of you, step back, do not look into the child's eyes or listen to his voice." This was definitely not an existence that they could fight against. Now he could be sure. The star that shone in the starry sky that day came from the very body of the elf child in front of him. Calamity Star. This man was the source of the blood mist, and that day, the star shone for him. But, facing just one, I took him to the abyss. What's more, where are his men? All warnings are too late. Ah! Along with the cries of despair that rang through the night sky, the knights, in droves, fell from their horses. As if bound by invisible chains, he curled up on the ground, his eyes red and his face distorted, as if possessed by a hungry demon. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. This monotonous and horrible incantation was repeated over and over again under their breath. They began to tear themselves apart in a frenzy, dripping with blood, but still not satisfied. Some even reached out to, beside them, their comrades. Partners who used to fight side by side are now prey in each other's eyes. Ah, don't. So hungry. Eat. In a short moment, the wasteland was covered with fallen figures, blood stained the earth, and the air smelled of death and despair. All this, just because of a child's eyes, a monster that has yet to strike. It was already declared, their total defeat. How can? Arsene's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at what was in front of him. Those men he had been so proud of were actually swallowed up by this force in an instant. Their resilience and courage seemed so small in this moment. Chief! Just then, a faint chief broke the silence. It was the voice of the subaltern, with a hint of imperceptible dissimulation. Great! You're okay. Arsene turned back hopefully, expecting to see a familiar smiling face. However, he saw that Yalan's eyes were red, and the blood from chewing his fingers hung from the corners of his mouth. His face was hideous and bizarre, just like an evil ghost returning from hell. And aside, the pain of Josiah's broken arm, nor could it hide the fear and despair in his eyes. He curled up on the ground, afraid to even touch the blood on the floor again. No, it's not true. The scene in front of him was like a sharp blade that viciously cut into Arsene's heart. He froze for a moment, then his eyes widened and he let out a mournful wail. Ah! It was a struggle against fate and a despair against reality. Arsene's body reacted instinctively, pushing Yalan away, his face twisted, his eyes full of anger and pain. He couldn't accept that his once most trusted subordinate, his closest brother, it was actually reduced to this. How did this happen? Arsene's roar tore through the quiet night sky like thunder. His eyes were crimson, as if they could spit out flames. Desperation and anger intertwined into a complex web that tightened around him. All around, knights who once fought side by side. Men. At the moment it was like being cursed by darkness and losing the light of the soul. Get up, all of you. That's an order. His voice echoed across the empty battlefield, with a force that could not be disobeyed, but like a stone sinking into the sea, it could not stir up the slightest ripple. Those knights who once swore an oath of honor and loyalty, all that remained at the moment were empty eyes, glittering with an endless craving for food. It was a primal urge that transcended reason and emotion. Arsene fought and hissed. No, don't eat it. He fought and pleaded. That's your companions, comrades in arms. But, no one, no knights, follow his orders. Those, formerly obedient, glorious and holy knights are gone. Instead, that brain is full of food and hunger. It only knows how to eat and drink, ignoring immediate ethics and devouring its own kind. A beast of burden. In an instant, above this battlefield, let out a guttural, low grunt, as well as, that clear to terrifying chewing sound. It was as if Arsene was the only one here who had any sobriety. Sobering sight, this horrible hell. Arsene fell to his knees and clenched his hands into fists, fingernails embedded deep into his palms, blood dripping down his fingertips, but he couldn't get a shred of sanity back. No, don't. His pleas became a different color in this bloody hell. The former glory and radiance was completely swallowed up at this moment. In their place is a horde of monsters driven by hunger. There is no more light in their eyes, only the most instinctive quest for survival. The sounds of chewing and swallowing were woven into a symphony of death. Every note hit Arsene's heart hard and made him ache. He looked around as if he were in a cursed hell. Everything around them was twisted and hideous. Former friends, driven by hunger, have gone so far as to swing butcher knives at each other. The vows and bonds that were once made seem so fragile and weak in the face of the instincts of survival. Comrades in arms, companions, these once warm words, now it is transformed into the cruelest of ironies. Eat, eat, eat. The monotonous and horrible syllables were like a curse. It echoed through the air, each repetition cutting into Arsene's heart like a sharp blade. He saw it with his own eyes, the figures that had fought side by side. Driven by hunger, it gradually degenerates into a beast that only knows how to devour and destroy. Ah, ha 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 ha. Regimental Commander Arsene's laughter rang out abruptly, harsh in this abyss of despair. It was self-deprecation, and anger, and a merciless indictment of fate. What kind of terrifying existence was he facing? His pride, at this moment, seemed so ridiculous and small. Before rushing to him, had thought that whoever the other person was could also set it all right in their own strength. Because, he had all this confidence? Growing up, he was taught by his family to pick up a sword at the age of 3. He became a reserve knight at the age of 6, and by the age of 12 he was already what people call a good knight. At the age of 16, he had already become the youngest deputy regimental commander in the world. At the age of 18, he even defeated his former leader and took over the Guardian Knights, one of the 4 major knightly orders in the empire, become the youngest head of the regiment. Throughout his life, Arsene has never been defeated, until, that is, the birth of his youngest brother. The brothers, who was a brave man, broke, along the way, the records and pride he once had. Even more so, he defeated the so-called 3 great chiefs with a single sword. The so-called geniuses were eclipsed as if they were mortals in front of his brother. At this moment, he realized that when those mortals looked at them, the geniuses, it's how it looks, how it's jealous, with resentment. Genius, in front of the brave, they are like ants. Genius, just see his threshold. And so-called geniuses are nothing more than mortals with toys in front of the brave. The Emperor of the North Wind even praised his brother, Arthur, weighing in, its sword, which can pass through the sky. At that moment, Arsene realized, some people, from birth, are different. Arthur is brave. That's why it's so strong. It's because the world recognizes the special gift of brave. That's why it's so strong. He told himself so, deceiving himself. Even though his brother surpassed himself, but he is still the Northern Empire, the most powerful swordsman. And brother, Guts, excluded by his self-righteousness. He was convinced that as long as it wasn't brave, Demon King, something outside of the norm, he's all confident in dealing with everything. However, he's confident in all this, was completely destroyed, crushed to shreds. Just then, a breeze whipped by. It brought with it a hint of chilliness that did not belong to this world, and the ethereal sound that seemed to come through time and space. Hungry? The soft words were like drops of morning dew falling on the surface of a silent lake, stirring up layers of ripples. It made Yazin's entire body instantly stiffen, as if bound by invisible chains. Reason told him not to respond. All the more reason not to look up at the source of that voice, especially those eyes that were said to be capable of taking in the soul. But, as if the voice possessed magical powers, it made him raise his head unconsciously. But this is merely less than 1,000th of what I am. The disorientation in those eyes seemed to be telling something. Millions of years of hunger. Can you understand? He opened his little mouth. From that small mouth, Arsene saw a deep darkness. Why? Be that way? Arsene's lips were trembling. But, even so, he still wanted to ask. Question the person in front of him. Why? To do this is the thing. Arsene made a heartbreaking sound. This kind of thing, is it fun? I can kill them, turn this into hell. Why? And play with them so much. Are you that happy? Arsene cried out tearfully. What was gained, however, was that speechlessness, and the gaze of those too pure to be true eyes, and the inquiry without a hint of color. Happy? Yi Yan cocked his head, his pure eyes filled with disbelief. What is it? That thing? Is it edible? Ah, Leafy Words smiled slightly. If you're talking about moments of fullness, and indeed, Yi Yan licked the corner of his mouth and laughed. But when you're full, you're hungry. Hungry. Leafy Words said, humming with a pleasant face as he tried to leave with his short legs striding in the air. But it seems to be limited in some way, always staying put. The entire person was wrapped in blood mist and suspended in the air. So hungry. I'm asking you why. Facing Yi Yan's tone-deaf reply. At this moment, Yazin, who had lost his rationality due to his anger, let out a desperate roar and questioned Yi Yan. Why use such cruelty? Arsene was understanding. Even if the other party killed them, he wouldn't be so angry as he was now. After all, the knights had put their lives under the sword, since the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. To kill or to be killed is where they belong on this trip. But, that's not how duels are supposed to work. It's not supposed to die like this. They can die in battle, be killed, and be exterminated as if they were ants by a powerful enemy. But, never at the hands of one of your own, a partner, a comrade in arms, or, in such a humiliating way. Their determination, their courage, their faith, let in this moment, then trampled into nothing. The so-called honor and glory of a knight was gone at this moment. Only this, the lingering hell before us. It was seared into Arsene's eyes. Arsene was looking forward to it, even if it was in. He wanted an answer. Perhaps that answer would make their deaths not so ridiculous. But what answered him was Yi Yan's extremely simple rhetorical question. Ah, I didn't do anything. Oh, sh, what? Unbelievable. Yazin stared wide-eyed, staring at Yi Yan's radiant ruby eyes. Besides, Appetite is supposed to be the cornerstone of biological growth, the very essence of being alive. So why limit it? Leafy Words opened his arms, and in his eyes was joy, delight, or maybe just pure joy. Eating, biting, chewing, devouring. How wonderful. It was so horrible in Arsene's eyes. The person in front of me is the embodiment of pure malice. It's the devil that can't exist in this world. Arsene wanted to swing the proud longsword in his hand and cut down the demon in front of him. But, no matter how much he struggled and thirsted, his trembling hand did not move half as much. At the moment, that high and mighty night. Now, there was not even the courage to swing the sword in his hand. Nah. Yi Yan's body suddenly leaned forward, looked at Arthur, and laughed. Don't you think it's a blessing to be able to eat and have something to eat? And they, Yi Yan points to the ground, to the knights who are eating themselves and others, pointing to the ground, the bloody hell, in a pleasant voice, stated his thoughts. Now, isn't that happy? After all, eat all the time, to be able to die in eating. That's immensely pleasurable any way you think about it. A joyful thing, isn't it? Nah. Leafy Words looked at Yazan and inquired, isn't that right? They will die. Arsene bowed his head and murmured under his breath. However, Yi Yan did not care in the slightest. Ah, it seems so. Hearing the emotionless voice, Arsene let out a growl. What kind of happiness is this? But isn't it a blessing that they can die while eating? Yi Yan looked hesitant and confused at the angry, enraged Yazan in front of him. He put his finger in his mouth and bit down, blood splattering everywhere. Besides, you guys are really greedy. Huh? Obviously surrounded by food? Leafy Words chewed on his finger and laughed. Why? To eat something else? You. Arsene's eyes were wide with disbelief. The person in front of him was simply crazy. Besides, you've wronged me, Yi Yan explained as he chewed a finger in his mouth and then swallowed it, stepping in place in the air. The scene in front of me is not at all caused by me on purpose. It's just a matter of, they're too weak and their determination is too poor. Yi Yan waved his hand very helplessly. That broken finger. I don't know when it has been restored cause. Besides, my master didn't even leave here. You'll just find yourselves at the door. Yi Yan, bored and staring meaningfully at Arsene. It's your fault any way you think about it. Again, did you not consider the consequences before you touched your most primal desires? He beamed. It really didn't occur to me what had happened and what the world had gone through while it was asleep. After how many years? So much so, that no one even knows where it exists? This is, what arrogance? Primal desire? Hearing the word, Arsene's eyes widened as if something had occurred to him. No, it won't. It shouldn't be that kind of existence. Arsene inwardly reassured himself. You should have been prepared for this before you made contact. There is a price to be paid for enjoying a happy breakfast, and that price is simply one's own life. Yi Yan clapped his hands and made a very generous gesture. How about, high or not? Merely, a life? It was at this moment that Arsene realized it completely. It turned out that what was in front of me was not intentionally only. It was only a little bit that leaked out from that endless desire that created the situation before him. At this moment, Arsene broke down. No, it's not. He looked up, wanting to be sure. Afterward, the line of sight fell on that Yi Yan. It landed on the ruby eyes that were as bright as a river of stars and as bright red as true blood, only to find that the child was gazing at him with those red jeweled eyes. The two men looked at each other. Yazan's pupils, too, dilated in an instant. Just a glance, the overwhelming, endless hunger then consumed him, like a tidal wave coming in and flooding. Aha! The moment. The string that Arsene had been tightening finally snapped, letting out a scream of irritation. Aha! Monsters! Monsters! His mouth continued to murmur, his face grimacing. It's not possible. This kind of existence was definitely not something that they could fight against. You can't deal with it just by sheer numbers. No, rather, this was merely adding sustenance to the monster in front of him. To grow. Quantity, in the case of such beings, meant nothing. What? Formations, military formations, all useless. Grit, right, only the brave, such beings outside the norm, can fight against it. That's right. His failure was not that he was too weak. It's just that it's the opponents that are strong and out of the norm. It's not his fault, because, by any stretch of the imagination, it's an unbeatable existence, right? Then, he, Arsene, head of the Guardian Knights, was in such self-congratulation, abandoned his brother, abandoned his men, his comrades, escaped alone. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Monster! Monster! It can't be! It can't be! The sound faded and the figure faded away. Looking at the departing Yazan, Yi Yan did not chase after him. How rude! Yi Yen murmured under his breath and looked to the side. So, what's up with you again, little fox? Just when everything seemed to fall silent, in the midst of the blood mist, a figure quietly emerged, like a messenger returning from hell. It was a woman covered in blood. Her clothes were broken and her skin was dyed red with blood, as if every inch of it spoke of endless pain and struggle. Even with the powerful magic surrounding it, it couldn't completely resist the erosion of this blood mist. Her skin was peeling off in pieces, revealing shocking flesh and blood. However, just then, a miracle happened. From her broken body, an inexplicable power surged. Phew! The blood suddenly burst into flames, like ignited flames, and instantly enveloped her. Instead of bringing destruction, the flames became a prelude to rebirth. Under the baptism of fire, her flesh and blood gradually healed. Her newborn skin was as white and flawless as the first snow, and her silky black hair hung down like a waterfall, adding a bit of a transcendent aura to her. When the flames were finally extinguished, a woman in a gorgeous long dress with a noble temperament appeared in front of Yi Yen's eyes. She lifted her skirt slightly and performed a noble etiquette that was elegant to the extreme, her voice clear and firm. Greetings, Lord Storm Eater Monarch. In the pale twilight, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a heavy leaden cloud that was so oppressive that it took one's breath away. That's simply a monster. A monster from miles away. There's no way to win. Run, run. At some point, Arsene ran to the edge of the blood mist and saw the azure sky. The mood that had been tightened by fear was, all of a sudden, eased. Arsene stopped and stared back, looking towards the mist of blood that had been split apart by the power of the Bravehearts. He was inwardly regretting and torn. Perhaps there is someone alive there now. Perhaps there are people there right now waiting to be rescued. Perhaps, if he could get over there now, he could save one or two, even if, for one. But, no matter how hard he tried, his legs were as heavy as lead and he couldn't take a step. Kaz. However, just for a moment Arsene hesitated. The strange current that was blocking the blood mist let out a mournful cry. Immediately afterward, in Arsene's despairing gaze, the mist of blood that had been broken open by Guts power broke through the remnants of Guts power and closed in. How? No, don't! Arsene went up in alarm. Next moment, there was a snap, and under the slow tension, the left foot tripped over the right, and the whole thing fell to the ground. No! He stretched out his hand and looked helplessly at the gradually closing mist of blood, pleading, my men, are still in there. Don't! If it comes together, this means that all of his men are buried in the mist of blood. There's no chance of survival. Aha! No! At this moment, Arsene was mad. The previous hesitation became a joke. A few thousand iron horsemen, less than a day. Then the whole army was wiped out, leaving him alone. How? Da-da-da-da. Just then, a sound of crisp and hurried footsteps sounded from behind, breaking the suffocating silence. He turned around violently, only to see a figure like an elf in the darkness of the night, silently weaving in and out of the ruins, eventually stopping beside him. That's Victoria. She was dressed in a flowing long dress. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were glittering with a strange light, so beautiful that it was palpitating, yet with a bit of unspeakable mystery. Her presence added to the cloud of doubt in Arsene's mind. What does she want to do? But there was no time for him to think about it, because now was not the time to dwell on that. Loneliness and fear came in like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. Arsene fell helplessly to his knees, shaking his hands, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "No, don't go! Where are the monsters?" He tried to stop something, but didn't know exactly why, just instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis. However, the response was not the comfort he was expecting. Instead, it was Victoria's angry voice, as piercing as ice. Monster? No! Victoria shook her head, her tone suddenly softening, her eyes shining with a strange color. That's my baby, he's not a monster. Child? Arsene raised his eyes, wide-eyed and incredulous, staring straight into the ruby eyes that were as bright as a river of stars and as bright red as true blood. Understand something. Ruby eyes? All ruby eyes. Ha 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 ha. Arsene stood up and stumbled away from the edge of the blood spray, muttering something under his breath. Rubies, elves, all monsters. Can't touch, can't look, and can't stop. Monsters, all monsters. He's crazy. Jarius looked at Asen, who was gradually walking away, and clasped his hands over his chest. Aha! Victoria lowered her eyebrows and nodded slightly. It's kind of bad inside. Tell me, am I being cruel? Ha! Jarius, puzzled, looked to Victoria. If I had persuaded them more, those knights might not have had to die. Obviously, it's not their fault. Ha! Jarius beamed with a look of exasperation. And what business is it of yours? If they want to die, even 9 oxen can't pull them. It is their destiny, said Jarius. His face became serious and mournful for a little while. Hey, you say, why do some people, always, with his narrow eyes, frame the scope of this world, thinks the world is the way it is, thinks, he's pretty awesome. What they don't realize, however, is that their behavior is nothing more than a frog in a well looking at the moon in the water. The earth is deep and the sky is high in this world, but it's just too chaotic, makes it hard to fathom the depths. There's no shortage of stupidity in this world when you know you can't do something. So, the great Jarius thinks that you didn't do anything wrong with it. Jarius crossed his arms and comforted Victoria. Besides, since they stepped into this battlefield, this land, they still advanced knowing the dangers ahead. Then be ready, then, to die. Thank you for comforting me. I'm not comforting you. Jarius looked away haughtily. I don't want to change contractors again. Victoria glanced over at the haughty, don't pinch Jarius with a light chuckle. With that, walked in, unbeknownst to her. Within the blood mist, a pair of eyes had long since watched her. The man licked his tongue, a flash of doubt coming to his mind. Why? These blood mists are so close to this elf? Interesting.